I'm back? Chunyi looked around, the familiar sight sending a jolt through his heart. He turned his gaze to the perpetual calendar in the room, which displayed the date, August 16, 2041, 3:03 and 10 seconds p.m. He had returned 20 years into the past. At this time, the world had not yet been shrouded by the red mist. Everything was still as it had been at the beginning. But he knew that at midnight tonight, everything would change. The existing social order would be shattered. Countless ordinary people would rise overnight. When the red mist descended, everyone would receive one opportunity to draw 10 abilities in succession. For each draw, they would acquire a new talent. In other words, every person would possess 10 talents. However, these talents needed to be gradually activated through the improvement of one's strength, with only one talent initially effective. The strength of these talents varied widely. They were ranked in 9 tiers, F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Among them, SSS grade talents were exceedingly rare and powerful, each one entirely unique. If someone obtained even a single SSS grade talent, they could become an invincible existence in the future. Chunyi vividly remembered that the probability of drawing an SSS grade talent was only 1 in a billion. With a global population of 7 billion and 70 billion total draws, theoretically only 70 people could obtain an SSS grade talent. But that was merely the ideal scenario in theory. As far as Chunyi knew, in his previous life, fewer than 30 individuals actually possessed SSS grade talents. Each of these people stood at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. He speculated that some individuals might have drawn SSS grade talents but perished before they could grow. Some, even after obtaining an SSS grade talent, failed to unlock it in time and instead activated less useful talents. And with bad luck, the chances of dying prematurely were quite high. In his previous life, Chunyi himself hadn't drawn an SSS grade talent, but the first talent he unlocked was a B-grade talent called Miracle Healer. Miracle Healer enhanced all healing effects by 150%. After transitioning to a cleric role, he lived a comfortable life, relying on the powerful backing of his faction. There was another thing from his past life that Chunyi could never forget. Within the major faction he had been part of, there was a special group of people. It was said that they were beta testers for the Red Mist game. They had prior knowledge of some of the game's secrets. The number of beta testers was small, but each of them was extraordinarily powerful. However, with the advantage of being reborn, he was confident that in this life, he could surpass them. Chunyi reminisced about the events that unfolded when the world first underwent its transformation. Even though 20 years had passed, that day's experience remained as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. After the red mist descended, there would be a 7-day novice protection period. During this time, no monsters would attack humans. Additionally, the red mist would slowly transform everyone's bodies. 7 days later, every person would automatically level up to level 10. Their physical attributes would improve dramatically. Each individual's physical strength would be at least 10 times what it was now. For example, if an average person's physical strength was currently rated as 1, it would rise to at least 10 after reaching level 10. At the same time, they would automatically unlock the first talent they had drawn. During the novice protection period, treasure chests of various levels would appear all over the world. The treasure chests were categorized into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and diamond. Inside them were items like equipment, skill books, class change scrolls, alchemy potions, and rare treasures. Once the novice protection period ended, any unopened treasure chests would vanish and never reappear. Thinking about this critical moment, Chunyi realized he couldn't afford to sit idle. The only diamond-grade treasure chest that had appeared in Ning City in his previous life seemed to be beckoning to him. He had no idea what was inside that chest. But after the person who had been lucky enough to open the diamond chest posted about it on the forums, they disappeared without a trace. Chunyi suspected that person might have been killed. After all, diamond-grade treasure chests were the highest level. Anything obtained from them was unique and incredibly valuable. Unique meant it could never be obtained again. Once gone, it would be gone forever. Across a world spanning 510 million square kilometers, only about 100 treasure chests of this grade would appear. There were countless chests in the oceans as well. If distributed proportionally, the land would have no more than 30 such chests. And Chunyi had the chance to locate 2 of them within a limited time. He didn't even consider the other chests. 100 dark gold chests couldn't compare to a single diamond chest. With this in mind, Chunyi grabbed his car keys and stepped out of the room. He was heading to the garage to start his journey. At a gas station, Chunyi filled his tank to the brim and bought 4 large barrels of gasoline. Each barrel was enough to refill his tank entirely. His off-road vehicle, when fully fueled, could run continuously for an entire day and night. Pressing the gas pedal, he sped toward the location where the diamond treasure chest was slated to appear. He had to get there fast. If those beta testers got to it first, it would spell trouble. Mount Tai. Normally, this place would be crowded with people, but today was a Monday. Apart from unemployed individuals like Chen Yi, almost no one was here. Using the coordinates provided by people on the forums in his previous life, Chen Yi drove directly to an isolated dirt road. Legend had it that the diamond treasure chest was nearby. He grabbed a bottle of cola from the trunk and opened his phone to scroll through the news. Chen Yi had no parents, only a house and some compensation money they had left him. He didn't have any relatives either. Looking at the empty message list on his chat app, he found scrolling through his phone meaningless, so he shut it off. Then, he focused on waiting for the red mist to descend. Midnight. A voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of everyone across the world. The red mist game begins. Loading game data. Distributing treasure chests. New player reward, 10 consecutive talent draws. The old era ends, the new era begins. Do everything you can to survive, the victor shall become a god. Beams of light shot down from the sky, radiating dazzling brilliance. The entire world began to undergo wondrous changes. An endless red mist enveloped the earth in an instant. The red mist was omnipresent, and everything was quietly transforming. As the familiar voice resounded in his ears, Chen Yi took a deep breath. It was finally here. Beside Chen Yi, a radiant glow suddenly appeared. Within the glow, the faint outline of a diamond treasure chest began to emerge. Chen Yi's heart leapt with joy. It really was here. The diamond treasure chest had not yet fully materialized. Perfect, he could use his 10 consecutive talent draws first. He skillfully opened the interface and navigated to the talent drawing page. After 20 years of using the game system, he was more than familiar with it. The interface was simple and straightforward. Talent draw interface. Draw once. Draw 10 times. Chen Yi stared at the screen and, with a thought, clicked draw 10 times. Consecutive draws significantly boosted the chances of obtaining high-level talents. At that moment, streams of dazzling, multicolored light shot out from the interface and flowed directly into Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi watched the light in awe, too excited to speak. Because these lights signified the most supreme SSS grade talents. At the same time, the system's voice echoed repeatedly in his ears. You have used your 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 talents. First talent, Master of Elements. Unlocks at level 10. Master of Elements, SSS tier, command all elements, learn every elemental skill, reduce elemental skill consumption by 90%, shorten cooldowns by 90%, reduce elemental damage taken by 90%. All elemental skill damage is increased by 100 times, special effects are amplified by 100 times, and skill mastery progresses 100 times faster. Description: harness the ultimate power of the elements. Second talent, Supreme Summoning. Unlocks at level 20. Supreme Summoning, SSS tier. The creatures you summon will always be the strongest of their kind. Description: unparalleled summoning power. All summoned creatures become your loyal servants. Third talent, Godlike Adaptation. Unlocks at level 30. Godlike Adaptation, SSS tier. No matter the environment or damage type, you can swiftly adapt and enhance corresponding attributes and resistances. Description: unmatched survivability. You are unkillable. Fourth talent, Limit Liberation. Unlocks at level 40. Limit Liberation, SSS tier. Attribute growth accelerates with no upper limit, skill level caps are removed. Description: endless growth, walk the path to ultimate power. Fifth talent, Infinite Firepower. Unlocks at level 50. Infinite Firepower, SSS tier. All skill cooldowns are reduced to 0, energy consumption is nullified, and the cost of forbidden spells is slashed by 99%. Description: no limits to skill usage, unleash unlimited firepower. Sixth talent, Miraculous Luck. Unlocks at level 60. Miraculous Luck, SSS tier. All uncertain events will ultimately work in your favor. Description: fate? You are the master of destiny. Seventh talent, Infinite Range. Unlocks at level 70. Infinite Range, SSS tier. All long-range attacks have no distance limit, and their power never diminishes. Description: nowhere in the universe is safe. Eighth talent, Supreme Treasure. Unlocks at level 80. Supreme Treasure, SSS tier. Know the location of every treasure, freely enter treasure gates, and gain invincibility while inside. Description: resources so abundant even a pig could ascend to godhood. Ninth talent, Turn False to True. Unlocks at level 90. Turn False to True, SSS tier. Anything you say, as long as enough people believe it, will eventually become reality. Description: even the impossible becomes possible. 10th talent, Godslayer's Plunder. Unlocks at level 100. Godslayer's Plunder, SSS tier. Every time you kill a lifeform, you randomly gain one of their talents. Description: watch as I claim talents one after another. Name: Chen Yi. Level 1. Base Strength 1.5. Base Constitution 1.2. Base Speed 1.4. Base Intelligence 1.9. Talents: Master of Elements, locked; Supreme Summoning, locked; Godlike Adaptation, locked; Limit Liberation, locked; Infinite Firepower, locked; Miraculous Luck, locked; Infinite Range, locked; Supreme Treasure, locked; Turn False to True, locked; Godslayer's Plunder, locked. Skills: none. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Yi stared at the 10 talents, his heart racing so fast it felt like it might explode. He took a few deep breaths, slowly calming himself down. 10 top-tier SSS talents. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi had never felt this exhilarated before. Each individual SSS tier talent could make someone a pinnacle-level powerhouse at level 100. But 10 of them combined? Chen Yi was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Who cared about those beta testers? At this moment, Chen Yi's confidence surged to its peak. After a long while, he finally managed to compose himself. Meanwhile, a diamond treasure chest had fully materialized before him. Chen Yi strode directly to the chest. With both hands, he gave it a firm push. The chest opened instantly. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained the unique equipment, Mirror of Worlds. The Mirror of Worlds has been automatically placed in your inventory. Mirror of Worlds. Quality: unique. Effect: suppresses fate and fortune. Description: hidden behind the mirror is an entire world. You can freely enter and exit. A supreme artifact for connecting to other realms. Chen Yi took a deep breath. He hadn't expected to get such a legendary item from this chest. In his previous life, the leader of the faction he belonged to had relied on this very artifact during the first apocalyptic disaster. The leader had hidden all faction members within the mirror. Although the Mirror of Worlds was eventually damaged, that faction suffered the least losses of any group. After the first disaster, they rose rapidly, becoming the third most powerful organization in the world. This was also an artifact that boosted fortune. When placed in a faction's treasury, all members received a +1 luck bonus and an additional 10% experience gain. While the experience boost was significant, the +1 luck was the real game changer. It could elevate the quality and quantity of a faction's loot to an entirely new level. Just this one item alone, Chen Yi estimated, was worth as much as the combined resources of an entire major faction. With an artifact like this, any faction could rise to power. It was only a matter of time. This was a jackpot. Now that this diamond chest was opened, Chen Yi couldn't help but wonder what surprises the next one might hold. That location required 3 days and nights of non-stop opening. He just hoped no one else would discover it in the meantime. With everything digitized now, Chen Yi was confident he could endure a few sleepless days. Amidst a sea of yellow sand, Chen Yi drove through the barren wasteland. This was the infamous 300-mile uninhabited zone, a place where few dared to tread. In his previous life, a lone adventurer crossing this desert had found the diamond chest here. That chest had enabled the adventurer to become a level 100 powerhouse. The chest was rumored to be in a place called Loktush, and Chen Yi was now nearing it. The red mist in the air grew thicker, reducing visibility from 50 meters to barely 10. Thankfully, electronic devices were still functional, and his GPS pointed him directly to Loktush. The red mist was also transforming his body. He had already leveled up to 6, and all his attributes had risen to 6 as well. His blood surged, his mind felt razor-sharp, and his energy seemed boundless, as if it would never run out. Chen Yi understood that, at level 10, everyone's attributes would normalize to 10. This was a balancing rule set by the red mist. Regardless of age, health, or physical condition, everyone would be leveled to the same baseline. The sick would heal, the disabled would regain their limbs, and even athletes and fighters would find themselves equalized. Clunk! His car slammed into something. Chen Yi hastily stepped out, discovering he'd hit a mud wall. The car's hood was slightly dented. He had arrived at Loktush. It was a desolate, abandoned village, clearly uninhabited for over a decade. Chen Yi took out a high-powered flashlight and began walking deeper into the village. Up ahead, a beam of pure white light caught his attention. He was thrilled, he had finally found it. Quickening his pace, he covered several hundred meters in less than 10 seconds. His physical capabilities were far beyond what they used to be. Standing before an intact diamond treasure chest, Chani suppressed his excitement, fearing any mistake, and immediately opened it. Congratulations! You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained the unique item, Soul Cube. The Soul Cube has been automatically placed in your inventory. Soul Cube. Grade, Unique. Effect 1, Erase Time. Accelerate the flow of time around the enemy, sealing their ability to recover and letting time erode them. Effect 2, Death Gaze. Attack the enemy's spirit through your eyes, trapping them in a death illusion. If they fail to break free within 1 minute, the illusion becomes reality. Effect 3, Soul Guard. Protect the wielder's soul, granting immunity to all soul-based attacks. Effect 4, Death Curse. Cast on a single target, leaving them alive for 7 days. After that, they will die in the most reasonable manner. Cooldown, 10 days. Forbidden magic with a cost of 10 years of the caster's lifespan. Effect 5, Soul Enslavement. Penetrate the enemy's mental defenses, control their will, and force their obedience. However, the enemy will eventually regain their consciousness and harbor intense hatred toward you. Control duration depends on the mental strength of both parties. Effect 6, Dark Knowledge. Increases the power of dark spells tenfold. Description: this is a 6-sided cube created from unknown souls, with each side containing endless mysterious knowledge. Powerful. Chani had only one thought in his mind: this was insanely powerful. The Soul Cube was practically equivalent to an SSS level talent. No wonder, in his previous life, that one traveler managed to become a level 100 soul sequence powerhouse. Chani felt that even if he hadn't acquired any of the 10 SSS level talents, the Soul Cube alone would be enough to make him a dominant force. Calming himself, he swiftly headed out of the village. The most urgent task now was to find a safe place to hide. Returning home was no longer an option. Ever since the red mist descended, nowhere was truly safe. Just as he reached his car, he sensed something was off. Another set of footprints had appeared on the ground. Retrieving a baton from beneath the driver's seat, he scanned the surroundings cautiously. Who's there? Show yourself. 20 years of combat experience had honed Chen Yi's instincts to an extraordinary level. As someone with a support role, his most critical skill was detecting danger at the earliest moment and finding a way to survive. It was only the 4th day since the red mist had appeared, and monsters hadn't shown up yet. Someone must have been here. Hey, don't get worked up. A voice came from behind a dirt wall. A man emerged shortly after. His skin was tanned and reddish from the sun, and he had long hair. He was clad in a worn, army green coat. Beside him were 2 large bags, clearly indicating he'd traveled there on foot. Seeing the familiar face, Chani immediately recognized him: Lang Chi, a future level 100 powerhouse known as the Soul Reaper. Figures of this caliber often appeared on television programs in Chen Yi's past life, serving as symbols of perseverance and hope for those on the brink of despair. Right now, Lang Chi clearly hadn't realized that his chance encounter had just been snatched away by Chen Yi. Chen Yi relaxed his expression slightly but remained just as vigilant internally. The world had changed drastically, and human nature had become increasingly unpredictable. Brother, can I catch a ride to the nearest city? Lang Chi asked. Over the past few days, he'd also noticed his body growing stronger. Since the red mist appeared, his physical abilities had improved dramatically. Where he used to max out at walking 50 miles a day, he could now easily cover 200 kilometers without breaking a sweat. He had also seen online discussions suggesting that everyone's physical capabilities were experiencing similar enhancements. But for now, he was stranded in the middle of the Gobi Desert, with no one in sight for hundreds of miles. Spotting another living person filled him with excitement. Chen Yi nodded after hearing Lang Chi's request. Level 100 powerhouses were undeniably strong, but their morals often left much to be desired. In his past life, Lang Chi hadn't been involved in any major scandals and seemed to have a decent character. It was rumored that his first talent was S-Class Equipment Enhancement, which allowed him to upgrade gear dropped by monsters to +10, doubling their base stats. This could be beneficial to Chen Yi. In the future, any gear he acquired could be taken to Lang Chi for enhancement. Get in. Receiving Chen Yi's permission, Lang Chi smiled brightly and loaded his large bags into the car's trunk. Thanks so much, brother. The off-road vehicle's engine roared as Chen Yi drove it down the deserted roads of the Gobi Desert. Their destination was Inxia, a city roughly 300 kilometers away. The car still had enough fuel, and time was on their side. Chen Yi decided to stop and open any treasure chests they came across along the way. While the items in these treasure chests weren't nearly as valuable as those in the diamond treasure chest, they were still useful for getting through the early stages. During their journey, Chenny opened a total of 78 bronze treasure chests, 34 silver treasure chests, 13 gold treasure chests, and 3 dark gold treasure chests. The items inside were diverse: potions, gems, equipment, scrolls, materials, and skill books. Skill books were the rarest. He only managed to obtain one, a fire element skill book called Scorching Ray. The skill allowed the user to harness fire elements to launch a searing ray that inflicted continuous burning damage. However, it could only be learned after transitioning to the mage class. This particular skill book came from one of the dark gold treasure chests, making it a stroke of good luck. In his previous life, skill books were incredibly valuable. No matter how far the game progressed, they remained scarce. More importantly, skill books were bound to the user and couldn't be traded. Chenny had already made up his mind to exchange some early game essential but later overabundant items for more skill books. By leveraging the information gap to his advantage, he would ensure a steady supply of skill books. Lang Chi stood to the side, watching Chenny open treasure chests. While there was envy in his eyes, he didn't dare ask for anything. By now, news about treasure chests had caused an uproar online. Even outsiders understood their importance. But, ultimately, the car was Chenyi's. Without him, Lang Chi would still be stranded in the Gobi Desert. As they drove, the two chatted briefly, and Chenny learned more about Lang Chi's background. Lang Chi was from the south and had been trekking across the country for over 2 years, barely making ends meet through livestream donations. His biggest wish was to return home, where his elderly parents were waiting for him. Chenny added Lang Chi as a friend in the game. The game had a trading system that allowed players to exchange items regardless of distance. In his previous life, the courier and food delivery industries were among the first to be hit by the wave of unemployment. Live animal trading, however, wasn't feasible, otherwise, the transportation industry would have been destroyed as well. Chenyi's primary reason for adding Lang Chi as a friend was simple: he planned to ask for his help in enhancing equipment in the future. Enhancement doubled the base stats of gear, a dream-come-true capability for many. Chenny was confident that Lang Chi's potential wouldn't be mediocre. When Chenny arrived in Inxia, the streets were almost deserted. Most people were hiding in their homes, waiting for the red mist to clear before daring to step outside. Although the red mist didn't disable electronic devices, it significantly reduced the power of most modern weapons. Take firearms, for instance. Bullets that could ordinarily pierce a human body now left no more than a purple welt, their power akin to that of a pellet gun. In 2 more days, the red mist would dissipate entirely, and strange phenomena such as mutated flora and fauna, caverns, secret realms, and interdimensional rifts would begin to appear. That would mark the true beginning of the game. From then on, every day would be filled with endless slaughter. Human society would undergo a complete transformation, where only the strong would rule, and traditional morals and ethics would lose their significance. However, it would take at least 2 years for the chaos to stabilize. By then, the global population would plummet from 7 billion to 4 billion, with 3 billion lives lost in the upheaval. Everyone would come to understand the brutal reality of this game. After parting ways with Lang Chi, Chenny found an empty inn to stay in. The inn was completely abandoned, and Chenny broke in by force. For now, all he could do was wait in silence until he reached level 10. Once he unlocked his first innate talent, all the dangers would become far less threatening. While waiting, Chenny made use of the game's trading system to continuously purchase skill books. His bargaining chips were the equipment and materials he had obtained from treasure chests. Although skill books were rare, the sheer number of players meant that all kinds of strange and unique skills would surface. So far, Chenny had acquired 3 skill books: Goblin Summoning, Rock Shield, and Water Healing. Goblin Summoning, Grade F, summons a goblin soldier to fight on your behalf. Rock Shield, Grade F, gathers earth elements to form 3 rotating rock shields that protect you. Water Healing, Grade F, manipulates water elements to restore a small amount of health to a target and boosts mental strength for 30 seconds. These 3 skill books were all essential for Chenny, as he planned to learn them once he transitioned to the mage class. Chenny resolved to focus on collecting skill books. For now, skill books could only be obtained from treasure chests, so their availability was limited. However, once monsters began to appear, the number of skill books would increase significantly. Today marked the 7th day since the red mist descended. He watched the clock as the time crept closer to midnight. Taking a deep breath, Chenny braced himself. What came next would be the moment he truly became stronger. Finally, the time struck midnight. A voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, you've reached level 10. Congratulations, you've unlocked your first innate talent, Master of Elements. You have reached level 10 and can now choose a class. The game's novice protection period has ended. Treasure chests are being recalled. The red mist is about to fade. Mutated plants and animals are beginning to emerge. Secret realms, caverns, and interdimensional rifts are now open. All human players, do your best to survive. The power of the Master of Elements had finally been unlocked. Chen Yi's body began to change. The moment the Master of Elements talent was activated, Chen Yi felt as though the world around him had transformed. Countless elements revealed themselves to him without reservation. He had become their master. Every element was now at his command. Without hesitation, he immediately chose his class. The initial class selection in the Red Mist game wasn't overly elaborate or flashy. There were only 3 options: warrior, mage, and priest. These 3 core classes formed the foundation of the entire game. Moreover, every class could undergo an advanced specialization at level 30, with 10 branching paths to choose from. At level 50, there would be a second specialization, and at level 70, a third specialization. By that stage, the number of available classes would total at least 1,000. Many of the advanced classes combined magic and martial techniques. This was because some players would choose mage talents early on, only to later acquire powerful warrior or priest support talents. As a result, hybrid classes like Battle Mage, Flame Assassin, and Frost Warrior emerged. Chen Yi decisively chose the mage class. The system's voice immediately confirmed his choice. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to the mage class. Congratulations, your attribute growth has been updated. For each level gained, your intelligence will increase by an additional 0.5. Congratulations, you've acquired the level-free spell, Meditation. Congratulations, you've acquired the Grade F spell, Fireball. Meditation, level free, meditating for 10 minutes daily gradually increases intelligence. This foundational spell for mages provides significant long-term benefits if practiced consistently. Fireball, Grade F, conjures flames and hurls them forward, dealing minor fire damage. Fireball is an essential skill for every mage. Though its power is modest, mastering it marks the start of a mage's journey. Without delay, Chen Yi retrieved the 4 skill books he had collected: Scorching Ray, Goblin Summoning, Rock Shield, and Water Healing. With a simple thought, he activated them. The books dissolved into white light and merged into his mind. A flood of magical knowledge surged through his brain, and Chen Yi finally mastered all 4 skills. He then opened his character panel to review his progress. Name, Chen Yi. Level, 10. Base Strength, 10. Base Constitution, 10. Base Agility, 10. Base Intelligence, 10.5. Talents, Master of Elements, unlocked, Supreme Summoning, locked, Godlike Adaptability, locked, Limit Release, locked, Infinite. Firepower, locked, Miracle Luck, locked, Infinite Range, locked, Supreme Treasure, locked, False to True, locked, Divine Plunder, locked. Skills, Meditation, Level 1, Fireball, Level 1, Scorching Ray, Level 1, Goblin Summoning, Level 1, Rock Shield, Level 1, Water Healing, Level 1. Looking at his character panel, Chen Yi was immensely satisfied. This setup was far stronger than he had been in his previous life, even at level 30. After all, his skills back then were pitifully limited. Aside from the free skills granted during job transitions and specializations, acquiring skill books through other means was exceedingly difficult. Even killing 100 boss-tier monsters might not yield a single skill book. Chen Yi closed his eyes and began to meditate. 10 minutes later, he saw that his intelligence had increased by 0.1 points, and he felt a surge of joy. It might not seem like much, just 0.1 points, but over a year, that would add up to 36.5 points of intelligence. In 10 years, it would be 365 points. Of course, this required daily consistency, making it a process of gradual accumulation. Afterward, Chen Yi stepped out onto the street. He wanted to test the power of his elemental skills. A fireball immediately took shape in his hand. The fireball glowed silver white, about the size of a basketball. As he felt its searing heat, Chen Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. In the hands of other mages, a fireball was merely a small flame. But with the Master of Elements talent, its power was amplified 100-fold. This was nothing like the weak flames of the past. Boom! Chen Yi hurled the fireball fiercely onto the main road ahead. The fireball exploded instantly, sending silvery white flames scattering in all directions. The road surface turned jagged and uneven in a blink. Molten lava began flowing across the street. With that single strike, the road itself melted away. After casting this fireball spell, Chen Yi felt almost no mental exhaustion. He could unleash at least 100 more fireballs of this magnitude. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears again. Your fireball spell proficiency has reached maximum level and has been upgraded to level 3. Chen Yi heard the notification, but his face showed little surprise. Because with the Elemental Lord's blessing, casting one fireball for him was equivalent to casting it 100 times. And since the fireball spell was a basic spell to begin with, reaching level 3 was entirely within his expectations. The skill could go up to level 5, and with each level, its power would increase significantly. At maximum level, a special effect would also be activated. The special effect of the fireball spell was explosion. Chen Yi didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the spell would become once its explosive power increased by 100-fold at max level. An SSS tier talent truly stood at the pinnacle of power. Just then, a hissing sound echoed from the darkness in the distance. The monsters were coming. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and he immediately cast the rock shield spell. 3 translucent shields materialized around him instantly, rotating ceaselessly. Each shield spanned 2 meters wide, combining to fully protect Chen Yi from every direction. With the Elemental Lord's power, the strength of the rock shield was enhanced 100-fold. Its hardness skyrocketed from ordinary stone to diamond-grade durability. At this stage, no physical attack from any monster could penetrate these 3 shields. The distant growls of the monsters grew louder. Chen Yi retrieved a staff from his dimensional backpack. This staff was something he had obtained from a dark gold treasure chest. Staff of Sparks. Grade, F. Effect, reduces mental energy consumption for fire spells by 5%. Adding this to the Elemental Lord's 90% consumption reduction, the total reduction reached an astounding 95%. In other words, while he could originally cast 100 fireballs in succession, he could now cast 200. At that moment, a pack of monsters emerged onto the road. Their bodies were grayish-white, their heads resembling hounds, and their backs covered in bony spikes, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Chen Yi opened the monster description. Greyhound. Level, 12. Grade, Common. Base Strength, 18. Base Constitution, 20. Base Agility, 15. Base Intelligence, 1. Talent, Predatory Instinct. Predatory Instinct ensures all attacks are made from the most effective angle. Skill, Stone Skin. Stone Skin hardens the skin into rock, reducing both physical and magical damage. Greyhounds were notoriously troublesome monsters in the early stages. Not only were they individually powerful, but they also liked to hunt in packs. Countless people had been torn apart by their jaws. The greyhounds spotted Chen Yi and charged toward him. Chen Yi carefully assessed the situation. There were 7 greyhounds in total, 5 in the front, while 2 flanked him from the left and right, attempting to encircle him from behind. The intelligence of greyhounds was comparable to that of ordinary humans, far superior to the dim-witted monsters found in games. Facing Chen Yi, the 7 greyhounds drooled from their fangs, their hunger evident. Howl! The greyhounds pounced simultaneously at Chen Yi. Their sharp claws struck the rock shield with force. Screech! Sparks flew, but their attacks were completely ineffective. The rock shield didn't even bear a scratch. However, Chen Yi's body was slightly pushed back from the impact. The greyhounds were incredibly strong, and his own strength wasn't particularly high. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, the greyhounds began circling him, searching for a weakness. From their earlier exchange, they had concluded that Chen Yi wasn't invincible. Chen Yi wasted no time. At the tip of his staff, a massive fireball began to form. Now upgraded to level 3, the fireball had grown 3 times its original size. What once was the size of a basketball was now as large as half a person. Perhaps intimidated by the fireball's power, the greyhounds bared their teeth nervously, tails tucked between their legs. They activated their stone skin ability, their bodies hardening like rock, their movements noticeably slowing. Chen Yi smirked. Perfect. He raised the half-human-sized fireball and hurled it straight at the 2 nearest greyhounds. Boom! Flames erupted skyward. The intense fire instantly engulfed the 2 greyhounds. They howled in agony. The silvery white flames burned at temperatures of several thousand degrees, capable of melting steel in an instant, let alone the fragile flesh of the greyhounds. In no time, the 2 greyhounds were reduced to ash. The system notification echoed in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations! Your fireball spell has leveled up to level 4. You've slain 2 greyhounds. Experience gained. 2 faint golden streaks of light emerged from the fallen greyhounds and entered Chen Yi's body. His experience bar increased by 30%. Chen Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. Experience was the key to strengthening himself. If only he had the 100-fold experience boost, his leveling would be even faster. With the fireball spell now at level 4, its size had quadrupled. Chen Yi attacked the remaining greyhounds again with his fireballs. The Greyhounds, realizing the danger, ceased grouping together. After 5 consecutive fireball strikes, Chun-Yi managed to eliminate them all. He leveled up to level 11. However, advancing fireball spell from level 4 to level 5 required extensive practice. Chun-Yi stood in an open area, casting fireballs repeatedly. Within moments, an entire stretch of road transformed into a river of molten lava. Finally, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations! Fireball spell has reached level 5. Special effect unlocked, explosion. Chun-Yi began testing the max level fireball spell. The fireball, now the size of a barrel, had turned a dark crimson. Black tendrils of energy coiled around it, emanating an aura of destruction. He dragged the fireball toward the town square. The square was deserted. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi launched the fireball at its center. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted at the square's center. The blinding flames forced Chun-Yi to shut his eyes. A powerful shockwave slammed into his rock shield. Nearby trees swayed violently, nearly uprooted. After about a minute, Chun-Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the square's center. It had been reduced to ruins. A massive crater marked the center, with displaced earth piled high around it. Chun-Yi was utterly stunned. This single strike was nearly equivalent to the full force attack of a level 40 expert. The power of the elements was truly astounding. Chun-Yi put away his staff, his heart brimming with awe. He hadn't anticipated his strength to grow this formidable so quickly. No wonder those with SSS tier talents in his past life had been so arrogant and self-assured. An SSS tier talent was practically a shortcut to godhood. With that thought, Chun-Yi dashed toward the outskirts of the city. The wilderness was teeming with monsters. Rapid leveling was the only path forward. What Chun-Yi didn't realize, however, was that surveillance cameras had captured every moment of his fireball spell at the square. Moreover, the video was uploaded to the internet through some special channels. When everyone saw the footage of Chun-Yi casting fireballs in the square, their eyes were glued to the screen. Whoa, this skill is absolutely insane. This isn't something a human should be able to do. One move like that and the monsters are toast. This guy is like a living god of magic. My talent is an A-class flame walker, which multiplies fire damage by 10. But compared to what's in this video, it's not even close. This guy must have at least an S-class fire talent, maybe even SS class. After making this comment, one viewer even uploaded their own video of fighting a greyhound. In the video, their fireball was about the size of a grapefruit. It struck the greyhound, and flames quickly engulfed its body. The greyhound managed to withstand the fire for over 10 seconds before collapsing. But in comparison, their fireball spell was worlds apart from Chun-Yi's. The difference was enough to make anyone feel utterly disheartened. Still, even an A-class talent was incredibly rare these days. The comments section instantly exploded with activity. After all, some people didn't even have an F-class talent as their primary ability. This guy is incredible. Even an A-class talent is already amazing. Hey, which city are you in? Can you help me out? I can't handle these monsters on my own. This game is impossible for regular people to survive in. My talent is an F-class gourmet, which improves my cooking by 50%. What use is that? My primary talent is a D-class calligrapher, so I can write pretty letters. Totally useless in combat. Anyone out there willing to carry me? My primary talent is E-class fleet of foot, but my secondary talent is B-class iron body. I switched to warrior class. After level 20, I'll definitely be the best tank around. Which city are you in? Message me privately. Got it, boss. At this moment, many people were already sensing the opportunities brought by the descent of the Red Mist. They began forming their own factions. But the government wasn't far behind in responding. The video of Chun-Yi casting a fireball in the square was immediately brought to the attention of the newly established Celestial Bureau for Research. A group of people stared intently at the moment Chun-Yi unleashed his fireball. When the fireball exploded, the room grew tense. The leader of the group spoke slowly. With this level of destructive power, it has to be an SS-class fire talent. Johan, what's your take? The man called Johan stepped forward slowly. Frost clung to his eyebrows and beard, making him look like an ice sculpture. He possessed the SS-class ice talent Emperor of Frost. Combined with a unique ice attribute piece of gear he had obtained from a diamond treasure chest, he was the strongest combat force within the Celestial Bureau. At full power, he could turn an entire small town into a frozen wasteland. Director, I feel like his talent is on par with mine, and he must also have equipment that boosts fire damage. The director of the Celestial Bureau nodded. Understood. Our bureau is newly formed, and we need to recruit strong individuals like him. Too many ambitious individuals are emerging. We cannot allow them to disrupt societal stability. Everyone responded immediately and solemnly. Understood. Even though the world was undergoing drastic changes, these individuals' loyalty to the nation had never wavered. What they despised most were those who sought to use national crises as an opportunity to grow their personal power. The director then turned to a woman. She was dressed formally, with an air of cold elegance, yet her delicate features carried a unique allure. Her primary talent was an S-class charm-type ability, peerless beauty, which made her even more stunning than popular actresses. Sui Tang, I want you to make contact with this individual and try to recruit him into the Celestial Bureau. It'll be easier for a woman to approach him, and if necessary, use any means at your disposal. Sui Tang's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. The director's gaze bore into her. What? Is there a problem? Sui Tang immediately straightened up and replied firmly, No, sir. I will complete the mission. The director nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Tang, don't blame your uncle for being direct. If your parents were here, they would support this decision. Sui Tang shook her head. I understand, Uncle Lei. Her uncle sighed. Your eyes betray your thoughts. In these chaotic times, if you don't have the protection of a strong individual, you'll face endless trouble in the future. With someone like this protecting you, your parents will feel much more at ease. Yes, Uncle Lei. At that moment, Chen Yi was still out in the wilderness hunting monsters, completely unaware that he had already been exposed. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't bat an eye. To him, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Being high-profile wasn't a bad thing. After all, fame comes with its own advantages. With notoriety, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Just then, a beast resembling a scorpion suddenly lunged out of nowhere. Its tail gleamed with a chilling light as it struck straight at Chen Yi. Chen Yi swung his staff, and a massive flame ray, 2 meters wide, erupted from its tip, engulfing the beast entirely. In the blink of an eye, the creature was reduced to ashes. The power of the flame ray was astonishing. Chen Yi had upgraded the scorching ray to level 5. Not only had the width increased, but its range now extended to 500 meters, and it had unlocked a special effect, burning. Enemies struck by the ray would ignite from within. Unless they had cleansing magic, they were destined to turn to ash. Combined with the 100 times damage amplification from his elemental master status, no monster could endure it for even 0.01 seconds. Nearby, a small green-skinned creature trembled as it stared at its incinerated comrade. It was a goblin scout, summoned by Chen Yi. Goblin Scout. Level, 15. Rank, Common. Strength, 12. Constitution, 8. Agility, 22. Intellect, 1. Talent, none. Skill, Rapid Dash. This goblin was specifically used to help Chen Yi locate monsters, as it could run much faster than he could. Currently, both Chen Yi and his goblin were level 15. In the Red Mist game, leveling up was incredibly difficult, so Chen Yi's speed was already considered exceptional. After level 20, it would take years to level up even once. But at level 20, he would be able to enter the dungeons. Chen Yi was well acquainted with the entrances to the various dungeons. Near Inxia, there was a fire dungeon filled with fire attribute monsters, and its boss was a flame demon. However, Chen Yi wasn't high enough level to enter the dungeon yet. Dungeons were like underground fortresses, teeming with monsters and culminating in a boss fight. Clearing one could grant Chen Yi enough experience to gain 5 levels in one go. But the strength and number of monsters inside dungeons continued to grow over time. If no one cleared a dungeon, its monsters would emerge to attack the surface, causing widespread devastation. There was once a city where, after its high-level combatants left, no one dared enter its dungeon for 6 months. The monsters eventually breached the city, and the dungeon boss took over entirely. The city was riddled with corpses, its moat filled with bodies. Estimated deaths reached 5 million. Chen Yi understood the grim reality behind such tragedies. As long as he was there, he wouldn't let such a disaster happen again. Snapping back to reality, Chen Yi gazed into the distance. This area had been cleared. It was time to move further out. The Goblin Scout, tasked with luring monsters, raced ahead. Seeing the goblin sprint away until it vanished from view, Chen Yi quickened his pace to follow. Before long, the goblin came stumbling back toward him, clutching its shabby stick. Master! A big monster, the goblin shouted in panic. Chen Yi's excitement surged. Could it be a boss-level monster? You go to the back and check if there are any other monsters around. Yes, master. The goblin, still trembling with fear, promptly ran off to scout. Chen Yi hastened forward. Soon, a towering skeletal figure appeared before him. It was clad in armor, wielding a sharp longsword. Chen Yi was taken aback. It was an undead-type monster. Could there be an interdimensional rift nearby? After all, undead monsters typically wouldn't appear in large numbers until the first calamity, which was still a year away. He checked its stats. Enraged Undead General. Level, 18. Grade, Dark Gold, Ordinary, Elite, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Diamond. Strength, 145. Constitution, 153. Agility, 132. Intelligence, 1. Abilities, Bone Resurrection. Skills, Undead Sweep, Mighty Strike, Filthy Slash, Miasma Spread. Confronted with the terrifying attributes of this undead general, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected this creature to be so powerful. A dark gold tier boss monster like this, if it entered Silveria City, it could annihilate the entire population in an instant. No one would survive its deadly blade. And with the enraged prefix, it meant its attack power was off the charts. The moment the undead general spotted Chen Yi, the red soul fire in its eyes flared brightly. It raised its sword and charged straight at him. Chen Yi couldn't even track the general's movement. With agility exceeding 100 points, this speed was only achievable by second-class professionals at level 50. Chen Yi, with only 15 agility points, was completely outmatched. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed. The undead general's blade struck Chen Yi's rock shield. The immense force caused a crack to appear on the shield, which was as tough as diamond. But Chen Yi's hands surged with elemental energy, and the rock shield quickly restored itself to its original form. Fixing his gaze on the skeletal general, Chen Yi smirked coldly. Now it's my turn to strike back. He unleashed a scorching ray spell. Blazing flames scorched the undead general's body. The spell's special burning effect activated. The general's armor began to catch fire. Even as the skeletal general burned, Chen Yi's expression remained resolute. He could sense the general's vitality was incredibly tenacious. With a constitution over 100 points, it had extraordinary fire resistance. As flames consumed its armor, the general discarded the metal plates, revealing its flawless, solid bone structure beneath. The fire licked at its bones, where strange runes began to appear on the surface. This was due to its high constitution, granting it resistance bonuses through game mechanics. Chen Yi didn't lower his guard. This was merely a dark gold tier boss. For now, it was suppressed by sheer differences in stats. The cooldown of Scorching Ray matched its duration, leaving no gaps. Under the relentless assault of the Scorching Ray, the undead general's blade melted into molten iron, dripping onto the ground with a hiss. The red glow in the undead general's eye sockets burned even brighter, and yellow miasma began to seep from its body. Yet as soon as the miasma spread, the intense flames incinerated it completely. At this point, every skill the undead general had was rendered useless by Chen Yi's relentless firepower. Boom! 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 The skeletal general repeatedly pounded its fists against Chen Yi's rock shield. Its hardened fists, amplified by monstrous strength, chipped away at the shield with each hit. But Chen Yi's elemental power quickly restored the shield after every impact. Now, the general's bones began to turn red. Every resistance has its limit. Seeing this, Chen Yi was secretly elated. Finally, this creature was close to being defeated. The undead general let out a mournful wail of unwillingness as its skeletal frame collapsed. Bones scattered across the ground, but Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He raised his staff and continued casting Scorching Ray. Undead monsters often had resurrection abilities. If he didn't reduce it to ashes quickly, the skeletal general would rise again. At last, under the unrelenting assault of the Scorching Ray, the undead general disintegrated into ash. A golden glow flowed into Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi's entire body flickered 3 times as his intelligence, strength, agility, and constitution all increased. The mental energy he had expended was fully replenished with his level up. Clenching his fists, Chen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The rush of gaining strength was truly exhilarating. This single skeletal general had actually allowed him to level up 3 times. Now, he was level 18. At the same time, a glowing orb emerged from where the undead general had fallen. It dropped loot. Chen Yi was ecstatic. Monster drop rates were notoriously low. Ever since venturing into the wilderness, the only item he'd obtained was a pair of F-tier boots that increased movement speed. What kind of treasure would this boss drop? Reaching out, he grabbed the glowing orb, which revealed a skill book inside. Summon skeleton, F-tier. Description: summons a skeleton to fight for you. Seeing the summon skeleton skill book, Chen Yi was thrilled. A summoning skill was exactly what he needed. Once he reached level 20 and unlocked supreme summoning, the creatures he summoned could potentially be even stronger than himself. With a pat of his hand, the skill book dissolved into white light and entered his mind, flooding him with mysterious summoning knowledge. Now, he possessed 2 summoning skills. The most important thing was to test the power of this new summon skeleton spell. Pointing his staff at the ground, a white magic circle spread out. Slowly, a skeleton rose from the circle. However, this skeleton was nowhere near the level of the undead general. Its bones were dry and yellow, looking fragile enough to crumble at a touch. The sword it held was rusted and battered. He opened its attributes. Skeleton Warrior. Level, 18. Grade, Ordinary. Base Strength, 27.5. Base Constitution, 10.3. Base Agility, 5.7. Base Intelligence, 1. Trait, None. Skill, Rusty Blade Slash. Rusty Blade Slash attacks the enemy with a rusty blade, with a chance to cause tetanus. Although the skeleton seemed unimpressive, Chen Yi knew that, compared to professionals of the same level, its combat power was still decent. At this moment, Chen Yi called back his goblin. The goblin jumped around excitedly, its admiration for its master's bravery etched into its heart. Now, the goblin had also reached level 18. Looking at the goblin scout and the skeleton warrior standing side by side, Chen Yi felt immensely satisfied. Suddenly, he remembered there had to be an interdimensional rift near where the undead general appeared. Turning to the goblin, he asked, "Where did you see that monster earlier? Take me there." The goblin nodded eagerly and replied, "It was on a rocky shore, master. I'll take you." With that, the goblin hopped ahead, leading the way back to where it had been. The deeper they ventured, the closer they got to the rocky shore. Finally, they arrived. And there, Chen Yi saw it, a rift between dimensions. The rift was streaked with black and white, not very large, but slowly closing. He vaguely saw the crevice filled with piles of skeletons. Clearly, this was a fissure that led to the realm of the undead. The skeletal general, for reasons unknown, had accidentally stumbled into this place. It must be noted that every skeletal general was a formidable entity, above level 70. However, due to the game's balancing rules, the original level 70 skeletal general had been continually weakened, ultimately reduced to just level 18. This level 18 was determined based on the highest level of players in the game. Chen Yi felt a pang of anxiety in his chest. After all, with billions of people worldwide, there were plenty of prodigies with extraordinary talent. But right now, the most important thing was to level up. At this moment, the dimensional rift was about to fully close. Chen Yi, however, was not going to let it heal so easily. As long as one attacked the dimensional rift, dimensional fragments would drop. These fragments were incredibly valuable, as they could be exchanged with mysterious merchants who roamed the major cities for skill books, equipment, scrolls, and other items. The mysterious merchants first appeared after the initial catastrophe. The currency they used was precisely these dimensional fragments. In the previous timeline, countless people would get overly excited whenever they encountered a dimensional rift. Whenever one appeared, they would attack it with reckless abandon. In fact, dimensional fragments were pieces of other worlds. Entering a dimensional rift and wreaking havoc would yield even more fragments. As a result, countless dimensions had been utterly destroyed. Chen Yi began casting Fireball. At this moment, Scorching Ray was less effective than Fireball. Boom! 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 A continuous barrage of explosions echoed as waves of fireballs bombarded the dimensional rift. Chen Yi's attacks inflicted significant damage on the rift. Clusters of white light fell from the rift. These were dimensional fragments. Seeing so many fragments drop, Chen Yi was thrilled. However, the speed of destruction still couldn't keep up with the rift's healing rate. The rift gradually shrank, reducing to the length of an arm. Chen Yi launched another fireball. A dimensional fragment dropped down. The intense explosions and fragment drops seemed to have alarmed a certain presence within the realm of the undead. A deafening roar resounded as a skeletal arm stretched out from the undead dimension. It swung a punch straight at Chen Yi's rock shield. Chen Yi's shield shattered instantly, and he was sent flying dozens of meters from the impact. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The dimensional rift grew smaller and smaller, and the skeletal arm attempted to retract. But just as it got halfway, the rift closed completely. Half of the skeletal hand was severed by the closing rift. Chen Yi forced himself to stand. He summoned another rock shield. That creature just now, its level was at least 90. If not for the balancing rule that weakened most of the arm's power, he would have been done for today. He picked up the dimensional fragments scattered on the ground. A total of 37 pieces. The haul was quite substantial. At the mysterious merchants, an S-class skill book only cost 100 fragments. This time, he had made a decent gain. Shen-Yi noticed the severed skeletal hand left by that mysterious entity. On its middle finger was a gleaming gemstone bone ring. He picked up the hand and, with some effort, removed the ring. The ring's attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Tone's bone ring. Level, SS class. Effect 1, strength increased by 35%. Effect 2, physical damage increased by 100%. Can stack with innate abilities? Seeing the attributes, Shen-Yi was astonished. The simpler the attributes, the more powerful they were. Moreover, this could stack with innate abilities. Some equipment, despite having strong attributes, would clash with occupational talents. For instance, if one's innate ability increased physical attack by tenfold, but the equipment only increased it by fivefold, the system would only apply the highest multiplier. In that case, the equipment would be rendered useless. If a specialized warrior obtained this ring, they wouldn't need to replace it even at level 100. Unfortunately, the ring wasn't meant for Shen-Yi to use. Shen-Yi opened the trading system and listed Tone's bone ring for sale. The remarks section had only one sentence. If you want this, exchange it for an equivalent level mage skill book. While the equipment was precious, Shen-Yi desired a skill book even more. An SS class skill book could undoubtedly elevate his strength to a whole new level. The listing of Tone's bone ring caused an immediate global sensation. In the Lighthouse Nation, Smith, who possessed the SSS class innate ability, super strength, stared at the ring with burning desire in his eyes. General, I must have this equipment. With it, I'll become the strongest person in the world. The white general beside him looked conflicted. But there's no SS class mage skill book available. How can we trade? Smith immediately frowned. That's not my problem. Also, I want those twin celebrity sisters in my room tonight. Otherwise, oomph. Seeing the threatening gleam in Smith's eyes, the general reluctantly nodded. The council has decided to do everything possible to meet your demands. Good. That's what I like to hear. Smith turned his attention back to his innate ability. Super strength, SSS class, your strength multiplies by 100, and your physical attacks increase by 100 times. Description, you're practically Superman. In the White Elephant Nation. Inside a temple dedicated to Shiva, a long-haired, muscular figure performed the dance of destruction, radiating immense power. His piercing blue eyes locked onto Tone's bone ring with a look of astonishment. An SS-class piece of equipment? This world truly doesn't disappoint. Things are about to get a lot more interesting. He was a warrior with the SSS class ability, Infinite Destruction. Infinite Destruction, SSS class, all your attacks carry destructive power. Destruction power ignores defenses and has a chance to instantly kill the enemy. Description, destroy everything without mercy, in Sakura Nation. A woman completely wrapped in white silk lounged lazily on a chair, holding a folding fan. Her long, alluring legs were faintly visible beneath the sheer fabric. She stared at the SS class equipment listed on the trading platform, her eyes lighting up instantly. A mage class? Trading SS class warrior equipment for a mage skill book? Could it be you? Thinking of this, she pulled out her phone, which displayed a video of Shen-Yi casting fireball in the People's Square. Sakura Nation, long a rival of Yanhuang Nation, had studied their opponents more thoroughly than the Yanhuang people themselves. Her name was Chiyuki Iori, and she possessed the SS class talent, Shikaka's bloodline. The folding fan in her hand was the sole equipment obtained from a diamond chest, Fujin fan. The Shikaka's bloodline allowed her to control wind and sand, while the Fujin fan amplified her abilities dozens of times. Combined with the fan's innate skills, Chiyuki Iori's power was nearly on par with those possessing SSS class talents. Though she had no interest in the SS class physical equipment, it was for warriors. After all, if she obtained it, her performance wouldn't be much worse than Shen-Yi's. With a deeper understanding of the game, the rarity and value of skill books became increasingly apparent. In Goryeo Nation, a beautiful woman in blue and white ceremonial robes was diligently practicing talisman techniques. Charms floated gracefully before her. Her calm, water-like eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment when she saw the SS class equipment on the trading platform. Unexpectedly, this top-tier equipment, which could only be seen in the late stages of the game, had appeared now. Her name was Li Huishue, a descendant of the Fengshu tradition. Her ancestors were Yanhuang people who migrated to Goryeo hundreds of years ago to escape the chaos of war. Today, her family held a prominent position in Goryeo. After the arrival of the Red Mist game, she acquired an SSS level talent, Supreme Goodness Like Water. Supreme Goodness Like Water, SSS level, your Taoist techniques can all be converted into skills, with their power increased 100-fold. Description, water nourishes all things without competing, symbolizing the wisdom of overcoming hardness with softness. Having practiced Taoism since childhood, she was like a fish in water with such a powerful talent. With abundant skill resources, she never had to worry about running out. However, upon seeing someone already possessing SS-level equipment, a sense of urgency arose in her heart. In the Eagle Nation, a man clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding a greatsword lit up at the sight of SS-level equipment. He was Andre, a descendant of King Arthur, possessing the SS-level talent Edge of the Holy Sword. Edge of the Holy Sword, SS level. When using sword-type weapons, your attacks ignore 90% of the target's defense, and physical attack power increases tenfold. Combined with the unique equipment Sword of the Lake he had obtained from a diamond chest, he was already capable of competing with SSS-level talent holders. If he could acquire that bone ring, it would undoubtedly make him one of the world's top powerhouses. With this in mind, Andre summoned his butler, John. From now on, spare no effort in acquiring SS-level skill books. Whatever conditions they ask for, I'll agree to them. Seeing the young master so excited, Butler John nodded. Understood. Warriors with combat-oriented talents from other countries also began to take action. This piece of equipment, once obtained, was equivalent to gaining an additional SS-level talent. Everyone now understood just how important this equipment was. Chen Yi naturally saw the discussions about this equipment online. This can't be real. My best equipment right now is only F level. Who managed to get this kind of SS level gear? Rookie upstairs, let me tell you, this equipment is absolutely impossible to appear at this stage. It can only be obtained from a diamond chest. Diamond chest? What's that? The chests have already been reclaimed by the Red Mist game. No harm in telling you, a diamond chest is even higher level than a dark gold chest. The items it contains are the rarest in the game and won't become obsolete even in the late stages. How do you know? Have you opened a diamond chest? My cousin opened one, and he's now working at the Celestial Bureau. Wow, the Celestial Bureau. I heard. It's a newly established national department that specifically recruits professionals with high-level talents. Sigh, we ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. Before the world changed, we were just regular folks. After the Red Mist game arrived, all we got were trash talents. Don't say that. I heard there's someone whose first 9 talents were the lowest grade, but the last one was top tier. Now that's real bad luck. Yeah, I heard about that too. Apparently, the government is protecting him, saying he'll be of great use in the future. Now's not the time to talk about that. Who do you think will end up with this equipment? This equipment requires top-tier skill books to trade for. It doesn't matter who gets it, the key is, are there even such top-tier skill books available right now? True. We small fries can only discuss these things. Chen Yi looked at the heated discussions online and felt very pleased. The more intense the discussions, the more advantageous his situation became. The wilderness around him had already been cleared out completely. Now, it was time to return to the city. Chen Yi was already at level 19. Ordinary wild monsters could no longer provide him with much experience. His experience bar had almost completely stopped progressing. In the city, there were more people and stronger boss monsters. Only by defeating bosses could he make his stagnant experience bar move again. As Chen Yi entered the city, he was greeted by the sight of corpses everywhere, both of greyhounds and humans. When the greyhounds first appeared, they were merely wandering the streets, but later, they discovered the humans hiding in the house, passed messages among themselves, and began to crazily slaughter the surviving young ones. At this moment, a pack of greyhounds was fiercely staring at Chen Yi. Through continuous killing, these greyhounds had already evolved. Greyhound level, 17 grade, elite base strength, 28 base constitution, 22 base agility, 26 base intelligence, 1 talent, hunting instinct skill, stone skin technique not. Only had they reached level 17, but their grade had also become elite. This was exactly what Chen Yi wanted. The monsters in the wild hadn't evolved, and their levels were only between 10 and 13. What Chen Yi needed now were these evolved greyhounds. Judging by their tight formation, it was clear that there was already a greyhound king leading them. As long as he killed these greyhounds and their king, Chen Yi could gain enough experience to reach level 20 and unlock his second talent, Supreme Summoning. Thinking of this, Chen Yi was filled with excitement. Reaching level 20 would bring a massive leap in his strength. He could also head to the underground caves to continue leveling up. The greyhounds had already begun to surround him. They were divided into groups of 10, with an estimated total of over 100. The goblin scouts and skeleton warriors by Chen Yi's side were also guarding him, ready to act at any moment. Their task was to protect Chen Yi and by even just 1 second of attack time, which would already be a huge help to him. Chen Yi summoned his level 5 rock shield. The strength of this shield was equivalent to 5 times that of diamond. Moreover, the special effect Shockwave had already been unlocked. Shockwave, enemies attacking the rock shield will suffer rebound damage. Originally, the rebound damage was minimal, but with the Elemental Lord's 100x amplification, it was enough to fully reflect the damage back. Even if a skeleton general attacked the shield with all its might, it wouldn't leave a scratch. Instead, it might be stunned by the countershock. Next, Chen Yi cast a level 5 water healing spell on himself. Instantly, he felt his mind clearer, and his vision became incredibly sharp. The special effect of water healing was clear vision. Clear vision, for the next 30 seconds, the caster's vision and accuracy will improve during attacks. With the Elemental Lord's 100x amplification, his accuracy was nearly doubled. Chen Yi began casting Fireball technique. One by one, water tank-sized fireballs flew toward the greyhounds. Although the greyhounds sensed the threat, the commands in their minds still drove them to attack Chen Yi fearlessly. Boom! 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 Flames engulfed everything, and the greyhounds were surrounded by fire, struggling in pain. They tried to extinguish the flames with their claws, but it was futile. As Chen Yi's level increased, the damage of his fireball technique also rose. The greyhounds that approached Chen Yi and attacked his rock shield were instantly stunned by the rebound damage. In no time, Chen Yi had killed over 100 greyhounds. His long-stagnant experience bar quickly increased by 10%. Seeing the results, Chen Yi was ecstatic. He looked up toward the city center, where the greyhounds were most concentrated. Sensing the death of their companions, a mournful howl echoed from the city center. Awah! The surviving humans in the city, hearing this howl, curled up in fear. Every time this sound rang out, the greyhounds would search everywhere for humans. Without hesitation, Chen Yi immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. His agility had now reached 19, making him incredibly fast. At this moment, atop the statue in the center of the fountain square, a greyhound with silver-white skin was coldly staring at him. Surrounding it were a group of greyhounds with bluish fur, guarding it like sentinels. Chen Yi looked at the greyhound, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. As expected, the boss had appeared. Greyhound King level, 20 grade, silver base strength, 78 base constitution, 40 base agility, 65 base intelligence, 10 talent, hunting instinct, king's intimidation. Canine King's oppression, when facing enemies of a lower level. It significantly reduces their attack power and speed. Skills, Iron Skin Technique, Berserk. Iron Skin Technique turns the skin into iron, capable of withstanding a large amount of physical damage and a small amount of magical damage. Berserk, when HP drops below 50%, physical attack power increases by 50%. Chen Yi didn't expect the attributes of this Grey Canine King to be so powerful. This silver-tier Grey Canine King was nearly invincible at this stage. If it hadn't encountered him this time and continued to evolve, it might truly become the overlord of some region. Woof woof woof. Under the command of the Grey Canine King, the bronze-tier Grey Canines charged at Chen Yi. A scorching ray, 2 meters wide, shot out from Chen Yi's staff. He had to kill these Grey Canines. As long as he succeeded, he would definitely reach level 20. Awah! The bronze-tier Grey Canines were engulfed in flames. The scorching ray caused them to ignite from within. Although their vitality was strong and they wouldn't die immediately, over time, they would inevitably turn to ash. The silver-tier Grey Canine King, with an intelligence of 10, clearly recognized the dire situation. It hadn't expected this human to be so strong, completely incomparable to the humans it had encountered before. Moreover, its oppression had no effect on Chen Yi. In fact, Chen Yi possessed the Soul Cube, which granted immunity to all soul-based attacks. And the Canine King's oppression was a type of soul attack, rendering it naturally ineffective. Under the continuous burning of Chen Yi's scorching ray, the bronze-tier Grey Canines were completely reduced to ashes. One of the Grey Canines dropped a cluster of white light. Within the white light, the outline of a dagger appeared. An equipment drop? Chen Yi was overjoyed. With more equipment, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. At the same time, He couldn't help but complain about the drop rate in this red mist game. He had only gotten 2 pieces of equipment so far. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to play at all. Seeing all its underlings wiped out, the Grey Canine King leaped down from the statue, landing silently. Chen Yi immediately focused all his attention. This Grey Canine King was even harder to deal with than the Skeleton General, because it was much smarter. The Grey Canine King moved cautiously, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Chen Yi aimed a scorching ray at the Canine King's belly. Sensing danger, the Canine King twisted mid-air to dodge, but its belly was still grazed by the edge of the ray. "Awah!" The Canine King howled in pain. Its belly was its weakest defensive point, and the ray immediately ignited its fur. It rolled on the ground in agony, barely managing to extinguish the flames on its belly. Chen Yi followed up with another scorching ray. This time, the entire Grey Canine King was engulfed in flames. The intense pain slowed it down significantly, leaving it unable to dodge. Before long, the Grey Canine King began to burn from the inside out. There was no one left to save it now. With the Canine King's final, anguished cry, a golden light flashed and entered Chen Yi's body. He leveled up. The Grey Canine King, now reduced to ashes, dropped no equipment. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 20. Second talent, Supreme Summoning, unlocked." Chen Yi's eyes lit up. He had finally reached level 20. Supreme Summoning. This SSS tier talent, what surprises would it bring? He focused his thoughts. Summon Goblin. A brilliant light instantly filled the entire fountain square. A massive summoning circle appeared on the ground. A figure slowly emerged from the circle. At the same time, a voice echoed, "Who has summoned me?" As the light faded, Chen Yi saw the goblin before him. This was no ordinary green-skinned goblin. Its skin was red, covered in strange black runes, as if blessed by some force. It wore golden leather armor, and on its back, a giant sword exuded a fierce aura, like that of a ferocious dragon. At the same time, the attributes of the goblin in front of Chen Yi appeared: Sword Saint Caesar race, goblin rank, diamond. Level, 20 base strength, 200 base constitution, 200 base agility, 200 base intelligence, 75 talents, blessing of the demon god, sword heart communion. Blessing of the Demon God, SS level, a goblin blessed by the Demon God, all base attribute growth increases by 1. Sword Heart Communion, A level, when using sword-type weapons, gain various skill bonuses and have a 50% chance to deal triple critical damage. Skills, Death Duel Whirlwind, Hurricane Sword Strike, Furious Charge, Vengeful Assault. Equipment: Dragon Slayer Leather Armor Set, S level, Demon Dragon Blade, S level. Dragon Slayer Leather Armor Set, S level, effect. 1. Immunity to attacks from silver creatures of the same level and below. For attacks from creatures above silver, damage reduction based on rank. Effect 2, speed increases by 30%. Effect 3, damage to dragon-type creatures increases by 50%. Description: This Dragon Slayer leather armor, passed down through generations of goblins, is said to grant the wearer the power to slay dragons. Demon Dragon Blade, S level, Effect 1, physical attack power increases tenfold. Effect 2, the wielder's resistance to light decreases by 50%, while resistance to darkness increases by 50%. Description: This Demon Dragon Blade was forged from the bones of a dead demon dragon in the goblin's alternate dimension, possessing extraordinary power. Character introduction: He is the strongest genius of the goblin race in 1,000 years. After receiving the blessing of the demon god, he conquered all tribes with a giant sword. Chen Yi stared at the diamond-level goblin equipment and couldn't help but take a deep breath. These base attributes were already close to the highest level for a level 20 character. As Chen Yi's level continued to rise, Sword Saint Caesar's strength would further explode. However, breaking through the attribute limit was extremely difficult. Only those legendary mythical creatures, such as the angel race or the holy dragon race, might be able to achieve it. Chen Yi's yet-to-be-activated SSS level talent limit release could also help him break through this limitation. Chen Yi looked at Sword Saint Caesar and said firmly, "From now on, I am your master." Sword Saint Caesar felt that his life and death were entirely in the hands of the man before him. Life and death were but a single thought away. He could not resist. His expression shifted several times between red and silent, and finally, Sword Saint Caesar nodded. Then, he knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Yes, master." "Ha ha ha." Chen Yi laughed heartily. Next, it was time to summon the skeleton. This summoning was completely different from the previous goblin summoning. When the summoning circle for the skeleton appeared, the air in the fountain square instantly became bone-chillingly cold, and even the surface of the central fountain began to freeze. This cold aura filled Chen Yi with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see what kind of powerful entity would be summoned this time. Suddenly, a figure slowly rose from the center of the summoning circle. As the circle gradually dissipated, the figure became clear before Chen Yi. It was a skeleton clad in black armor, wearing a golden crown. Blue soul flames burned within the gaps of the armor, and the crown was dazzlingly ornate. Behind him was a cloak formed from soul flames, floating lightly. In each hand, he held a short sword, the blades engraved with magical runes, indicating their extraordinary quality. Chen Yi opened the skeleton's attribute panel. Skeleton King Grezel race, undead rank, diamond level, 20 base. Strength, 200 base constitution, 200 base agility, 200 base intelligence, 200 talents, undead king, spirit body. Undead king. SSS level, enemies you kill will transform into stronger undead to serve you. When you die, you can choose the body of an undead to resurrect. Description: the dead shall ultimately rise again. Spirit entity, S-class, the stronger the soul fire, the higher the attack power, the weaker the soul fire, the higher the defense. Skills: soul devouring slash, undead guardian, soul shackles, forced compliance equipment, bone cleaving blade, SS class, armor of the dead set, SS class, crown of hatred, S class. Bone cleaving blade, SS class, effect 1, restores a certain amount of soul power when an allied undead dies. Effect 2, increases damage to non-undead targets by 500%. Description: a pair of swords filled with hatred, capable of absorbing worldly grievances and souls. Armor of the dead set, SS class, effect 1, reduces damage by an additional 30%. Effect 2, immune to attacks from golden creatures of the same level or lower. Against higher level creatures, damage is reduced based on rank. Description: armor from the world of the dead, rumored to be equipment lost by a divine being. Crown of hatred, S-class, effect 1, enhances the power of soul shackles tenfold when used. Effect 2, extends the controlled duration of forced compliance by 50% when used. Description: a crown worn by Grezel. In life, imbued with endless hatred and resentment. Character introduction: the skeleton king of the world of the dead, ruler of the undead realm for millions of years. Chen Yi walked up to the skeleton king and said coldly, "Grezel, I am your master. Kneel before me." The strength of this skeleton king far surpassed that of the goblin sword saint. Upon hearing the command, the originally blue soul fire instantly turned red. But in the next moment, he realized his current predicament. Under the supreme summoning law, life and death were under Chen Yi's control. Even the undying king had no authority to resist the supreme summoning. There was no room for defiance. The soul fire shifted from red back to blue. "Yes, master." He accepted his fate. Seeing Grezel's reaction, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Grezel. I appreciate how quickly you've accepted reality." Chen Yi had initially thought Grezel would be arrogant and difficult to tame, but he hadn't expected him to adapt to his role so quickly. He felt particularly pleased. With such powerful free helpers, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to level up. Thinking of this, Chen Yi turned and walked out of the city. The boss of Silver Summer City had been slain by him, leaving nothing worth lingering for. The next step was to head to the underground caves to level up. Once the flame caverns of Silver Summer were cleared, the experience would be enough to level Chen Yi up by 4 or 5 levels. At this moment, in the Lighthouse Nation, on the coast, a soldier in camouflage lay hidden behind a rock. His name was Thompson, a soldier of the Lighthouse Nation. After the arrival of the Red Mist, he had only gained some low-level talents but was lucky enough to open a diamond chest. The chest contained nothing else but a skill book. Frost Prison. Judgment grade, unique description, summons an endless icy hell, sealing everything in frost and turning the surrounding world into a frozen inferno. However, he had no mage talents and hadn't transitioned into a mage class. He thought he would find an opportunity later to trade it for resources to level up. This skill book had only been shown to his girlfriend, but the recent days of being hunted had forced Thompson to face a harsh reality. His girlfriend had betrayed him. The people hunting him had a clear goal. They only wanted the skill book in his possession. Thompson's eyes were filled with rage. Damn traitor! Thinking of the SS class equipment that had been trending on the trading platform recently, Thompson's resolve grew stronger. He knew the value of this skill book far exceeded that of the SS class equipment. But now, he had no other choice. Thompson then sent a screenshot of the skill book to Shan Yi. On Shan Yi's side, the system immediately issued a special notification sound. A screenshot of a unique skill book has been detected. Would you like to respond? Just as Chun Yi was about to leave the city, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. He immediately felt that his luck had finally turned. A unique grade skill book? Who was the fool giving it to him? He quickly opened the private chat window. The attributes of Ice Prison Judgment also came into view. Seeing the words Ice Prison Judgment, Shan Yi was so surprised that he almost couldn't close his mouth. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the skill book. In his previous life, this skill was obtained by a mage from the Lighthouse Nation. Once Ice Prison Judgment was cast, it could instantly freeze everything within 1,000 miles into an ice field. During the National War, soldiers from other countries suffered greatly because of it. Such a divine skill falling into his hands, he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. Thinking of this, Shan Yi immediately contacted the person named Thompson. Are you looking to trade? Thompson replied promptly upon seeing the private message. It's me. Can you give me the equipment first? Shan Yi couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. However, he understood that Thompson was unfamiliar with the trading system. So, he patiently explained, as long as we place the items in the trading panel and both parties confirm, we can directly exchange them. Thompson quickly replied, oh, that's how it works. I really didn't get it. Chun Yi had already opened the trading panel and placed the SS grade equipment on it. Thompson also placed the skill book on the panel. After both parties confirmed everything was correct, they clicked confirm. Shan Yi immediately received a system notification. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique skill book, Ice Prison Judgment. Shan Yi suppressed his excitement and bid farewell to Thompson. Pleasure doing business. Yes, pleasure doing business. After closing the interface, Shan Yi couldn't wait to take out the skill book. He activated it with his mind, and the book instantly transformed into a beam of white light, injecting knowledge into his brain. Endless information flooded in, far surpassing all the skills he had learned before. After a long time, Shan Yi finally digested all the information about Ice Prison Judgment. He noticed that the cooldown time was as long as 10 days. Even with the cooldown reduction from the Elemental Master, it would still take a day before it could be used again. Perhaps as the skill level increased, the cooldown time would shorten. It was said that the mage in his previous life never leveled Ice Prison Judgment to its maximum level. Its hidden special effects remained unknown. Shan Yi couldn't wait to test the power of this skill. And the fiery cavern was the perfect trial ground. At that moment, a woman dressed in outdoor gear approached him. She was incredibly beautiful, unforgettable at first glance. Shan Yi frowned slightly, feeling cautious. What does this woman want? Fortunately, he had the rock shield for protection, so he wasn't too worried about safety. The woman extended her hand and said, "Hello, Archmage, I'm Sui Tang. From the Celestial Bureau. Nice to meet you." Hearing the words Celestial Bureau, Shan Yi was momentarily surprised. In his previous life, the Celestial Bureau had many powerful individuals. Among the 35 level 100 powerhouses in Yanhuang Nation, 17 belonged to the Celestial Bureau. If not for the heavy losses caused by the first calamity, the Celestial Bureau would have been even stronger. You're from the Celestial Bureau? What brings you here? Shan Yi asked. Sui Tang calling him Archmage didn't surprise him. After he posted a video of his fireball spell online, many people started calling him that. Exposing his strength wasn't a bad thing for him. In this world, the strong commanded respect. Fame would only bring benefits. Sui Tang said, now that the world is undergoing drastic changes, the nation hopes that strong individuals like you will join and help stabilize society as quickly as possible. Shan Yi nodded. He had always supported the nation's approach. Joining the Celestial Bureau didn't bother him. As long as it didn't interfere with his goal of increasing his strength, he was willing to give it a try. His only desire now was to become stronger. Eventually, it wouldn't be impossible for him to single-handedly confront an entire nation. But if he got bogged down by trivial matters, it wouldn't be worth it. Will joining involve a lot of troublesome tasks? Shan Yi asked. Hearing this, Sui Tang smiled. She could tell that Chen Yi was very likely to join. She immediately shook her head and denied it. No, there won't be any trivial tasks. You just need to agree to join. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. Alright, I've joined now. Is there anything else? Sui Tang was visibly stunned for a moment after hearing this, then she reacted. No, really, there's nothing left. Alright, I'll leave now. You can handle the paperwork for me. Sui Tang immediately nodded like a pecking chick. Okay. Chen Yi then turned to Caesar and Grezel. Follow me. Yes, master. Watching Chen Yi leave, a hint of surprise appeared in Sui Tang's enchanting eyes. Chen Yi was the first man not captivated by her beauty. However, what Sui Tang didn't know was that in his previous life, Chen Yi had gone through a low point. He had been with all kinds of women. To him, women were merely a spice in life, not an indispensable existence. Chen Yi headed into the wilderness, walking toward the direction of the flame cavern as remembered from his past life. The wilderness was still sparsely populated. Players as strong as Chen Yi were rare among the rare. Even those with A-grade talents stayed obediently in the cities, grinding monsters one by one. Those who dared venture into the wilderness were mostly experts with S-grade or even SS-grade talents. As for SSS-grade talents, they were exceedingly rare. There were only a few globally, no need to elaborate. When most people reached level 20, the wilderness would become more populated. This was because level 20 unlocked the second talent, and for some, the second talent was far stronger than the first. Chen Yi refocused his thoughts and began walking out of the city. Following his memory, he arrived at Xiaoyangu village near the salt pools of Inxia. Due to the changes in the world, a trench dozens of meters wide had been dug around the village. The sandate trees at the edge of the village had also been uprooted and piled aside as a protective barrier. Clearly, someone had taught them how to dig trenches. However, Chen Yi thought it was a bit wasteful. These sandate trees, modified by the red mist, bore dates that could enhance physical constitution. But now they had been uprooted and discarded, leaving no use for them. Currently, plants and animals hadn't fully mutated yet, and the monsters were only brought by the red mist. Overall, it was still relatively safe. The number of monsters was distributed based on the local population, and since there weren't many people in the village, there were few monsters. Moreover, the villagers had united and already driven the monsters away. The entrance to the flame cavern was inside an extinct volcano. In his previous life, the villagers had discovered solidified green magma rock here, thinking it was treasure, which led them to find the cavern entrance. The flame cavern was essentially a treasure trove. By leveling up through the monsters inside, along with the special equipment and skill books, the villagers became very powerful later on. With the trench's protection, outsiders couldn't enter the village at all. Chen Yi, along with Caesar and Grezel, circled around the village and headed toward the back mountain. He encountered no monsters along the way. Upon reaching the back mountain, Chen Yi finally saw the full view of the extinct volcano. After years of weathering, it had turned into a small hill. He climbed to the top and saw red, green, and brown stones scattered everywhere, along with various unknown flowers. The entire hill was covered in sweetgrass. Although Chen Yi hadn't been here in his previous life, there were plenty of online videos about fighting monsters in the flame cavern. The entrance was at the base of the hill. Chen Yi looked at Caesar and Grezel, pointed to the ground, and ordered, "Dig." Upon receiving the command, Caesar and Grezel dared not slack off. Although it seemed wasteful to have a sword saint and skeleton king digging, they were under Chen Yi's control and could only obey. With their strong bodies and immense strength, the two dug quickly. One used the dragon blade, the other the bone carver blade, and soil and rocks sprayed out of the pit like a fountain. After an hour and a half, the entire extinct volcanic hill had been hollowed out. Their efficiency was faster than a large construction team. Once hollowed out, a magic circle appeared at the base of the hill. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have discovered the entrance to the flame cavern." A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Soon, a flaming door slowly rose from the magic circle. It was the entrance to the flame cavern. Seeing this, Chen Yi didn't hesitate and jumped into the base of the hill. Facing the magical door leading to the flame cavern, Chen Yi strode inside. At the same time, 3 options appeared before him. The system notification sounded again. Please select the challenge difficulty. Normal. Hard. Hell. Normal difficulty, monsters have normal strength, with unchanged experience and drop rates. Hard difficulty, monsters' strength increases by 50%, experience increases by 10%, and drop rates increase by 10%. Hell difficulty, monsters' strength increases by 200%, experience increases by 30%, and drop rates increase by 30%. Faced with these three options, Chen-Yi chose Hell difficulty. Without hesitation. As a flash of fiery light flickered, Chen-Yi entered the flame cavern. The moment he stepped in, countless small flames suddenly appeared before him, encircling him. These small flames widened their eyes and emitted scorching rays of light toward Chen-Yi. The Sword Saint immediately stepped in front of Chen-Yi. Those rays posed no threat to the Sword Saint. In the blink of an eye, all the small flames were bound by soul chains. This was a skill released by the Skeleton King. The soul power of the small flames began to be continuously absorbed by the Skeleton King's soul shackles. As the flames gradually extinguished, over 200 small flames were instantly killed by the Skeleton King. Chen-Yi's experience points surged dramatically, reaching level 20 with 88% progress. He checked the attribute panel of these small flames. Fire Feather Sprite, level 20, rank, elite, base. Strength, 10, base constitution, 10, base agility, 20, base intelligence, 40, talent, low-level fire immunity, skill, scorching ray. The monster levels here automatically adjust based on the player's level. These small flames had an intelligence of 40, with attack power capable of instantly killing ordinary professionals. But against Chen-Yi, they stood no chance. Chen-Yi scanned the now cleared cavern and continued forward. This hell-level flame cavern likely hid even stronger monsters. The cavern was vast, and clearing this area was only about 1/10 of the total. Chen-Yi instructed the Sword Saint and Skeleton King to stand behind him. Now, he wanted to test the power of Ice Prison Judgment. He put away his staff, as Ice Prison Judgment had to be cast barehanded. Chanting a complex incantation, his mind raced as the previously scorching temperature of the flame cavern began to drop. A cold wind swept through, and the molten lava on the ground started to harden. Chen-Yi clearly felt his intelligence being stretched thin. Although the Elemental Lord reduced his consumption by 90%, he was still struggling. It seemed he needed to level up first. With this thought, he immediately switched to a simplified version of Ice Prison Judgment, a technique usable when intelligence was insufficient. A chilling wind howled through, and frost began to form in the flame cavern. The flame creatures sensed the source of the cold blazing fire bats, molten flame crows, fire rock giants, and others all charged toward Chen-Yi. The Sword Saint and Skeleton King prepared for battle, but Chen-Yi had already ordered them to stand down. The temperature continued to plummet, and snowflakes began to drift through the air. Each flake carried the power of ice, landing precisely on the flame creatures. Upon contact, the heat within their bodies instantly turned to cold, drastically weakening them. As they approached, one by one, they were frozen into blocks of ice. Frost spread rapidly, dimming the light of the flame cavern, leaving only the icy blocks glimmering in a ghostly blue. The simplified Ice Prison Judgment was complete. Though it lacked dramatic effects, its power was astonishing, capable of altering the laws of nature. The entire flame cavern was frozen solid. And this was only 1/10 of the original version's power. Chen-Yi couldn't help but imagine how overwhelming the full release would be. However, with his current strength, fully casting Ice Prison Judgment was still too taxing. Crack, crack. The ice blocks began to shatter, and the sealed flame creatures perished one after another. Countless golden lights surged into Chen-Yi's body. His body flashed 3 times, and he leveled up to 23. The experience bar shot up to 95%, just a few more monsters, and he would level up again. Chen-Yi felt at ease. Leveling up meant his status was fully restored. At this moment, 4 orbs of white light floated in the air. Chen-Yi's heart stirred, and he quickly went over to collect them. A system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations on obtaining the Equipment Flame Orb, E-Grade. Congratulations on obtaining the Scroll Fire Resistance Potion Recipe. Congratulations on obtaining the Potion Fire Spirit Elixir. Congratulations on obtaining the Skill Repelling Fire Ring, E-Grade. A skill drop. Chen-Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the attributes of Repelling Fire Ring. Repelling Fire Ring, E-Grade, releases flames to create a shockwave that pushes enemies away. This was an excellent life-saving skill. With the blessing of the Elemental Lord, its power would undoubtedly be astonishing. Next, he examined the other drops. Fire resistance potion recipe allows the crafting of fire resistance potions, increasing fire resistance by 5% to 10%. Fire Spirit Elixir increases fire damage by 20% for 10 seconds after consumption. Flame Orb, E-grade, increases intelligence by 3 points. Automatically attacks nearby enemies with fire attributes. This orb was a perfect fit for him, floating automatically by his side and being far more convenient than a staff. The intelligence boost was also very practical. Chun Yi equipped the orb and stored the spark staff in his backpack. Now, it was time to face the Gatekeeper boss. With his level up, the Sword Saint and Skeleton King had also grown significantly stronger. The Gatekeeper boss could be left to them to handle. Once he collected enough summoning skill books, he could sit back at home and level up effortlessly, with experience flowing directly into his backpack. He arrived at the depths of the Frozen Flame Cavern. Before him appeared a portal, the entrance to the boss room. The bosses in this flame cavern were not fixed, they appeared randomly each time. However, they were all fire element creatures. A bright light flashed. Chen Yi entered with the Sword Saint and Skeleton King. This area was completely different from the Frozen Flame Cavern Chen Yi had explored earlier. The cavern where the boss resided was not only much larger but also unbearably hot. The ground had turned entirely into lava, and the room's temperature was estimated to be around 700 degrees. Chen Yi's current physique was 23 times that of an ordinary person, and with the damage reduction granted by the Elemental Lord, he still found the heat somewhat unbearable. To remain unaffected here, one would need to drink fire resistance potions or possess the robust physique of a warrior to endure. This was the downside of hell difficulty. Not only were the monsters stronger, but the terrain was also extremely unfriendly to players. At that moment, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the cavern. Hearing this sound, Chen Yi froze slightly. It was the Hellfire Cerberus. He was all too familiar with this sound. In his previous life, the faction he had been affiliated with had used this creature to guard their base. Chen Yi quickly cast water healing, feeling much better, and then looked at the Sword Saint. "This one's yours." The Goblin Sword Saint nodded. "Yes, Master." The Hellfire Cerberus stepped through the flames, slowly approaching. The three of them. Its 3 heads continuously spewed fire, standing 5 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. In its presence, Chen Yi and his companions seemed like mere chicks facing an eagle. Chen Yi casually checked its attributes. Hellfire Cerberus. Level, 23 rank, Dark Gold base strength, 178 base constitution, 220 base agility, 165 base intelligence, 190 talent. 3 fires as 1 skills, Blazing Ground, Inferno Fortress, Meteor Firestorm, Flame Shield. The Hellfire Cerberus's attributes were indeed strong, but it was still slightly inferior to the Goblin Sword Saint. The Sword Saint gripped the dragon blade tightly, a dark and violent aura enveloping his entire body. The massive sword pointed directly at the Hellfire Cerberus. Furious charge. The Sword Saint roared, and the dragon blade slashed fiercely toward the Hellfire Cerberus. The Hellfire Cerberus was unfazed, raising its front paw to strike at the Sword Saint. The dragon blade collided with the Cerberus's front paw. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the impact was off the charts. The Sword Saint was not weak. Supporting the front paw of the Hellfire 3-headed dog, with his left hand, he hurled the dragon blade in his right hand straight at its central head. Sensing the threat, the Hellfire 3-headed dog opened its mouth and spewed intense flames. The dragon blade sped through the fire, slicing off the nose of the central head. Awah! The Hellfire 3-headed dog howled in pain and launched a frenzied counterattack. The Sword Saint caught the dragon blade midair and used it to block all the attacks. The sound of clashing metal echoed repeatedly as every strike from the Hellfire 3-headed dog was deflected. Realizing its attacks were ineffective, the Hellfire 3-headed dog raised all 3 heads to the sky and howled simultaneously. A circular magic array appeared in the sky, its lines intricate, with fire elements condensing within. This was its innate ability, 3 fires as 1, which amplified all magic power 9-fold. At this moment, it unleashed Meteor Firestorm. The 9-fold powered Meteor Firestorm was terrifyingly powerful. Yet, the Sword Saint remained unfazed. Death Duel. Whirlwind. A violent storm erupted around the Sword Saint, and the dragon blade seemed to merge with the tempest. Countless tiny Blades swept toward the Hellfire three-headed dog with the storm. The meteors from the sky fell with pinpoint accuracy, as if guided by an auto-targeting system, heading straight for the storm that the Sword Saint had become. However, as soon as the fire rain entered the whirlwind, it was extinguished. The Hellfire three-headed dog, sensing danger, roared furiously with all three heads. A sturdy flame shield appeared. Sparks flew as the whirlwind relentlessly battered the shield, shattering it in just 3 seconds. The whirlwind enveloped the Hellfire three-headed dog, and a mist of blood rose. In less than a second, the Sword Saint had slashed over 100 times. Whimper! The Hellfire three-headed dog bled profusely, its life force rapidly draining within the storm. Finally, it collapsed completely, like a skyscraper suddenly crumbling. After executing the death duel whirlwind, the Sword Saint's expression remained calm, his breathing steady, as if he could easily take down 10 more Hellfire three-headed dogs. The Hellfire three-headed dog's corpse began to transform into fire elements, slowly dissipating. At the spot where it died, a teleportation array leading to the outside world appeared. Chenny immediately gained a massive amount of experience from the Hellfire three-headed dog. The powerful experience caused 2 golden flashes to streak across Chenyi's body. He had finally reached level 25. At that moment, the system notification echoed in the ears of all players. Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30, unlocking the first tier class advancement quest, rewarded with +1 luck. Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30, unlocking the first tier class advancement quest, rewarded with +1 luck. Zhang Haishan is the first to reach level 30, unlocking the first tier class advancement quest, rewarded with +1 luck. The system broadcast the announcement 3 times. The entire world was instantly in an uproar. Countless players wanted to know which country Zhang Haishan was from and what talent he had awakened. Discussions about him flooded the internet. In comparison, Chenyi, the mage god, was far less popular than Zhang Haishan. Meanwhile, in the Flame Cavern, Chenyi also showed a surprised expression upon hearing the announcement. Zhang Haishan? He had never heard of this name in his previous life. Could it be that certain events had changed because of him? What kind of talent had Zhang Haishan awakened? He still didn't know. However, it must be a top-tier SSS level talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. But Zhang Haishan wasn't the only lucky one. Chenyi needed to hurry and level up as well. Returning to the surface, Chenyi took out his phone and saw that the forum headlines were all about Zhang Haishan becoming the first player to reach level 30. Most players were still stuck at levels 10 or 11, so someone suddenly reaching level 30 was as shocking as when the red mist first appeared. Only those who had experienced it firsthand understood how difficult leveling up was in the red mist game. Monsters were incredibly tough to defeat, even a single gray dog often required over 10 players working together to kill. Moreover, these players needed at least E-level talents, those with F-level talents weren't even qualified to participate. The experience gained from killing monsters had to be divided among the group, leaving each player with only a meager amount. Leveling up took an extremely long time. The days of effortlessly leveling up during the beginner phase were long gone. Just then, Chenyi's phone rang. The unfamiliar number surprised him. He had already received quite a few calls before, but when he answered this one, a familiar female voice came through. "Hello, Archmage, I'm Sui Tang. Sorry to bother you. I haven't been able to reach you, and we haven't added each other as friends in Red Mist. It's fine, just call me Chun-Yi. I'll add you in a bit." "Alright, EGE, my ID is ST241-134. Got it." Chun-Yi quickly found Sui Tang's game ID. After sending a friend request, Sui Tang immediately initiated a projection call. Chun-Yi accepted, and Sui Tang's projection appeared. Before him, dressed in professional attire, looking sharp and efficient. "What's so urgent?" Chun-Yi asked. Sui Tang hesitated a little. "Someone in the bureau has reached level 30, and we want to find a few people to help him complete his class advancement quest." Hearing this, Chun-Yi was taken aback, so Zhang Haishan was part of the Tianji bureau. He was extremely curious. What kind of talent did this person awaken to level up so quickly? Sui Tang answered without hesitation, his first talent is the A-grade immunity to all poisons, which gives him exceptional resistance to toxic damage and adds 0.5 points to his constitution growth. That's why the director recruited him into the Tianji bureau. But it's his second talent that shocked everyone. It's the SSS grade 100-fold experience. While others need to kill 100 monsters to gain the same experience, he only needs to kill one. So, the director assigned Johan, who has an SS grade talent, to help him level up. Johan is only level 21, but this guy is already level 30. That talent is truly enviable. Chun-Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected it to be the 100-fold experience talent. At this rate, this person was likely to be the first player to reach level 100. Sui Tang continued, although he has the 100-fold experience talent, his combat ability is lacking, so he can't complete the class advancement quest on his own. What's more troublesome is that he's among the first batch to attempt the class advancement, and the quest difficulty is SS grade. He needs to advance to the hidden class Steadfast Iron Guard. Even with Johan's help, they still couldn't pass the quest. So the director asked me to find you. If you're available, could you help him complete the class advancement quest? Also, the Tianji Bureau has a dedicated leveling area. If you go there, your leveling speed will also increase. The last sentence made Chun-Yi's eyes light up as he thought about how national resources were undoubtedly the best. Alright, I'll head over now, he said. Sui Tang was delighted. Great. We'll send a private jet to pick you up. I'll wait for you in Silver Summer City. No problem. With that, Sui Tang ended the call. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment. Staying in Silver Summer City no longer had much purpose. The Flame Cavern could only be entered once a month. Looking at the Sword Saint and Skeleton King beside him, he had an idea. The Skeleton King could follow him, while the Sword Saint could stay here and continue farming monsters for him. The experience gained from the monsters killed would still count toward his own, greatly improving his leveling efficiency. Without delay, Chun-Yi turned to the Sword Saint. Kaiser, do you see that snowy mountain over there? He pointed to a distant snowy mountain, at least 300 kilometers away. The Sword Saint nodded, puzzled about what Chun-Yi was planning. Chun-Yi stepped forward and patted the Sword Saint on the shoulder. Use that snowy mountain as the center and clear out all the monsters within a 1,000-mile radius. After that, you won't need to follow me anymore. Hearing this, the Sword Saint's eyes were filled with joy. This meant he would finally gain his freedom. Really, Master? Chun-Yi nodded. Of course. But you're only allowed to kill monsters and mutated plants or animals. If you encounter other players, remember, if they don't provoke you, don't provoke them. The Sword Saint nodded solemnly. Understood. As you command. With that, he sped off toward the snowy mountain. The Sword Saint was incredibly fast, and his figure disappeared from sight in no time. The Skeleton King beside him showed a look of envy. His soul flame flickered a few times before calming down again. If his master discovered any disloyalty, the only outcome for him would be death. Chun-Yi naturally saw through the Skeleton King's thoughts. He immediately painted a rosy picture for him. In the future, I'll send you to other places as well. The Skeleton King's soul flame instantly burned brighter. Yes, Master. Chun-Yi already had a clear plan in mind. Once he had summoned more creatures, he planned to place the strongest individuals of each race across the world. Leveling up? That was effortless. With the Skeleton King in tow, Chun-Yi arrived at Silver Summer City. At this time, the streets were filled with groups of professionals. They had already understood one truth: hiding at home was a dead end. Only by going out to hunt monsters and improve their strength could they survive in this world. Walking down the street with the Skeleton King, Chun-Yi attracted constant stares from the people around him. After all, the Skeleton King was too cool, nothing like an ordinary summoned creature. They couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Why was Chun-Yi so gifted, able to summon such a powerful creature? He must have at least an S-level talent. For ordinary professionals like them, surviving another day was already a blessing. Chun-Yi entered a building and went straight to the rooftop with the Skeleton King. After waiting for about 3 hours, a helicopter approached, lowering a rope ladder. Chun-Yi climbed up directly, while the Skeleton King chose to float and follow. Inside the cabin, there were only 2 people, the pilot and Sui Tang. After a brief greeting, Chun-Yi sat to the side and said no more. The helicopter headed toward the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau. On the way, Sui Tang suddenly asked curiously, Brother E, what level are you at now? Chun-Yi opened his eyes. Not as high as Zhang Haishan. I'm only at level 25. Sui Tang was visibly surprised. Level 25? How many monsters did you have to kill to get there? The Celestial Bureau found a secret realm. Entrance, and Johan took Zhang Haishan to level up so quickly. Did you also find a secret realm? Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. A secret realm? The Celestial Bureau found one so quickly? He thought to himself, no wonder the Celestial Bureau has so many strong individuals. If others are one step ahead, I must follow closely behind. In his previous life, the discovery of a secret realm would always trigger fierce competition. Secret realms were nothing like ordinary underground caves, they were extremely rare. Even after 20 years of exploration, only 10 secret realms were known worldwide. Each secret realm was vast, and no one knew how many levels it had. Clearing one level would reveal a passage to the next. Moreover, with each level, the monster's strength would double, but the drop rates and experience gained were several times higher than outside. Any faction that controlled a secret realm would see a continuous emergence of strong individuals. Thinking of this, Chen Yi was tempted. If he could enter a secret realm to train, he could quickly reach level 30. Noticing that he was lost in thought, Sui Tang waved her hand in front of his eyes. Brother! What are you daydreaming about? Chen Yi snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting Sui Tang's enchanting face. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. This woman's charm was overwhelming, she had clearly awakened some kind of charisma-based talent. It's nothing. I just remembered something. Let's talk about the rest when we get to the headquarters. With that, Chen Yi began to practice meditation to keep his mind clear. Earlier, Sui Tang had momentarily bewitched him when his mind was unsettled. He needed to shake off these distractions. He didn't want to get entangled with this woman. In this world, having attachments and bonds was the most dangerous thing. The helicopter flew quickly, landing on a lawn about 4 hours later. Sui Tang led Chen Yi and the Skeleton King off the aircraft. What came into view was a magnificent building. The structure covered tens of thousands of square meters, with walls made of transparent glass. Inside, government personnel could be seen coming and going. Sui Tang introduced, this is the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau. This building was originally constructed by a corrupt official from the Sakura Nation, who spent over $1 trillion to buy the land and build it, hoping to prevent the Sakura Nation from being annexed by Yen Huang. Later, that official was arrested, and the Celestial Bureau took over the place. Chen Yi nodded. What should I do next? Sui Tang took out a delicate little phone. Don't worry, Uncle Lei, I've already brought the God of Magic here. It's only proper to come out and greet him to show respect. Oh, I see. Then I'll bring the God of Magic over. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Sui Tang turned to Chen Yi with an apologetic expression and said, our director is currently reporting to the country's second elder. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care about these bureaucratic formalities, what mattered most was improving his strength. It's fine. Take me there. I'm eager to see just how impressive this SS level mission is. Seeing Chen Yi's response, Sui Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had previously encountered someone with an SSS level talent and hundredfold experience, whose personality was extremely arrogant. In comparison, Chen Yi's demeanor was far better, at least 100 times better than that guy. Alright, it's settled then. They're waiting for us. Following Sui Tang, they arrived at a concealed small house. It wasn't connected to the grand building nearby, instead, it resembled a guardhouse's lounge. Sui Tang took out a key, opened the door, and revealed 2 elevator doors. Chen Yi looked at the floor numbers on the elevator and was astonished, there were over 100 basement levels. Sui Tang entered a password and said, they're currently in the meeting room on the 67th floor, waiting for us. Chen Yi nodded, let's go. He entered the elevator with the Skeleton King, and Sui Tang pressed the button for the 67th floor. The elevator started and stopped about a minute later. As soon as they stepped out, Chen Yi saw the full view of the 67th basement level. It spanned approximately 6,000 square meters, resembling a large plaza, with bright lights illuminating the entire underground space. To the north stood a 2-story office building, clearly the meeting venue. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the significant investment in this place. The group quickly walked toward the office building, where people had already come out to greet them. There were 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all quite young. Sui Tang whispered introductions. The blue-haired one is Johan, a mage with the SS-level talent Emperor of Ice. He's the strongest in the Tianji Bureau. The crew-cut guy is Zhang Haishan, he possesses The 100-fold experience talent. The girl is Su Chower, a priest with the SS level talent resurrection. As long as the target has been dead for no more than 7 days, she can directly revive them using recovery magic. The cost is significant. It consumes 5 levels of her own experience, and the revived person's level will drop to level 1. Listening to Sui Tang's explanation, Chen Yi's mind stirred. He had never heard of Jiuhan or Zhang Haishan in his previous life. They weren't on the list of 100-level powerhouses published by the Tianji Bureau, likely because they had fallen along the way. But Su Chower, he knew her. She was a 100-level powerhouse in the life sequence. Although her combat abilities weren't strong, her recovery capabilities were so formidable that they could drive enemies to despair. He hadn't expected to meet her here. The current Su Chower was clearly not as mature as she would be in the future, her face full of nervousness. She was the first to speak. God of magic, hello. She then extended a fair, delicate hand. Chen Yi also reached out and gently shook her hand. Hello, you don't need to call me God of magic. Just call me Chen Yi. Okay. Su Chower nodded excitedly. At this moment, the crewcut Zhang Haishan ignored Chen Yi and stared intently at Sui Tang. Seeing this, Jiuhan coughed, thinking to himself that this guy's mind was always full of women, never able to stay away from them. Only then did Zhang Haishan snap out of it. Sui Tang, uncomfortable under his gaze, immediately moved behind Chen Yi to block herself from view. It was only then that Zhang Haishan noticed Chen Yi and extended his hand, saying, hello. Chen Yi nodded slightly but did not return the handshake. His first impression of Zhang Haishan was not good. Zhang Haishan felt a bit awkward, a trace of anger flashing across his face, but he couldn't act out since he needed Chen Yi's help. Jiuhan stepped forward to smooth things over. We're all comrades. Sui Tang should have already briefed you on the situation. Haishan, why don't you explain the mission to Chen Yi? Zhang Haishan nodded. My task is to kill 30 golden tier monsters of the same level. But even a single level 30 golden monster would require Jiuhan to go all out, let alone 30 of them. So I want to bring more people along for the mission. Chen Yi nodded. Level 30 golden monsters were incredibly powerful, far beyond what ordinary people could handle. A single golden monster could easily wipe out thousands of low-level talent users of the same level. Even with A-level or S-level talents, it would take hundreds of people to defeat one. Jiuhan being able to solo a golden monster must mean he has some kind of secret weapon. Jiuhan continued, Comrade Chen Yi, as a reward, you will gain the opportunity to enter the Apocalypse secret realm alone after completing the mission. Chen Yi's heart stirred. This was exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, in his previous life, his position hadn't been high enough to access information about these secret realms. Otherwise, he would have made sure to claim one. Jiuhan went on. Next, we will be entering the Apocalypse secret realm. Each time the secret realm is opened, it requires a massive amount of resources. Everyone, make sure not to waste this opportunity to level up. Chen Yi didn't know much about the secret realm, only some basic information. It was said that the resources required to open the secret realm would double each time. These resources included materials, equipment, skill books, scrolls, and potions. In the later stages, the resources needed to open the secret realm would become unimaginably vast. Jiuhan took out a black token. The token was as smooth as fine black jade, with naturally beautiful patterns that were pleasing to the eye. This is the secret realm access token that the director specially applied for us. Now, I will open the portal for everyone. With that, Jiuhan tossed the token into the center of the square. The token spun a few times in the air and gradually grew larger. With a boom, the black jade token transformed into a portal. Behind the portal was a beautiful scene. Clear mountains and waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, as if it were another world. Jiuhan waved his hand. This is the first layer of the Apocalypse secret realm. It's filled with ordinary level monsters, so clearing it will be quick. Everyone followed Jiuhan into the portal. The portal closed instantly, leaving only a golden divine pattern flowing continuously within the designs on the door. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Yi immediately felt as though he had stepped into an entirely separate world. There was a sun, stars, flowers, trees, everything was complete. As soon as they entered, a swarm of insect-like creatures resembling rabbits flew over, circling the group. Chen Yi opened the monster attribute interface. Phantom morph bugs, level 30, grade Ordinary, base strength, 3, base constitution, 5, base agility, 40, base intelligence, 1, talent, illusion pollen, skill, bite. Seeing the attributes of the phantom morph bugs, Chun-Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Compared to monsters of the same level, these bugs were ridiculously weak. The phantom morph bugs fluttered rapidly in the air, continuously scattering pollen. As soon as the pollen entered his nose and mouth, Chun-Yi immediately began to see various hallucinations. The people he had killed in his previous life all appeared before him, surrounding him in groups. Chun-Yi's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't understand what was happening. Mind purification. Su Qiaoer shouted. A pure white light flashed, and everyone snapped out of their hallucinations. Chun-Yi regained his composure and thought to himself that the soul cube should have been immune to soul attacks. Why hadn't it worked? But there was no time to dwell on it now. He immediately unleashed a scorching flame ray, sweeping through the swarm of phantom morph bugs. With a crackling sound, the charred bodies of the bugs fell from the sky. Despite their incredible speed, they couldn't escape the searing flames. Seeing Chun-Yi easily deal with the phantom morph bugs, Su Qiaoer and Sui Tang's eyes sparkled. Jiuhan was also very surprised. The intensity of this attack was something even he would struggle to withstand. As expected, Chen Yi's talent must be elemental-based, and it might even surpass his own, reaching the top-tier SSS level. Zhang Haishan's face was full of envy and jealousy. If I had Chen Yi's talent, combined with my extensive experience, who in this world could possibly be my match? The experience from the phantasm worm split into 5 beams of golden light, entering the bodies of the 5 individuals. Chun Yi's beam was the largest, as he had the highest output. Next was Su Qiaoer. By the time it reached Zhang Haishan, only a small beam remained, but a mysterious power within him amplified the golden light 100-fold. The other 4 present were all envious. Such talent was practically like having a cheat code. However, since Zhang Haishan had not yet completed his class advancement quest, and his level cap was still 30, the experience was temporarily stored. At this moment, Jiuhan began introducing the apocalypse. Secret Realm. Chen-Yi, the layer we're currently on is called the Sea of Illusory Flowers. To proceed to the next layer, we must eliminate all the phantasm worms here. Chen-Yi nodded. The phantasm worms in the Sea of Illusory Flowers were not difficult to deal with, so advancing to the next layer wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Jiuhan took out a book. Chen-Yi was astonished when he saw it. The book was exquisitely beautiful, exuding a powerful aura. Clearly not an ordinary low-level piece of equipment. Sui Tang noticed Chen-Yi's thoughts and tiptoed to whisper the origin of Jiuhan's equipment in his ear. After hearing the story, Chen-Yi's first reaction was that Jiuhan's luck was simply incredible. Jiuhan came from an ancient martial arts family and had been training in a mountain range in the northeast as per his elders' instructions. After the red mist mutation, he discovered a diamond treasure chest on a cliff in the old forest. Upon opening it, he obtained this unique piece of equipment, the Ice God's Codex. The Ice God's Codex contains 7 pages, each recording a powerful spell. Combined with his SS grade Ice Emperor talent, the power stacked up to rival that of top-tier SSS grade class holders. Chen-Yi stared at the Ice God's Codex, unable to help but wonder if he could obtain this equipment and unleash the full version of Ice Prison Judgment. How powerful would it be? However, since the equipment belonged to Jiuhan, Chen-Yi adhered to his principles and wouldn't resort to stealing. Perhaps, once their relationship deepened, he could see if he could borrow it. As soon as the Ice God's Codex was brought out, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Nearby flowers and grass were instantly covered in a thin layer of frost. Jiuhan opened the first page of the Ice God's Codex, where icy blue magical lines converged into a mysterious magic circle. The clouds in the sky began to gather rapidly. Almost instantly, countless ice spikes rained down from the sky. Thousands of phantasm worms were startled and flew into the air. However, the area where Chen-Yi and the others stood was untouched by the ice spikes. Each ice spike exploded upon hitting the ground, blooming like an ice lotus, and emitting a bone-chilling cold. The phantasm worms seemed to be drawn by some force, desperately flying toward the ice lotuses. Once they landed on the ice lotuses, the phantasm worms were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Watching this magic, Chen-Yi understood that it wasn't just an ordinary ice spell, it also contained elements of illusion. Indeed, calling it the Ice God's Codex was no exaggeration. The power of just the first page was already this formidable. He couldn't imagine how powerful the remaining 6 pages would be. A dazzling golden light flashed, and all 5 individuals gained substantial experience points. Chen Yi's level had already risen to 25, with his experience progress reaching 45%. At this moment, Sui Tang also began to glow with golden light, successfully leveling up. She jumped up excitedly. I finally reached level 20. Hearing Sui Tang's words, Su Chaoer happily stepped forward and hugged her. That means your second talent should be unlocked, right? Sui Tang nodded happily, while Chen Yi curiously asked, what exactly is your second talent? Sui Tang cast a healing spell on Chen Yi, and he immediately felt a surge of powerful energy within him. Upon checking his stats, he found that his base strength and base constitution had each increased by 12.5 points. Sui Tang smiled proudly and revealed her newly unlocked talent to everyone, Dominance of Strength, S grade, targets healed by. You will have their base strength and base constitution increased by 50% for 1 hour. Seeing this talent, Chen Yi was utterly shocked. This was practically a top-tier skill for support classes. Johan also smiled and said, Sui Tang, congratulations. At this moment, Zhang Haishan, with a look of envy, walked up to Sui Tang and said, your talent is a perfect match for my profession. Sui Tang frowned, secretly finding this person annoying. She turned and walked behind Chen Yi, tugging at his sleeve to signal him to protect her. Seeing this, Zhang Haishan's expression changed slightly, but Johan and Su Chaoer were already used to it. Zhang Haishan had just joined the organization and was very interested in Sui Tang, but Sui Tang had no feelings for him. Now that Chen Yi was present, Zhang Haishan dared not act rashly. Chen Yi noticed but didn't care, thinking Zhang Haishan posed no threat. At that moment, a portal of light appeared in the center of the illusory flower sea. Johan called out to everyone, the passage to the next level has opened. Hurry up, don't fall behind. The group stepped into the portal, and the surrounding scenery changed abruptly. The beautiful illusory flower sea transformed into a gloomy mass grave. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and the air was filled with a chilling aura. The distant sound of crows echoed, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, the thin wooden coffins began to move. Purple nails extended from the coffins, prying open the lids, and monsters started crawling out. Chen Yi got a clear look at these creatures. They were human-shaped, decayed corpses with a bluish-black hue. Ironclad zombies, level, *30, grade, *. Elite, base strength, *45, base constitution, *50, base agility, *30, base intelligence, *1, talent, iron. Armor and copper bones, skills, zombie leap, corpse poison infusion. Johan said to Chen Yi, these zombies have a cold attribute, so ice-based attacks won't be very effective. Chen Yi nodded, understood. Stay close to me and don't wander off. Grezel, protect them. The Skeleton King Grezel responded and positioned himself in front of the group. Chen Yi decided not to let the Skeleton King act for now, saving his strength for critical moments. He began conjuring massive fireballs, each the size of a water tank, in his hands. Using fireball spells to deal with these zombies was a breeze. The enormous fireballs bombarded the zombie horde. In succession, the explosions deafening. Boom! Boom! The ironclad zombies screamed in agony as the fireballs exploded, and purple flames quickly spread, filling the mass grave with the stench of burning flesh. Zhang Haishan was so terrified that his legs trembled. When he had previously fought monsters with Johan, he had never seen such overwhelming power. Chen Yi hurled over 100 fireballs, leaving the mass grave in ruins. The ground resembled flowing lava, and the temperature had soared by several hundred degrees. The ironclad zombies were ultimately reduced to ashes by the fireballs. Chen Yi's experience points also increased to 98% of level 25, just 2% short of leveling up. The portal to the next level appeared again, but it was still some distance away. Johan immediately cast an ice mist spell, cooling the lava-covered ground and creating a safe path. The group followed him and successfully entered the third level. The third level was a dense tropical rainforest. In the distance, countless monkeys could be heard screeching. Johan frowned and said, now is when the real danger begins. The wind demon monkeys here are all bronze-level monsters. If hundreds or thousands of them attack together, they could break through our defenses. As he spoke, Chen Yi pulled out a fire resistance ring from his backpack space. He had forgotten to learn this spell earlier, but now was the perfect time to practice. Clapping. His hands together, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have learned Fire Repulsion Ring. Current Fire Repulsion Ring Level 1 ***. The third level's area was much larger than the previous two. This vast tropical rainforest spanned at least several thousand square kilometers. Completely clearing out the monsters here would be no easy task. However, Johan informed them that at the center of this area was a mother ape, the queen of all the wind demon monkeys. Killing the mother ape would cause all the wind demon monkeys to go berserk and hunt you down. Each time they entered, the number of wind demon monkeys in the secret realm varied, but it was generally around 800 to 900. After explaining the situation, Johan said, "Let's head over now." With that, Johan led Chen Yi and the others toward the center of the tropical rainforest. The rainforest was both humid and hot, with treacherous paths and poisonous insects everywhere. Even though their physical abilities were dozens of times stronger than ordinary people, they still found it uncomfortable. At that moment, a small group of wind demon apes spotted them. Swinging through the vines in the forest, the wind demon apes could detect scents in the air. Being naturally aggressive, they certainly wouldn't let Chen Yi and his group go. As they approached, the wind demon apes began pounding their chests furiously, the boom 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 sound echoing loudly. Chen Yi glanced at them. The small group consisted of about a dozen apes. He took the opportunity to check their stats. Wind demon ape level 30 grade, bronze base strength, 65 base constitution, 70 base agility, 50 base intelligence, 1 talent. Body of the demon ape skills: Wine demon blade fist, charged strike. Chen Yi summoned a rock shield and walked directly toward the wind demon apes. He gestured to Johan and the others not to approach. Seeing this, Johan and the group began observing calmly. Unsure of what Chen Yi intended to do, the wind demon apes leaped down from the ancient trees and surrounded Chen Yi. Sui Tang glanced at Chen Yi with some concern, but as she saw the determination in his eyes, her heart gradually calmed. At that moment, the wind demon apes clenched their fists, their muscles tensing as they concentrated all their strength into their punches. Roar! The wind demon apes roared in unison. A dozen fists simultaneously struck Chen Yi's rock shield. Buzz! The shield emitted a sound like a bell being struck. The wind demon apes were sent flying backward, crashing into nearby ancient trees. Some had their arm bones fractured, piercing through their muscles, with blood gushing out. Everyone was stunned. The shield was unbelievably strong. Chun! He glanced at the wind demon apes and immediately cast a repelling fire ring. A massive burst of flames and shockwaves erupted. Simultaneously, the wind demon apes howled in pain, all turning to ash. At the same time, a ball of white light burst forth from one of the wind demon apes' corpses. Did something drop? Chen Yi's heart stirred. He walked over and picked up the item within the white light. It was a pair of gauntlets. Wind demon gauntlets, grade D. Effect 1 increases attack speed by 15%. Effect 2 attacks include wind blades, with wind blade damage equal to 50% of attack power. 1 second cooldown. This was a rare gem. For a warrior class, it granted magical attack capabilities. At this stage, it was absolutely top-tier equipment. Chen Yi shared the attributes of the wind demon gauntlets. Johan and the others were equally astonished upon seeing them. This equipment could significantly enhance a warrior's combat power. Johan spoke up. Chen Yi, what do you plan to do with this equipment? Chen Yi noticed Johan's expression and understood that he wanted the gauntlets. He replied, "There's nothing much to discuss. Trade it for an E-grade mage skill book." Everyone knew the value of skill books now. Chen Yi's earlier post about purchasing skill books had been completely ignored. He had hoped to profit from the information gap, but it turned out people were smarter than he had anticipated. The wind demon gauntlets were roughly equivalent to an E-grade skill book in value, and Chen Yi didn't want to take advantage of Johan. Johan shook his head and said, "No, I can't take advantage of you. My younger brother really needs these gauntlets. He was a national boxing champion, and these gauntlets are the perfect equipment for him." As he spoke, he took out a skill book from his backpack. "This is a D-grade mage skill book, Heart of Frost. I was planning to use it myself, but I'll give it to you now." Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to come across a D-grade skill book here. It was truly an unexpected windfall. Chen Yi accepted the Heart of Frost and casually tossed the wind demon gauntlets to Johan. He then checked the attributes of Heart of Frost. Heart of Frost, grade D. Upon activation, the air within a 50-meter radius around the target becomes bone-chillingly cold, significantly slowing all enemy movements for 1 minute. This was a spell well-suited for group battles. After being strengthened by the Master of Elements, it was uncertain how powerful the effect would become. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Now, he had one more attack method, which made him feel much more secure. He glanced at his experience bar, it was already at 99.7%. Not bad. A few more Wind Demon Apes, and leveling up was just around the corner. Chen Yi didn't immediately use the newly learned Frostheart, fearing it might accidentally harm his teammates. Johan continued leading the way ahead. After walking for a while, a massive ancient tree appeared before the group. The tree was covered with Wind Demon Apes, and a large treehouse was built atop its crown. Johan pointed at the treehouse and said, "Chen Yi, that's the Mother Ape King's dwelling." Chen Yi nodded, quickly forming a fireball the size of a water tank in his hand. Be careful, everyone. Don't get hurt by the enraged Wind Demon Apes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi hurled the fireball toward the treehouse. Boom! The fireball exploded in the tree crown, and massive flames surged upward. The treehouse was instantly engulfed in purple flames, burning fiercely. The Wind Demon Apes immediately flew into a rage. Some charged at Chen Yi, ready for revenge, while others climbed toward the treehouse. At that moment, a golden-furred Wind Demon Ape, under the protection of its guards, escaped from the treehouse. Facing the oncoming Wind Demon Apes, Chen Yi quickly activated the Ring of Fire Resistance. The Ring of Fire Resistance had already been upgraded to level 2, with stronger shockwaves and firepower. Amid the agonized cries, the enemies were repelled by the fire ring before they could even get close. The flames instantly burned their fur clean off. Johan turned his gaze to the Mother Ape King, pulling out the Ice God Codex. He flipped to the second page and recited an incantation. Ice prison immediately formed around the Mother Ape King. The surrounding Wind Demon Apes tried to rescue it, but as soon as they touched the ice prison, they were frozen stiff and fell straight to the ground. Like shattered ice crystals, the frozen Wind Demon Apes broke into pieces upon impact. The ice prison slowly contracted, eventually sealing the Mother Ape King completely in ice and slamming it heavily to the ground. The moment the Mother Ape King died, the entire rainforest began to stir violently. The Wind Demon Apes, sensing the death of their king, swarmed toward the towering tree. Sui Tang and Su Chao's faces showed signs of panic. Don't panic, Chen Yi reassured them. At the same time, he began continuously casting Frostheart over the rainforest. Enhanced by the Master of Elements, the cold became even more piercing. At this moment, Frostheart's range had expanded to 5,000 square meters, and the temperature had dropped to its extreme. The layers of cold swept through, instantly freezing the surrounding rainforest into crystal and ice. Even the approaching Wind Demon Apes were frozen stiff, unable to move. The temperature was so low, and the cooling speed so astonishing, that it seemed to halt at 99%. Witnessing this, Johan was utterly shocked. He had thought Chen Yi was merely a fire element prodigy, but now he realized his ice skills were equally formidable. He would have to reassess Chen Yi's strength. After using Frostheart, Chen Yi immediately cast Fireball on the frozen forest. The alternating attacks of heat and cold left the enemies unable to resist, and they were instantly annihilated. As a golden light flashed, Chen Yi leveled up. He was now at level 26, with 34% experience. Su Chao, Sui Tang, and Johan also leveled up, Su Chao to level 22, Sui Tang to level 21, and Johan to level 23. Seeing how powerful Chen Yi was, Zhang Haishan's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment as he glared at Sui Tang. His desire grew stronger, and he couldn't help but want to take things further. After the battle, Sui Tang and Su Chao tidied up the battlefield. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, not a single good item dropped. Chen Yi was already used to this frustrating drop rate. In his previous life, many people still had F-grade or E-grade equipment even after reaching levels 40 or 50. Just then, at the base of the towering tree, a portal of light leading to the next level appeared. Without hesitation, the group stepped through it and arrived at the 4th level. This place was completely different from the previous 3 levels. Chen Yi and the others stood outside a massive city. 3 large characters were engraved on the city gate, Cloud Sky City. Johan's expression turned serious. This is the 4th level. Even with Zhang Haishan, I could only make it this far. This level is ruled by a race called the Snow Elves, and this Cloud Sky City was built by them. Each Snow Elf has reached the silver rank in strength. There are at least tens of thousands of Snow Elves here. I had to retreat after killing just a few dozen. After hearing this, Chen-Yi nodded. Silver-ranked enemies were already formidable, let alone tens of thousands of Snow Elves. He turned to Jiuhan and said, "Can I borrow your Ice God Codex?" Jiuhan was a bit curious. Hearing Chen-Yi's request, he wasn't sure what Chen-Yi intended to do. The Ice God Codex was important, but it wasn't something he couldn't lend. However, he needed to understand what Chen-Yi planned to use it for first. "You can, but I need to know what you intend to do with it," Jiuhan said calmly. Suddenly, an ice-blue snowflake appeared in Chen-Yi's hand. On the snowflake, the laws of the ice attribute flowed continuously, resembling the most beautiful miracle in the world. This was the manifestation of the ice prison judgment law. The moment Jiuhan saw the snowflake, his eyes were filled with shock. The power of this ice law was not something an ordinary skill could display. He looked at Chen-Yi with a complex and unreadable expression. They had already done some research on the secrets of the diamond treasure chest. Chen-Yi's skill was undoubtedly obtained from the diamond treasure chest. He was eager to know just how powerful it would be when fully unleashed. Chen-Yi explained, "I can't fully release this skill yet, but if I have your Ice God Codex, I can use it." Jiuhan nodded. "Alright, I'll lend it to you." With that, he took the Ice God Codex out of his backpack and handed it to Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi joked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid I won't return it?" Jiuhan shook his head. "I trust you won't." Chen-Yi smiled and began carefully examining the attributes of the Ice God Codex. Ice God Codex, Grade, Unique, Effect 1, Ice God Magic. Learn 7 Ice-type skills: Ice Trap Heaven, Shock, Ice Prison Cage, Ice Cold Current, Icebound Earth, Snow World, Extreme Cold Ice Crack, Extreme Ice Blade. Not affected by talent bonuses, ineffective when unequipped. Effect 2, Ice God's Blessing. The first 3 Ice-type skills cast each day consume no mental energy and have no cooldown. Remaining uses: 1, Refresh Time, 5 hours, 36 minutes, 22 seconds. Effect 3, Ice Pact. Ice-type skill damage increases by 1000%. Can stack with talents. After reading, Chen-Yi was astonished. He hadn't expected the Ice God Codex to be so powerful, with each effect being heaven-defying. It was indeed a unique piece of equipment. He grew even more anxious. Even if he had 10 SSS-level talents, everything would be meaningless until they were unlocked. He had to quickly reach level 100 to unlock all his talents. After all, he wasn't the only one with good luck. Holding the Ice God Codex, Chen-Yi felt a surge of pure ice energy enveloping him. He looked at Jiuhan and the others. "Don't move. I'll set up a safe zone so you won't get hurt." The group nodded. Chen-Yi turned to face Cloud Sky City. Next, this city would bear the brunt of his absolute power. The Ice God Codex began to float in front of him. Chen-Yi started chanting the incantation for Ice Prison Judgment. The few white clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth fell into a deathly silence. Jiuhan understood in his heart just how terrifying the power of this magic was. Ice-type skills were different from other magic. The stronger they were, the quieter the surroundings became. Before their release, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, -1 degree, -10 degrees, even -100 degrees. Strangely, the stream outside the city continued to flow as if unaffected. The snow elves in the city sensed the anomaly. On the city walls, snow elf soldiers began to appear one after another. Thick frost covered their leather armor. Snow elves had a certain resistance to ice attributes, but against advanced ice skills, this resistance was completely ineffective. They discovered Chen-Yi and his group, drawing their bows and preparing to shoot. However, in the extreme cold of -100 degrees, the bowstrings had frozen stiff and shattered into icy fragments with the slightest pull. The snow elves, unwilling to admit defeat, discarded their bows and drew their elven swords. The gates of Cloud Sky City opened, and a large number of snow elves charged toward Chen-Yi. "Kill these intruders! Kill!" they roared as they charged forward. But Chen-Yi's ice prison judgment was nearing its end. As the final syllable of the incantation fell, ice-blue snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Centered on Chen-Yi, a cold wave rapidly spread across the entire 4th layer of the secret realm. The snow elves froze instantly upon contact with the ice-blue snowflakes, collapsing one after another, dying swiftly. At the same time, golden light radiated from Chunyi's body as a massive amount of experience points poured into him. By the time he had killed all the snow elves, his level had skyrocketed to 30, with his experience reaching 173%. It could be said that the experience from tens of thousands of silver-tier monsters had mostly been absorbed by him. Once he left the secret realm, he could begin his class advancement quest. After successfully advancing, his leveling speed would increase even further. At this moment, the ice prison judgment showed no signs of stopping. The snow fell heavier and heavier, gradually covering the entire fourth layer of the secret realm. When the snow reached a thickness of 1 meter, it finally began to slow down. Boom! Countless frozen tentacles burst from the ground, wreaking havoc on everything around them. Cloud Sky City was instantly reduced to ruins. This was the second phase of the ice prison judgment, and it had just begun. The massive tentacles, towering over 100 meters high, spared nothing in their path. Under these mountain-like tentacles, nothing could escape destruction. The tentacles' attacks showed no signs of stopping, sending chills down the spines of Johan and the others. If even one of these tentacles went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Sui Tang tightly grabbed Chunyi's arm. "Brother E, these tentacles won't attack us, right?" Chunyi shook his head. "No. Within a 100-meter radius centered on me, it's absolutely safe." Hearing this, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. But Chunyi's next words made them tense again. "This is only the second phase. My skill has 3 phases. By the third phase, this layer will turn into a frozen hell. We need to quickly find the light gate and escape to the 5th layer to be safe. I can survive, but you might not. If we leave the secret realm now, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Johan's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Generally speaking, the light gate only appears at the center of the secret realm. The center of this secret realm is Cloud Sky City. After saying this, everyone instinctively looked toward the direction of Cloud Sky City. At this moment, where Cloud Sky City once stood, a massive ice tentacle was sweeping across the surroundings. Countless bricks and stones shattered, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Although the tentacles wouldn't directly attack them, the collateral damage was still extremely severe. Jenny said in a deep voice, "It seems the light gate is over. There. Follow me." He returned the Ice God Codex to Johan and led the charge forward. Snowflakes automatically dissipated within 100 meters of Chunyi, as if they had never existed. Chunyi cleared a safe path. As they got closer to the ruins of Cloud Sky City, they also drew nearer to the ice tentacles. At the edge of the tentacles' attack range, they finally saw the light gate. Johan looked at Sui Tang and the others. "Now, charge toward the light gate with all your might. If anyone is hit by the tentacles, collateral damage, I'll immediately teleport everyone out of the secret realm." "Understood." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chunyi charged toward the light gate first. As long as Chunyi was present, the tentacles would attack elsewhere. Rocks continuously fell, and relying on their extraordinary speed, they narrowly made their way to the light gate. "Quick, get inside." Everyone rushed into the light gate. The moment the light gate closed, a building's debris fell from the sky, crashing onto the spot where they had just stood. With Chunyi's departure, the ice prison judgment on the 4th layer completely spiraled out of control. Endless blizzards swept through the entire secret realm, leaving the world a vast expanse of white. In the midst of the storm, the shadow of a demon began to emerge. The rules of heaven and earth subtly shifted. Perhaps the next time they entered the secret realm, they would no longer be greeted by snow spirits, but by demons from the icy hell. Chunyi and his group finally reached the 5th level. As soon as they entered, they fell into the water. Johan unleashed a cold current, quickly freezing the water's surface, allowing everyone to climb out. Looking around, they found themselves in a lake. Johan had never been here before, so everything felt unfamiliar. Chunyi gazed into the distance. The vegetation along the shore was sparse, and the grass seemed to have been gnawed by some kind of crawling creature. The lake spanned at least several 100,000 square meters. They approached the shore, cautiously observing their surroundings. No one knew where danger might strike from. Threats could also be lurking underwater. Johan took out the Ice God Codex. A cold current surged forth, instantly freezing the entire lake into a smooth, mirror-like surface. On the ice, their reflections were clearly visible. Just as they were about to walk across the ice toward the shore, a thudding sound came from beneath the lake. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was low at first but grew increasingly rapid. Crack. The ice began to fracture. Cheney hurriedly ran toward the shore. Get to the shore, quickly. Everyone rushed after him. As they reached the shore, the commotion in the lake intensified. Boom! A fish head, 7 or 8 meters wide, suddenly burst through the ice, resembling an icebreaker ship. Its body was still stuck below, unable to move. It slightly opened its mouth, breathing heavily. It seemed the fish had suffocated due to a lack of oxygen at the bottom of the lake. Cheney immediately checked the attributes of the giant fish. Demonic carp level, 30 grade, gold base strength, 135 base constitution, 250 base agility, 90 base intelligence, 20. Talent, bloodline of the demon god skills, surging water column, ripple water arrow, misty miasma, water curtain barrier. The attributes of this demonic carp were incredibly powerful, especially its constitution, which had reached an astonishing 250 points. It was truly impressive. But could this lake really contain only one demonic carp? Judging by the earlier commotion, it was unlikely that just one carp, over 10 meters long, could have caused it. As Cheney pondered, cracks began to appear in other parts of the lake. One after another, demonic carps broke through the ice and surfaced. Cheney roughly estimated that there were probably over 100 of them. So many gold-grade creatures, enough for Zhang Haishan to complete his class advancement quest. Zhang Haishan was visibly ecstatic at this moment. I can finally advance my class. Finally. Chenyi's eyes held a trace of regret. It was a pity that in this secret realm, they couldn't accept class advancement quests, otherwise, they could have completed one immediately. Just then, Jiu Han looked at Chen Yi. Can you still use your skill? Chen Yi nodded. Your Ice God Codex directly refreshed the cooldown time of my skill, but unfortunately, I still can't cast it independently right now. However, we can make the ice surface harder and more durable. With that, Cheney began casting Frostheart on the lake. Frostheart had now reached level 2, with a coverage area of 6,000 square meters. Once it reached level 5, the area could expand to 10,000 square meters. Frostheart was a D-grade skill, and Chen Yi could currently cast it over 30 times in succession. After all, the higher the skill level, the greater the mental energy consumption. Frostheart appeared as blue meteors, which Chen Yi hurled into the air, letting them fall onto the ice. Upon landing, Frostheart released a massive amount of icy energy. After casting it over 30 times, Chen Yi felt a bit fatigued. The entire lake surface was now shrouded in cold energy. With over 30 Frosthearts stacked, the temperature dropped to below -150 degrees Celsius. For ordinary life forms, this temperature was utterly lethal. Demonic carp could not survive in such a harsh, cold environment. As the ice surface continued to crack, those demonic carp unexpectedly broke through the ice and crawled toward the shore. Chen Yi and the others were stunned. The demonic carp had evolved limbs on their abdomens, looking extremely bizarre. However, due to the extremely low temperature, many demonic carp froze halfway through their crawl, stiffening on the ice surface. Their resistance to cold was too weak, relying only on a natural, minimal ability to withstand the cold, which was far from sufficient. Nevertheless, the demonic carp near the shore kept crawling onto land. One demonic carp crawled toward Chen Yi and his group. This demonic carp had almost no intelligence comparable to humans, yet upon seeing Chen Yi and the others, it displayed an expression of despair. Chen Yi gave it no chance, directly using water healing. A large amount of water vapor quickly condensed into countless ice crystals in the air. Originally intended to heal wounds, water healing now became the demonic carp's executioner. The ice crystals penetrated the demonic carp's body, immediately destroying its life system. The demonic carp stiffened instantly and collapsed onto the ice surface. Johan watched this scene in astonishment. He knew water healing was a commonly used skill by the priests of the Tianji Bureau, typically a basic healing ability, but he hadn't expected it to have such destructive power. At this moment, the effect of Frostheart ended, and the icy mist dissipated. All that remained was a clean ice surface and the frozen demonic carp. Chen Yi clearly felt that these demonic carp were not dead yet, their life force was still strong. Their physical resilience was remarkable, and if they thawed slowly, they could still come back to life. Using Frostheart to kill them all at once was no longer realistic. Thinking about how quickly they might thaw, Chen Yi realized these demonic carp would surely revive. With this in mind, he he stepped onto the ice surface and cast Scorching Ray on the frozen demonic carp. Ice and fire intertwined, significantly amplifying the damage of Scorching Ray. The rapidly thawed demonic carp initially became active, but their bodily functions soon began to deteriorate, and they quickly collapsed onto the ice surface. The once vigorous flame of life within them was now completely extinguished. Johan couldn't help but marvel. Chen Yi's combat talent is truly extraordinary. What he didn't know was that Chen Yi had experienced over 20 years of combat in his previous life, mastering these skills to perfection. If he had the time, he might even consider grilling some barbecue on the ice surface. As time passed, the demonic carp on the ice surface were almost entirely cleared by Chen Yi. Counting them, he had killed a total of 98 demonic carp. Chen Yi's experience skyrocketed, directly leveling up to 30 with 249% progress. The higher the level of the monsters, the more terrifying the experience gained. The experience from these 98 demonic carp was roughly equivalent to that of tens of thousands of silver snow elves combined. The damage from the combination of ice and fire elements was truly astonishing. Chen Yi kept pondering, if he could obtain a top-tier fire skill book to pair with Ice Prison Judgment, he would be practically invincible, capable of instantly killing any monster. As for the demonic carp that had already crawled onto the shore, whether to kill them or not was inconsequential. Now that Zhang Haishan's job transfer quest was complete, Chen Yi had no interest in venturing further down to the next level. He knew that trump cards shouldn't be revealed easily. Once he obtained the black Jade token, farming monsters would be the most cost-effective strategy. The Skeleton King was his ace, and the Red Mist couldn't discern the specific attributes of others' summoned creatures. For now, the opponent merely assumed the Skeleton King was an ordinary skeleton summoned by a high-level summoning skill. At this moment, Chen Yi noticed the last demonic carp frozen on the ice surface, and instinctively cast Scorching Ray on it. A burst of white light exploded from the demonic carp's body. Did it drop something? Chen Yi became excited. The loot from a level 30 golden creature would undoubtedly be top tier. He quickly reached out to grab the white light, and a necklace appeared in his hand. Koi Chain, Grade D, Effect, Luck +2. The moment Chen Yi saw the attributes of this necklace, he was instantly thrilled, feeling that his good fortune had finally arrived. How important is the luck attribute? Just ask those players still wearing low-level equipment but already at levels 40 or 50. In the previous life, monster drop rates were extremely low, and luck became the most coveted attribute for everyone. Every piece of equipment with luck could sell for an astronomical price. Currently, the game is still in the bartering phase, but later the Red Mist game will update to include a currency system. Luck +2 means a 2% increase in monster drop rates. If Chen Yi had worn this necklace before killing those demon koi, he could have at least gotten one more piece of equipment, and even a skill drop wouldn't have been impossible. He put on the Koi Chain, and a Luck +2 icon immediately appeared on his buff panel. Then, Chen Yi walked up to Johan. My mission is complete. When can I go back? Johan nodded. You can go back now. He then looked at Zhang Haishan. Is your mission complete? Zhang Haishan also nodded. Yes, it's done. Alright, I'll open the portal. After speaking, Johan took out the Black Jade token from his pocket. The familiar portal appeared, and everyone stepped inside. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and they returned to the 67th underground floor. As soon as they emerged, a system notification sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have reached level 30 and unlocked the third talent, Super Adaptation. The monster-killing experience of your summoned beast, Sword Saint Caesar, has been credited. You can now accept the class advancement quest. Chen Yi looked at Super Adaptation, puzzled as to why this talent hadn't been unlocked in the secret realm. It might have something to do with the class advancement quest. Johan and the others didn't mention anything about unlocking their talents either. But unlocking it now wasn't too late. This third SSS level talent would undoubtedly elevate his survivability to an astonishing level. Every SSS level talent had immense potential, enough for Chen Yi to spend a lifetime studying. Soon after, a quest panel popped up in front of Chen Yi. It displayed 3 class advancement quests: Animal Calamity, Grade F. Description: after the changes in the world, animals have become more intelligent. Kill 1 ordinary mutated animal of the same level as yourself. Reward: Beast Tamer Class Advancement Scroll Mutated Plants, Grade E. Description: with the resurgence of plant power, kill 10 ordinary mutated poplar trees of the same level as yourself. Reward: Nature Mage Class Advancement Scroll Bone Nightmare, Grade D. Description: Undead energy has appeared in the world. Find the source and eliminate it. Reward: Necromancer Class Advancement Scroll. At the bottom of the quest panel, there was also a refresh button. With 10 remaining uses, Shenyi knew that he could only choose one class advancement quest, and the refresh attempts were limited to 10. His goal was to select the profession most suitable for his talents from these rewards. The most fitting would naturally be Elemental Mage or Summoner Mage. However, with super adaptation, switching to Battle Mage was also an option. But what Shenyi wanted most was to become a Summoner Mage, as it would grant him a free summoning skill. He understood that refreshing to get the ideal profession wouldn't be easy. For now, he decided to stop overthinking it. After returning, he still needed to go to the Celestial Bureau to claim his rewards. At this moment, Johan and the others also came back to their senses. They had also reached level 30, clearly encountering the same situation as Shenyi. Zhang Haishan's body suddenly emitted golden light, flashing more than 10 times in a row. That was the sign of leveling up. I've reached level 45, Zhang Haishan said excitedly. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This guy's leveling up was way too easy. Shenyi walked up to Johan. I wonder when I can receive my reward. Johan nodded and took out a black jade token from his backpack. This is the last one in my backpack, and it's also the last one left in the entire Celestial Bureau. Entering the secret realm consumes too many resources, so the chances of entering it in the future will likely be very limited. Shenyi took the token and checked its attributes. Apocalypse Token, S-Level, Description: a pass to enter and exit the Apocalypse Secret Realm. Usage, 1/1. He nodded. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll go complete my class advancement quest first. Johan nodded as well. Okay, I'm also preparing to do my class advancement quest. At this moment, Zhang Haishan walked up to Sui Tang. Sui Tang, I've already reached level 45 as a resolute Iron Guard. Want me to help you complete your class advancement quest? Sui Tang frowned, looking a bit hesitant. Seeing her reaction, Shenyi walked over and casually placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll help Sui Tang with her quest. You don't need to worry about it. After saying this, Shenyi turned to Sui Tang. Let's go. Sui Tang looked up, a happy smile appearing on her face. Alright. Once inside the elevator, Shenyi let go of Sui Tang's shoulder. What class are you planning to advance to? Sui Tang felt a bit disappointed when Shenyi let go, but she quickly answered his question. I want to become a nature priest. I've already accepted the quest. This class can both heal and control. Plus, my third talent is S-Level Nature's Bloom, which reduces the cost of casting nature spells by half, increases their effects fivefold, and halves their cooldown time. I think it's perfect for this class. Hearing that Sui Tang's third talent was S-Level, Shenyi asked in surprise, are all your talents S-Level? Sui Tang shook her head. No, my 10th talent is SS level. Shenyi was speechless. Sui Tang's potential was so strong that it could rival those with SSS level talents. Yet, in the list of the Heavenly Bureau in his previous life, there was no mention of Sui Tang's name. She probably died early in his past life. After all, many geniuses with great potential met untimely ends. At this moment, Shenyi began refreshing his class advancement quest. If he could get the Summoner Mage class, that would be ideal, but it wasn't a big deal if he couldn't. He kept clicking refresh. The Mage class had a wide variety of options, including Shadow Sorcerer, Blood Mage, Vengeance Mage, and Creator Mage. Finally, Shenyi's gaze landed on an S-level quest. This was the highest level quest available. Twisted Forest, S-level, plants have gone out of control, and the tree spirits in the forest have had their minds distorted. Investigate the truth, find the source of the disaster, and eliminate it. Location, 200 kilometers from here. Quest reward, Wind Whisperer class advancement scroll. Shenyi had some impression of this class. In his previous life, someone in a faction had advanced to this class, and after the advancement, they could even learn the skill book for summoning storm spirits. This is it. Shenyi accepted the Twisted Forest quest. After exiting the elevator, he turned to Sui Tang. What's your quest? I can help you complete it while I'm at it. Sui Tang nodded. I need to kill 10 bronze-level tree spirits. Chen Yi was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected their quests to overlap. What a coincidence. I also have a quest involving tree spirits. Looks like we're fated to work together. Sui Tang was delighted to hear this. I was just worried about not being able to find tree spirit monsters. But the location is about 200 kilometers away. It's quite far. Sui Tang didn't hesitate. I'll go get the car. Shortly after, she drove up in a red off-road vehicle and stopped beside Chen Yi. Chen Yi brought the Skeleton King along and got into the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger seat. All right. Sui Tang quickly moved to the passenger seat. Following the system's directions, Chen Yi stepped on the gas, and the car sped toward the designated location. The headquarters of the Heavenly Bureau was hidden deep in the mountains. After navigating many winding mountain roads, Chen Yi finally drove out. Along the roadside, there were only a few scattered monsters resembling wild boars. They chased the car for about 2 miles before giving up. Fortunately, the road was in good condition, and the off-road vehicle drove smoothly. After about 5 hours, the car stopped at the edge of a dense forest. The system indicated that the quest was located here. After getting out of the car, Chen Yi activated his rock shield and took the lead. Sui Tang followed closely behind, with the Skeleton King bringing up the rear. This was the wilderness, and the path was difficult to traverse, filled with thorns and wild grass. As soon as Chen Yi entered the forest, he felt as though he was being watched. Mutant plants always have strange abilities. If threatened, just burn down this forest. However, Chen Yi was worried about failing the mission, so he proceeded cautiously. After walking for 30 minutes, the trees became increasingly sparse. Deep in the forest, there were almost no trees left. A single tree appeared every few dozen meters, and the grass on the ground was yellow and withered, crumbling underfoot to reveal grayish-white soil. This land seemed to have been drained of all nutrients by some kind of plant. By now, Chen Yi had already gathered a level 3 frost heart in his palm. The frost heart's effective range had reached 8,000 square meters. He looked at Sui Tang. Sui Tang, stay close to me. The frost heart won't affect you. Okay. Chen Yi aimed ahead and directly threw the frost heart toward the driest area. Whoosh! The frost heart instantly released a chilling aura. Frost formed on the surrounding branches and leaves. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Chen Yi cautiously observed the ground and waved at Sui Tang. Let's move back. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp wooden spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. The surrounding trees were pierced by these spikes, turning into wooden chunks and fragments. Chen Yi's ears were filled with the cracking sounds of roots being violently pulled from the earth. It seemed the tree spirits had appeared. After the cracking sound ceased, Chen Yi felt heavy footsteps approaching them. These footsteps carried a weighty vibration, causing the ground to tremble. Trees in the dense forest fell one after another, and mutant creatures appeared before Chen Yi and Sui Tang. These creatures were 5 meters tall, their bodies resembling wood, supported by 2 legs, with 4 arms constantly flailing. Their surfaces were covered in sharp spikes, making them look exceptionally fierce. There were about 20 of them. Chen Yi examined their attributes. Twisted Tree Spirit level, 30 grade, bronze base strength, 55 base. Constitution, 100 base agility, 20 base intelligence, 1 talent, rooting skills, natural growth, vine whip. Their constitution was particularly strong, making them top tier among bronze creatures of the same level. Chen Yi extended his hand, and a scorching ray shot out, heading straight for the group of tree spirits. The tree spirits quickly extended their vines, weaving them into a dense shield that wriggled like a tangled ball of yarn. But they were too naive. If it had been another type of attack, this shield might have held for a while. But this was fire magic. As soon as the scorching ray touched the vines, it ignited them instantly. The vines burned rapidly, the flames spreading from the inside out, impossible to extinguish. The tree spirits painfully released their vines, but it was too late. The entire shield had already been consumed by flames. They frantically waved their burning vines and charged at Chen Yi. Chen Yi intensified the power of the scorching ray. The flames swept through the group of tree spirits like a raging inferno. The wooden bodies of the tree spirits began to combust spontaneously. Thick smoke billowed, and the tree spirits, charred black, collapsed one after another. Cough, cough. Sui Tang was choked by the thick smoke and coughed repeatedly, then excitedly shouted, "Brother Yi, I completed my mission." Chen Yi nodded. He released the frost heart over the charred remains of the tree. Spirits, dispersing a large amount of cold air that condensed water droplets in the air. After a misty haze, only the ashes of the burned tree spirits remained. My mission isn't done yet. Go wait in the car, Chen-Yi said. Sui Tang shook her head. I've already advanced to the first tier, I can definitely help. Chen-Yi nodded. Suit yourself. With that, he continued deeper into the forest. Hee, Sui Tang chuckled, following closely behind. After another 20 minutes, they arrived at an open area. The clearing spanned over 10,000 square meters. At its center stood a flower tree adorned with beautiful blossoms, swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath the tree canopy, something seemed to be hanging. Chen-Yi looked closely and realized it was a collection of dried corpses. Drained of all bodily fluids, their faces eerily horrifying. The system prompt suddenly stopped. It seemed that the twisted mutation of this dense forest was caused by this creature. Chen-Yi examined its attributes. Flower tree spirit level, 30 grade, gold. Base strength, 124 base constitution, 300 base agility, 0 base intelligence, 100 talent, spirit body skills, flower mist. Diffusion, petal rain, spirit of flora. Seeing the 300 points in constitution, Chen-Yi was shocked. This was already the limit for a level 30 creature's constitution. If given time, who knew what it could grow into? Unfortunately for it, today it encountered Chen-Yi, who wouldn't allow it to grow any further. Sui Tang, step back. Sui Tang nodded. Chen-Yi directly unleashed a scorching ray, blasting toward the flower tree like a laser cannon. The dried corpses hanging under the tree turned to ashes the moment they touched the flames. The flower tree let out a painful shriek. The flowers on its crown instantly took flight, hovering in the air like a swarm of small drones. Countless pollen grains drifted down, forming a thick layer of floral mist. A wave of floral fragrance spread, turning the entire space pink in an instant. A voice echoed in Chen-Yi's ears. You have been attacked by a low-level hallucinogenic toxin. Super adaptation talent activated, automatically immunizing against the hallucinogenic toxin and acquiring the passive skill. Low-level hallucinogenic resistance. Listening to the system prompt, Chen-Yi couldn't help but marvel. This super adaptation was undoubtedly the strongest survival talent. However, things weren't looking good for Sui Tang. At this moment, her entire skin was flushed and her eyes were filled with a strange glow. Her rationality had completely disappeared. Brother-Yi, hug me, she said, throwing herself into Chen-Yi's arms. Chen-Yi immediately noticed something was wrong with Sui Tang. He didn't know what kind of hallucination she was experiencing to make her act like this. He tried using water healing to treat her, but it had no effect. With no other choice, he hoisted Sui Tang onto his left shoulder. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted to his nose. She weighed just over 90 pounds, not heavy at all. However, she wasn't behaving herself, kicking her little feet around and muttering, Brother-Yi, give it to me. Chen-Yi lightly patted her with his right hand. Give you what? Be good. Whether he hit the right spot or not. Sui Tang immediately calmed down, her body going limp as she mumbled incoherently. At this moment, the flower tree began to unleash its second skill, petal rain. Floral mist filled the air, slowly condensing into petal-like shapes that floated and gathered toward Chen-Yi. Without hesitation, Chen-Yi cast a fireball spell and simultaneously used a rock shield to protect himself and Sui Tang. Boom! A fireball the size of a water tank collided with the petals, exploding instantly. All the petals were ignited, and a series of sparks erupted in the air, engulfing the entire space in flames. The flower tree was also set ablaze, its flames dancing as the entire tree trembled. The flower tree had no way to counter Chen-Yi, whose fire magic naturally restrained it. The remaining flowers, still imbued with a strange power, seemed to be drawn downward, falling straight to the ground. Once they landed, they immediately took root. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with flower buds. Chen-Yi understood at a glance this was the flower tree spirit's third skill, Spirit of Flora. The flower buds suddenly all bloomed, releasing a swarm of tiny winged figures. Their numbers were astonishing, reaching into the hundreds. Chen-Yi examined the attributes of these tiny figures. Flower spirit. Level, 10 grade, common base strength, 3 base constitution, 7 base agility, 15 base intelligence, 0.5 talent, flight. Skill, self-destruct. Chen-Yi was stunned. These hundreds of flower spirits were essentially hundreds of bombs. He wasn't about to give them a chance to self-destruct. Without hesitation, he cast 5 consecutive frost hearts, which fell to the ground like crystalline ice cores. A wave of cold instantly enveloped the entire space. The flower spirits flying in the air, preparing to attack him, had their wings frozen stiff and fell one after another, completely immobilized. Chenny did not hesitate and unleashed a scorching ray, sweeping powerfully across the entire field. Everything, including the flower tree demon spirit, was engulfed in the attack. Range. Boom! A burst of flames erupted from within the flower tree demon spirit's body. It let out a faint, miserable cry and was instantly reduced to ashes. A mission completion prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained the Wind Whisperer job change. Scroll. Congratulations, you have obtained the Summon Storm Spirit skill book. The rewards have been sent to your backpack. Chun. E took out the job change scroll. Do you want to use the Wind Whisperer scroll? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your job to Wind Whisperer. Intelligence growth +1, agility growth +0.5. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 2 golden lights flashed, and with the accumulated experience, Shin-E instantly reached level 32. The experience bar was left with only 0.78%. After completing the job change, he took out the Summon Storm Spirit skill book. Summon. Storm Spirit, Grade D, summons a powerful storm spirit to fight for you and continuously restore your intelligence. Chen-E immediately learned it, and a vast amount of summoning knowledge flooded into his mind. The storm spirit came from the storm dimension, naturally wielding the power of wind and lightning. He was a bit impatient, as every summoning brought surprises. Glancing at Sui Tang on his shoulder, Chen-E thought to himself that he should settle her down first. So, he carried Sui Tang and walked out of the forest, with the Skeleton King following closely behind. At the edge of the dense forest, the highway was deserted, with only Sui Tang's car quietly parked by the roadside. Chen-E opened the backseat door and placed Sui Tang directly in the back seat. Sui Tang's car was spacious enough for her 1.7-meter frame to lie down completely without issue. After closing the car door, Chen-E looked around. He wanted to find a quiet place, worried that the noise from summoning might expose his secret. Beyond the highway was an open wilderness with few monsters. This was the perfect spot to summon the storm spirit. With this in mind, Chen-E instructed the Skeleton King to stay by the SUV and guard it. He then walked alone into the open field. This time, he wondered how powerful the creature he would summon would be. Chen-E walked to the center of the wilderness and immediately began summoning the storm spirit. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the heavens and earth, and countless wind elements gathered together. A massive magic circle appeared in the sky. This was the magic circle for summoning the storm spirit. At this moment, all the wind in the wilderness was drawn into the magic circle. An endless surge of power emerged, and a colossal creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body resembling a tornado appeared within the circle. It stood 100 meters tall, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. A resonant voice boomed from its mouth. Have I finally escaped that storm world? And where is this place? As the creature slowly descended, a gust of wind swept across the area. The grass on the wilderness was blown into the air. A notification sounded in Chun-Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully summoned the Storm Lord Narax. He quickly checked Narax's attributes. Storm Lord Narax. Level, 32 rank, mythical base strength, 320 base constitution, 320 base agility, 420 base intelligence, 320 talent, body of the Wind God, SSS grade, body of the Wind God, SSS grade. The agility cap is completely unlocked. Wind-based skill consumption is reduced by 90%, cooldown time is reduced by 90%, and wind-based damage received is also reduced by 90%. Wind-based skill damage and special effects are increased 100-fold, and proficiency growth is accelerated 100-fold. Description: the Storm Lord has partially deified his body. Skills: Surge of Wind and Thunder, Wind Link, Doomsday Storm, Dance of Wind and Thunder. Equipment: Wind Stabilizing Orb, Bound, Wind Stabilizing Orb rank, unique effect, Master the Power of the Wind. Description: this orb originates from the extreme forces of the storm dimension and has been devoured by Narax as his life essence orb. Character introduction: the supreme ruler of the storm dimension. In that storm-filled world, Narax is the most powerful storm lord, honored with the title Lord of Storms. Seeing this mythical storm lord, Chen-E was utterly shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a Creature of mythical rank. The most distinctive feature of a mythical rank being is the ability to break through attribute limits. For instance, this level 32 Narax has an astonishing agility of 420 points. However, what Chen Yi envied most was the wind stabilizing orb. It was a one-of-a-kind, unique piece of equipment. Unfortunately, the orb had already been fused into Narax's body, becoming his life-bound source orb. If forcibly removed, Narax would undoubtedly die. Chen Yi looked at Narax. Narax, can you shrink a bit? A trace of reluctance flashed in Narax's eyes, but under the rules of the Red Mist, Chen Yi held his life in his hands. Helpless, he could only comply. Yes, my master. As soon as he finished speaking, his massive body began to shrink rapidly. He eventually transformed into a 2-meter-tall storm spirit. Chen Yi looked at Narax with satisfaction. Now, his trump card was even stronger. From now on, follow me. I'll call on you when I need you. Yes, master. Narax looked at this new world. Since he had come here, he might as well settle in. After all, staying in that storm-filled world was too boring. Even becoming a servant didn't matter. He silently accepted the fact that Chen Yi was now his master. Chen Yi led Narax toward the off-road vehicle. When Narax saw the skeleton king, his eyes widened. He could sense the powerful necromantic aura emanating from the skeleton king. His master actually had such a strong servant. With this potential, he would surely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. It seemed that serving this master wasn't so bad after all. Chen Yi and the skeleton king got into the car. The skeleton king sat in the passenger seat, and there was no room left inside. Chen Yi looked at Narax. Follow behind the car. With your speed, you definitely won't fall behind. Yes, master. By the way, if you encounter any monsters on the way, kill them directly. As the engine roared, Chen Yi drove off with Sui Tang, heading straight for the Tianji Bureau headquarters. The Lord of Storms followed closely behind, slicing through any monsters they passed with wind blades. Watching his experience points steadily increase, Chen Yi couldn't help but hum a little tune in. The car. Who could be more carefree than him? As the car sped along, Sui Tang woke up in the back seat and sat up. Brother Yi, is everything resolved? She seemed to have little memory of what had just happened, but Chen Yi noticed a trace of unease flash in her eyes. Yes, it's all taken care of. Next, I'll take you to the Tianji Bureau headquarters. I have other matters to handle. Okay. Sui Tang nodded. You go ahead. I was planning to head to the headquarters to level up with Sister Su Chao anyway. Sui Tang understood that with Chen Yi's formidable combat power, training alone would be far more efficient than dragging her along. If she wanted to be worthy of Brother Yi, she had to work harder to level up. Chen Yi, on the other hand, planned to find a dungeon to train. He wasn't planning to use the Apocalypse Secret Realm token just yet. He wanted to wait until his level was higher to maximize the benefits. At this moment, Chen Yi stood before the entrance of a black dungeon. Behind him were the Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms. This place was about 270 kilometers from the Tianji Bureau headquarters. After dropping off Sui Tang, Chen Yi had borrowed her car and driven straight here. This location wasn't particularly famous in modern times, but during the Warring States period, Chongping was a renowned battlefield. Back then, Bai Qi had infamously buried 400,000 surrendered Zhao soldiers here. In his previous life, someone had unearthed a large number of bronze artifacts and human bones here, initially thinking it was a tomb. But as they dug deeper, they discovered the entrance to a dungeon. After the arrival of the Red Mist, the ancient battlefield of Chongping was transformed. It became the Changping Dungeon, filled with ferocious ghostly spirits and warrior souls. Because of its unique nature, many soul-based professionals in the previous life came here to train their skills and capture warrior souls. The strength of warrior souls was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary spirits. The gatekeeping boss here had once struck fear into the hearts of countless people. But today, Chen Yi was ready to become the first to clear it. He possessed the Soul Cube, which granted immunity to all soul attacks, allowing him to pass through unscathed. Standing before the cavern, 3 options appeared on the screen: normal, hard, hell. Without hesitation, Chen Yi chose hell difficulty. A flash of blue light passed, and Chen Yi, along with the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord, disappeared in front of the portal. The scenery shifted, and Chen Yi entered the interior of the cavern. The ground was covered in black ice, shrouded in dark mist, resembling a unique mineral found only here. Chen Yi reached out to touch it and immediately felt a bone-chilling cold spread from his fingertips throughout his body. The ice was so cold it seemed capable of freezing steel into fragments. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, "You have felt the bone-chilling cold. The supernatural adaptation talent is activated, granting immunity to the cold and unlocking the passive skill Advanced Cold Resistance." A warm current instantly flowed through his body, dispelling the cold. When Chen Yi touched the ice again, it felt like any ordinary object. He continued forward, with the soul cube in his backpack ensuring he had no need to worry about soul attacks. Thus, he made no additional preparations, leaving the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord to remain vigilant. Chen Yi had never been to the Changping Cavern before, but based on information from forums in his previous life, the cavern was divided into 3 levels. The first level consisted of ordinary soldier souls, split into 2 factions, Qin and Zhao. In the absence of adventurers, the 2 factions would fight each other. However, upon encountering an adventurer, they would set aside their enmity and jointly attack the intruder. The second level featured the souls of the Wolling Iron Cavalry and the formidable Hu Dao Knights. They were incredibly fast, with astonishing attack power and unpredictable movements. Non-soul-based adventurers had no chance of passing through. The third level was guarded by Bai Qi, the god of slaughter who had executed 400,000 Zhao soldiers. The game Red Mist had endowed him with terrifying power. Bai Qi in hell difficulty was equivalent to a diamond tier boss. Only adventurers with all S grade or higher talents had a chance of defeating him. As Chen Yi recalled this information, the sound of intense fighting came from ahead. Approaching, he saw 2 groups of soldier souls in different armor locked in fierce combat. These soldiers' souls bore the gruesome marks of their deaths. Some had their intestines spilling out, with a bronze spear piercing their chests and intestines swaying as they moved. Others had their heads half severed, with their bodies and skulls connected by only a thin layer of skin. Some were riddled with arrows, with half their skulls reduced to bare bone. Still others had their limbs severed, biting down on their opponent's arms with their teeth in a death grip. The brutal reality of war was laid bare without mercy. Chen Yi casually inspected the attributes of these soldier souls. Qin Soldier Soul, level 32 grade, bronze. Zhao Soldier Soul, level 32 grade, elite. The Qin soldier souls were clearly stronger than the Zhao soldier souls. Suddenly, both sides noticed Chen Yi. They immediately ceased fighting, formed ranks, and began advancing toward him. Chen Yi turned to the Skeleton King and said, "This is your domain. Go, and don't disappoint me." The Skeleton King's soul flames flickered in his eyes as he prepared for battle. "Yes, Master," the Skeleton King responded, raising his twin bone cleavers and charging toward the soldier souls. At the forefront, he swung his blade without hesitation at a Qin soldier soul. The moment the soldier soul made contact with the bone cleavers, it was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces. Its soul body dissolved into 4 wisps of black mist. Just as the mist began to disperse, it was absorbed into the blade of the bone cleavers. The bone cleavers were designed specifically to harvest souls. Even the resentment left behind by the dead was completely absorbed by the weapon. This was the Skeleton King's frenzied feast, beginning now. The other soldier souls showed no fear, their battle cries echoing loudly, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" A fierce and violent aura enveloped the soldier souls. Immediately, their formation shifted, and dozens of bronze spears thrust toward the Skeleton King in unison. This was a killing technique honed through military training. But against absolute power, neither technique nor momentum mattered. All the bronze spears shattered before the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King wielded his twin blades, slashing fiercely at the army souls. The moment the soul bodies touched the bone-cleaving blades, they were instantly obliterated. Amid the dense military formation, the Skeleton King moved as if in an unchallenged domain. Yet the army souls showed no fear, charging at the Skeleton King relentlessly. When the first formation failed, they switched to the second. Phalanxes, wedge formations, wave after wave of assaults came crashing in. The military weapons struck the Skeleton King, but couldn't even break through his defenses. Without even using any skills, the Skeleton King slaughtered over 1,000 army souls in less than 10 minutes. Chen Yi glanced at his experience bar progress. Level 32, 41.3%. The experience from these 1,000 bronze and elite monsters only brought a little over 40% growth. Shenyi shook his head with a wry smile. Leveling up was truly no easy task. Even clearing out this entire dungeon might not guarantee a level up. However, the difficulty of leveling up was a challenge faced by everyone. And at his current speed, he was already considered very fast. At this moment, the Skeleton King approached, carrying the bone-cleaving blades. Master, the task is complete. Shenyi nodded. The Skeleton King's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Good, prepare to enter the next level. The passage to the next level had already opened. It was a long staircase of green stone, leading straight downward. There was no teleportation array, meaning that after entering the second level, it was still possible to return to the first. If they encountered enemies they couldn't defeat, this advantage could be used to adjust their tactics. Shenyi stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a different atmosphere from the first level. This place was filled with yellow sand, shrouded in a grayish mist that covered the entire area. Looking at the scene before him, Shenyi said to the Skeleton King, "This level is yours." "Yes, master." At that moment, the sound of hooves came from afar. The heavy thuds of hooves on the yellow sand echoed continuously. Shenyi scanned his surroundings, while the Skeleton King walked forward alone. After advancing over 300 meters, a group of cavalry in strange attire suddenly charged out of the swirling yellow sand. There were about 30 of these cavalrymen, wielding unique curved sabers and carrying bows and arrows at their waists. Shenyi quickly examined their attributes. Curved saber cavalry soul level, 32 grade, gold strength, 230 constitution, 180 agility, 270 intelligence, 1 talent, speed of the army soul skills, sudden slash, precision shooting description. The legendary cavalry in Hu attire and archery was the first elite cavalry in the history of the Yinhuang nation. They once drove the Xiongnu back 200 miles to the north and, after death, transformed into army souls to continue fighting. Shenyi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the cavalry on the second level to already reach gold grade. The experience they would provide was bound to be substantial. At this moment, the curved saber cavalry clashed fiercely with the Skeleton King. Their blades swung like a continuous streak of lightning. However, the Skeleton King, clad in the armor of the dead, could withstand all attacks from gold grade and lower enemies. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, but the Skeleton King remained unscathed. The curved saber cavalry, undeterred, withdrew after their first ineffective assault and prepared for another charge. During their charge, they drew their bows and arrows from their waists, quickly knocking and firing. Every arrow was aimed precisely at the Skeleton King. But as the arrows struck the armor of the dead, they simply bounced off and fell to the ground. The Skeleton King, unwilling to waste more time with them, sheathed the bone-cleaving blades on his back. With a wave of both hands, he unleashed soul shackles. Hundreds of soul chains shot out from the Skeleton King's hands, like countless precise tendrils, binding the curved saber cavalry. The bound cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another. The soul war horses, attempting to flee, were also tightly ensnared by the soul chains. Streams of soul energy flowed through the chains back into the Skeleton King, continuously replenishing its power. The Skeleton King directly absorbed the soul energy of the curved saber cavalry and their war horses. The soul flames of Grezel burned with extraordinary satisfaction. It had been a long time since it had tasted such delicious souls. As time passed, the golden level military soul figures gradually became blurred and eventually completely dissipated in the underground cave. After the death of the Hu Dao cavalry, Shenyi's experience points suddenly increased by 20%. He looked at the Skeleton King with satisfaction and secretly praised. In his heart, the strength of this Skeleton King is truly remarkable. It's a pity that these are all soul monsters, and the Skeleton King's undead king talent cannot be fully utilized, otherwise, it could be even stronger. After the Hu Dao cavalry perished, the sound of galloping hooves echoed once more. Shenyi was overjoyed. These were all walking experience packs. He looked at the Skeleton King and shouted loudly, "Grezel, go all out, kill for me." "Yes, master." Chains of souls danced through the air. Any cavalry that approached the Skeleton King was tightly bound by the chains, immobilizing both rider and horse. All the captured war souls became a source of energy that continuously strengthened the Skeleton King. Nourished by these war souls, the soul flames on the Skeleton King's body seemed ready to burst out of his armor. At some point, the thick fog in the area began to dissipate slowly. The cavalrymen were also slain, one by the Skeleton King. As the last batch of barbarian cavalry fell, a golden light suddenly flashed across Chen Yi's body. He had leveled up. Now, his level had reached 33, with a progress of 0.01%. After leveling up, Chen Yi felt completely refreshed. Each level up seemed to wash away all previous fatigue and pain, leaving him renewed. It was as if every level up was a complete rebirth. At this moment, the yellow sand began to sink, and the ground slowly collapsed. A high platform rose in the center of the area. On the platform was a long staircase leading underground. Seeing the entrance to the third level appear, Chen Yi walked toward the staircase. He climbed onto the platform. Below, a chilling wind blew, and the atmosphere was eerie. The Skeleton King placed the bone-cleaving blades above the entrance. The blades, like massive magnets, absorbed the intense resentment and hatred in the air, forming a thick column of mist that was devoured by the blades. Endless resentment was the best energy source for the bone-cleaving blades. After the blades absorbed the resentment, the sinister aura in the passage quickly dissipated. Chen Yi then descended the staircase and soon entered the third level. The third level was completely different from the first two. It resembled a ruined battlefield. Countless broken corpses were piled into heaps. In the center of the battlefield stood a high platform, and on it was a figure calmly observing Chen Yi. Chen Yi opened the attribute interface of the figure. God of Slaughter by Qi level, 33 grade, Diamond. Strength, 330 Constitution, 330 Agility, 330 Intelligence, 330 Talent. Heart of Slaughter, SSS grade. Heart of Slaughter, SSS grade. Permanently increases attack power by 1% for every enemy of the same level killed. Current kill count, 0. Skills, Slaughter / Invincible / Instant / Judgment / Equipment, Sword of the God of Slaughter, SS grade. Seeing Bai Qi's talent, Chen Yi was filled with envy. Bai Qi's talent could permanently stack attack power. At the start, Bai Qi had no stacks, but once players began swarming the Changping catacombs to farm monsters, this value would become terrifying. In the late stages of the game, Bai Qi would become one of the most powerful dungeon bosses. More importantly, Bai Qi was a physical entity. The Skeleton King's undead sovereign talent was about to come into play. By then, Bai Qi would become a powerful ally for the Skeleton King. Chen Yi looked at the Skeleton King. Continue. The Skeleton King's face lit up with excitement. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a strong opponent. Yes, Master. Chen Yi took an F-grade piece of armor out of his backpack. The armor was very sturdy and served perfectly as a makeshift stool when placed on the ground. He sat down, activated his rock shield, and quietly watched the show. The Storm Lord beside him kept a close eye on Bai Qi, fully alert. In his view, although Bai Qi was not as powerful as himself, the murderous aura emanating from Bai Qi was something he could not hope to match. By this time, the Skeleton King had already approached Bai Qi. Bai Qi's gaze was cold and stern as he looked down at the Skeleton King. Are you the one challenging me? The Skeleton King did not respond and leaped directly onto the platform. The platform was not large, only about 100 square meters. Bai Qi gripped the sword of the God of Slaughter tightly, his eyes sharp. Clang! The Killing God sword was unsheathed, its ice-blue blade engraved with countless skulls, surrounded by a blood-red aura, exuding extreme menace. Killing God / Bai Qi acted without hesitation, directly activating the skill. An incomparably powerful sword energy descended from the heavens, leaving the Skeleton King no time to react. The soul flames in the Skeleton King's eyes flickered. He could feel the terrifying power of this sword energy, capable of cleaving through anything. He raised his twin bone-cleaving blades. Undead Guardian. Buzz. The bone-cleaving blades suddenly sprouted countless white bones, forming a massive bone shield that hovered above the Skeleton King's head. Boom! The Killing God / struck the bone shield fiercely. A deep crack appeared on the shield, and in an instant, it shattered. However, part of the sword energy was absorbed by the shield. As soon as the Killing God / ended, Bai Qi swiftly slid forward, closing in on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's gaze locked onto Bai Qi. A soul ray shot directly from the Skeleton King's eye sockets toward Bai Qi's eyes. Forced control. This move could temporarily manipulate the enemy's body. With the Crown of Hatred's enhancement, the control duration was extended. A trace of surprise flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. At this moment, he had already lost control of his body. The Skeleton King stared at Bai Qi and coldly uttered two words, suicide. Bai Qi's body immediately lost control, and the Killing God sword in his hand slowly moved toward his own neck. Just as the killing god's sword was about to touch his neck, Bai Qi suddenly regained control of his body. Damn it! A murderous intent instantly ignited in his eyes. This guy dared to manipulate his body. Invincible slash. Countless sword lights that tore through space instantly enveloped the entire high platform. Invincible slash. It unleashed 1,000 attacks in an instant while rendering the user invincible. The Skeleton King's death armor endured these 1,000 invincible slashes. The metallic surface began to show countless tiny scratches. By the time invincible slash ended, fragments of the death armor's metal layer were continuously falling off. Ultimately, the outer layer of the death armor completely disintegrated. Its equipment level dropped from SS grade to S grade. It went from being able to resist attacks from golden creatures to only being able to resist attacks from silver creatures. Witnessing this, Chen Yi was shocked. This attack was so fierce that it forcibly downgraded the Skeleton King's equipment by 1 level. On Bai Qi's side, he was panting heavily. Invincible slash had consumed him greatly, and his muscles felt as if they were being torn apart. At this moment, the Skeleton King looked at Bai Qi. The soul shackles in his hand flew out, tightly binding Bai Qi. He attempted to absorb Bai Qi's soul power but was surprised to find that he couldn't extract any strength. Interesting. The soul chains slowly loosened and began to wrap around Bai Qi. Bai Qi, still recovering, could only let the chains bind him. The Skeleton King raised his bone-cleaving blades. Endless black resentment emanated from the blades. Now, he was ready to execute Bai Qi. Soul-devouring slash. In an instant, the Skeleton King transformed into a ghostly shadow, directly swallowing Bai Qi. Soul-devouring, as the name suggests, meant consuming the soul. This was the Skeleton King's ultimate skill. In the undead realm, he had used this move to kill countless enemies. Boom! A cloud of black energy exploded on the high platform. Crack! The soul chains binding Bai Qi instantly shattered, transforming into countless soul spikes that pierced Bai Qi. The pain inflicted on the soul was 100 times more intense than physical pain. Bai Qi's eyes burned with madness. He saw Chen Yi's mocking gaze. The explosion just now made him realize that Chen Yi was the true mastermind behind all this. Damn it, die. Instant slash. Bai Qi suddenly teleported beside Chen Yi, the killing god sword stabbing straight at him. Like slicing through tofu, Chen Yi's rock shield was instantly pierced. The killing god sword plunged directly into Chen Yi's body. The intense pain instantly overwhelmed his mind. At this moment, his brain went blank. He wanted to fight back but couldn't muster any strength. Master! The Storm Lord unleashed a powerful gale, blowing Bai Qi forcefully against the wall. But Bai Qi's killing god sword remained embedded in Chen Yi's body. Bai Qi had used the last of his strength to deliver this strike. Facing the Storm Lord's attack, he was powerless to resist. A system notification sounded in Chen Yi's ear. You have been pierced by the sword of the god of death. Repairing body. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, intermediate pierce resistance. Acquired. Wound is bleeding. Stopping the bleeding. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, intermediate bleeding resistance, acquired. Body is being corroded by the killing aura of the sword of the god of death. Analyzing the sword of the god of death. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, advanced killing aura immunity, acquired. Mind affected by severe pain. Restoring brain consciousness. Super adaptation. Talent activated, passive skill, basic pain immunity, acquired. Under the effect of super adaptation, Chen Yi gained many passive skills. The sword of the god of death was expelled from his body, transforming into specks of light. His body fully recovered, leaving no trace of a wound. After recovering, Chen Yi saw the disappearing sword of the god of death and quickly understood that this was part of the game mechanics. Players could not directly obtain the sword of the god of death. It was just like in previous online games, where equipment from dungeon monsters could not be directly taken by players. It was likely that the Skeleton King's Undying King skill was also ineffective against Bai Qi. If players could endlessly farm equipment, the exploit would be too obvious. At this moment, the Skeleton King, wielding his twin bone-carving blades, decapitated Bai Qi. Bai Qi's body turned into light and vanished. As expected, the Undying King skill was useless. It seemed that only monsters in the real world could be affected by this skill. Understanding the rules, Chen Yi looked at the Skeleton King. It seemed it was time to let the Skeleton King farm monsters solo. This way, he could build his own undead army, which would be of great help to him. After Bai Qi's death, Chen Yi's experience points skyrocketed. A ball of white light appeared. Where Bai Qi had fallen. Could it be loot? Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Items dropped by a boss were never disappointing. It seemed wearing the lucky coin necklace had paid off. He walked over and grabbed the white light. A skill book appeared in his hand. Seeing that it was a skill book, Chen Yi was even more delighted. Even if it wasn't a skill book for mages, he could sell it in the trading market for money. He immediately opened the skill book to check its description. Killing aura intimidation, D rank, aura skill. Once learned, it emits a killing aura within a 10-meter radius, weakening the attributes and willpower of enemies. This was a skill book for the warrior class. Quite impressive. Aura-type skills were rare and considered top-tier among D-rank skill books. Chen Yi placed the skill book on the trading platform for display. Comments quickly appeared below. Someone offered to trade a top-tier D-rank mage skill book for it. People had their eyes on this D-rank skill book and began privately acquiring D-rank mage skill books. Most players were still using F-rank skill books, so D-rank skill books were naturally in high demand, especially such a rare and exceptional one. After all, killing aura intimidation could significantly weaken monster attributes over a wide area, making it highly useful for team exploration. Just as Chen Yi left the Chongping Cavern, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Your summon creature, Goblin Sword Saint Caesar, has been slain. You can now summon a new goblin. The Sword Saint was dead? Chen Yi could hardly believe it. After all, the Sword Saint was a level 33 diamond tier powerhouse. Very few could kill him. At this moment, the system notified him of an incoming call request. Chen Yi saw that it was Sui Tang. He immediately accepted the call. Sui Tang, dressed in a silk mage robe, appeared as a projection in front of Chen Yi. The curves of her figure were faintly visible under the robe, causing Chen Yi's heart to race. This girl's figure was becoming more and more irresistible. He silently attributed this feeling to humanity's most primal desires. Sui Tang asked with a concerned expression, "Brother Yi, what happened on your end? Did something happen to your goblin summon?" Chen Yi was a bit puzzled, wondering how she knew the Sword Saint had been killed. He nodded, "My summoned creature was indeed killed, but how did you know?" Sui Tang revealed a "I knew it all along" expression. "Brother Yi, just check the equipment trading platform, and you'll understand." Chen Yi nodded and opened the equipment trading platform. Ranked first was the S-grade Dragon Slayer blade, and second was the S-grade Dragon Slayer set. Clearly, the Goblin Sword Saint's true form had appeared, and after being killed, his equipment remained. Seeing the Sword Saint's equipment listed for trade, Chen Yi's face darkened, and he made a silent vow in his heart, "This guy must pay the price." Sui Tang noticed his expression and cautiously asked, "Brother Yi, do you need help from the Tianji Bureau?" Chen Yi shook his head. "No need. I'll make him pay the price myself." With that, he ended the call. According to the system prompt, he could summon one more goblin. It made sense now that the Sword Saint was dead. The second strongest in the goblin clan would naturally become the first. Chen Yi began forming seals, and a strange energy surged forth. A summoning magic circle began to appear on the ground. Moments later, a goblin dressed in an exquisite mage's robe and holding a ram-headed staff emerged from the circle. This goblin mage looked very old, with white hair and a frail appearance. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to summon a goblin of the mage class. He checked the goblin mage's attributes. Goblin Archmage Merlin, level, *33, grade, Diamond, strength, *200, constitution, *230, agility, *330, intelligence, *330, talent, can control the elements of earth, fire, water, and storms. Skills, Earth Spike, Firestorm, Raging Waves, Tornado. Equipment, Court Ritual Robe, Grade A, Magic Ram Staff, Grade A. Subprofession, Alchemist, Master Level. Description, naturally attuned to the elements, deeply wise, and the chief court mage of Sword Saint Caesar. The Archmage looked directly at Chen Yi. "Was it you who summoned me, Master?" Chen Yi nodded. Although the Goblin Archmage's strength and constitution had declined due to age, making his combat power barely adequate, his sub-profession caught Chen Yi's attention. He hadn't expected this goblin to also be a master alchemist. For ordinary players, obtaining a sub-profession required an extremely rare sub-profession transfer scroll. Such scrolls were priceless in the Red Mist game, especially for popular sub-professions like alchemy. Alchemists could craft potions and various materials for other sub-professions, making it one of the most practical sub-professions. Sub-professions were divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster levels. Reaching the master level as an alchemist required at least 10 years of practice. Chenny looked at the Archmage. Now that Caesar is dead, you will take his place and continue to serve me. The Archmage's eyes flashed with shock. In his mind, the Sword Saint was invincible, capable of even defeating dragons. He hadn't expected him to die. But he quickly regained his composure, knowing this was not something he could interfere with. He nodded slightly. Chenny added, "Don't worry, I will avenge the Sword Saint. That person will pay the price." Hearing this, the Archmage bowed deeply to Chenny. "Yes, Master." The Sword Saint had been his personal protege, and he had entrusted him with the Dragon Slayer set. Now that the Sword Saint was dead, the Archmage was naturally filled with grief. Chun Yi's promise to avenge the Sword Saint made the Archmage deeply grateful. At this moment, Chen Yi was deep in thought. Such an important alchemist could not be allowed to come to any harm. He needed to find a safe place to settle him. After some consideration, Chen Yi decided to place him in the most secure location, the Tianji Bureau. Moreover, the Archmage was not weak and had his own means of self-defense. The combination of the two would ensure absolute safety. "Get in the car." "Yes, Master." The off-road vehicle roared to life and headed straight for the Tianji Bureau headquarters. After settling the Archmage, Chen Yi prepared to confront that person and settle the score. Out of caution, Chen Yi refrained from sending the Skeleton King out to farm monsters. After all, anyone capable of killing the Sword Saint was certainly no ordinary foe. He didn't dare to be careless, fearing the other party might be hiding some powerful trump card. Chen Yi quickly arrived at the Tianji Bureau. He was greeted by Johan. Johan was visibly surprised when he saw the Goblin Archmage and the Storm Lord, as he had never seen them before. He promptly pulled the Goblin Archmage over. Chen Yi spoke, "This is my summoned creature, the Goblin Archmage, who is also a master-level alchemist. I'm about to participate in a dangerous battle, so the Goblin Archmage will stay at the Tianji Bureau to assist." Johan was thrilled to hear this. "Chen Yi, you've come at the perfect time. There are people in the Tianji Bureau who have taken up alchemy as a secondary profession, but no one has been able to teach them how to practice alchemy. With you, a master-level alchemist, the problem is solved." The appearance of the Goblin Archmage truly helped them resolve an urgent issue. Hearing Johan's words, Chen Yi nodded. "Good, that's settled." He turned to the Goblin Archmage, "Merlin, from now on, follow Johan's orders. His commands are my commands. Do you understand?" The Goblin Archmage nodded and replied, "Yes, my master." Upon hearing that Chen Yi had arrived, Sui Tang hurried out. "Brother Yi, do you need transportation?" Chen Yi nodded, "If there's any, that would be great." Sui Tang immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Hello, Xiao Wang? Head to the helipad, there's a task for you." She hung up after speaking. "Brother Yi, the vehicle will be here shortly." After waiting for about 10 minutes, a helicopter flew in from the sky and landed near Chen Yi and the others. Sui Tang looked at Chen Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, can I come with you?" Chen Yi immediately shook his head. "This is no joke. I'm not even sure if I'll return safely. You'd better stay here." Hearing this, Sui Tang looked worried. "What kind of battle is this?" Chen Yi didn't elaborate. "It's nothing. I'm boarding the helicopter now." With that, he boarded the helicopter with the Storm Lord and the Skeleton King and informed the pilot of the destination. The helicopter headed toward the target. After flying for about 5 hours, they finally arrived at Insha. After disembarking, Chen Yi walked along the road, feeling a surge of emotions. He had returned so quickly. Insha now was much the same as when he had left, but the people here had honed their combat skills through constant battles, and their strength had significantly improved. Previously, it took over 10 people to take down a greyhound. Now, 4 or 5 could handle it. Outside the city, he saw people forming teams to hunt monsters. However, the monsters were sparse, with at least 400 to 500 meters between each one. Chen Yi opened the equipment trading interface in the marketplace and chose to privately message someone. To locate this person, he first needed to confirm their position. "Hello, how much are you selling your dragon blade for? What do you want in exchange?" Chen Yi sent several messages in succession, but the other party didn't respond at all. Only then did he understand what it felt like when someone ignored your messages. It seemed that without some bait, he wouldn't get a reply. Thinking Of this, Chen Yi looked at the Skeleton King's bone-cleaving blades. Grizel, let me see your dual blades. Yes, master. The Skeleton King handed the bone-cleaving blades to Chen Yi. Using the system's screenshot function, Chen Yi captured an image of the bone-cleaving blades and sent it to the person. He then returned the weapon to the Skeleton King. About 3 minutes later, the person replied, I want that piece of equipment. What do you want? In exchange? Chen Yi quickly responded, I want to trade for your Dragon Blade and Dragon Slayer set, but the transaction must be done in person. I also need your help with a boss I can't defeat. You know, 2 pieces of S-grade equipment aren't as valuable as SS-grade equipment. This was Chen Yi's carefully crafted pitch. The other party was silent for a while before replying, I'm busy and don't have time to come over. You should find someone else. Chen Yi hadn't expected the other party to be so cautious. It seemed he would have to go to the place where the Sword Saint had fallen himself. He sent a message, all right then, I'm in Silver Summer. If it's convenient, I hope you'll consider it. You're in Silver Summer? I'll think about it. Seeing the reply, Chen Yi confirmed that the other party was still near Silver Summer and clearly unaware that he was the Sword Saint's master. Thinking of this, Chen Yi called upon the system. Help me locate the place where the Sword Saint fell. Searching. Not far, found it. Suddenly, a guide appeared before Chen Yi. It pointed in the direction of the snowy mountain, where the Sword Saint had been sent. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. The place where the Sword Saint fell should be nearby. He turned to look at the Storm Lord. Now Rax, take me to that mountain ahead. Understood, master. The Storm Lord replied. His body instantly expanded to twice its size, and a small whirlwind appeared behind him. Master, sit on this whirlwind, he said. Chen Yi nodded and jumped onto the whirlwind behind the Storm Lord. Sitting on it felt like sitting on soft cotton, incredibly comfortable. Chen Yi was very satisfied. Using the Storm Lord as a mount was truly excellent. Let's go! Chen Yi shouted, and the Storm Lord soared toward the snowy mountain. The Skeleton King on the ground also began to follow. Though not as fast as the Storm Lord, his speed was still considerable, gradually catching up. The Storm Lord's speed was astonishing. Nearly 500 agility points were no joke. His speed was even faster than Chen Yi traveling by plane. Moreover, the Storm Lord thoughtfully released a layer of air membrane for Chen Yi, making him feel no wind at all while sitting on it. They arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. The Storm Lord gently set Chen Yi down. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the Skeleton King also arrived. This snowy mountain was called Zhaojin Mountain. Every morning, sunlight would shine on the snow-covered mountain, making it sparkle like a golden mountain. It was now late autumn, and the foot of the mountain was covered in dry grass. Chen Yi began walking into the mountain. He had cold resistance skills, so the chill in the mountain had no effect on him. After walking for over half an hour, Chen Yi saw a mountain ravine. Snowmelt flowed through the ravine, crystal clear, but the air carried a faint scent of blood that Chen Yi's nose couldn't miss. At the same time, the system prompt disappeared. Stepping on the gravel at the edge of the ravine, Chen Yi began walking toward the source of the ravine. After walking another 300 meters, he noticed a patch of dried blood. Upon closer inspection, the blood was dark red. Goblin blood was this color. Chen Yi looked around and found the rocks covered in sword marks. These marks were chaotic, and traces of magic were also left nearby. Seeing this, Chen Yi understood that the Sword Saint had definitely engaged in a fierce battle with some kind of professional here. Continuing forward, a mountain pass appeared before Chen Yi. It was the exit of the ravine. Chen Yi walked out, and his view suddenly opened up. Outside the mountain pass was a stretch of azure lake water. The lake was crystal clear, blending seamlessly with the sky. However, near the lakeshore not far away, a peculiar pile of stones caught Chen Yi's attention. He walked closer to take a look. The stones were unique white rocks from the snowy mountain. However, the stone pile emitted a strange aura that made Chen Yi feel a headache and nausea. A system prompt sounded in his ears. You have been affected by unknown mental contamination. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated, gaining passive skill, basic mental abnormality resistance. Chen Yi's nausea and headache instantly disappeared, and his mind cleared. He was surprised that this stone pile possessed such bizarre abilities. This wasn't an attack targeting the soul but mental contamination, rendering the soul cube ineffective. Chen Yi decided to investigate the altar further. Now Rax, dismantle this altar, but don't damage the stones. Understood. A gust of wind blew toward the stone pile. The stones seemed weightless, neatly piling to the side. Chen Yi marveled at the Storm Lord's abilities. Truly a mythical creature, his control over wind was unparalleled. After the stone was moved aside, a mangled corpse appeared before Chen Yi. His expression instantly darkened. It was the body of the deceased Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's skin had been completely flayed, leaving only an unrecognizable mass of flesh and bones. Who could be so cruel? At that moment, a message about the Sword Saint appeared before Chen Yi. Flesh miracle of the sacrificed. Flesh miracle? What was that? Chen Yi's mind was filled with questions. This eerie altar and the sacrificed flesh of the Sword Saint seemed like black magic. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything called the flesh miracle. As Chen Yi pondered, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, he saw a massive figure flying in from the distance, casting a shadow over the entire valley. Countless air currents supported its floating form. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a 100-meter-long undead bone dragon. On the dragon's back stood a figure, seemingly staring at Chen Yi. Chen Yi checked the bone dragon's attributes. The opponent's mount is a player mount, attributes cannot be viewed. Chen Yi turned to the Lord of Storms. Transform into your true form and bring that bone dragon down for me. The Lord of Storms nodded. Yes, Master. The Lord of Storms began to grow larger, and a storm raged through the valley. In the blink of an eye, his body was nearly as large as the bone dragon, exuding an even more imposing aura. The Lord of Storms gazed at the undead bone dragon with confidence. The power of this bone dragon was nothing in his eyes. Whoosh, 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 endless storms violently swirled in the air, causing the wings supporting the bone dragon's flight to falter. The figure on the dragon's back plummeted straight toward the ground. Seeing the figure, Chen Yi immediately activated his rock shield and charged forward with the Skeleton King. This person was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the Sword Saint's death. At this moment, the figure was falling from mid-air. Suddenly, two black, fleshy wings sprouted from his back, barely slowing his descent. Just before hitting the ground, he stabilized himself with the wings. Witnessing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a profession capable of growing wings. Was this a talent, or something else? The man flapped his wings and flew toward Chen Yi. Only then did Chen Yi get a clear look at him, and he was instantly startled. The man's entire body was covered in tiny tentacles. His right eye was missing, replaced by a pink fleshy growth squirming in the eye socket. His left arm was also gone, with a gray tentacle about 10 centimeters long growing from his left shoulder. This grotesque appearance was deeply unsettling. A voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. You have been mentally polluted by the player Chu Tianxiao. Super adaptation, talent activated. Your passive skill, basic mental abnormality resistance, has been upgraded to intermediate mental abnormality resistance. Chen Yi's discomfort immediately vanished. He gradually understood why the soul cube had been ineffective. Mental pollution altered the essence of the soul, like dropping a bit of ink into a glass of clear water. It wasn't a direct attack. Chu Tianxiao stood at a high vantage point, looking down at Chen Yi. You're a beta tester too? Why haven't I seen you before? Hearing this, a flicker of shock crossed Chen Yi's eyes. Chu Tianxiao was actually a beta tester. Chen Yi immediately became vigilant. The beta players of the Red Mist game were all mysterious and powerful, completely beyond ordinary reasoning. Chen Yi didn't answer directly but instead asked, You're the one who killed the Sword Saint, aren't you? Chu Tianxiao looked at Chen Yi with his single eye, his gaze complex. That goblin is your summoned creature, isn't it? Not bad. Such powerful flesh is perfect for a sacrifice. Chu Tianxiao admitted it. Chen Yi nodded. Alright, in that case, you'd better prepare to be killed. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiao burst into laughter. By you? I admit your two summoned creatures are strong, but you yourself are not qualified. With that, he circled around Chen Yi a few times. No, something's off. You're not a beta tester. Otherwise, there's no way you wouldn't know me. It seems you're just a lucky one, at least possessing 2 SSS level talents. Chu Tianxiao's gaze grew increasingly manic. If I sacrifice you, I can definitely become even stronger. After speaking, he extended both hands, chanting under his breath. A gray-white light shield appeared beside him. The shield looked incredibly strong, as if it could block any attack. Chen Yi immediately cast a rock shield on himself. He aimed a scorching ray at Chu Tianxiao's light shield. When the ray hit the shield, it emitted a sizzling sound. The surface of the shield grew brighter, as if Chen Yi's ray had actually charged it. With over 20 years of combat experience, Chen Yi quickly realized the problem and ceased his attack. Chu Tianxiao laughed heartily from behind the shield. How about it, kid? My absolute guard. Defense is pretty solid, huh? This shield came from a diamond treasure chest, no one can break it. After speaking, he pulled a curved blade from his backpack. The Skeleton King, seeing this, raised his twin bone-cleaving blades and charged forward. Chu Tianxiao descended from the air and struck at the Skeleton King with his blade. Clang! The curved blade collided with the bone-cleaving blades. To Chen Yi's surprise, Chu Tianxiao actually managed to block the Skeleton King's attack. It was worth noting that the Skeleton King's base strength was already at 330 points, a rarity among professionals. Chu Tianxiao laughed wildly as he swung his curved blade, launching a frenzied assault on the Skeleton King. Despite having only one arm left, his strength was unmatched. The Skeleton King parried with ease, but Chu Tianxiao's attacks were all absorbed by the light shield, causing no damage at all. However, the battle intent in the Skeleton King's eyes grew stronger. Combat was his sole joy. Facing such an opponent, he focused entirely on the fight. His twin bone-cleaving blades swung relentlessly, and gradually, Chu Tianxiao was forced into a defensive stance, unable to counterattack. The Skeleton King's millennia of combat experience were far beyond Chu Tianxiao's reach. Yet no matter how fiercely the Skeleton King attacked, he couldn't harm Chu Tianxiao in the slightest. The powerful strikes landed on the light shield, only to be absorbed, making the shield even stronger. Chen Yi's expression turned serious. Damn it, this guy is hiding in his turtle shell, there's no way to kill him. Meanwhile, the battle between the Storm Lord and the undead Bone Dragon was nearing its end. As a mythical level entity, the Storm Lord was far superior to the diamond level undead Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon might have reached mythical status in life, but its power had greatly diminished after death. Sensing the threat to its life, the Bone Dragon spewed a stream of green undead dragon breath straight at the Storm Lord. However, the Storm Lord's body had fully elementalized, rendering him immune to the highly corrosive attack. Facing the Bone Dragon, the Storm Lord clasped his hands together and began unleashing his ultimate skill, Wind and Thunder Soul Dance. Endless wind and lightning rapidly converged within the narrow valley. Watching the gathering storm and lightning, the Bone Dragon roared furiously at the sky. A layer of black energy film appeared on the surface of its bones. Roar! Another stream of undead dragon breath shot out, attempting to interrupt the Storm Lord's casting. But all the dragon breath was blocked by the Storm Lord's body. The remaining breath landed on the rocky shore by the lake, corroding it into large pits that emitted a strong black stench. It was clear that if corpses fell here in the future, they would turn into undead within days. The Storm Lord's Wind and Thunder Soul Dance was nearing its climax. Thunderclouds filled the sky, lightning streaked across, and whirlwinds intertwined with the clouds. At this moment, the wind and clouds had completely merged. The whirlwind carried the thunderclouds, releasing even more lightning. Boom! A massive thunderstorm struck the undead Bone Dragon directly. The Bone Dragon collapsed to the ground, its bones enveloped in lightning. The black energy film on its bones began to melt away. Immediately after, several more thunderbolts struck down. Boom! 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 The Bone Dragon couldn't withstand it and struggled to crawl out of the valley. The Storm Lord's suppression had long deprived the Bone Dragon of its ability to fly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The Bone Dragon's ribs were the first to fracture, and cracks appeared at its joints. Such an attack was enough to kill it outright. Chu Tianxiao, who was battling the Skeleton King, sensed that his mount's life was in grave danger. He swiftly used his scimitar to deflect the Skeleton King's twin blades and charged toward the Bone Dragon. This mount had been hard-earned, he absolutely couldn't lose it here. The Storm Lord's Wind and Thunder had completely encircled the undead Bone Dragon. Blue, green, and purple light danced across the dragon's body, as if performing a dangerous dance, beautiful yet deadly. At that moment, Chu Tianxiao swung his scimitar, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped blade energy that slashed directly at the Storm Lord. This was a skill Chu Tianxiao had acquired after killing a high-level talent player, Crescent Slash. A C-level skill, but under Chu Tianxiao's talent enhancement, its power surpassed that of a standard S-level skill. The razor-sharp blade energy struck the Storm Lord's body directly. Yet, the Storm Lord remained completely unharmed. As a being of elemental form, it was immune to all physical damage. Chu Tianxiao quickly realized this. He then pulled out a scroll from his backpack, brimming with fiery energy. Upon unfolding it, the scroll was covered in fire elemental law patterns. Chu Tianxiao wrapped his scimitar in the scroll and then withdrew it. The fiery scroll dimmed significantly, and he glanced at it with a hint of regret. After storing the scroll back in his backpack, Chu Tianxiao's scimitar was now engraved with fire elemental laws. As he swung the blade, endless fire elemental energy surged forth. He aimed at the Storm Lord and unleashed a massive fiery blade energy. The Storm Lord sensed the threat and immediately summoned a massive tornado to disperse the fiery blade energy. But as soon as the tornado appeared, it was slashed apart by the fiery blade energy. The fiery blade energy took advantage of the momentum and struck the Storm Lord directly. Its body was instantly engulfed in flames. The wind fueled the fire, and the Storm Lord now resembled a giant of flames. Chen Yi, seeing this, continuously cast water healing, releasing countless water mists to envelop the Storm Lord. Coupled with the Storm Lord's own formidable defenses, the flames gradually extinguished. Witnessing this, Chu Tianxiao gripped his blade and walked toward Chen Yi. He had discerned that Chen Yi had undoubtedly awakened an SSS-level elemental talent. Such talent made him envious. Chen Yi saw Chu Tianxiao approaching and understood that he intended to seize the opportunity to kill him. If he died, his summoned creatures would naturally return to their own world. He checked Chu Tianxiao's level, it was only level 31, 2 levels lower than his own. He couldn't fathom what talent Chu Tianxiao possessed to be able to fight him to a standstill. What kind of background did these beta testers have? If every beta tester was as strong as Chu Tianxiao, it would be terrifying. Chen Yi had thought that drawing 10 SSS-level talents was already heaven-defying, but unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough. Until his other talents were unlocked, he had to keep a low profile whenever possible. Seeing Chu Tianxiao's crazed expression, Chen Yi immediately cast Fire Repulsion. Ring! A massive shockwave instantly sent Chu Tianxiao flying dozens of meters away. However, thanks to Chu Tianxiao's absolute protection, he remained completely unscathed. Seeing the shockwave's effectiveness, Chen Yi began frantically hurling fireball spells at Chu Tianxiao. One after another, fireballs the size of water tanks exploded. Chu Tianxiao was blasted into the air by the impact of the explosions. Immediately after, another fireball explosion sent him even higher. Under Chen Yi's control, Chu Tianxiao completely lost control of his own body. Chen Yi made up his mind, even if he couldn't injure him, he absolutely wouldn't let him feel comfortable. However, Chen Yi failed to notice that the snow on the mountain had begun to loosen amidst the continuous explosions. Under the relentless attacks, Chu Tianxiao's fury had reached its peak. Damn it! This is infuriating. How dare you toy with me like this? White steam rose from Chu Tianxiao's entire body as his immense aura erupted instantly. His muscles rapidly expanded, and his two wings spread open once more. Chu Tianxiao's single eye was filled with ferocity, and a crazed smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Chen Yi was like looking at a man already dead. With a flap of his wings, he flew into the air. Chen Yi's fireballs were effortlessly slashed apart by Chu Tianxiao's blade. You've truly angered me. Chu Tianxiao roared, meteor fall. After speaking, he charged toward Chen Yi at high speed like a meteor. His movement was so fast that even the air sparked from friction. Faced with this astonishingly powerful meteor-like attack, the Skeleton King immediately stepped in front of Chen Yi. The Undead Guardian activated, and a massive bone shield appeared between the two. Seeing the bone shield, Chu Tianxiao swung his blade wildly in the air. Crescent-shaped blade energy slashed the bone shield into pieces. Chen Yi's expression grew serious. This attack was incredibly strong. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao had already reached Chen Yi, his curved blade striking fiercely against Chen Yi's rock shield. Unwilling to back down, Chen Yi immediately released a ring of fire to repel the attack. However, the immense impact still shattered the rock shield. Chu Tianxiao showed no hesitation, his curved blade slicing through the rock shield and continuing its momentum, aiming directly at Chen Yi's left shoulder. The terrifying attack swept across, the blade slanting and piercing into Chen Yi's heart. Pain. Intense pain surged through him. Even though Chen Yi possessed basic pain immunity, he still felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Blood gushed out instantly, and the system notification sounded in his ears. You have been critically hit by the Silver Moon curved blade. Body repairing. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, intermediate piercing resistance, upgraded to advanced piercing resistance. Heart rapidly healing. Super adaptation, talent activated, heart physical resistance increased by 50%. Wound experiencing heavy bleeding. Stopping bleeding. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, intermediate bleeding. Resistance upgraded to advanced bleeding resistance. Pain affecting cognitive function. Consciousness recovering. Super adaptation, talent activated, passive skill, basic pain immunity, upgraded to intermediate pain immunity. You have suffered true damage from the Silver Moon curved blade. Super adaptation, talent activated, true damage resistance increased by 30%. On the other side, Xu Tianxiao looked at Chen Yi lying in a pool of blood and laughed maniacally. Let's see how you survive this time. But he quickly realized something was off. Chen Yi's two summoned creatures were still present, indicating that Chen Yi wasn't dead yet. At that moment, the Skeleton King arrived and swung his blade directly at Xu Tianxiao. While fending off the Skeleton King, Xu Tianxiao frantically thought to himself, what kind of talent is this? Is it bloodlock? Or feigned death? He tried to recall all the life-saving skills he knew from the beta test, but none matched Chen Yi's incredible ability. It was highly likely that this kid had a top-tier SSS level life-saving talent. Damn it, how is this kid so lucky? Xu Tianxiao cursed, itching to rush over and finish him off. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the valley. Boom! Xu Tianxiao looked up to see an avalanche roaring down. The Zhaojin Mountain, towering at 4,000 meters, experienced its first-ever collapse of accumulated snow, creating an extremely shocking scene. Xu Tianxiao's face changed drastically. It was clear that this battle had triggered the avalanche. Even he didn't dare to withstand such a natural disaster head-on. A calamity of this magnitude could likely only be resisted by someone at level 100 or higher. He leapt onto the back of the undead bone dragon. Bone dragon, hurry, get us out of here. The bone dragon obeyed the command, enduring the excruciating pain of its fractured bones as it flew out of the valley. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King and Storm Lord had already reached Chen Yi's side to protect him. The fierce avalanche arrived in an instant, burying Chen Yi, the Skeleton King, and the Storm Lord under a blanket of snow. The powerful impact caused the Storm Lord's form to blur and begin dissipating. At this moment, the Storm Lord's strength was less than 1% of what it was in its own world, making it impossible to withstand such a devastating natural disaster. Although it could have flown away, it dared not leave Chen Yi behind. After all, Chen Yi's injuries were too severe, and his condition was extremely dangerous. Now, the only thing it could do was protect its master. The Skeleton King immediately deployed its bone shield. The Lord of the Storm transformed into a whirlwind, swirling around Chen Yi and deflecting all the incoming snowflakes. Gradually, under the cover of snow, a safe breathing space was formed. At this moment, Chen Yi woke up. Watching the avalanche raging in the sky, his heart tightened. The power of nature was truly not to be underestimated. But if they stayed here any longer, they would eventually be buried alive. Lord of the Storm, let's go! Chen Yi shouted. The Lord of the Storm, seeing Chen Yi awake, immediately reverted to its true form, lifted both the Skeleton King and Chen Yi, and transformed into a whirlwind, flying toward the mountaintop. The mountaintop, free from avalanches, was the safest place. By now, the Lord of the Storm had already brought Chen Yi and the Skeleton King to the summit of Zhaojin Mountain. The sky here was as clear as a mirror. Standing at the peak, Chen Yi gazed into the distance. The altitude here was 5,000 meters. Note, the mountain height being 4,000 meters does not mean the altitude is 4,000 meters. I'm clarifying to avoid misunderstandings. At this height, the oxygen in the air was extremely thin. The intense effects of the high altitude made Chen Yi feel a tightness in his chest. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his ears. You are experiencing discomfort due to oxygen deficiency. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations! You have acquired the passive skill, basic vacuum adaptation. Chen Yi immediately felt the tightness in his chest and shortness of breath disappear. Vacuum adaptation? Could it be that after upgrading, he could even survive in a vacuum environment? This super adaptation was truly impressive. However, Chen Yi didn't dare to gamble with his life. No matter how powerful super adaptation was, if it had a limit, he would be doomed. It was still more reliable to learn more life-saving skills. Chen Yi began to think seriously. Xu Tianxiao was very strong, the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. And among the beta testers, Xu Tianxiao was not the only one of such caliber. Regarding the beta testers, Chen Yi didn't know much. But one thing was certain, the information they possessed was extremely valuable. This information was enough to turn ordinary players into top-tier powerhouses. Suddenly, Chen Yi thought of something. Could there be beta testers within the Tianji Bureau? Otherwise, the Bureau's development was progressing too quickly. In less than 10 days, they had already discovered a secret realm. If it was indeed beta testers providing intelligence, then everything made sense. At this moment, Chen Yi's system private chat notification sounded. Seeing the sender, a trace of seriousness flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. It was Chu Tianxiao. He opened the chat window. Chu Tianxiao, I know you're not dead. My bone dragon is gone, and this matter won't end here. Chen Yi, I'm ready anytime. Chu Tianxiao, 3 days later, same place, Zhaojin Mountain. Dare to come? Chen Yi, I hope you don't chicken out at the last moment. Chu Tianxiao, to the death. Chen Yi, to the death. After that, Chu Tianxiao went silent. Chen Yi's gaze turned cold. He took out the soul cube. The soul cube emitted a faint, eerie glow, slowly rotating in Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi stared at one of the sides of the soul cube. Effect 4, Death Curse. Cast a death curse on a single target. The target will live for 7 more days, after which they will die in the most logical way. Cooldown, 10 days. Forbidden spell, the cost is 10 years of the caster's lifespan. Since it's to the death, then sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan was worth it to completely eliminate Chu Tianxiao. Facing Chu Tianxiao, Chen Yi wasn't very confident about winning. His absolute guard had defense so strong it was almost like immortality. But Chen Yi had the soul cube. No matter what, he could ensure he wouldn't lose. Moreover, the soul cube's ability to enslave souls could allow Chen Yi to extract valuable information from Chu Tianxiao. As long as he prepared thoroughly, Chu Tianxiao was bound to fall into his trap. Chen Yi began to formulate his plan. He looked at the trading market. The skill books he had listed had already attracted many private messages. Chen Yi went through them one by one. Among the private messages were many screenshots of skill books, but none were what he was looking for. What he needed most now was a defensive skill book for mages. The rock shield skill was too low level, only F grade, and couldn't keep up with the pace. However, the number of skill book screenshots in the private messages exceeded 100. There were plenty for him to choose from. Finally, Chen Yi's attention settled on 2 skill books. Both of these skill books were quite suitable for him. Diamond Skin, Grade D, makes the skin as hard as diamond, lasting for 1 minute. Ice Armor, Grade D, envelopes oneself in an icy barrier. Enemies attacking you will be frozen and slowed, lasting for 10 minutes. Diamond Skin is purely defensive, while Ice Armor offers more functionality. After careful consideration, Chen Yi decided to choose Diamond Skin. After all, the defensive power of Diamond Skin was more than 10 times stronger than Ice Armor. With the enhancement from the Elemental Master, the strength of Diamond Skin would be unimaginable. Chen Yi then privately messaged the professional who owned the Diamond Skin skill book. Chen Yi, hello, is your Diamond Skin skill book still available? I'm the owner of the Killing Intent Suppression skill book. A few minutes later, the person replied. Lu Shengsheng, yes, it's still available. Can we trade now? At this stage, anyone who possessed a Grade D skill book was essentially an expert. Lu Shengsheng had an SS grade talent. The Killing Intent Suppression aura skill was extremely important to him because his talent could amplify aura effects by 100 times. However, strangely, there were very few aura skills like this. From the appearance of the Red Mist until now, he had only found one healing type aura skill book. If he could obtain the Killing Intent Suppression skill book, he would be able to challenge monsters he previously didn't dare to face. Chen Yi said, alright, put it in the trading panel. Lu Shengsheng agreed, okay. With that, the two began the trade. Chen Yi carefully inspected the Diamond Skin skill and confirmed without hesitation. Instantly, the Killing Intent Suppression skill book in Chen Yi's hand transformed into Diamond Skin. He immediately learned the new skill. Soon, a surge of knowledge about how to activate Diamond Skin flooded his mind. When he activated Diamond Skin, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. He extended his palm and found his skin had turned into glittering diamond crystals, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. Chen Yi turned to look at the Skeleton King and calmly said, Grezel, strike me. The Skeleton King nodded upon hearing Chen Yi's words. Master, where should I strike? Chen Yi extended his arm. Strike here. Understood. The Skeleton King swung his blade directly at Chen Yi's arm. Clang! The bone-cleaving blade struck Chen Yi's diamond skin, but it didn't leave the slightest mark. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Now, the strength of Diamond Skin was sufficient to withstand attacks from SS-grade weapons. The only downside was its short duration, just 1 minute. Since the Elemental Master's ability didn't increase the duration, Chen Yi had to continuously activate Diamond Skin. This was indeed quite troublesome in battle. However, upgrading Diamond Skin to level 5 should extend its duration. He decided to act immediately. For the entire day, Chen Yi repeatedly activated Diamond Skin. When he was exhausted, he used meditation to recover his mental energy. Upgrading a grade D skill was much harder than upgrading a grade F skill. Finally, at night, he heard the notification sound indicating Diamond Skin had been upgraded to level 5. Congratulations, your skill Diamond Skin has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the special effect Diamond Reflection. Diamond Reflection. During Diamond Skin activation, there is a certain chance to generate a mirror barrier that reflects ranged attacks. Upon seeing this effect, Chen Yi became instantly excited. This was practically a perfect counter to Chu Tianxiao's blade. Aura. With the amplification from the Elemental Master, it could almost guarantee a 100% reflection of ranged attacks. This was a huge gain. Chen Yi began organizing his skills: Fireball, level 5, Scorching Ray, level 5, Rock. Shield, level 5, Water Healing, level 5, Frost Heart, level 4, Fire Repulsion Ring, level 3, Diamond Skin, level 5. Frost Heart and Fire Repulsion Ring had not yet been upgraded to level 5. He decided to prioritize training these two skills. At night, the people of Silver Summer City repeatedly saw explosions of firelight on Mount Zhaojin, resembling bomb detonations. Finally, by noon the next day, the system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your skill Frostheart has reached level 5, unlocking the special effect Freeze. Freeze. Anyone entering the Frostheart's range has a certain chance of being directly frozen. Congratulations, your skill Repel Fire Ring has reached level 5, unlocking the special effect Detonate. Detonate. Enemies hit by the Repel Fire Ring will be engulfed by flames exploding from within their bodies after 5 seconds. Chen Yi looked at all his level 5 skills with satisfaction. Now, the range of Frostheart had reached 10,000 square meters, and the impact force of Repel Fire Ring had increased tenfold. If Chu Tianxiao attacked again, he would surely be sent flying by the Repel Fire Ring, unable to withstand it. Next, Chen Yi only needed to patiently wait for Chu Tianxiao's arrival. He sat atop the mountain, closed his eyes, and began meditating to maintain his peak condition. Time passed like this until the morning of the third day. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. The Storm Lord was the first to notice and hurriedly woke Chen Yi. Chen Yi opened his eyes. After a full day and night of rest, he had reached peak condition. He stood up, summoning his rock shield while casting water healing. Water healing enhanced his mental acuity, and the rock shield, combined with Diamond Skin, made his defense even stronger. The shadow gradually revealed its true form, a large cyan bird. Chu Tianxiao was riding on its back. Who knows where he got this mount this time? Chu Tianxiao looked even more terrifying. Half the skin on his face was gone, exposing bloody muscles and flesh. He looked down at Chen Yi from above. I didn't expect you wouldn't run. You've earned my respect. However, this will be the worst decision you've ever made in your life. With that, Chu Tianxiao spread his wings and flew directly off the cyan bird. To Chen Yi's surprise, Chu Tianxiao's wings had grown feathers, and his flying speed had significantly increased. What had he been doing these past 3 days? The silver crescent blade in Chu Tianxiao's hand gleamed brightly. The cyan bird flew away as soon as it reached the mountaintop. Clearly, it lacked the strength to participate in a real battle. Chen Yi immediately activated Diamond Skin. His entire body transformed into diamond crystals, shimmering golden in the morning sunlight. Chu Tianxiao smirked coldly at the sight. Learned a new skill? Too bad you don't know that my silver crescent blade doesn't care how strong your defense is. With that, Chu Tianxiao thrust his blade toward Chen Yi. Chu Tianxiao raised both hands high, instantly enveloping himself in a protective shield. This was his ultimate move, Absolute Guard. He toyed with the crescent blade in his hand, his gaze sharp. Tell me, have you learned a skill to break my Absolute Guard? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianxiao charged at Chen Yi. The Storm Lord and Skeleton King were about to intervene, but Chen Yi stopped them with a wave of his hand. Chu Tianxiao was already in front of Chen Yi. The silver crescent blade, like the scythe of death, slashed straight at Chen Yi's neck. Chen Yi's rock shield didn't last a second before the blade struck his neck. With a metallic clang, sparks exploded between the blade and Chen Yi's neck. Chu Tianxiao was utterly shocked. His crescent blade was a weapon that ignored defense and dealt true damage. What kind of Strange skill had this guy learned? Before Chu Tianxiao could react, the soul cube in Chen Yi's hand began to glow. The moment Chu Tianxiao saw the soul cube, his heart sank, and he was almost scared out of his wits. Clearly, he recognized this item. But the two were too close, and he had no way to dodge. Damn it, how could he have such a thing? In the next moment, Chen Yi used soul enslavement on Chu Tianxiao. Chu Tianxiao's gaze turned vacant, and a countdown appeared above his head. Only 3 minutes of control time. Time was of the essence. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He poured out all the questions that had been weighing on his mind these past few days. First, tell me, how did the beta testers come to be? Although Chen Yi knew of the existence of beta testers, he had no idea how they came into being. Chu Tianxiao didn't hold back at this point, answering every question. Before the red mist appeared, I got a login device that allowed me to enter a virtual game. That game was the prototype of the red mist game. All the players who entered this game were called beta testers. We specifically looked for bugs, and there were rewards for finding them. I found a bug and got an SSS level talent, Twisted Wish, which I happened to draw on the day the red mist descended. Chen Yi listened, surprised at how complicated things were. Twisted Wish. Could it be the kind of ability where you make a wish after a sacrifice? Looking at Chu Tianxiao, who had already turned into a monster, Chen Yi felt that things weren't so simple. How many beta testers are there in total? Including me, there are 100. Did everyone get rewards like yours? No, some didn't get any rewards at all. The most anyone found was 3 bugs. Chen Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Someone actually found 3 bugs. Wouldn't that mean they started with 3 SSS level talents? Although not as powerful as himself, they would still be incredibly strong in the early stages. Not to mention, beta testers knew secrets that ordinary people couldn't possibly know. Even without high-level talents, they could easily thrive. Thinking of this, Chen Yi stared at Chu Tianxiao. What other important secrets do you have? Tell me everything now. A trace of hesitation flashed in Chu Tianxiao's eyes. Clearly, this secret was extremely important to him. But, with his soul under control, he couldn't disobey. I know where the Tianbao secret realm is hidden. It's at the center of the South Pole. No one knows this secret. Chen Yi was utterly shocked upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to gain such critical information. A secret realm. And one that could enable the rise of a superpower. Chen Yi suppressed his excitement and continued asking, do you know any other beta testers? Chu Tianxiao nodded. All the beta testers know each other. Some even formed factions and invited me to join, but I refused. That guy was too arrogant. My Twisted Wish is the strongest SSS level talent, and he still wanted to recruit me. Chen Yi's heart tightened. Each of these beta testers was a top-tier powerhouse. If they joined forces, their strength would be unimaginable. At this moment, only 1 minute and 59 seconds remained. Chen Yi quickly asked, do you have a list of the beta testers? Give it to me. Chu Tianxiao shook his head. Who would bother making a list? Chen Yi nodded and didn't press further. He asked a few more questions, but Chu Tianxiao claimed not to know the answers. Then, Chen Yi directly ordered Chu Tianxiao to display the attributes of his SSS level talent, Twisted Wish. Twisted Wish, SSS level, * by sacrificing your miraculous flesh and blood, any wish you make can be fulfilled in an incredibly astonishing way. The stronger the miraculous flesh and blood you sacrifice, the smaller the price you pay. Note, are you ready to bear the cost? Wishes fulfilled, * SSS level talent, super strength, sacrifice left arm, SSS level talent, super constitution, sacrifice skin, SS level talent, eye of insight, sacrificed right eye, SSS level talent, limit break, sacrificed 5 senses. Chen Yi was stunned as he read the attributes. Wow! Chu Tianxiao had already obtained so many powerful talents. He even had the limit break talent that Chen Yi had just acquired. No wonder he boasted that his Twisted Wish was the strongest SSS level talent. But the price was too steep. He had completely turned into a monster. Chen Yi immediately commanded, disable your absolute guard and then kill yourself. Chu Tianxiao shook his head. Absolute guard lasts for 12 hours and cannot be disabled. During this time, I can't commit suicide. Hearing this, Chen Yi was a bit frustrated. Damn it! Such a great skill book, wasted by this guy. Skill books are one-time use. There's no second chance to learn them. It seemed he would have to use the death curse. Once he reached level 100 and extended his lifespan, 10 years wouldn't matter. Shani took out the soul cube and began casting the death curse. At this moment, a black skull-shaped soul floated out of the soul cube. It extended two chains, one locking onto Chen Yi, the other onto Chu Tianxiao. Chen Yi felt something within his body beginning to drain away. You are being drained of your lifespan by the soul cube. Lifespan locking in progress. Lifespan not lost. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the Constitution. Basic longevity body. Basic longevity body, a constitution with an extremely long lifespan, increasing lifespan by 300 years. Chen Yi was so overjoyed he was speechless. He hadn't expected such an incredible outcome. Not only did he not lose any lifespan, but he also gained an additional 300 years. Phew! Chen Yi felt ecstatic. This meant that every 10 days, he could use the death curse once. However, activating the death curse required over 10 seconds of preparation, so he had to first immobilize the target. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yi's ears. Death curse, target, Chu Tianxiao. Death curse cannot be purified, nullified, or removed. Death curse activated. Chu Tianxiao's remaining lifespan, 7 days. Chen Yi glanced at Chu Tianxiao's immobilization timer. There were still over 10 seconds left. He immediately commanded Chu Tianxiao, jump off the mountaintop. Understood. With that, Chu Tianxiao leapt off the mountaintop without hesitation. Chen Yi immediately took out the realm mirror. Chu Tianxiao's twisted wish ability was too powerful. If he managed to find him within these 7 days, the danger would be unimaginable. After some thought, Chen Yi decided it would be safest to stay in another world for 7 days. No matter how strong twisted wish was, it couldn't possibly cross worlds to kill him. As for using the realm mirror to trap Chu Tianxiao, Chen Yi was unwilling to do so. In his previous life, the leader of his faction had done just that, which ultimately led to the destruction of the realm mirror. Holding the realm mirror, Chen Yi, along with the Skeleton King and the Lord of Storms, directly traversed worlds. The scene before him shifted, revealing a desolate world filled with scorched earth. Chen Yi looked around and felt as though this place had been ravaged by some powerful forbidden technique. The air was thick with the aura of death and decay. Beside him, the Skeleton King's soul flames flickered, appearing unusually excited. Master, the aura here feels even more comfortable than in the undead dimension, the Skeleton King said. Oh, really? Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This was his first time entering the realm mirror, and he had no idea how vast this world was. He turned to the Lord of Storms. Now Rax, you're the fastest. I have a task for you, explore the boundaries of this world. Naurax nodded in agreement. Yes, Master. With that, Naurax transformed into a gust of wind and sped off into the distance. Chen Yi opened the system panel and discovered that the chat function and trading market were unavailable here, though the forum could still be accessed, albeit only for viewing, not posting. He decided to use these 7 days to organize his thoughts and check on the progress of other players. At that moment, a bright red pinned post caught his attention. Silver Summer City, Rivers of Blood. In the real world, Chu Tianxiao, his face twisted with madness, was slaughtering indiscriminately in Silver Summer City. Countless professionals fled in panic, turning the city into a factory of flesh and blood. Anyone who entered was doomed to die. The curved blade in Chu Tianxiao's hand was already drenched in blood, and countless people had fallen to his powerful blade aura. He was performing a sacrifice, using the corpses of 1,000,000 people to build an altar. He intended to use this altar to completely lift the death curse, no matter the cost. Damn it! That guy actually obtained the soul sequence's one and only piece of equipment. He was supposed to be the strongest. And now, he was cursed with death, with only 7 days left to live. Chu Tianxiao had lost all reason. Since he wouldn't live long anyway, what did it matter if he became the enemy of the entire world? At this moment, a young man was desperately fleeing toward the outskirts of the city, but Chu Tianxiao instantly appeared before him. His crimson face frightened the man so much that he collapsed to the ground, but his combat instincts remained. The man threw a small fireball from his hand, aiming straight at Chu Tianxiao's face. The result was predictable, the fireball had no effect. Chu Tianxiao, burning with rage, shouted, "Why do you get to live so long?" He then swung his blade down, splitting the man in two. On the streets of Silver Summer City, such corpses were everywhere. Blood pooled into rivers, flowing downhill. Chu Tianxiao's azure bird mounts carried corpses one by one, flying toward the city center. In the center of Silver Summer City, a mountain of corpses over 10 meters high had formed. Twisted willpower converged here, and the intense karmic resentment continuously corroded Chu Tianxiao's body. His skin was already covered in scales, and beneath each scale, a pink, tentacle-like growth extended. Chu Tianxiao's mutation was intensifying. It wouldn't be long before he completely transformed into a non-human monster. Inside the Celestial Bureau, the director known as Thunder Tiger was staring at the satellite surveillance of Silver Summer City, his eyes filled with shock and pain. Known for his toughness, even Thunder Tiger couldn't stop his eyes from reddening at this moment. He had thought he had done his best to protect the people, but the current devastation proved everything had failed. Behind him stood two people, one was Johan, and the other was a long-haired man of unknown identity. The long-haired man had a ponytail and wore gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a literary youth. Thunder Tiger adjusted his emotions, his face returning to calm. Years of training had taught him to control his emotions. Keeping a poker face was a basic skill. He turned and looked at the long-haired man. Xia Liang, do you know this person? The long-haired youth named Xia Liang nodded. I know him. His name is Chu Tianxiao. From the beta test, he was very ambitious. I didn't expect him to dare to openly massacre a city now. I don't know what happened. Thunder Tiger snorted coldly. Whatever happened, it's no excuse for a city massacre. Xia Liang, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Xia Liang stared at the rampaging Chu Tianxiao on the surveillance, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Then, he glanced at his own talent. Buff extraction, SSS level, able to permanently retain the enhancements provided by potions and spells. Each enhancement can stack up to twice. His talent hadn't fully matured yet. Fortunately, a master-level alchemist had arrived recently, boosting his strength more than tenfold. Otherwise, relying on potions made by those junior alchemists, he wouldn't stand a chance in this battle. Seeing the expectation in Thunder Tiger's eyes, Xia Liang nodded. I'm confident. Good. In that case, all senior professionals from the Celestial Bureau and its branches, head to Silver Summer immediately and execute Chu Tianxiao. Operation Codename, Kill the Traitor. Chu Tianxiao was still unaware that the Celestial Bureau had set its sights on him and was sending people to hunt him down. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. He was already on the brink of death. What was there to fear? In Silver Summer City, a massive mountain of corpses had already been erected. All the corpses had now been transformed into a grotesque miracle of flesh and blood. Standing before the mountain of corpses, Chu Tianxiao was filled with anticipation. He hoped the Twisted Wish could bring a miracle and lift the curse of death upon him. The Twisted Wish activated. Chu Tianxiao loudly declared his wish, the strongest miracle, please lift the curse of death upon me. In an instant, all flesh began to twist and deform, and bones automatically detached from the flesh. A massive mass of flesh began to rise. Blood was instantly absorbed into the flesh mass. The entire Silver Summer City was left with nothing but piles of bones, towering like mountains. A crimson beam of light shot directly onto Chu Tianxiao. Black smoke rose from Chu Tianxiao's body as he felt both thrilled and nervous. This was the death curse cast by Qin Yi. Could this mean the curse was about to be lifted? But his good mood didn't last long. A piercing scream came from the flesh mass. All the flesh instantly dried up, turning into black ashes that scattered with the wind. The power of the flesh disappeared without a trace. A system voice echoed in Chu Tianxiao's ears. Due to unknown reasons, the lifting of the death curse has failed. The power of the flesh has been stored. You may make another wish. Chu Tianxiao initially remained calm, but his gaze gradually turned furious. Finally, he roared to the heavens in anger. Even the Twisted Wish can't lift it? Damn it all. What's the point of this wish? Can it even let me live a few more days? The system voice sounded again. Wish failed. Please make another wish. Aha! Chu Tianxiao swung his scimitar wildly, venting his inner rage. Countless slashes wreaked havoc, leaving Silver Summer City in ruins. At that moment, the forces of the Celestial Bureau arrived. 70 people in total, led by Xia Liang. Chu Tianxiao saw Xia Liang and snorted coldly. Are you here to laugh at me too? Xia Liang looked at the now monstrous Chu Tianxiao and shook his head. I'm here to kill you. Chu Tianxiao laughed loudly. In that case, come on then. With that, he raised both hands high and activated absolute protection. Seeing the light shield, Xia Liang's expression darkened. So you got the absolute protection skill book. Behind the light shield, Chu Tianxiao sneered, "You must have opened diamond chests too. Don't act all righteous with me. What skills and equipment did you get? Tell me. Since the beta test began, you've always overshadowed me, preaching about serving the people. What a load of nonsense. Now, I've become so powerful you can't even imagine. What makes you think you can defeat me?" The other members of the Celestial Bureau were baffled, not understanding what they meant by beta test. At this moment, Johan addressed the Celestial Bureau members, "Nobody is to speak of what happens here today." Everyone immediately stood at attention and responded, "Understood." One person took out a notebook and began contacting satellites to block all signals in Silver Summer City. The battle between Xiao Liang and Chu Tianxiao officially began. Xiao Liang pulled out a pair of knuckle dusters, appearing to be a close combat fighter. Chu Tianxiao's scimitar slashed directly at Xiao Liang's neck. Xiao Liang didn't dodge or evade, and a golden blow flashed across his neck. Only a white mark was left on his neck. Chu Tianxiao's scimitar was sent flying. He looked in disbelief at the scimitar that had been knocked out of his hand. Then, with a gesture, the scimitar flew back into his hand. "What kind of skill is that?" Chu Tianxiao asked. Xiao Liang didn't answer and threw a punch instead. His fist penetrated absolute protection. Before Chu Tianxiao could react, his face was struck by the punch. Boom! The knuckle dusters exploded, sending Chu Tianxiao flying dozens of meters. A piece of the scales on his face was knocked off. Beneath the scales, tentacles squirmed wildly, and in no time, the wound healed. Chu Tianxiao burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" Chu Tianxiao laughed maniacally. "You also have the absorption enhancement talent. I didn't expect that. That golden glow earlier must have been a potion that increases physical resistance and countershock, while the attack on me was likely from a phasing potion. Am I right?" Xiao Liang's face darkened. He had indeed harnessed the effects of those potions. After all, both of them were beta testers, so it was normal for Chu Tianxiao to know these things. But Xiao Liang was well aware of the power he had just unleashed. With the boost from those potions, that punch was enough to destroy a building. Yet, it only managed to knock off a few scales from Chu Tianxiao. Just how powerful was Chu Tianxiao? While Xiao Liang was pondering this, Chu Tianxiao spread his wings and flew into the air. "You are strong, no doubt about it. But my talent is even stronger." With that, Chu Tianxiao pulled out the flame enchantment scroll. This time, he didn't wrap it around his scimitar but directly tore the scroll open. Instantly, the power of the flames was fully unleashed. Chu Tianxiao's body was engulfed in black and red flames, as if they came from the depths of hell, sinister and eerie. Surrounded by the raging fire, Chu Tianxiao seemed completely unfazed by the pain. The scimitar in his hand also ignited with flames. Seeing this, Xiao Liang was so shocked he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected this guy to successfully enchant himself. Even someone as usually composed as Xiao Liang couldn't help but curse. Chu Tianxiao's body was practically on par with SS-grade equipment. The scroll Chu Tianxiao had just used was very familiar to Xiao Liang. It was a unique grade enchantment scroll, only usable on SS-grade or higher equipment. What Xiao Liang didn't know was that Chu Tianxiao had paid a price for this. His base physical stats would permanently decrease. However, since Chu Tianxiao was on the brink of death, this cost meant nothing to him. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao began to swing massive arcs of blade energy. The black and red flames, like the fires of purgatory, ignited anything they touched, and the flames couldn't be extinguished. Seeing Chu Tianxiao's current strength, Xiao Liang immediately ordered the Tianji Bureau members, "Leave Johan here, everyone else, retreat immediately. This battle is not something you can participate in. Don't get emotional, this is an order. I command you as the deputy director." Hearing the order, everyone was in disbelief. Was there now a professional so powerful that even a swarm tactic couldn't hold them off? Johan glared at the others and said, "I told you to leave. You're only level 28 at most, you can't fight this battle." Understood. The group immediately ran off into the distance. Chu Tianxiao laughed as he watched the Tianji Bureau members scatter. "Ha ha ha, weren't you here to hunt me down? Why are you running like mice from a cat?" Xiao Liang stared intently at Chu Tianxiao and said coldly, "Those people would only hold me back. I'm your opponent." Chu Tianxiao stopped laughing and looked at Xiao Liang seriously. "Maybe in the late game, you could stand a chance against me. But now, relying on those low-level potions and spells? Don't make me laugh. Then let's find out." Xiao Liang threw a powerful punch. Chu Tianxiao met it head-on without hesitation. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging punches and slashes. Xiao Liang used the phasing potion to dodge many attacks, but the potion couldn't be used continuously. Overuse would cause complete phasing, rendering him unable to fight. The potion's benefits and drawbacks were essentially two sides of the same coin. From the start of the game, Xiao Liang had obtained this unique grade potion from a diamond chest. It originally allowed 1 minute of phasing, enough to save a life in critical moments. But Xiao Liang discovered that exceeding 1 minute would trigger severe side effects. He guessed that whoever crafted this potion must have known about the side effects, otherwise, why would the duration be exactly 1 minute? Gradually, Xiao Liang's body was covered in burns and wounds from the flames. Chu Tianxiao wasn't unscathed either, half of his shoulder bone was shattered. But the pain didn't deter Chu Tianxiao in the slightest. To drag a few strong opponents down with him before dying was a stroke of luck in his eyes. Seeing the madness in Chu Tianxiao's eyes, Xiao Liang couldn't help but feel a moment of hesitation. Chu Tianxiao was usually cautious and meticulous, a trait Xiao Liang had exploited to suppress him during the beta test. But this time, Chu Tianxiao was fighting recklessly, throwing all caution to the wind. Moreover, he seemed to have endless stamina, while Xiao Liang was already exhausted and collapsed. Chu Tianxiao's attacks remained ferocious. Chu Tianxiao slashed Xiao Liang with a single strike, sending him flying into the distance. He sneered, "Heh, if you had that one and only invincible potion, I might fear you. But unfortunately, you're no match for me." Xiao Liang panted heavily, his chest heaving as he tried to recover his strength. He was indeed at his limit. Chu Tianxiao looked down at him like an eagle eyeing a chick. "Want to know where that invincible potion is? Heh, so what if I tell you? You won't have a chance to get it. Today, you'll die by my hand." Hearing Chu Tianxiao's words, a spark of determination flashed in Xiao Liang's eyes. The invincible potion, invincibility, was a type of buff, and of course, it could be intercepted. Chu Tianxiao stared at Xiao Liang coldly. Xiao Liang asked, "Whose hands is it in?" Chu Tianxiao sneered, "You're going to die by my hand anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared beside Xiao Liang in an instant, his voice clear and loud. "Jin Huanger, that crazy woman has it hidden. Want to take it? Dream on." With that, Chu Tianxiao swung his blade directly at Xiao Liang. But the blade missed. Xiao Liang melted into the ground like water, disappearing without a trace. Chu Tianxiao's face darkened instantly. Earth escape potion? Damn it! Isn't that something only top-tier alchemists can create? Where did this guy get it from? At this moment, Xiao Liang had already reappeared in front of Chu Tianxiao, grabbing him and pulling him directly into the ground. To Xiao Liang, the ground was as soft as flowing water, but to Chu Tianxiao, it was no different from solid earth, and he was instantly trapped underground. However, Chu Tianxiao wasn't restrained for long. He shook his body, and the ground immediately crumbled into loose soil, allowing him to emerge effortlessly, unharmed. Seeing this, Xiao Liang knew he couldn't win. He was no match at all. Johan also noticed Xiao Liang's disadvantage and immediately took out the Ice God's illusionary tome. A 40-meter-long ice blade suddenly slashed toward Chu Tianxiao. Chu Tianxiao didn't dodge or evade, as he had an absolute guardian shield. To him, the ice blade was nothing more than a tool to recharge his shield. But before the ice blade could touch Chu Tianxiao, it shattered into hundreds of ice pillars. These pillars intertwined into a sturdy ice prison, firmly locking Chu Tianxiao inside. Chu Tianxiao swung his blade, unleashing a massive blade aura, but the ice prison was indestructible, only shedding a few ice shards. His flames began to intensify, slowly melting the ice pillars. Johan approached Xiao Liang. "Let's go. This guy is too strong, we can't kill him." Xiao Liang nodded. "We'll have to find help. I know someone. If we join forces, we might be able to defeat him. Let's go." Johan and Xiao Liang quickly left Silver Xia City. 3 minutes later, Chu Tianxiao burst out of a massive mist of water. He had just melted the ice prison. Watching Xiao Liang leave, Chu Tianxiao laughed maniacally. "Invincible. I am invincible." But in front of him, a black countdown clock ticked relentlessly, reminding him that time was running out. Staring at the clock, a symbol of the curse of death, Chu Tianxiao's face twisted. "I can't die. I absolutely can't die." He muttered to himself incessantly, the threat of death driving him to the brink of madness. "I must save myself. I must survive. No, it's hopeless, hopeless." He picked up the silver moon scimitar and glanced at it. What a pity. It's just SS-grade equipment, unworthy of dying with me. With that, Chu Tianxiao tossed the scimitar aside, despair filling his heart. When faced with desperation, some people find peace, while others go mad. Chu Tianxiao was the latter. If I can't live, then let the entire world perish with me. He looked up at the sky. I make my wish now, let the first calamity arrive ahead of schedule. The first catastrophe has arrived ahead of schedule. With the current strength of the players, no one can resist it, everyone will die. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive force of flesh and blood appeared again, resembling a red full moon, slowly floating in the sky, motionless. The system no longer prompted that the wish had failed, it seemed the wish had succeeded. Just as Chu Tianxiao was about to admire this terrifying scene, a sudden change occurred. The red moon extended countless dark red tentacles, tightly wrapping around Chu Tianxiao, binding him firmly. The price of the twisted wish began to take effect. The greater the wish, the higher the cost. This time, the cost was Chu Tianxiao's life. No! Chu Tianxiao's face was filled with fear. Although his life was nearing its end, he was unwilling to die like this. However, the power of the blood-red tentacles was too strong, and Chu Tianxiao's struggles were futile. Gradually, Chu Tianxiao was pulled into the red moon. At that moment, a twisted face appeared on the surface of the red moon. Upon closer inspection, it was Chu Tianxiao himself, his face full of hatred and resentment toward the world. At the same time, a system announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Player Chu Tianxiao has sacrificed himself to activate Twisted Wish, triggering the first catastrophe ahead of schedule. Danger level, certain death. Countdown to catastrophe, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds. All players, please prepare. Player Chu Tianxiao has sacrificed himself to activate Twisted Wish, triggering the first catastrophe ahead of schedule. Danger level, certain death. Countdown to catastrophe, 6 days, 23 hours, 58 seconds. All players, please prepare. Player Chu Tianxiao has sacrificed himself to activate Twisted Wish, triggering the first catastrophe ahead of schedule. Danger level, certain death. Countdown to catastrophe. 6 days, 23 hours, 57 seconds. All players, please prepare. The entire world froze for 3 seconds at that moment. Then, voices gradually increased, eventually forming a wave of heated discussion. On major forums, topics about the first catastrophe quickly went viral. Who exactly is Chu Tianxiao? What is the first catastrophe? The system even said the danger level is certain death? Who knows? Since it's called a catastrophe, it must be terrifying. The enemy is coming. I have 2 S-level talents, don't worry, I'll protect this world. Wow, the big shot upstairs has appeared. Can I tag along with you? Can you keep up? Even a single hair on the big shot's leg is thicker than you. Speaking of which, I think the first catastrophe is both dangerous and an opportunity. I wonder what the rewards will be. You're still thinking about rewards? The danger level is certain death. What are you even imagining? How infuriating. Who exactly is Chu Tianxiao? He dies and drags us down with him. Haven't you heard? The one who massacred Silver Summer City is Chu Tianxiao. What? That murderous maniac? What is Chu Tianxiao trying to achieve by triggering the first catastrophe? Achieve what? I think he's just an antisocial lunatic, always thinking about revenge on society. Online discussions were unusually heated. A group of hidden beta testers stared wide-eyed at the announcement, completely unsure of what to do. Inside the Celestial Bureau, Laohu's face was solemn as he stared at the recently returned Xiaoliang and asked, Xiaoliang, what exactly is the first catastrophe? Why didn't you report this to the organization? Xiaoliang smiled bitterly and said, Director, this matter wasn't supposed to be reported. Who could have expected that lunatic to trigger the disaster ahead of time? Hearing this, Laohu's expression softened slightly. Then explain it in detail. Xiaoliang nodded and explained, the first catastrophe was supposed to appear a year later. It's called the Undead Catastrophe, during which countless undead will emerge all over the world, far exceeding the current number of monsters. Moreover, the strength of these undead is greater than that of ordinary monsters and mutated plants and animals. By then, players' levels would generally have risen to over 30, unlocking 3 talents after job transitions, and perhaps they could handle it. So I didn't rush to report it. Laohu nodded. This isn't your fault. Is there any way to stop it now? Xiaoliang shook his head. I don't know, but this concerns the entire world. I'll contact the other beta testers to see if there's a solution. Lei Laovu also nodded. That's all we can do for now. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Chen Yi received a system notification. Xu Tianxiao had actually used himself as a sacrifice to prematurely trigger the first calamity. Shen Yi's face darkened. This guy was truly insane. He was well aware of the horrors of the first calamity. In the first month, only undead of ordinary levels would appear. By the second month, elite and bronze level undead would emerge. By the third month, silver and gold level undead would appear in large numbers. Even with his SSS level talent, defeating gold level creatures was no easy task, let alone for those professionals with only F level or E level talents. Thinking of this, Chen Yi took out the mirror world artifact, opened a portal, and stepped out with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King. They appeared at the summit of Zhaojin Mountain. Chen Yi took a deep breath. The air in the wasteland world was far less fresh than in the real world. The next moment, his eyes widened above Silver Summer City. A blood moon floated in the sky. On the blood moon, a face was clearly visible. It was Xu Tianxiao. Chen Yi's heart sank. If the first calamity truly erupted prematurely, humanity's current strength would lead to extinction. He didn't know if the Celestial Bureau had any countermeasures. This was a global crisis, and everyone needed to contribute. Chen Yi turned to the Lord of Storms. Take me to the Celestial Bureau. You know the way. The Lord of Storms nodded. Yes, Master. With that, the Lord of Storms carried Chen Yi and the Skeleton King, flying toward the Celestial Bureau's headquarters. Chen Yi felt as though the single eye on the blood moon was fixed on him. Even in death, Xu Tianxiao harbored deep resentment toward him. The Lord of Storms was incredibly fast, and they arrived at the Celestial Bureau's headquarters 3 hours later. The entire bureau was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, with worry etched on everyone's faces. Chen Yi understood that the pressure from the deadly announcement was immense. Almost no one had confidence in surviving this calamity. At that moment, a striking figure appeared before Chen Yi. Brother Yi, you're here. It was Sui Tang. At this moment, Sui Tang looked a bit worried. But Chen Yi's arrival seemed to give him a steady lifeline. His gaze involuntarily became more resolute. Seeing Sui Tang, Chen Yi asked, "What's the situation at the Celestial Bureau now?" Sui Tang shook his head. "I can't get much information either. All intelligence has been classified as top secret. But there's a mysterious deputy director in the bureau who claims to have a solution." Hearing this, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. The inner workings of the Celestial Bureau were indeed deep. Someone could actually solve the first calamity? He himself couldn't do it. He had originally planned to take some people into the mirror world to seek refuge if things got out of hand and wait for the first calamity to pass. Thinking of this, Chen Yi asked, "Can I meet this deputy director?" Sui Tang nodded. "It shouldn't be a problem to apply. After all, your strength is among the top in the Celestial Bureau." Chen Yi felt reassured upon hearing this. At the same time, he speculated that this mysterious deputy director was likely a beta tester. Even Sui Tang didn't have the clearance to access such classified information. That's great. With this confirmed, Chen Yi decided to stay at the Celestial Bureau. He also planned to use the Apocalypse token to level up. After all, he already knew the location of a secret realm. Once the crisis was over, he could head to the Antarctic origin to explore it. Moreover, since this disaster was indirectly triggered by him, he felt obligated to help resolve it. Looking at Sui Tang, he said, "I'll be staying here for a while. I hope you can arrange a room for me." Hearing this, Sui Tang was overjoyed. "Really, Brother Yi?" Chen Yi nodded. "I want to meet that deputy director. I won't leave until I do." "Alright. The room next to mine is vacant. It's perfect for you. No paperwork needed?" "Brother Yi, you're underestimating me. I can handle this." That's great." Sui Tang led Chen Yi to the room next to his own. The accommodations at the Celestial Bureau were excellent. Each room is equipped with smart furniture and top-tier living supplies, leaving nothing to be desired. Sui Tang originally wanted to stay a bit longer, but Chen Yi made an excuse, saying he needed to meditate. Sui Tang had no choice but to leave. After taking a shower, Chen Yi took out the Apocalypse token from his backpack space. A door instantly appeared in the room. He entered with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King. The most important thing now was to focus on upgrading his strength. At this moment, in a valley, Xiao Liang was walking along a path. Today, he was going to meet someone, Jean Huanger, a woman who had been ambitious even during the beta test. She had already recruited over 30 domestic and international beta players to work for her. More importantly, Jean Huanger was the beta tester who had discovered 3 loopholes, 3 SSS level talents. Xiao Liang didn't know how strong she had become now. Crossing the valley, he arrived at a cliff. The cliff was extremely deep, estimated to be over 1,000 meters. Xiao Liang sent a message to Jean Huanger, "I'm here. Where are you? How do I find you?" Before long, Jean Huanger replied, "Just walk straight ahead. This cliff is actually an illusion of water and moon." Xiao Liang didn't reply but stepped directly toward the cliff. With a ripple, he didn't fall. The scene before him changed, transforming from a cliff into a valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The valley had many bamboo houses, which seemed to be Jean Huanger's residence. However, there was only one person there now, Jean Huanger. She was wearing a gold and red embroidered hanfu, her hair styled into a bun, with a golden hairpin gleaming brightly. She lay on a bamboo chair, looking relaxed. Jean Huanger had always been a hanfu enthusiast, and even now, as a professional player, she hadn't given up this hobby. Seeing Xiao Liang arrive, Jean Huanger stood up, wearing embroidered shoes, and walked toward him. "Xiao Liang, so, have you considered joining us? I really don't understand what the country offered you to make you work so hard," Jean Huanger said. Jean Huanger was stunningly beautiful, her features dignified and elegant. Beneath her sword-like eyebrows was a hint of heroic spirit. Xiao Liang smiled faintly. "Everyone has different beliefs. Let's not bring this up again in the future." Hearing this, Jean Huanger didn't say much more. She couldn't understand what Xiao Liang truly believed in. Saving the country and its people? In today's society, could anyone still think that way? Jean Huanger didn't believe it. She was a very pragmatic person and would never do anything that harmed her own interests. At this moment, Xiao Liang asked, "Do you have any solutions regarding Chu Tianchao?" Jean Huanger nodded. "I didn't expect that lunatic to have such a strong SSS talent," she sighed, her expression turning serious. "I've already discussed it with them. Destroying the Red Moon is our only way out. But the Red Moon involves certain rules. One person alone isn't enough, we must gather more people to work together." After speaking, Jean Huanger tilted her head and looked at Xiao Liang. "This kind of thing is your specialty. I'll leave the task to you. No problem, right?" Hearing Jean Huanger's suggestion, Xiao Liang nodded. There really wasn't a better option. Then, Xiao Liang asked, "Is the invincible potion with you?" Upon hearing this, Jean Huanger's eyes immediately became wary. "What invincible potion? I don't know anything about it." During the beta test, Xiao Liang had relied on the invincible potion to do as he pleased. Could it be that this guy had obtained that top-tier SSS talent again? Jean Huanger thought about it. Since she didn't have the skills or equipment to counter invincibility, she certainly wouldn't hand it over easily. Seeing Jean Huanger feign ignorance, Xiao Liang directly said, "Chu Tianchao told me that the invincible potion is in your hands." "No, do you actually believe that lunatic?" Jean Huanger continued to play dumb. Seeing her act this way, Xiao Liang knew he couldn't force the truth out of her, so he said, "If that's the case, then Chu Tianchao must have lied to me. Now I'll go contact people from other countries. This matter concerns the survival of all humanity. No one can stay out of it. Everyone, please wait patiently for good news." The 5th layer of the Apocalypse secret realm, the Lord of Storms, had already appeared, and the entire 5th layer was engulfed in a raging storm. Intense winds and rain filled the entire space. On Chen Yi's side, a fireball directly killed the last demon koi. After the demon koi exploded, a ball of white light fell from its body. A golden glow also rose from Chen Yi's body. His level had now reached 37, at 0.06%. Seeing the dropped item, Chen Yi was delighted and reached out to pick up a ring. Koi ring, degrade, effect, luck +2. Chen Yi smiled, having obtained another ring. He placed the koi ring on the index finger of his right hand. Now his luck value had increased to 4 points, boosting the drop rate. He was very satisfied. At that moment, a portal of light appeared in the center of the Great Lake on the 5th layer. Chen Yi had the Lord of Storms carry him over. Next up was the 6th layer. He had no idea what powerful monsters he would encounter there. He just hoped the opponents would be simpler and not too troublesome. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King had never managed to form an undead army in the real world. If it could, Chen Yi's task would be much easier. Chen Yi, along with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King, stepped into the portal of light. The surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and before him lay a vast desert. So this was the sixth layer? The desert was devoid of life, with only occasional gusts of wind stirring up sand and dust. It was extremely dry, with not a single plant in sight. The sun was blazing, and the sand had been bleached white by the heat. Chen Yi gazed into the distance, where a temple in the east caught his attention. It was a magnificent structure, with a beast-shaped statue in the center of the plaza, a fierce hybrid of a lion and a tiger. The statue was entirely made of stone, weathered and eroded by years of wind and sun, giving it an ancient appearance. Chen Yi headed toward the temple. It seemed the formidable enemy of the sixth layer was inside the temple. After walking for over 10 minutes, Chen Yi reached the edge of the temple plaza. Only then did he get a clear view of the statue. The statue was a towering 50 to 60 meters high, making Chen Yi look like a tiny insect standing at its base. Its eyes stared into the distance, as if monitoring all enemies daring to approach. Chen Yi felt certain the statue held a secret. He turned to the Lord of Storms and said, "Narakas, move this statue outside the temple." The Lord of Storms nodded, "Yes, Master." With that, the Lord of Storms revealed its true form, and a howling hurricane swept up dust, plunging the world into darkness. The statue was slowly moved by the Lord of Storms, leaving the plaza. As the statue was relocated, a massive hole appeared before Chen Yi. He was overjoyed, his guess proven correct. The statue concealed a secret beneath it. Finally, the Lord of Storms moved the statue outside the temple. Chen Yi approached the hole, which was deep and dark. He turned to the Skeleton King. "Grizel, go down and scout the path." "Understood, Master," replied the Skeleton King, who then jumped down without hesitation. After about 10 seconds, a muffled sound came from the bottom. The sound indicated the Skeleton King had landed safely. The Skeleton King was a diamond-grade creature. Even if there were monsters underground, they would likely only be dark gold-grade. The Skeleton King would remain unaffected. Hearing the sound, Chen Yi paid no further attention to the Skeleton King and headed straight for the temple. This temple needed to be thoroughly explored. The sixth layer's monsters hadn't appeared immediately, and Chen Yi had a vague feeling things wouldn't be so simple. It seemed there was some new special mechanism here. Inside the temple, a massive statue of a cat-headed deity appeared before Chen Yi. He didn't recognize who the statue represented. At that moment, the system prompted, "You have encountered the statue of the cat goddess. Ba-tat. Would you like to choose faith?" Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the statue to offer a choice of faith. It seemed to be a projection of some dimensional mythological entity. Naturally, Chen Yi wouldn't choose faith. The strength of this cat goddess was probably on par with the Lord of Storms, however. If ordinary people believe in this kind of god, they can receive a permanent buff. The specific buff depends on the god. For this cat goddess, Chen Yi guessed it might increase agility or speed. However, after believing, one must start preaching, or there will be negative effects. Accompanied by the Storm Lord, Chen Yi circled the temple. Apart from a few shrines, he didn't find anything else. Inside the shrines, there were some shells left behind after insect eggs hatched. He wasn't sure what kind of insects they were. It seemed that the monsters on the 6th level were all hidden underground. Thinking of this, Chen Yi returned to the cave entrance. He opened the system panel, and in the summon list, the Skeleton King was still in good health. Chen Yi looked at the Storm Lord. "Take me down." "Yes, Master." The Storm Lord immediately carried Chen Yi and flew downward. Finally, they reached the ground. Chen Yi raised a fireball larger than a water tank above his head, using the firelight for illumination. By the light of the fire, Chen Yi could see the entire underground cave clearly. The cave was enormous, and its walls were not smooth, covered in sharp scratches, as if something had desperately tried to escape. At this moment, the Skeleton King approached Chen Yi. "Master." Chen Yi nodded. "What have you discovered underground?" The Skeleton King replied, "Master, there's a type of extremely tough insect here with very strong attack power. There are too many of them, and most are in a state of slumber. I didn't dare disturb them." Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the insects to be asleep. So, he extinguished the fireball above his head to avoid waking them. Shenyi didn't know that to find these insects, he would first need to locate a mechanism in the temple to open the door leading underground. Once the mechanism was activated, the insects would all be awakened. But Shenyi skipped this step entirely, and had the Storm Lord move the statue, thus avoiding waking the insects. After extinguishing the fireball, Shenyi's eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear, detected that you are in a dark environment. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations on acquiring the passive skill Night Vision. Instantly, Shenyi felt the darkness disappear, and his vision became exceptionally clear in the dark. Shenyi marveled, super adaptation truly is an eternal god-tier skill. Following the Skeleton King, Shenyi arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. At the end of the passage, there was a faint reflection of light. Shenyi quietly walked over. When he reached the end of the passage, the scene before him left him stunned. In an underground space, there were countless beetles packed tightly together. The underground space was approximately 10,000 square meters, and the beetles were about the size of small dogs, crammed together densely. Shenyi opened the attribute interface. Sacred Beetle level, 37 grade, dark gold base strength, 140 base constitution, 310 base agility, 217 base intelligence, 1 talent, hardened shell skill, self-destruct. Shenyi was shocked. A rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of sacred beetles here. Their skill was self-destruct, making them akin to tens of thousands of super bombs. After all, they were level 37 dark gold grade monsters. If they self-destructed, the power would be unimaginable. Was the difficulty of the 6th level this high? It seemed these sacred beetles were currently in a state of hibernation. Shenyi condensed an ice crystal in his hand. It was the Frost Heart. He looked at the Storm Lord. When I release the skill, if these sacred beetles wake up, take me and Grezel away immediately, then seal the cave entrance with the statue. The Storm Lord nodded. Understood, Master. Shenyi threw the Frost Heart repeatedly, as if tossing stones. After throwing more than 50, Shenyi finally felt a bit tired. By now, the beetle cavern was completely enveloped in cold. Some beetles were entirely frozen by the Frost Heart. But to Shenyi's delight, none of the beetles had awakened. It seemed his earlier guess was correct. In their hibernation state, the cold only made them sleep more deeply. Shenyi looked at the Skeleton King and the Storm Lord. Drag them out one by one and slaughter them. Slowly, Shenyi continued releasing Frost Heart. At this moment, the temperature in the beetle cavern had dropped to -200 degrees. The Skeleton King and Storm Lord strictly followed Shenyi's orders, dragging out the frozen sacred beetles one by one and slaughtering them. Shenyi's experience bar was steadily rising. Although these sacred beetles weren't particularly strong among dark gold creatures, the experience they provided was similar to that of demon carp. However, their large numbers meant the experience accumulated quickly. Shenyi felt the thrill of leveling up, and his excitement was beyond words. The Skeleton King and Storm Lord together could eliminate one sacred beetle every 10 seconds on average. When about half of them were killed, Shenyi's level finally reached 40, and his experience bar reset to 0. A pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, you've reached level 40 and unlocked the 4th talent, Limit Release. Limit Release. SSS level, attribute enhancement has no upper limit, skill level caps are removed, attribute growth rate initially doubles, and can continue to double as levels increase. Seeing this, Shenyi was ecstatic. What excited him the most was the unlocking of skill level caps. He couldn't wait to see how powerful these skills would become after leveling up. He checked his attribute growth values. The level up added strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1.5, and intelligence +3, which now became strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1.5, +1.5, and intelligence +3. Shenyi was overjoyed. All his base attribute growth had doubled. This meant that every time he leveled up, the attribute bonuses he received were equivalent to leveling up twice for others. It's worth noting that the Sword Saints SS level talent only provided a single effect, all attribute growth +1. Moreover, this was just the initial stage of accelerated attribute growth. Future increases of tenfold or even 100-fold were possible. The difference in power between SSS level and SS level talents was like night and day. Previously, due to insufficient intelligence, his skill power was limited, and he couldn't fully unleash Ice Prison Judgment. Now, it seemed that soon he would be able to cast Ice Prison Judgment. in its entirety. Furthermore, if he changed professions at level 50, his attribute growth would continue to increase, and limit release would undoubtedly make his attribute growth even stronger. After calming his excitement, Chenny continued to farm experience with the Stormlord and Skeleton King, while also leveling up Frost Heart. After spending an entire day, he finally cleared out all the sacred beetles in the cave. With the fall of the last sacred beetle, Chenny reached level 43, with 3.2% experience. During this time, a set of sea-level equipment dropped: Sacred Beetle Shield, Sea Level, Sacred Beetle Armor, Sea Level, and Sacred Beetle Helm, Sea Level. After a quick glance at the attributes, this set of equipment was highly suitable for defensive warriors and would definitely allow him to equip several powerful skills. Frostheart also leveled up to level 7, becoming even more powerful. Just after killing the last sacred beetle, a light gate suddenly appeared in the insect nest on the ground. Seeing the light gate, Chenny hesitated. The monsters on the next level were all diamond grade, and a single mistake could cost him his life, with no one to help him. However, driven by curiosity, he cast Rock Shield on himself and activated Diamond Skin, maximizing his defense. Even if he encountered danger, he could use the Apocalypse token to escape immediately. With this in mind, Chenny stepped directly into the light gate leading to the 7th level, accompanied by the Skeleton King and Stormlord. As soon as he entered, he felt countless gazes fixed on him. At the same time, he realized he was standing on the leaves of a giant tree. This tree was enormous, with each leaf spanning over 100 square meters. Looking down, Chenny saw thousands of glowing humanoid creatures staring at him. He immediately opened their attribute panels: High Dream Elves, level 43, grade, Diamond, base strength, 260, base constitution, 290. Base agility, 430, base intelligence, 430, talent, nature affinity, S level, radiant body, SS level, skills, spirit control, charm, eternal dream, star strike. At this moment, all the dream elves began to gather power in their hands. Seeing the situation, Chenny quickly opened a portal and disappeared with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King into the 7th layer of the Apocalypse secret realm. Back in his room, Chenny's heart was racing, and he was extremely nervous. My God, over 1,000 diamond-level creatures, with maxed-out agility and intelligence. If Chenny had been attacked by all those diamond monsters at once, he would have been dead long ago. This was the 7th layer, after all. To clear it, he estimated he'd have to wait until he reached level 50 and unlocked infinite firepower. However, this time's harvest left Chenny very satisfied. He had leveled up from 37 to 43, a full 6 levels. Outside, even grinding monsters for a month wouldn't have gotten him this much progress. Chenny immediately opened the trading market and listed the Scarab set. He added a note below: only trade for top-tier mage skill books. Don't waste my time with ordinary ones. After that, he closed the interface. Then, Chenny directly called Sui Tang. It had been a while, and he wondered if that mysterious deputy director had returned. The call connected quickly. Sui Tang answered with a happy smile on her face. "What's up, brother E? When will the deputy director be back?" Okay, I'll ask." The other end of the line went quiet for a few seconds. Shortly after, Sui Tang's voice came back. "Brother E, the deputy director will be back in 2 hours. Please be patient." Hearing this, Chenny nodded and said, "All right. Where are you? I'll come find you." Hearing this, Sui Tang quickly said, "I'm in the talent testing room. The location is..." "Never mind, brother E, I'll come to you." With that, she hung up. Listening to the dial tone on the other end, Chenny couldn't help but sigh. This girl was always in such a rush. But what exactly was this talent testing room? Chenny was filled with curiosity. Before long, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, Sui Tang was standing there, her face full of excitement, her eyes sparkling as if she had just found a treasure. Seeing her infatuated expression, Chenny shook his head helplessly. Ever since their trip to the Twisted Forest, Sui Tang had been like this. He really wondered what she had experienced in that illusion. Suddenly, Chenny remembered something. "You mentioned the talent testing room earlier. Can you tell me what it is?" Sui Tang began to explain. "Brother E, the Celestial Bureau has people who specialize in researching talents. They've discovered that even talents of the same level can vary in quality. The researchers have divided talents of the same level into 3 grades: superior, intermediate, and inferior. Superior talents are the best and rarest, intermediate ones are next, and inferior ones are the most common. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected such distinctions. He wondered if there were differences even among SSS-level talents. Thinking of Chu Tianxiao's twisted wish, it was probably a superior talent. As for his own 10 SSS-level talents, there were undoubtedly quite a few superior ones among them. After all, several of them already touched upon the level of rules. Chen Yi asked, so how do they test it specifically? The staff is designing testing equipment. As long as you display your talent, it can be measured. But for now, it can only test talents at A level or below. For top-tier talents like yours, it's not possible yet. Chen Yi nodded. Can you take me to have a look? Of course. With that, Sui Tang led Chen Yi to the talent testing room. The room was actually a repurposed gymnasium. It was crowded with people, all eager to try out the talent test. Although the test didn't necessarily enhance combat power, it did provide bragging rights. For example, if two people both had A-level talents, one might be superior while the other was intermediate. In comparison, the superior one would seem more impressive. The Celestial Bureau only recruited elites with talents no lower than A-level. Everyone was confident and competitive. The introduction of the talent test gave them a new standard for comparison. As Sui Tang said, this used to be a large sports arena, but it was later transformed into what it is now. As Chen Yi walked inside, he immediately attracted the attention of many men, and some women also stole glances at him. Sui Tang held a high position in the Tianji Bureau, was beautiful, and possessed great strength. Many people regarded her as the goddess of their dreams. Now, seeing the goddess walking with a man made them incredibly jealous. Someone muttered under their breath, "Who is this guy, daring to walk with my goddess? Ah, my youth is over." Look at the way Sui Tang looks at him, her eyes are sparkling. It's over, it's over. The goddess has someone she likes. We should just focus on leveling up and stop looking. It hurts. The goddess is mine. What's that guy's name? I want to challenge him one-on-one. They're a match made in heaven, it's not your place to interfere. You're a woman. A good man doesn't argue with women. Chen Yi naturally noticed the unfriendly gazes from those men. He smiled faintly, completely unbothered. At that moment, someone walked over quickly. Chen Yi, Archmage, it's you. You're here. The person was Su Qiaoer. Since the last secret realm ended, the two hadn't seen each other. They shared a light hug. Chen Yi nodded and said, I heard there's something new here, so I came to check it out. Su Qiaoer smiled and said, this talent test isn't very useful, it doesn't enhance combat power. Just treat it as a bit of fun. At this point, Sui Tang interjected, Brothery, you probably don't know yet, but this talent tester was made by Sister Su. Oh? Chen Yi was a bit surprised. However, considering that Su Qiaoer was a top-tier expert in the life sequence in her past life, it made sense for her to study such things. After all, talent is a part of human potential. The Red Mist game granted people talents and expressed them in the form of data. But data could never fully reflect reality. That's why Su Qiaoer created this talent tester. Take me to see it. I'm quite interested. Sure, let's go. Chen Yi arrived at the talent testing room. It was already packed with people waiting to be tested. The process was simple. After displaying their talent, the equipment connected to the testing room would show the talent's grade. During the testing, Chen Yi saw many rare talents, including those from the mystical, spatial, death, summoning, and weapon categories. Among them, the summoning talent, though not particularly powerful, caught Chen Yi's interest. This talent allowed two summons of the same type to appear simultaneously. In other words, when summoning skeletons, two skeleton minions could be summoned at once. Moreover, this talent was only rated at grade A. This implied that higher grade talents might allow for even more summons. If Chen Yi could acquire such a talent, he might be able to summon the top 3 strongest beings of that race simultaneously. Just imagining the scene was incredibly thrilling. It seemed he needed to enhance his strength as soon as possible. Every talent was of immense help to him. At this moment, Sui Tang received a phone call and then looked at Chen Yi. I just got word that the deputy director has arrived at the bureau. I heard you wanted to meet him, and he has agreed. Chen Yi nodded and said, great. Then, he bid farewell to Su Qiaoer. We're heading out now. Alright, I'll see you. Off. When they arrived at the director's office, Sui Tang left. She said the matter involved classified information, so she couldn't participate, and Chen Yi understood. He left the Storm Lord and Skeleton King outside the door and pushed it open to enter. This was Chen Yi's first time meeting the senior officials of the Tianji Bureau. 3 people were seated in the office. One of them was Jiu Han, whom Chen Yi recognized, while the other 2 were a middle-aged man and a young man with a long ponytail. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, memories from Chen Yi's past life surfaced. Wasn't this the War Deception Bureau director who often appeared on TV in his previous life? In the mid-stage of the Red Mist game, national wars became the main storyline. Each country selects 100 strong individuals to enter the interdimensional battlefield. The winning country receives generous rewards, such as increased luck for all citizens, level-ups, and basic attribute bonuses. The man in front of him often appears on various programs, analyzing the strength and tactics of different countries, occasionally unintentionally revealing his country's hidden powerhouses and strategies. Countries that believe his words often meet tragic ends. Therefore, the professionals of Yanhuan Nation jokingly call him the Director of the Strategic Bluff Bureau, meaning Strategic Deception Bureau. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the director of the Tianji Bureau. Jiu Han introduced Chen Yi as they approached. Chen Yi, this is our Tianji Bureau Director, Lei Hu, and this is Deputy Director Xia Liang. Chen Yi nodded in greeting. Lei Hu smiled warmly upon seeing Chen Yi. You must be Chen Yi. I've heard from Jiu Han about you. Your strength is remarkable. Having a young talent like you join the Tianji Bureau is truly our fortune. Chen Yi nodded in response. Thank you for the compliment, Director Lei. An ordinary person might feel flattered by such words, but Chen Yi, after over 20 years of battles in his previous life, remained composed. Lei Hu observed his demeanor and nodded to himself in approval. At this moment, Xia Liang stepped forward to face Chen Yi. I've heard you possess several SSS-level talents. This is your private matter, so I won't pry, Xia Liang said. However, there's an upcoming battle, and I hope you can participate. Chen Yi looked at the long-haired young man. He hadn't seen him in his previous life, so he must be someone from the hidden ranks. What kind of battle is it? Can you elaborate? Xia Liang nodded. Let me first tell you about the beta testers. Beta testers? Chen Yi feigned ignorance. What's that? Xia Liang explained. The beta test was an internal test conducted before the arrival of the Red Mist. Only 100 login devices were distributed worldwide. Our nation managed to acquire one of them. I was the one sent to participate in the beta test. Our task was to find loopholes. For every loophole discovered, we would receive rewards in the Red Mist game. Each loophole found granted an SSS-level talent. However, recently, one of the beta testers, for some unknown reason, used their SSS-level talent to transform into a red moon, prematurely triggering the first great disaster. You must have seen the warning earlier and are likely aware of this. Chen Yi nodded. I know about it, but no effective solution has been found yet. Xia Liang nodded in return. Actually, a professional with a mysterious talent has already found a solution. The solution is to destroy the red moon within the next 6 days. To achieve this, we need to gather 20 exceptionally powerful professionals. They must enter the illusion created by the red moon, locate and defeat Chu Tianxiao's true form hidden within. Once Chu Tianxiao's true form is killed, the red moon will naturally disappear. Hearing the solution, Chen Yi nodded. This was indeed the best approach. What's so special about the red moon illusion? Why must there be exactly 20 people, no more, no less? Xia Liang then repeated the words of the person who had analyzed it. This was deduced by an expert with an analytical talent. They analyzed the red moon illusion. Attacking the red moon generates 10 large illusions, and only 2 people can enter each illusion. After clearing the illusions, everyone will directly face Chu Tianxiao's true form. With the red moon's enhancement, Chu Tianxiao's strength has increased dozens of times. Unless top-tier professionals join forces, defeating him will be nearly impossible. Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected someone to crack the rules of the red moon illusion. It seemed this person possessed an SSS-level talent. Now that a solution had been found, the next steps would be easier. The only concern was whether the red moon could truly be resolved. At this moment, Xia Liang said, we've already found 19 people. With you, that makes 20. 19 people? Chen Yi hadn't expected there to be so many strong individuals. What are their levels? Generally between levels 30 and 40, Xia Liang continued. 3 people from Yanhuan are participating, you, me, and 1 other person. Other countries like the Lighthouse Nation, White Elephant Nation, Sakura Nation, Gali Nation, Eagle Nation, and Shila Nation will also send representatives. Is our 3rd person Johan? Chen Yi asked curiously. Xia Liang shook his head. No, it's a woman. A woman? Chen Yi was surprised and asked, who is she? Do I know her? Ha, you definitely don't know her. She discovered 3 loopholes during the beta test. That means she has 3 SSS level talents. I'm not sure how strong she is now, Xia Liang added. Chen Yi was astonished. 3 SSS level talents aside from himself, she was probably the strongest. But whether her talents were fully unlocked was uncertain. After all, everyone only had 10 talents. Even if the system granted her 3 SSS level talents, they might not unlock until level 70, 80, or even 100. But Chen Yi was different. All his talents were SSS level. No matter the time, he was always the strongest. At this moment, Xia Liang took out a watch. It's time. We should head over. When the time comes, we'll enter one of the illusions together. Chen Yi nodded. All right. Xia Liang turned to Lei Hu and said, Director, there's no time to lose. We'll head in first. Lei Hu nodded. All right, I hope everything goes smoothly. It definitely will. Afterward, Chen Yi followed Xia Liang out the door. Xia Liang saw the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King and couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Yi, are these your 2 summons? Chen Yi nodded. Their strength is average, don't laugh at me. Xia Liang burst out laughing. Who said these 2 are average? What poor judgment. I feel like these summons are incredibly powerful. That's even better, it'll help us clear the illusion. As he finished speaking, a military helicopter appeared outside the building. The pilot spoke into a radio, Director Xia, everything is ready. All right, I'm coming over now. Xia Liang looked at Chen Yi. Let's go. I estimate the representatives from other countries have also arrived. Okay. The 2, along with the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King, boarded the helicopter. The aircraft roared as it flew towards Silver Summer City. At this moment, the red moon over Silver Summer City was rising higher and higher. From an initial height of 30 meters above the ground, it had now ascended to over 1,000 meters. When the red moon fully rose into the sky, the first disaster would begin. They arrived at the tallest building in the city. Chen Yi and Xia Liang disembarked from the helicopter. A woman was already waiting in front of the building. When the woman saw Chen Yi, a look of curiosity flashed in her eyes. But when she noticed the Lord of Storms and the Skeleton King behind him, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock. She walked over slowly and looked at Xia Liang. I thought you'd bring Jiao Han, but I didn't expect you'd bring this young man instead. Xia Liang, why don't you introduce us? Xia Liang ignored her and turned to Chen Yi. This is Jean Huanger, the woman I mentioned earlier who obtained 3 SSS level talents during the beta test. Chen Yi nodded. Jean Huanger, seeing that Xia Liang had ignored her, didn't get upset. She turned to Chen Yi, extended her hand, and said, Hello, my name is Jean Huanger. Chen Yi also extended his hand in response. Hello, my name is Chen Yi. The 2 shook hands. Chen Yi noticed that Jean Huanger's hand was incredibly soft. But immediately after, he felt some energy draining from his body. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. You are being targeted by Jean Huanger's attribute theft. Super adaptation, talent activated. Theft failed. Congratulations. You have gained all basic attributes +1. A flicker of surprise flashed in Jean Huanger's eyes. She quickly withdrew her hand. Just now, her super theft had not only failed but had also been countered, with this young man stealing 1 point of her basic attributes instead. Since acquiring super theft, she had never failed before. She lowered her head and glanced at the description of her godlike theft skill. Godlike theft, SSS level, upon first contact with any creature, you can steal its basic attribute values. She was now at level 34. Her basic attributes had already reached the upper limit for level 34. Stealing more would be pointless. She had used the theft skill earlier just to teach Chun-Yi a lesson, but unexpectedly, she ended up suffering a loss herself, losing 4 points of basic attributes. What kind of talent did this guy have to be immune to her godlike theft? Chen-Yi heard the system notification and looked surprised. Jean Huanger's talent could actually steal others' basic attributes. Truly, no one should be underestimated. Jean Huanger felt a bit unwilling and silently resolved to compete. She spoke up. Chen-Yi, your strength is impressive. How about teaming up to explore the illusion realm next? Xia Liang immediately stepped between the two. What's this? Trying to steal my teammate? Go find someone else. Xia Liang did this to prevent Jean Huanger from taking Chen-Yi away and to avoid exposing too many of Tianji Duro's secrets. Jean Huanger didn't insist further and turned her gaze to the red moon in the sky. What do you think? Chu Tianxiao has such a powerful talent, what's the reason behind it? Xia Liang shook his head. I don't know. I've fought him before. Judging by his physical strength, he might have already broken through the limits of level attributes. Hearing this, Jean Huanger's eyes lit up. Breaking through attribute limits was the talent she desired most. But among the 10 talents she had drawn, none had this ability. To break through limits, she could only rely on equipment, items, or skills. Could it be that Chu Tianxiao had some equipment capable of breaking attribute limits? According to the analysts, after destroying the Red Moon, all of Chu Tianxiao's items would drop. If she could obtain them, she might also have a chance to break through the attribute limits. When you fought Chu Tianxiao, did he have any special skills or equipment on him? If you tell me, I can give you that invincibility potion after the Red Moon is destroyed. Xia Liang perked up at the mention of the invincibility potion. But after thinking carefully, he indeed hadn't seen anything on Chu Tianxiao that could break limits. No, Xia Liang shook his head. Really, nothing. Maybe we'll only find out after the Red Moon is destroyed. Jean Huanger nodded. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Over 20 helicopters were circling Silver Summer City. Seeing the helicopters, Jean Huanger immediately released a massive spark into the sky. With her signal guiding them, all the helicopters began flying in their direction. They arranged themselves in formation in the air, and one group after another jumped down from the helicopters. Eventually, 20 people gathered on the rooftop. They sized each other up, their expressions wary. Xia Liang looked at these people and whispered to Chen-Yi, some of these people participated in the beta test, and some drew SSS level talents. But no matter who they are, each one is incredibly strong. Chen-Yi nodded. These people, both men and women, all exuded confidence. Some even had their noses in the air, clearly full of themselves. At this moment, a man from Lighthouse Nation walked toward them. Are you the leaders of this operation? Xia Liang stepped forward. Yes, I'm Xia Liang, the initiator of this operation. The man looked down his nose at them and said arrogantly, I'm Smith. I don't need any of you. I can destroy this damned Red Moon all by myself. In the Red Mist game, there were no language barriers, so everyone understood his words. The crowd frowned. This guy didn't take anyone seriously. Some beta testers didn't even bother to glance at him. He was just a lucky player who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Jean Huanger's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh really? You look pretty sturdy, buddy. Smith's eyes lit up, clearly pleased. This beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Jean Huanger burst into laughter. All right. After speaking, she extended her hand. Let's shake on it. Smith flashed a lecherous smile and reached out his hand. As you wish, beautiful Eastern lady. But in the next second, Smith recoiled as if he had touched a porcupine. He quickly pulled his hand back and shouted, You damned woman, you've stolen my power. With that, Smith threw a punch at Jean Huanger. Enhanced by his superhuman strength, the punch was so powerful that it distorted the air around it. Jean Huanger remained calm and unhurried, dodging with a swift movement. Smith's punch missed, and the immense force caused him to stagger toward the edge of the rooftop. The punch's wind pressure even broke a section of the rooftop's railing. Just as he was about to fall, Jean Huanger grabbed his hair and flung him back. Smith landed heavily on the ground. Jean Huanger shook her hand in disgust. If I didn't still need you later, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. Smith lay on the ground, his face slamming hard against the concrete rooftop. His face burned with humiliation. Always brimming with confidence, he had been utterly embarrassed by this woman. Smith's expression shifted repeatedly, his face alternating between red and pale. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. This woman's strength was simply too overwhelming for him to handle easily. At that moment, a curly-haired man stepped out from the crowd. He was shirtless, his muscular build exuding strength. I am Takal from the Brahmin of the White Elephant Nation. May I ask when this red moon will be destroyed? Xia Liang stepped forward and addressed everyone. Next, we will form teams of 2 to enter the red moon. Remember, after clearing the illusion, a calamity gate will appear. Do not rush to open it until everyone has arrived. Only when we are all present can we completely kill Chu Tianxiao's true form. This is extremely important, so make sure to remember. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was a matter of humanity's survival, and no one dared to treat it lightly. Soon, everyone began searching for their teammates. At this moment, a man dressed in a kendo uniform approached Xia Liang. "Xia-san, it's been a while." Xia Liang glanced at him, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Shisho Doi? I didn't expect you to come personally. I thought you wouldn't show up. Wasn't Iori Chiyuki supposed to come?" Shisho Doi shook his head. "Iori Chiyuki is too arrogant and refuses to listen to advice. Letting her participate would only ruin this operation." Xia Liang didn't pursue the topic further. Clearly, there were already internal disagreements within the Sakura nation. "Well, your presence is more reassuring." Shisho Doi continued. "Xia-san, may I team up with you?" Xia Liang shook her head and turned her gaze to Chen Yi. "This is my teammate, and I can't switch." Shisho Doi stared at Chen Yi. "What a pity. Is he a rookie from your Tianji bureau? How strong is he?" Xia Liang quickly responded, "He's quite capable. He's a newcomer to our bureau, but more than qualified for this trial." She didn't let Chen Yi speak, as concealing his strength was crucial at this moment. Shisho Doi nodded. Since Xia Liang was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't press further. Everyone participating in this battle was either exceptionally talented or possessed unique equipment. "Then I'll team up with Miss Jean Huanger." Xia Liang smiled. "Don't let her hold you back." Shisho Doi immediately nodded. "Don't worry, I've heard of her reputation." With that, Shisho Doi headed toward Jean Huanger. Chen Yi looked at Xia Liang. "How do we enter the red moon now?" Xia Liang shook her head. "Don't rush." She pointed below the red moon. A man wearing a purple gold mask stood with his hands raised high, streams of light flowing from his hands toward the red moon. "Do you see that person? He is deciphering the secrets of the red moon and will soon open the passage." Chen Yi looked over, and with the enhancement of his physique, his vision was dozens of times stronger than usual. That person possessed the ability to analyze everything, an extraordinarily powerful talent, truly worthy of being a top-tier gift. After waiting for about half an hour, a red beam of light cascaded down from the red moon like a waterfall. Gradually, a red light bridge formed between the red moon and the building. This light bridge resembled the legendary Rainbow Bridge, except it was bright red. Xia Liang looked at everyone. "All right, the red moon passage is open. Remember, we must wait for everyone to gather before starting. Now, proceed in pairs." Xia Liang, serving as the chief commander, directed the prearranged teams to enter one by one. Chen Yi and Xia Liang were the last pair to step onto the red bridge. A prompt sounded. "Entering the 10th instance of the red moon illusion, please click to confirm." Xia Liang clicked confirm first, followed closely by Chen Yi. After both confirmed, a red light flashed, instantly transporting them into the red moon illusion. The scene before Chen Yi surprised him. It wasn't the blood-soaked chaos he had imagined but rather a void space. Only some red light floated in the air, and the environment was exceptionally clean. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his ear. "You have entered the eye region of the red moon. Please defeat the Eye of Insight." Chen Yi felt a hint of surprise. Wasn't the Eye of Insight the SSS level talent that Chu Tianxiao had exchanged for with a wish? Now it had become a boss. He wondered what formidable abilities it might possess. Chen Yi looked at Xia Liang and calmly said, "We need to be cautious here. I'll send the Skeleton King to scout first." Xia Liang nodded, sensing the powerful aura of the Skeleton King and feeling a tinge of envy for Chen Yi's strong summoned creature. This red space was vast. The Skeleton King chose to head south to explore. After walking about 200 meters, a red beam suddenly struck the Skeleton King. Boom! The red beam carried immense power, causing the Skeleton King's soul fire to flicker continuously. Some fragments of its armor were knocked off, clearly indicating significant damage. Ever since Bai Qi had used the invincible slash to downgrade the level of the Wraith armor, the armor had been barely holding up. Now, after enduring another powerful attack, its durability had significantly decreased again. At this moment, a massive eye appeared in the sky of the red space. The eye had a diameter of over 100 meters and stared fixedly at Chun-Yi, its gaze filled with deep hatred. Chun-Yi began examining the attributes of the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight level, 45 grade, mythical. Base strength, 450 base constitution, 450 base agility, 450 base intelligence, 550 talent, insight skills, true ray, eternal daylight, energy absorption. Fusion mirror. The massive eye seemed to carry Chu Tianxiao's hatred. Its pupil locked onto Chen-Yi and shot out a red beam. Chen-Yi didn't dodge, nor did he summon a rock shield or diamond skin. Based on the damage inflicted on the Skeleton King earlier, he judged that super adaptation should be able to withstand it. The red beam instantly struck Chen-Yi's chest. Xiaoliang's face turned grim upon seeing this. Chen-Yi couldn't just die like this. But in the next second, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the red beam pierced through Chen-Yi's chest and tore off a large chunk of flesh, the wound quickly healed. With super adaptation, the injuries disappeared in an instant. A system prompt sounded in Chen-Yi's ear. You have suffered true damage from the Eye of Insight. The wound is healing. Super adaptation. Talent activated. Congratulations, your resistance to true damage has increased by 10%. Chen-Yi felt a bit of joy. His true damage resistance had now reached 40%, meaning he could now immunize 40% of any true damage attacks. After the Eye of Insight launched 2 attacks, it vanished into stealth mode. In the red space, its trace could no longer be found. Chen-Yi and Xiaoliang wanted to counterattack, but it felt like punching cotton. Xiaoliang quickly reminded, the Eye of Insight has entered stealth mode. Others might panic, but I know this stealth state can only last for 1 minute. If it lasts longer, it will completely vanish and disappear. Forever. Chen-Yi nodded. Since that was the case, there was nothing to fear. Sure enough, about 50 seconds later, the Eye of Insight reappeared. Chen-Yi immediately cast a massive fireball spell. The fireball struck the Eye of Insight, and after a violent explosion, it only scorched a small area. Seeing this, Chen-Yi followed up with a scorching ray. The ray continuously burned the Eye of Insight, but its fire resistance was too strong, rendering the attack almost ineffective. The Eye of Insight seemed to enjoy this torment instead. Chen-Yi was somewhat shocked. This thing is ridiculously hard to deal with. The Eye of Insight did not emit red light as before. Instead, its entire eyeball began to glow, radiating endless red light. This light quickly corroded Chen-Yi, Xiaoliang, and their summoned creatures. Chen-Yi heard the system voice again. You have been corroded by the eternal daylight of the Eye of Insight. Life decreases by 5% per second. Life force locked. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, life stabilization. The feeling of corrosion within Chen-Yi instantly disappeared. However, Xiaoliang and the Storm Lord Skeleton King were clearly struggling, their life force continuously diminishing. After 10 seconds, the Eye of Insight's attack finally ceased. Xiaoliang's face was pale, but shortly after, his complexion returned to a healthy glow. Chen-Yi was surprised at how quickly Xiaoliang recovered. Xiaoliang stared at the Eye of Insight and said, this thing has strong magic resistance, but its physical resistance might not be as high. Unfortunately, I haven't found a flying potion yet, so I can't fly and attack it. Chen-Yi looked at the Storm Lord. Naraka's, take Xiaoliang up there. Yes, Master. Naraka's, unaffected by the eternal daylight, was full of energy. He lifted Xiaoliang and flew toward the Eye of Insight. Xiaoliang looked envious. Such a powerful elemental creature, it's unlikely I'll get one even if I reach level 100. The Storm Lord quickly flew to the Eye of Insight. As Xiaoliang approached, he noticed that the pupil of the Eye of Insight was filled with tiny tentacles, likely used for releasing skills. At this moment, the Eye of Insight sensed danger and immediately phased into stealth mode. Xiaoliang also phased, preparing himself. In the same phased state, Xiaoliang could harm it. Charged punch. Xiaoliang roared. He used a skill learned from the Wind Demon Ape in the Secret Realm and swung a powerful punch at the phased Eye of Insight. The force of the punch tore through the entire void space. Seeing this, the Eye of Insight immediately exited its phased state. The punch landed on the now materialized Eye of Insight but left no damage. Seeing the Eye of Insight's strong combat awareness, Xiaoliang's interest grew. Since he could fly now, he decided to play along. With that, he delivered a fierce kick. The tentacles in the pupil of the Eye of Insight quickly extended, tightly wrapping around Xiaoliang's legs. Xiao Liang tried to break free but was surprised by the tentacles' extraordinary toughness, unable to untangle them for the moment. Witnessing this, Shen Yi immediately threw a fireball. The Eye of Insight was caught off guard, and its outer shell was instantly blasted open, exposing the crystalline core. A piercing wail echoed throughout the red space. Previously, the Eye of Insight relied on its tentacles to absorb energy, allowing it to resist Chun Yi's magic attacks. But now, with all its tentacles focused on attacking Xiao Liang, the energy absorption naturally failed. Chen Yi's fireball hit directly, forcing the Eye of Insight to retract its tentacles. Xiao Liang's pressure was significantly reduced. He kicked the scara of the Eye of Insight again. Squeak, squeak! The Eye of Insight let out a sharp cry, like that of a mouse, and began to flee after being attacked by Xiao Liang. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang kept their eyes fixed on it as the Eye of Insight rapidly ascended. The red space around them began to change. The once pristine red space suddenly sprouted various fleshy tentacles. The walls transformed into living, pulsating flesh. Upon closer inspection, the two of them seemed to have entered a confined space made entirely of flesh and blood. What kind of place was this? The Eye of Insight had already merged into the flesh, creating a horrifying scene that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, countless eyes appeared on the fleshy walls. Even the ground beneath their feet was covered with densely packed eyes, enough to make anyone with a fear of such things break down. The countless eyes stared at Chun Yi, making him feel physically uncomfortable. A voice echoed in his ears, "You are under intense mental interference. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, your intermediate mental abnormality resistance has been upgraded to advanced mental abnormality resistance." Chen Yi immediately felt his mind clear. Looking at those eyeballs, he even had the urge to pluck one or two out to play with. But Xiao Liang wasn't so lucky. Being stared at by so many eyes at once made him feel extremely uncomfortable, both physically and mentally. Over time, small tentacles began to grow on Xiao Liang's face. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately cast a Frost Heart spell on Xiao Liang, hoping the cold would help him regain clarity. The Frost Heart brought extreme cold, enveloping the entire fleshy space in a chilling frost. The once writhing flesh began to stiffen in the cold. Xiao Liang's mind gradually cleared, and the tentacles on his face retracted, returning him to normal. After experiencing this bizarre transformation, Xiao Liang was still shaken. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? I'm going to take a good soak in purification potions after we get out of here. Chen Yi glanced at Xiao Liang. Come, stand next to me. I'm going to cast Frostheart again. Xiao Liang nodded and moved to Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi had already set a 1-meter radius around himself to be unaffected by the cold. He cast Frostheart repeatedly, and the chilling air quickly spread throughout the fleshy space. The countless writhing eyes now struggled to move. Watching the changes before him, Xiao Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Yi, your magic is really effective." Chen Yi smiled faintly, not denying it. Seeing that most of the eyes had lost their threat, Xiao Liang began attacking with punches and kicks. His strikes were incredibly destructive. The frozen eyeballs were completely defenseless. With each punch, the fleshy ground splattered everywhere. The hardened flesh was even easier to shatter. Every punch and kick from Xiao Liang carried immense power. Boom! 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 The fleshy walls were gradually smashed apart. A miserable scream echoed. It was the voice of the Eye of Insight. The fleshy space slowly disappeared, returning to the clean red space from before. At this moment, the Eye of Insight reappeared. However, its surface was tattered and broken, as if it had suffered severe injuries. Chen Yi immediately understood. The Eye of Insight had just swallowed them into its own body, and that fleshy space was its true form. Xiao Liang also realized this. Chen Yi, this monster won't last much longer. Let's take it down together. All right. Chen Yi nodded and began casting Scorching Ray. The Eye of Insight shimmered with flowing light, trying to resist the burning damage. But Chen Yi targeted its wounds, where the energy absorption was ineffective. The Eye of Insight had no choice but to phase itself out, continuing to hide within the red space. Xiao Liang was thrilled. As soon as it shows itself, attack immediately. We can definitely take it down. But Chen Yi wasn't so confident. Based on his years of experience leading teams to fight bosses, this mythical level Eye of Insight seemed far too weak. If they had encountered the Storm Lord today, winning wouldn't have been nearly as easy. It might have taken a long, grueling battle to defeat it. But this Eye of Insight was so weak it felt more like a diamond tier monster. Breaking through attribute limits wasn't supposed to be this simple. The later the stage, the harder it becomes to improve. Attributes. Even a slight increase can significantly enhance overall strength, let alone the fact that the Eye of Insight has already surpassed the 100-point limit. Thinking of this, Chenyi reminded, I think the Eye of Insight won't be so easy to defeat. We need to stay extra vigilant from now on. Hearing this, Xiaoliang also calmed down from his earlier excitement and realized the truth in Chenyi's words. At that moment, the damaged Eye of Insight lost its ethereal state and appeared directly in front of the two. Chenyi continued his attack, but this time, he didn't use Scorching Ray. Instead, he switched to Fireball. One massive fireball after another shot straight at the Eye of Insight's wound, exploding inside its body. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions caused the Eye of Insight immense pain, and the pupil at the center of its eyeball began to contract. Meanwhile, under Chenyi's command, the Storm Lord unleashed a barrage of sharp wind blades at the Eye of Insight. The razor-sharp wind blades struck the wound, slicing off a layer of skin. Chenyi observed the damage caused by the fireball, and couldn't help but shake his head. The Storm Lord's attacks were dealing more damage than his own. The current power of Fireball left him dissatisfied. When his level was low, Fireball and Scorching Ray were somewhat useful. But against an enemy like this, Fireball was far from sufficient. It was time to find a more powerful skill book. Higher-level skill books would become even more potent after upgrading, and he couldn't waste the proficiency he had accumulated. At this moment, the Eye of Insight, now charred black from the explosions, began to undergo a transformation. A piercing scream echoed as its entire body became enveloped in a red membrane. Gradually, the red membrane encased it completely, forming a red cocoon that appeared before Chenyi and Xiaoliang. Seeing this, Chenyi immediately hurled a fireball at it, but it only caused a slight ripple on the red membrane. The Storm Lord's wind blades struck the membrane, only to dent it slightly before being deflected. Faced with this invincible Eye of Insight, Chenyi was astonished. He hadn't expected it to have a second form. Xiaoliang also realized the truth. Things were far from simple. Slowly, the red cocoon began to writhe, and a humanoid figure emerged from within. With a tearing sound, the cocoon split open from the inside, revealing a humanoid figure composed entirely of flesh and blood. This figure had no facial features. Its body covered in constantly rotating eyes, except for the largest eye in the center of its chest, which remained tightly shut. Xiaoliang immediately understood and closed his eyes to avoid mental contamination. Chenyi, however, was completely unaffected, as his supernatural adaptation had long granted him resistance to mental attacks. Chenyi then examined the attributes of this humanoid Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight Demon, ***, level, 55, grade, mythical, base strength, 650, base constitution, 550, base agility, 550, base intelligence, 550 ***, talent, Body of Vengeance, SSS grade, skills, Phantom Shift, Annihilation Shackles, Otherworldly Thunder, Eye of the Evil God ***. Chenyi was shocked. The skills and level of this Eye Demon were on an entirely different level compared to the previous Eye of Insight. Moreover, its attribute breakthrough had shifted from intelligence to strength, indicating that it had transformed into a melee boss. At that moment, the Eye Demon drew two curved blades of flesh and blood from its body. The blades seemed alive, with an eye on each hilt that moved nimbly. Seeing this, Chenyi's expression turned serious as he immediately summoned a rock shield and diamond skin. Xiaoliang, this thing is too strong. Give it everything you've got. Chenyi threw out a heart of frost. Xiaoliang felt a chill and finally dared to open his eyes. When he saw the Eye Demon's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. Wow, these attributes are insane. I have no idea how we're supposed to fight this. But no matter what, they couldn't back down. Xiaoliang clenched his fists and charged directly at the Eye Demon. Before his fist could land, the Eye Demon's eyeballs all turned simultaneously, and in an instant, a flash of white light occurred. The Eye Demon and Chenyi's positions were swapped in the blink of an eye. Xiaoliang's fist smashed directly onto Chenyi's rock shield. The shield shattered, and the fist landed on Chenyi's shoulder. Chenyi felt the heavy and powerful blow. However, the protection of his diamond skin greatly reduced the damage. You have been hit by Xiaoliang's physical attack. The wound is healing. The super adaptation talent has activated, increasing physical resistance by 10%. With the 10% increase in physical resistance, Chen Yi felt much better. In the Red Mist game, various resistances could only stack up to 90%, unless a special talent broke the limit. Chen Yi still didn't know if his super adaptation could surpass this cap, but he would study it later. At this moment, Xia Liang was stunned. He wasn't surprised by the Eye Demon's phantom teleportation but by the fact that Chen Yi had taken his punch head-on. Xia Liang knew very well the power of his own fists, and for Chen Yi, a mage, to have such high defense was simply unbelievable. Seeing Xia Liang still in a daze, Chen Yi said directly, "Why are you standing there? Go fight the boss." "Ah, okay." Xia Liang snapped out of it and continued charging toward the Eye Demon. At this moment, a red shackle suddenly appeared in the Eye Demon's hand and flew towards Xia Liang. The description said this annihilation shackle could destroy the energy within its target. Xia Liang didn't dare to be careless and flipped to dodge the shackle. The Skeleton King also made his move, casting soul shackles. Chains tightly wrapped around the Eye Demon, but the Eye Demon shook violently, shattering all the chains. Chen Yi shook his head. Helplessly, the Skeleton King could no longer participate in battles of this level. The soul fire in the Skeleton King's eyes flickered in different colors, clearly showing that the soul shackles had taken a heavy toll on him. At this moment, the Storm Lord flew above the Eye Demon, having transformed into its complete form. A chain extended directly from the core wind stabilizing orb to the Eye Demon. Chen Yi immediately understood the Storm Lord's strategy. Wind connection *, the damage taken by the Storm Lord would also be inflicted on the enemy. As long as the enemy attacked the Storm Lord, the Eye Demon would be worn down. With the wind stabilizing orb's enhancement, the Storm Lord's vitality far exceeded that of the Eye Demon, so there was no need to worry about its own survival. The Eye Demon also realized its predicament. Wielding its flesh and blood scimitars, it slashed toward the wind stabilizing orb. However, the wind stabilizing orb controlled the power of the wind, and the Storm Lord used the wind to block the Eye Demon, preventing it from getting close. The Eye Demon was unaware that attacking the wind stabilizing orb would backfire on itself. Realizing its disadvantage, the Eye Demon's body flashed with white light and swapped positions with Xia Liang. However, the wind connection remained intact, following the Eye Demon without being dispelled. At this moment, the Eye Demon opened the one eye it had kept closed. This eye was different from the others, it had no whites and was entirely black. When it opened, the entire red space began to ripple with strange waves. Xia Liang and Chen Yi suddenly felt drowsy. A voice echoed in Chen Yi's ears, "You are affected by the ripples of the evil god's eye. Sleep state dispelled. The super adaptation talent has activated, granting the passive skill, intermediate sleep resistance." Chen Yi's eyes immediately cleared, and he looked at Xia Liang beside him. Xia Liang had already fallen asleep. Chen Yi forcefully patted Xia Liang's face, but Xia Liang didn't wake up. Smack! Chen Yi slapped Xia Liang hard. Xia Liang finally woke up, rubbing his burning face and looking at Chen Yi with a strange expression. The Eye Demon, seeing that the evil god's eye had failed, roared angrily and charged at the two of them. Chen Yi looked at Xia Liang and explained the Storm Lord's skill. The only way now was to attack the Storm Lord. Xia Liang was astonished after hearing this. He hadn't expected such a skill to exist. If it weren't for the Storm Lord's help, they probably wouldn't have been able to clear this stage. Chen Yi looked at the Storm Lord and said, "Narakas, come here." "Yes, Master." Before the Eye Demon could attack, the Storm Lord had already blocked its path. This time, the Storm Lord didn't try to stop the Eye Demon. The Eye Demon slashed directly at the wind stabilizing orb at the Storm Lord's core. A fine crack appeared on the stabilizing pearl. However, the Eye Demon's body seemed to be torn into pieces by some force, ripping it apart entirely. Shortly after, the Eye Demon's body began to slowly heal, but its aura was far weaker than before. Chen Yi looked at Xia Liang and said, "Come on, let's attack the Lord of Storms together." "Alright." Then, Chen Yi hurled a massive fireball at the stabilizing pearl of the Lord of Storms. Boom! The violent explosion directly impacted the Eye Demon's body. Immediately after, Xia Liang delivered a heavy punch to the stabilizing pearl. At this moment, all the eyeballs on the Eye Demon's body began to bleed. Ah! The Eye Demon let out a piercing scream. All the attacks were being endured by both the Lord of Storms and the Eye Demon. A mass of red lightning swirled around the Eye Demon. The eye demon desperately tried to manipulate the lightning to attack the wind chains binding it, but these efforts were futile. Xiao Liang looked at Chun Yi and asked, I'm planning to use an S-level skill. Can the Lord of Storms handle it? Chen Yi nodded. No problem. After all, it's a mythical creature, it can definitely withstand. It's all right. Xiao Liang suddenly clasped his hands together, his muscles bulging. Then, he extended his palm, and a surge of lightning began to coil around him. Thunder strike! He shouted, his palm transforming into a blade, carrying immense power as it slashed fiercely at the core of the Lord of Storms. Crack! After being struck, the elemental form of the Lord of Storms began to scatter, and the stabilizing pearl within it developed over a dozen large cracks. Meanwhile, the eye demon had already turned into a pile of bloody flesh, its life force gradually fading. At this moment, a red portal appeared in the crimson space, and a system notification sounded in their ears. Congratulations! You have slain the Eye of Insight. The Red Moon Gate has been opened. Finally, the Eye Demon was defeated. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang both breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yi's entire body glowed with golden light, and the massive experience gained from killing the Eye Demon instantly boosted his level to 43, with his experience reaching 97%. As expected, killing bosses was the fastest way to level up. The Lord of Storms approached Chen Yi and said, Master, I need to return to the Storm Dimension to recover for a while. It's been a pleasure accompanying you. During this time, I'll be able to repair the stabilizing pearl in less than a year. The Lord of Storms was in an extremely weakened state. Chen Yi nodded. Alright, go back and heal. With that, he cast a reverse summoning spell. A massive magic array unfolded in the crimson space. And soon, a portal to the Storm Dimension slowly appeared. After the Lord of Storms stepped through, the crimson space returned to calm. System notification, you have sent the Lord of Storms back. You can summon it at any time. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't summon it now. Losing. The Lord of Storms meant losing a significant ally. He turned to Xiao Liang and said, Let's go. Xiao Liang nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, a white light suddenly rose from the Eye Demon's corpse. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang exchanged glances, thinking, did it drop loot? Xia Liang said, this item is yours. If it weren't for your Lord of Storms, this battle would have been much more dangerous for me. Chen Yi didn't refuse. A mythical summon that took a year to resummon was a significant loss. It was only natural for him to take the loot dropped by the Eye Demon. Chen Yi walked over to the Eye Demon's corpse and reached out toward the white light. A ring appeared in his hand. Eye of Insight. Grade, SSS level. Effect, this ring grants insight into the world, allowing the wearer to see all information about entities not exceeding their own level. Description, if undamaged, its functionality might be even stronger. Chen Yi looked at the ring in surprise. Although it didn't enhance combat power, its utility was incredibly high. With it, he could see through others' equipment and talents, as well as their summons and mounts. This was a huge gain. It was the first time Chen Yi had obtained SSS-level equipment. Although SSS-level gear was slightly weaker than unique equipment, the difference wasn't significant. After putting on the ring, Chen Yi looked at Xiao Liang, curious about his talents. He directly opened Xiao Liang's talent page and saw the buff interception attribute, feeling a chill in his heart. As expected, every SSS-level talent is this powerful. Xiao Liang suddenly felt that Chen Yi was secretly looking at him, feeling a bit awkward. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. Let's go. By the way, what are the attributes of that equipment? Nothing special, just B-level equipment. You know, monsters between levels 50 and 59 can only drop B-level equipment. Thank you so much this time. When we get back, I'll definitely recommend you for a reward. Then I'll thank you in advance. With that, the two of them stepped directly into the Red Moon Gate. The surrounding scenery changed. They found themselves in the center of a red hall. In the middle of the hall stood a heart-shaped statue, resembling the demonic visage imagined by some kind of cultist. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Xiao Liang were in the hall. Unexpectedly, they were the first to clear the level. At the same time, everyone in the other 9 illusions heard the system notification. Players Chen Yi and Xiao Liang have cleared the 10th illusion. Jin Huanger stared at the overwhelmingly strong boss in front of her, shocked. How did those two clear it so quickly? Right in front of Jin Huanger, a humanoid monster with an abnormally thick right arm was swinging its fist at her. Clang! Chen Shoudao blocked the blow with his katana, but his body was sent flying over 100 meters. What are you spacing out? 4. Jean Huanger snapped back to her senses. A golden magic orb flew from her hand, striking the boss directly. In the center of the hall, 9 projections suddenly appeared around the heart statue. The projections displayed scenes of the 18 players battling fiercely. Seeing this, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that being the first to clear the level would come with such a privilege. A gleam of joy flashed in Xiaoliang's eyes. Quick, activate the recording function. Chen Yi thought for a moment and immediately understood Xiaoliang's intention. They wanted to record all the battle footage and take it back to the Tianji Bureau for detailed analysis. This way, they could learn everyone's combat techniques and strategies. If a war broke out in the future, this information would be more valuable than a million-strong army. Thinking of this, Chen Yi also started recording. He wanted to keep a copy for himself. If a conflict arose in the future, this would be the most precious resource. While watching the projections, Chen Yi realized he could also see the talents of these people. He silently began noting down important information in his mind. With his current memory, photographic recall was already a basic skill. As time passed, Chen Yi listed some particularly dangerous talents separately. Smith talent, super strength, strength growth increased by 100 times, physical attack power increased by 100 times. Seeing this talent, Chen Yi secretly felt fortunate that the other party hadn't unlocked the attribute limit. Otherwise, no one could withstand a single punch from this guy. Tackle talent, infinite destruction, all attacks deal true damage that ignores defense, with a certain chance of instant death. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt a chill. Before unlocking Miracle Luck, he absolutely couldn't face this guy head-on. Otherwise, even he wouldn't understand how he died. Li Hui Xue talent, Water's Virtue, can convert all Taoist techniques into skills, with their power increased 100-fold. Chen Yi looked at her, puzzled about how this woman had learned the Taoist arts of Yanhuang country. Her talisman attacks were like small missiles. The various talismans on her body could grant effects like speed, invisibility, and the 6 Ding 6 Jia. Her attacks were unpredictable and hard to defend against. Chen Yi mentally labeled her as dangerous. Ivan talent, Immortal Body, immune to 99% of damage, all resistances increased by 99%, immune to instant death effects. This guy was from the Bear Country. Such defense was enviable, a natural heavy tank. Chen Yi couldn't think of any attack that could kill him for now. Even the bosses in the Red Moon illusion were like tickles to him, posing no threat at all. Chen Shoudao talent, Swordsmanship Mastery, when using sword-type weapons, swordsmanship is enhanced 100-fold, attack power increases 100 times, and 99% of defense is ignored. Chen Yi saw him wielding a unique great katana, his strength incredibly powerful. A single slash could render an ordinary professional incapacitated. Astrid talent, Holy Dragon's Soul, possesses Holy Dragon bloodline, automatically learns all dragon language magic at max level, with usage cost and cooldown reduced by 90%. Can transform into a Holy Dragon for 10 minutes daily, becoming immune to all damage and instant death in dragon form, with damage increased 10-fold and dragon language magic having no cooldown. Chen Yi noticed that several of her dragon language magic skills were unique great abilities. Truly formidable. Annabelle talent, Sacred Taboo, all healing effects are converted into damage, healing ratio skills become damage ratio skills, and resurrection skills become instant death skills. At this moment, Annabelle had not yet learned resurrection skills and could only grit her teeth and contend with the boss. As for Jean Huanger, Chen Yi only noticed that she had a super god level stealing talent. Presumably, her other SSS level talents had not yet been activated. But the more Chen Yi observed, the more astonished he became. Wow, they're incredibly strong. He resolved to keep a low profile in the future. Any one of these talents was extraordinary. Before reaching level 100, he would avoid them if possible. Once he reached level 100, all these talents would be his. Thinking of this, Chen Yi was filled with anticipation. At that moment, in the footage of Jean Huanger's group, the boss was already at its last moments. Chen Shoudao slashed down with his sword, severing the boss's thick right arm. Losing its right arm, the boss collapsed like a deflated balloon. A ball of white light emerged from the corpse. The footage froze. Now, only 8 groups remained in battle. About 10 minutes later, red light illuminated the hall, and a door slowly appeared. Jin Huanger and Qian Shoudao emerged from the door. Upon seeing the heart projection, their expressions instantly turned grim. This meant that their trump cards and techniques had been completely exposed to Chen Yi and Xia Liang. Xia Liang walked over, smiling. Congratulations, you're the second to clear. Jin Huanger forced a smile. Did you see everything? Xia Liang nodded. Didn't expect there'd be a reward for being the first to clear. Qian Shoudao quickly pleaded, Xia-san, please take care of us in the future. After speaking, he activated the recording function and stared at the projection. Jin Huanger also realized and immediately began recording. Although their trump cards had been exposed to Chen Yi and Xia Liang, the battle data of others was equally important. Seeing this, Chen Yi and Xia Liang exchanged glances and also began watching the projection. The hall was extremely quiet, with only the flickering light of the projection. Others gradually arrived, and upon seeing the projection, their feelings mirrored those of Jin Huanger and her group. Nervous, they all joined in watching. The last group to appear was Smith and a black man he had brought alone. When Smith learned about the projection, his expression was priceless. Now everyone knew their information. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the last to emerge. Who would have thought that boss was so tough, taking so many punches without issue? Damn it, if only there were a mage in the group. At this moment, Xia Liang gathered everyone. Now that everyone's here, we'll proceed to the final illusion. That's where Chu Tianxiao's true form is. Everyone must give it their all and not let their guard down. Understood. Just then, Li Huishue took out a jade green talisman. This is a serenity talisman. It can alleviate fatigue, continuously restore physical and mental energy, and lasts for 3 hours. Xia Liang nodded. Group buffs are the best. Alright, use it. Li Huishue nodded and tossed the talisman into the air. The serenity talisman dissolved like melting snow, transforming into rays of light that floated above everyone's heads. The light merged into their bodies, and everyone immediately felt refreshed, their fatigue swept away. A new serenity buff appeared in their status bars. After Li Huishue withdrew her hand, Astrid stepped forward. Next, I'll cast Dragon's Inspiration on everyone. It will increase your defense and attack by 20% for 4 hours. A rune flashed across her brow, and a red light enveloped everyone. Chen Yi felt a mysterious power enhancing him. With the support of these two, everyone with group buff skills performed at their peak. Looking at the diverse array of buff icons on his panel, Chen Yi felt his strength had multiplied several times. After all, this place was filled with the strongest individuals in this world. Each skill was incredibly powerful, and they could even stack. Among them, Xia Liang benefited the most. Not only could Xia Liang absorb the enhancement effects of potions, but he could also capture the buffs from various skills. These powers would accompany him for life. Jin Huanger glanced at him and smiled. It seems you're the biggest winner this time. Xia Liang chuckled and walked toward the heart-shaped statue. With a punch, the statue shattered, and the surrounding hall began to collapse. Then, everyone started falling from a great height. Upon landing, they were surprised to find themselves back in the red space. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears, "You have entered the final sacred realm." The final sacred realm? Could this be it? It seemed different from the previous red space. Just then, 10 humanoid figures appeared in the sky above the red space. Everyone was shocked when they saw them. It was the bosses they had just fought. All these enemies had gathered here. However, they didn't attack but instead began merging in mid-air. Eyes, heads, arms, thighs, torsos, each part fused together. Eventually, a massive humanoid figure formed in the sky. Xia Liang recognized the figure and said coldly, "This must be Chu Tianxiao's true form. If we kill him, the first calamity can be resolved." Everyone immediately prepared for battle, ready to face Chu Tianxiao. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiao opened his single eye. "All of you must die," he roared. His gaze locked onto Chen Yi, filled with hatred. "You came too? You actually came." Chu Tianxiao gritted his teeth. "Fate is truly unfair to me." The others were puzzled, not understanding what had transpired between the two. But it was clear that Chu Tianxiao had suffered greatly at Chen Yi's hands. The deep-seated hatred was evident at a glance. "Others may live, but you must die," he declared, conjuring a curved blade identical to the previous silver moon blade. Chen Yi immediately activated his rock shield, followed by Diamond Skin. This guy really held a grudge. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao had lost his ability to think rationally, but his instinct for hatred remained strong. Die. Chu Tianxiao's speed was astonishing. Especially with the power of the red moon, he was almost like a bolt of lightning. Just as Chen Yi activated Diamond Skin, Chu Tianxiao's curved blade was already slashing toward his head. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly dodged to the side. The blade grazed his ear and struck his shoulder. Crack! The blade collided with the diamond skin, encountering resistance. Then, the blade's edge pierced directly into Chen Yi's shoulder blade. A series of notification sounds echoed in Chen Yi's ears. You have been hit by the blood moon blade, your vitality is being absorbed. Life protection, activated, vitality absorption stopped. The blade has pierced your body, healing has begun. Godlike talent, activated, piercing resistance plus 10%. You are bleeding, stopping the bleeding. Godlike talent, activated, bleeding resistance plus 10%. By the time Chu Tianxiao withdrew the blade, Chen Yi's wound had already mostly healed. Chen Yi was now immune to pain. The earlier strike felt like a light tap with a stick. The pain disappeared almost instantly. At this moment, Xia Liang turned to the group. What are you waiting for? Take this guy down. Following his command, everyone launched their attacks, charging at Chu Tianxiao. The first to strike was Smith. Since coming to Yanhuang, Smith had endured numerous grievances, and the anger pent up in his heart was now fully unleashed on Chu Tianxiao. Feel my storm fist, he shouted, his fists striking like lightning as he launched a rapid assault on Chu Tianxiao. With the amplification of 100-fold physical attack, the surrounding air roared deafeningly. Chu Tianxiao was about to dodge when a massive iron chain shot from afar, binding his body. The chain wrapped tightly around him, and despite his desperate struggles, its extraordinary material made it nearly impossible to break free. Boom! Smith's fist landed heavily on Chu Tianxiao, sending scales flying from his body like a torrential downpour. Ah! Chu Tianxiao cried out in pain, straining with all his might to break free from the chains. However, his chest and head were already battered and bloodied. Damn it, he roared, slashing at Smith. But the chains reappeared, pulling Smith back and causing Chu Tianxiao's strike to miss. Nevertheless, Chu Tianxiao's regenerative abilities were astonishing. His strength surged dozens of times over, and his healing speed skyrocketed. The wounds inflicted by Smith were already mostly healed, aided by Chu Tianxiao's tentacles. Witnessing this, Chen Yi quietly took out the soul cube and aimed it at Chu Tianxiao, activating time erasure. The technique was silent and imperceptible, enveloping Chu Tianxiao in a force field that sealed off his regenerative abilities for a full 10 minutes. Without his healing powers, Chu Tianxiao could finally be effectively attacked. Chen Yi was careful not to let anyone know he possessed the soul cube. The death curse was an incredibly terrifying artifact, and if others discovered he had it, they would undoubtedly plot against him. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of fully defending against such schemes. At that moment, Takal from the White Elephant Nation approached Chu Tianxiao with a long halberd in hand, exuding the calm demeanor of a god of destruction. Clang! The halberd clashed with a scimitar, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Takal's other hand suddenly delivered a powerful punch to Chu Tianxiao's forehead. Boom! The punch ignored space and defenses, sending Chu Tianxiao flying 100 meters. Witnessing Takal's immense strength, everyone grew increasingly wary. Chu Tianxiao roared, his body and scimitar seemingly traversing time as he instantly appeared behind Takal. Just as the scimitar was about to strike, a voice rang out, Southern 6 stars, Northern 7 stars. By the decree of the Supreme Lord Laozi, freeze! A talisman adhered to Chu Tianxiao's back, immobilizing him instantly. This was the binding talisman, a spell Li Huaixue had painstakingly studied for a long time. It was an advanced Daoist technique. Normally, it could be cast without a talisman, but Li Huaixue's strength was insufficient, so she had to use the talisman as a medium. The moment Chu Tianxiao was immobilized, Takal turned and thrust his halberd directly into Chu Tianxiao's chest. Chu Tianxiao's face turned red, his muscles tensed, and the talisman on his back burned even brighter. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiao moved, grabbing Takal's halberd and pulling it out of his chest. Takal's powerful attack had rendered Chu Tianxiao's chest defenses useless. This time, the wound did not heal as quickly as it had under Smith's assault, and blood dripped continuously. Seeing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Li Huaixue retrieved a jade talisman from her spatial backpack, along with a century-old peachwood sword. She crushed the talisman into powder, scattering it into the air while chanting, "Nine heavens profound Sha, transform into divine thunder, with the majesty of the heavens, I summon thee with my sword." Boom! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the void, striking Chu Tianxiao's entire body. The power of the purple lightning was astonishing, causing Chu Tianxiao to tremble as purple lightning scars covered his wounds, inflicting continuous damage. Seeing this, Li Huaixue unleashed a second bolt of lightning. After the second strike, Chu Tianxiao's body was charred black, with hardly any intact skin remaining. However, Li Huaixue frowned, realizing that Chu Tianxiao's vitality was still robust. The two lightning strikes had not dealt a fatal blow. At this moment, Chen Shoudao was gathering his strength. From the beginning, he had been accumulating power, and an incomparably powerful sword aura now radiated around him. The only weapon in his hand, Wan Run, began to hum faintly. Everyone else could feel the overwhelming aura. The wind rose, cutting across their faces like a blade. Chen Shoudao suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted in a low voice, "Slash the heavens!" His figure, like a streak of white lightning, swiftly cut through the crimson space. The surrounding air trembled. A beam of white light appeared in front of Chu Tianxiao. This move, combining an SSS level talent, a unique weapon, and a unique skill, was unstoppable in its power. Chu Tianxiao suddenly coughed up blood violently. Looking down, he saw his body split in two at the navel by the white light. He had been cut in half. The crowd, witnessing this scene, was ecstatic. Finally, they had dealt with this guy. But in the next moment, Chu Tianxiao's body began to change. His upper and lower halves transformed into two fleshy lumps. Chen Yi's erasure of time skill failed as Chu Tianxiao split into two entities. Once the erasure of time disappeared, the two lumps began to merge again, forming an enormous fleshy mass. This mass pulsated like a heart. The group's attacks landed on it but had no effect. At this moment, Chen Shoudao had already exhausted his slash the heavens skill. His body was fatigued, leaving him unable to strike again. Soon, the fleshy mass was torn apart from within. A gigantic beast emerged before the group. It resembled a ferocious creature from ancient myths, its head covered in sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying aura. The group began to examine the beast's attributes: embodiment of calamity. Level, 60, grade, mythical, base strength, 1000, base constitution, 1000, base agility, 600, base intelligence, 600 ***, talent, body of calamity, SSS level, skills, misfortune, suffering, chaos, disaster. At this moment, Chu Tianxiao's life force had vanished, replaced by this embodiment of calamity. Xia Liang spoke, "This is the embodiment of the first calamity. If we kill it, we can completely stop the arrival of the first calamity." Seeing these terrifying attributes, the group felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This was the first time they had encountered an entity with attributes as high as 1000 points. The higher the attributes, the stronger the combat power. With both strength and constitution reaching 1000, killing it became a daunting challenge. Moreover, the embodiment of calamity had a level suppression effect. In the Red Mist game, for every level higher, damage to lower level entities increased by 1%, while damage from lower level entities was reduced. Among them, the highest level was Chun Yi at level 43. The others were all between levels 30 and 40. At this moment, Astrid stepped forward. This Valkyrie-like woman from Sela began chanting dragon magic, her hand gestures constantly shifting. Finally, a holy dragon soul appeared behind her. As soon as the holy dragon soul emerged, it leaped from Astrid's back onto the embodiment of calamity, launching a frenzied assault. The embodiment of calamity immediately began to struggle. Although the holy dragon soul was dispersed several times, it ultimately imprinted itself firmly on the embodiment of calamity's body. At the same time, the overwhelming aura of the embodiment of calamity significantly weakened. The group looked at its attributes again: embodiment of calamity, holy dragon suppression. State, ***, level, 48, grade, mythical, base strength, 800, base constitution, 800, base agility, 480, base intelligence. 480 ***. At this moment, the level and base attributes of the embodiment of calamity had dropped by 20%. However, the actual reduction in strength was far more significant, estimated at 40% to 50%. Seeing this, the group was thrilled. If its attributes could drop to this extent, the embodiment of calamity was not invincible. Annabelle stepped forward, her dark gold-patterned staff aimed at the embodiment of calamity as she cast a super healing spell. With her talent, the massive healing power was converted into immense damage. When it landed on the embodiment of calamity, its vitality was immediately and significantly weakened. Seeing this, the others launched their own attacks one after another. The embodiment of calamity, under siege, opened its massive blood-red maw and charged at the group. Smith became its first target. Seeing this, Smith immediately unleashed a flurry of combo punches, but the punches landed on the Scourge Incarnation had almost no effect. The physical resistance of the Scourge Incarnation was terrifyingly strong. In the blink of an eye, the Scourge Incarnation opened its mouth and bit down on Smith's right arm. With Smith's agility, there was no way to dodge this bite. The Scourge Incarnation began to gnaw frantically. With a ripping sound, the clear noise of muscles and bones breaking echoed. In an instant, Smith's right arm was swallowed into the belly of the Scourge Incarnation. Ah! Blood gushed from Smith's shoulder. A man radiating holy light immediately cast a healing spell on Smith. The wound on Smith's shoulder quickly stopped bleeding and healed. However, his right arm did not regenerate. Witnessing this, Smith cried out in agony. Damn it! Damn it! My arm! However, in the Red Mist game, there were many talents and skills for limb regeneration. With patience, it was only a matter of time before a method to regrow his arm could be found. The Scourge Incarnation, having tasted the sweetness of Smith's arm, lunged directly at Li Huishue. In its eyes, Li Huishue was the tenderest and fairest person here, surely delicious. Facing the Scourge Incarnation, Li Huishue threw out a talisman enchanted, forbidden art, demonic beast. Everyone, retreat. The talisman stuck to the Scourge Incarnation's forehead. The aura of the Scourge Incarnation seemed to vanish for a moment, and then the talisman ignited. The forbidden art here was a technique of prohibition. It could restrain living beings, beasts, poisonous creatures, diseases, evil spirits, and even mountains and rivers. Li Huishue had many such yellow talismans. One after another, the Scourge Incarnation's movements became jerky, as if it were lagging. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Huanger took out a golden bracelet. This was a unique piece of equipment she had obtained from a diamond chest on an island. Its sole effect was to imprison any creature. Even a level 100 creature could be restrained. However, its hit rate was low. She had never used it before, but now was the perfect moment. If Li Huishue ran out of talismans, the chance would be lost. Jean Huanger threw the golden bracelet directly at the Scourge Incarnation's large head. As the bracelet approached, it expanded and locked onto the Scourge Incarnation's head. A dense golden light began to spread across the Scourge Incarnation's body. It was as if time had frozen. The Scourge Incarnation turned into a motionless golden statue. A countdown appeared above its head, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Li Huishue's pressure was instantly relieved, and she immediately stopped casting talismans. The countdown above its head clearly indicated the duration of the immobilization effect. Everyone was surprised that Jean Huanger had such a powerful piece of equipment, and they began calculating in their minds. Once someone was caught by Jean Huanger, they would be completely controlled, with no chance to fight back. At this moment, Xia Liang stepped forward. Let's discuss how to kill this Scourge Incarnation. Although the Scourge Incarnation was firmly restrained, its defense and vitality were still terrifyingly high, making it no easy task to kill. At this point, Smith stepped forward. Despite losing his right arm, he swung a punch with his left hand. Boom! His fist struck the Scourge Incarnation hard. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Smith's fist was shaken to the point of bleeding. He looked puzzled. How is this possible? I should be able to break through its defense. Jean Huanger then stepped forward and said, creatures that are restrained have their defense increased 100-fold. To kill it, you need true damage or abilities that ignore defense. Hearing this, Tucker stepped forward. I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee I'll kill it within an hour. As soon as Tucker spoke, the others immediately began to argue. Hurry up, there's only 58 minutes left. Alright. Tucker swung his long spear, attacking the Scourge Incarnation relentlessly. Due to the level and attribute gap, his chances of killing it were very low. After hundreds of consecutive attacks, he still hadn't managed a one-hit kill. But after so many attempts, finally, on the 578th strike, a terrifying black lightning erupted from Tucker's body. The Scourge incarnation was struck by the black lightning and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. This destructive power is shocking. After the Scourge incarnation died, dozens of white light clusters burst out from its corpse. The clusters of light instantly attracted everyone's attention. This was a massive drop. Everyone, including Chen-Yi, was witnessing such a large drop for the first time. In his previous life, the most Chen-Yi had ever seen was when his team killed an Earth Dragon leader, and even then, only 4 items dropped. That was already considered extremely lucky. At this moment, the system's voice rang in everyone's ears simultaneously. Congratulations to the Earth player team for successfully killing the first Scourge incarnation. The arrival of the first Scourge has been delayed by 1 year. All humans gain +1 luck and +1 level. The player team gains an additional +2 luck and +2 levels. Congratulations to the Earth player team for successfully killing the first Scourge incarnation. The arrival of the first Scourge has been delayed by 1 year. All humans gain +1 luck and +1 level. The player team gains an additional +2 luck and +2 levels. Congratulations to the Earth player team for successfully killing the first Scourge incarnation. The arrival of the first Scourge has been delayed by 1 year. All humans gain +1 luck and +1 level. The player team gains an additional +2 luck and +2 levels. The system announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. At this moment, everyone was boiling with excitement. The Scourge is over? Thank the heavens, we're so lucky. Don't thank any gods, we should thank our player team. I really don't know how they managed to stop the first Scourge. This is amazing. My level just went up by 1, and my luck increased too. With higher luck, the drops will definitely be better. Ah, this is the best. I didn't expect we could benefit from this too. I've already reached level 15 now. Wow, you're a pro. I'm only at level 12. What have you been doing? How are you only level 12? Have you been staying home all day? Sigh, I can't help it. My talent is just the lowest F grade. Other than being good at cooking, I'm useless in combat. Then join my team. The meat dropped by the greyhounds is so hard to eat when roasted. Even the chefs at our 5-star hotel can't make it taste good. We could really use someone with great cooking skills. Really? Send me the address, I'll come right away. Congratulations to player Zhang Haishan for being the first to reach level 50, unlocking the second profession advancement quest, and gaining +1 luck. Congratulations to player Zhang Haishan for being the first to reach level 50, unlocking the second profession advancement quest, and gaining +1 luck. Congratulations to player Zhang Haishan for being the first to reach level 50, unlocking the second profession advancement quest, and gaining +1 luck. It's him again. First to reach level 30, and now first to reach level 50. Yeah, I really suspect he has some hidden skill that boosts experience gain. I'm only level 14, and even fighting wild monsters is tough. Meanwhile, he's already at level 50. It's infuriating. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. I have no idea how to close this gap. His talent must be incredible. It's probably top tier. Don't even mention it. I heard talents are divided into 9 grades, F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. I can't even imagine how strong SSS grade is. Talents like that only appear once in hundreds of millions of people. Don't even think about it. Enough talk. Let's grind levels. In this apocalyptic world, strength is everything. Exactly. I'm in Dragon City. Where are you? Let's team up. Perfect. I'm in Dragon City too. Let's go together. In the final sanctuary, 4 golden lights flashed around Chen-Yi. His level instantly increased by 4. What excited him even more was that his experience bar had already reached 47 level 56%. He had been close to leveling up before. After killing the Scourge incarnation, the massive amount of experience he gained, combined with the system rewards, made him feel ecstatic. During the battle with the Scourge incarnation, Chen-Yi hadn't contributed much. He mainly didn't want to expose his strength. As a result, the experience he gained from killing the Scourge incarnation was only symbolic. Meanwhile, Takal, who had delivered the killing blow to the Scourge incarnation, was surrounded by 6 golden lights, indicating that he had leveled up 6 times in a row. The others were about the same, most had leveled up 4 times, and a few had leveled up 5 times. At this moment, Xiaolian walked over to the items dropped by the Scourge incarnation. The Scourge has been vanquished. Next, we distribute based on contribution. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiaoliang. Human nature is like this: once a common threat disappears, internal conflicts begin to surface. Chen Yi quietly moved to the outskirts, not participating in the scramble for loot. He had more important matters to attend to. Now that the threat of the first scourge had been eliminated, Chen Yi was preparing to search for the secret realm. Chu Tianxiao had mentioned a secret realm capable of elevating a superpower to prominence. Chen Yi had no intention of sharing this secret realm with anyone. With it, he believed he could quickly reach level 100. Moreover, Zhang Haishan's talent for gaining experience at a 100-fold rate was something Chen Yi was determined to acquire. Reaching level 100 didn't mean leveling up was impossible. Those who had reached level 100 said they could no longer find monsters that would allow them to level up. The experience required to go from level 100 to 101 was greater than the total experience needed to go from level 1 to 100. Unless the system rewarded an upgrade, leveling up even once was a pipe dream. But with the 100-fold experience talent, leveling up would no longer be a fantasy. As Chen Yi was deep in thought, the others had already finished dividing the loot. Xia Liang walked over to Chen Yi and handed him a skill book. Here, this is yours. The items dropped by the Scourge incarnation are all A grade, which is already top tier at this stage. Chen Yi nodded. Thank you. He accepted the skill book. Meteor spell, A grade, summons a small meteor to descend from the sky with immense power. Seeing this skill, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. This was exactly the powerful attack skill he needed right now. With a clap of his hands, the meteor spell transformed into a stream of light and entered his mind. The knowledge of the meteor spell immediately became clear to him. Chen Yi spoke, "What about Chu Tianxiao?" Before he could finish, Xia Liang made a gesture for silence. Shortly after, Chen Yi received a private message from Xia Liang. The people from other countries have no idea. Only the four of us know: you, me, Jin Huanger, and the person with the analysis talent. The items Chu Tianxiao left behind will be partially claimed by the analyzer, and the rest will be divided among the three of us. I'll see if there's anything suitable for you. All right. Knowing that only 4 people would share the spoils, Chen Yi felt quite pleased. This meant he would get a significant share of valuable items. At that moment, a portal of light appeared at the center of the final sanctuary. It was clearly the exit to the outside world. Those who had finished dividing the loot began walking through the portal. Chen Yi followed them out. The surroundings began to change. They found themselves in a park in Inxia. At this moment, Inxia was silent. Looking up, the red moon was slowly disintegrating and dissipating. Smith looked at Xia Liang and said, "There's nothing more for me to do here. I need to return to my country and get my arm reattached." Xia Liang nodded. "All right, go ahead. There's nothing urgent now, everyone can disperse." With the crisis resolved, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. What they needed most now was rest. At this moment, the prepared aircraft were already circling in the sky. Everyone began boarding the planes. Watching the helicopters take off one by one, Xia Liang finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Jin Huanger. "Can you let your sister come out now?" Jin Huanger nodded and began a private conversation. Not long after, a figure in a black robe walked into the park. Chen Yi was a bit surprised. Could it be that Jin Huanger's sister was the mysterious person with the analysis talent? The black-robed figure pulled back her hood and removed her mask, revealing a face identical to Jin Huanger's. However, this woman lacked Jin Huanger's heroic aura and instead exuded a gentle demeanor. Xia Liang looked at Chen Yi. "This is Jin Fonger, Jin Huanger's sister, and the one with the SSS grade analyze all things talent." Chen Yi nodded. He hadn't expected Jin Huanger to have a twin sister. He immediately used his insight eye to observe Jin Fonger, but the system immediately displayed unable to insight. Jin Fonger frowned and nodded at Chen Yi and Xia Liang as a greeting. Chen Yi quickly cancelled the insight. She could actually block it. Her talent clearly far surpassed analyze all things. Jin Fonger looked at the three of them. When the red moon completely disappears, all of Chu Tianxiao's belongings will refresh in the area where we are standing. Based on their value, I want 50%. The rest, my sister gets 30%, and you two get 10% each. No objections, right? Chen Yi and Xia Liang both nodded. After all, they hadn't contributed any effort, and getting 10% for free was a rare opportunity. After waiting for about an hour, the sun was setting. The red moon finally completely dissipated, and the last trace of red vanished. Dozens of light clusters descended along with the red moon's disappearance, landing directly in the area where Chen Yi and the others stood. Looking at the light clusters, Chen Yi didn't rush forward. Jean Huanger, however, anxiously searched through the clusters for something. She carefully inspected all the light clusters, her face showing obvious disappointment. Nothing. There's absolutely no equipment or skills with liberation attributes. Jean Huanger turned to Jean Fonger and said, "Sister, I'm not interested in any of these things. I'll give you my 30% share." After speaking, Jean Huanger took out a scroll, tore it open, and instantly disappeared into thin air. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised as he watched the scene. This was a fixed-point teleportation scroll, something only a master-level enchanter could create. He hadn't expected someone in Jean Huanger's faction to be capable of making one so quickly. Truly impressive. Jean Fonger smiled awkwardly. "That's just how my sister is. Feel free to pick whatever you like." With her permission, Chen Yi and Xia Liang approached the light clusters. In the end, Chen Yi chose the Dragon Slayer blade and the Dragon Slayer set. These two pieces of equipment, originally meant for a Sword Saint, had now returned to Chen Yi's hands. Xia Liang, on the other hand, picked a few potions. After the two made their selections, Jean Fonger stored the remaining items in her backpack. "See you around." With that, she also took out a scroll, tore it open, and disappeared. Watching Jean Fonger leave, Xia Liang said enviously, "Jean Huanger must have found a master-level enchanter, probably someone who's a genius at quickly leveling up secondary profession skills." Chen Yi nodded. "I've never seen these things before, they're truly impressive." Xia Liang continued, "It's normal that you haven't seen them. Right now, people who can level up secondary professions to intermediate levels are extremely rare. If it weren't for your goblin master-level alchemist, we wouldn't have been able to produce so many precious potions. Chen Yi, you've really made a significant contribution this time." Chen Yi nodded, understanding that the goblin grandmaster was no longer sufficient. What he needed now were top-tier diamond-level or mythic-level summons. He turned to Xia Liang. "Does the Bureau have any advanced summoning skill books? Preferably ones for flying creatures. I really need one right now." Xia Liang nodded. "Summoning skill books are very rare, but I'll ask around for you. We should be able to find one." "That would be great. Thank you." "Don't mention it." What Chen Yi needed most now was a summoning skill book for flying creatures. After all, he had to go to Antarctica to search for that mysterious secret realm, and walking there on his own would be far too slow. Summoning a high-level flying mount was the fastest solution. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came. From the sky, it was a helicopter from the Bureau of Secrets. Xia Liang looked at Chen Yi. "Are you heading back to the Bureau now?" Chen Yi shook his head. "No, leveling up is more important right now." "Alright, I'll mobilize everyone in the Bureau to help you find a flying type summoning skill book." "Thank you." Before long, Xia Liang boarded the helicopter and flew away. Chen Yi watched his departing figure, then turned to the Skeleton King beside him and said, "Grizel, head to the area near the Himalayas. There are fewer people and more monsters there. I need you to build an undead army. Remember, if people don't provoke you, don't provoke them either." The Skeleton King's soul flames flickered as he nodded in response. "Yes, Master." Chen Yi smiled. This guy had long yearned for freedom, but under his control, he still had to obey orders. "Head west from here, and you'll find that mountain." "Understood, Master." The Skeleton King headed west. Chen Yi turned toward the trading market. As expected, there were only a few skill books left in the exhibition area. Now everyone knew how precious skill books were, and their prices were rising day by day. People were either trading them privately or hiding them away to sell at a better price. Below these few books, the messages were all about exchanging them for higher-grade equipment. Chen Yi glanced at his private messages. The Scarab armor set had been listed for a long time. 3 pieces of top-tier C-grade defensive gear. He wondered if anyone would be willing to trade a summoning skill book for them. Many people had messaged him, most offering attack-type mage skill books. But Chen Yi had already mastered Meteor Strike, and ordinary attack-type skill books no longer interested him. He scrolled down page by page. Finally, he stopped at a private chat window. "Boss, I really need these 3 pieces of equipment. Can I trade a C-grade summoning skill book for them?" Chen Yi looked at the message but didn't immediately send a screenshot to the other party. He was a bit suspicious, unsure if the person was trying to trick him. After a while, he replied, send me a screenshot of the skill book. Soon, the private chat window began flashing. Alright, boss, please wait a moment. I'm not very familiar with the screenshot function, I couldn't send it at first. As soon as the message was sent, a screenshot of the skill book appeared. Summon Windhawk, C-grade, summons a massive Windhawk to assist in battle. The Windhawk is naturally skilled in various wind-based attack spells and possesses formidable combat power. Seeing the skill book, Chen Yi's eyes lit up instantly. It was exactly what he wanted, like finding food when hungry. However, he couldn't rush things. Chen Yi replied calmly, this skill book is good, but trading it for 3 pieces of C-grade equipment is a bit of a loss. Besides, these 3 pieces have set attributes, you should know their value. The other party quickly responded, boss, this is the only skill book I have. If it's not enough, I can add a D-grade piece of equipment. Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, this was clearly a newbie. Alright, deal. Great, boss, don't go back on your word. As soon as the message was sent, the trade window popped up. The other party placed the Summon Windhawk skill book and a D-grade robe into the trade. Chen Yi added the 3 pieces of equipment. The other party, seemingly afraid Chen Yi might back out, immediately clicked confirm. After verifying the skill book, Chen Yi also clicked confirm. The skill book and robe instantly appeared in his inventory. Looking at the Summon Windhawk skill book, Chen Yi was in high spirits, eager to see what powerful companion he could summon. He tossed the robe into his backpack and immediately began learning the Summon Windhawk skill book. Instantly, all the knowledge about summoning the Windhawk flooded into his mind. A radiant glow surrounded him, and the entire Silver Summer City was swept by a fierce wind, creating a scene as awe-inspiring as when the Storm Lord was summoned years ago. In the sky, a massive magic circle took shape. First, the head of an eagle appeared, roughly the size of a truck. Gradually, the eagle's neck, body, wings, and tail fully materialized. A colossal Windhawk emerged above Silver Summer City, exuding an air of majesty. Its azure feathers were streaked with golden patterns, giving it an exceptionally regal appearance. Its wings spread wide, spanning hundreds of meters. With a gentle flap, the ground was swept by a powerful gust. Witnessing this, Chen Yi was overjoyed. The Windhawk's power was extraordinary. He immediately opened the Windhawk's attribute panel. Windhawk God Hilliard, level 47, rank mythical, base strength 470, base constitution 470, base agility 700, base intelligence 470, talent 4 winds protection, SSS grade 4 winds protection, SSS grade, unlimited agility release, immunity to wind element damage, mastery over 4 types of wind power. Skills, East Wind Revival, South Wind Destruction, West Wind Suppression, North Wind Frost. Equipment, Heart of the Wind God, SSS level, description. Hilliard was born into the Windhawk clan on a world tree, naturally endowed with the protection of 4 divine winds. Upon reaching adulthood, he defeated the aging Windhawk god, seized the heart of the god, and became the new Windhawk god. Hilliard stared at Chen Yi, his eyes full of unwillingness. He had once dominated his own world, but now he had been summoned here, facing this seemingly weak human. It was hard for him to accept. South Wind Destruction. Hilliard roared, and a fiery storm instantly swept through Silver Summer City, targeting Chen Yi directly. But in the next second, Chen Yi pointed with both hands, and the fiery storm vanished without a trace. Hilliard, as if his wings had been clipped, lost control and plummeted straight to the ground. A summoned creature cannot attack its master, this is the iron law of supreme summoning, one that no being can defy. The massive Windhawk crashed heavily to the ground, destroying several buildings. Chen Yi walked up to Hilliard, whose eyes were filled with rage. Chen Yi was not surprised. For a former king like Hilliard to suddenly become a servant, it was natural to feel resentment. He said coldly, submit to me, or die. Hilliard's gaze gradually dimmed. He knew this rule was unchangeable. Now, submission was the only way to survive. No creature is unafraid of death, not even one who calls himself the Windhawk god. Despite the grand title, he was merely a symbol, not a true god. With this realization, Hilliard lowered his proud head. Seeing this, Chen Yi knew the Windhawk god had submitted. A wise choice. Follow me, and you won't lose out, Chen Yi said as he released the restraints on Hilliard, then climbed onto the Windhawk's head. To the South Pole. I'll guide the way, he commanded. Yes, master, Hilliard replied, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. Once stable in the air, the Windhawk began flying toward the South Pole as directed by Chen-Yi. Sitting on Hilliard's feathers was incredibly comfortable and steady. When strong winds blew, the Windhawk's feathers formed a protective field to shield Chen-Yi from the wind. Chen-Yi was extremely satisfied with this mount. He opened the system map and began to navigate. The system map was so precise that even Earth's satellite mapping couldn't compare. After locking onto the South Pole's origin point, Hilliard swiftly flew in that direction. The massive figure of the Windhawk was soon spotted by players on the ground. Curious onlookers uploaded videos, sparking widespread discussion. Creatures of this level were beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. Hilliard's speed was astonishing. With the 4 winds protection activated, his speed was 10 times the speed of sound. In less than a day, the Windhawk reached the icy continent of Antarctica. He stood up and began searching for the South Pole's origin point. The current Antarctica had very few monsters and had instead become a pristine land. Hilliard continued flying toward the center of Antarctica. The region was now in its long polar night. Fortunately, Hilliard could see clearly even in the dark. The flight was smooth, with no detours. Finally, Hilliard landed on a mountain range, the starting point of Antarctica. They had arrived. From Silver Summer to here, it had taken Hilliard less than 7 hours. After landing, Chen-Yi disembarked. To his surprise, the mountain range was almost devoid of snow, with only piles of black rocks. Chen-Yi looked at Hilliard. "Can you shrink in size?" Hilliard nodded. "Yes, master." With that, Hilliard's body quickly shrank, transforming into a small hawk only 20 centimeters tall, which gently perched on Chen-Yi's shoulder. Chen-Yi felt a surge of satisfaction, imagining himself as an ancient hunter with a hawk on one side and an eagle on the other, only missing a big yellow dog to complete the picture, which was a slight regret. He walked deeper into the mountains. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Chen-Yi couldn't help but complain, not even a penguin in sight, how strange. He continued walking for about 3 hours. Moving quickly, he thoroughly searched the mountains inside and out. But he found nothing. He glanced at Xia Liang's avatar in his friend list, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to contact him, although Xia Liang likely knew how to open the secret realm. Doing so would expose the fact that he possessed it. Keeping a low profile before provoking the state was always a wise choice. Chen-Yi pondered for a moment. Since nothing was found on the surface, could it be underground? With that thought, he left the mountain range. "Hilliard, revert to your original form and take me into the air." "Yes, master." Chen-Yi stepped onto Hilliard and ascended above the Black Mountain Range. His plan was simple: use the meteor strike to blast the mountain range apart. The secret realm was another world, so his attack wouldn't harm it. Incidentally, this was Chen-Yi's first time using the meteor strike. The skill required a 3-second charge time and had a cooldown of 30 minutes. However, the Elemental Lord's abilities reduced the cooldown by 90%, bringing it down to just 3 minutes. Chen-Yi stared at the meteor strike skill inside. He still needed to unlock the infinite firepower skill as soon as possible. After all, the difference between a 90% cooldown and a 100% cooldown was immense. At that moment, Chen-Yi unleashed the meteor strike, enhanced by a 100-fold increase in power. A massive fireball meteor descended from the sky, crashing violently into the Black Mountain Range. Boom! Bang! A deafening explosion echoed. Countless fragments of rock scattered in all directions. The meteor's impact caused the surface of the entire mountain range to collapse by a layer. Chen-Yi was astonished by the power of the meteor strike. He hadn't expected an A-rank skill to be this strong. With this, leveling up would no longer be a concern. Moreover, that single strike had only consumed 1/50th of his mental energy. This meant he could unleash it 50 more times. Once he reached level 50 and unlocked infinite firepower, no one would be able to withstand 10 consecutive meteor strikes. Additionally, when the meteor strike reached level 5, it would unlock special effects, making it even more formidable. 3 minutes later, Chen-Yi cast the meteor strike again. Another meteor struck the same spot on the mountain range. Boom! This explosion was even more powerful. A small mountain within the range completely collapsed. A beam of light emerged from deep within the mountain. Chen-Yi was thrilled. "Found it! Hilliard, descend." As soon as they landed, Chen-Yi jumped into the crater created by the meteor. The pit was about 20 meters deep, and the light was emanating from its bottom. Approaching the light, he saw flowing magical runes on its surface. Clearly, it was a magical barrier. Chenny reached out to touch it and felt as though he was touching a solid object. Despite the powerful meteor attack earlier, the magical shield remained intact. Its defensive strength was extraordinary. It seemed that a key was required to enter the secret realm. But Chenny didn't have one. At that moment, Hilliard shrank in size and flew in front of Chenny. "Master, I know how to get inside." Chenny was a bit surprised. "You know how to open it?" "Yes, Master. My West Wind prohibition can break through this magical barrier." "Good, use it." "Yes, Master." With that, Hilliard opened its mouth. A small whirlwind, interwoven with complex magical threads, shot out. The whirlwind struck the magical barrier, instantly tearing open a gap. Chenny was amazed to see that the surrounding barrier remained completely unaffected, with only this single opening created. "Master, this gap will last for 10 minutes. After that, it will need to be reopened," Hilliard reported. Chenny looked at the opening in the barrier and turned to the Wind Eagle god. "Hilliard, go inside and see what's in there. If you find anything, bring it out directly." "Understood, Master." Hilliard immediately darted into the barrier. Chenny waited outside for 5 or 6 minutes. Hilliard emerged, carrying a small cauldron in its beak. "Master, this is the only item inside." Chenny took the small cauldron and immediately checked its information. Heavenly Treasure Cauldron, level, unique. Effect, sacrifice various items to obtain a golden key to the Heavenly Treasure secret realm. Seeing this information, excitement flashed in Chenyi's eyes. At last, he had the key to the Heavenly Treasure secret realm. He could hardly contain himself and was eager to make a sacrifice to obtain the golden key. Placing the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron into his inventory, Chenny asked Hilliard, "Is this the only item inside?" Hilliard nodded. "Yes, Master. This is the only treasure." The barrier was filled with traps. "If not for my West Wind prohibition, I wouldn't have been able to enter either." Chenyi nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. But I'll have to trouble you to leave here first and head to the Lighthouse Nation. Go there and gather some equipment for sacrifice." "Understood, Master." With that, Hilliard reverted to his true form, and Chenyi leapt onto his back. With an eagle's cry, they began their journey from Antarctica to Africa. At the same time, an Antarctic expedition team was braving the wind and snow, advancing toward the Black Mountains. The team leader was a white man with an SSS-level talent. He had killed a dungeon boss, obtaining a treasure map and a key. The treasure map pointed to the Antarctic pole, and he had gathered numerous professionals to search for the treasure. These professionals were physically strong and could easily handle the harsh environment. Suddenly, an eagle's cry came from above. The white team leader, with his sharp eyesight, spotted Hilliard's massive figure. "Who would have thought there'd be such a powerful creature in Antarctica?" he said in surprise. But he didn't dwell on it and led his team onward. By the coast, Chenyi and Hilliard flew across the ocean, arriving in the Lighthouse Nation, known for its freedom. Not far away was a small town, which the system map identified as Innsmouth. Chenyi planned to start collecting equipment here to sacrifice to the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron. He pulled a hooded robe from his backpack, covering his face to conceal his identity. Hilliard shrank into a small eagle and perched on Chenyi's shoulder. Outside the town, a few professionals set their sights on Chenyi. "Stop! Who are you?" one of them shouted. Chenyi responded coldly, "Hand over all your equipment, or don't blame me for being ruthless." "Looking for death," the other roared. A scream followed. Chenyi unleashed a scorching ray, instantly reducing the man to ashes. He swept his gaze over the others. "Hand it over." Over the next few days, Chenyi swept through Innsmouth and the nearby Arkham and Miskatonic. Before the special departments of the Lighthouse Nation could react, Chenyi had already flown with Hilliard toward Yinhuang Nation. Sitting atop Hilliard's head, Chenyi tallied his spoils: 19,823 pieces of F-grade equipment, 1,451 pieces of A-grade equipment, 12 pieces of D-grade equipment, 1 piece of C-grade equipment, and various potions, scrolls, and materials. Chenyi sighed, marveling at the wealth of the Lighthouse Nation. He began sacrificing the equipment to the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron. A progress bar appeared on the cauldron. F-grade items required, 786/1000. After sacrificing 1,000 F-grade items, a golden key emerged from the cauldron. The golden key was so exquisite it resembled a work of art. Golden key grade, S grade. Function: a specialized key for unlocking the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm. Usage count: 1/1. The number of F-grade items required by the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron immediately skyrocketed to 10,000. Seeing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh, this thing is a real gold eater. He then sacrificed another 10,000 F-grade items, obtaining another golden key. The cauldron's requirement then shifted to 1,000 E-grade items. Chun-Yi continued sacrificing, and after completing the offering, another golden key appeared. The requirement then increased to 10,000 E-grade items. Looking at all this, Chun-Yi exclaimed, goodness, this secret realm isn't something ordinary people can afford to play with. He wondered if he could still sacrifice F-grade items. He tried sacrificing one F-grade item, and the progress bar increased by 0.1. Chun-Yi immediately understood, this meant that 10 F-grade items equaled the progress of one E-grade item. What about D-grade equipment? He sacrificed one D-grade item, and the progress bar increased by 10. Looking at the progress bar, Chun-Yi realized this was a tenfold increase. He now had 3 golden keys. He then sacrificed all the items below C grade in his backpack. Finally, the progress bar stopped at 7554/10000, unable to go any further. Chun-Yi had nothing left to sacrifice. He placed the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron and 2 golden keys into his backpack, keeping only 1 golden key with him. Then, Chun-Yi had Hilliard stop at an uninhabited island. Now, he was ready to enter and see what secrets the Tianbao secret realm held. Chun-Yi took out the golden key and used it directly. A golden light gate adorned with intricate patterns instantly appeared before him. This light gate was far more magnificent and dazzling than the black jade gate of the Apocalypse secret realm, exuding an air of grandeur. In contrast, the black jade gate was understated yet luxurious. With the shrunken Hilliard in tow, Chun-Yi stepped inside. The light gate vanished from the nameless island. As soon as Chun-Yi entered the secret realm, he immediately sensed the difference between the Tianbao secret realm and the Apocalypse secret realm. It felt as though he was inside a damp cave, with walls slick and moist, as if licked by some creature. He continued forward until he reached the end of the cave. Before him appeared a massive underground space, densely packed with silver ants. These ants were highly organized, methodically constructing the cave. Chun-Yi opened the attribute panel. Silverback ant level, 47 grade, ordinary base strength, 69 base constitution, 47 base agility, 47 base intelligence, 1 talent, silverback armor. Skill. By looking at the ant's attributes, Chun-Yi couldn't be bothered to act himself. He turned to Hilliard. You handle this. Yes, master. Hilliard immediately flew from Chun-Yi's shoulder to the top of the massive space. South wind's destruction. In an instant, countless fiery storms swept through the entire area. All the silverback ants immediately clustered together to resist the flames. Ordinary fire might have been manageable, but against Hilliard, the god of wind eagles, they stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, all the silverback ants were reduced to ashes. Countless tiny golden glimmers instantly merged into Chun-Yi's body. Chun-Yi glanced at his experience bar, which had risen by 23%. Not bad, considering they were ordinary creatures. The silverback ants provided a substantial amount of experience. After Hilliard finished off the ants, the light gate Chun-Yi had been expecting did not appear. Just then, the ashes split open, and a massive white insect crawled out. Silverback Ant Queen level, 47 grade, ordinary. Talent, reproduction. Seeing that the Ant Queen had survived, Chun-Yi was somewhat surprised. He immediately hurled a fireball at the queen. The fireball, now upgraded to level 8, was far more powerful and larger than before. The silverback ant queen offered no resistance and was instantly vaporized into ashes by the fireball. Shortly after, a glowing orb burst forth from the spot where the queen had perished. Chun-Yi walked over, reached into the orb, and pulled out something resembling an egg. Silverback soldier ant egg, F-grade. Description: can hatch into an ordinary grade soldier ant pet that can accompany its master in battle and level up. Seeing this, Chun-Yi was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to obtain a pet egg. The value of this pet egg was equivalent to an F-grade skill book. This was the first time he had ever acquired a pet egg. The drop rate in the Tianbao secret realm was surprisingly high. Chun-Yi carefully pondered the meaning of Tianbao and thought to himself, this place might indeed hold many treasures. With his luck stat now at 7 points, perhaps this was related to his fortune. At that moment, a light gate appeared in the massive space. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi stepped inside. Upon entering, the surroundings changed once again. he found himself on a plateau, where the land was eroded by flowing water, forming countless ravines and leaving the surface fragmented. Walking across this desolate plateau, Chenny felt as though he was in a world scribbled on by a child. The air was filled with the scent of dry earth. Hilliard, go up and see if there are any monsters. Yes, master. With that, Hilliard flew into the sky. The sky was empty except for the lone bird. After a short while, Hilliard returned and landed on Chen Yi's shoulder. Master, there's no movement in the distance. The monsters must be hiding underground. Chen Yi nodded. Take me up there. Understood. Hilliard returned to his true form and carried Chen Yi into the sky. Chen Yi overlooked the boundless plateau below, began chanting a spell, and prepared to cast Meteor Strike. Boom! 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 Every 3 minutes, a massive meteor crashed violently into the ground. The impact of the meteors was immense, sending yellow dust soaring dozens of meters high. Chen Yi unleashed 10 meteors in succession, creating 10 bottomless craters on the ground. The landscape of the plateau was completely destroyed. The monsters, however, did not appear. Still, Chen Yi noticed his experience points steadily increasing. Finally, a golden light flashed. Chen Yi leveled up directly, reaching level 48 with 1.6% experience. A portal of light appeared in the sky above the plateau. Seeing this, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't even seen the monsters, and the level was already cleared? Without overthinking, he descended to the ground. Suddenly, a ball of white light emerged from the ground. Chen Yi stepped forward and reached into the white light. A pet egg appeared in his hand. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Had he just stumbled into a pet nest? He carefully examined the pet egg's attributes. Bloodthirsty rat pet egg. A-grade. Description: upon hatching, you can obtain an elite-grade bloodthirsty rat to assist you in battle. So, the creatures on the second level were bloodthirsty rats. He placed the pet egg into his backpack, deciding to list it on the trading platform later. Chen Yi had never seen anyone sell pet eggs before. It made sense. A pet was like a professional warrior fighting alongside you, and it would never betray you. Afterward, Chen Yi stepped into the portal and arrived directly at the third level. As soon as he entered, his legs sank into muddy water. Looking around, he found himself in a swamp, with a vast forest nearby. In the distance, shadows flickered across the sky, accompanied by a buzzing sound. A swarm of green wasps flew overhead. Before Chen Yi could react, countless green stingers shot toward him. Chen Yi immediately cast a rock shield. Clang, 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 the shield blocked all the stingers. However, the shield was already riddled with holes, and some stingers pierced through, striking him. Fortunately, Chen Yi had strong piercing resistance and wasn't harmed. He opened the attribute panel of the green wasps. Green-tailed wasp. Level, 48, grade, bronze, strength, 46, constitution, 38, agility, 84, intelligence, 1, innate ability, venom infusion, skill, stinger shot. Facing the agile green-tailed wasps, Chen Yi immediately used Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray had already been upgraded to level 7, with a width of 3 meters, more than enough to deal with them. Although the green-tailed wasps were nimble, they couldn't evade the high-speed moving flames. Within a minute, all the wasps were burned into charred corpses, falling silently to the ground. However, the portal did not appear. It seemed this was just a small group of enemies. Chen Yi threw out a frost heart, instantly freezing the entire swamp. The previously muddy and collapsing ground became solid and flat. He began walking toward the depths of the forest. Reaching the forest's edge, Chen Yi had no patience to search for the green-tailed wasps. Slowly, he directly fired a scorching ray into the forest. The massive flames engulfed all the trees, igniting the entire forest in an instant. Black smoke billowed into the sky, accompanied by incessant buzzing. Countless green-tailed wasps fled frantically, but the flames did not relent. Despite their tenacity, the bronze-grade green-tailed wasps could not escape their fate. Chen Yi sensed the movements around him, intensifying the output of his scorching ray. The ray now extended up to a kilometer, enough to incinerate all the green-tailed wasps within range. Over an hour passed. The trees within a kilometer radius were reduced to ashes, not a single intact one remaining. Chen Yi continued forward, relentlessly destroying the green-tailed wasps hidden in the forest. His experience points increased steadily. After walking 3 kilometers, he discovered a massive beehive. The hive was as tall as a 7-story building. In the world of green-tailed bees, this hive was considered an extremely large structure. Chenny did not continue attacking because he smelled a rich, sweet fragrance. Under the influence of the surrounding flames, the sweet aroma became even more pronounced. It seemed that this hive must contain green-tailed bee honey. Bronze-grade honey would not be of poor quality. Chenny looked at Hilliard. "Return to your true form and help me pry open this hive." "Yes, master." Hilliard, like a cold and efficient tool, immediately reverted to his true form, flew into the sky, and tore open the massive hive with his claws. The hive collapsed with a loud crash, splitting into two halves. Inside the cracked hive, bags of green pouches came into Chenyi's view. These pouches emitted an intense sweet fragrance that rushed straight to his nose. Chenny stepped forward and picked up a bag of honey. Green-tailed bee honey, E-grade, effect, neutralizes low-level toxins, permanently increases physique by 0.1 point upon consumption, effective only once in a lifetime. Seeing this, Chenny was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected it to enhance physique. Without hesitation, he ate a bag. The rich sweetness instantly filled his mouth. After finishing, the system's voice sounded, "You have consumed green-tailed bee honey, physique plus 0.2. Hearing the increase of 0.2, Chenny was astonished, but upon recalling his restriction release, he immediately understood that this was part of his attribute growth. He packed all the green pouches into his backpack. This honey could be used for sacrifices or sold for a good price. When Chenny pried open the last hive chamber, a plump white queen bee suddenly appeared before him. Green-tailed queen bee level, 48 grade, bronze. Talent, reproduction. This queen bee, like an ant queen, had a rounded body and was specialized in reproduction. Chenny fired a scorching ray, instantly killing the queen bee. A burst of white light exploded, and Chenny walked over, now holding a pet egg in his hand. Green-tailed bee pet egg, D-grade, description, hatch a bronze-grade green-tailed bee to fight for you. Looking at the green-tailed bee egg in his hand, Chenny had a strange premonition. Could it be that every level would drop a pet egg? If that were true, he would be making a huge profit. This was just a D-grade pet egg. If it were a higher-grade pet egg, it would surely trigger a frenzy among players. If an egg capable of summoning a diamond-grade pet dropped, it could be exchanged for a top-tier piece of equipment without question. Thinking of this, Chenny became excited and couldn't wait to proceed to the next level. At that moment, a light gate appeared. Chenny strode through it. As soon as he entered, he saw a sky full of stars and clouds. Looking around, Chenny was surprised to find himself standing on a floating island. Clouds surrounded him, and he stepped on stones suspended in the clouds. Several creatures resembling electric eels swam through the clouds, noticed Chenny, and swam toward him. Chenny checked their attributes. Floating electric eel level, 48 grade, silver base strength, 122 base physique, 109 base agility, 134 base intelligence, 157 talent, floating in the sky skills, static field, lightning arrow. These electric eels suddenly fired lightning arrows, their speed nearly 1/10 the speed of light. Chenny couldn't react in time and was struck by the lightning arrows. He felt his body go numb, his limbs stiff. Even with 90% elemental immunity, he still felt uncomfortable. The system's voice sounded, "You have been struck by lightning. Recovering mobility. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10% lightning resistance." The remaining floating electric eels continued firing lightning arrows, wave after wave attacking Chenny. Chenyi's super adaptation talent kept activating, and the sound of his lightning resistance increasing echoed in his ears. In the end, the lightning bolts striking Chenny no longer caused him any pain or discomfort. Stretching his body, he lazily yawned. These electric eels were no longer a threat, making it the perfect opportunity to accumulate experience. He glanced at Hilliard and said, "Go ahead, take care of all these guys." Chenny was feeling a bit too lazy to act personally. If Hilliard could handle it, he definitely wouldn't do it himself. "Yes, master," Hilliard responded as always. It flapped its wings and unleashed the destruction of the south wind. An endless storm of flames rolled through the clouds. The floating electric eels lasted less than 2 seconds before being completely consumed by the fire, turning to ashes. Hilliard's fiery storm also swept away the clouds surrounding the floating island. The massive experience points instantly leveled Chenny up to level 49, with a progress of 3%. Now, he was just one step away from the second-tier advancement at level 50. As the mist cleared, Chenny finally saw the entire floating island. It resembled a giant rock, floating in the air, barren and devoid of any vegetation. Among the remains of the electric eels, a corpse twice the size of the others appeared, dropping a ball of white light upon death. The white light quickly drifted downward from the floating island. Chun-Yi immediately shouted, "Hilliard, grab that ball of white light." Hilliard swiftly shrank its body, dove down, and firmly caught the white light. Then, flapping its wings, it flew back to the floating island and handed the white light to Chun-Yi. Taking the white light, Chun-Yi found a pet egg in his hand. Floating electric eel pet egg, C grade, description, summons a silver grade floating electric eel pet to assist in battle. This was the fourth pet egg Chun-Yi had obtained. Placing the pet egg into his backpack, Chun-Yi felt even more certain that he would eventually acquire a diamond grade pet egg. As for a mythic grade 1, he didn't dare to imagine it yet. After all, with his current strength, being able to venture into the territory of 7th layer diamond creatures was already extraordinary. Mythic creatures, each of them breaking conventional attributes, possessed terrifyingly immense power. Chun-Yi had no intention of courting trouble. At that moment, a portal of light appeared above the floating island. Looking at the teleportation gate leading to the 5th layer of golden creatures, Chun-Yi stepped through without hesitation. He was filled with anticipation for the golden pet egg of the 5th layer. He couldn't help but wonder what the golden creatures of the 5th layer would be like, and how strong the dark gold creatures of the 6th layer and the diamond creatures of the 7th layer would be. Chun-Yi entered the portal of light. A wave of heat instantly surged toward him. After adapting for a moment, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He finally saw what the 5th layer looked like. It appeared as though it had just experienced a disaster, with volcanoes everywhere and magma flowing across the ground. The air temperature was at least 300 degrees Celsius, making it impossible for ordinary creatures to survive. In the distance, a series of roars echoed, deafeningly loud, as if reverberating right beside him. Chun-Yi felt curious, were those the golden creatures of the 5th layer? He turned to Hilliard and said, "Take me to check it out." "Yes, master." Hilliard transformed, and Chun-Yi stood on its head as they flew forward. The land covered in flames ahead was undoubtedly the territory of fire element creatures. Before long, he saw the source of the roars. What was that? A group of giants made of rock, furiously pounding their chests and letting out earth-shaking roars. In front of them was a pool of magma. All the giants jumped into the magma pool, splashing magma onto themselves as if they were bathing. Observing these creatures, Chun-Yi immediately pulled up their attribute information: Rock Demon Giant level, 49 grade, golden base strength, 367 base constitution, 334 base agility, 120 base intelligence, 50 talent, rock shell skills, rock shield, rock spike, earth charging assault. So they were rock demon giants. Chun-Yi had Hilliard circled the area but found no other similar creatures. It seemed that the group bathing around the magma pool were the golden creatures of the 5th layer. He didn't go down but instead began throwing meteors at the rock giants. Boom! A massive meteor, trailing a fiery tail, smashed into the densest cluster of giants. The powerful impact instantly displaced all the magma in the pool. The rock giant in the center was shattered into rubble, while those on the outskirts were knocked over by the shockwave. All the rock giants immediately cast rock shields on themselves. However, their shields weren't as strong as Chun-Yi's, being merely ordinary 3-sided obsidian shields. Once their shields were up, they immediately began searching for the source of the disaster. But due to the limitations of their body structure, they could only tilt their heads up to a 45-degree angle. Any further, and their rocky exteriors blocked their view. They couldn't see Chun-Yi above them at all. Seeing this, Chun-Yi waited for his skill cooldown while continuing to cast meteor spell repeatedly. Boom! 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 One meteor after another rained down. In no time, the more than 200 rock giants were completely annihilated under the relentless assault. Chun-Yi's experience bar instantly surged by 45%, bringing him to level 49 at 48%. He was secretly delighted. Fortunately, the Scourge incarnation had previously given him this meteor spell. Otherwise, relying on Fireball and Scorching Ray, there was no way he could have taken down these rock giants so quickly and cleanly. At that moment, a ball of white light appeared next to the shattered rock giant. Chun-Yi sent Hilliard over while he grabbed the white light himself. Just as he expected, rock giant pet egg, description, once hatched, it will yield a golden tier rock giant to fight for you. The value of this golden tier pet egg was beyond simple numerical estimation for Chun-Yi. A single golden tier creature was enough to defeat thousands of ordinary professionals. Owning this rock giant pet egg was akin to having a loyal army of professionals at his command. Cheney placed the rock giant pet egg into his backpack. He now had 5 of them. The previous pet eggs weren't very valuable, but once they reached the golden tier, their value could increase 10-fold or 20-fold. A portal of light suddenly appeared. Cheney cautiously stepped inside. Dark gold tier creatures were extremely difficult to deal with, so Cheney had to remain vigilant. Upon entering, the surroundings transformed into a world of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted, and Cheney felt it was at least minus 100 degrees. The drastic shift from extreme heat to extreme cold made him shiver involuntarily. However, he quickly adapted to the environment. At that moment, a sharp, piercing eagle cry echoed from the sky. Cheney looked up to see a 2-headed snow eagle, over 20 meters long, diving toward him, its claws glinting with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Cheney. The snow eagle had 2 heads, and its 4 eyes were locked onto him. Hilliard immediately transformed. His massive wind eagle true form unfolded, stretching hundreds of meters in length, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Compared to Hilliard, the snow eagle seemed as insignificant as a newly hatched chick. Terrified, the snow eagle flitted about in the air before finally fleeing into the distance. But Hilliard wasn't about to let it escape so easily. He quickly caught up, grabbed it with his claws, and tore the snow eagle in half. Cheney examined the snow eagle's attributes. 2-headed snow eagle, level 49, grade dark gold, base strength 406, base constitution 413, base agility 421, base intelligence 100, talent piercing gaze, skills snowstorm, flowing snow burial, deadly ambush, slaughter spin. The 2-headed snow eagle had clearly used deadly ambush on Cheney earlier. At that moment, a group of 2-headed snow eagles appeared on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, there were about 30 of them. Hilliard was unfazed. As the god of wind eagles, facing this group of snow eagles was as easy as slicing through vegetables. The snow eagles flew swiftly, circling around Hilliard. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they intended to surround and attack Hilliard to death. But Hilliard would never show mercy. West wind bind. A strange gust of wind swept through, directly targeting all the 2-headed snow sculptures. The snow sculptures immediately felt their wings immobilized. Then, they plummeted straight to the ground. Seeing this, Hilliard burst into laughter. In the Wind Eagle world, this move had helped him defeat countless formidable enemies. It was also thanks to this move that he had the chance to compete for the position of Wind Eagle God. Now, this area had become a no-fly zone. These 2-headed snow sculptures could only move on the ground. Hilliard carried Cheney on his back. Cheney wasn't idle either. As soon as meteorite spell's cooldown ended, he continued casting it. One meteor after another crashed down, each one capable of eliminating a snow sculpture. After more than 30 meteors fell, all the snow sculptures were defeated. Sure enough, a pet egg dropped from one of them. At that moment, a golden light flashed through Cheney's body, and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations on reaching level 50 and unlocking the 5th talent, Infinite Firepower. You've reached level 50 and can now claim the 2nd tier class advancement quest. Infinite Firepower, SSS level, cooldown time reduced by 100%, skill consumption reduced by 100%, and the cost of all forbidden spells reduced by 99%. Immediately, the quest panel appeared. Cheney quickly glanced at it and was instantly shocked. The quest was actually SSS level. There was even a skull icon next to the quest, indicating extreme danger. Cheney carefully read the quest details. Godslaying, SSS level, eliminate a mythological creature of the same level to prove your strength. Quest reward, Elemental Destroyer class advancement scroll, and a random SSS level elemental skill book. Faced with this quest, Cheney didn't hesitate and accepted it immediately. A legendary creature? I'll personally take it down and show you. The Elemental Destroyer was undoubtedly one of the most top-tier 2nd tier classes. Moreover, Cheney didn't yet know what kind of SSS level elemental skill the system would reward him with. Such SSS level skills were bound to be incredibly powerful. Coupled with his status as the Elemental Lord, his power was amplified 100-fold, making the skill's destructive force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Back on the ground, Cheney tightly held the 2-headed snow sculpture's pet egg in his hand. This wasn't just an ordinary pet egg, it was an extremely powerful dark gold grade mount. It could fly, fight, and endure, making it invaluable. After storing the pet egg, Chen Yi headed toward the light gate that appeared in the snowfield. Now, he was going to personally test the power of infinite firepower. As Chen Yi stepped into the light gate, the scene of the seventh layer unfolded before him. It was an island surrounded by an endless ocean. The island was covered in eerie rocks and shrouded in a heavy undead aura. Having dealt with the Skeleton King for so long, Chen Yi was particularly sensitive to undead energy. He wasn't sure if the diamond-level creatures here were undead. At the center of the island stood a conspicuous mage tower. Chen Yi recognized the tower as one used to gather elemental power. He turned to Hilliard. "Fly, take me to the top of the mage tower. I want to see how powerful the diamond-level creatures on this layer are." "Yes, master." Hilliard clearly sensed his master's soaring strength and was brimming with confidence. Flying above the mage tower, a group of humanoid creatures emitting undead energy appeared at the top. There were about 20 of them. Chen Yi began analyzing their attributes. Lich, level 50, grade, diamond, base strength, 240, base constitution, 300, base agility, 140, base intelligence, 500. Talent, soul immortality, skills, death decay, frost armor, dark ritual, frost nova. All the liches simultaneously cast hostile gazes toward him. Chen Yi immediately seized the initiative. Meteorite magic requires 3 seconds to cast, and under no circumstances should the liches be allowed to initiate death decay, a skill that reduces life proportionally. Following Chen Yi's gestures, meteors began crashing down from the sky onto the mage tower. The liches swung their skeletal staves and struck the ground, instantly raising a defensive barrier composed of pale necromantic energy. The massive meteors collided with the barrier, producing deafening booms. Boom! 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 Before long, the barrier began to falter. Finally, a meteor broke through, shattering the barrier completely. The meteors slammed into the mage tower with a resounding bang. The tower, which had stood for years, collapsed into ruins. The liches descended to the ground on their skeletal staves and immediately cast frost armor on themselves. Chen Yi hurled another meteor, striking one of the liches, but it only caused a crack in the armor. The liches' defenses were stronger than he had anticipated, but considering their 500 points of intelligence, Chen Yi wasn't surprised. Without hesitation, he continued casting meteorite magic, while the liches fought desperately to resist. One lich's armor couldn't hold up and was crushed into pulp by a meteor. The remaining liches immediately performed a dark ritual, converting their fallen comrade's corpse into energy to replenish themselves. However, while the liches consumed stamina, Chen Yi had unlocked unlimited firepower, suffering no depletion at all. The disparity in strength became increasingly evident, and the liches fell one after another. Boom! 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 The island was relentlessly bombarded by meteors, causing the ground to crack and seawater to flood into the island, forming streams. Just a few more strikes, and the island would be swallowed by the sea. However, after Chen Yi had eliminated all the liches, no new light gate appeared, nor did the pet egg break open to release anything. His experience points hadn't increased at all. At the same time, a faint glow appeared at the base of the mage tower. Chen Yi immediately ordered Hilliard to investigate what it was. Upon reaching the ground, Chen Yi clearly saw the source of the light. It was rows of soul caskets, 20 in total. Seeing these soul caskets, Chen Yi instantly understood. The liches' souls were sealed within these caskets. As long as the soul caskets remained intact, the liches would never truly die. Realizing this, Chen Yi immediately fired scorching rays at all the soul caskets. However, whatever material these caskets were made of, the rays barely caused any damage. At this moment, Hilliard spoke up, "Master, let me try." Chen Yi nodded, "All right, give it a shot." Hilliard then unleashed a burst of flames at the soul caskets. These flames, born of the south wind's destruction, could incinerate anything. Under Hilliard's sustained burning, the soul caskets began to slowly melt. Once the caskets melted open, the 20 souls inside immediately tried to escape. But as soon as they came into contact with Hilliard's destructive wind, they were reduced to ashes. Chen Yi's experience points instantly surged by 80%. He had now reached level 50, with an experience progress of 81.2%. At the same time, a pet egg burst forth from one of the soul caskets. Chen Yi excitedly grasped the pet egg. Lich pet egg description: upon hatching, you will obtain a diamond-grade lich pet to fight for you. The value of this pet egg was immeasurable to Chen Yi. A Diamond-grade creature could easily eliminate hundreds of thousands of low-level professionals of the same rank. No one could resist the temptation of hatching such a pet. Not everyone was as fortunate as Chun-Yi to possess supreme summoning. A diamond-grade ally was equivalent to gaining an additional SSS-grade talent. Chun-Yi foresaw that if he revealed this pet egg, the entire world would be shaken. However, he wouldn't use it himself. With supreme summoning, using it would be a waste. Selling it would maximize its value. At this moment, after all the Lich's soul caskets were completely destroyed, a light gate suddenly appeared before Chun-Yi. It was the entrance to the 8th level. The 8th level was the domain of mythical creatures. Thinking about his job transformation, Chun-Yi gritted his teeth and stepped forward without hesitation. Even if he encountered a formidable enemy, he still had the golden key to escape. Upon entering, the scene before him was no longer an island but a towering mountain peak. In the distance, endless ranges of mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, filling Chun-Yi's vision. Staring at the boundless mountain ranges before him, Chun-Yi was filled with astonishment. He had no idea what the mythical creature of the 8th layer would look like. At that moment, Hilliard revealed his true form. Chun-Yi stood directly atop Hilliard's head, observing the endless mountain ranges in the distance. Suddenly, the ground beneath Chun-Yi began to tremble. The massive mountains slowly began to rise. Boom! The movement of the mountain brought forth fierce winds, shaking the land and causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Hilliard began ascending into the sky, rising to an altitude of 10,000 meters before barely being able to see the full form of the mountain. Chun-Yi was shocked to discover this was actually a mountain giant. Its entire body was covered in rocks, with vegetation growing all over it. Standing over 5,000 meters tall, its head extended directly into the clouds. As the mountain giant took a step forward, the solid ground suddenly collapsed, underground springs gushed forth, converging into rivers that flowed into the distance. The sight before him left Chun-Yi utterly stunned. He opened the mountain giant's attribute panel, mountain giant level, 50 rank. Mythical base strength, 800 base constitution, 950 base agility, 500 base intelligence, 500 talent, imperial spirit of thick earth, SSS level, skills, earthquake. Reincarnation, commanding mountains, all-encompassing nature, mountains roar. Even Hilliard, looking at this mountain giant, couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Although both were of mythical rank, the disparity in power was immense. Chun-Yi thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the endless mountain peaks here were all mountain giants? If that were true, even with his current unlimited firepower, it would be nearly impossible to deal with these mythical creatures. Ice Prison. Judgment was a range-based damage skill, but Chun-Yi felt its power was insufficient to instantly kill these giants. Ice Prison Judgment required a certain casting time, and if he couldn't quickly eliminate them, the mountain giant's powerful skills would put him at a severe disadvantage. The Earthquake Reincarnation skill just now could even ignore invincibility status. If he were caught in the reincarnation cycle, Chun-Yi would be finished. Thinking of this, he took out the Soul Cube. The Death Curse. Within the Soul Cube had finished cooling down, he could only rely on it to kill one mountain giant before quickly retreating. Unlimited firepower had no effect on item skills, and cooldown times remained unchanged. Chun-Yi signaled Hilliard to fly toward the distance, searching for a mountain giant that was still asleep. After flying about 3,000 miles, he finally found a giant that was still slumbering. It was far from the awakened mountain giant, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Standing atop the sleeping giant's head, he took out the Soul Cube and cast the Death Curse on it. One end of the Soul Cube emitted a thin black chain that wrapped around Chun-Yi's body. The other end produced a massive black chain out of thin air, with a width of over 100 meters and a length of tens of thousands of meters, instantly binding the mountain giant. Chun-Yi heard the system's voice in his ear. You are subject to the Soul Cube's life extraction. Life extraction in progress. No life reduction detected. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, your Constitution basic longevity body has upgraded to intermediate longevity body. Intermediate longevity body. A constitution with an extremely long lifespan, increasing life expectancy by 600 years. Chun-Yi was already accustomed to the system prompts but couldn't help wondering how far this longevity body could be upgraded. The system continued its report. Death Curse applied to target mountain giant. Death Curse cannot be purified, resisted, or removed. Death Curse activated. Mountain giant's remaining lifespan, 7 days. As soon as the words fell, Chun-Yi felt the mountain giant beneath him began to stir. "Hilliard, let's go," he said, jumping onto Hilliard's back and flying into the distance. Shortly after, the giant fully awakened. Moo! Realizing he was cursed, the mountain giant let out a furious roar, unleashing an astonishing burst of power. At that moment, all the mountain giants in the 8th layer world began to awaken. They roared in unison, responding to the cursed mountain giant. Seeing this, Shen-Yi quickly said to Hilliard, "Fly, Hilliard. Ascend to 20,000 meters. Understood, Master." Hilliard immediately soared into the sky, finally stopping at an altitude of 20,000 meters. From there, Shen-Yi could clearly see the chaos below. The mountain giants were in complete disarray. These giants were not unintelligent. Many were trying to comfort the cursed one, while others attempted to lift the curse. However, their efforts were futile. They wanted to find the culprit, unaware that Shen-Yi had already hidden himself 20,000 meters above. Shen-Yi instructed Hilliard to conceal themselves behind a cloud. He dared not let the mountain giants discover him, otherwise, they could attack him. For now, all Shen-Yi could do was wait for 7 days. 7 days passed. The cursed mountain giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a mountain peak, never to awaken again. A voice echoed in Shen-Yi's ears, "Congratulations on completing the SSS level class advancement quest Godslayer. Congratulations on obtaining the Elemental Destroyer class advancement scroll. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS level skill book, Falling Stars. Rewards have been sent to your inventory." Shen-Yi took out the scroll. "Would you like to advance to the Elemental Destroyer class?" "Yes." "Congratulations on successfully advancing to the Elemental Destroyer class. Strength growth +1, Constitution growth +1, Agility growth +1, Intelligence growth +5. Limit break, attribute acquisition speed increased to 200%. Your attribute growth is now Strength +6, Constitution +6, Agility +7.5, Intelligence +24. Shen-Yi was ecstatic. His intelligence growth had reached 24, a level unmatched by anyone. Satisfied, he glanced at his attribute panel, then retrieved the SSS level skill book from his inventory. Falling Stars, SSS level, summon 99 massive meteors at once to attack. The meteors carry 20 elemental effects, including burn, freeze, shock, bind, and slow. Description: under such a powerful attack, nothing can escape. Seeing this, Shen-Yi was astonished. He hadn't expected the SSS level skill to be so powerful. Although its strength was slightly inferior to Ice Prison Judgment, the latter only carried a single attribute, whereas Falling Stars encompassed all attributes. Wow! Shen-Yi exhaled softly and immediately began studying the SSS level skill book. The dense knowledge took him quite some time to fully grasp. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and looked down at the mountain giants below. "Perfect, I'll use you as a test subject," he said, then began chanting and gesturing. 10 seconds later, 99 meteors appeared in the sky. Compared to ordinary meteor spells, each of these meteors was twice as large. Finally, Shen-Yi opened his eyes and thrust his hands toward the ground. The 99 meteors plummeted with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The meteors struck simultaneously, leveling the surrounding land for thousands of miles. Unlike the meteors from the standard meteor spell, these did not vanish upon impact but unleashed endless elemental attacks: ice, lightning, fire, a total of 20 elements. With Chun-Yi's elemental mastery enhancement, the land was left in utter ruin. However, this move failed to kill any of the mountain giants, it only injured their bodies. Instead, it drew their attention skyward. Seeing this, Shen-Yi immediately took out a golden key, opened a portal, and escaped. Hilliard then shrank in size and followed Shen-Yi back to the real world. Standing on the beach of a deserted island, Shen-Yi gazed contentedly at the horizon. At this moment, his power was 10 times greater than before. The limitless firepower left Shen-Yi in awe. When he had unleashed Falling Stars earlier, he hadn't felt the slightest fatigue. This inexhaustible energy was exhilarating. With enough time, destroying the world would no longer be a dream. However, Shen-Yi wasn't foolish enough to do such a thing. Destroying the world wouldn't benefit him in any way. Besides, there were too many experts with strange skills and talents. He could be ambushed at any time. Now was not the time for him to get carried away. At this moment, Hilliard transformed into a small eagle and steadily perched on Shen-Yi's shoulder. Shen-Yi gazed out at the vast ocean. Then, he began to cast Falling Stars. Since it didn't consume anything from him, he might as well use it. Chen Yi wanted to practice the power of this move. 10 seconds later, 99 meteors fell from the horizon and crashed into the sea. Boom! 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 Waves surged wildly, and massive tsunamis rushed toward Chen Yi, triggered by the meteors plunging into the water. At the same time, a golden light shone on Chen Yi's body. He had leveled up to 51. It was unclear what level of monsters those meteors had killed, but they had unexpectedly caused him to level up. The waves were already closing in. Chen Yi signaled Hilliard to prepare, then flew toward Yenhuang. The original island was now completely swallowed by the waves with a deafening roar, and its icon had disappeared from the map. Just like that, an island had vanished entirely from this world. Sitting atop Hilliard, Chen Yi pondered. He was indeed powerful, with his unlimited firepower, but the preparation time for his strong skills was too long. Meteor Strike required 3 seconds of preparation, Falling Stars even longer, 10 seconds, and Ice Prison Judgment took a full 15 seconds. This was only because he was the Elemental Lord, which shortened the preparation time. For others, casting Meteor Strike might take half a minute. Perhaps he should look for some high-level instant cast skills to compensate for his shortcomings. Chen Yi opened the trading market and entered the skill trading section. Unsurprisingly, there were no skill books suitable for him here. Some people were even trying to trade an F-grade skill book for a full set of D-grade equipment. Seeing such chaos, Chen Yi gave up on the idea of buying skills. Next, he went to the pet trading section. It was completely empty, as if no one had ever obtained a pet egg. He tried placing the silverback ant pet egg up for trade without specifying any conditions. This was just a test. Frequent visitors to the trading market quickly noticed the pet egg and immediately took screenshots to post on major forums. Is this for real? There's actually a pet here. I suddenly feel like singing along with the person above. What is this feeling? What's a pet egg? I've never seen one before. You clearly don't visit the market often. The trading market is divided into equipment, potions, blueprints, scrolls, materials, skills, and pets. The pet trading section has never had any items listed. Now that one has appeared, do you know what this means? It means we can obtain pet eggs from monsters, but the drop rate is probably very low. Think about it, having a pet to fight monsters while you sit back and watch. How awesome would that be? Summoning skills can do that too. What's the difference? Summoning skills can only be learned by mages. I'm a warrior. If I had a pet, my combat power would double. Oh, I see. I agree with the person above. I'm a priest player. If I had an attack-type pet, I could solo dungeons. Wow, looking at it this way, pets really are crucial. Exactly. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's private messages were almost flooded. After all, this was the first pet egg to appear in the Red Mist game. But after a quick glance, he found that most of the messages came from ordinary players. It made sense, the silverback ant was just a common grade pet, and experts wouldn't need it. After a while, Chen Yi placed the elite bloodthirsty rat pet egg up for trade. This level of pet was strong enough to take on 10 opponents at once. In other words, obtaining this pet egg was equivalent to gaining the help of more than 10 ordinary players. No ordinary player could resist such temptation. Even experts with advanced talents couldn't help but get excited when they saw the elite grade pet egg, and they sent private messages to Chen Yi one after another. Chen Yi's private messages exploded once again, and the forum discussions reached new heights. Wow, this guy must have stolen them from a pet nest. How could he have so many pet eggs? Stop talking. I wasn't too interested in that ordinary pet egg earlier, but this elite one, I have to get my hands on it. Can you even snatch it? Don't forget, your competitors are players from all over the world. Who cares if I can or not? On Chen Yi's side, a private message from a familiar name suddenly popped up, Lang Qi. Back in the day, Lang Qi was a fellow traveler who went cross-country trekking with Chen Yi in the Gobi Desert. Unexpectedly, he reached out to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, is this pet egg yours? My boss really wants it. I told them I know you, so they sent me to talk to you. Who's your boss? Lang Qi had clearly joined an organization. What organization did you join? Bloodthorn. My boss is a stunning beauty. Bloodthorn? Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name. A beautiful face suddenly surfaced in his memory. He hadn't expected Lang Qi to join Bloodthorn, whose leader, Mo Yao, Chen Yi knew personally. In fact, in his previous life, he had a story with Bloodthorn's leader. However, Mo Yao had died in the first great catastrophe. Chun He had been saddened for quite a while back then. But that was 19 years ago. After being reborn, he hadn't planned to reconnect with people from his past. It's like being in your 30s, would you go looking for the girl you had a crush on in elementary school? Those feelings had long been diluted by time. Alright. The bloodthirsty rat pet egg can be sold to your boss, but you'll need to offer something that satisfies me. No problem. By the way, I saw the video from your surveillance. Are you interested in joining Bloodthorn? Lang Chi still didn't know that Chun-Yi had already joined the Celestial Bureau. His impression of Chen-Yi was still stuck at the moment when Chen-Yi cast Fireball in People's Square. No thanks. I prefer working solo. Alright, I won't push. I'll let my boss know right away. Good. After closing the chat window, Chen-Yi took out the bronze-grade green-tailed bee pet egg. This action undoubtedly caused another massive stir among professionals worldwide. A bronze creature, capable of taking on 100 foes. Green-tailed bee. This meant it was a flying pet. Flying pets could accomplish a wide range of tasks: reconnaissance, luring enemies, and more. Their uses were countless. Not to mention, this was a bronze-grade pet. Although insect-type pets weren't the strongest within their grade, the word bronze carried weight. Countless people wanted to get their hands on it. Owning it would undoubtedly multiply one's strength several times over, even tenfold. The bronze pet egg instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. This must be a flying bronze pet. If only I could get it. What do you have to trade for it? A flying pet. This is way more valuable than those 2 pet eggs earlier. Do you think the person who brought out so many pet eggs might have even more? Who knows? Even if they do, so what? You still don't have a choice. The more pet eggs there are, the value won't drop at all. That hot-headed guy is starting to argue again. Seeing the heated discussions around him, Chen-Yi directly took out the floating electric eel pet egg and listed it for sale. This move caused an even bigger uproar. No way, this is a silver-grade pet egg. My team captain and I were lucky enough to encounter a silver creature once. That aura, that power, it was nothing we could compare to. I've encountered one too. Bronze creatures can take on 100 foes, but silver creatures can definitely take on 1,000. For a silver creature to drop a pet egg, the monster's strength must also be silver grade. That means the person selling the pet egg must be strong enough to kill a silver creature, right? Absolutely. Otherwise, why sell it? Keeping it for yourself would be more worthwhile. At that moment, Chen-Yi's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was a bit surprised. It was Sui Tang calling. Brother-y, is that silver pet egg the one you listed? Sui Tang's voice was cautious. Yeah, that's right. Do you want it? Brother-y, it's not that I want it, it's Sister Chower. She doesn't know what to trade for it. Chen-Yi immediately said, 1 token to enter the Apocalypse Secret Realm can be exchanged for this silver pet egg. Really? Brother. Okay, I'll go ask Sister Chower. She does have an Apocalypse token. About 3 minutes later, Sui Tang spoke again. Brother-y, Sister Chower agreed, but there's one condition. She said you have to take her with you when you enter the Apocalypse Secret Realm. Opening the Apocalypse Secret Realm once now requires too many resources. A silver pet egg might not be enough, Chen-Yi pondered. Su Chower wasn't wrong. The resources required to open the Secret Realm increased tenfold each time. Later, it might take 10,000 pieces of SSS-grade equipment to open it. Even the Heavenly Bureau no longer allowed people to enter casually. Only by entering at higher levels could one reap the greatest benefits. Alright, I understand. Deal. I'll trade the pet egg with you in a bit. Okay, sure. Not long after, Chen-Yi received the token from Sui Tang. The pet egg was also directly traded to her. Looking at the familiar black jade token, Chen-Yi felt a bit of anticipation. What was so special about the Apocalypse Secret Realm? He had made a fortune in the Treasure Secret Realm, so the Apocalypse Secret Realm should also have its unique advantages. As soon as the silver pet egg was sold, the professionals immediately exploded. Wow, who has so much money to actually buy the silver pet egg? My god, the silver pet egg wasn't even warm yet, and it's already been bought. Totally caught off guard. Damn it, I couldn't afford anything before, and now that things have changed, I still can't afford anything. Don't even mention it, same here. I've realized that no matter the time, elites will always be elites. Buddy, don't lose heart. I got an A-grade talent, and I'm doing pretty well now. Does anyone else have it as good as the guy above? Do you think A-grade talents grow on trees? Stop it, stop it. After Saying that, the person disappeared, clearly not wanting to provoke public anger. Shenny took out the pet egg of the rock demon giant. A gold tier pet, he wondered how many people it would attract to bid. The silver pet egg had already earned Shenny a Black Jade Apocalypse token. Now, the stakes were even higher. He had to get something even more valuable. Ideally, a powerful spell that could be cast instantly. With that in mind, Shenny directly listed the rock demon giant's pet egg. When the golden pet egg appeared, everyone froze for 3 seconds. Am I seeing this right? It's actually a golden pet egg. That's right, it's really a golden pet egg. Just the name Rock Demon Giant sounds impressive. Ha, any golden tier creature is beyond our reach. A golden tier's strength can take on an entire group of enemies. One person against a group? That can't be true. You don't understand how strong golden tier creatures are. The faction I joined once encountered a golden tier creature. That thing killed our strongest warrior with just a roar. Since then, none of us dared to provoke golden tier creatures again. So, do you think golden tier creatures are strong? Strong. Super strong. What's going on with this game? Why do these pet eggs seem as common as cabbages? Ha, you don't get it. This game is deep. Oh, now you think you're an expert? Feeling proud of yourself? Ha! The players argued endlessly. Chen Yi's private messages suddenly decreased significantly. Everyone knew that this golden pet egg was out of their league. At that moment, the name Li Huishue lit up in Chen Yi's friend list. Seeing it was her, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. Her mastery of Taoist techniques back then had left a deep impression on him. Could it be that she was interested in the golden pet egg? Chen Yi opened the private chat. Mr. Chen, what do you want in exchange for this golden pet egg? Li Huishue asked. Chen Yi replied directly, I need some high damage, instant cast mage skills. Li Huishue reviewed the requirements and soon sent over screenshots of 3 skill books. Chen Yi looked at them, feeling a bit surprised. This girl was really generous. He began to examine the attributes of the skill books. Radiant Arrow, sea level, gather light elements to instantly shoot a radiant arrow at the enemy. Shadow Arrow, sea level, gather dark elements to instantly shoot a shadow arrow at the enemy. Lightning Arrow, sea level, gather lightning elements to instantly shoot a lightning arrow at the enemy. Looking at the 3 skill books in front of him, Chen Yi was speechless. This was going to be a big headache. He had really stirred up trouble this time. Just then, Li Huishue sent him a private message. My level is only 41. Right now, so I can only drop sea-level skill books. Keep these 3 for now. Also, I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need anything, I, Li Huishue, on behalf of Sanqing, promise to help you unconditionally once. Anything? Playful emoji. Don't get any ideas about me. Chen Yi hesitated a bit. These 3 sea-level skill books were quite valuable. At this stage, they were already top-tier skills, and all of them were instant cast spells. Even if he tried to collect them himself, he might not find suitable ones. However, he still felt a bit shortchanged. He could get a pet egg in the Tianbao secret realm, while Li Huishue claimed she could only get sea-level skill books. Were skill books really that easy to drop? Could it be that Korea also had a secret realm specifically for skill books? Thinking of this, Chen Yi tentatively said, I need a key to enter a secret realm. What? The secret realm you mentioned? Li Huishue quickly replied with 2 lines. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yi smiled. The young were indeed curious. No need to hide it. I didn't expect you guys to have a secret realm too. You can fulfill that favor now. I want a key to your secret realm. After that, Li Huishue didn't reply. Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so cautious, not giving him any chance. Just as he was about to give up, Li Huishue replied again. Fine. But then I can't give you the 3 skill books. Hearing this, Chen Yi got excited. Trading a golden pet egg for a key to enter a secret realm was a deal he couldn't lose. After all, Li Huishue wasn't Su Qiao, there were no feelings involved, just business. Alright, I agree. After saying this, he began trading with Li Huishue. Chen Yi received an item that looked like a seal. Tianquan Seal Grade, S-Level Description, a special seal for entering the Tianshan Secret Realm. Usage count, 1 out of 1. What a thrill. Chen Yi was ecstatic. Now, who had entered more secret realms than him? He placed the Tianshan seal into his backpack space. Chen Yi opened the forum and found that the disappearance of the golden pet egg had caused an uproar. Wow! The golden pet egg has been bought too. Stop comparing, these people are loaded. Honestly, I can't even imagine what could be traded for a golden pet egg. Have you heard of unique equipment? Unique equipment? What's that? I'm not too sure about the details, but I know this type of equipment is extremely rare, with only a few dozen pieces worldwide. How do you know that? My cousin works at the Tianji Bureau, and he has one. A while ago, he even gave me an amazing pair of gloves. Using them to fight monsters is just incredible. Wow, having connections really makes things easier. Boss, let me ride your coattails. No worries, it's nothing. Shenny read these comments and found it amusing that Johan's cousin had spoken up. That pair of gloves was probably the Wind Demon gloves, a true treasure. However, Johan's cousin was too talkative, leaking a lot of information. But it didn't matter, Johan would surely handle him. Then, Shenny took out the dark gold pet egg and directly listed it in the most prominent position on the pet trading market. The appearance of the dark gold pet egg caused a sensation, like a nuclear explosion. No one in the world could believe it. A dark gold pet egg? This is dark gold level. And judging by the name, it's a flying pet. The forum exploded immediately, with everyone discussing this dark gold pet egg. Who is this person? A dark gold level pet. This level of creature could probably rival an army of 100,000. A two-headed snow eagle, definitely a top-tier flying mount. If I could own such a mount, my life would be complete. I'm numb to this. Are these people even from the same world as us? Relax, kid. They're in the same world, but on a completely different level. Let's not talk about anything else. Have you ever seen a dark gold level creature? I haven't, but I once saw a skeleton from afar in the Himalayas. Its aura was overwhelming. Even from 1,000 meters away, I could feel the pressure from that skeleton. That must have been a dark gold level creature. But the skeleton just glanced at me and left. There was a large group of undead minions behind it. Wow, you're lucky. If it had really attacked, you'd be done for. Exactly. No one dares to go to that mountain to level up anymore. This world is becoming more dangerous. I really envy those who awaken high-level talents. They're practically born with cheat codes. Yeah, my wife awakened an A-level talent, joined the Wild Wolf gang, and has a great relationship with the gang leader. The leader often gives me F-level equipment and potions. As long as you're happy, brother. At that moment, the system emitted a special notification sound, appearing in front of Chen-Yi. Detected a screenshot of unique equipment. Would you like to view it? Chen-Yi's eyes widened. Who is this person, so wealthy? Using unique equipment to trade? He eagerly opened the private chat. The equipment attribute screenshot appeared before Chen-Yi. Earring of Divine Wrath grade, unique effect 1 increases mental capacity by 50%. Effect 2. Divine Wrath can be activated once per hour, lasting 1 minute. During activation, invincibility is granted, and all damage is increased tenfold. Can stack with talent effects, exceptional. Chen-Yi had only one thought in his mind. Just the 1 minute invincibility alone was enough to call it exceptional. And it could stack with talent damage. Chen-Yi never expected that a dark gold pet egg could attract such top-tier equipment. Without hesitation, Chen-Yi replied to the private message. This equipment is pretty good. Are you really planning to trade it? Pretty good? This is the most exceptional equipment. If I didn't desperately need your dark gold pet egg, I wouldn't even consider trading it. The other party was clearly aware of the value of their equipment. Seeing them say this, Chen-Yi didn't waste words. Alright, in that case, let's start the trade now. No problem. Both parties acted decisively, without any hesitation. The other party's identity was anonymous, and Chen-Yi wasn't interested in investigating. Soon, the earring of Divine Wrath appeared in Chen-Yi's hands. He carefully examined the equipment and discovered something unusual. Earring of Divine Wrath grade, unique, original version, has been copied once. Chen-Yi was instantly shocked. This unique equipment had been copied once? Could the other party have a special ability to duplicate equipment? If true, their power was terrifying. Without hesitation, Chen-Yi put the earring of Divine Wrath on his left ear. His mental capacity instantly increased by 50%. The copied earring of Divine Wrath showed no reduction in attributes. Chen-Yi shook his head. This ability was simply too overpowered. It meant they could duplicate all unique equipment? What about unique skill books, unique potions, unique scrolls? Could those be copied too? For a moment, Chen-Yi's mind couldn't process it all. This world truly hid dragons and crouching tigers, filled with experts everywhere. His heart was full of questions. He took out his final pet egg, the diamond pet egg, a pet egg capable of summoning a diamond-level lich. As soon as the diamond pet egg appeared, the people who had been discussing the dark gold pet egg fell silent. When everyone saw the detailed information about this diamond pet egg, all of humanity was stunned. The entire world went quiet for a full minute. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's private messages were instantly flooded, regardless of whether they could afford it. Everyone wanted to know how he had obtained this pet egg. After all, the power of a diamond pet was comparable to a million-strong army, and yet he had casually sold it. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. At that moment, Chen Yi's phone rang with a call from an unfamiliar number. This number was known only to people from the Celestial Bureau. Not wanting to miss an important call, Chen Yi answered. On the other end of the line came a voice that shocked him. I'm Jean Huanger. How much for the diamond pet? Upon hearing Jean Huanger's words, Chen Yi immediately sent her a private message with Wrath of the Gods. When he took the screenshot, he only captured the name, not the effects. After all, this was a super trump card, and Chen Yi wasn't foolish enough to reveal its effects. Jean Huanger paused for a moment. Are you saying someone traded this earring with you for the dark gold pet egg? That's right. What can you offer? A diamond pet egg, of course. Its value is 10 times that of a dark gold pet egg. Jean Huanger sneered. Ha, I wonder which fool would do such a thing. Let me put it this way, at most, I'll give you 2 unique items. After all, the entire beta tester alliance combined has fewer than 10 unique items, so I can't give you all of them. When Chen Yi saw that Jean Huanger had agreed, he was thrilled he could get 2 more unique items. What are they? I need to see them first. The differences between unique items can be significant. Jean Huanger immediately sent him 2 screenshots. Invincible potion, grade, unique, effect, grants 24 hours of invincible status upon consumption. Usage, 1/1, DreamNet, grade, unique, effect 1, empathy, description, connects yourself and the target, allowing both to share sensations and experience amplified joy. Effect 2, mind contact, description, enables entry into the target's dreams while they sleep, facilitating mental connection. Effect 3, Sand of Slumber, description, releases a sleep-inducing sand within a range, causing all enemies in the area to fall asleep. They will wake upon being attacked. Effect 4, Eternal Slumber, description, induces an eternal sleep from which the target cannot awaken. Chen Yi stared at DreamNet, utterly shocked. As expected, every unique item was extraordinarily powerful. This DreamNet was clearly a mind-based piece of equipment with extremely strong control capabilities, especially the Eternal Slumber effect. He wondered if it was similar to the death curse of the Soul Cube, which was impossible to lift. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. However, Chen Yi understood that if Jean Huanger was willing to trade this item with him, it meant that Eternal Slumber could definitely be undone. Otherwise, she would never hand over such a dangerous weapon. Still, he needed to be cautious. There were too many bizarre innate skills, and if he fell victim to one, even his numerous SSS level talents would be useless. As for the invincible potion, Chen Yi wasn't too impressed. After all, he had a stronger Wrath of the Gods in his possession. Although the invincible potion could last for 24 hours, it could only be used once. So, Chen Yi replied, I'm very satisfied with DreamNet, but you can keep the invincible potion. I need another unique item, like your golden flying ring. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no response from Jean Huanger. Chen Yi shook his head. Could it be that his asking price was too high? However, selling his diamond pet egg wouldn't be a problem. If Jean Huanger didn't want it, there were definitely other buyers lining up. At this moment, people all over the world were discussing Chen Yi's lich pet egg. A diamond-grade lich? This must be an undead series pet. Regardless of whether it's undead or not, I feel like this egg will definitely be sold. You're definitely wrong. Who has something valuable enough to trade for such a high level pet? Ha, I don't even want to argue with you. Do you know the Emperor farms with a golden hoe? Doesn't the Emperor not need to farm? Then you already know the Emperor doesn't need to farm? Chen Yi was busy replying to private messages from friends, ignoring messages from strangers. Lang Qi was the most excited, as diamond pet eggs were rare. Unknowingly, Chen Yi had already become a god-tier figure. He even traded the pet egg with Lang Qi and obtained a D-grade instant cast mage skill, Cross Lightning. After learning it, Chen Yi found the skill quite powerful and especially effective for clearing mobs. Other people, such as Sui Tang, Su Qiaoer, Li Huishue, Qian Shoudaoi, Johan, Tucker, and others, teammates who had once fought the Scourge avatar together, almost all sent private messages. To facilitate communication and tactical planning, everyone had added each other as friends. Now, the messages Chen Yi received were overwhelming. All from people wanting to buy the diamond pet egg. However, the items they offered weren't even as good as a single unique piece of equipment, showing that they had no sincerity at all. Chen Yi was a bit annoyed. Just then, the system suddenly sounded a notification. A screenshot of a unique item has been detected. Would you like to view it? Chen Yi immediately perked up. Of course, he wanted to see it. Then, from the private messages of those strangers, he saw a screenshot of the earrings of Divine Wrath. Seeing that it was sent by an anonymous person, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. So, you also want to buy the diamond pet? I never expected you to actually have a diamond pet egg. I miscalculated. It seems you also know about my talent. I can duplicate infinitely. Any item can be duplicated. But don't worry, I can only duplicate unique items once. That's my limitation. I originally wanted to duplicate the dark gold pet egg, but since it's a living entity, I couldn't duplicate it. This is the most unprofitable deal I've ever made. Chen Yi speculated in his mind. He wondered if this guy could duplicate the various keys to enter secret realms. If he could, then they might be able to collaborate. Oh, so what do you plan to do? Chen Yi deliberately asked. Not long after, the person replied. I don't have any other intentions. I just feel so unbalanced inside that I couldn't help but talk to you. Hearing this, Chen Yi understood. Then I have a way to make you feel balanced. I wonder if you'd be willing. What way? Tell me. Chen Yi immediately sent over a screenshot of the Tian Shun seal. Can you duplicate this? A key to the secret realm. The other party was clearly shocked. I didn't expect you to actually find a secret realm. Chen Yi was a bit surprised. It seemed this guy knew about the existence of secret realms, though it was still uncertain whether he was a beta tester. So, can you duplicate it? I can, but for me, secret realm keys are the same as unique items. The rules of the Red Mist limit me to duplicating each one only once. Alright, add me as a friend, and let's find a time to meet. No. I know how strong my talent is. There's no way I'd let you find me. Then what do we do? You trade it to me first, and I'll duplicate it for you. For every 3 I duplicate, I keep 1. That way, it's fair. That does seem fair. But how can I trust you not to run off? Each time, I'll trade you something of roughly equal value. Alright. Chen Yi agreed. The other party said, but I've already used up my duplication quota for today. I'll contact you tomorrow for sure. I won't run away. Okay. After Chen Yi finished speaking, the person didn't reply again. Chen Yi pinned the chat window of this anonymous person to the top and began responding to private messages from his friend list. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was still Jean Huanger calling. A smile appeared on Chen Yi's face. It seemed Jean Huanger had gone to look for another unique item. He deliberately waited half a minute before answering the call. Hello? Jean Huanger sounded a bit anxious. Why did it take you so long to answer? I was chatting with someone just now and didn't hear it. Jean Huanger was speechless. Clearly, you did it on purpose. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I have something to show you. After speaking, Jean Huanger sent a screenshot. Chen Yi looked at the screenshot, 1000 Faces of the Moon, Mask, Grade, Unique Effect, Disguise. Disguise, can alter identity, appearance, and race. Lasts for 12 hours, with a 7-day cooldown. Seeing this piece of equipment, Chen Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this item were combined with his 9th talent, turn false into true, its power would double. However, Jean Huanger didn't know Chen Yi had this talent. So to her, this equipment wasn't very valuable. He had to hold back and absolutely couldn't let Jean Huanger see how much he needed this item. What do you think? Does this equipment work for you? It works. DreamNet and 1000 Faces of the Moon in exchange for the diamond pet egg. Deal. The transaction was completed quickly. A crescent-shaped mask and a small pink net appeared in Chen Yi's hands. He put the dream net into his backpack and then put on the 1000 Faces of the Moon. Activating the disguise, Chen Yi transformed into the appearance of a goblin sword saint based on his memory. Hilliard clearly sensed that his master's aura had changed. If not for the summoning contract still being intact, he would have thought his master had disappeared. Chen Yi looked at his body. He was identical to the goblin sword saint, even down to the patterns on his body. He even had the illusion that he was the Goblin Sword Saint himself. Phew! The disguise effect of this 1,000 Faces of the Moon is really strong. I almost fooled myself. Perfect. When it's inconvenient for me to act personally, I can use the 1,000 Faces of the Moon as a substitute. Chen Yi deactivated the disguise and put the 1,000 Faces of the Moon back into his backpack. Next, the most important thing was still leveling up. But Chen Yi didn't realize that the disappearance of the diamond pet egg had shocked the entire world. Now, the position representing the diamond pet egg had been replaced by 3 large red characters: sold. Wife, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Did someone really buy the diamond pet egg? Yes, it's really sold. Oh my god, who has so much money to buy the diamond pet egg? Stop talking. Every day feels like a dream to me. Don't overthink it. Hurry up and go grind monsters to level up. Sigh. The disappearance of the diamond pet egg left everyone feeling a sense of loss. Most people finally realized that the monsters they had been fighting were the lowest level. In fact, there were many higher level monsters. Some people, though living in the same world, seemed to exist in 2 completely different realities. Your world and theirs were entirely different. Occasionally, when lower level players discovered this, it made some of the weaker-willed ones want to give up. But there were also those who were curious and wanted to see what that higher level world was really like. At this moment, Chen Yi had already arrived in Yanhuang. He planned to return to his hometown, Ning City, to see if it had been damaged by monsters. As soon as he landed, the system's voice rang out: Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. The game is now updating. Currency system activated. National war system activated. Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. The game is now updating. Currency system activated. National war system activated. Yanhuang player Zhang Haishan has reached level 60. The game is now updating. Currency system activated. National war system activated. Chen Yi was very surprised. He remembered that in his previous life, the national war system was only activated after the first major catastrophe. He didn't expect it to be launched early this time. He speculated that this might be due to Zhang Haishan's 100-fold experience bonus. This guy could kill an ordinary monster and gain experience comparable to killing a silver-tier monster. He couldn't tell whether this was good luck or bad luck. In his previous life, Zhang Haishan had definitely perished early, but in this life, he was starting to grow strong. The system voice sounded again: monsters will now drop experience coins. Experience coins. Killing monsters will no longer directly grant experience. Instead, the experience will be converted into experience coins and stored in your backpack. Use experience coins to increase your experience. Remaining time for the national boss to descend, 240 hours. The national boss level will match the average level of players in the country. Only countries that defeat their national boss will qualify to participate in the national war. National war rules: each country sends 100 players into an interdimensional battlefield for combat. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. The system broadcasted this 3 times. The activation of the currency system and the national war system reignited the enthusiasm of players worldwide. The excitement over the diamond pet egg hadn't even subsided, and now the addition of the currency and national war systems made everyone even more thrilled. Great, finally there's a currency system. No more bartering. Yeah, I wonder how much experience one experience coin can exchange for. Better not sell them at a loss. You're too naive. It's just starting, so prices will definitely be chaotic. It'll take some time for the market to stabilize. The pros are here. Anyone want to team up to rush the market and make money? While you're talking, others have already started moving. I'm joining. On the other side, people were frantically discussing the national war. I wonder what kind of monster the national boss will be. Could it be a diamond tier monster? I wouldn't dare to go. It must be a diamond tier monster. The national boss has to be the strongest monster to deserve the title. Which country has the highest average level? Of course, it's us, the great Yanhuang. After all, the first player to reach level 60 was one of us Yanhuang people. Don't get too cocky. Our lighthouse nation has the highest average level. Our great eagle nation is the highest. Stop arguing up there. What good does a high level do for you? It'll just make the enemies harder to fight. Chen Yi had already arrived outside Ning City. At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing it was Sui Tang, he immediately answered. What's up, Sui Tang? Is something wrong? Brother E, did you hear the system announcement just now? I heard it, but I think it's an opportunity. The Bureau is currently drafting a battle plan. Brother E, do you want to join? Chen E hesitated for a moment. Forget it, having been reborn, he might as well help his country. After all, he had participated in the national boss battle in his previous life, but back then, he could only stand far away on the outskirts casting healing spells. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the national boss was. The national boss had no level limit. No level limit, that was the truly terrifying part. This meant its attributes were infinitely powerful. In his previous life, Yenuan's national boss was called World-Destroying Black Phoenix. According to forum leaks, all of the Black Phoenix's attributes exceeded 2,000. It was almost unbeatable. But in the end, despite the sacrifice of over 10 million players, the world-destroying Black Phoenix was defeated. Back then, Chen Yi didn't know who had killed it, but now he understood. It was definitely a beta tester. This time, Chen Yi could prevent the world-destroying Black Phoenix from slaughtering too many innocent players, because he knew the Black Phoenix's spawn location. All he had to do was warn the people there to evacuate in advance. Chen Yi replied to Sui Tang, "Alright, I'll attend the meeting this time." Really? That's great. After speaking, Chen Yi hung up the phone. He looked at Hilliard. We're not going to Ning City now. Head straight to the Tianji Bureau. With that, he jumped onto Hilliard's back. An eagle's cry echoed as Hilliard flew toward the direction of the Celestial Bureau. Hilliard's speed was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, he had already reached the skies above the Celestial Bureau. The moment the Celestial Bureau spotted Hilliard, they immediately sounded the air raid alarm. Squad after squad of guards rushed out, and even some newly recruited members quickly joined the defense. Meanwhile, Chen Yi directly called Jiuhan. Jiuhan, is this how you welcome me? Jiuhan was a bit surprised. That giant eagle outside the Celestial Bureau, is it yours? Of course. This is a misunderstanding. I'll have them retreat right away. Soon, the people of the Celestial Bureau began to withdraw. Hilliard was first arranged to hide elsewhere, and Chen Yi jumped down from his back. Johan then walked out from inside the Celestial Bureau. He greeted Chen Yi, "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to already be at level 51. Chen Yi nodded. At this point, Johan had already reached level 45, a high level that clearly required a lot of time and effort. Johan said, "The meeting is about to start. We've been waiting for you." Chen Yi nodded. "Alright, I also have some intelligence to share with you." Hearing this, Johan was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. "That's great." Then, Chen Yi followed Johan to the 30th underground level. This was the place where the high-ranking members of the Celestial Bureau held their meetings. The conference room was almost full, with many unfamiliar faces present. Their powerful auras made it clear they were all high-ranking officials. Johan pulled Chen Yi to sit beside him. The meeting host, Lei Laohu, saw Chen Yi sit down and began to speak. "The meeting is officially starting, regarding the activation of the national war system. The national war is about to begin, and the national boss will appear in 10 days. Time is tight. Everyone must understand the importance of this matter. The nation has decided to establish a command group responsible for combat and frontline operations. I will serve as the group leader, and the deputy leader will be Sui Zhan." A middle-aged man sitting next to Lei Laohu nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yi noticed that he bore some resemblance to Sui Tang, possibly indicating a familial relationship. "Now for roll call. Please respond when your name is called." Xia Liang. Present. Chen Yi. Present. Jiuhan. Present. The command group consisted of 10 members, including Sui Tang and Su Qiaoer. Everyone responded with firm tones, and the atmosphere was tense. After all, this was a matter of national survival. After announcing the list, Lei Laohu began introducing the battle plan. At this moment, Johan raised his hand. Chen Yi mentioned he has important intelligence and would like to speak. Lei Laohu nodded. "Chen Yi, go ahead." Chen Yi stood up. "I have obtained the location of the national boss's spawn point from a reliable source. It is in Fengcheng, Nanshan province. I suggest evacuating the residents there in advance." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in shock, unable to hide their astonishment. Lei Laohu stood up excitedly and shook Chen Yi's hand. "Comrade Chen Yi, this intelligence is invaluable." He turned to the group. "It seems we need to revise the battle plan. Our target is clearer, and our actions will be more efficient. Lei Lao immediately began modifying the battle plan. Everyone actively participated in this meeting, contributing their efforts to the upcoming battle. Having experienced over 20 years of an apocalyptic world in his previous life and witnessing countless deaths, Chen Yi's heart had grown as hard as steel, and his sense of national belonging had faded. However, at this moment, he was also moved by the tense yet resolute atmosphere. Drawing on his extensive combat experience from his past life, Chen Yi proposed many targeted suggestions. The other members were astonished by his command abilities. For someone who had never been involved in Legion warfare to reach this level, with further refinement, he could undoubtedly become a legendary military strategist. The meeting lasted a long time, from 3 p.m. until 2 a.m. Fortunately, everyone's physical fitness had significantly improved, and despite the prolonged high-intensity mental activity, their faces still radiated energy. The confirmed battle plan is as follows. 1. Only members level 20 and above can participate in the battle. 2. Use the unique scroll, Life Connection, to link the vitality of all participating members. 3. Clear all monsters within the boss respawn area. 4. Collaborate with other factions. In the fight, those who refuse to cooperate will face consequences later. 5. Command team members to enter the combat center and initiate the decapitation plan. 6. Xia Liang has already taken the invincibility potion, he alone will attract the boss's firepower, while everyone else focuses on dealing damage or healing. After leaving the meeting room and stepping onto the ground, the night sky was dotted with stars, twinkling brightly. At this moment, Sui Tang walked up to Chen Yi. Brother Yi, are you going to sleep? Chen Yi nodded. He tentatively asked, together? Okay. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and Sui Tang seemed a bit nervous. But she did not refuse Chen Yi's suggestion. After all, they had already experienced countless moments together in the illusion. The next day, when Sui Tang woke up, she felt refreshed. Chen Yi had long disappeared, leaving her feeling a bit lost. Her mind was filled with the dream net Chen Yi had taken out the day before. After using it, the feelings it evoked were complex and hard to put into words. At this moment, Chen Yi was already standing atop Hilliard. He needed to level up quickly. Only by becoming stronger could he eliminate all threats. Just then, Chen Yi's chat box chimed. Anonymous player started a private chat with him. I can start duplicating now. Are you available? Is now okay? Yes, I can duplicate 10 items per day. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately opened the trading interface and placed the golden key. The other party also placed an SS grade piece of equipment. Seeing the equipment, Chen Yi was speechless. Tone's bone ring, he hadn't expected it to be this item. Where did you get this equipment? Of course, I bought it. Don't you remember? This equipment appeared on the trading market back then. Chen Yi silently mourned for the player who had traded the frozen judgment with him. That player was probably killed and robbed. Alright, let's trade. Then, Chen Yi duplicated all the secret realm passes. The anonymous player obtained a golden key to the Tianbao secret realm, while Chen Yi's number of secret realm passes nearly doubled. Now he had apocalypse tokens, 2, golden keys, 3, and Tian Shun seals, 2. The other party was shocked to see Chen Yi possessing so many passes. However, considering Chen Yi's strength, they said nothing more. Chen Yi took out the duplicated apocalypse token. Last time, he hadn't had the chance to act on the 7th floor and was scared off by the dream spirits. This time, he was determined to take revenge and see what secrets the 8th floor of the apocalypse secret realm held. A portal opened 10,000 meters in the air. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yi and Hilliard disappeared. Beta Testers Alliance. Jean Huanger and her team were holding a meeting. The national war had started early. Jean Huanger was laying out the battle plan. The sooner the national boss was defeated, the sooner they could participate in the national war. National war rewards were distributed based on territorial control. As long as a territory was occupied, rewards could be obtained. The Beta Testers Alliance was discussing which country to support. Some supported Yanhuan, others Sakura, and still others Goryeo, Thailand, or even the Papal State. The reason for choosing the Papal State was simple: it had fewer people and a lower average level. The Papal State only had 600 players. According to the balance rules, the Papal State's boss was the weakest. This made it easier to secure the first kill. At that point, replacing the Papal State's ruling position wouldn't be impossible. After discussion, Jean Huanger decided to support the Papal State. As teleportation scrolls were torn open one by one, all 31 members of the Beta Testers Alliance were transported to the Papal State. This force was enough to make the Papal State a dark horse in the national war. At this moment, Chen Yi was unaware of this development. With unlimited firepower in hand, he navigated the Apocalypse secret realm with ease. Before long, Chen Yi reached the 7th floor. Standing on a massive leaf, he once again faced the high-level dream spirits. At this moment, he had already leveled up to 53, with his experience bar reaching 21.9%. All his experience gold had been converted into experience points. Thousands of diamond-level dream elves were staring at him in unison, energy surging in their hands as they began to unleash Starstrike. Meteors rained down from the sky, heading straight for Chen Yi. But Chen Yi was no longer the same as before. He commanded Hilliard to take flight, easily evading this wave of attacks. The Starstrike couldn't harm him at all. Thousands of meteors crashed into the trees, the deafening explosions breaking a massive branch over 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters thick, which fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to sink. Faced with these dream elves, Chen Yi dared not be careless. The sheer number of these high-level dream elves far surpassed that of the liches. He flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters, attacking like an invincible bomber. Chen Yi unleashed Starfall, and massive meteors plummeted from the sky. The dream elves nimbly dodged the meteors. The elemental energy released upon impact made their bodies shimmer, shielding them from most of the damage. Only a small number of dream elves were injured. They relied on their extraordinary agility and their SS-level talent, Radiant Body, to withstand the assault. Facing thousands of diamond-level creatures, Chen Yi realized he might have been slightly overconfident. But there was no turning back now. The arrow had already left the bowstring. Another wave of meteors rained down. The dream elves began to counterattack. Meteors streaked past Chen Yi, but Hilliard, with its exceptional agility, dodged them all. From his position 10,000 meters high, Chen Yi successfully neutralized 3 of the dream elves' skills. These abilities could only be used on the ground. Now, their only remaining skill was Starstrike. However, Starstrike consumed a tremendous amount of energy, requiring time to recover and charge after each use. On the other hand, Chen Yi could unleash his skills effortlessly. If 100 times wasn't enough, then 200, if 200 wasn't enough, then 300. By now, the ground was riddled with craters from the relentless bombardment. Countless fissures appeared, and magma erupted from beneath the surface. Some dream elves began climbing the trees, attempting to attack Chen Yi from the canopy. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately commanded Hilliard, "Take me under the canopy, I'm going to bring this giant tree down." "Yes, master," Hilliard responded. A new round of bombardment began. The massive tree that nurtured the dream elves began to shake at its roots. Finally, under Chen Yi's relentless meteor strikes, the giant tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. As it fell, the canopy nearly grazed Chen Yi, but he quickly maneuvered Hilliard to fly higher. The giant tree was the source of the dream elves' power, and as it fell, their strength was instantly drained. All the dream elves collapsed to the ground, powerless and at his mercy. The fallen tree triggered a surge of magma, and flames roared to life. The entire 7th layer of the secret realm was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. As Chen Yi unleashed another 1,000 meteors, the ground began to collapse on a massive scale, transforming into a molten inferno. Chen Yi gained a large amount of experience gold, which he converted entirely into experience. Light shimmered around his body as his level shot up to 55, with his experience bar at 31%. Seeing how much experience these dream elves provided, Chen Yi felt immensely satisfied. At that moment, a portal of light appeared above the magma. Chen Yi directed Hilliard to fly downward. He had never had the chance to test his godlike adaptation talent. Now, with Wrath of the Gods, he could enter an invincible state at the most dangerous moment. He decided to give it a try. When he was just a few dozen meters from the portal, Chen Yi leaped into the magma. His entire body was instantly engulfed in searing pain. Even with pain immunity, he could still feel the intensity of the agony. The system notification sounded in his ears: "You have jumped into a magma pool. Your body is being vaporized. Godlike adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10% fire element resistance. Vaporization halted. Melting process initiated. Godlike adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 20% fire element resistance. Melting halted. Burning process initiated. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 30% fire element resistance. Burning ended. Body is healing. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations on upgrading your passive skill advanced pain immunity to extreme pain immunity. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations on gaining the passive skill enhanced self-healing. A bald man slowly emerged from the magma. All the hair on Shen Yi's body had disappeared. Shen Yi had now completely adapted to fire, and swimming in magma was no longer a challenge for him. This time, he gained 60% fire resistance, which was already quite impressive. After all, resistance becomes harder to improve as it increases. Coupled with the 90% elemental damage immunity brought by his elemental master ability, he could now resist almost 96% of fire damage. He decided he must use the super adaptation talent more often in the future. Shen Yi discovered that this adaptation ability couldn't leap too far, it had to progress step by step. Otherwise, as just happened, although he adapted, the pain was real. It even burned off all the hair on his body. Not only was his hair gone, but even his eyebrows seemed to have disappeared. Touching his bald head, Shen Yi felt deeply upset. This was a huge blow to his appearance. Would people introduce him in the future as the bald man who can't be boiled, roasted, smashed, or fried? If he could do it all over again, Shen Yi would never agree to this. Now, he could only look outside for some secret hair growth formula. Walking around with such a bald head was really stressful. Thinking of this, Shen Yi immediately took out the Thousand Faces moon and conjured himself a head of beautiful hair. Since his hair hadn't grown back yet, he'd use this for now. However, the cooldown time for the hair transformation was still an issue. Shen Yi was feeling a bit annoyed. He swam toward the light gate. The 8th layer of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, he wondered what kind of mythical creatures he would encounter. Shen Yi proceeded cautiously. The 8th layer of every secret realm was not to be taken lightly. When he saw the surrounding scenery, he felt as if he had entered paradise. Clouds surrounded him, and he was stepping on soft clouds beneath his feet. This was a pure, flawless world. In the distant sky, many winged creatures suddenly flew toward him. Shen Yi stared at them, his eyes widening instantly. These creatures wore white gauzy robes, had a pair of wings on their backs, and held golden, glowing holy swords in their hands. They seemed to be patrolling but hadn't noticed Shen Yi's presence. Could these be the legendary angels? Shen Yi quickly checked their attributes. Light Angel level 55 rank, Mythical base strength, 650 base constitution, 650 base agility, 650 base intelligence, 650 talent, holy body, SSS level, skills, holy judgment, holy light verdict, holy purification, angel's wrath. Seeing these stats, Shen Yi was utterly shocked. Their attributes had already surpassed the limits. With his current strength, he was no match for them. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to retreat. These angels were not like the mountain giants who slept all day, they were highly alert. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Shen Yi immediately took out the Apocalypse token, opened a teleportation portal, and quickly left the 8th layer of the Apocalypse Secret Realm with Hilliard. According to his previous plan, he headed straight to Fengcheng to provide support. Hilliard moved at an incredible speed and soon arrived at Fengcheng. By this time, Fengcheng had already begun evacuation. Outside the city stood numerous ordinary professionals, while the evacuation was being handled by members of Fengcheng's Tianji Bureau, all of whom had A level or higher talents. The evacuation was orderly, with no chaos. Shen Yi spotted Xiaoliang. He had Hilliard shrink down and perch on his shoulder, then walked directly towards Xiaoliang. At this moment, the Thousand Faces moon's effect was still active, and Shen Yi remained the handsome young man with a head full of thick hair. When Xiaoliang saw him, he exclaimed excitedly, "Shen Yi, it's great that you're here. I didn't expect there to be so many monsters in Fengcheng. It's impossible to stop clearing them out. You're just in time to help us relieve some of the pressure." Shen Yi nodded. "All right, I can help." He had the cross lightning skill, which was perfect for dealing with these level 10 to 20 small monsters. Without hesitation, Shen Yi headed deeper into Fengcheng. Around him, crowds of people were frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the city. The government had already issued a warning: a national-level boss was expected to appear in Fengcheng. Anyone who stayed behind risked being instantly killed by the boss. No one wanted to throw their life away. Shen Yi moved against the flow of the crowd, standing out starkly. But no one paid him any attention. In this apocalyptic world, just managing to take care of oneself was already a challenge. Even family members became unreliable when faced with life and death situations. Cheney arrived at a tall building. Inside, pairs of glowing red eyes stared at the people outside. Dark bats level, 14 grade, common. These bats could only be active at night. If they caused trouble during the battle against the national boss, it would undoubtedly lead to fatal mistakes. Without hesitation, Chen Yi entered the building. Soon, flashes of cross-lightning erupted like a thunderstorm inside. Cross-lightning could spread rapidly between enemies, hitting 10 at a time, and those 10 could spread to 100. All the dark bats were instantly annihilated in the electric light. Without stopping, Chen Yi began clearing out other areas: slimes in the sewers, mutated tigers in the zoo, sword wolves in the park, fishmen in the river. None were spared. In the remaining time, Chen Yi teamed up with the Tianji Bureau to clear out the monsters in Fengcheng, even taking care of a nearby underground cavern. However, the experience gained from fighting low-level monsters was minimal. Chen Yi's experience bar only increased by 7.1%. This was largely due to the underground cavern, which contributed 7% of the experience. The time for the national boss's arrival was drawing closer. Across the entire Yanhuan nation, all professionals who had reached level 20 were preparing their formations, awaiting the impending battle. Chen Yi, with his bald head gleaming, stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper in the city center, overlooking Fengcheng. The city was still relatively intact, but he knew in his heart that once the apocalyptic Black Phoenix appeared, this place would be reduced to ruins. Now, there were only 2 hours left until the Black Phoenix's arrival. Standing beside Chen Yi was Xia Liang, holding an ice blue book in his hand, the Frost God's Illusionary Codex from Johan. He had borrowed this book from Johan. Chen Yi planned to unleash the ice prison judgment before the Black Phoenix appeared, enveloping the entire Fengcheng. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Xia Liang remained in the city. Xia Liang had taken an invincibility potion, allowing his body to enter an invincible state at any time, so there was no need to worry about him being harmed by the ice prison judgment. Chen Yi had learned that the thousand-faced moon was something Jin Huanger had exchanged with Xia Liang for a unique piece of equipment, and in return, Xia Liang had obtained the invincibility potion. Everyone else had evacuated to the outskirts of the city. This battle was a contest among the strong. Ordinary people had no place in it and would only be called upon if absolutely necessary. At this moment, all the support personnel were standing just outside the range of the ice prison judgment, positioned right at the edge. Time ticked by second by second. Chen Yi kept his eyes fixed on the countdown. When there were 15 seconds left, he suddenly threw the Frost God's Illusionary Codex into the air. The book began to float above his head as he chanted an incantation. Snowflakes started to fall from the sky, each one inscribed with the rules of freezing. Anything they touched would be frozen solid. Everyone watched the snowflakes intently. The snow grew heavier and began to accumulate on the ground, forming a snow layer half a person's height. At that moment, a black teleportation portal appeared in the sky above Fengcheng. A black phoenix's head emerged from the portal, followed by its neck, back, body, and tail. The portal closed instantly. With a resounding cry, the apocalyptic Black Phoenix appeared in the skies above Fengcheng. Its massive body spanned over 1,000 meters, blotting out the sun. Even the wind eagle god, Hilliard, would seem insignificant in its presence. The appearance of the world-destroying Black Phoenix resembled the mythical phoenix of legend, but its entire body was engulfed in black flames. Attribute. Information sent from the front lines by Xia Liang was displayed before everyone. World-destroying Black Phoenix level, 15. Average level of the entire nation's population. Rank, National Boss Base Strength, 1200 Base Constitution, 1400 Base Agility, 1050 Base Intelligence, 2200 Talent. Undying Phoenix, SSS level. Undying Phoenix, upon each death, it transforms into a mass of black flames, recovering 10% of its health every minute. Once its health reaches 50%, it revives instantly. Skills: Core of Black Flame, Infernal Firestorm, Scorching the Heavens, Rebirth in Flames, Sunset Glow, Hellfire of Karma. Seeing the attributes of the world-destroying Black Phoenix, everyone fell silent. How could they possibly defeat a boss of this level? Especially with the Undying Phoenix talent dying only to revive again, and its black flames were impossible to extinguish. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. As soon as the world-destroying Black Phoenix appeared, it immediately sensed the extreme cold of the surrounding icy power. Snowflakes falling from the sky landed on its black flames, partially extinguishing them. Shriek! A piercing cry echoed as the world-destroying Black Phoenix began to ascend into the sky, attempting to locate the source of the snowflakes and eradicate them completely. At this moment, Shen-Yi had already completed the first phase of the Ice Prison Judgment. Its power was immense, but this was only the beginning. He did not stop and immediately initiated the second phase of the Ice Prison Judgment. Taking advantage of the fact that the world-destroying Black Phoenix had not fully reacted, he unleashed as many Ice Prison Judgments as possible. The black-flamed phoenix charged into the clouds, attempting to disperse the icy clouds. However, to its surprise, after dispersing one layer of clouds, another layer of icy clouds appeared, endlessly overlapping. Seeing this, the world-destroying Black Phoenix turned its gaze downward. By now, the second phase of the Ice Prison Judgment had unfolded. Frost tentacles, hundreds of meters long, swayed magnificently in Fengcheng, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. The world-destroying Black Phoenix was furious. This land, which it had intended to turn into a wasteland, was now occupied by these frost tentacles. How could it remain calm? Shriek! A cry resounded across the heavens. The world-destroying Black Phoenix began flapping its wings, and black flames erupted from beneath them. Wherever the black flames landed, they ignited into fierce fires. Nearby frost tentacles instantly melted into water. The third phase of the Ice Prison Judgment followed immediately. Countless frost demons hatched from the frost tentacles. In an instant, the world-destroying Black Phoenix faced a barrage of sharp ice blades from the sky. These ice blades brought an unprecedented chill to the world-destroying Black Phoenix, a sensation that made it extremely uncomfortable. Thinking of this, the world-destroying Black Phoenix suddenly dove toward the ground, its black flames burning even more intensely. The flames incinerated the frost demons. Upon contact, consuming their bodies. Countless frost demons were annihilated by the black flames, leaving no trace behind. However, Shen-Yi had already unleashed over 20 Ice Prison Judgments. The three-phase bombardment of these 20 skills relentlessly struck the world-destroying Black Phoenix. The world-destroying Black Phoenix finally noticed Shen-Yi's presence. A mass of pure black flames spewed from its mouth, hurtling straight toward Shen-Yi. Just as the flames were about to hit him, Xia Liang stepped in front of him. Although surrounded by black flames, Xia Liang remained unharmed, as he was in an invincible state. Unless a skill capable of breaking invincibility was used, no one could harm him. Shen-Yi, meanwhile, summoned the wind eagle god, Hilliard, to ascend into the sky. Seeing this, the world-destroying Black Phoenix immediately ceased its attack on Xia Liang and turned to pursue Hilliard. Hilliard locked eyes with the world-destroying Black Phoenix. Facing such an opponent was a first for him. But no matter what, in the skies, he was the absolute ruler. West wind no-fly zone, Hilliard shouted, and a strange storm instantly enveloped the world-destroying Black Phoenix. Under the rules of this no-fly domain, the world-destroying Black Phoenix had no choice but to land. It plummeted straight to the ground, and as soon as it landed, it was surrounded by countless frost tentacles. The black flames burning within the world-destroying Black Phoenix were incredibly powerful, and not a single tentacle could last more than 3 seconds. Then, the Black Phoenix struggled to stand, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to fly, but it was futile. At this moment, Shen-Yi, standing atop Hilliard's head, saw the scene and was so excited. He nearly jumped up. The Black Phoenix's ability to fly was completely sealed, and in this battle, Hilliard was undoubtedly the hero. The world-destroying Black Phoenix, without its wings, was like a person who had lost an arm. Standing on Hilliard, Shen-Yi launched a frenzied attack on the Black Phoenix. In the sky, countless meteors appeared. Boom! 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 Each meteor exploded upon impact. At the center of the explosions, the Black Phoenix's black flames flickered on its body, yet it remained unscathed. Shen-Yi was undeterred, his arsenal of skills fully stocked. The citizens on the outskirts of the city watched Shen-Yi, who resembled a bomber in the city, with wide eyes. The combat power he displayed far exceeded everyone's imagination. Any random meteor falling into a crowd could claim tens of thousands of lives. In the combat command center, Lei Tiger watched the scene, his eyes shining with excitement. Amazing! With this level of power, we can definitely take down this national level. Boss! Beside him, Sui Zhan nodded slightly. Lei Tiger turned to him and asked with a smile, "So, what do you think? Your son-in-law isn't bad, right?" Sui Zhan smiled wryly and replied, "I may recognize him as my son-in-law, but he might not necessarily recognize me as his father-in-law." Sui Zhan had heard that Sui Tang had entered Shen Yi's room, but by 4 o'clock, Chen Yi had left on his own. When he was young, he often left without a word, but now that his daughter was involved in such matters, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Still, he couldn't help but sigh, why did this kid suddenly become bald? He looked pretty handsome when he had hair. At this moment, satellite monitoring showed that the effects of the ice prison judgment had ended. 20 ice prison judgments had only slightly weakened the flames on the Black Phoenix. Xia Liang now stood alone before the Black Phoenix. Although he had an invincible body, his attack power seemed insignificant against the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix found Xia Liang annoying because this little bug's attacks neither hurt nor tickled, yet he kept circling it, punching wildly. It really wanted to kill Xia Liang in one go, but no matter what, it couldn't kill him. Meanwhile, there was another bug overhead constantly throwing meteors at it. The pain from the explosions of those meteors was unbearable, and it couldn't even fly. The anger in the Black Phoenix's chest began to build up bit by bit. Chirp! Another phoenix cry echoed. The Black Phoenix directly spewed flames toward the ground. Boundless flames instantly turned the previously frozen Fengqing into scorched earth. The flames surged upward with each phoenix cry. The fire climbed higher and higher, soon reaching hundreds of meters. The blaze shot into the sky, as if it could burn a hole through the heavens. Chen Yi realized the Black Phoenix's intentions. It wanted to engulf the entire sky in its black flames in one go. Chen Yi did not retreat and continued to unleash falling stars. Boom! 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 The explosions on the ruins of Fengqing were relentless. The onlookers also understood what was happening and shouted, Mage God, run! The flames are about to reach you. The Black Phoenix's fire grew fiercer, and the flames climbed higher and higher. In the sky, both Chen Yi and Hilliard could feel the scorching heat. Hilliard said, Master, I can temporarily block these flames, so go ahead and use your skills without worry. All right. Hilliard looked at the burning flames below and flapped its wings. A gust of extremely cold northern wind swept up from beneath it. The flames immediately dropped by 1,000 meters. Seeing this, everyone was invigorated. It turned out these flames weren't invincible. Chen Yi stared at the still raging flames and said, Hilliard, your skill isn't enough. I'll have to continue using ice prison judgment. But the ice clouds might accidentally hurt you. At that moment, just fly away and don't worry about me. Even if I fall, I definitely won't die. Chen Yi then glanced at the Wrath of God earrings. As long as he activated invincibility the moment he landed, there would be no problem. As for the blazing flames of the Doomsday Black Phoenix, Chen Yi was actually troubled about not having a place to improve his fire resistance. Another round of incomprehensible chanting echoed. Suddenly, a layer of bone-chilling ice clouds appeared in the sky. These ice clouds were the source of the icy blue snowflakes. Any ordinary life form that touched them would instantly turn into an ice sculpture. After casting his spell, Chen Yi felt a coldness enveloping his entire body. Following Chen Yi's instructions, Ziliate flew into the distance, while Chen Yi leaped directly toward the ground. At that moment, countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky, colliding endlessly with the black flames on the ground. At the center of the collision, thick steam rose into the air. Chen Yi passed through that center point and entered the black flames. In an instant, intense pain swept through his entire body. Although Chen Yi had pain immunity, it could only block 90% of the pain. The remaining 10% was unavoidable. He gritted his teeth, fully aware that this damage could be gradually repaired by super adaptation. A series of notifications rang in his ears. You are burned by Doomsday Black Flames, fire resistance increased by 10%. You are melted by Doomsday Black Flames, fire resistance increased by 10%. You are scorched by Doomsday Black Flames, fire resistance increased by 10%. Chen Yi's body disintegrated and reassembled in midair. Finally, his fire resistance reached the maximum value of 90%. Now, he could resist almost 99% of fire damage. Although the damage caused by the Doomsday Black Flames was reduced to just 1%, that 1% was still excruciating. However, Chen Yi's self-healing ability was now able to counteract the destructive power of the flames. Seeing Chen Yi plummet from the sky, everyone was on edge. They couldn't see the process of his body being destroyed and reassembled. When he was still over 100 meters from the ground, Chen Yi activated Wrath of God. The earrings emitted a red glow, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in red light. Chen Yi's invincibility state was different from Xia Liang's. His glow was crimson, while Xia Liang's was golden, produced by an invincibility potion. Boom! Chun! He fell from thousands of meters in the air, the massive impact shattering the ground. Xiaoliang saw Chen Yi, glowing red all over, while the Doomsday Black Phoenix was even more shocked, spewing even hotter and more destructive black flames. But Chen Yi, now in an invincible state, was completely unafraid of these attacks. He quickly stood up. At this moment, his invincibility state still had 30 seconds remaining. Ice Prison Judgment. Ice Prison Judgment. Chen Yi cast 2 Ice Prison Judgments in succession. The scorched ruins of Feng City, burned by the Doomsday Black Phoenix, were now covered in icy blue snowflakes. Each snowflake extinguished a portion of the burning black flames. As the endless snowflakes fell, the Doomsday Black Phoenix ceased its attacks, focusing entirely on resisting the snowflakes imbued with freezing effects. Chen Yi's invincibility state ended. He turned to Xiaoliang and said, "Xiaoliang, hold it off. My invincibility is over, it's your turn now." "Understood, Chen Yi. You go quickly." Xiaoliang slid forward, dashing under the Doomsday Black Phoenix's belly. Grabbing one of its feathers tightly with his left hand, he struck it repeatedly with his right. Meanwhile, Chen Yi ran off into the distance. At this moment, Feng City was left with only Xiaoliang holding the line. The Doomsday Black Phoenix, enraged, unleashed an endless beam of dark light. Light and darkness intertwined, eerie yet beautiful. Anything touched by this dark light was instantly reduced to ashes. This was the Doomsday Black Phoenix's ultimate move, Sunset Afterglow. But Xiaoliang, in his invincible state, was completely unaffected by this move. After unleashing Sunset Afterglow, the Doomsday Black Phoenix uncharacteristically entered a quiet defensive stance. Clearly, this move had consumed a significant amount of its energy. Against a national-level boss, its life and energy had to be continuously worn down. Seeing this, everyone was reinvigorated. This proved that the national boss was not invincible. The previous despair was mainly due to the overwhelming aura of the world-destroying Black Phoenix, which made people feel suffocated. This aura made it seem invincible. At that moment, Chen Yi had already run out from within Feng City. From afar came the cry of an eagle. Hilliard suddenly flew in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi leaped and landed steadily on Hilliard's head. Using Hilliard's speed, Chen Yi flew back toward Feng City once again. By now, the previously sky-high flames caused by the world-destroying Black Phoenix's exertion had dissipated. Chen Yi launched another fierce bombardment. Chirp! The world-destroying Black Phoenix suddenly let out a high-pitched cry and pecked fiercely at Xiaoliang, who was tightly clutching its feathers. Its massive beak swallowed Xiaoliang in one gulp, intending to refine him with the purest black flames inside its stomach. Seeing Xiaoliang swallowed, everyone became tense. Although Xiaoliang was in an invincible state, no one knew if the world-destroying Black Phoenix had a way to break his invincibility. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's bombardment continued. The world-destroying Black Phoenix's mental state was no longer as formidable as before. 99 meteors struck its body, and the intense impact caused its feathers to scatter everywhere. The black flames on its body began to waver. Suddenly, the stomach of the world-destroying Black Phoenix made a gurgling sound, and then it spat out a person from its mouth. It was Xiaoliang. He was still tightly gripping a black rope in his hand. The world-destroying Black Phoenix struggled in pain, flapping its wings, but due to the restricted flight zone, its efforts were futile. Xiaoliang waved to Chen Yi, signaling him to take the rope. Chen Yi said to Hilliard, "Hilliard, fly to that person, I need to take the rope." "Yes, master." Hilliard dove down at high speed. The world-destroying Black Phoenix noticed Hilliard and spewed a ball of black flames to attack. The black flames instantly burned Hilliard's feathers. Chen Yi, however, successfully took the rope from Xiaoliang's hand. Information about the rope appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. God-binding rope level, unique effect, the rope can extend infinitely, and the bound target will lose all power. Description: the only drawback is that it cannot automatically seek out targets. Chen Yi understood that this rope could bind the world-destroying Black Phoenix, and the other end of the rope was actually inside its body. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape. This was truly exhilarating. The nation's resources were indeed powerful. Unique items like this were handed out like gifts one after another. Hilliard was in excruciating pain from the black flames. Chen Yi tried using water healing to help, but it was ineffective. The black flames were too high level. Chen Yi looked at Hilliard and said, "Hang in there. Let's fly around the world-destroying Black Phoenix a few times and show off your flying skills." Hilliard nodded, "Yes, master. In my world, I was a flying champion since childhood." With that, he shrank his form and began flying around the World-destroying Black Phoenix. The rope in Chen Yi's hand extended continuously, first binding its neck, then its body, wings, and claws. Due to the restricted flight zone, the world-destroying Black Phoenix couldn't move at all. Hilliard's speed increased, and the world-destroying Black Phoenix was helpless. As the rope wrapped tighter and tighter, the world-destroying Black Phoenix was completely bound. The black flames within its body were suppressed, revealing its true form. Seeing this, the crowd cheered, but they knew this was only the first step. The world-destroying Black Phoenix hadn't been truly defeated yet, it was merely restrained. In the command room, Lei Laohu and Sui Zhan were thrilled. Who would have thought that with just these two people, our plan would become obsolete, and the world-destroying Black Phoenix would be subdued? Sui Zhan laughed and said, on the battlefield, plans can never keep up with changes. Chen Yi controlled Hilliard, tying hundreds of dead knots on the world-destroying Black Phoenix before stopping. Returning to the ground, Chen Yi walked towards Xiaoliang. Meanwhile, Hilliard's feathers were already charred black, clearly indicating severe injuries. Chen Yi let Hilliard stand on his shoulders. After the battle, he planned to find something to treat Hilliard's injuries. He walked up to Xiaoliang and said, "What should we do with this guy? You know the undead phoenix's talent. Although we've tied it up now, we can't completely kill it." Chen Yi's death curse could only kill the Doomsday Black Phoenix once but couldn't truly eliminate it. Dealing with the remaining flames became a big problem. If the fire wasn't extinguished, the Doomsday Black Phoenix would revive immediately in a short time. Xia Liang nodded and said, "There's really no good solution for now. However, Jean Huanger's younger sister, Jean Fonger, has the talent to analyze everything. I think she can come up with a solution." Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Indeed, even the Red Moon back then could be analyzed by her, so the boss of this country shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, the Doomsday Black Phoenix began struggling desperately on the ground. But it was tightly bound by the divine binding rope and couldn't break free. Xia Liang walked up to the Doomsday Black Phoenix, holding one end of the divine binding rope in her hand. "Chen Yi, I think over 100 dead knots aren't enough. How about tying 1,000 more?" With that, she quickly climbed onto the back of the Doomsday Black Phoenix. This creature was as big as a small mountain. Xia Liang moved with astonishing speed, and in no time, over 1,000 dead knots were tied. She turned to Chen Yi, glanced at the severely injured Hilliard, and said, "Su Qiaoer has a unique level healing skill. It should be able to heal him." Chen Yi nodded. "That would be best. Once Hilliard recovers, I'll have him take us to find Jean Fonger." Xia Liang sighed. But it might require a lot of resources. I'll need to apply for funding from the state." Chen Yi asked, "Do you really need to apply?" Xia Liang replied, "Whether I apply or not, the state will definitely provide the money, but it's the rule, and we can't make exceptions." "Alright then." They arrived outside the city, where Sui Tang and Su Qiaoer ran over excitedly. "Congratulations on defeating the Doomsday Black Phoenix." But when they saw Chen Yi's bald head, everyone was stunned. "Chen Yi, where's your hair?" Chen Yi's face darkened slightly. "Now's not the time to talk about this. I'll tell you another day. The Doomsday Black Phoenix hasn't truly been defeated, it's just tied up. Next, Xia Liang and I need to find help. You two keep an eye on this guy." "Understood." Chen Yi turned to Su Qiaoer. "Qiaoer, see if you can heal my friend's injuries." Hilliard had burns covering 80% of his body, and his injuries were extremely severe. Su Qiaoer placed her hand on him and nodded. "I can, but my skill can only be used once a month. If the Doomsday Black Phoenix escapes, I won't be able to use it again." Chen Yi shook his head. "Don't worry. Hilliard is much stronger than me. Besides, it was he who cast the no-fly zone, otherwise, the Doomsday Black Phoenix wouldn't have been subdued so quickly." Everyone was surprised to hear that Hilliard had cast the no-fly zone. Indeed, the difference between a flying Doomsday Black Phoenix and one that couldn't fly was enormous. If it could fly, it would have long escaped Fengcheng and wreaked havoc across the entire Shenzhou land. At this moment, Su Qiaoer began to cast her unique level healing skill. Endless golden light radiated from her hands, illuminating Hilliard as his wounds began to heal. Chen Yi used his insight eye to observe the skill's information. Instant radiant healing level, unique effect, instantly heals all injuries, including rule-based damage, and restores 50% of health and mental energy per second for the next hour. Chen Yi was astonished. In his previous life as a priest, he knew how precious skills that restored by percentage were. Not to mention the continuous healing effect. If Annabelle had possessed this skill, combined with the divine taboo bonus, no one could have defeated her. Fortunately, Su Qiaoer had learned it. However, Hilliard was a mythical creature, and his injuries were too severe for Su Qiaoer to heal instantly. Repairing these wounds required a massive amount of energy. In the end, Su Qiaoer's face turned pale before Hilliard's injuries were fully healed. Watching this scene, Chenyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a bag of green-tail honey. "Here, eat this. It will help ease the feeling." Su Qiaoer nodded, took it, and ate it. The honey was sweet and fragrant, and the fatigue she had felt earlier immediately lessened significantly. A notification of physical enhancements sounded in her ears. Su Qiaoer looked at Chenyi in surprise. "Brother E, this is too precious." Chenyi shook his head and took out 2 more bags from his pack, handing them to Sui Tang and Xia Liang. "I have plenty of these." Sui Tang and Xia Liang also heard the notification of physical enhancement. At this moment, Chenyi looked around but didn't see Zhang Haishan. He had seen him at the meeting earlier, so why was he missing? Now, where's Zhang Haishan? "He's level 60 now, his combat power should be much stronger than yours," Sui Tang asked. "That guy Zhang Haishan is too afraid of dying. He applied to train and level up, saying he wanted to be the first to reach level 100 as a professional player." Unexpectedly, the higher-ups actually approved it. Maybe they have their own plans. Chenyi nodded. Becoming the first level 100 player came with generous rewards. In his previous life, he had heard the system announcement about unique equipment. However, what he valued more was Zhang Haishan's 100-fold experience talent. Once he reached level 100, he would definitely set his sights on him. Then, Chenyi turned to Hilliard. "Return to your true form. Let's go find him." Hilliard nodded. Having just been instantly healed, he was in excellent condition. He immediately reverted to his true form. His several 100-meter-tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Chenyi's mount, everyone was filled with envy. After all, this guy casually sold diamond pet eggs, so having such a mount wasn't surprising. Xia Liang walked up to Chenyi. "I didn't expect the Beta Testers Alliance that Jin Huanger formed to choose to help the Papal State. They're now fighting the national boss alongside the Papal State." Chenyi nodded. The Papal State was indeed the best choice for the Beta Testers Alliance. "Alright, in that case, let's head to the Papal State." With that, Chenyi gestured to Hilliard. He and Xia Liang jumped onto the mount together. Screech! With an eagle's cry, Hilliard flew toward the Papal State. At this moment, in the Papal State, a humanoid monster wearing a mask and wielding a spear was rampaging through the church, destroying the building. Fate Punisher. Level, level 17, type, national boss, base strength, 420, base constitution, 350, base agility, 450, base intelligence, 500, talent, body of fate, SSS grade, skills, blood shadow spear dance, divine punishment. Blitz, consecutive strikes, double cyclone. The Papal State was about the size of a typical university campus in the United States, so the national boss that appeared was relatively weak. At the moment, it was only equivalent to a level 50 diamond tier monster. If Jin Huanger and her group hadn't entered and boosted the boss's level and abilities, the original boss would have been at most a level 30 gold tier monster. But even a gold tier monster was enough to destroy the entire Papal State. After all, the few hundred residents here were all clerics with low combat power, the highest being only level 16. Jin Huanger, holding a staff, occasionally unleashed a golden lightning bolt that struck the boss. Beside her, a lich wielded black energy that continuously entangled the Fate Punisher. Other members of the Beta Testers Alliance also attacked the boss relentlessly. One of them directly engaged the Fate Punisher in fierce combat. His entire body glowed with a metallic sheen, and he wielded a greatsword, each strike forcing the Fate Punisher to retreat. This was someone with the S-grade talent Vidra body, capable of withstanding most physical damage. Among the Beta Testers Alliance, 7 members possessed SSS-grade talents. Even those without SSS-grade talents had unique combat techniques that were no less formidable. Faced with so many top-tier powerhouses, the Fate Punisher was almost completely powerless. In the end, the Fate Punisher was struck by a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, collapsing and dissipating. The system announcement quickly echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the Papal State for being the first to slay a national boss. Everyone's level +1, luck +3. Congratulations to the Papal State for being the first to slay a national boss. Everyone's level +1, luck +3. Congratulations to the Papal State for being the first to slay a national boss. Everyone's level +1, luck +3. A golden light flashed over everyone. Then, a white light burst out from the dissipating body of the Fate Punisher. Jin Huanger stepped forward and retrieved a magnificent spear from the white light. It was the very weapon the Fate Punisher had just been using. Tooth of Punishment, level, SSS effect, ignores defense. After examining the attributes of the Tooth of Punishment, Jin Huanger handed it directly to a petite beta tester. Hunter Fox, this weapon suits you perfectly. The beta tester named Hunter Fox immediately broke into an excited smile upon seeing the Tooth of Punishment. Thank you, boss. The other beta testers gathered around curiously to take a look. When the attributes of the Tooth of Punishment were revealed, everyone looked at Hunter Fox with envy. Unfortunately, they weren't skilled with spears, so they could only let Hunter Fox take it. At this moment, Jin Huanger approached the elderly Pope. I have fulfilled your request. Your nation has not perished. I believe it's time for you to hand over the position of Pope to me. The Pope trembled all over. Very well, but a resignation and coronation ceremony must be held. Jin Huanger nodded in agreement. Holding a ceremony would ensure the legitimacy of her position. Fine. You have 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, I will ascend to the position. Yes, beautiful lady. Just then, a massive wind eagle in the sky caught everyone's attention. Jin Huanger saw the figures of 2 people on the wind eagle and immediately understood something. She turned to Jin Huanger and said, "Next, I'll negotiate the specific rewards with them. You just follow them to analyze the mission. If you encounter danger, use the teleportation ring to escape immediately." Got it, sister. Not long after, Chenyi and Xiaoliang arrived in front of Jin Huanger. They had also heard the system announcement earlier. They hadn't expected the Papal State's national boss to be so weak. Along the way, they had encountered dozens of world bosses, each terrifyingly strong. Some nations, lacking high-level combatants, could only use ordinary lives to hold them off. Many people had died along the way. Chen Yi and Xiao Liang looked at Jin Huanger. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Wow, Chen Yi, that bald head of yours is quite distinctive. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Liang got straight to the point. Let's cut to the chase. How much to borrow your sister? Jin Huanger smiled. 10 billion experience coins and 1 unique great item. Xiao Liang's face twitched slightly at her words. We can manage the unique great item, but those 10 billion experience coins are really giving me a headache. Jin Huanger smiled and said, don't you have someone with 100-fold experience talent? He's already level 60 and can easily generate millions of experience coins a day. 10 billion coins, not one less, not one more. If you can't gather it now, you can owe it. Xiao Liang gritted his teeth, thinking about the world-destroying Black Phoenix still trapped in Yanhuang. Any slight mishap could lead to disaster. He finally spoke, fine, I agree. Jin Huanger smiled with satisfaction and then pulled a scroll from her backpack. This is a contract scroll. I need you to write an IOU. Fine, I'll write it. Xiao Liang quickly penned the IOU. Can we leave now? Jin Huanger glanced at the IOU with satisfaction. Yes, you can. Sister, go with them. Immediately, Hilliard accelerated to full speed. In less than half an hour, the 3 of them were flying above the imprisoned world-destroying Black Phoenix. Seeing the massive creature, as large as a small mountain, Jin Huanger was stunned. This was the strongest national boss she had ever seen. She couldn't imagine how other nations could deal with such an opponent. Jin Huanger stood above the world-destroying Black Phoenix, a streak of light in her hand shooting directly toward it. The Black Phoenix seemed to sense it and began to struggle frantically, alternately expanding and contracting. The binding god rope stretched and shrank along with it, rendering it completely ineffective. Before long, the Black Phoenix was utterly exhausted. The binding god rope sealed all its energy, leaving only its most primal strength to resist. But this strength was limited and wouldn't last long. At this moment, Xiao Liang's walkie-talkie buzzed, and Lei Laovu's voice came through. Xiao Liang, Chen Yi, there's a large group of undead approaching from the distance, and the leader seems to be the one Chen Yi summoned earlier. Ask Chen Yi what's going on. Chen Yi overheard and responded, I summoned them. If the Black Phoenix goes berserk, these undead can step in and help reduce casualties. Director, please make sure to let them through when they arrive. I'll have the undead head straight into Fengchang. Well done, Chen Yi. I'll make sure to let them through. With that, Lei Laohu ended the communication. The people outside the city also received the order and quickly cleared a path. Watching the powerful aura emanating from the undead army, everyone was filled with envy. Wow, this is the legendary army summoned by the Archmage. Even the lowest level is over 20. That's right. The Archmage is our great guardian in Yanhuang. I have a relative abroad, and the fighting there is brutal. I heard. Everyone, regardless of level, has to go to the battlefield, and millions have already died. That's tragic. We're lucky to be in Yanhuang. Yeah, my relative used to insist on going abroad, but now they know how tough it is over there. Sigh, that's how it is. Enough talk. The Archmage is letting these undead take the hits for us. It's a huge help. When I get back, I'm setting up a shrine for the Archmage and praying every day. Me too. By now, the undead army had reached the front lines. Before the world-destroying Black Phoenix informed their ranks. Earlier, the Skeleton King had reported the current numbers to Shinny, 40,000 undead between levels 20 and 29, 13,500 between levels 30 and 39, and 1,200 between levels 40 and 49. This was an incredibly formidable force. It seemed the Skeleton King had indeed developed well. Meanwhile, Jin Huanger's progress in analyzing the Black Phoenix had just broken through 1%. Chenyi, Xiaoliang, I estimate it will take 15 hours to fully analyze this world-destroying Black Phoenix. Is the rope binding it secure? Don't worry, it's absolutely secure. This is a unique piece of equipment. Hearing it was a unique item, Jin Huanger nodded. I've decided to use this unique equipment. Xiaoliang was speechless. Among all unique items, the binding god rope was considered mid to high tier. What a hassle. Oh well, if it's going to be used, so be it. Alright, I agree. Okay. At this moment, Chen Yi thought of the person with the duplication ability. Before handing the binding god rope to Jin Huanger, he decided to have that person duplicate it. If the person tried to keep it, Chen Yi had ways to force them to return it. Although the individual remained anonymous, there were plenty of professionals with foresight abilities. Time ticked by second. Chen Yi and Xiaoliang stayed by Jin Huanger's side the entire time. Hilliard also showed no signs of fatigue. And so, 15 hours passed. Finally, Jin Huanger withdrew her hand. After using her innate ability for such a long time, she appeared somewhat weakened. Seeing this, Chen Yi handed her a pouch of green-tailed honey. After drinking the honey, Jin Huanger's energy visibly recovered. I've found a way to extinguish its post-death flames. Hearing this, the two were thrilled. Jin Huanger took out paper and a pen. 3 hours later, she had written down over 1,000 materials and formulas. After finishing, she handed the paper to Xiaoliang. Prepare enough potions and pour them directly on it. But this will require a master-level alchemist. Should we ask the Beta Testers Alliance for help? Xiaoliang shook his head. No need, we have our own master-level alchemist. Alright then. I need to rest now, so I'll take my leave. Don't forget the binding god rope. With that, Jin Huanger lightly twisted a ring on her finger, the entire figure instantly vanished. Xiaoliang looked at the potion formula and muttered, the country can gather all these materials, but I wonder how much potion will be needed. Chen Yi smiled helplessly, of course, the more, the better. Ideally, prepare dozens of tons and pour it all at once. Xiaoliang nodded, yes, the more, the better. I'll go prepare the materials. I'll leave the world-destroying Black Phoenix to you. Don't mention it. Xiaoliang smiled and jumped off Hilliard. Chen Yi fell into deep thought. The final flame must be extinguished by the Skeleton King himself. Only then would it count as the Skeleton King personally killing the world-destroying Black Phoenix. The strength of this national-level boss's undead was unpredictable. Thinking of this, Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to bring the Skeleton King up as well. When the plan was laid out face-to-face, the Skeleton King was extremely excited upon hearing it. Master, can I reincarnate into the body of that national-level boss undead? The Skeleton King could freely reincarnate into the undead he revived. Faced with such a rare opportunity, he couldn't contain himself. Chen Yi understood his thoughts but was also worried that the Skeleton King might lose control. Thus, Chen Yi consulted the Red Mist system. Ultimately, the system replied that the Supreme Summoning Rule was the strongest, and no summoned creature could escape its control. Only then did Chen Yi feel reassured and agreed to the Skeleton King's request. Next, all they could do was wait patiently. About 3 days later, Xiaoliang brought news. The potion had been successfully crafted. totaling 100 tons, and Hilliard needed to retrieve it. Hearing about such a large quantity of potion, Chen Yi was astonished. The power of the nation was indeed terrifying. If he had to rely on himself, it would have been impossible. Thus, he sent Hilliard to fetch the potion. The potion was stored in a massive iron tank, equivalent in size to 20 oil tankers combined. The bottom was equipped with a large valve. With Hilliard's several hundred-meter frame, carrying 100 tons of potion was effortless. When the time came, all the skeleton king had to do was open the valve, and it would count as him personally killing the world-destroying Black Phoenix. Meanwhile, Chen Yi began a frenzied assault on the world-destroying Black Phoenix. Countless meteors carrying destructive power rained down. The world-destroying Black Phoenix, bound by energy, had no strength left to resist. Finally, with a loud phoenix cry, the body of the world-destroying Black Phoenix completely ignited. A mass of black flames suddenly appeared above the corpse, towering as high as a two-story building. It looked incredibly massive. Grisel, release the potion. Yes, master. The Skeleton King immediately opened the valve. Hundreds of tons of potion poured out from the iron tank like a torrential downpour, directly dousing the black flames. The flames gradually shrank and eventually extinguished completely, leaving no trace of fire. Chen Yi heard a voice in his ear, "Your summoned creature, Skeleton King, has killed the national-level boss, world-destroying Black Phoenix. Undying King talent activated. National-level boss, world-destroying Black Phoenix, has been transformed into undead form Undying Nether Phoenix. Insufficient energy. Undying Nether Phoenix has been converted into pet egg status. Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg has been automatically placed in your backpack. Your summoned creature, Skeleton King, has self-destructed and reincarnated into the Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg. Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg level, unknown. Description: upon hatching, you will obtain an Undying Nether Phoenix with dual SSS level talents for combat. Chen Yi immediately understood. This meant that the Skeleton King's SSS level talent and the Undying Nether Phoenix's own SSS level talent were combined. This was incredible. Chen Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. Once this Undying Nether Phoenix hatched, its power would undoubtedly be off the charts. Moreover, Grisel's soul would occupy the body of the Undying Nether Phoenix, eliminating the need to retrain loyalty and combat awareness. Chen Yi stored the Skeleton King's equipment and corpse in his backpack space. Shortly after, the system issued an announcement: "Congratulations to Yanhuan Nation for the second successful kill of a national-level boss. All members receive +1 level and +2 luck. Congratulations to Yanhuan Nation for the second successful kill of a national-level boss. All members receive +1 level and +2 luck. Congratulations to Yanhuan Nation for killing the national boss for the second time. All members receive +1 level and +2 luck." At the same time, at the location where the world-destroying Black Phoenix died, over a dozen light clusters erupted. Chen Yi walked over and took a quick look. SSS-grade equipment everywhere. This was a huge profit. He picked out an SSS-grade robe and an SSS-grade ring, leaving the rest for the Tianji Bureau to handle. The two pieces of equipment he chose were top-notch. World-destroying Black Phoenix robe, grade, SSS, effect. 1. Wearer is immune to fire damage. Effect 2. Increases fire damage by 1000%, can stack with talents. World-destroying Black Phoenix ring, grade, SSS, effect. Upon the wearer's death, their soul enters the black flame space and can revive after 5 minutes. Uses remaining 3/3 when he donned the robe. A lifelike world-destroying Black Phoenix appeared on it, exuding ferocity. The ring, shaped like the body of the phoenix, coiled elegantly around his finger, its design exquisite. Moreover, it offered 3 revival chances, exactly what Chen Yi needed. Chen Yi glanced at his backpack. After killing the world-destroying Black Phoenix, he had gained a whopping 100 million experience coins. He immediately used them all. A golden light flashed, and his level skyrocketed to 57 with 12% progress. He was getting closer to level 60. At this moment, Xia Liang, Jiuhan, Sui Tang, Su Qiaoer, and other command team members arrived. Seeing the treasures dropped by the Black Phoenix, everyone's eyes lit up. Chen Yi raised his hand, revealing the world-destroying Black Phoenix ring. There are 11 pieces of SSS-grade equipment in total. I took 2. Any objections? The group approached Chen Yi. Xia Liang laughed. Of course not. You contributed the most in this battle. You could take them all, and we'd still be fine with it. Chen Yi shook his head. 2 are enough for me. You can distribute the rest. All right. Xiao Liang immediately stored the remaining SSS-grade equipment in his backpack. At the spot where the Black Phoenix disappeared, the binding god rope also appeared. Xiao Liang picked it up and sighed. Such a great piece of equipment, it has to go to that Jean Fonger. The Tianji Bureau doesn't have much treasure left. Chen Yi took the binding god rope in his hand and said, I know someone who can duplicate unique items. He can make a copy of the binding god rope for the Tianji Bureau. Xiao Liang was astonished. Someone can duplicate unique equipment? I've never heard of that, even in the beta tests. Chen Yi replied calmly, there are too many talents out there. It's normal not to have seen them all. Xiao Liang asked, does the Tianji Bureau have anyone with the ability to predict the future? Chen Yi nodded. There's an SSS grade talent called Brainstorm. It can predict based on various clues but can't foresee things out of thin air. Chen Yi sneered. If he tries to monopolize it, just eliminate him. Xiao Liang nodded. That guy's predictions are pretty accurate. There's an 80% chance he'll find it. Good, that's high enough. Chen Yi sent the binding god rope's attributes to the person. Shortly after, the other party replied, Boss, what's this? Duplicate a unique item? I'll give you an SSS-grade piece of equipment as payment. Aren't you afraid I'll keep it for myself? Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Ha, you're the boss for a reason. Wait a moment, I'll get it done for you. Chen Yi turned to Xiao Liang. Give me the SSS-grade equipment with the worst attributes as payment. Xiao Liang hesitated but reluctantly handed over an SSS-grade orb. Such a talent is enviable. With this ability, the future's richest person will undoubtedly be him. Chen Yi exchanged the binding god rope and the orb with the person. 10 minutes later, the person sent back 2 binding god ropes. Seeing the 2 identical ropes, everyone was stunned. This talent completely broke the rules of the Red Mist. Finally, Xiao Liang decided to hand the replica to Jean Fonger and leave the original with the Tianji Bureau. Even if they found out, there was nothing they could say. The deal had already been completed according to the contract. At this moment, Sui Tang walked up to Chen Yi and asked, will you participate in the upcoming national war? Chen Yi nodded. I will participate, but the others shouldn't go. Everyone was curious. Why? Chen Yi glanced at them and said directly, I know a bit about the rules of the national war. If someone participates in this national war, they have to skip the next one and can only join again after 1 round. This is the balancing mechanism of the Red Mist game. I trust that everyone here is the most loyal warrior of Yanhuang and won't leak this information. This way, we can take the lead in the second national war because other countries will send their strongest professionals to the first one. I only need to bring a group of weaker professionals this time and save the stronger ones for the next round. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Xiao Liang's eyes lit up. Even as a beta tester, the rules of the national war had never been disclosed. If what Chen Yi said was true, Yanhuang could indeed gain a significant advantage this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Liang looked at everyone. Today's matter must not be leaked, or it will be considered treason. Understood. Everyone's expressions turned serious, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Just then, the system announcement suddenly rang out. The Ice Island has failed to resist the national boss and has been destroyed. The territory of Ice Island has become a super large dungeon, and the national boss has turned into a dungeon boss. The announcement repeated several times. Hearing this news, everyone fell silent. No one had expected that a country could actually be destroyed. This proved one fact: only the strong survive, while the weak are eliminated. Although the destroyed Ice Island was just a small country, destruction was destruction, with no exceptions. No one knew what kind of crises lay ahead. If even experts like Chen Yi and Xiao Liang couldn't hold the line, what would everyone else do? There was no savior. The only solution was to continuously improve one's strength. Chen Yi spoke up, alright, at least the current crisis is resolved. Let's focus on recovering and preparing for the national war. I'll personally participate in the first national war. After speaking, Chen Yi summoned Hilliard. I'm leaving now. I'll appear when the national war begins. With that, he mounted Hilliard and disappeared from sight in an instant. Sui Tang watched his departing figure, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. He hadn't even said a private goodbye. Su Chaoer noticed her thoughts and teased with a smile, what's wrong? Is my dear Sui Tang love-struck? Now's not the time for romance. You'd better focus on improving your strength. You're right, Sister Chaoer. Sui Tang nodded. The gap between us and them is growing wider and wider. Chen Yi's departure this time was mainly for the newly emerged super-large dungeon on Ice Island. In his previous life, the global national boss battles had lasted for over a month. A total of 53 countries were destroyed. Each destroyed country turned into a super-large dungeon. The most critical point was that the first kill would always drop SSS-grade equipment. If you missed the first kill, you'd have to wait until you reached level 100 to farm mobs for a chance at SSS-grade equipment. But how many people could even reach level 100? Aside from the fewer than 100 unique items, SSS-grade equipment was already the highest level of gear players could obtain. There was nothing stronger. Chen Yi had previously thought that very few people had opened diamond treasure chests, but he hadn't expected there to be so many beta players. At least 80 diamond chests had been opened worldwide. Although he had given up on those SSS grade items before, it didn't mean he didn't need them. When the Doomsday Black Phoenix was killed, the entire nation had contributed, so he naturally wouldn't be greedy. Taking the two most valuable items was enough. Moreover, he wanted to use the SSS-grade equipment dropped from Ice Island to exchange for some instant-cast spellbooks for mages. Ice Island had a small population, so the boss's strength wouldn't be as exaggerated as the Doomsday Black Phoenix. Moreover, the boss level is fixed and does not change with the player's level. As for the Tian Shun Secret Realm, Chen Yi definitely wouldn't go there now. His level is too low, and at most, he could only obtain a B-level skill book. Such an opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Sitting on Hilliard, on the way to Ice Island, Chen Yi took out the pet egg of the undying Nether Phoenix. The pet egg had already started its incubation countdown. In just 1 month, the undying Nether Phoenix would fully hatch. By then, Chen Yi would gain a powerful companion. Moreover, this companion's strength was extraordinary. After all, it was transformed from a national boss into an undead creature. According to the Skeleton King's Undying King rule, the converted undead is stronger than its original form. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation, wondering just how powerful it would be. Gradually, Hilliard carried Chen Yi to Ice Island. This place is near the intersection of the Arctic Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Surrounded by high-latitude seas, it boasts distinct seasons and breathtaking scenery. But now, it has become a living hell. A massive barrier envelopes Ice Island. Inside the island, a gigantic monster is slowly wandering. Chen Yi could clearly see the appearance of this monster. Its upper body was that of a dragon, while its lower body was humanoid. Chen Yi approached the edge of the barrier surrounding Ice Island. Hilliard transformed into a small eagle and perched on Chen Yi's shoulder. As soon as he got close to the barrier, Chen Yi received a prompt: "You are approaching the Ice Island National Dungeon. Would you like to enter?" Enter. The barrier in front of Chen Yi immediately rippled like water. He stepped forward and entered. The scene before him changed instantly. Chen Yi was now inside Ice Island. All around were ruined buildings and the corpses of Ice Island's citizens. The National Dungeon preserved the final scene before the nation's destruction. There were no ordinary mobs here, only the national boss that had destroyed the country, roaming about. Chen Yi summoned Hilliard, and together, man and eagle took to the skies. At that moment, the half-human, half-dragon world boss noticed Chen Yi and charged at him swiftly. Chen Yi took the opportunity to examine the attributes of this half-human, half-dragon boss. Greedy Dragon, level 12, rank, national boss, base strength 560, base constitution 600, base agility 470, base intelligence 500, innate ability, endless greed, SSS level, endless greed, SSS level. The stronger the greed, the greater the attack and defense. Requires an extremely greedy heart. Skills, Wrath of Treasure, Realm of Greed, Mark of Greed, Intimidating Dragon. Might seeing this national boss, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Its strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, its innate ability was entirely dependent on psychological state to determine its power. The deeper the greed, the greater the strength. If greed reached its peak, its attack power could even tear apart an entire planet. This creature was called Greedy Dragon, clearly a naturally avaricious species. It seemed this battle would be anything but easy for Chen Yi. The destruction of Ice Island was no longer surprising. Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to carry him high into the sky, planning to use his old trick, falling stars, to crush it directly. At that moment, the Greedy Dragon pulled out a massive treasure chest from somewhere. Upon opening it, gold coins rained down toward Chen Yi and Hilliard. The coins filled the sky, and upon contact with Chen Yi and Hilliard, they transformed into golden light and vanished. Chen Yi understood this was the Greedy Dragon's Skill, mark of greed. It had deemed Chen Yi and Hilliard as its most precious treasures, unleashing an intense greed. However, Chen Yi and Hilliard had already ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Despite the greedy dragon's formidable attack power, it couldn't reach them. At this moment, the greedy dragon opened the treasure chest again, revealing an array of treasures, crowns, necklaces, emeralds, antique vases, golden swords. It hurled them madly at Chen Yi and Hilliard. The treasures roared through the air. Hilliard spread its wings, unleashing a massive storm of flames that descended abruptly. The treasures evaporated into air upon contact with the flames. The greedy dragon, surrounded by fire, was scorched black all over. At this point, Chen Yi began to cast falling stars. Countless meteors crashed down fiercely onto the greedy dragon. The golden protective shield on its body shimmered, and the meteor exploded upon impact, causing the shield to waver precariously. Witnessing this, Chen Yi sighed. Having an SSS level talent really is different. Previously, the diamond creatures on the 7th levels of the Tianbao Secret Realm and the Apocalypse Secret Realm only had SS level talents. That was why Chen Yi could take down so many of them at once. But dealing with a creature with SSS level talent was indeed challenging. However, challenging didn't mean impossible to kill. Chen Yi's starfall descended once again, and the meteor impacts made the ice island feel like it had experienced a massive earthquake. The greedy dragon's greed shield began to dissipate gradually. Finally, under Chen Yi's relentless firepower, the greedy dragon couldn't even lift its head. Its body was covered in deep wounds, and these injuries continuously eroded its vitality. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, the greedy dragon collapsed to the ground, motionless. At that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed from the greedy dragon's corpse. Seeing this, Chen Yi was so excited he almost jumped up. SSS level equipment had dropped. The system's voice echoed throughout the world. Chen Yi has cleared the national dungeon for the first time, rewarded with +1 luck and +1 level. Chen Yi has cleared the national dungeon for the first time, rewarded with +1 luck and +1 level. The system broadcasted the announcement 3 times. Chen Yi collected all the experience and gold, instantly leveling up to 58, with a progress rate of 34%. His luck value soared to 10 points. At this moment, upon hearing the news that Chen Yi had single-handedly slain the national boss, everyone was too shocked to speak. My god, is this even the same game anymore? It's Chen Yi again. Last time, he sold the diamond pet egg, and now he's taken down the national boss alone. What hope do we ordinary players have? Our national boss is still rampaging. Who will come to save us? I heard the legendary Yamada no Orochi appeared in Mount Futoyama and has already killed over 1 million people. When will our country have a player like the mage god Chen Yi? Enough talk, live or die, we stand with our nation. The Great Eagle Empire is the strongest. Nothing can make us bow. We Germans are the same. It's just a boss, what's there to fear? Respect to you all. Our papal state supports you from the bottom of our hearts. Meanwhile, Chen Yi paid no attention to the heated international discussions. His eyes were fixed on the white light emanating from the greedy dragon's corpse, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the SSS level equipment. He stepped forward and reached into the white light. A platinum-crafted crown appeared in his palm. Greed crown, level, SSS level. Effect, when killing enemies, experience and gold gained are increased by 300%. Seeing this, Chen Yi was stunned. This meant that from now on, all the experience he gained would be tripled. This was the first time Chen Yi had seen equipment that could increase experience points. He couldn't wait to put on the crown. From now on, his leveling speed would be 3 times faster. Although it wasn't as powerful as Zhang Haishan's 100-fold experience equipment, it was already incredibly impressive. Chen Yi understood that the value of this piece of equipment was more precious than the 10 SSS level Doomsday Black Phoenix equipment he had obtained before. This time, he had truly hit the jackpot. After all, he was already at level 58, and the difficulty of leveling up would only increase from here. Red Mist level-ups were extremely challenging. After all, in his previous life, it took 10 years after the Red Mist's arrival for a level 100 powerhouse to appear. However, in this rebirth, the flow of time had accelerated by hundreds of times. Although Chen Yi's experience gain had only increased 3-fold, he was already very satisfied. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for those nations to fall one by one. Chen Yi vaguely remembered that the second nation to be destroyed was Yu Country. Yu Country wasn't weak, on the contrary, it had many high-level talent professionals. The real problem is that the national boss of your country is too formidable. Rumor has it that it's a winged white tiger with extremely powerful attack capabilities. Teams that had defeated the white tiger boss in their previous lives said that this white tiger carries a curse, randomly taking the lives of 3 people upon its death. Therefore, no one dares to challenge the white tiger boss lightly. Chenny isn't foolish, going alone would be a death sentence. Hence, he didn't include your country in his target list. He only targets the weaker small country bosses. Meanwhile, in the Papal State, Jean Huanger also heard the news of Chenny solo clearing the Ice Island National Dungeon. She couldn't help but complain, "I didn't expect this kid to be so cunning. Before I even realized it, he went ahead and took down the boss by himself." Jean Huanger continued, "Sister, don't be discouraged. When the next country falls, we'll aim to be the second team to clear a national dungeon." Jean Huanger nodded, that's all we can do. However, the rewards for being second will never match those for being first, which made her feel quite unwilling. Other beta testers consoled her, "Boss, our strength isn't just for show. Clearing the second national dungeon will definitely still have rewards." At that moment, the system announcement rang out. Your country has failed to resist the national boss and is now destroyed. Your country's territory has become a super large dungeon, and the national boss has transformed into a dungeon boss. Then, 3 consecutive announcements were issued. Upon hearing this news, Jean Huanger immediately turned to everyone. "Now, everyone teleport to the border of your country." "Understood." After speaking, she quickly retrieved the corresponding teleportation scroll from her backpack. Subsequently, all 31 members of the Beta Tester Alliance turned into beams of white light and disappeared. The Beta Tester Alliance had already set up countless teleportation points worldwide, making their mobility unparalleled. Eventually, all beta testers entered the dungeon. The moment they entered, the system issued another announcement: Helan country has failed to resist the national boss and is now destroyed. Helan country's territory has become a super large dungeon, and the national boss has transformed into a dungeon boss. At this moment, Chenny heard the news and immediately directed Hilliard to fly toward Helan. He hadn't expected Helan to be the third to fall. This wasn't how things unfolded in his previous life. It seems that things are starting to change. Chenny planned to spend the next month traveling the world, defeating the weaker national bosses first. Inside the U Country dungeon, the Beta Tester Alliance had already arrived. At this moment, U Country was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Seeing this tragic scene for the first time, the beta testers felt both mentally and physically uncomfortable. A massive white tiger flew in from the horizon. Jean Huanger pulled up the white tiger boss's attributes: winged white tiger level 13 rank, world boss base strength, 1050 base constitution, 1000 base agility, 1200 base intelligence, 600 talent, heart of slaughter, SSS level, heart of slaughter, for every creature of the same level killed. Attack power permanently increases by 1%. Current stack, 10789 skills, white tiger divine slash, slaughter domain, white tiger divine claw, death bite. Seeing this, all the beta testers were stunned. This guy is unbelievably strong, and its talent has already stacked over 10,000. Facing it, they could be instantly killed at any moment. Jean Huanger also saw this, and immediately said, "Everyone, be careful. Support classes, prepare to cast group invincibility and group damage reduction. Jean Fomer, you focus on weakening the attack power of this winged white tiger." Understood. The 31 members of the Beta Tester Alliance immediately began their planned assault on the winged white tiger. At this moment, the white tiger's entire body radiated a golden white glow, as if a tangible force enveloped everyone. Just then, everyone simultaneously received a system notification: you have entered the white tiger's slaughter domain. All attributes decreased by 45%. Jean Huanger's eyes turned fierce. No wonder it wiped out the entire U kingdom. Jean Fonger, attack. Understood, sister. Jean Fonger conjured a ball of green light in her hand, which transformed into a streak of brilliance and struck the white tiger directly. The white tiger's attack power was instantly reduced by 99%. Seeing the debuff on the white tiger's attribute panel, everyone was invigorated. However, even with its attack power weakened by 99%, the white tiger's strength was still formidable. A shield-bearing beta tester charged to the front, his body instantly becoming indestructible, like an unbreakable diamond. The white tiger unhesitatingly swung its claw to attack. Boom! The beta tester was sent flying, a massive claw mark appearing on his diamond-like body. At that moment, a white light enveloped the beta tester, and his wounds healed instantly. This strike made everyone realize just how terrifying the White Tiger boss's attack power was. It couldn't be taken head-on. Jean Fonger's 99% attack power reduction only prevented instant death, but being hit would still result in severe injuries. Just then, a sudden blizzard began to fall from the sky. This was an S-rank spell cast by a mage among the beta testers who specialized in ice magic. Under the blizzard's cover, the White Tiger's speed visibly slowed. Jean Huanger decisively turned to the fox hunter behind her. Your weapon can ignore defense. Go test the waters, but don't get greedy in battle. Understood. The fox hunter shot toward the White Tiger like an arrow, the punishment falling in his hand aiming straight for the White Tiger's heart. Roar! The White Tiger's muscles swelled, and its defense instantly multiplied several times over. But the fox hunter's weapon, an SSS grade item that ignored defense, rendered even a 100-fold increase in the White Tiger's defense useless. As the spear tip pierced through, the White Tiger's heart suffered a heavy blow, causing it unbearable pain. Just as the fox hunter was about to strike again, the White Tiger lashed its tail, hitting him hard. Ugh! Blood spurted out as the fox hunter collapsed to the ground. In the distance, a white light flashed, and a beta tester with an SSS grade life talent quickly rescued the fox hunter, pulling him back from the brink of death. The fox hunter, still shaken, noticed that the punishment fang remained lodged in the White Tiger's heart. The White Tiger grew even more frenzied, its sanity on the verge of collapse. Seizing this critical moment, Jean Huanger drank a potion. Rapid Elixir, SS grade, increases speed by 1000% for 10 seconds. Jean Huanger's movements became so fast they were imperceptible. When she reappeared, the White Tiger was already tightly bound by the divine binding rope. The once mighty two-winged White Tiger that had annihilated the entire Yu Kingdom was now tied up like a pretzel, lying on the ground in utter humiliation. Jean Huanger smiled brightly. As expected, this divine binding rope is the ultimate artifact. Now, attack with everything you've got. Let's aim to become the second team to defeat a national dungeon boss. Understood. At Jean Huanger's command, countless powerful attacks rained down on the White Tiger. Among them, percentage-based damage attacks were the most prevalent. The White Tiger boss had no resistance to percentage-based damage and let out a series of anguished cries. Bound by the divine binding rope, it was completely unable to unleash any energy. Finally, the White Tiger boss closed its eyes. Under the attack of an SSS-grade poison sequence talent user, it was reduced to a pile of white bones. 3 beams of white light erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the system announcement rang out. The members of the Papal State have cleared the national dungeon for the first time. Reward, +1 level. 3 consecutive announcements were made. Jean Huanger stared at the beams of white light and stepped forward to retrieve the items within. They were a blade, a skill book, and a scroll. Tiger Soul Demon Blade level, SSS grade effect. For every enemy defeated, weapon attack power increases by 0.1%. White Tiger Divine Slash level, SSS effect. Activate the curse seal to summon the White Tiger, transform into the White Tiger, and slay enemies with a heaven-shaking strike. Slaughter Elixir level, SSS effect. After consumption, attack power doubles for 12 hours. All attacks ignore defense, and deal true damage. All top-tier SSS level. Before Jean Huanger and the others could celebrate for long, 3 streaks of black mist suddenly rose from the spot where the White Tiger had died. The speed was so fast that no one could react, and the mist directly entered the bodies of 3 members of the Beta Testers Alliance. Among them was the Beta Tester with the SSS-level poison sequence talent. Immediately after, the 3 collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly just happened? Jean Huanger quickly turned to a girl and said urgently, "Quick, revive the Poison Saint." The Poison Saint was the only SSS-level talent holder among the 3, far more valuable than the other 2. The only person in the team capable of using a resurrection skill immediately cast the spell on the Poison Saint's corpse. Before long, the Poison Saint woke up, but the other 2 could no longer be saved. This was because the resurrection skill could only revive those who had been dead for less than 7 days, and its cooldown period was as long as a month. Jean Huanger sighed. Zhao Yebai and Lilith are beyond saving. The others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If that death curse had fallen on them, they would have been the ones to die. But no one was overly sorrowful. In the Beta Testers Alliance, people from different countries and races had come together solely for mutual benefit. Once the benefits were gone, the alliance would naturally dissolve. The Poison Saint also understood the situation and felt a chill in his heart. "Boss, thank you." Jean Huanger shook her head and said, "I was too impulsive, I shouldn't have been so reckless." She then handed the skill book to Jean Fenger. "This SSS level skill book, give it to Zhao Yabai's sister." She looked at the others. "The SSS level magic blade and the slaughter elixir, give them to Lilith's mother." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jean Huanger's handling of the situation made everyone feel a sense of safety and belonging. After all, no one knew when they might die, and it was comforting to know their families would be taken care of. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, a resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears: the South Philippine nation has successfully slain its national boss. All national bosses have been eliminated. In this battle, 58 nations were destroyed, and 139 nations remain in the national war. National war countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The calamity was finally over. According to preliminary statistics, this disaster claimed approximately 900 million lives. This was equivalent to 12% of the global population. Vanishing suddenly. No one understood the value of life more than the survivors. The remaining nations had already begun assembling their first national war teams in full swing. Everyone was filled with confidence about the upcoming national war. The rewards for the national war had long been detailed by the Red Mist system, and each one was incredibly precious. These rewards could enhance the strength of an entire nation. And no one knew how many crises lay ahead, so every bit of strength mattered. The surviving nations had witnessed the true power of their advanced professionals during the national boss battle. Those who had thought they were doomed realized in the end that their nation's top experts had been hiding their strength all along. Some even claimed that the much-hyped Archmage of Yanhuang Nation was nothing more than a small fry compared to their own nation's top experts, far from being invincible. For a time, everyone was brimming with confidence in their own nations and was determined to win the National War Championship. At this moment, atop a snowy mountain peak, Chun-Yi and Hilliard sat side by side. During this period, Chun-Yi had already cleared 12 national dungeons and obtained 12 pieces of SSS-grade equipment. The reason he only cleared 12 dungeons was that many others had discovered the benefits of clearing national dungeons and were constantly competing with him for opportunities. However, securing 12 first clears was undoubtedly a world-class achievement. His level had already reached 59 with 74% experience, just a sliver away from level 60. For Chun-Yi, this was a milestone worth celebrating. He was confident that he could smoothly reach level 60 before the national war began. However, the bosses of some mid-tier countries were still beyond Chun-Yi's current strength to defeat solo. To level up, he would need to challenge secret realms. Among the equipment he had acquired, Chun-Yi found what he considered the most top-tier SSS-grade artifact, the Blink Ring. Level, SSS-grade, effect, Blink, Blink, instantly teleport 1 to 100 meters in a specified direction. Cooldown, only 1 second. For Chun-Yi, this was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful life-saving artifact. Currently, Chun-Yi already had 4 rings in his possession: the Koi Ring, the Eye of Insight, the Black Phoenix Ring, and the Blink Ring. He planned to eventually equip all 10 fingers with top-tier rings, further elevating his strength. Next, Chun-Yi took out a pet egg of the Undying Nether Phoenix and carefully observed it. Endless undead energy swirled around the eggshell, which had already developed fine cracks. At this moment, only 30 seconds remained until the Undying Nether Phoenix hatched. Chun-Yi was filled with anticipation for the attributes of the Undying Nether Phoenix. A surge of intense undead energy suddenly erupted from the depths of the snowy mountain. The sky instantly gathered heavy, dark clouds. Fortunately, Chun-Yi was currently in the Arctic, an uninhabited area where no one would be affected. The surrounding snow instantly turned pale, the grayish-white hue a mark of erosion by the undead energy. The pet egg of the Undying Nether Phoenix slowly floated upward, rising toward the sky. Crack! The pet egg suddenly split open. A small bird covered in gray down appeared before Chun-Yi. The bird hadn't even opened its eyes yet, but instinctively pecked at the broken eggshell with its beak, consuming it entirely. After finishing the eggshell, the down on its body began to change, gradually transforming into gray phoenix feathers. When the transformation was complete, a gray phoenix engulfed in cyan flames appeared before Chun-Yi. This phoenix looked identical to the world-ending black phoenix, except its feathers had turned gray and its flames cyan. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Chun-Yi's ear: "Your Undying Nether Phoenix pet egg has hatched. Congratulations on obtaining the pet Undying Nether Phoenix. Undying Nether Phoenix Grezel, Level 1. Grade, Primal, Base Strength, 150, Base Constitution, 160, Base Agility, 120, Base Intelligence, 230, Attribute Growth, Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 160, Agility plus 120, Intelligence plus 230. Talents, Endless Nirvana, SSS Grade, King of the Undead. SSS Grade. Endless Nirvana, revives through Nirvana 5 minutes after death, fully restoring health and permanently increasing base attributes by 10%. Skills, Core of Deathfire, unlocks at level 10, Deathfire Spread, unlocks at level 20, Spiritfire. Scorches the Sky, unlocks at level 30, Death Rebirth, unlocks at level 40, Death Domain, unlocks at level 50, Crimson Lotus Hellfire, unlocks at level 60. Seeing these attributes, Chen Yi's eyes widened in shock. Was this really the attribute set of a level 1 creature? Was he seeing things? If it reached level 100, its intelligence would reach 23,000. Chen Yi's mind was spinning. Primal grade? Could this be a tier beyond mythical? But something felt off. Mythical creatures and primal creatures weren't even in the same league, with a gap of 10 whole tiers between them. Chen Yi tried feeding the Undying Nether Phoenix 100 experience coins, but the experience bar didn't budge. Pets, unlike summon creatures, do not automatically level up with their masters, they need to level up on their own. Chen Yi suddenly understood why Jean Huanger's pet required 10 billion experience points in gold coins. He could only raise it to level 15 at most. Upgrading a diamond level creature was already this difficult, and for a primordial creature, it was even more challenging. He realized the heavy burden on his shoulders. No matter what, he decided to first raise this little one to level 10 to unlock its first skill. A level 10 Undying Nether Phoenix would already have the strength to rival a national level boss. If it could reach level 100, its power might be so overwhelming that even the combined forces of everyone in the Red Mist wouldn't be able to withstand a single sneeze from it. At this moment, the Nether Phoenix approached Chen Yi. Hilliard, overwhelmed by the aura it exuded, found it hard to breathe and quickly flew aside to avoid it, not daring to look directly at it. No matter what, I have fully merged with this body. I will not let you down in the future. The Undying Nether Phoenix looked at Chen Yi with firm and loyal eyes. Chen Yi knew that the soul of this phoenix was none other than the soul of Grezel. Alright, you can return to the pet space for now. I'll summon you when needed. Yes, Master. Don't worry, Master. Should I go and form an undead army? Chen Yi shook his head. No need. Those undead legions have already settled in Fengcheng. When you grow stronger, you can lead them. Understood, Master. Chen Yi then returned the Nether Phoenix to the pet space. Hilliard cautiously flew over. Master, this aura is truly the king among birds. I feel like my soul is being suppressed. Chen Yi waved his hand. It's fine. I won't let it out until it has grown. Alright, let's go. First, we're heading to the Tianji Bureau. Yes, Master. Hilliard spread its wings and carried Chen Yi toward Yanhuang. Chen Yi sat steadily on Hilliard's back, his mind replaying the details of the national war from his previous life. Although he hadn't been qualified to participate in the national battlefield in his past life, he had watched plenty of live broadcasts. Whenever all the national teams entered the interdimensional battlefield, the system would randomly assign them to different locations. The rules of the national war varied each time. In his previous life, some rules involved assigning each country a city, which would then be attacked by countless monsters. For every wave successfully defended, the country would receive rewards that enhanced its overall strength. The last surviving country would earn extremely generous rewards. Other rules required participants to move toward a central battlefield as the ground continuously collapsed, forcing everyone to converge. Along the way, there were various pieces of equipment and enhancement altars to boost strength. Rewards were distributed based on rankings, and the weakest country would even face penalties. There were also pure benefit rounds, where only resource rewards were distributed. The battlefield would contain countless monster dungeons that countries could choose to attack. Once conquered, corresponding monsters would appear within the country's territory, but these monsters would only take hits and not fight back. Their experience and drop rates were several times higher than those of ordinary monsters. In one instance from his past life, the Yanhuang national team conquered an elf dungeon. As a result, over 10 million elves appeared in Yanhuang, with countless handsome men and beautiful women among them. Some people, taking advantage of the rule that monsters wouldn't fight back, managed to capture many beautiful elf girls. When Chen Yi heard this news, he was overjoyed. However, such pure benefit rounds were rare. Most of the time, the battles were brutal and life-or-death struggles. Time passed, and Hilliard carried Chen Yi to the Tenji Bureau. The people there had long recognized Hilliard, so no alarms were raised this time. As soon as Chen Yi landed, he headed straight for the director's office. With 22 hours left until the national war began, he wanted to confirm whether the remaining 99 team members had been assembled. Lei Laohu had already received the news. When he saw Chen Yi enter, he smiled and said, "Your reputation has grown a lot recently. How are those small country bosses?" Chen Yi nodded. "Not bad. I was just about to ask how my team members are coming along." Lei Laohu replied, "The team members you requested are still being selected, but it's almost done. They're all in the talent testing room. Based on the information you provided, the country has divided the participants into Team 1 and Team 2. The strength of the two teams can't differ too much, so we're selecting 300 people from across the nation." 300 people? Chen Yi asked curiously. Lei Laohu explained, Team 1 and Team 2 each have 100 members, with another 100 as substitutes. The situation is dangerous, and accidents could happen at any time. Chen Yi nodded. The arrangement was indeed reasonable. Lei Laohu looked at Chen Yi. "This time, you'll lead Team 1, and Xia Liang will lead Team 2. Chen Yi said, "Alright, as long as my team isn't too weak, that's fine. The real hope lies with Team 2. Lei Laohu nodded. Xia Liang, Zhou Han, Zhang Haishan, and Su Chao are all in Team 2, they're very strong. Sui Tang applied to join your team, and I've already approved it." Chen Yi agreed upon hearing this. The battlefield in the alternate dimension doesn't result in true death. Those who die are teleported out and revived. Sui Tang joining was no problem, especially since her talents were all S level or higher, and her strength was solid. "No problem, she's quite capable. Do you want to visit the talent testing room to check on Team 1? Chen Yi shook his head. "No need. I'm about to reach level 60. I should hit it before the national battle begins. At that time, have Team 1 wait for me on the playground in front of the Tianji Bureau building. I'll head over." Lei Laohu pondered for a moment. "Alright, my former superior will also be there then. I hope you perform well." Chen Yi nodded. After all, the national battle slots were determined by the big shots of each country, and the red mist had granted them authority. "I'll make sure to." "Good, then I'm reassured." After speaking, Chen Yi returned to his room to prepare for entering the secret realm, aiming to reach level 60 before coming out. Meanwhile, in the talent testing room, 300 people selected from across the country had gathered, including one individual with an SS level talent who was highly valued by Xia Liang. His talent was exceptionally powerful even among SS levels. Halo Saint, SS level, all your Halo skills will have their range and effects enhanced by 100 times. In Xia Liang's view, such an SS level talent was almost approaching the top tier SSS level. At this moment, Xia Liang stood before a young man. "Lu Shengsheng, from now on, you'll be in Team 2. The country needs you." The young man shyly nodded. "Alright, I currently only have a killing halo and a healing halo. I wonder if the Tianji Bureau has other halo skills." Xia Liang shook his head. "Halo skills are extremely rare, but rest assured, the country will do its best to help you find them. You'll be able to learn all the halo skills available in the future." "Really?" Lu Shengsheng immediately became excited, feeling that staying in the Tianji Bureau for a lifetime wouldn't be a problem. But recalling what his boss had said to him before leaving, Lu Shengsheng felt conflicted. "Shengsheng, this time the country is just temporarily borrowing you. Don't forget about us, you still need to come back." At the time, Lu Shengsheng hadn't fully understood his boss's meaning, but now it was clear. The Tianji Bureau and his original Wild Wolf gang were worlds apart. The treatment was vastly different, and the prospects were infinitely brighter. Sigh, it's really hard to make a decision. No one knew how much time had passed when a shout rang out. "Team 1, assemble. Gather on the playground." It was Sui Tang calling out commands. Team 1 members had already started lining up. This time, the national battlefield's participating team was Team 1, so only Team 1's 99 members were called out. On the playground, Sui Tang began organizing the team. Lei Laohu and Sui Zhan had also arrived at the playground. Standing between them was an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Sui Tang ran up to Lei Laohu. "Team 1 is assembled and ready. Please give instructions." Lei Lahu nodded. Alright, let my former superior, Director Li, give a speech. Yes. Sui Tang turned and walked toward Team 1. Follow my command, attention. Team 1 stood at attention. The elderly man with graying hair stepped forward to address the group. Many had only seen Director Li on television before, and seeing him in person left them thrilled. I am Director Li. At this critical moment for the nation's survival, you have set aside personal interests to serve the country. You are the elite. Next, it's time for you to step onto the national battlefield. While Director Li was giving his speech, Chen Yi had already reached level 60 in the Tianqi secret realm. A system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations on reaching level 60 and unlocking the 6th talent, Miracle of Fortune. Miracle of Fortune, SSS level, all uncertain events will develop in your favor. The moment he unlocked Miracle of Fortune, Chen Yi felt as if the entire world had changed. Everything he did went smoothly, and his heart was filled with a sense of comfort. With Miracle of Fortune, it meant he would no longer encounter accidents. Even if someone schemed against him, he would turn danger into safety. Afterward, Chen Yi took out a black jade token, opened the door, and directly arrived at the Tianji Bureau. Many people were already standing on the training ground of the Tianji Bureau. Chen Yi quickly ran over, apologizing as he ran. Sorry, I'm late. An elderly man with graying hair looked at Chen Yi, his eyes full of admiration. In his view, Chen Yi seemed to be chosen by the heavens, every move aligning with divine will. It's fine, quickly join your team. At this moment, Sui Tang ran up to Chen Yi and winked. Captain, Team 1 has already assembled. Director Li is giving a briefing now. Hearing Sui Tang's words, Chen Yi finally realized that this was Director Li. In his previous life, during the second year after the Red Mist descended, Director Li had been sealed in an alternate dimension, using the only sealing scroll to lock it away. They hadn't seen each other for over a decade, so Chen Yi didn't recognize him immediately. However, this time, he would never let Director Li be sealed. With this thought, Chen Yi quickly greeted him. Hello, Director Li. Join your team. Next, it's time for you all to showcase your strength. Be careful, everyone. Yes. Chen Yi returned to the team. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. The national war has begun. Leaders of each country are selecting participants for the national war. Countries not selected will have their participants chosen randomly by the Red Mist. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. As time ticked down, a flash of white light appeared. A team of people instantly vanished from the Tianji Bureau's training ground. At the same time, a live streaming option appeared on everyone's system panel. People could directly watch the performance of their countries. Participants in the national war. Instantly, countless people flooded into the live stream, eager to see how their country's team would perform. Chen Yi's team, on the other hand, found themselves at the edge of a forest. Beneath their feet were various unfamiliar wild grasses, looking no different from the real world. A small path extended from the forest, seemingly leading somewhere. Standing at the forest's edge, the others were at a loss, unsure of what to do. After all, it was everyone's first time participating in the national war. Chen Yi, however, was replaying the details of the national war in his mind. Finally, he had a plan. This national war was called Crossroads. Thinking of the recently unlocked Miracle of Fortune, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was very familiar with the rules of this national war. All teams would be placed at the edge of the battlefield, with countless crossroads in front of them. Once a path was chosen, there was no turning back. Ultimately, all teams would converge at the central battlefield to determine the winner. Some crossroads were guarded by bosses. Defeating the boss would allow passage and reward the nation with benefits. Some crossroads had blessing altars, which would grant buffs to the team during battles. However, there were also cursed altars, which would impose negative effects on the team. Since retreating and flying were not allowed, teams would have to grit their teeth and endure the curses to pass through. Some crossroads were dead ends. If the path was impassable and the team couldn't reach the central battlefield, they would be eliminated. At other crossroads, teams might encounter squads from other countries, leading to fierce battles upon meeting. With these thoughts, Chen Yi's gaze grew resolute as he looked at his team. Now, follow me. With that, he led the group boldly onto the forest path. What lay ahead was unknown, but everyone could only follow Chen Yi and charge forward. Entering the path, Chen Yi led the team forward for about 1,000 meters. Soon, they arrived at an open area. The ground was made of dirt. Ahead of the clearing were 3 paths. A path leading to the grassland on the right, a path leading to the stream on the left, and finally, a path leading to the forest in the middle. The Yanhuang viewers in the livestream room saw this scene and began expressing their opinions. I think the outcome will be different depending on which path we take, but I want to keep going down the middle path to see what happens. Are you out of your mind? Just keep going straight? I think the grassland path on the right is the most important. I agree that the grassland is key. In this situation, an open view is the most advantageous. Besides, I read the battlefield rules. Flying is prohibited here, and you can't stray from the routes. If we keep heading into the forest, what if we run into an ambush? Walking along the stream, following the water, is the way to survive. Where there's water, there's hope. Seeing everyone arguing, Sui Tang turned to look at Chen Yi. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Chen Yi stared at the 3 paths, knowing that each choice was critical. This was the moment to rely on luck. Take the grassland on the right, he said, leading the team toward the grassland. Since flying was prohibited here, Chen Yi had Hilliard stand on his shoulder. When the viewers saw Chen Yi choose the grassland, those who had supported the choice proudly cheered in the livestream room. See? I was right. They walked along the grassland for over an hour. The team had already exited the forest, surrounded by waist-high grass. The sky was eerily quiet. Everyone was a bit tense, unsure of what lay ahead. Just as fatigue began to set in, a massive altar suddenly appeared before them. Everyone's spirits lifted. Chen Yi walked forward alone. There was no path around the altar. He understood that touching the altar was the only way to reveal a new path. He placed his hand on the altar. At the same time, a radiant 7-colored light enveloped them. All the participants on the battlefield heard the broadcast. Special announcement: all members of Yanhuang Nation have received an SSS level buff, with a 100% critical hit rate. The broadcast repeated 3 times. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, how is Yanhuang Nation so lucky? Our Kangaroo Nation only got a C-level buff. You all got a buff for your entire team? Our Tyrant team is still struggling against a giant fish monster. This is ridiculous. Yanhuang Nation gets all the benefits. Jealous? Well, that's what you get for not being born in Yanhuang. Better luck next life. Don't get cocky. Our strong players are no weaker than your mages. He. Chen Yi was also too shocked to speak. He hadn't expected to receive an SSS level buff directly. Resources are sourced from the internet and are for learning and exchange purposes only. Copyright belongs to the original author. For personal learning and trial reading only. If you like it, please purchase the official version. Thank you for your cooperation. If there is any infringement, please notify us for removal. A 100% critical hit rate. This meant that every attack would deal double damage. Overall combat power was instantly doubled. The team members were ecstatic. Finally, I can use that equipment that boosts critical damage. Mine can finally come in handy too. I used to think it was useless. I switched to being a priest. Will this critical hit affect healing? We'll find out when we try it later. Yeah, true. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The ground began to tremble. The altar that had granted them the buff slowly sank into the ground. The grassland before them, which had no path, suddenly split into 2 roads. Upon closer inspection, one road led to a desert, while the other ended at a lake. Everyone turned to Chen Yi, waiting for his decision. Having already experienced the benefits brought by the miracle of luck, Chen Yi decided to follow his heart for all future choices. We'll take the road to the desert, he declared, stepping onto the path leading to the desert. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. When they reached the end of the road, a vast desert unfolded before them. In the desert, there was a solid trail, indicating they could continue forward. Without hesitation, Chen Yi stepped onto the path. As they entered the desert, the grassland behind them gradually disappeared. Chen Yi glanced back, then resolutely fixed his gaze. Ahead. There was no turning back now. They pressed on, the sun blazing fiercely in the sky. Even though they were professionals, the intense sunlight was still unbearable. Some began to long for the lake they had just passed, wishing they had chosen that path instead. Time ticked by. They had been walking in the desert for 5 hours. The sun remained scorching, as if perpetually stuck at noon. The scenery around them was monotonous and unchanging, dull and tiresome. Just as everyone was about to give up, a massive scorpion lion suddenly appeared, blocking their way. The creature was muscular and let out a deafening roar. Seeing this, everyone immediately perked up. Chen Yi quickly pulled up the Scorpion Lion's attribute information, Desert. Scorpion Lion level, 30 grade, gold base strength, 234 base constitution, 221 base agility, 202 base intelligence, 128 talent, petrifying eye, SS grade, skills, pounce, bite. The Scorpion Lion's eyes suddenly locked onto Chen Yi. A beam of grayish light shot toward him, instantly enveloping his entire body. A notification sounded in Chen Yi's ears. You have been hit by the petrifying ray. Your body is beginning to petrify. Petrification being dispelled. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 40% resistance to petrification. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yi was unharmed. He countered with a scorching ray, 4 meters wide, aimed directly at the desert Scorpion Lion. The scorching ray was incredibly powerful. Against the level 10 scorching ray, the desert Scorpion Lion stood no chance. Moments later, the Scorpion Lion crumbled into a pile of ash. A system announcement rang out. The Yanhuang Nation has successfully slain the desert Scorpion Lion. As a reward, the probability of newborns awakening the petrifying eye talent has been doubled. Hearing this news, everyone was ecstatic. What? It can actually increase the chance of talent awakening. Newborns can awaken talents too? That's amazing. I was worried my child wouldn't awaken a talent and wouldn't survive in this world. Me too. My wife was already pregnant when the red mist descended. I was so afraid the child would be talentless and useless. How do you know it's a boy? Haha, I haven't. A grade talent, clairvoyant eye. So jealous. Can you see through equipment? Not telling you. At that moment, the system issued a series of announcements. The Holy Sea Nation has successfully slain the Phantom Banshee. All members are rewarded with a permanent 5% increase in movement speed. The Sakura Nation has successfully slain the Yellowstone Giant. All members are rewarded with a permanent 5% increase in base defense. The Kangaroo Nation has successfully slain the Lantern Leader. All members are rewarded with +1 intelligence. The Lighthouse Nation has successfully slain the Earth Tiger. All members are rewarded with +1 strength. The Romantic Nation has successfully slain the Gale Wolf. All members are rewarded with a 5% increase in attack speed. A string of reward announcements echoed. Clearly, nations around the world were defeating powerful bosses at this moment. Our Sakura Nation is the strongest. A 5% defense boost perfectly complements my talent. Ha, Kangaroo Nation is the strongest. You can't even compare. What are you arguing about? Our Lighthouse Nation was once the guiding light of the world, leading everyone toward freedom. Even after the Red Mist's arrival, we still are. The great German nation will never bow to you. You people. Our Romantic Nation was the 5th country to defeat the boss. While the online arguments were heating up, on the battlefield, Chen Yi heard the notification sound for defeating the boss. His heart tightened, and he immediately looked at the others. Now, hurry up and move forward. Understood. After the Scorpion Lion was defeated, 5 paths appeared ahead. Without much thought, Chen Yi chose one and walked forward. After leaving the desert, the group found themselves in a grassy field. The grass here wasn't as tall as before and looked no different from an ordinary prairie. In the distance, a tent caught everyone's attention. Could this be the monster's lair in this grassy field? Chen Yi led the group toward the tent. Outside the tent stood a young man dressed in luxurious attire, holding a harp and playing melodious music. The music made Chen Yi feel as if all his fatigue had vanished. The young man noticed Chen Yi and his group, his eyes filled with delight. Great! Warriors, please allow me to join you and compose an epic together. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yi's ears. Bard Angelo requests to join the team. Do you accept? Bard Angelo level, 30 rank, silver base strength, 112 base. Constitution, 145 base agility, 124 base intelligence, 193 talent, poetry prodigy, grade A, skills, boost morale, healing. Chords, love and peace. Seeing the bard, Chen Yi immediately realized he had encountered a rare follower tent. Follower tents allow the recruitment of 1 follower to join the team. With this bard, the journey would be filled with songs and lively atmosphere. More importantly, he could significantly boost morale. The miracle luck was indeed powerful. This bard was only at the silver rank. Later, there might be followers of dark gold or diamond rank. Chen Yi was confident in his luck. He looked at the bard. Alright, I agree. Join us. The bard's face lit up with joy, and he began to sing, Salute to you, warrior. You are the greatest hero. Under your glory, we shall sing and drink merrily. Although the lyrics didn't rhyme, the melody was captivating. The bard played his harp, and the music swept away the team's fatigue. Along the way, he also shared stories about the god of bards. One day, the god encountered a beautiful maiden whose singing was as melodious as a nightingale. The god was entranced, as if lying on a windowsill on a summer afternoon, feeling the breeze and being immersed in her song. To ensure the maiden would sing for him forever, the god tore her apart, using her thigh bone to create the world's first flute and her tendons and ribs to craft the first harp. Thus, music and bards were born. The team was left speechless after hearing the story. The live stream chat exploded with comments. I thought the god would take the maiden away. This ending is truly unexpected. Exactly, are all myths in other worlds this wild? Has anyone considered that maybe this really happened? This is too terrifying. How could there be such a god? No one can fully understand a god's thoughts. Perhaps you're only seeing a part of him. What are you talking about? I only believe in what I've seen with my own eyes. We're like living on a small island called ignorance, surrounded by an endless sea of darkness, but we don't necessarily have to set sail. Are you some kind of mystic? After these interludes, Chenny and his team reached the edge of the grassy field. Two paths appeared. Chenny directly chose the path leading to the beach. In no time, the group arrived at the beach. The distant sea looked incredibly real, and the next step was to head south along the shore. The group moved southward. At this moment, a giant eagle engulfed in flames appeared in the sky. The eagle looked ferocious and intimidating. Attribute information appeared before everyone. Flame purple shadow eagle level, 30 grade, dark gold base strength, 298 base constitution, 288 base agility, 234 base intelligence, 277 talent. Advanced fire affinity skills, wind and fire devastation, fire killing arrow, purple wing flame, heavenly fire descent. Screech! A sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. Suddenly, countless fireballs rained down from above, heading straight for the group. Everyone quickly scattered to evade the attack. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded one after another like missiles, leaving the entire beach in ruins. Some team members were directly injured, and the situation became critical. The bard, seeing this, hurriedly strummed the strings of his wind harp. A series of gentle notes floated out, carrying powerful healing energy. The injured team members quickly recovered as good as new. Seeing such intense firepower, the members of the first team felt a tightness in their chests. Facing a level 30 dark gold creature, they truly couldn't withstand it head-on. Captain, what do we do now? Someone asked anxiously. Chenny waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. Although the first team's members all had at least S-level talents, most of them hadn't reached level 30 yet. Dealing with a creature of this level was indeed quite challenging. Chen Yi's gaze turned to Hilliard. Ground this thing for me. Hilliard nodded in agreement. Yes, master. He unleashed a powerful whirlwind, instantly enveloping the flame-purple shadow eagle. Whoosh! The flame-purple shadow eagle plummeted to the ground like a stone. Boom! Its massive body created a large crater upon impact, sending dust flying everywhere. The purple shadow carver turned into a flightless bird, flapping anxiously in the pit. The surrounding sand had been scorched into semi-crystals by intense flames, and the atmosphere was tense. Chenny looked at all the team members, his tone resolute. From now on, I won't intervene. You must kill this purple shadow carver yourselves. The team members' eyes flickered, clearly hesitant. After all, a dark gold creature could withstand the attacks of 100,000 low-level professionals of the same rank. Although they were highly talented, their strength had not yet fully matured. Chenny continued to encourage them. This purple shadow carver is now grounded, its strength reduced by at least 50%. You are the elite of Yenhuang. I refuse to believe you can't even defeat a dark gold creature. Besides, if you die in the national battle, you can still be revived in reality. At these words, the team members finally let go of their fear. At that moment, a team member wielding a large blade stepped forward. I'll go. I used to work in a slaughterhouse, and I've killed more chickens than most people have seen. After the world changed, I even awakened the butcher talent. This purple shadow carver, I can definitely kill it. I'm in. Me too. Soon, the team members charged at the purple shadow carver with united determination. Chen-Yi quietly instructed Hilliard to release the Wind of Revival, ensuring that any injured team members could recover immediately. Chen-Yi sighed deeply. For the future of Yen Huang, he had done everything he could. But the purple shadow carver was not easy to deal with. Although the team members' morale was high, the creature's strength had not diminished. At this moment, the fiery pit it was in had completely turned into a lava pool. The scorching heat made the team hesitant to act rashly. They had to rely on those with long-range attacks to deal with the purple shadow carver. Ice Mist Spell, Ice Enchantment Arrow, Falling Rock Spell, Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, countless skills and arrows rained down on the purple shadow carver. These team members, all with at least S-level talents, made the creature cry out in pain. Shriek! The purple shadow carver flapped its wings again. The purple flames in the lava pit instantly expanded tenfold. Feeling the intense heat, 3 team members immediately cast frost hearts toward the lava pit. Although their frost hearts weren't as powerful as Chun-Yi's, their innate talents amplified the effect, increasing the power by at least tenfold. The icy aura spread rapidly. The molten lava, heated to a boil, began to solidify. The one suffering the most was the flaming purple shadow carver, which was most vulnerable to cold environments. Shriek! With a cry, the flaming purple shadow carver's body was once again engulfed in flames. But this time, the flames were purple-red. Seeing this, Chen-Yi quickly shouted, "Retreat! This is the flaming purple shadow carver's scorched earth skill." The team members immediately retreated. In less than 10 seconds, they had fallen back over 500 meters. A tornado carrying purple-red flames erupted from the lava pit. The tornado didn't rampage but slowly expanded, transforming into a massive fiery whirlwind. On the beach, all the sand and rocks touched by the flames either crystallized or turned to ash. The team members continued retreating. After falling back a full kilometer, they finally escaped the range of scorched earth. Seeing the scene before them, the team members couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If a dark gold creature was already this powerful, they couldn't imagine how the captain and the second team captain had managed to take down the apocalyptic Black Phoenix. "Keep going," Chen-Yi said, staring at the team members. "The flaming purple shadow carver is already weakened. Now is the best time." "Yes." Hearing the order, the team members charged at the flaming purple shadow carver again. Another round of fierce attacks ensued. The creature, lying in the lava pit to rest, was struck so hard it became disoriented. Many of its feathers fell off. The surrounding lava, melted by the flames, was completely cooled by the frost hearts. The flaming purple shadow carver tried to struggle. Unexpectedly, the team member who claimed to have the butcher talent rushed forward. "I've been slaughtering chickens for so many years. Aren't you just a big chicken? I've finally found your weakness. Watch me take you down." In the blink of an eye, he was already riding on the neck of the blazing purple shadow eagle, desperately entangled in combat. The purple shadow eagle was engulfed in flames, but the butcher team member's body glowed red, rendering him immune to the fire's damage. Chen-Yi was astonished at the sight. He carefully observed the butcher's talent using the Eye of Insight. Butcher, SS grade, when using bladed weapons, damage to all creatures is increased by 1000%. When striking in enemies' weak point, defense is ignored, and all enemy attacks are nullified. This was undoubtedly a top-tier SS grade talent. This team member had to be prioritized for cultivation. At that moment, the blazing purple shadow eagle let out a miserable cry. Its head was severed with a single slash from the butcher. Purple blood spurted from its neck, the scorching liquid falling into the lava pit and instantly reopening a large hole in the recently solidified magma. The blazing purple shadow eagle struggled violently. The butcher team member immediately retreated out of the attack range and ran to Chen-Yi. "Captain, this purple shadow eagle is done for. Killing it was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. It'll struggle for a bit, but once it bleeds out, it's over." Chen-Yi nodded. After all, the blazing purple shadow eagle had already lost its head. The other team members cheered as well. This was the first dark gold creature they had taken down with their own strength. Meanwhile, the blood in the lava pit had completely drained. The body immediately ceased all movement. Normally, the vitality of a dark gold creature shouldn't be so fragile. But it had encountered a butcher who could ignore defenses. Could it survive without a head? Of course not. At the same time, a system announcement popped up. The Yanhuang Nation has successfully slain the blazing purple shadow eagle. As a reward, all members of the Yanhuang Nation receive a permanent 10% increase in fire resistance. Players from the Yanhuang Nation in the livestream were so excited upon hearing the news that they nearly jumped out of their seats. Wow! A 10% increase in fire resistance. I finally have a chance to challenge the Flame Abyss. You're going to the Flame Abyss too? What level are you? Let's team up. I'm level 17, and you? I'm level 16. Add me as a friend, and let's go together. Sure. See? Even without relying on the mage god, our other powerhouses are so strong that they took down a dark gold creature directly. Yeah, truly. Blessed by the heavens, Yanhuang. The nation is safe now. Salute to the National Battle Team members. Absolutely, salute. A single fire resistance potion costs 500 experience coins. Think of how much we've saved. I'm so excited to see what's next. I just came back from the Little Sakura livestream, and they've already gotten 2 buffs. Little Sakura? They're just a bunch of kids living a decent life. Just wait and see. Our great Yanhuang will definitely be number 1. On the national battlefield, Jean Huanger was walking when she heard the announcement and frowned. She hadn't expected the reward to be a resistance boost, such a rare reward. It seemed that the national battle was indeed a great place to enhance one's strength. Other beta testers were also surprised. The Yanhuang team has such incredible luck. In such a short time, they've already found another dark gold creature. Yeah, we're so unlucky. We ran into an S-grade cursed altar, and everyone's base stats were reduced by 10%. Boss, what should we do next? This national battlefield is so strange. Why didn't they let us participate in the national battle during the beta test? The beta testers had already lost their advantage of foresight and could only rely on their early accumulation to stay ahead. Jean Huanger frowned and said, "Cameron, remember this: when we encounter Xiao Liang in the central battlefield, immediately use your skill to break invincibility. Make sure you remember. This skill is the key to us securing first place." Understood, boss. They didn't know that Yanhuang had only sent one top-tier powerhouse, Chen-Yi. This time, Jean Huanger had brought all the beta testers, with the rest supplemented by the clergy of the Holy See. At that moment, a massive altar appeared before all the beta testers. Seeing the altar, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. They had encountered it before, the cursed altar. If you don't move forward, you'll be eliminated. But moving forward means bearing a curse. Jean Huanger gritted her teeth, walked up to the altar, and placed her hands on it. Instantly, a dense black light erupted, enveloping everyone in the Papal State. A notification sounded in their ears. Special announcement: all members of the Papal State are now under an SSS level curse, reducing all basic attributes by 50%. Jean Huanger's face instantly turned as dark as ink. Other beta testers who heard the announcement felt a surge of fear. It seemed like entering this national battlefield had completely ruined their luck. Chun Yi was a bit surprised when he heard it. He wondered if it was the effect of his miracle luck. If so, it was truly heaven-defying, not only enhancing his own luck but also weakening the enemy's. Because of the SSS level curse on Jean Huanger and her group, everything was now unfolding in his favor. This perfectly aligned with the description of miracle luck's effects. Meanwhile, the live streams from various countries were filled with excitement. "Ha! I heard the Papal State got outplayed by a group of top-tier experts. I thought the Papal State would take first place, but now it's anyone's game." The Papal State's livestream was flooded with comments. "God bless Yen Huang. God bless the lighthouse. God bless the kangaroo. God bless Tyrant." Yen Huang's viewers were speechless as they watched the screen. At this moment, Chen Yi and his team reached the end of the beach. There were 10 paths ahead, and everyone looked to Chen Yi, waiting for his decision. After a moment of thought, Chen Yi led the group down the third path. The surrounding sky instantly shifted, and a vast desert landscape appeared before them. Amid the desert stood a conspicuous farmhouse. Chen Yi's heart lifted slightly. Could it be another recruitable follower? Let's go. Chen Yi led the group toward the farmhouse. When they arrived, a large lamb was being roasted over a fire. An elderly man in tattered clothes was intently watching the roasting meat, holding a bowl of seasoning and occasionally brushing sauce onto the lamb. In the Yenhuang live stream, "Wow, our team is so lucky. While others are dealing with curses or tough paths, look at us, we've stumbled upon another recruitable follower. Exactly, all the luck is on our side now." What do you think this old man's rank will be? Our national team hasn't revealed his stats yet, so don't rush. At that moment, Chun Yi directly opened the old man's stats, and the viewers leaned closer to their screens. Shadow Walker Alamy, level 30, rank Diamond, base. Strength 300, base Constitution 290, base Agility 300, base Intelligence 270, Talent Shadow Body, SS level, Skills Shadow Cloak, Life Drain, Shadow Kill, Stealth. Both Strength and Agility were maxed out. Seeing the stats, the viewers were ecstatic. No way, it's actually a diamond-ranked follower. We've got this in the bag. Yeah, things just keep getting better and better. I wonder what the reward for first place in the national war is. Will everyone level up? That would be amazing. I want a girl as a reward. Do you think they'll give me one? You're dreaming. If they give out girls, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while eating poop. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. The old man stood up when he saw Chen Yi and his group. Are you warriors of the war? Chen Yi nodded. Follow me, then. Not so fast. You have to eat this lamb with me first, and then I'll go. Chen Yi glanced at the golden, roasted lamb and immediately used his eye of insight to inspect it. Poison lamb, rank, dark gold, description. Lamb coated with a dark gold grade poison. Eating it will reduce all attributes by 30%. Chen Yi instantly understood. This guy was a recruitable follower with a penalty attached. Eating the meat will make them follow, but their attributes will drop by 30%. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. He stared hard at the Shadow Walker, determined to overpower him with sheer presence. Recruiting through force was also an option, the rules allowed it, and the Shadow Walker wouldn't rebel. What if we don't eat it? The Shadow Walker immediately turned his head. Then forget it. If we can't agree, there's no need to say more. I'll wait for the next group of warriors. Sui Tang walked up to Chen Yi and whispered, "Brother Yi, what do we do next?" Chen Yi waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Everyone, retreat 1 kilometer. Understood. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the Shadow Walker and said, "In that case, you can go die." As he finished speaking, a fireball began to form in his hand. His fireball technique had already reached level 10. The size had shrunk significantly, from the size of a water tank to that of a basketball, but its power had increased more than tenfold. Simply put, it compressed the flames. Shrinking from a water tank to a basketball, the resulting power and impact were unimaginable. The Shadow Walker's pupils contracted. If he were hit by this fireball, he would either die or be severely injured. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down. "Great warrior, I am willing to fight alongside you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately dispelled the fireball. Technique. A notification sounded in his ear, "Shadow Walker Alamy has joined your team." Netizens were stunned. Damn, so this is possible? I thought it was going to fail, but I didn't expect this outcome. God of Magic, you're tough? I'm tougher. Shadow Walker. Meow meow meow? Ha ha ha, that description is spot on. Thanks, I laughed so hard. At this moment, the team members, hearing the commotion, also came over. They hadn't expected this result. It seemed this follower feared toughness but not softness. Chen Yi looked at the Shadow Walker and said sternly, "From now on, you must remain invisible at all times, only appearing at critical moments." The Shadow Walker nodded. Understood, warrior. Just then, 3 new paths appeared behind the farmhouse courtyard. Everyone focused their gaze on Chen Yi. Every decision he made had never been wrong. Following him was undoubtedly the right choice. Chen Yi looked at the 3 forks in the road and immediately fixed his gaze on the middle path. Take the middle one. The team immediately rushed toward the middle path. Meanwhile, Sakura Nation's Chizumaki Doichi and Iori Chiyuki were also standing at a crossroads, making their choice. The surging wind fan in Iori Chiyuki's hand began to emit a faint glow. Eventually, the fan transformed into a red gust of wind and flew toward one of the paths. Seeing this, Iori Chiyuki said firmly, "Take this path." This was the most important function of her surging wind fan, guiding the correct direction. It could help the team find the most advantageous route. With this skill, Sakura Nation's team had already gained 2 powerful buffs. Hearing her say this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Iori Chiyuki had demonstrated the power of her equipment multiple times, leaving no reason to doubt her. Beside her, Chizumaki Doichi's face darkened. He was the team leader, while Iori Chiyuki was only the deputy leader. Now, everyone was listening to her, which made him feel his authority was being gradually undermined. Although he wasn't petty, this feeling made his usually smooth mood uncomfortable. At this moment, Chen Yi's team had already reached the middle path. Upon entering the valley, they saw an altar. Chen Yi immediately noticed that this altar was identical to the blessing altar he had seen before. The others also saw the altar clearly and cheered excitedly. However, on the other side of the altar, Iori Chiyuki and Chizumaki Doichi had also led their team to arrive. Chen Yi saw the people from Sakura Nation. Leading them was Chizumaki Doichi, who looked familiar to Chen Yi. The woman walking at the front of the team, however, was someone Chen Yi had never seen before. Chunyi thought to himself, miraculous luck wouldn't let him encounter bad things. Could encountering these well-off Sakura people lead to anything good? Thinking of this, Chunyi activated the Eye of Insight to check Shinsho Daoichi's skills. After all, during the final Sacred Realm, Shinsho Daoichi's move had left a deep impression on him. If Shinsho Daoichi used that move again, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. Finally, Chunyi saw the detailed information about the skill. Heaven-slaying, unique, strike. Enemies with pure sword energy, for every 1 minute of charging, the power doubles. Cooldown, description, a sword technique capable of severing even the heavens. Seeing the words cooldown, a trace of excitement flashed in Chunyi's eyes. He hadn't expected the move to still be on cooldown. Having just finished battling the national boss, Shinsho Daoichi must have used this move. Since it's still on cooldown, I'm not afraid of you. Chunyi's mood improved greatly. However, he also knew that Shinsho Daoichi would definitely look for an opportunity in the real world to eliminate him. Otherwise, this person would remain a significant threat. At this moment, both sides arrived at the altar. Shinsho Daoichi was the first to place his palm on the blessing altar. A beam of white light instantly enveloped everyone from Sakura Nation. Congratulations on receiving an A-grade blessing, all members' base attributes increased by 5%. Seeing this, Chunyi also placed his hand on the altar. With a loud roar, a 9-colored pillar of light erupted from the altar. Everyone from Yanhuang Nation felt a massive surge in their internal strength. A battlefield-wide announcement echoed, Yanhuang Nation has received an SSS grade blessing, all members' base attributes increased by 50%. Upon hearing this news, Jin Huaner on the other side turned pale. Damn Chunyi, how is his luck so ridiculously good? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, Sakura Nation's audience exploded. This is cheating. Yanhuang Nation must be cheating. How can the difference be so huge when using the same altar? I refuse to accept this. We must complain to the Red Mist officials. Let's all file a joint protest and demand Yanhuang Nation be kicked out of the battlefield. I support this. Sakura Nation's comments were transmitted to Yanhuang Nation's side. Someone sneered, complained to Red Mist? You might as well go pray to Buddha. Exactly, do you really think Red Mist will care? At this moment, a system announcement was issued. Sakura Nation has questioned the balance and fairness of Red Mist's rules. National battle failure penalties will be doubled. The livestream chat instantly fell silent, followed by an explosion of mocking comments. Haha, Sakura Nation, you still dare to question? What a self-inflicted joke. Let's see if you dare to speak now. This joke will keep me laughing all day. I'll laugh for a month. I'll laugh for a year. I'll laugh for 2 years. Ha 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 ha. No one from Sakura Nation dared to question further, and their comments decreased by 90%. At this moment, the altar on the battlefield had disappeared, but the path to the next stage had not yet appeared. Clearly, the new path would only open after a decisive victory. Both Yanhuang Nation and Sakura Nation's people stared intently at each other. The Sakura Nation members' eyes were filled with envy. How could the difference be so vast with the same altar? But this was a national battlefield. Once they encountered each other, a fierce battle was inevitable. Everyone silently resolved to give it their all. At this moment, although Chunyi had shaved his head, Shinsho Daoichi still recognized him. Chen-san, we meet again. Where is Xia-san? I don't see him. Shinsho Daoichi looked puzzled. Their intelligence indicated that Yanhuang Nation's two top experts, Xia Liang and Su Qiaoer, had not appeared. As for Zhang Haishan, the intelligence described him as an ordinary high-level player. Despite being ranked first in level, his strength was average. Shenny smiled and said, "You'll find out when they show up." Then he turned to look at Hilliard. "Can you handle these guys?" Hilliard nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Master. I am a mythological creature, these people are nothing before me." Shen-Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Hilliard leapt directly to the ground, ready for action. Under the rules of the national war, flying was prohibited here. But even on the ground, Hilliard could easily annihilate these warriors from Sakura Nation in seconds. At this moment, Hilliard, along with Chun-Yi, had reached level 60, with an agility stat as high as 900 points. Such strength was enough to rival the bosses of some mid-tier nations. When the Sakura Nation team members saw Hilliard, some even laughed. Just a little eagle like this, dreaming of wiping them all out? What a joke! However, Shisho Michichi and Iori Chiyuki's expressions were far from relaxed. According to intelligence, this little eagle was actually a mythical creature. Moreover, Chen-Yi had already reached level 60, meaning they were facing a level 60 mythical creature. Shisho Michichi was only level 52, and Iori Chiyuki was just level 48. The level gap was obvious, making this battle a tough one. Not to mention the other Yanhuan Nation team members lurking behind them, watching like tigers eyeing their prey. But thinking of the countless Sakura Nation people behind them, the two's gazes became resolute. Shisho Michichi drew his only top-tier weapon, 10,000 blades. Iori Chiyuki, on the other hand, took out the Sun Wind Fan. Shen-Yi's eye of insight swept over them and discovered that both of them were holding unique equipment. He couldn't help but marvel internally, wow, this little Sakura Nation actually has two pieces of unique equipment. Impressive. At this moment, Iori Chiyuki made the first move. She had awakened the Shikaku bloodline and transitioned into a Wind Whisper mage. She summoned a storm spirit. Seeing the storm spirit, Chen-Yi felt a bit nostalgic, wondering how the Storm Lord Narax's injuries were doing. Later, he planned to have Narax team up with Hilliard, and with the Undying Nether Phoenix as the captain, their combined strength would surely sweep away all enemies. Just then, a whirlwind blew out from Iori Chiyuki's fan. This was the special effect of the Sun Wind Fan. Every normal attack carried a whirlwind. But for Hilliard, it was completely ineffective. The whirlwind disappeared as soon as it approached him. After all, he was the god of wind eagles, the master of the wind. Seeing her attack fail, Iori Chiyuki directly waved her fan toward the sky. Reverse Sky Storm. In the high sky, a red whirlwind began to take shape. Hilliard also blew out a whirlwind, his ultimate move, capable of suppressing most wind-based attacks. Yet the red whirlwind continued to form. Hilliard was somewhat surprised. This wind could actually resist his west wind suppression. It must be a special type of wind, only winds imbued with rules could counter his west wind. Within the red whirlwind, sharp wind blades began to shoot out, each blade 3 meters long and incredibly sharp. Chen-Yi used his eye of insight to see clearly. Wind of Nurture, the Sun Wind Fan's innate skill, capable of firing 100,080 powerful wind blades, sharp enough to cut a strand of hair. As expected of unique equipment, this skill was a perfect weapon for attrition battles. The bosses of Sakura Nation were likely held off by this skill, then killed by Shisho Michichi's heaven-slaying strike. But as soon as the wind blades touched Hilliard, he easily blocked them with just the feathers on his body. Chen-Yi knew how formidable these feathers were. Each one naturally carried a wind-controlling array. Previously, when Hilliard was sprinting at supersonic speed, they had protected him flawlessly. After the red whirlwind finished firing all its wind blades, the red feathers on the Sun Wind Fan began to dim. Seeing this, Iori Chiyuki felt a pang of heartache. This was the fan's source power, and it would take at least a few months to recover. Looking at Hilliard, completely unscathed, Iori Chiyuki felt unwilling. She had used her strongest move right from the start, yet she hadn't even scratched. This Wind Eagle. Her heart was filled with a sense of defeat. On the side, Shisho Michichi felt a slight sense of satisfaction upon seeing this, but outwardly, he maintained his composure. He absolutely couldn't show any pettiness in front of all the Sakura Nation people. Pulling out the 10,000 fathoms sword, Xianqiu Doi fixed his gaze on Hilliard. Now was the time for him to strike. But in the next second, an endless storm of flames filled the space surrounding all the Sakura Nation team members. The southern wind of destruction was unleashed without hesitation by Hilliard. You've been attacking all this time, now it's my turn. Within this endless inferno, the vast majority of Sakura Nation team members were instantly reduced to ashes, eliminated from the battlefield. Only 5 remained. Standing at Xianqiu Doi, Iori Chiyuki, and 3 other members with SS-level fire talents. Their powerful fire abilities granted them exceptional resistance to flames, preventing them from being burned to ash by the southern wind. Even so, they refused to give up, for behind them were the Sakura Nation people they must protect. With this thought, Xianqiu Doi brandished the 10,000 fathoms sword and charged fiercely at Hilliard. Waves of sword energy continuously shot out, resembling an endless rain of arrows. These sword energies contained the ultimate principles of swordsmanship. Hilliard could block the sword energy, but the deeper laws of swordsmanship were not so easily countered. Several feathers on his body broke off, but thanks to his own wind of renewal, the broken feathers instantly regenerated, as if he had never been injured. Xianqiu Doi lacked powerful attack skills, possessing only some C-level and D-level sword techniques. However, with the enhancement of his SSS level talent, these low-level skills unleashed power comparable to S-level abilities. Unfortunately, his agility was inferior to Hilliard's, and his attacks often missed their mark. No matter how strong an attack is, it must hit the enemy to count. After hours of intense battle, Xianqiu Doi's spirit began to wane. His body remained sturdy, but his mental endurance couldn't sustain such high-intensity combat. Shenny observed this clearly. If Hilliard wanted to kill Xianqiu Doi, it would take several more hours. So, Shenny unleashed the Ice Prison Judgment from the sidelines. While Xianqiu Doi was still locked in combat with Hilliard, the surrounding air suddenly turned icy cold. In the sky, ice-blue snowflakes began to fall, their beauty tinged with an eerie quality. As the 10,000 fathoms sword touched the snowflakes, a surge of frost immediately spread to his palm, as if trying to freeze him solid. Seeing this, Hilliard quickly moved to Chun Yi's side. Shenyi created a safe zone where the Ice Prison Judgment would not attack targets within it. This time, the Ice Prison Judgment lacked the support of the Ice God's Codex, so its power was not as overwhelming as during the campaign against the Doomsday Black Phoenix. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with Xianqiu Doi, who lacked skills. The snowfall grew denser and denser. The 3 Sakura Nation team members with SS level fire talents were soon frozen into ice sculptures, then transformed into white light and eliminated from the National Destiny battlefield. Iori Chiyuki, wielding the Sun Wind Fan, desperately fanned it, trying to disperse the surrounding snowflakes. But in the next moment, icy tentacles emerged from the ground. Countless tendrils appeared rapidly, encircling her completely. Xianqiu Doi resisted with all his might, but the severe cold caused his body to gradually stiffen. In the end, the two were powerless to resist and were bound by the icy tentacles, both eliminated. There was no way, they simply couldn't win. All the people of Sakura Nation gained a new understanding of Chun Yi's abilities. The next moment, the system announcement rang out: Sakura Nation's entire team has been eliminated by Yanhuang Nation. All Sakura Nation citizens' lifespans reduced by 5 years. Punishment doubled. All Sakura Nation citizens' lifespans reduced by 10 years. Yenhuang Nation defeats Sakura Nation, all citizens' lifespans increased by 5 years. The system announcement. Repeated 10 times. The cold and merciless words sent a bone-chilling fear through all the people of Sakura Nation. Oh no, my father is dead. He still had so much time left. Ah, I've lost 10 years of my lifespan. Doesn't that mean I'll die 10 years earlier? I don't want this. Damn it, is there no one left in Sakura Nation? How could they let these two lead the team in the national battle? Exactly. My grandfather is dead, it's all their fault. These two people are eternal sinners. Request the nation to execute them. That. Shisho Michichi, since you preach the spirit of Bushido, then commit seppuku. At this moment, all the people of Sakura Nation forgot their efforts to defeat the national boss and protect lives. The newly resurrected Shisho Michichi and Iori Chiyuki looked at all this, feeling more helpless than having their lifespans shortened. Could it be that everyone in Sakura Nation is like this? Are such citizens even worth protecting? Regardless of the reasons, regardless of right or wrong, without distinguishing who was at fault, all problems and responsibilities were pushed onto these two individuals. This is infuriating. Shisho Michichi couldn't help but curse. His usual patience and composure vanished in this moment. I never thought these citizens could be so foolish. Foolish to the extreme. Iori Chiyuki didn't speak, but it was clear she agreed with Shisho Michichi's words. On the other side, the atmosphere in Yenhuang Nation was completely different. Everyone's faces were lit up with smiles. Ah, my lifespan increased by 5 years, my great technique is truly amazing. This is so satisfying, so enjoyable. I don't even need to look at the comments to imagine the reactions of those Sakura Nation people. Quick, go watch, it's hilarious. What's going on? Why is this so funny? Those Sakura Nation people, because their relatives' lifespans were shortened and they passed away, held a vote. The vote was about, do you want Shisho Michichi to commit seppuku as an apology? Now the support rate has reached 85%. This is insane. Are these people brainless? Without Shisho Michichi, who else can represent them in the national war? Haha, who knows, maybe their Amaterasu will step in. I'm from Lighthouse Nation, and I never thought Sakura Nation people could be this foolish. Hopefully, our lighthouse can guide them to the right path. For some reason, I really feel those two are so wrong. We in Goryeo welcome you to join us. This farce made the whole world see just how foolish the people of Sakura Nation truly were. However, at this moment, Chen-Yi on the national battlefield was unaware of these events. He chose a path and led everyone forward. Chen-Yi knew that since they had already encountered Sakura Nation people, the center should not be far away. Next, they might encounter people from other nations. Thinking of the strange abilities of those SSS level talent holders, Chen-Yi immediately heightened his vigilance. The rewards for being first in the national war were too generous. He would never let his own mistakes cost him this precious opportunity. The Yenhuang team was currently passing through an intersection. Ahead was a vast plain. Although most of it was grassland, the national war space had specially created a path without weeds to make walking easier. Walking along the path, everyone was thrilled. They had just easily defeated Sakura Nation without much effort. It seemed that the Yenhuang team was set to secure first place without any issues. It was said that the rewards for first place were extremely generous, capable of elevating the strength of the entire nation to a new level. As they walked, a series of announcements rang out continuously. Bear Nation eliminated Italy Nation. Bear Nation's citizens' base attributes increased by 1 point, while Italy Nation's citizens' base Attributes decreased by 1 point. Lighthouse Nation eliminated Cactus Nation. Lighthouse Nation's citizens' experience gain increased by 1%, while Cactus Nation's citizens' experience gain decreased by 1%. Papal Nation eliminated Emerald Nation. Papal Nation's citizens' luck increased by 1 point, while Emerald Nation's citizens' luck decreased by 1 point. Brother Nation eliminated Kangaroo Nation. Brother Nation's citizens' lightning resistance increased by 5%, while Kangaroo Nation's citizens' lightning resistance decreased by 5%. Goryo Nation eliminated Persia Nation. Goryo Nation's citizens' physical damage reduction increased by 1%, while Persia Nation's citizens' physical damage reduction decreased by 1%. White Elephant Nation eliminates Romantic Nation. All citizens of White Elephant Nation gain a 1% increase in physical accuracy, while all citizens of Romantic Nation suffer a 1% decrease in physical accuracy. The announcements kept coming, and the sounds of eliminations echoed one after another. Hearing this news, the team members' heartbeats quickened. This national war was truly intense. However, they quickly grasped the key to the situation. At the beginning, teams from various nations were scattered around the outskirts, coexisting relatively peacefully. But as everyone gradually moved toward the center, conflicts between nations became increasingly frequent. Chunyi led his team, constantly crossing intersections, climbing snowy mountains, traversing grasslands, and wading through swamps. Along the way, they discovered 3 blessing altars. These altars offered S-level blessings, a 50% increase in movement speed, a 10% increase in damage reduction, and a 30% boost in critical damage. These blessings were incredibly valuable to the Yanhuang team. Strangely, apart from encountering the Sakura Nation, the Yanhuang team hardly ran into any other national teams. Chunyi knew this was due to his good fortune. As time passed, elimination announcements became more frequent, with nations being eliminated almost every few minutes. Based on this information, Chunyi deduced that fewer than 10 nations would ultimately enter the battlefield. He led his team forward, feeling that they were getting closer to the central battlefield. Just then, a massive golden elephant blocked their path. This elephant was much larger than any real-life counterpart, its entire body radiating a dazzling golden light. Behind it was a single path, but it was blocked by dense shrubs. According to the rules of the path, it seemed they had to defeat this elephant to proceed. Chunyi's heart raced as he saw the elephant. This was the gatekeeper boss leading to the central battlefield. Defeating it was the only way to qualify for entry into the central battlefield. Only teams that entered the central battlefield could compete for first place. Chunyi examined the elephant's attributes. Golden Sacred Elephant. Level 30, Grade, Diamond, Base Strength, 300, Base Constitution, 300, Base Agility, 280, Base Intelligence, 289, Talents, Indestructible Body, S-Level, Divine. Strength, S-Level, Endless Vitality, S-Level, Skills, Unstoppable, War Roar, Earthshaking Stomp, Merciless Charge. This was actually a diamond-grade creature. The entire Yanhuang team was stunned. Moreover, it possessed 3 S-level talents. Combined with its diamond grade, its strength was unimaginably powerful. Yanhuang's online community was equally shocked. I didn't expect the gatekeeper boss to be a diamond grade creature. I wonder how the mage god will handle this. I don't think the mage god will let the team charge in recklessly. After all, a diamond-grade creature is equivalent to an army of 1,000,000. It's way too strong. Hopefully, the mage god will give them enough preparation time, otherwise, it'll be a total wipeout. The Yanhuang team members were all staring intently at Chunyi at this moment. After all, even the dark gold creatures they had fought before had pushed them to their limits. Now, facing a diamond-grade creature, the pressure was even greater. If the captain asked them to fight again, it would be a real problem. Chunyi stared at the golden elephant, calculating in his mind. Based on his earlier assessment, the team's strength was actually the weakest. Facing such a diamond-grade creature, victory was uncertain. Therefore, he couldn't act rashly. Chen Yi turned to look at his team members. Don't worry. With your current strength, you can't possibly defeat this diamond-grade creature. This time, you won't need to step in. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members' eyes lit up. Roar! The golden elephant noticed the group and began charging toward them with massive strides. Chen Yi had no intention of letting Hilliard take action. After a few quick teleports, he appeared on the elephant's left side, conjuring a fireball in his hand. Whoosh! The fireball shot straight at the elephant's body. Boom! The fireball exploded, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread across several kilometers. The ground was lifted, exposing a layer of soil. Other team members staggered from the shock and quickly retreated to the edge of the combat zone, fearing they might be affected. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Wow, is this fireball? The fireballs I practice are nothing like the god of magics. Do you know why he's called the god of magic? No, I don't go online often. The video that made the god of magic famous was him throwing fireballs in the square. Now, it seems he's even stronger. Back then, the god of magic was just a level 10 novice, yet he could blow up the entire square. Now, his power is unfathomable. Who could withstand even one of his fireballs? At this moment, the golden elephant revealed its injuries after the fireball explosion. A large chunk of flesh was missing from its back, and blood flowed profusely. But soon, the flesh at the wound began to wriggle, and the bleeding gradually stopped. Chen Yi understood in his heart that this was the golden elephant's innate vitality at work, allowing it to quickly recover from injuries. Chen Yi condensed another fireball. This time, the fireball shrank to the size of an orange. Just now, the system had notified him that Fireball had been upgraded to level 11. How powerful it would be was still unknown. After all, it was a basic skill, and its proficiency increased much faster than advanced skills. He aimed at the golden elephant's wound and threw it directly. Moo! The golden elephant sensed the threat and activated its unstoppable charge, turning around and rushing straight at Chen Yi. Boom! The fireball exploded in the golden elephant's face, sending shockwaves rolling. The team members who had retreated to the edge were once again blown away. The golden elephant's head was blasted open, exposing white bones. Boom! The golden elephant collapsed to the ground. Just 2 fireballs had taken down a level 30 diamond creature. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, the god of magic is too strong. Is this really a diamond creature? It died from just 2 fireballs? I don't believe it. Are you from Yanhuan? How dare you doubt the god of magic? No, I'm from Korea. I just came to watch the livestream. You've never heard of the god of magic? You're not qualified to watch this livestream. Is this livestream your family's property? You think you can stop me from watching? Not convinced? Let's settle this offline. Ha, you think I'm scared? You're done for. I'm the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. And I have subordinates in the national team. Dare to challenge me? I'm heading to the border right now. Don't chicken out. Why aren't you saying anything? Ha, people like you dare to ruin Yenowan's reputation? At this moment, as the golden elephant fell, the battlefield obstacles also disappeared. Chen Yi walked to the intersection and stepped forward without hesitation. The team members followed closely behind. The central battlefield appeared before all the Yanhuan people. It was an open plain with no obstacles or vegetation. The view extended infinitely, resembling a massive arena waiting for challengers. At this moment, Hilliard excitedly shouted, "Master, the no-fly zone has disappeared." Chen Yi nodded. There were no other paths left here, they had to fly. In his previous life, watching live streams, such scenes were common. "Hilliard, return to your true form and take us up." Hilliard instantly reverted to his true form. His massive body, over 300 meters long, was incredibly awe-inspiring. He could carry 100 tons of potions, so carrying 100 people was effortless. In the blink of an eye, Hilliard had all 100 people on his back. Screech! With an eagle's cry, Hilliard soared into the sky. His back was like a large square, spacious enough for 100 people to stand without feeling crowded. After all, a regular passenger plane is only about 30 meters long, while Hilliard was 10 times larger. Chenny climbed alone to Hilliard's head, while Sui Tang chatted with several girls in the team about emergency response plans. These girls were all in support roles, ready to handle any sudden situations. Soon, Hilliard reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, the safest place in the entire battlefield. The viewers in the livestream room were thrilled to see this scene. "Oh my god, isn't this a guaranteed victory now?" "Exactly, whoever controls the airspace wins." "Will the Archmage use that move again?" "Now that you mention it, is the Archmage planning to turn into a bomber?" "Yeah, no one can rival the Archmage's move." Back during the National Warboss raid, Chen Yi's falling stars move stunned everyone. Its power was so overwhelming that few players could withstand it. However, some analyzed the situation rationally. There are too many top players from other countries, someone might be able to endure that move. Let's hope the Archmage doesn't get careless, or it might give others an opening. By the way, I heard there's a bald guy in Bear Nation, just like the Archmage, and he's ridiculously tough. Tough? How tough? Like a mountain-sized boss. Others stomp on him, and he doesn't even flinch, lifting his foot effortlessly. Really? If you don't believe me, you can find the livestream replay of Bear Nation's boss raid online. It's definitely there. I just don't get it. What kind of talent does he have to be that unyielding? At this moment, a team of just over 50 people appeared in the center of the battlefield. Smith scanned the surroundings, his eyes filled with excitement, and looked back at his teammates. "We, Lighthouse Nation, are the first to reach the center. This proves that Lighthouse Nation is the strongest." By now, Smith's arm had regrown, and he was clad in heavy armor. The morale of the Lighthouse Nation team was high as they shouted in unison, "Long live Lighthouse Nation! Lighthouse Nation is forever strong! Long live freedom!" However, the viewers in the Lighthouse Nation livestream room were on edge. "Smith is so foolish. The cunning Yanhuang people are watching you from above." You can't blame them, no one expected the Yanhuang people to fly that high. If it were me, I wouldn't think to look that high either. Too bad we can only watch and can't tell them about this. Even if we told them, so what? I've seen the Yanhuang Nation's livestream of their national boss raid. The power is absolutely terrifying. That's nothing. Is it stronger than our One-Punch Man, Smith? Yeah. Smith can punch down a mountain. Didn't you watch the livestream? Smith punched the captain of Cactus Nation into a pulp. In the words of the Yanhuang people, boosting others' morale while undermining your own. So foolish, so foolish. If you'd watched that livestream, you wouldn't say that. At this moment, another team appeared in the center of the battlefield. It was Bear Nation. Ivan led his team towards Smith. Smith looked at them, his eyes filled with tension. Ivan's talent was an indestructible body, with 99% damage reduction, 99% resistance to other effects, and immunity to instant kills. Smith hadn't fully unleashed his power yet, and it was very likely that he would be worn down before he could kill Ivan. The teams from both nations were now close. Bear Nation and Lighthouse Nation were sworn enemies. When enemies meet, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. Both sides began preparing nervously. Seeing this, Bear Nation's viewers were ecstatic. Take down those Lighthouse Nation people. Ivan, go for it. Kill them and take their women. Ivan, don't let them off. Every time the teams from these two nations clashed, other national teams would also arrive one after another: Papal Nation, Goryeo Nation, Iron Brother Nation, White Elephant Nation, one after another. Ivan and Smith saw many familiar faces here. They had once fought together against the embodiment of that calamity. But now, they had all become enemies. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. No one dared to act rashly, fearing that a single misstep would make them the target of everyone else. At this moment, the system's voice rang out: all surviving nations have entered the central battlefield. The battle officially begins. The last surviving nation will claim first place. Only the first place will receive rewards. The other nations that fail will face punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone went wild. Only the first place would be rewarded. Therefore, they had to give it there. All eyes turned to the Papal State. The Papal State was the strongest. Just look at them, they had as many as 29 beta testers. The Papal State had to be taken down first. Only then would they have a chance at first place. Facing these cold, calculating gazes, Jean Huanger understood their intentions. Damn it! She hadn't expected the strongest nation to become the target of everyone. Thinking about it, Jean Huanger was so angry she almost spat blood. Suddenly, she looked around. Wait, all the nations were here, but where was Yanhuang Nation? She looked up. A massive wind eagle was circling in the sky. Could that be Yanhuang Nation? But just then, attacks from all the other nations came pouring in like a tidal wave. To them, the Papal State had to be eliminated first. At this moment, the Yanhuang team stood atop Hilliard, watching the scene like spectators at a play, their eyes fixed on those besieging the Papal State. Amid the chaos, flashes of white light occasionally flickered. Someone had fallen in the melee. Jean Huanger was already struggling to hold her ground. She silently vowed, once I break out of this, I'll settle the score with each and every one of you. But the thought of Chunyi reaping the benefits without lifting a finger made her even more frustrated. She fired a cold arrow and shouted, everyone! Stop! Haven't you noticed? Where are the people from Yanhuang Nation? The crowd froze mid-battle. The attacks already launched couldn't be stopped, and another flash of white light appeared. Look at the sky, someone said hesitantly, glancing upward. At that moment, the massive figure of Hilliard's Wind Eagle came into view. The Yanhuang team had finally revealed themselves, and all attacks ceased instantly. Seeing this, Jean Huanger calmed down. She shouted, who has long-range attacks? Let's take this guy down together. At this moment, a young man with curly hair, crackling with lightning, stepped forward, holding a thunderous hammer. Leave it to me, he said, raising the hammer high. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Hilliard. Chunyi, seeing the lightning, was secretly amazed. This national team even has such a powerful long-range attacker. The lightning struck Hilliard's massive Wind Eagle, but as a mythical creature, it barely took any damage. The lightning-wielding man was also shocked by this sight. My Thunder Hammer is a unique weapon, capable of instantly killing same-level gold creatures, yet it didn't even scratch it. Those who understood the situation rolled their eyes. Mythical creatures aren't something your equipment can compare to. At this moment, another person stepped forward, holding a bow and knocking an arrow radiating a destructive aura. I'm best at long-range attacks. Watch my piercing cloud arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the bow and released the arrow. The black arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the clouds. Sensing danger, Hilliard opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery storm. But the arrow pierced through the flames without losing momentum. Seeing this, Chen-Yi hurled fireballs one after another at the arrow. The continuous impacts from the fireballs knocked the arrow off course, sending it flying elsewhere. After being attacked, Chen-Yi became more vigilant. It was no longer possible to stay uninvolved and reap the benefits. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Well then, from now on, it's time to bombard. As he chanted, 99 magic circles appeared in the sky. Within the circles, meteors began to form. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Was this guy planning to wipe out everyone at once? Jin Huanger's eyes were filled with hatred. Chen-Yi's luck was truly outrageous. He had managed to acquire such a powerful skill. Dodge quickly! Jin Huanger shouted, her figure turning into a streak of light as she swiftly darted aside. Her second SSS level talent hadn't been unlocked yet, and all she had was a super god theft talent. Horror. Base stats were equivalent to a diamond level creature, but she didn't have many finishing moves. 10 seconds later, 99 meteors crashed down, covering an area of a million square meters. Boom! The sound of the meteor explosion shook the heavens. The shockwaves sent countless people flying. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flames, ice, floods, lightning, earth spikes, and other elements. White flashes flickered continuously. With this move, Chen-Yi eliminated most of the weaker members of the national war. At the same time, countless announcements appeared. Yanhuang Nation has eliminated Ili Nation, all citizens' base attributes increased by 1 point. Ili Nation's citizens' base attributes decreased by 1 point. Yanhuang Nation has eliminated Tuji Nation, all citizens' base attributes increased by 1 point. Tuji Nation's citizens' base attributes decreased by 1 point. Yanhuang Nation has defeated Banya Nation, all citizens' base attributes increased by 1 point. Banya Nation's citizens' base attributes decreased by 1 point. The previous national war rules have been changed, punishments still apply in the central battlefield. Seeing this, everyone in the livestream fell silent. Was this the power of the mage god's skill? There was simply no way to resist. On the battlefield, from the initial nearly 1,000 participants, fewer than 50 remained. The number of participating nations had also dwindled to less than 10. Meanwhile, the citizens of Yanhuang Nation, in addition to their increased resistances, each had their base attributes directly increased by 3 points. Every citizen of Yanhuang Nation could feel this surge of power. This was equivalent to everyone leveling up 3 times. The overall strength of Yanhuang Nation had skyrocketed by several tiers. Wow, this feels amazing. I can now challenge monsters I didn't dare to before. Exactly, this power boost is so thrilling. The mage god is incredible. When we fought the Doomsday Black Phoenix before, I never realized the power of this move. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Now I understand how naive I was before. Ah, mage god, I'm willing to be your follower. Please accept my kneeling. Stop dreaming. Even 10 of you combined couldn't match a single strand of the mage god's leg hair. The mage god is invincible. I want to have your babies. The livestream chat was ablaze with excitement. A new round of bombardment began. In the sky, another wave of meteors rained down. At this moment, Jin Huanger's robe was already in tatters from the explosions. Watching another wave of meteors hurtling toward her, Jin Huanger gritted her teeth and quickly ran into the distance. Everyone in the Papal Nation spread out. We must not let this guy hit us. At this point, only 25 beta testers remained in the Papal Nation. Hearing Jin Huanger's words, everyone scattered in different directions, spreading out like a lotus flower. Seeing this, people from other nations also fled in all directions. Watching this, Cheney sneered. Did they think spreading out would help them escape? Precision strikes are for the poor, the wealthy. Rely on firepower coverage. With the support of unlimited firepower, every 10 seconds, 99 meteors rained down. The ground erupted with continuous elemental explosions, resembling the collapse of heaven and earth, leaving no place to hide. On the Lighthouse Nation's side, Smith felt despair for the first time. There was no way to dodge this kind of attack. With each meteor strike, someone in the team died. Smith suddenly realized that his so-called superpowers were utterly useless against Yanhuang Nation. With this realization, Smith gritted his teeth and made a decision: even if it costs all the nation's resources, I must find a way to break through this limit. As soon as he finished speaking, a meteor struck Smith directly. Boom! Smith was killed instantly by the explosion. There was no other way. Despite his high attack power, his defense was too weak. Immediately, a message appeared: Yanhuang Nation has defeated Lighthouse Nation, increasing national fire resistance by 5%, while Lighthouse Nation's fire resistance decreases by 5%. Under Chenyi's firepower coverage, the ground was already unrecognizable. Each meteor created a 100-meter deep crater, and as the craters connected, the Earth's crust was shattered to a depth of 1,000 meters. Gradually, the entire land began to collapse. Seeing this, despair was written all over everyone's faces. At that moment, a massive holy dragon soared from the ground into the sky. The holy dragon radiated golden white light, resembling an ancient beast, its body towering 100 meters high. Astrid, the woman with SSS level talent and the soul of the holy dragon, had activated her holy dragon transformation. In this state, Astrid was invincible, and all dragon language magic had no cooldown. Dragon language, Apocalypse. Astrid unleashed the most powerful dragon language magic. The sky instantly gathered countless thunderclouds, rumbling with thunder, birthing innumerable destructive lightning spheres. In the next moment, these lightning spheres would fill the entire heavens and earth, including the area where Cheney was located. Seeing this, Hilliard suddenly spewed a whirlwind toward Astrid. Astrid immediately felt as if the wings of the holy dragon she was flapping had lost air resistance, as though she had fallen into a vacuum. Whoosh! The massive holy dragon body plummeted straight toward the ground. The ground was already covered in spreading magma. Splash! Astrid fell directly into the scorching magma. The magma splashed instantly, shooting up to a height of over 1,000 meters. However, she was in an invincible state and remained completely unharmed. Dragon language, World of Ice and Snow. Astrid immediately summoned the World of Ice and Snow, intending to quickly cool the burning land. As soon as she finished speaking, icy winds began sweeping across the ground, rapidly accelerating the cooling of the magma. At this moment, the dragon language, Apocalypse, activated in the sky. Spherical lightning bolts fell from the dark clouds, dense as raindrops. These lightning bolts covered the entire battlefield, their range vast. Witnessing this scene, others couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn you, Astrid! Are you trying to kill us all? Astrid's gaze was cold and merciless. After all, this was a national war. Aside from her own country's people, everyone else was an enemy. Besides, her teammates were already dead. Killing anyone else was just a bonus. The spherical lightning bolts had already struck the players from Yanhuang Nation. Cheney was hit directly by one bolt. You have been struck by dragon lightning. Your body is undergoing repair. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10% lightning resistance and 5% dragon might resistance. Hearing dragon might resistance, Cheney was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a resistance to exist. At this moment, the other players from Yanhuang Nation were frantically busy, desperately dodging the lightning. Over a dozen people had already been struck, turning into white light and being eliminated. Chen Yi looked at Hilliard. "Break through. The clouds, we'll fly above them." "Yes, Master." Hilliard responded and slowly ascended into the sky. An eagle's cry rang out as Hilliard charged into the center of the thunderclouds. The lightning within the thunderclouds was even more ferocious and violent. Despite the healer's desperate efforts to save people, Yanhuang nations players were still being eliminated one after another. After breaking through the clouds, a beam of sunlight shone down. At this point, only about 30 players from Yanhuang nation remained standing on Hilliard. But Chen Yi didn't mind, these eliminations weren't permanent deaths. As long as Yanhuang nation had even one person left, the system would declare them victorious. Allowing the players to experience the pressure of life and death could inspire their potential and help them overcome adversity. Of course, if someone broke down due to the overly realistic feeling of death, they weren't fit to stay on the national team. Chen Yi looked down at the thick layer of clouds. He didn't rush to use falling stars but planned to wait until the apocalypse dragon language magic ended before unleashing ice prison judgment directly. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the ground below the clouds. Everyone was fighting with all their might, and some even accidentally injured their teammates. On Jin Huanger's side, a group of beta testers secretly gathered and quietly withdrew from the main battlefield. Elimination announcements from various nations kept ringing out. After intense battles, Astrid's holy dragon form finally dissipated. Ultimately, a strong individual with SSS level talent used an ice attack to shatter her into ice dust. The number of people on the battlefield gradually dwindled. Nations like Pakistan, Kangaroo Nation, and Romantic Nation were successively eliminated. In the end, only Ivan from Bear Nation and Talker from Elephant Nation remained. At this point, Ivan was covered in wounds. Although he possessed an indestructible body, he struggled under the relentless attacks. Takal panted heavily, the long spear in his hand covered in cracks. Ivan's undying body was incredibly difficult to deal with, immune to fatal blows, a real headache. Only 4 nations remained on the battlefield: Yanhuang, Bear, Elephant, and the Papal States. Jin Huanger had already arrived with the beta testers. The Papal States had only 9 people left, including Jin Huanger, Jin Fenger, and 7 other SSS-level gifted individuals. Seeing the situation, Ivan and Takal immediately understood that if the Bear and Elephant nations didn't join forces, they would surely be eliminated. The two quickly moved closer, preparing to fight together. Although the Papal States had many SSS-level talents, only 3 were pure combat types. Jin Huanger didn't take them seriously at all, thinking of them as ordinary people with slightly enhanced basic attributes. Intelligence indicated that Jin Huanger had other SSS-level talents yet to be unlocked. Jin Huanger looked at Jin Fenger. "Sister, can you analyze Ivan's undying body?" Jin Fenger nodded. "I can, but even if I analyze it, there's no good way to kill him. At most, we can only drain his stamina." Jin Huanger nodded silently, already forming a plan in her mind. Then, she turned to the Poison Saint. "Poison Saint, later, use your poison to slowly kill Ivan. Everyone else, focus on attacking Takal. Takal is strong offensively but weak defensively." "Understood, boss." Jin Huanger looked up at the sky. By now, the clouds had dispersed. Hilliard's figure loomed over them like a shadow, weighing on their hearts. "Damn Chen Yi. Once I deal with these two, it'll be your turn." Ah! Suddenly, Jin Huanger felt a sharp pain. She saw a dagger piercing her heart. The shadow assassin Amira withdrew the dagger and disappeared silently into the shadow cloak. This was Chen Yi's contingency plan. He had ordered Amira to kill Jin Huanger at all costs. Shadow kill, Amira's most powerful assassination. Skill. Caught completely off guard, Jin Huanger collapsed instantly, turning into a beam of white light and vanishing from the battlefield. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Meanwhile, ice blue snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The snow was thin but extremely cold, forming a layer of frost upon contact. The snowfall grew heavier and heavier. Seeing this, Jin Huanger shouted, "This is Chen Yi's skill. Avoid the snowflakes." Among the Papal States, an SSS-level genius raised his hand and waved toward the sky. A massive protective barrier immediately appeared above him. "Quick, get inside. This will block the snowflakes." The remaining members of the Papal States all took shelter under the barrier. On Takel's side, he swung his spear desperately to fend off the snowflakes. The flakes were deflected by the spear. Ivan, on the other hand, remained completely at ease. He didn't dodge or evade, the ice blue snowflakes landed on him and melted away with a slight movement. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a piercing sound came from the sky. Looking up, they saw countless meteors falling from above. The ground was once again engulfed by the fury of the elements. At first, the remaining people managed to resist. But soon, icy tendrils shattered their defenses. High above, Chen Yi's gaze was cold as he chanted incantations, resembling a god of destruction. Everyone must die. As the meteors continued to fall, Chen Yi's falling star's skill leveled up to 2. He hadn't expected this SSS level skill to be so difficult to upgrade. Even with the 100-fold proficiency bonus from the Elemental Lord and the infinite firepower. For continuous casting, it had only reached level 2 so far. He couldn't imagine what powerful effects would be unlocked at level 5. At level 2, falling stars had even greater destructive power. On the ground, the people who had initially managed to barely dodge the meteors were now running for their lives. But where could they escape to? The meteor coverage had already reached 1,000,000 square meters. Unless someone could teleport, but clearly, no one had that ability. Jin Huanger was the first to be crushed to death. Her talent was only supportive and not suited for combat. The other members of the Papal State, though all possessing SSS-level combat talents, lacked sufficient defense and were unable to withstand the impact of the meteors. After shattering over a dozen meteors, Taker was also killed by the elemental damage caused by the meteor explosions. The Poison Saint of the Beta Testers Alliance turned into a cloud of poisonous mist using his talent and floated around, but the fire elemental damage from the meteor explosions caused him great discomfort. Poison mist is most afraid of fire. Damn it, these flames are so annoying. The next second, a meteor engulfed in raging flames crashed down. Accompanied by a violent fiery explosion, the Poison Saint was ignited, and the poisonous mist vanished into a streak of white light. As streaks of white light flashed one after another, only one person remained on the ground, Ivan from the Bear Nation. At this moment, all his equipment had been destroyed by the meteors, but his undying physique allowed him to persist. Chen Yi had Hilliard fly down and asked, "Ivan, do you still plan to hold on?" He wanted Ivan to surrender, as with Ivan's talent, it would take over 100 meteors to kill him. Ivan's gaze was resolute. "For my country, I must persevere." The Bear Nation's audience cheered wildly in the livestream. "Ivan, keep going, you're the best. Don't give up, we're just one step away. The Bear Nation is the strongest in the world." "What are you talking about? Ivan can still hold on. Look at the wounds on his body before you say that. It doesn't matter. You can't die in the National War Space. What if he unlocks his potential? No matter what, the Bear Nation will never give up." Seeing Ivan's determination, Chen Yi didn't hesitate. A fireball appeared in his hand. "Since you're so strong-willed, I'll use you as my practice target." The fireball shot straight at Ivan. Boom! A powerful shockwave sent him flying. The next second, before Ivan could land, another fireball followed. Cheney used the same technique he had employed against Chu Tianxiao, keeping Ivan tumbling in the air without a chance to touch the ground. Cheney marveled inwardly. This undying physique was truly formidable. He knew the power of his fireballs was enough to destroy a small neighborhood, yet Ivan had already withstood several. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Chun Yi's ear: "Your fireball spell has leveled up to level 12. The next fireball became smaller, only the size of a marble, but its color turned black-purple, concealing immense power. The fireball exploded, and Ivan crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, finally exhausted. Looking at the apocalyptic ruins around him, he realized there was no point in continuing. With this in mind, Ivan opened the system interface and clicked the surrender button, eliminating himself from the battlefield. After Ivan was eliminated, the system announcement rang out: the Yanhuan nation has ultimately claimed first place in the national war. All citizens of the Yanhuan nation gain +1 level and +1 luck. As the champion of the inaugural national war, an additional reward of a 100% experience bonus buff within the Yanhuan region is granted. The Yanhuan nation has ultimately claimed first place in the national war. All citizens of the Yanhuan nation gain +1 level and +1 luck. As the champion of the inaugural national war, an additional reward of a 100% experience bonus buff within the Yanhuan region is granted. The Yanhuan nation has ultimately claimed first place in the national war. All citizens of the Yanhuan nation gain +1 level and +1 luck. As the champion of the inaugural national war, an additional reward of a 100% experience bonus buff within the Yanhuan region is granted. The announcement repeated 10 times, each one like a heavy hammer striking everyone's eardrums. The first two rewards were relatively ordinary. Level and luck increases were understandable. But the final reward shocked everyone: double experience in the Yanhuan region. This meant that within the Yanhuan nation, monster hunting would yield double the experience. This means that players from Yanhuan country can easily gain double experience. Not only will they become stronger, but their leveling speed will also increase significantly. A step ahead, always ahead. Players from other countries will find it even harder to catch up with the people of Yanhuan country. Thinking about this, many players are already considering migrating directly to Yanhuan country. After all, the leveling speed there is ridiculously fast. Double experience is no joke. Over time, the average level of Yanhuan country players will surpass other countries by dozens of levels. In future national wars, there will simply be no comparison. Those eliminated players who heard this news were filled with regret. Damn it, if only I had used the forbidden technique earlier. Who cares if my attributes are permanently reduced? I never expected the first place reward to be so generous. What a huge mistake. It's too late to say anything now. I can only hope to perform well in the next national war. Yeah, it seems Yanhuan country must be celebrating wildly right now. Enough talk, I need to prepare well for the next national war. I'm going to. Just as everyone was coming to terms with reality, a new announcement was released: the next national war will begin in 1 month. Players who have already participated in the national war cannot participate again. They must wait until the war after the next one to join. This news left everyone stunned. What? There's a cooldown period for participating in national wars? You have to wait for 2 wars before joining again? What kind of ridiculous rule is this? This is infuriating. The system is clearly messing with us. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, Shisho Michi's face was extremely grim. So Yanhuan country already knew about this rule, which is why they didn't send other experts to participate. Iori Chiyuki sighed. There's no choice, we'll have to reselect the team. I'll be the captain. For the next national war, it seems you and I will each have to lead a team.
Shisho Michi nodded. Once my heaven-slaying cooldown is over, I'll definitely take first place in the national war.
Let's hope so, Iori Chiyuki said with determination in her eyes.
In the papal country, Jean
Huanger sat on the Pope's throne, her brows furrowed. She hadn't expected there to be restrictions on participating in the national war.
Does this mean that this time only the level 12 clergy can be sent to battle?
Thinking of the punishment for losing the national war, Jean Huanger immediately shook her head.
No. I absolutely cannot let these rookies go and throw their lives away.
She immediately accessed the system.
Great system, can I choose not to participate in the national war?
The system replied, you can, but the cooldown period will not refresh.
Jean Huanger was furious. Damn Chen Yi, no wonder I didn't see Xiaoliang on that bird, you all already knew about this news. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless.
With this thought, Jean Huanger began contacting leaders of other countries.
The reactions of other countries were the same as those of the Papal country and Sakura country. Upon learning that Yanhuang country had only sent Chen Yi, a single strong
player, to participate, everyone felt deeply dissatisfied.
Jean Huanger proposed a bold plan. Yanhuang country should hand over half of its territory and open it up for players from other countries to level up.
As soon as this proposal was made, all countries raised their hands in support.
No matter how strong you are, you can't
withstand the combined pressure of so many countries. Moreover, if Yanhuang country continues to develop like this, it will become the world's strongest.
This is a situation that no country can accept.
After contacting everyone, Jean Huanger showed a worried expression.
Sister, Chen Yi is not someone to be trifled with. Will he retaliate against us? Jean Huanger was full of confidence. I'm about to reach level 50, and then my second SSS level talent will be unlocked. We have so many experts with SSS level talents here. What does a mere Chen Yi count for?
I admit he's very strong, but sister, you must understand that even the strongest person has weaknesses. Hearing this, Jean Huanger shook her head helplessly.
All right, sister, I'll listen to you.
That's right, trust me, you won't go wrong. On the Yanhuang side, the
entire nation was filled with joy.
Chen Yi's team successfully returned to the Tianji Bureau. He never expected the reward for being first in the national war to be so
generous.
A 100% experience boost for all players in the country. Such a massive reward had never been heard of in his previous life.
At this rate, players from the Yanhuang nation would undoubtedly outpace those from other countries by a wide margin. The Tianji Bureau had already prepared a celebratory banquet. Xiaoliang informed
Chen Yi that Director Li would also attend the banquet to personally congratulate him. This was a privilege reserved only for national heroes.
At the banquet, everyone was dressed to the nines.
Since Chen Yi didn't bring formal attire, Sui Tang immediately brought her father's suit for him.
Fortunately, their builds were similar, and the suit fit perfectly. Chen Yi and Sui Tang became the center of attention.
A hero paired with a beauty, everyone thought they were a match made in heaven.
Just as Director Li stepped onto the stage, there was a trace of worry on his face. Everyone eagerly awaited his speech. Director Li announced some news. A coalition of 109
countries, led by the Papal States, was pressuring the Yanhuang nation to give up half of its leveling zones.
If not, they threatened to start the Seventh World War.
Hearing this, everyone's faces turned red with anger.
Damn it, these foreigners just can't stand to see us doing well. Exactly. I'll get stronger and crush them. Count me in. We must make these shameless people pay the price.
This reward was earned through our hard work, why should we share it with them?
They want our land?
They'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The crowd was furious, cursing the shamelessness of those countries.
Enough, enough. Director Li raised his hand to stop them.
Regarding this matter, Director Lei, Director Sui, and I have already made a decision.
And that is, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Even if war destroys the world, the Yanhuang nation will never bow to any country.
As soon as he finished speaking, the banquet erupted in thunderous applause.
Chen Yi was a bit
surprised. He hadn't expected these countries to be so brazen.
Their actions were no different from those of robbers.
Clenching his fists, he silently resolved, if that's the case, don't blame him for turning these countries to ashes. Alright, from now on, the entire nation will enter level 1 combat readiness. Be prepared for
war at any time.
Next, I will work with the generals to formulate battle plans to ensure that all invaders are stopped at the borders.
Yes.
With the resounding orders, the celebratory banquet came to an end. Chen Yi watched as Director Li and Lei Laowu left, his eyes flickering with thought.
He was already calculating which country to strike first. Sui Tang noticed his intentions. Brother Yi, are you planning to take action in other countries? Chen Yi nodded.
Yes, I need to make them pay
the price.
Sui Tang shook her head and said, Director Li and the others definitely wouldn't agree to that.
Since the founding of the Yanhuang nation, there's been a rule: never indiscriminately kill civilians during war.
Some of these countries have a lot of elderly and children.
If you go, you might end up causing the deaths of many innocent people. Hearing her words, Chen Yi's initial anger cooled. She was right. Even during the bloodiest Fifth World War, Yanhuang had no record of massacring civilians. That was the dignity of a great nation. Chen Yi abandoned the idea of bombing other countries.
Then can I directly attack their armies on the
battlefield? Sui Tang nodded.
Of course.
War inevitably involves death.
Those people chose to invade us at their country's call, so they deserve what's coming to them. Soon, the news of the 100-Nation Alliance's plan to attack Yanhuang spread worldwide. The people of Yanhuang were filled with
righteous indignation.
Online, they clashed fiercely with people from other countries.
Damn you shameless people, trying to steal our land.
Only those with virtue deserve to live on this land, especially in areas with double experience.
If that's the case, let's see who's stronger. If you want our land, be prepared to become cannon fodder. No matter what, we must seize the double experience zones. If we let you grow stronger, we won't have a chance to survive. Exactly. The media says Yanhuang people are the most ruthless nation in the world. You are brainwashed by the media every day and have no understanding of our 5,000-year-old Yanhuang culture.
Barbarians, always barbarians.
As the online war of words erupted, nations began mobilizing their troops. After the arrival of the Red Mist, the power of all high-tech weapons was significantly weakened. Even a nuclear bomb could only destroy a 2-story building. As a result, high-level professionals became highly sought after. This battle had to
rely on professionals above level 20. There was no need to be picky about talents, as those with low-level talents couldn't even
reach level 20.
Meanwhile, Jin Huanger had already assembled an assassination squad.
Their mission was to eliminate Chen Yi on the battlefield.
This operation was called the Decapitation Operation.
Chen Yi was completely unaware of this. But even if he
knew, he wouldn't be worried, because he was protected by the miracle luck.
Everything Chen Yi experienced would develop in the best possible direction.
In other words, even if he fell into a black hole, it wouldn't be impossible for a high-level lifeform to
suddenly appear and save him.
Miracle luck meant that those seemingly impossible events would suddenly happen. Eventually, at the border of Yanhuang Nation, a 1 million-strong allied army composed of over 100 countries gathered.
These allied soldiers were all professionals above level 20. They were the elite among the 6 billion population. Yanhuang Nation, unwilling to be outdone, assembled all its professionals above level 20 into an army. Although their numbers were far fewer than the million-strong allied forces, they still had over 100,000. 100,000 against a million, this was a battle fought at a significant disadvantage. Although everyone knew there might be no turning back this time, most still charged onto the battlefield without hesitation. Because this was the responsibility of the Yanhuang people. To ensure the Yanhuang civilization endured for billions of years, what did it matter if they died on the battlefield? At this moment, Chen Yi and his team had already arrived at the front lines. Hilliard carried Chen Yi on his back, surveying the battlefield from the air. This war was extremely critical, determining the survival of Yanhuang Nation. If they won, the nation would enjoy long-term stability. If they lost, it would plunge into endless darkness. Chen Yi felt a bit nervous. After all, on Yanhuang's side, apart from him, only Xiao Liang could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. As for Zhang Haishan, Chen Yi had no expectations of him after all. With only 100-fold experience, he wasn't qualified to participate in such a top-level battle. On the other side, however, there were over 50 top-tier powerhouses. This wasn't an ordinary national war. Chen Yi had no idea how strong their trump cards were. Just then, a flock of crows flew through the gap between the two armies. Seeing these crows, most people on Yanhuang's side frowned, as crows were traditionally considered a bad omen. In the allied forces of 100 nations, Jean Huanger fixed her gaze on Chen Yi, who stood on Hilliard's back. The assassination squad had already set out, wearing cloaks of light and shadow crafted by a master with the SSS level talent, Light and Dark Emperor, capable of evading almost all detection. Even if Chen Yi hadn't dismounted from the Wind Eagle, they could still fly using their soaring wings. Suddenly, Chen Yi sensed a wave of danger approaching him. "Hilliard, ascend quickly!" he shouted. Hilliard immediately soared into the sky. Boom! A violent explosion erupted where Chen Yi had just been, tearing the space into several black cracks that sucked in the surrounding air. However, the cracks quickly disappeared. This was an attack capable of ripping through space. Chen Yi frowned deeply. It was clear this group had targeted him. If he had been hit just now, at best, he would have been severely injured or crippled. At worst, he would have been sucked into the cracks and sent to another dimension. Seeing the attack fail, Jean Huanger was incredulous. After all, the Light and Dark Emperor's cloaks of light and shadow were nearly invisible. How had Chen Yi detected this attack? Jean Huanger kept pondering this question. At that moment, Chen Yi had already flown above the Allied forces, preparing to teach them a lesson. These 1 million enemies, he would ensure they stayed here forever. Seeing Hilliard's figure, everyone was reminded of the live broadcasts where Chen Yi appeared like a demon. God, could it be that they also have to face such an attack? At this moment, Jean Huanger saw Chen Yi high in the sky, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes as she nodded to the people beside her. The group joined forces to form a seal. Anti-magic field, activate. An invisible wave spread upward, enveloping the entire battlefield. Chen Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. He found that no matter what he did, he couldn't mobilize the energy of the world or his own body, not even activating his super adaptation ability. This wasn't damage, it was restriction. Suddenly, a deafening battle cry erupted from underground. Kill! Countless warrior-class fighters charged toward the Yanhuang team. Anti-magic field? Chen Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected Jean Huanger and her group to have already mastered the ability to create such a field. This kind of field posed a significant threat to mages, but did they think he had no way to counter it? Wrath of the gods! Chen Yi shouted, his entire body enveloped in a red glow. Falling stars! Falling stars. Falling stars. Within just 1 minute, Chenny unleashed 6 consecutive falling stars. In his invincible state, no field could restrict his power. Boom! 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 Hundreds of meteors crashed directly into the Allied army. Seeing the meteors in the sky, the coalition soldiers were dumbfounded. Hadn't it been said that they wouldn't be attacked by the mage god's firepower? What was going on? Courage armor. Ice shield. Holy light healing. Shield of truth heal. Everyone activated their defensive skills, using whatever they had. The battlefield instantly became a dazzling array of colors. But in the next second, the meteors struck. Boom! Endless elemental attacks and shockwaves spread outward. The coalition army of 100 nations instantly collapsed and scattered. In his Wrath of the God state, Chen Yi's attack power was amplified tenfold. The soldiers who were killed fell without any gruesome scenes, they simply vanished quietly. Some were frozen into ice. Others burned to ashes, and still others were crushed by massive meteors, leaving no trace of their remains. Jean Huanger walked out of the attacked area, her face full of desolation, her body covered in wounds. Smith shouted angrily, "Jean Huanger, didn't you say the anti-magic field had sealed off Chen Yi's magic? How is he still able to use magic? Explain this to me." Jean Huanger frowned and said, "Impossible. Unless he's in an invincible state, he absolutely couldn't break through the anti-magic field." But the invincibility potion was already used by Xia Liang. At this moment, Jean Huanger added, "Sister, I confirm that guy was indeed in an invincible state for a full minute. I just tested it." Jean Huanger shook her head, irritated. "Damn it, we really underestimated him." In their hearts, everyone raised their assessment of Chen Yi's danger level by several notches. At this moment, Chen Yi, riding on Hilliard, left the airspace of the coalition forces. The meteors had all fallen, and the battlefield at the border was already unrecognizable. The ground was torn apart, and lakes had dried up. Just moments ago, there had been a million coalition soldiers. Now, it was estimated that fewer than 500,000 remained. The faces of all the alliances' top fighters were grim and uncertain. They were all SSS level talents, with levels above 50, and some had even completed their second advancement quests. How could the gap between them and Chen Yi be so vast? Jean Huanger looked at her wounded body, her heart filled with extreme unwillingness. Her second talent hadn't even come into play. 100-fold rebound, SSS level, when attacked by an enemy, all damage is reflected back 100 times. Damn it! She had risked everything to face the meteors head-on, hoping to directly reflect the damage back and kill Chen Yi. But she hadn't expected him to remain in an invincible state the entire time. Even after his invincibility ended, the reflected meteor damage still couldn't kill him. Instead, she had suffered severe injuries herself. Jean Huanger's heart was full of resentment. She turned to look at her SSS level talent, which would only unlock at level 80. Infinite charge, SSS level, skills can be charged infinitely. The longer the charge time, the greater the power. For every 24 hours of charging, there is a chance for the skill to undergo a qualitative transformation. If she could set up an ambush in advance and charge for a long time, she was confident she could kill Chen Yi. Damn it, she couldn't wait to unlock this skill. Chen Yi wasn't in good shape either. System notifications kept ringing in his ears. "You have been hit by Jean Huanger's 100-fold reflection skill, reflecting the damage from falling stars back at you, causing 100 times the meteor damage. Body bleeding, bleed resistance increased to 90%. Internal organs ruptured, triggering rapid self-healing. Hit by ice. Element invasion, ice resistance increased by 10%.
Hit by lightning element invasion, lightning resistance increased by 10%.
Shen Yi muttered helplessly, "Damn it, I got played by Jin Huanger."
His body was like a deflated water bag, bleeding from
wounds all over.
Hilliard kept casting healing wind to repair his body.
"Master, how are you feeling now?" Shen Yi barely opened
his eyes, his vision blurred and filled with red.
"I'm fine, I just need some time to recover."
He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for his invincible state, he would have already wasted the Black Phoenix Ring's resurrection chance.
Damn it!
Jin Huanger had outsmarted him. This woman had unlocked her second talent, hundredfold reflection. What a troublesome skill! Just then, a grand system announcement echoed, "A large-scale war has been detected. The first calamity is arriving ahead of schedule. All players, unite to resist. A large-scale war has been detected. The first calamity is arriving ahead of schedule. All players, unite to resist. A large-scale war has been detected. The first calamity is arriving ahead of schedule. All players, unite to resist." The announcement repeated over and over, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Everyone heard it and felt an oppressive aura of death. Cracks appeared in the sky, and countless undead clawed their way out, ready to invade reality. The 100 Nations Alliance was stunned. The first calamity had arrived early.
Hearing this news, Shen Yi was also dumbfounded.
The war had triggered the early arrival of the first calamity. In his previous life, such a large-scale war had never occurred. As a result, Shen Yi had no understanding of the rules behind this.
At that moment, across the globe, even in remote and uninhabited
areas, countless undead suddenly appeared. The first wave of the calamity descended with lightning speed, giving humanity no time
to react.
Some were cooking at home when a zombie suddenly appeared in their house. Some were fighting monsters when they were suddenly chased by a horde of ghouls. Others were sleeping when a skeleton appeared directly in their bed. Leaders of various nations
panicked and hastily ordered their troops to retreat home.
What war? Their own front doors were being overrun by the undead. At this moment, Yanhuang Nation reacted the fastest, immediately activating an A-level emergency plan.
Walls to defend against the undead were rapidly constructed.
After learning of the first wave of the calamity, Yanhuang Nation had used this time to mobilize manpower and resources, preparing with all their might. Thus, the large-scale war ended abruptly, turning into a celebration.
For the undead.
Everyone knew that while the initial undead were barely manageable, stronger ones would soon follow.
Meanwhile,
Shen Yi gradually adapted to the hundredfold damage reflected by Jin Huanger, and his various resistances had significantly improved. He was finally able to calmly observe the undead on the ground. The number of undead was enormous, with levels reaching
an average of 15, the same as humans.
Their numbers were 10 times that of humanity. Globally, over 60 billion undead had appeared.
And this was just the first wave of ordinary-level undead.
The bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and even diamond-level undead that would appear later were completely beyond humanity's ability to handle.
Shen Yi finally understood that the essence of the Red Mist game was to prevent humans from killing each other.
So when uncontrollable events occurred, the game would intervene in various ways. At this moment, Sui Tang sent a message asking where he was. Everyone had already gathered at the Tianji Bureau.
Chun. He reassured everyone that he was fine and told Sui Tang to focus on handling the first wave of the disaster. Ultimately, Shen Yi instructed Hilliard to fly to the major cities.
The larger the population, the more undead would appear. When they arrived at a metropolis with over 10 million people, Shen Yi was stunned.
The dense mass of undead below made his scalp tingle.
There were so many that he doubted his ability to eliminate them all.
Unlike scattered monsters, these undead were gathering in large groups.
He summoned the undead phoenix, Grezel, and asked, after killing the undead, "Can you transform them?"
Grezel nodded and said, "Yes, master.
I can directly transform these ordinary undead into elite level ones."
Hearing this, Shen Yi was a bit excited. He hadn't expected even the undead could be transformed.
"Alright, then follow me and kill these undead with all your might."
"Yes, master."
Grezel flew beside Hilliard, continuously spewing netherfire attacks at the ground.
The slain undead became its most loyal servants.
However, Grezel's attack speed was too slow, and the efficiency was extremely low.
At this rate, no one knew when they would be able to clear all the undead. Shen Yi quickly began to think, and a bold idea popped into his mind: why not bomb all the densely populated cities and rebuild them from the ruins?
With this thought, he immediately contacted Xiaoliang from
the Tianji Bureau. "Xiaoliang, where are you?" "I'm in Longhai City."
"There are too many undead here, we can't kill them all."
"I
have a plan to clear the undead in the major cities.
The nation needs to notify the citizens to evacuate the cities first."
"That's
great. I'll contact the Tianji Bureau right away." "Where are you now?" "I'm in Hongjiang City. There are too many undead here. Everyone must leave. My meteorites won't discriminate."
"Understood.
Don't worry. The Tianji Bureau has announcement speakers
that can broadcast national notices directly. They're rarely used, but I hope everyone can evacuate safely."
"Announcement speakers?" "Yes, exactly. Let's begin." Shen Yi sat on Hilliard's back. Before long, the voice of Lei Hu from the Tianji Bureau came
through his ears.
"I am a warrior of the Tianji Bureau.
On behalf of the Bureau, I request everyone to evacuate this city immediately. Next, the top-tier mage will unleash the SSS level skill Falling Stars on your location.
Please remember, life is the most precious thing. Do not lose your life because of our skills."
Lei Hu's voice from the Tianji Bureau was broadcast 10 times
in a row.
All the survivors took it to heart.
"The Tianji Bureau hasn't abandoned us. Let's go. These undead aren't that strong." "That's right.
Run while the undead haven't grown stronger.
Their threat will only increase. I can't move right now. I'm surrounded by undead. There's no choice.
Kill as many undead as you can before you die to buy time for the rest of us."
"All right. If that's the case, I'll fight to the death to take down a few undead." Thanks to the advantages gained by the Yanhuang team in
the National War, especially the bonus to basic attribute points, even ordinary professionals could handle the undead with ease. Shen Yi watched as those professionals ran ahead, with the undead chasing closely behind.
After a while, the undead couldn't keep up and gradually fell behind.
There was no real danger. Seeing this, Shen Yi felt relieved. This way, the casualties among the
people of Yanhuang would be greatly reduced. Shen Yi waited for 3 days. It wasn't until everyone in Hongjiang City had evacuated that he finally relaxed. Hongjiang was the 4th largest city in the country. The people in other cities should have evacuated by now as well.
Bombing the cities was actually quite simple, but Shen Yi was worried about collateral damage, which was why he had waited so long.
He calculated the time.
At Hilliard's speed, he could fly to all the medium and large cities in Yanhuang. Within 2 days, adding the time to cast Falling Stars, it would take less than 3 days to obliterate all the undead in medium
and large cities.
The only downside is that many basic infrastructures would need to be rebuilt.
But when lives are at stake, who cares about infrastructure?
Thinking of this, Shen Yi began chanting the spell.
Countless meteors fell from the sky. The undead wandering the streets finally met their end this time.
85's work was locked, so it might take more than a day to access it, leaving me in a particularly bad mood.
Countless meteors crashed down. The powerful impact and elemental damage instantly swept through the entire undead army in Hongjiang. The undead didn't even have time to react. Their bodies were torn into fine powder by the shockwave. The current scene in Hongjiang left the recently evacuated people utterly shocked. This level of destructive power could practically annihilate the entire world. Oh my god, if the Archmage hadn't warned us in advance, we would have been dead by now. How could the Archmage not warn us? We're all safely evacuated now.
The authorities have already announced that the city will only be rebuilt after all the undead in Hongjiang are cleared.
The new city will be incredibly sturdy. Unfortunately, the power plant and basic circuits were destroyed. How will we go online in the future? You're so outdated.
Everyone uses the system to go online now, phones are obsolete.
What? The system can go online too? It was updated long ago.
The system can do everything a phone can, plus browse forums and check guides.
Wow, that's really convenient. Enough talk, let's
watch the fireworks.
Yeah, let's watch the fireworks. By the way, is there anything to eat? This is greyhound meat, take your time eating. Soon, Jenny cleared the entire Hongjiang in less than 3 minutes.
At this point, all the skyscrapers and roads were destroyed, leaving only a flat expanse of land.
Moreover, the ground was compacted very solidly, making city reconstruction smoother. This was a deliberate result of Chun Yi's control. Otherwise, uneven terrain would cause significant trouble for rebuilding.
After dealing with Hongjiang, Chen Yi took Hilliard and rushed to the next location without stopping. The original residents of Hongjiang also arrived at the site. Looking at the ruins before them, there was no trace of the former big city. However, everyone was excited because they had survived. As long as the undead calamity was completely over, everything would get better. But no one truly understood how terrifying this disaster was. After all, they hadn't experienced it firsthand.
Chen Yi, however, was well aware.
Moreover, the current professionals were far less powerful than they would be a year later.
He felt a vague sense of unease.
The death toll this time might exceed that of his previous life.
Damn it! Chen Yi thought of Jean Huanger.
He was convinced she was behind all this. In an instant, a murderous intent arose in his heart.
Unless he eliminated her, he wouldn't find peace of mind.
Initially, when Xia Liang commented on Jean Huanger, Chen Yi didn't pay much attention. But now, he saw
through this woman's cruelty and selfishness completely.
Thinking of this, his anger was hard to suppress.
He secretly thought
he needed to level up to 100 as soon as possible and seize Jean Huanger's talent.
As for killing her now, Chen Yi didn't have the confidence yet.
It wasn't that he couldn't defeat her, but her survival tactics were too numerous.
Without fully understanding her, he wouldn't act rashly. While he was pondering, Ningxing came into view.
As Chun Yi's hometown, he chose to clear it first.
When people achieve success, they always want to give back to their hometown. Over the next 3 days, Chen Yi cleared a total of 300 medium and large cities. Residents of smaller towns and rural areas were notified by the director of the Celestial Bureau to gather in already cleared cities. These areas had no undead presence. Gathering everyone was also preparation for the next wave of undead refresh. Next time, elite and bronze level undead would appear. After the cleanup, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He left the remaining undead in other cities for others to handle. This first wave of disaster was both a crisis and an opportunity. Coupled with the nationwide double experience bonus in Yanhuang country, the number of level 20 plus professionals in Yanhuang Nation will undoubtedly increase significantly.
This way, when the second wave of undead refreshes, Yanhuang Nation will
be better prepared. The level of the undead is based on the average level of all humanity. Therefore, Yanhuang Nation is destined to be the biggest winner in this disaster. Chen Yi personally eliminated over 2 billion undead. During this time, the experience
points and gold coins he gained were substantial. He directly leveled up to 65, with the progress bar showing 21.5%. It's worth noting that when the level gap is too large, the experience gained from killing monsters decreases.
And Chen Yi was 40 to 50 levels higher than these undead.
However, due to time constraints, he didn't have time to pick up the dropped items.
Thinking that
these were all F-grade items, Chen Yi didn't feel it was a loss and considered it a benefit for the people of Yanhuang.
Afterward, Chen Yi greeted Sui Tang, explaining that he would be going into seclusion to level up for a while. During this time, if the Tianji Bureau had any issues, they shouldn't look for him. After all, he had already participated in one national war, and now he just needed to wait for the third national war to begin. As for the second national war, Yanhuang Nation would undoubtedly take first place again. After all, most of the top-tier experts were in the second team. Standing in front of a mountain hollow, Chen Yi directly summoned a meteor and smashed it down. Boom!
With a loud explosion, the entrance to the cave immediately appeared before him. Chen Yi shook his hand, feeling that he was a bit rusty with the meteor spell since he hadn't used it in a while. This cave was located in Mount Laojun. Mount Laojun is the sacred site of Yanhuang's Taoist sects, and the monsters in the cave are particularly unique. They are all creatures from Yanhuang mythology. The gatekeeping bosses are 4 in total: Tao Tai, Hundun, Xiangqi, and Tao Wu. These 4 mythical beasts are the gatekeeping bosses in the cave. But for Chen Yi, this Mount Laojun cave had only one characteristic: a large number of monsters, high levels, and great strength. He instructed Hilliard to guard outside the cave and summoned the Undying Phoenix, heading into the cave. Chen Yi had been thinking for a long time and felt that he had too few helpers. Relying solely on Hilliard was no longer enough. So he planned to use this time not to level up himself, but to train the Undying Phoenix to level 10. Once the Undying Phoenix reached level 10 and unlocked its first skill, it would undoubtedly become the strongest existence in the entire world. At that point, its mental power would increase to 2,300, and Chen Yi couldn't even imagine how powerful the Undying Phoenix's casual skill releases would be. It would definitely surpass the Black Phoenix that once destroyed the world. After the second undead refresh, Chen Yi also planned to have the Undying Phoenix convert a batch of undead troops. Using undead to fight undead would undoubtedly be the best strategy to survive the first disaster. But the prerequisite was that the Undying Phoenix had to reach level 10. Chen Yi chose hell difficulty. A flash of brilliant light surrounded him, and he instantly arrived inside the Mount Laojun cave. As soon as he entered, a group of white-clad undead floated toward him. White-clad Wraith, level 65, grade, common, base strength, 21, base constitution, 33, base agility, 80, base mental power, 101, innate ability, Wraith body, skill, transformation, description. These white-clad Wraiths harbor no resentment and float eternally in the cave after the collapse of the cycle of reincarnation. Roughly estimating, there were about 200 of these white-clad Wraiths. Looking at them, Chen Yi directly launched a small fireball. Boom! The fireball, like a concentrated super bomb, exploded, and the powerful shockwave and heat instantly wiped them all out. The surrounding cave walls shook, causing sand and stones to fall. After eliminating the white-clad Wraiths, Chen Yi allocated all the experience points and gold coins he gained to the Undying Phoenix. The Undying Phoenix's experience bar began to move, jumping directly to 1.2%. Seeing the results, Chen Yi was very pleased. At this rate, the Undying Phoenix could reach level 10 in less than a month.
This progress was entirely acceptable to Chunyi. Chunyi continued forward with the Undying Phoenix. The underground cave of Laojun Mountain was somewhat similar to the Changping cave Chunyi had explored before. The cave was filled with black crystals emitting a bone-chilling cold that could freeze ordinary people into ice sculptures.
The passage was wide, over 20 meters, and stretched about 10,000 meters in length. As he walked, a group of black-clad ghosts blocked his path.
Chunyi glanced at them.
Briefly, black-clad vengeful ghost level, 65 rank, elite, then, Chunyi launched a fireball, instantly reducing them all
to ashes.
The experience bar of the Undying Nether Phoenix had already reached level 1, 3.4%. The pace of progress was accelerating. Bronze-level red-clad fierce ghosts, silver-level ghost generals, gold-level ghost kings.
Chunyi charged forward relentlessly. The monsters he encountered were wiped out in just a few moves. Meanwhile, the Undying Nether Phoenix finally leveled up to level 2.
At level 2, its mental capacity had reached 460, equivalent to a level 40 plus diamond tier creature.
Grezel was ecstatic.
Master, the body of this Undying Nether Phoenix is even stronger than I imagined.
Chunyi nodded.
The Undying Nether Phoenix was indeed powerful, but leveling it up was incredibly difficult. After defeating the Ghost King, Chunyi arrived at the end
of the passage.
There, he found 4 massive stone chambers, their surfaces covered with various Taoist seals.
These were clearly the hiding places of the 4 ferocious beasts.
The rules of the Laojun mountain cave were somewhat unique, defeating just one ferocious beast would count as clearing the level.
However, Chunyi had no intention of taking shortcuts, he planned to eliminate all 4 beasts.
Looking at the 4 stone chambers, Chunyi thought to himself that perhaps these 4 beasts had been sealed here long before the arrival of the red mist. After the red mist descended, they became the bosses of the cave.
Chunyi hadn't
watched any live streams of the hell difficulty level but knew that the ferocious beasts in hard difficulty had talents reaching SS
rank. In hell difficulty, their talents might be SSS rank. If that were true, it would be a major problem.
Without further thought,
Chunyi directly opened the stone door representing Tao Tai.
Entering the chamber, he saw that it resembled a giant cage.
The
walls were covered with murals depicting how the ancestors had subdued the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the
depths.
A massive beast, drooling profusely, slowly approached Chunyi. Its head was disproportionately large, while its body was only half the size of its head, making it look extremely bizarre. It matched the description in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a sheep's body with a human face, eyes under its armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human hands.
Chunyi opened its attribute
panel, Taotia level, 65 rank, mythical base strength, 650 base constitution, 750 base agility, 650 base mental capacity. 1 talent, Infinite Devour, SSS rank, Infinite Devour, unlocks the limits of constitution, allowing the creature to open its mouth wide and devour everything. For every creature of the same level it consumes, it gains a 1% boost to its base attributes.
Skill, Devour Heaven and Earth. Description, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Tao Tai. Chunyi hadn't expected
this creature to have only 1 skill, yet its rank was mythical.
The talent Infinite Devour left Chunyi astonished. If it were provided with enough flesh and blood, its constitution would become unimaginably terrifying. No wonder no one had dared to livestream the hell difficulty level of Tao Tai before. It was simply too strong to defeat. Even if someone managed to win, they wouldn't consider live streaming for profit. Chunyi turned to the Nether Phoenix.
Can you withstand this creature?
The Nether Phoenix nodded. Master, although my attributes aren't as strong as its, if it kills me, my base attributes will increase by 10%. upon revival. So, dying a few times won't be an issue. Chen Yi nodded.
The undying Nether Phoenix's talent allowed it to revive infinitely, so there was no need to worry. However, the sensation of dying was incredibly real, and each death felt more terrifying
than the last. Past experiences had proven that dying too many times could lead to mental collapse. The balance laws of the red mist were omnipresent.
If Grezel died too many times, Chen Yi feared he might go insane.
Since that's the case, be careful. I'll assist you from the side. Yes, master. With that, the Nether Phoenix flew toward Taotia's location, the gluttonous beast. Tao Tai saw the Nether Phoenix, Ming Feng, and its eyes immediately lit up. It could sense the high-level life energy flowing within the Nether Phoenix. Instinct told it that if it devoured the Nether Phoenix, this prison might be broken. Thinking of this, the gluttonous beast opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying force surged out. The Nether Phoenix, even in mid-air, struggled to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly threw a fireball at the gluttonous beast. This time, the explosion range of the fireball was completely controlled by Chen Yi to hit near the beast's cheek. Boom! With a muffled sound, the gluttonous beast's cheek was struck, blood gushing out. Roar! The beast howled in pain, its gaze instantly locking onto Chen Yi. A fierce whirlwind suddenly swept toward him. Chen Yi's body wavered slightly, and his skin felt a sharp sting. Yet, he continued to approach the beast. At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. You have taken damage from the devouring power of the gluttonous beast. Supernatural adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill Immovable as a Mountain. Almost instantly, Chen Yi felt as steady as a rock, his stance firmly rooted to the ground like nails. Looking at the gluttonous beast's gaping maw, ready to devour everything, Chen Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. You love to devour? Then I'll let you devour to your heart's content. With this thought, Chen Yi conjured a massive frost heart in his hand. Whoosh! He threw the frost heart directly into the beast's mouth. Swoosh! A bone-chilling cold quickly spread, and frost began to seep from the beast's entire body. Although it wasn't completely frozen, it was clearly affected. Chen Yi felt that one wasn't enough, so he immediately conjured a second and third frost heart, throwing them into the beast's mouth one by one, at a rate of 1 per second. The gluttonous beast's mouth was soon stuffed with frost hearts. Huff, 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 cold air billowed out from the beast's eyes, nose, and mouth. Its body began to be covered in a layer of frost. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi recalled the Nether Phoenix and stood aside, quietly admiring his work. The Nether Phoenix, intrigued, remarked, Master, your technique is getting more impressive. The last time I saw you use it, the temperature wasn't this low. Even I can feel the chill now. Chen Yi laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. He hadn't expected this Griselda to be so articulate. As time passed, the cold air emitted by the frost hearts grew stronger. The gluttonous beast's body was gradually encased in ice, completely frozen. Although the beast was a mythical creature, Chen Yi's strength was not to be underestimated. Dealing with a mythical creature, he handled it with ease. Next, Chen Yi conjured a fireball. This fireball was the death knell for the gluttonous beast. With a loud explosion, the beast, now an ice sculpture, was instantly blown into icy fragments. At the same time, the stone chamber began to shake violently, on the verge of collapse. The experience points and gold coins in Chen Yi's backpack instantly increased by over 1 billion. The system's voice promptly sounded, You have cleared the gluttonous beast's stone chamber. Would you like to exit the Laojun Mountain's secret realm? No. Chen Yi refused to exit without hesitation. Seeing the over 1 billion experience points in gold coins in his backpack, he was so excited he could hardly believe it. He hadn't expected the loot from a mythical creature to be so abundant. Of course, this was also thanks to the 30% experience bonus from Hell Mode, the 300% experience bonus from his greedy crown, and the 100% experience bonus within the Yinhuang territory. These bonuses allowed him to easily amass such a massive amount of experience points and gold coins. Then, Chen Yi invested the entire billion experience points and gold coins into the Nether Phoenix. A golden light flashed across the Nether Phoenix's body. It leveled up. Combined with its previous experience, the Nether Phoenix directly reached level 3. At this point, the level 3 Nether Phoenix's intelligence had soared to an astonishing 690. Its other attributes also saw significant increases. Looking at these numbers, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback. If he were to reveal the level 3 Nether Phoenix's attributes, no one would believe him. The stone chamber was on the verge of collapse, so Chen Yi quickly retreated with the Nether Phoenix. Subsequently, he brought Ming Feng to another stone chamber. You have arrived at the stone chamber's ceiling, Qianqi. Do you wish to break the seal? Without hesitation, Chen Yi broke the seal and walked straight in. His current strength was already sufficient to defeat mythical creatures of the same level, so he had little to worry about. Upon entering the stone chamber, Chen Yi saw murals on the walls depicting the process by which the ancestors sealed Qianqi. This sealing method was different from the one used to seal Tao Tai. Tao Tai was sealed with a cauldron, while Qianqi was sealed after being severely wounded by a sword. The sword immortal depicted in the murals looked remarkably like the legendary sword immortals, wielding the sword as effortlessly as moving an arm. Chen Yi was somewhat entranced, wondering whether this sword immortal truly existed or was merely a legend. After all, with the red mist now pervasive and various supernatural phenomena appearing, he felt that anything was possible. At that moment, deep within the stone chamber, a pair of emerald green eyes lit up in the darkness. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. When Qianqi stepped into the light, Chen Yi finally saw its appearance clearly. It was a massive beast, entirely crimson, resembling a tiger but as large as an elephant. Its body was covered in sharp spikes, and a pair of pale golden wings extended from its back. Although its appearance differed somewhat from the mythical depictions of Qianqi, its ferocious aura was undiminished. Chen Yi opened Qianqi's attribute panel. Qianqi, level, *65, grade, *. Mythical, base strength, *750, base constitution, *650, base agility, *650, base intelligence, *650, talent, *. Primal body, SSS, primal body, *. When Qianqi regenerates health, it generates a shield that can stack infinitely. While the shield is active, all damage is reduced by 99%, all resistances are increased by 99%, and attack power is increased 100-fold. Skills, * Golden Soul Rend, Devouring Soul Shield, Blade of Flowing Wind, Blood Sacrifice. Seeing this, Chen Yi was stunned. This Qianqi completely outclassed Tao Tai. Not only were all its attributes maxed out, but its strength was also 100 points higher than Tao Tai's. That primal body talent was overwhelmingly powerful. As long as it regenerated even a sliver of health, a shield would appear, capable of infinite stacking, with nearly all damage negated and attack power skyrocketing 100-fold. This meant that as long as it remained in a state of injury, Qianqi could continuously regenerate health and maintain its shield indefinitely. This SSS grade talent was truly terrifying. It was even more formidable than Ivan's undying body. Ivan's undying body only enhanced defense, whereas Qianqi's primal body also boosted attack power. However, today, Qianqi was unlucky to have encountered Chen Yi. With this thought, Chen Yi took out the Soul Cube Erasure of Time, which could completely seal an enemy's regenerative abilities. Immediately, a strange wave enveloped Qianqi's body.
Erasure of time sealed all of Qiangqi's regenerative abilities,
simultaneously nullifying its SSS grade talent. Qiangqi sensed the anomaly, but it was too late to think further. It let out a roar, preparing to fight back desperately. Roar! A tiger-like roar erupted from Qiangqi's mouth, its body flashing with a blood-red glow.
Blood began to seep from within its body. This was Qiangqi's blood sacrifice skill. By sacrificing 20% of its own health, it
unleashed a sonic attack dealing equivalent damage to its enemies.
Combined with its innate primal body, this move was nearly
invincible.
Chen felt as though his eardrums were about to burst. The roar directly targeted his life force.
You have been subjected to percentage-based life force absorption. Life force has been locked. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated.
Congratulations, your passive skill, life stability, has been upgraded to life constancy.
Chen felt much better after supernatural adaptation activated.
His eardrums no longer felt stifled. Qiangqi was utterly shocked. It wasn't that Chen hadn't been injured, it was that Qiangqi realized it could no longer regenerate health, life recovery was blocked. This meant his strongest talent was rendered useless. Thinking of this, Qiangqi began to feel fear. He didn't know why he couldn't recover his life force, but it was definitely related to the person in front of him. Chen stared at Qiangqi, a fireball spell rising in his hand.
The fireball spell had a casting time of only 0.1 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, dozens of fireballs bombarded Qiangqi.
Qiangqi looked at the fireballs, extended his front paw, and slashed, releasing powerful air currents, blades of flowing wind.
Normally, with his talent boost, this move would be a highly destructive ultimate skill. But now, it could only be considered an ordinary skill. The fireballs easily penetrated the blades of flowing wind and struck his scarred body directly. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed continuously.
Without the support of his talent, Qiangqi could only rely on his high constitution of 650
points to endure.
But even Taotai, with a constitution of 750 points, couldn't withstand Chenyi's magical attacks, let alone Qiangqi.
Chenyi's hands moved like a machine gun, firing 10 fireballs per second. Boom! Boom boom! 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 When Chen
launched the 890th fireball, Qiangqi was blasted into powder, not even having time to utter his final words.
No one would have thought that a mythical creature would die under the most basic fireball spell. However, this was also because Chenyi's soul cube could block all recovery abilities.
At this moment, Chenyi's backpack gained over 100 million experience coins.
He quickly used them on Mingfeng.
But to Chenyi's surprise, Mingfeng's experience bar only increased by 62%.
Chen frowned.
This was troublesome, the experience requirement had doubled. He found it hard to accept this reality.
If Mingfeng were to reach level 100, he had no idea how much experience would be needed.
At this rate, even if he used up all the experience coins in the red mist, it
wouldn't be enough.
Thinking of this, Chen shook his head.
What a hassle. The experience consumption for reaching level 10 was already astonishing.
Next, he entered another stone chamber. This was the place where the Chaos Beast was sealed.
The Chaos. Here wasn't ordinary chaos but referred to a ferocious beast named Chaos. Upon entering, the murals changed. Chaos was ultimately suppressed at the bottom of a mountain formed by a jade pendant. Chen marveled, if the Red Mist game had developers, they must be detail-oriented. At this moment, Chaos appeared before Chen. It looked like a large black dog, resembling its depiction in mythological legends.
Chen pulled up Chaos's attributes: Chaos level, 65 grade, diamond base strength, 650 base Constitution, 650 base agility, 650 base intelligence, 650 talents, Jetstream Body, S, Water Shadow Body, S, Mystic Fire Body, S, Solid Stone Body, S, Skill, for symbols as one. Chun-Yi looked at chaos and frowned. This chaos was so weak that it didn't live up to the title of a ferocious beast. It was far inferior to Tao Tai and Xiangqi. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Chun-Yi began launching marble-sized fireballs again, throwing one after another at chaos. Chaos turned directly into a ball of flames. The fireballs passed through the flames and hit the murals on the far side of the stone chamber. The intense bombardment caused cracks to appear in the chamber. Chun-Yi gradually realized that chaos could be immune to 4 types of elemental attacks. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi turned to look at Mingfeng. Grizel, burn this guy to ashes for me. Mingfeng's flames weren't ordinary fire but a higher form of energy. They merely manifested in the form of flames. Yes, master. Mingfeng unleashed a stream of fire from its mouth. The fire landed on chaos, and chaos immediately let out a piercing scream. It then reverted to its true form. However, traces of Mingfeng's flames still lingered on its body. Seeing this, Chun-Yi gained a new understanding of Mingfeng's flames. The flames could truly ignite chaos's body. Chun-Yi noticed that his fireball spell had already reached level 12, but its proficiency was becoming increasingly difficult to improve. Who knew what the higher level fireball spell would look like? Would the level of the flames increase? After all, Chun-Yi's current fireball spell was still the most basic form of fire. No matter how powerful, it's still just ordinary flames. If the flames don't level up, it will be extremely difficult to face these mythical creatures. At this moment, chaos had already transformed into a mass of water. The flames of the Nether Phoenix hissed in the water, eventually turning into a large amount of mist. Chaos seized the opportunity to transform its body into an invisible jet-like wind. Immediately afterward, an unharmed Chaos Black Dog appeared before Chun-Yi. At this moment, Chun-Yi finally understood why the Chaos Black Dog was only at the Diamond tier. The strength of the Diamond tier was already terrifying. If it were truly at the mythical tier, it would be an invincible existence. The ability to freely switch between 4 elemental forms made it nearly impossible to find a way to completely destroy it. Chaos's 4 talents, when viewed individually, were merely ordinary S-tier talents. But when combined, their difficulty surpassed even SSS tier. However, switching forms consumed energy. Chun-Yi didn't believe its energy was as infinite as his own. Thinking of this, he looked at the Nether Phoenix. Grizel, keep burning it non-stop. I don't believe Chaos's energy is inexhaustible. Yes, master. The Nether Phoenix continuously spewed flames to attack Chaos. Chaos's body kept changing: plasma, solid, liquid, gas. These 4 basic elements constituted all its power. During the transformation of forms, Chaos could even recover some energy. However, the flames of the Nether Phoenix were of a higher energy level, causing significant damage to Chaos. Eventually, Chaos collapsed to the ground, its energy depleted, unable to continue switching forms. Seeing this opportunity, Chun-Yi unleashed a scorching ray. Chaos had no power to resist. In an instant, its body self-combusted, turning into a pile of ashes. At the spot where Chaos died, a burst of white light suddenly erupted. Loot drop? Chun-Yi excitedly ran over. He reached his hand into the white light, and a skill book appeared in his hand. Chun-Yi eagerly opened it to check. Body of Flowing Clouds, A tier, allows the user to transform into a cloud-like mist. In mist form, the user is immune to physical damage but can only use wind and water-based skills. This was a top-tier survival skill book. If he were ever cornered by an assassin, activating the Body of Flowing Clouds would greatly enhance his survival rate. Moreover, it was a Skill book specifically for mages, perfectly suited to Chun Yi's identity. He happily clapped his hands and began learning the skill. Book. A flood of knowledge instantly poured into his mind. Chen Yi couldn't wait to try using the body of flowing clouds. He immediately felt his body transform into a cloud-like mist. All his equipment disappeared. His field of vision became a seamless 360-degree view. Not bad. Afterward, Chen Yi cancelled the mist form. As long as he continued leveling up the body of flowing clouds. Once it reached level 5, it would trigger a special effect. At that point, the effect would be enhanced 100-fold, possibly even granting immunity to both physical and magical attacks simultaneously. Chen Yi was satisfied and gave all the experience and gold to the Nether Phoenix. Since Chaos was a diamond tier creature, the Nether Phoenix's experience bar only increased by 8%. Arriving at the final stone chamber, Chen Yi took a deep breath, relaxed, lifted the seal, and walked out. There were murals here, depicting the story of Tao Wu being cooked and divided in a large pot. However, Tao Wu's flesh and blood were not digested. Instead, they were vomited out. It had to be sealed away. Just as Chen Yi was staring at the mural, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Outsider, this is not a place you should be. Chen Yi turned around and saw a massive beast slowly approaching him. Strangely, the beast's head was a human face, with a black horn growing from its forehead. This scene left Chen Yi stunned. He hadn't expected Tao Wu to be able to speak. He immediately opened the introduction about Tao Wu. Tao Wu level, 65 grade, mythical base. Strength, 650 base constitution, 650 base agility, 650 base intelligence, 750 talent, dark control, SS level, skills. Stubbornness, demon horn impact, crimson gold flame, ultimate skill earthquake. Looking at these skills, Chen Yi felt there was nothing to fear and that he could handle it with ease. Tao Wu, seeing that Chen Yi ignored it, charged directly at him. Its black horns emitted a dense dark mist, as if devouring all the surrounding light. Chen Yi didn't give it a chance, immediately releasing a scorching ray that accurately enveloped Tao Wu's body. Tao Wu instantly felt intense pain, as if flames were burning inside its body. Damn human, I'll kill you. Tao Wu roared, and a black barrier appeared on its horns, forcibly blocking the scorching ray. Immediately after, a massive crimson gold flame surged toward Chen Yi. But in the next second, Tao Wu's eyes widened in shock as it realized the flames immediately fell under Chen Yi's control, behaving like a tame pet. The black phoenix emblem on Chen Yi's robe seemed so vivid at that moment, as if it were about to come to life, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing this, Tao Wu could hardly believe its eyes. The flames that could burn everything were being toyed with like a plaything in this man's hands. Its crimson gold flames were completely ineffective against Chen Yi, and Tao Wu, enraged, began stomping the ground furiously. Boom! 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 The entire stone chamber began to shake violently, with countless cracks forming on the ground, which started to collapse. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately commanded the undying Nether Phoenix to carry him to the top of the stone chamber. At that moment, the ground completely caved in, turning into a bottomless pit. Tao Wu's figure transformed into a massive darkness, floating in midair. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the darkness and directly unleashed a scorching ray attack. The darkened Tao Wu panicked, unable to resist the scorching ray. Ah! The ray struck Tao Wu, and a large chunk of the darkness was instantly obliterated. Chen Yi realized that Tao Wu could only resist his skills in its physical form. With this in mind, Chen Yi increased the power of the scorching ray. The ray suddenly underwent a qualitative change, its color shifting from red to golden white, and its width narrowing to the thickness of a chopstick. Chen Yi knew that the skill's power had increased at least tenfold. A notification
Sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations, your scorching ray has been upgraded to level 12. The energy of the scorching ray caused the darkness that was Tao's form to continuously dissolve, eventually bursting into a ball of white light. Chen Yi looked at the undying nether phoenix. Grezel, fly to the white light. No, master. The undying nether phoenix flew near the white light, and Chen Yi grabbed it. A notification sounded in his ears. You have cleared all the dungeons of Mount Laojun. Would you like to leave? Leave. A powerful teleportation force sent Chen Yi back to Mount Laojun. At this moment, the dungeon had closed and would not reopen for another month. Chen Yi checked the item in his hand. Dark Elixir, A level, effect, grants invisibility in darkness upon consumption. Good stuff. Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. This elixir could be traded to Xia Liang. Xia Liang would surely exchange something even more valuable for it, preferably an A-level summoning skill book. With this in mind, Chen Yi sent a screenshot of the dark elixir to Xia Liang. Shortly after, Xia Liang sent a holographic call request. Chen Yi accepted, and Xia Liang's projection appeared before him. Chen Yi, I want this elixir. What do you want in exchange? Chen Yi looked at Xia Liang. An A-level summoning skill book of the same grade. Xia Liang frowned. A-level summoning skill books are rare. I don't have one right now. Chen Yi nodded. That's fine. Let me know when you get one. Alright, thank you. You're welcome. Chen Yi traded the dark elixir to Xia Liang. Xia Liang, as the deputy director of the Tianji Bureau, had a much greater chance of obtaining an A-level summoning skill book than he did. This deal was considered an investment. Chen Yi looked at Hilliard. Let's go to the next dungeon. Yes, master. Over the next month, Chen Yi kept grinding dungeons, leveling up the nether. Phoenix became increasingly difficult, especially after reaching level 7, where it took dozens of dungeons to gain just one level. A month passed, and the undying nether phoenix had only reached level 9 at 23%. However, it was now incredibly powerful, with mental power of 2070, just one step away from reaching level 10 and unlocking its first skill. But Chen Yi had already cleared all the dungeons he knew of, and the cooldown for the earliest dungeon he cleared still had 3 days left. The monsters in the Yanhuang region were only level 20, offering very little experience, and Chen Yi didn't want to compete with ordinary players for monsters to level up. For some reason, the elite monsters from the Undead Scourge hadn't respawned, leaving Chen Yi without a suitable place to grind. As for secret realms, Chen Yi avoided them whenever possible, increasingly valuing their rarity. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't casually enter one to grind. Meanwhile, after a month-long cooldown period, the Second National War had begun. This time, however, apart from Yanhuan, none of the other countries had any top-tier experts participating. Due to the cooldown restrictions from the previous national war, all top-tier experts were barred from this one. At this moment, Chen Yi stood atop Mount Tai, perched on Hilliard's shoulder. Having just cleared the last dungeon and with nothing else to do, he enthusiastically opened a livestream to check out the rules for this national war. Before long, the livestream began. Xia Liang was leading his team across the battlefield, followed by Zhou Han, Su Qiaoer, Zhan Haishan, and a group of exceptionally talented professionals. He was completely unrestrained, as he was in an invincible state. Coupled with the absence of top-tier experts from other countries, there was no one on the battlefield who could rival him. The people of Yanhuan were ecstatic at this moment. I heard that none of the top-tier experts from other countries can participate this time. Our Yanhuang is guaranteed to take first place. Exactly. Look at the captain of the second team, his talent has been revealed. He's now in a permanent invincible state. Really?
I used to think he wasn't that great, but now it seems he's a top-tier expert too.
Didn't you see the golden glow around him?
That's the invincible golden light, which blocks all damage.
This talent is too overpowered. Even the Archmage can't beat him, right? Not necessarily. Maybe he's not even a match for the Archmage. Stop it. Who can break this invincible state? Have you ever heard of a skill that can break invincibility? What? You know of a skill that can break invincibility?
Yeah, my cousin works at the Tianji Bureau.
The guy ranked second is my cousin. Wow, impressive. Your cousin said there's really a skill that can break invincibility?
Of course, I know quite a few secrets.
What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?
Yeah, keep talking.
What secrets do you know? Wow, someone just disappeared all of a sudden. That's creepy. Chenny watched with a peculiar expression.
Sai, hasn't Johan dealt with his cousin yet? This personality will harm him sooner or later.
It seems he was taken away by the people from the Tianji Bureau.
Well, at least it stops him from talking nonsense.
At this moment, a
different message suddenly popped up in the live chat. I am the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. Our gang has already been absorbed
by the Tianji Bureau. That guy was just sent to the Tianji Bureau by me.
From now on, anyone who dares to leak any information about the Tianji Bureau will face the wrath of the Wild Wolf Gang.
After a brief silence, everyone was shocked. That
guy has been leaking intelligence for days, and now he's finally in trouble.
In trouble? His cousin is still in the national war. That's what having strong backing means. He might be released soon.
Upstairs, our cold division isn't to be trifled with. His cousin won't die, but he'll definitely suffer a huge loss this time.
Really? That harsh?
Heh, it's just that harsh. At this moment, Chenny had already figured out the name of the rules for this national war, Welfare Bureau.
On the battlefield
of the national war, there were countless secret realms for each country to attack, with a time limit of 24 hours. The creatures hidden in these secret realms, once successfully conquered, would appear in the territories of the respective countries in massive
numbers, but they wouldn't actively attack people.
The equipment and experience dropped were several times higher than those of
ordinary monsters. Was this the Red Mist's way of maintaining fairness and balance? Chenny thought to himself. After all, this time, the other countries didn't even have a single contestant with an SSS level talent, so it wasn't even a contest on the same level.
However, even if it was the Welfare Bureau, it was still a huge advantage for Yanhuang. With the strength of the second team, Chenny believed they could conquer at least 5 secret realms within 24 hours. As for the other countries, conquering even one secret realm within 24 hours would be a miracle.
Xiao Liang and his team quickly found a secret realm. After a flash of white
light, the live stream from Yanhuang's channel changed.
It was a secret realm in a dense forest. Seeing this, Chen Yi's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that Xiao Liang and his team had directly found the legendary elf secret realm?
Xiao Liang, on the other hand,
remained calm.
He knew there was nothing here that could threaten him, but his teammates still needed to be well protected.
Thinking of this, Xiao Liang looked at Su Qiaoer. Su Qiaoer, protect Johan and Zhang Haishan.
The other support members, guard
Su Qiaoer and the others. Next, I'll scout ahead.
Hearing Xiao Liang's words, everyone nodded.
Understood, Captain. Xiao Liang
immediately ran toward the depths of the forest. With the aid of various agility and speed potions, he quickly disappeared from
everyone's sight. Chen Yi immediately switched the camera back to Xiao Liang.
At this moment, Xiao Liang was running swiftly ahead. Through the gaps in the leaves, Chen Yi saw a massive tree that looked like a pillar supporting the sky. He was now certain that Xia Liang had indeed entered the elf secret realm this time. Thinking of this, Chen Yi felt that the men and women of Yanhuang, who usually stayed at home with small social circles, were incredibly lucky. If they could conquer this elf secret realm. TSK. TSK, the scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to imagine further. By now, Xia Liang had already arrived in front of the giant tree. The tree's circumference was about 100 meters, and the surrounding trees were also towering. The tree was covered with tree houses. Chen Yi knew that every elf tribe had a mother tree. This tree gave them power, and they would defend it with their lives. Wu the elves had discovered Xia Liang. A horn sounded, and the entire tribe heard it. About 500 elves drew their bows and staves and charged toward Xia Liang. Chen Yi, seeing that the number of elves wasn't large, felt a bit disappointed. One elf in Yanhuang could multiply into 10,000. These 500 elves here would only amount to 5 million. In Yanhuang. Compared to Yanhuang's population of 1 billion, this number was insignificant. Arrows and nature spells rained down on Xia Liang. Xia Liang neither dodged nor evaded, letting them fall on him. The attributes of these elves were revealed by Xia Liang. Nature Elf, level 35, grade, gold grade elves were already incredibly powerful. Chen Yi was well aware that when other countries encountered gold tier monsters, it was not just difficult to defeat them, it was hard enough to escape alive. At this moment, the elves were staring at Xia Liang in terror. His invincible state was completely beyond their comprehension. Looking at these stunningly beautiful elves, Xia Liang suddenly felt a bit reluctant to kill them. But when he thought about how killing one elf would result in 10,000 appearing in Yanhuang, Xia Liang immediately felt that killing them wasn't such a bad idea after all. The livestream chat exploded with comments, "Wow, these elves are so gorgeous. If they came to our place, I definitely wouldn't kill them." Exactly what I was thinking. I'd been single for 35 years. How did you even survive those 35 years? None of your business. I've decided I'm picking a husband from those male elves. Ugh, even the elves are stealing our girls now? Come on, even without the elves, the girls wouldn't pick you. That hurts. At that moment, Xia Liang began attacking the elves. His SSS tier talent started to unleash its power. Chen Yi watched intently, sensing that things were about to get exciting. At this point, Xia Liang had already mastered the enhanced effects of hundreds of potions and spells. Although he wasn't truly invincible yet, his combat power was now more than 10 times stronger than when he was in the Red Moon space. This was fantastic news for all of Yanhuang. Xia Liang's entire body glowed with a golden red light. He could almost take down a gold-tier creature with a single punch. Of course, this was partly because these gold-tier creatures were only level 35, while Xia Liang had already reached level 55. With such a significant level gap, it was no surprise he could defeat them in one blow. If they were gold-tier creatures of the same level, Xia Liang wouldn't be able to achieve this. His speed was astonishing, leaving after-images in his wake. In the end, all 500 elves fell under Xia Liang's iron fists. At this time, Jiu Han and the others had yet to arrive on the battlefield. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed in everyone's ears: Yanhuang Nation has conquered the natural elf secret realm. 5 million natural elves have materialized within Yanhuang. Yanhuang Nation has conquered the natural elf secret realm. 5 million natural elves have materialized within Yanhuang. Yanhuang Nation has conquered the natural elf secret realm. 5 million natural elves have materialized within Yanhuang. As the announcement ended, over 5 million gold-tier natural elves appeared across Yanhuang. At this moment, Chen Yi also noticed 3 natural elves spawning below Hilliard. To Chen Yi's surprise, As soon as these three natural elves appeared, they drew their bows or wielded their staffs and immediately launched attacks on the undead creatures.
Chenny hadn't expected these natural elves to help fight the undead. However, while 5
million sounded like a lot, when distributed across the entire nation, the number was actually quite limited.
The chat was abuzz with excitement. Wow, a natural elf just spawned near my house, and I brought it home right away. Same here. I've got a husband now. Oh my husband is so handsome.
Why do you all have natural elves, but I don't?
This is so unfair. Idiot.
While everyone's distracted by the livestream, hurry up and go catch one in the wild.
But there are undead in the wild. I'm too scared to go.
Then you deserve to miss out.
On the battlefield of the national war, the Yenhuang team was already heading toward the next secret realm.
Teams from other countries were still stuck in place, with some not even having caught sight of a
single monster. The top-tier experts from other nations looked grim. If they had known earlier that they couldn't participate in
consecutive national wars, they would never have let the Yenhuang team dominate like this. At this moment, Jin Huanger stood at the edge of a volcanic crater. Below the crater, a magical barrier radiated dazzling light.
If Chen Yi were present, he would
immediately recognize that this barrier was identical to the one he had encountered in Antarctica. Beside her, Jean Fonger's hands glimmered with flowing light as she focused intently on analyzing the magical barrier before her.
Chen Yi, meanwhile, was engrossed
in studying the natural elves. Having just dismounted from Hilliard, he began inspecting the levels of these natural elves. Their
grade is silver, and their level is 20. Both grade and level can drop. Currently, the average level in Yenhuang country is around 20. With double experience and ordinary grade undead, the leveling speed of all professionals has become extremely fast. The three nature spirits were all female.
When they saw Chen Yi, they showed no reaction, seemingly willing to follow his orders.
Chen Yi took out the realm mirror and directly sent the three nature spirits into the mirrored world.
Then, he looked into the distance. He had already begun considering how to develop the world within the realm mirror.
Although it was currently a barren wasteland, with
proper management, turning it into another paradise was not impossible. As for letting the people from the Tianji Bureau hide inside to wait out the first wave of disasters, Chen Yi had no interest in that. If all the powerful combatants were taken away, the population of Yenhuang would decrease by more than 80%.
Chen Yi could never accept such an outcome. Moreover, these nature spirits had the ability to restore natural vitality. If enough nature spirits were added, even barren land could be transformed into fertile soil. Chen Yi leapt onto Hilliard's back.
Hilliard, fly around the entire
Yenhuang and capture any nature spirits you see.
Yes, master. Hilliard immediately began flying over Yenhuang. On Hilliard's back, Chen Yi opened a portal with the realm mirror. This way, whenever Hilliard captured a nature spirit, it could be directly transported into the mirrored world using wind power. Sitting on Hilliard's head, Chen Yi started a livestream. As one nature spirit after another
was captured by Hilliard, on the national battlefield, Xiao Liang and his team arrived at the second secret realm. This secret realm was completely different from the previous elven realm. It was a vast grassland where thousands of giant blue oxen with lightning patterns lived.
Each blue ox was 6 meters long and 4 meters tall, as massive as a large truck.
Looking at the blue oxen before him, Xiao Liang was thrilled. These blue oxen had immense utility. In the absence of modern technological products, they could be used for transportation, as mounts, or even slaughtered for meat. In short, if these blue oxen could be materialized, they would undoubtedly greatly enhance Yenhuang's national strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Liang checked the attributes of the blue oxen.
Thunder Ox, level 35, grade, gold, base strength, 210, base constitution, 321, base agility, 145, base intelligence, 120, talent, strength of the bull, skills, thunderstorm, bull charge. Seeing the attributes of the Thunder Ox, those who had never encountered a gold-grade creature were stunned. Xiao Liang, however, charged directly at the Thunder Oxen. His invincible state filled him with confidence. This was power. The Thunder Oxen were highly alert. Almost instantly, thousands of them pointed their horns at Xiaoliang. They took their positions, and all four legs began to charge. The charge of thousands of thunder oxen kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Johann, lead the team to dodge to the side first. Yes, Captain. The others quickly moved aside. The thunder oxen's charge was straightforward and wouldn't turn, so as long as they dodged to the side, they would be safe. Xiaoliang, however, ran directly toward the charging thunder oxen. Boom! 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 One thunder ox after another collided with Xiaoliang's invincible body. But because he was in an invincible state, each thunder ox that hit him had its horns broken and was sent flying backward. They landed heavily on the ground, creating large craters. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Wow, is this the power of gold-grade creatures? If I encountered one, even a single thunder ox could send me straight to reincarnation. I used to think I could handle it when I saw the second team's captain taking down gold-grade creatures with one punch. With thousands of thunder oxen charging, I think no one but the second team's captain could withstand it. I agree. At least the Archmage wouldn't be able to endure it head-on. Who gave you the courage to badmouth the Archmage here? What's going on? The Archmage's attack power is indeed strong, but we've never seen him take a hit before. What do you mean? The Archmage is just that powerful. At most, the second team's captain is only strong in defense. Invincible, you know what invincible means, right? The Archmage can't even break through his defense. If you tell me this, I won't sleep. Chenny looked at the people arguing and shook his head helplessly. However, they did have a point. He indeed lacked a skill that could break through invincibility. If he encountered an enemy who activated an invincible state in the future, he would have no way to counter it. But skills or equipment that could break invincibility were too rare, almost impossible to come by. So, Chenny hadn't specifically sought them out. After all, he had a principle: if you can't win, run. Forcing a fight when you can't win is just foolish. On the battlefield of the National War, Xiaoliang had already taken down all the Thunder Bulls. However, defeating them one by one was truly exhausting. Xiaoliang walked up to Johann. Johann, it's your turn. Johann nodded. All right. With that, he took out the Ice God Codex. A massive magic array appeared in the sky. Ice crystals continuously fell from above, blossoming into lotus shapes upon hitting the ground. Then, icy tornadoes appeared one after another, filled with countless sharp ice blades. Holding the Ice God Codex, Johann launched a frenzied attack. The powerful ice magic instantly turned the Thunder Bulls into frozen corpses. Seeing this, the audience from Yanhuang country was thrilled. Wow, it's been so long since we've seen Han make a move, and now he's dominating the entire field. Ice magic looks so powerful. I've decided to focus on ice magic from now on. Me too. I was hesitating about which mage to choose, but now I've decided on Frost Mage. Wow, you're already level 30. I got lucky. If it weren't for double experience and those undead, I wouldn't have leveled up to 30 so quickly. You're still a pro. On the battlefield of the National War, under Johann's relentless attacks, all the Thunder Bulls were annihilated. Soon after, an announcement popped up: Yanhuang country has successfully conquered the Thunder Bull secret realm, rewarding the nation with the manifestation of 10 million Thunder Bulls. This announcement was like a bomb, shaking the entire world. Is this for real? Yanhuang country is practically cheating. I'm so jealous. Is it still possible to immigrate there? It's too late. Yanhuang country has been refusing entry to people from other countries since the 100 Nations War a month ago. Unbelievable. I'm so envious. Meanwhile, on Shen Yi's side, Hilliard had already captured over 100,000 nature elves, but capturing them was becoming increasingly difficult. Eventually, he ended up capturing them all the way from the western region of Yanhuang to the northeast. When the announcement popped up, Shen Yi was ecstatic. Now he was determined to capture 1 million Thunder Bulls to serve as laborers for the spirits in the Realm Mirror. Hilliard, stop capturing elves. Start capturing Thunder Bulls. Understood, Master. At that moment, Shen Yi suddenly had the urge to check out the nearby mountains. Hilliard, head to the nearby mountains first. There should be plenty of manifested Thunder Bulls there. Understood. Hilliard immediately flew toward the Tianqi volcano in the Changbai Mountains. Along the way, he captured Thunder Bulls whenever he encountered them and elves whenever he came across them, adding over 300 elves to the Realm Mirror. At this moment, near the volcano crater, Jean Huanger and Jean Fonger suddenly heard the cry of an eagle. In the distant sky, a massive winged eagle was flying with 2 thunderbolts in its claws, and a person was standing on the eagle's head. Seeing this, Jean Huanger froze. How did this guy find this place? She quickly threw a light shadow cloak over herself and Jean Huanger, and the two of them instantly disappeared from the crater. Sister, how much progress have you made? Sis, I've only analyzed 57% so far, Jean Huanger said anxiously. Chen Yi had unexpectedly arrived nearby. There was no one for thousands of miles around, yet he had somehow run into them. Jean Huanger's eyes turned cold. Could someone in the Beta Testers Alliance have leaked information? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Everyone in Yanhuan was watching the National War livestream, and the time and place they had chosen should have been impossible to discover. How could Chen Yi have shown up here? It seemed she would have to thoroughly investigate the Beta Testers Alliance when she returned. If there really was a mole, she would make sure that mole regretted ever coming to this world. Fortunately, she had brought the light shadow cloak. Chen Yi wouldn't be able to detect them at all while Hilliard was fully focused on hunting. Thunderbolt, Chen Yi's gaze was drawn to the distant, beautiful Changbai Mountain. The scenery of Changbai Mountain was breathtaking. It was once a volcanic site and still retained its original volcanic landscape. Chen Yi suddenly recalled a Tomb Raiding novel and couldn't help but wonder if the cloud-top heavenly palace on Changbai Mountain truly existed, and how the young man behind the bronze door was doing now. Thinking of this, Chen Yi chuckled at himself. Ever since the world underwent its transformation, he had hardly relaxed. Since Hilliard was in charge of capturing Thunder Bull, there was no harm in him taking a trip to Changbai Mountain for some fun. He looked at Hilliard and said, Hilliard, you continue catching Thunder Bull in Yanhuang. Catch as many as you can. Hilliard asked, then where are you going, master? Chen Yi replied indifferently, don't worry about me. With that, he activated his blink ring, teleporting 100 meters per second, swiftly traversing the distance. A dozen minutes later, Chen Yi arrived near Tianqi Lake. By the volcano's crater, Jean Huanger and Jean Huanger grew tense. Jean Huanger was almost certain that someone inside had betrayed them. Damn it, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this when I return, she cursed inwardly. She urged Jean Huanger, hurry up. Got it, I'm speeding up the analysis, Jean Huanger replied, trying her best to accelerate, though her face grew paler, clearly under heavy strain. Chen Yi walked straight toward the crater. He had an inexplicable feeling that if he didn't come here today, he would regret it. He decided to trust his intuition. After all, he possessed the luck of miracles, and perhaps he might encounter something good. Jean Huanger was so anxious she was about to cry. Could it be that he had discovered her? Chen Yi reached the foot of the mountain and looked up at the crater. The distance from Tianqi Lake to the crater was over 200 meters. He didn't feel like climbing, so with 2 blinks, he teleported directly to the crater. Jean Huanger was startled by Chen Yi's sudden appearance. He was standing right in front of her, less than a meter away. Thump! 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 Jean Huanger's heart had never raced so fast. In her hand appeared the golden flying ring she had once used to imprison the embodiment of calamity. If she could bind this guy, they could easily deal with him. Excitedly, she aimed at Chen Yi, and the golden flying ring shot toward him at an incredible speed. Chen Yi suddenly sneezed, bending his body slightly. Clang! The flying ring struck his head, leaving a large bump, but the fatal blow was avoided. Ouch! Chen Yi cried out in pain, and in the next second, he teleported 100 meters away. He saw the figure before him. It was Jean Huanger. What was this woman doing here? He grew alert, his body covered in diamond skin. Jean Huanger gritted her teeth, wishing she could crush them. How could this guy have such good luck? A sneeze had actually allowed him to dodge her flying ring. Chen Yi asked, Jean Huanger, what are you doing here? Yanhuang is not a place you should be. Jean Huanger's mind raced. Could it be that Chen Yi didn't know about this? At that moment, Chen Yi noticed a familiar glimmer inside the crater, reminiscent of what he had seen at the South Pole's origin years ago. Could there be another hidden realm here? Chen Yi grew excited, imagining the possibility of obtaining another secret realm. He couldn't sit still and immediately summoned the undying Nether Phoenix. As soon as it appeared, the powerful aura of the undying Nether Phoenix terrified Jean Huanger. This aura was something she had only felt from a national war boss. The undying Nether Phoenix had already reached level 9, its strength hundreds of times greater than Jean Huanger's. Jean Huanger roared, Grizel, kill this woman. No, master. The undying Nether Phoenix unleashed a burst of flames toward Jean Huanger. At this moment, under the influence of Chen Yi's mental power exceeding 2,000 points, the surrounding space warped and distorted from the heat of the flames. Seeing the flames, Jean Huanger instinctively wanted to dodge. But behind her was her sister. Although she was a very pragmatic person, she deeply valued family ties. Thinking of this, Jean Huanger immediately pulled out an SSS-grade shield to block the flames. The flames struck the shield, producing a piercing hissing sound. After all, it was an SSS-grade shield, capable of resisting the flames of the undying Nether Phoenix to some extent. But as time went on, the shield gradually turned red and even began to melt. Jean Huanger found it increasingly difficult to hold onto the shield. "Sister, is it almost done?" Jean Huanger anxiously looked at her elder sister, who was in pain from the burning flames, her heart filled with worry. "Sister, it's almost ready." At this moment, Chen Yi also noticed something unusual. Jean Huanger seemed to be protecting someone and refused to leave. Could that person be Jean Huanger? Thinking of Jean Huanger's talent for analyzing all things, it was clear that Jean Huanger had called her over. Chen Yi immediately understood everything. "Aren't you two sisters? Then I'll make sure neither of you leaves here." Without hesitation, he cast the meteorite spell. A massive meteorite came hurtling down toward Jean Huanger's back. Seeing this, Jean Huanger instantly realized that it would be impossible to obtain the only sacrificial equipment in the secret realm today. "Sister, don't worry about me, just go." Jean Huanger, witnessing the incoming meteorite, reluctantly glanced at the progress of her analysis, which had reached 97%, and then decisively twisted her teleportation ring to leave. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and waves of heat surged forth. Countless streams of magma spewed out. Chen Yi's meteorite spell directly pierced through the volcano's crater. Jean Huanger's entire body was scorched black, and she immediately used her teleportation ring to escape the magma zone. However, Chen Yi, being immune to fire, was completely unharmed by the magma. Within the magma, a faintly visible magical barrier remained unscathed by his meteorite spell. Watching Jean Huanger flee, Chen Yi was powerless to pursue her and could only let her go. He turned his gaze toward the magical barrier. The array patterns shimmered with a rainbow glow, concealing an unknown secret realm within. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately summoned Hilliard. Soon, his consciousness connected with Hilliard's. "Hilliard, come back. There's a barrier here that needs your expertise to break." "Understood, Master." Chen Yi stood in place, waiting. At this moment, the system announcement rang out again. "Yanhuang Nation has conquered the Dwarven secret realm, rewarding the manifestation of 20 million dwarves within its territory." Chen Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. The national war had been going on for so long, and no other country had seen such an announcement. Yanhuang Nation firmly held the top spot, while other nations considered themselves lucky to conquer even one secret realm. After about 15 minutes, the cry of an eagle echoed. Hilliard flew in from the distance, hovering above the volcano's crater. "Master, do you need me to break the barrier?" Chen Yi nodded. "This barrier is identical to the one in Antarctica. I'm asking you to break it again to ensure the task is completed." Hilliard responded and exhaled a gust of west wind toward the barrier. This west wind, capable of breaking all barriers, created an opening in just 3 minutes. He skillfully shrank his body and slipped into the barrier. Chen Yi waited quietly outside. Before long, Hilliard emerged from the opening, which then restored itself as if no one had entered. Hilliard carried a small bell in his beak and flew to Chen Yi. Chen Yi took it. It was the Calamity Bell. Grade, unique, effect, through sacrifice, obtain the Calamity Dagger to enter the Calamity Secret Realm. Sacrifice progress, F-grade equipment, 0/1000. Chen Yi's heart leaped with joy. This was another secret realm entrance. He immediately sacrificed all the irrelevant items in his backpack. The Calamity Bell roared continuously, producing one Calamity Dagger after another. In the end, Chen Yi obtained 4 Calamity Daggers. Calamity Dagger. Grade, S-grade, effect, serves as a pass to enter and exit the Calamity Secret Realm. Usage count, 1 out of 1. The dagger was palm-sized, similar to the golden key used to enter the Treasure Secret Realm. Now, Chen Yi had 2 Tian Shun seals, 3 golden keys, and these 4 Calamity Daggers in his possession. The Apocalypse tokens had long been used up. The plan to take Su Qiaoer into the secret realm, as promised, had also fallen through. However, Chen Yi discovered something unique about the Apocalypse secret realm. The experience points gained there were double those of other secret realms, and any item had a chance of dropping, unlike the Tian Shun secret realm, which only drops skills, and the Tian Bao secret realm, which only produces pet eggs. the Tianqi secret realm is more like a combination of all the secret realms. However, Chen Yi preferred secret realms with a single unique feature, as the chances of obtaining something valuable were higher. He looked at the Scourge dagger in his hand, curious about what might be special about the Scourge secret realm. He decided to enter and level up first. Scanning his surroundings, he decided to change locations before entering. He wasn't sure if Jin Huanger would double back to set an ambush, so staying here was too risky. He jumped onto Hilliard's back. Fly to Lake Baikal in the Bear Kingdom. As you command, Master. Hilliard flapped his wings and flew toward Lake Baikal. During the flight, Chen Yi asked, "How many Thunder Bulls have you captured?" "Master, we've captured 450,000 so far, still a bit short of 1 million. "That's enough. No need to capture more." "Understood, Master." Chen Yi felt that 450,000 was already sufficient. Combined with the over 100,000 nature spirits in the realm mirror, it was enough to build a perfect world within the realm mirror. He also discovered that the nature spirits all had spatial backpacks filled with food, water, and plant seeds. Therefore, he didn't prepare additional supplies for them, they could be entirely self-sufficient. After closing the secret realm portal he had opened on Hilliard's back, Chen Yi placed the realm mirror back into his backpack space. He wondered what the realm mirror would evolve into the next time he used it. The thought filled him with anticipation. At that moment, they arrived at Lake Baikal. The area was deserted, with only the clear blue lake water in sight. Occasionally, a few animals came to the lake to drink. Seeing no undead here surprised Chen Yi. He then found a concealed spot and took out the Scourge dagger. Gripping the dagger tightly, he slashed through the void, creating a rift. The spatial fissure opened, revealing the scene of the Scourge secret realm. It was a desolate, uninhabited world, resembling the final resting place of the undead. Chen Yi entered with Hilliard and the Undying Phoenix. Once inside, he slashed again, and the spatial fissure immediately closed, as if it had never appeared at Lake Baikal. In the Scourge secret realm, they were greeted by a barren wilderness. In the distance, countless skeletons patrolled. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised to find that this was the domain of the undead. The Undying Phoenix flew freely here, appearing very happy. It seemed to enjoy the aura of this place. At that moment, the skeletons in the distance noticed them and charged forward with their blades. Chen Yi casually checked the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton Warrior, level 65, grade common. Although the skeletons were numerous, Chen Yi could easily wipe them out with his skills. He turned to the Undying Phoenix and said, "Grezel, if you want to reach level 10, you'll have to rely on yourself." The Undying Phoenix nodded. "Yes, Master." With that, it reverted to its true form. The true form of the phoenix was massive, over 1,000 meters long, soaring in the sky. The blazing flames it emitted resembled a crescent moon. Boom! With a single strike, the skeletons within a radius of 10,000 meters were instantly reduced to ashes. As the skeletons charged madly, the phoenix cleared the first layer of the secret realm's monsters with just its basic attacks. Chen Yi allocated all the experience points and gold obtained to the phoenix, but it only managed to increase its experience bar by 2.2%. Suddenly, a massive bone gate rose from the ground. The undead aura was absorbed by the bone gate, and a portal appeared at its center. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Was this unique method how the Scourge secret realm led to the next layer? Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. When Chen Yi and Hilliard arrived at the next layer, they were stunned by the sight before them. The second layer of the secret realm was a lava zone, with fiery imps patrolling. These creatures belonged to the demon Scourge. In his previous life, after the undead Scourge, a Scourge would appear every 10 years. First came the undead Scourge, then the demon Scourge, followed by the soul-devouring Scourge. Chen Yi had died during the third Scourge, which led to his rebirth in the present. Could it be that the next level of the secret realm is the territory of the soul-devouring worms? Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't hold back his excitement and wanted to quickly pass through this level to uncover the secrets of the next one. Falling stars! Falling stars! Ice prison judgment! Chen Yi began unleashing his skills wildly. The demons on the second level didn't even get a chance to see him before being instantly killed. In the distance, a lava gate slowly rose from the volcano. Chen Yi teleported above Hilliard's head and said, "Hilliard, charge through." "Yes, Master." Although Hilliard didn't understand why his master was so excited today, he obediently complied. In just a few moments, they passed through the lava gate. Chen Yi finally saw the scene of the third level as he had hoped. This level was a void realm, with countless decayed
wooden planks floating in the emptiness.
The roots of the wood were crawling with small green worms. When Chenny saw these worms, his eyes widened. Because these were the terrifying soul-devouring worms from the third calamity. The soul-devouring worms resembled scarabs in appearance and size, but their threat level was immense.
Chenny opened the attributes of the soul-devouring worms.
Soul-devouring worm, level, *65, grade, *bronze, base strength, *13, base constitution, *21, base agility, *100, base intelligence, *130, talent, Soul Devour, S rank. Soul Devour, can devour the souls of other lifeforms to become stronger. Skills, Soul Explosion, Frozen Spirit. Compared to the bronze-level soul-devouring worms of his past life, there was almost no difference except for the attributes. Chenny was well aware of how dangerous these worms were. It was said that someone with the infinite synthesis talent had once collected soul-devouring worms to try and synthesize a stronger one. After countless failures and exhausting the resources of an entire major faction, they finally succeeded in creating a soul-devouring worm with an SSS level talent. This talent was called God Devour, capable of consuming all energy forms and rule embodiments. Even deities could be devoured. Of course, in this lifetime, Chenny hadn't heard of anyone possessing the infinite synthesis talent. Perhaps he hadn't encountered them yet, or perhaps they were hiding very well. Sitting on Hilliard's head, Chenny directly activated Ice Prison Judgment. The endless laws of frost swept through all the soul-devouring worms, freezing them into tiny ice crystals. In the void, the wooden planks began to assemble automatically. A massive void gate appeared before Chenny. Facing the pitch-black portal, Chenny didn't hesitate and had Hilliard carry him through. As soon as they entered, boundless darkness engulfed them. The darkness was so thick it was almost suffocating. Everything around was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Moreover, this darkness carried a strange power that made people extremely uncomfortable, as if countless ants were biting them painfully. Chenyi's ears rang with the system's voice. You are being corroded by the darkness. Repairing, super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 70% corrosion resistance. After reaching 70% resistance, Chenyi immediately felt much better, and the biting sensation disappeared. He stretched out his hands and examined them carefully. But even with his night vision talent, he couldn't see his own hands. Chenyi turned his head. Even the flames on the undying phoenix were invisible. He called out to Hilliard and the undying phoenix, Hilliard, Grezel, can you see me? Master, I can't see you. Neither can I. This darkness is too dense. Hearing this, Chenyi's mind raced. Could the fourth calamity be this kind of darkness, enveloping everything and devouring all with its corrosion? However, Hilliard and Grezel's constitutions were extraordinarily strong, so the corrosion couldn't harm them. Chenyi tried firing a scorching ray into the sky, but his eyes still couldn't penetrate the darkness. This darkness completely sealed off vision. He closed his eyes, uncertain whether there were monsters lurking here. Fortunately, the creatures here were only at the silver level. With Chenyi's current strength, silver-level creatures were hardly worth mentioning. Following his intuition, Chenyi casually threw a starfall in one direction. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous explosions echoed through the void. Chenyi felt the experience coins in his backpack increasing. As expected, there were silver-level creatures here. He immediately commanded Hilliard, fly up to the highest point and let me know, then I'll bombard this area directly. Yes, Master. Grezel, you go up too. Understood. Chenyi clearly heard the sound of the wind roaring as Hilliard ascended at an extremely fast speed. Finally, he stopped at a certain height. Master, I've reached it. The air here is close to a vacuum. Good. After receiving the message, Chenyi began firing starfall toward the ground. He bombarded the area continuously in all directions more than 10 times. Countless meteors crashed into the ground. Even though he was far from the surface, the sound of the explosions was still clearly audible. Gradually, the experience coins in his backpack stopped increasing. All the darkness seemed to be drawn to a central point. Chenyi could finally see everything around him clearly. Had the light returned? He eagerly looked downward. The scene of the fourth secret realm was almost indistinguishable from the real world. Eventually, a black vortex gate formed at the center of the secret realm. Looking at the vortex gate below, Chenyi immediately commanded Hilliard, descend. It seems that's the portal to the next level. Yes, Master. Hilliard then swiftly dove downward with Chen-Yi, descending several times faster than they had ascended. Upon reaching the ground, Chen-Yi finally saw the true appearance of the silver-level creatures. These silver-level creatures had enormous heads, their bodies composed of dozens of tentacles. Their entire forms were as transparent as glass. Not only were they difficult to detect in darkness, but even in daylight, they were hard to spot for those with poor vision. Chen-Yi immediately checked the attributes of these creatures: floating octopus level, silver. At this moment, these creatures were already dead, and their basic attributes and levels were no longer displayed. Thinking about how the fourth calamity would involve such creatures, Chen-Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. At that time, all light would disappear, and everything would rely solely on intuition to fight. Ordinary professionals would have no chance of surviving the fourth calamity. Chen-Yi shook his head, stopped dwelling on it, and directly ordered Hilliard to fly toward the black vortex gate. As soon as Chen-Yi entered, an extremely bright light appeared before his eyes, so dazzling that it almost brought him to tears. The light shone on his body, feeling warm and comfortable, reminiscent of the sensation of sunbathing on a beach after applying sunscreen. But behind this comfort lay danger. A voice rang in Chen-Yi's ears again: "You are being assimilated by the light of eternal day." Super adaptation talent activated, assimilation stopped. Congratulations, you have gained 80% light element resistance. The comfortable feeling immediately disappeared. Chen-Yi snapped out of the comfort he had just experienced. This light could actually assimilate him? Thinking of this, Chen-Yi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That extreme comfort was something ordinary people could never resist. Those trapped within it would forever fall into the abyss of light, eventually being assimilated and reduced to nothingness. Chen-Yi forced himself to open his eyes, which were still stung by the light, causing tears to flow. But he needed to rely on super adaptation to gain the ability to look directly at the light. Finally, as he wished, a voice rang in his ears: "Your eyes are being damaged by the light of eternal day." Super adaptation talent activated. Damage stopped and self-healing initiated. Congratulations, you have gained the passive skill Piercing Light Eyes. After obtaining Piercing Light Eyes, Chen-Yi could immediately see clearly in the light. Now, in Chen-Yi's eyes, this world looked no different from the normal world, with mountains, rivers, and land all present. However, he had yet to find where the golden-level creatures of this layer were hiding. At this moment, the undying Nether Phoenix and Hilliard had both closed their eyes. Hilliard spoke: "Master, this light is so strange that I can't even open my eyes." "Indeed. Master," the undying Nether Phoenix added, "I feel like this light isn't meant for us to see. It seems more like it's trying to blind us." Despite the undying Nether Phoenix's formidable physique, it had no way to counter this light. Chen-Yi nodded. "Close your eyes, both of you. I'll lead the way." "Yes, Master," they responded. Under Chen-Yi's guidance, Hilliard and the undying Nether Phoenix flew to the top of a mountain. The summit had limited space, so they shrank their bodies to just over 40 meters. At that moment, a group of golden leopards appeared at the foot of the mountain. They stared cautiously at the undying Nether Phoenix. Chen-Yi immediately noticed the golden leopards and thought, "Are these the golden creatures of the fifth layer of the secret realm?" He pulled up their attributes: Swift Gold Leopard level, 65 grade, Gold base strength, 260 base constitution, 340 base agility, 591 base intelligence, 113 talent, speed of the gale skills, claw, strike, pounce, savage blow, golden skin technique. These leopards' agility was almost on par with dark gold creatures. Facing the swift gold leopards, Chen-Yi immediately unleashed Ice Prison Judgment. Ice blue snowflakes filled the world, blanketing everything. But in the next second, the snowflakes were dyed golden by the world's light, and the freezing laws were erased. Tentacles of ice appeared, only to be devoured by the light in an instant. The ice demon, hatched in its third stage, vanished without a trace. Chen-Yi's heart tightened. He hadn't expected the rules of this world to be so peculiar. He tried casting Meteor Strike on the swift gold leopards. A massive meteor crashed down with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves that toppled two leopards. Seeing the effectiveness, Chen-Yi cast Starfall, raining meteors down on the leopards. However, the elemental damage from the explosions was completely nullified. Only the meteors themselves and the shockwaves caused any harm. Moreover, the leopards were incredibly fast and were already nearing the summit. Chen-Yi frowned deeply, sensing trouble. Could it be that in this Scourge of Eternal Day, all elemental attacks were useless? He turned to the undying Nether Phoenix, thinking its flames might be effective here. "Grizel, give it a try." The undying Nether Phoenix nodded. "Yes, Master."
It closed its eyes and unleashed a breath of nether fire. A miracle occurred. The flames were not consumed by the light but instead incinerated the approaching leopards into ashes. Hilliard said to Chun-Yi, "Master, my eyes have adjusted to the light. May I act now?" Chun-Yi nodded and stepped aside. Hilliard reverted to its true form, its massive wind eagle body resembling a predator. It seized the leopards and tore them apart with great force. The undying nether phoenix also gradually adapted to the light, its flames spreading in all directions, eliminating the swift gold leopards one by one. Its experience bar rose to 9th level, 37%. Chun-Yi thought, once we finish off the dark gold and diamond creatures, the undying nether phoenix will reach level 10. At that moment, the light of eternal day disappeared, and the light returned to normal. Chun-Yi's eyes, however, felt a bit unaccustomed. He finally confirmed that each layer of this scourge secret realm represented a different calamity. Although some disasters hadn't yet occurred, they would undoubtedly descend in the future. Thinking about these future scourge creatures, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh. This blue star is truly plagued by misfortune. If we don't quickly raise everyone's strength, the entire blue star will be destroyed within a century. All civilizations will vanish completely. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. The light gradually expanded, forming a massive gate of light. Chun-Yi looked at the gate, feeling a bit surprised. Without the ability to fly, one couldn't enter the next layer. With this in mind, he had Hilliard carry him toward the gate of light. He wondered what the sixth scourge would be. As soon as Chun-Yi entered, he felt the entire sixth layer of the secret realm engulfed by raging winds and torrential rain. Below was a vast ocean. He saw countless cities submerged under seawater, a shocking sight. Chun-Yi was stunned. Could the disaster of the sixth layer be a flood? Thinking of this, he had no idea how to help humanity survive such a catastrophe. When the flood strikes, humans simply cannot survive in the water. Even professionals would perish in the flood unless they possessed water-based talents. The power of water was even greater than Chun-Yi had imagined. However, he still knew nothing about the dark gold creatures of the sixth layer. "Master, look." At this moment, Hilliard pointed to a massive shadow in the depths of the ocean. Chun-Yi saw it too. The shadow appeared to be a colossal creature, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a group of organisms. Chun-Yi began analyzing the attributes of these creatures. Dragon serpent level, 65 strength, 549 constitution, 567 agility, 618 intelligence, 478 talent. Dragon serpent body, S-class, skills, title. Strike, ocean shield, furious waves, surging tides. It seemed these were the dark gold creatures of the sixth layer, the dragon serpents. Could they possess dragon bloodlines? Chun-Yi wasn't sure, but he felt these dragon serpents had appeared after the flood disaster descended. After some thought, Chun-Yi decided to deal with these creatures directly. He summoned the Ice Prison Judgment. In this water-filled world, the power of the Ice Prison Judgment was immense. In the sky, ice-blue snowflakes began to fall. The torrential rain stopped instantly. As the snowflakes descended, the cold and the laws of frost took effect, and the surface of the sea began to freeze. The ice layer gradually expanded. The dragon serpents at the bottom of the sea sensed the anomaly and swam toward the surface. By this time, the sea surface had already formed an ice layer 5 meters thick. However, the dragon serpents, like earthworms, kept burrowing upward. Chun-Yi stood on Hilliard, quietly waiting for the dragon serpents to emerge. The Ice Prison Judgment entered its second phase but did not attack the sea surface. Its tendrils extended toward the seabed, releasing intense cold, rapidly freezing the surrounding water. The dragon serpents burrowed even more frantically. Finally, before the third phase of the Ice Prison Judgment activated, the dragon serpents broke through the surface. Chun-Yi had already prepared to greet them with starfall. Boom! 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 Countless meteors rained down from the sky. The dragon serpents manipulated the remaining water elements to form shields to defend themselves. But the shields were quickly shattered by the meteors. Their skills, frozen by the Ice Prison Judgment, could not be used. The meteors crashed down like shooting stars, striking all the dragon serpents. Under the relentless meteor impacts and the explosions of various elements, all the dragon serpents were battered and bruised. Chun-Yi could even smell the scent of roasted meat. Without a doubt, all the dragon serpents were reduced to pulp under the continuous meteor strikes. The ice layer had long since shattered. Chunks of ice floated on the sea surface, resembling small icebergs.
At this moment, the third phase of the ice prison judgment, the frost demon, emerged from the water. Its entire body exuded an icy aura, instantly freezing the surrounding water. Yet its body was unaffected by the ice, standing steadily on the sea surface as if walking on frozen water. It was like a living embodiment of the frozen sea sovereign. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared in the ocean. The whirlpool quickly sucked in the surrounding ice chunks, as if heralding the arrival of a new enemy. But Chen Yi knew this whirlpool was the portal to the 7th layer. The creatures of the 7th layer were diamond grade, with levels as high as 65. Level 65 diamond creatures were extremely challenging. Chen Yi glanced at the undying phoenix and realized he hadn't used the experience coins to level it up. He immediately poured all the experience coins obtained from the dark gold creatures into it. Grezel's experience bar jumped sharply, instantly reaching 77%. Now Chen Yi was confident that the diamond creatures in the next layer would allow the undying phoenix to reach level 10. By then, the undying phoenix would finally have its own attack skills, rather than relying solely on basic attacks. Although the level 65 diamond creatures were difficult to deal with, the situation was completely different when left to the undying phoenix. Grezel, I'll leave this to you. Understood, Master. Hilliard, let's go to the next level. Hilliard led Chen Yi to the next level. The environment here made Chen Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. The temperature was shockingly low, bone-chillingly cold. The super adaptation system in his ear kept notifying him that he was gradually adapting to this extreme cold. After a while, Chen Yi finally felt a slight sense of comfort. However, he still felt cold. In contrast, Hilliard and the undying phoenix seemed completely unaffected. Their physiques had fully adapted to the environment here. Chen Yi, on the other hand, had a relatively weaker constitution and was barely managing to adapt. After adjusting to the environment, Chen Yi finally had time to observe the scenery of the 7th level. It was a world covered in snow and ice. A vast expanse of white so pristine it was almost blinding. Chen Yi couldn't even spot any trace of the diamond creatures. Hilliard, let's head upward. Alright. Hilliard led Chen Yi to a higher point in this icy world. Chen Yi carefully observed, his mind filled with curiosity about the type of calamity this world represented. Judging by the low temperatures, could it be an ice disaster? This world resembled a cold, lifeless planet, where all life would be consumed by the extreme cold. Each calamity seemed more terrifying than the last. After experiencing perpetual daylight and darkness, now it was floods and glacial conditions. It seemed as though humanity was given no chance to survive. He couldn't help but worry about what kind of disasters awaited in the 8th and 9th levels. The thought weighed heavily on Chen Yi's heart. If everyone else perished and he survived alone thanks to his abilities, it would be meaningless to live in solitude. He had already decided to accelerate the construction of the world behind the realm mirror. When the time came that no one could withstand the calamities, that space would become the final refuge for human civilization. Gazing at the icy world before him, Chen Yi unhesitatingly unleashed the falling stars skill. The power of this skill was enough to force the diamond creatures hidden beneath the snow and ice to reveal themselves. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed continuously, tearing apart the ground. Beneath the snow and ice, there was still more snow and ice. But soon, a group of pale blue worm-like creatures crawled out. Chun! He immediately checked their attributes. Deathworm, level, *65, grade, *diamond, base strength, *550, base constitution, *650, base agility, *450, base intelligence, *650, talent, ice prison body, SS grade, skills, death ray, death blade, death cold wind, death ice stream. Chen Yi stared at the attributes of these deathworms, fully aware that these diamond-grade creatures not only had incredibly strong intelligence and constitution but also relied entirely on magical attacks, with no physical attack methods. After using the falling stars attack earlier, he realized it had little effect on these deathworms. Their resistance to ice attributes was extremely high, and even his ice prison judgment couldn't deal much damage. Chen Yi turned to the undying phoenix and said coldly, Grezel, it's your turn now. Say no more, Master. The undying phoenix dove toward the swarm of deathworms without hesitation. The deathworms immediately fired pure black rays, which stood out starkly in the white expanse of the world. The rays struck the undying phoenix, but with a flap of its wings, the rays rebounded as if hitting a mirror, directly striking their originators. The deathworms were hit by their own attacks, their icy blue bodies instantly covered in black burns.
The once pure icy blue turned into an unsightly mix of black and blue.
Then, the flames of the undying phoenix descended upon them. The moment the deathworms came into contact with the flames, they let out harrowing screams, their cries as piercing and sorrowful as a
wailing infant.
Although the undying nether phoenix did not use any skills, its base attributes were so strong that it could easily suppress enemies without relying on them. Seeing that the death ray had no effect on the undying nether phoenix, the deathworms quickly changed their strategy.
With a flick of their bodies, like slingshots, black death blades appeared in the air, carrying immense power as they charged straight at the undying nether phoenix.
The undying nether phoenix was undaunted, effortlessly deflecting these death blades back. Whoosh! The death blades, like sharp swords,
sliced through all the deathworms, revealing pale blue cross-sections.
The severed deathworms did not die but quickly sought their other halves. Moving swiftly, their bodies reconnected in a flash of
icy blue light.
At this moment, all the deathworms formed a strange formation. A sudden gale swept through the sky, and the temperature of the icy world plummeted, making Chun Yi's cheeks ache from
the cold. He shouted loudly, "Finish this quickly, don't drag it out."
"Don't worry, Master," the undying nether phoenix responded, spreading its wings, which spanned a kilometer, and swooped down on the swarm of deathworms. These diamond-like creatures were small, each only about a meter long, but they were powerless against the massive flaming wings of the undying nether phoenix.
Under the flames, the deathworms let out piercing screams, their cries shifting from baby-like wails to frog-like shrieks.
Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself how formidable the undying nether
phoenix was. This level of flame far surpassed ordinary fire, leaving the deathworms utterly defenseless.
Just as he was basking in the joy of victory, the sounds beneath the undying nether phoenix's
wings gradually diminished and finally disappeared altogether.
In an instant, Chun Yi's backpack was filled with tens of billions of experience points in gold coins. A frost gate slowly rose from the
center of the secret realm.
Seeing the abundant experience points, Chun Yi immediately used them on the undying nether phoenix.
A dazzling golden light flashed, and the undying nether phoenix leveled up level 10.
The experience bar overflowed by only 0.08%, and Chun Yi shook his head with a wry smile. This guy really consumes resources, but level 10 is usable.
At least it can be used until level 100.
He opened the undying nether phoenix's attribute panel and examined it carefully. Undying nether phoenix, Grezel level, 10 grade, primordial base strength, 1500 base constitution, 1600. Base agility, 1200 base intelligence, 2300 attribute growth, strength plus 150, constitution plus 160, agility plus 120, intelligence plus 230.
Talents, endless nirvana, SSS level, king of the undead, SSS level.
Skills, Nether Flame Core, Deathfire Scorched Earth, unlocks at level 20, Spiritfire Burning Heaven, unlocks at level 30, Death Rebirth, unlocks at level 40, Death Domain, unlocks at level
50, Crimson Lotus Hellfire, unlocks at level 60.
Nether Flame Core, creates a fire seed that continuously emits undying nether flames for 24 hours, with a maximum of 9 seeds simultaneously.
When 9
nether flame cores exist at the same time, they are connected by nether flames, forming a nether flame zone.
The smaller the zone, the stronger the firepower. The current attributes of the undying nether phoenix were simply invincible. Destroying a nation would be effortless.
Chun Yi looked at the undying nether phoenix and said calmly, "Grezel, let's test the power of your nether flame core."
In this world, the undying nether phoenix nodded in response, "Yes, master." With that, it flew into the sky.
9 nether flame cores were instantly created. Each core continuously emitted undying
nether flames, covering an area of 100 meters.
After the 9 nether flame cores landed, they quickly connected to each other, ultimately forming an irregular 9-sided shape. Within this range,
boom!
A loud explosion erupted as nether flames soared 1,000 meters high, engulfing the entire area. The ice and snow below instantly melted into water vapor. The nether flame cores continued
to penetrate underground, with raging nether flames ravaging the entire zone.
Chun Yi looked at the scene and couldn't help but marvel. This was far stronger than the ordinary attacks of the undying
nether phoenix before.
The nether fire not only had a wider range but also much greater power.
If those deathworms had encountered this move earlier, they would have been completely annihilated in less than a second, with no chance to counterattack.
Even more impressive was that the range of the Deathflame core could be freely adjusted.
Chun Yi was in high spirits, thinking about the powerful
attributes of the undying nether phoenix.
Even a mythical creature on the 8th level might be easily defeated.
With this thought, Chunny called out to Hilliard and the undying Nether Phoenix and charged directly into the frost gate leading to the 8th level. The surrounding scenery kept changing, and finally, Chunny arrived at the 8th level. The sight before him left him stunned. This place didn't look like a world at all, it was practically a sea of blood. Countless corpses of living beings floated on the surface of the blood sea. Chunny had no idea what had happened on the 8th level, but he knew that this place was even more terrifying and dangerous than the previous ones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, countless dark shadows appeared in the sky, flying toward Chunny. He saw clearly that they were mosquitoes as large as calves. Their wings flapped, their massive proboscises gleamed coldly, and their swollen abdomens were so full of blood that their skin was nearly bursting, with the transparent flow of blood visible inside. Chunny quickly checked the attributes of these mosquitoes. Mosquito beast level, 65 grade, mythical strength, 650 constitution, 650 agility, 850 intelligence, 650 talent, blood sovereign, SSS level, skills, blood incarnation, blood drinking maw, blood harvest, blood spike. Looking at these mosquito beasts, Chunny felt his scalp tingle. They weren't the strongest among mythical creatures, after all. Hilliard's agility was already at 1050. But there were simply too many of these mosquito beasts, densely packed, making it impossible to deal with them one by one. Hilliard, retreat quickly, Chunny ordered. Hilliard, seeing the swarm of thousands of mosquito beasts rushing toward them, had already been considering retreating. Upon hearing the command, he immediately accelerated and flew away. Hilliard was confident he could easily take down one mosquito beast in a one-on-one fight. 2 wouldn't be a problem either. But 3 would be dangerous. He feared being drained of blood and turned into a dried-up eagle, let alone facing thousands of mosquito beasts. At this moment, the undying Nether Phoenix became excited. Master, can I create a nether fire zone? Chunny nodded. You can, but create it in the air. Can your death flame core float in the air? No problem. With that, the undying Nether Phoenix spat out several death flame cores, forcibly forming a wall of netherfire in midair. The netherfire wall spanned a full 100,000 square meters, effectively blocking Chunny and the mosquito beasts. But in the next second, the mosquito beasts began to take a detour. Before long, they had circled to the edge of the firewall and charged directly at Chunny and his group. Seeing this, Chunny instructed the Nether Phoenix to open a gap in the firewall. He quickly passed through the gap and then sealed it shut. The mosquito beasts' efforts were in vain. Realizing they had been tricked, the mosquito beasts immediately gathered together, staring at the firewall and preparing to act. Whoosh! The first mosquito beast charged directly at the firewall, transforming into a black, blood-like arrowhead, shooting forward like a cannonball. The mosquito beast's speed was astonishing, surpassing the speed of sound. However, the firewall's flames were over 1,000 meters thick. Halfway through, the mosquito beast was incinerated into ashes by the flames. Seeing this, the remaining mosquito beasts stopped and began to slowly liquefy. A total of 10,000 mosquito beasts merged into a massive blood arrow. Whoosh! The blood arrow, though enormous, lost none of its speed. When it struck the firewall, it only evaporated the outer layer of blood. The remaining mosquito beasts successfully passed through the firewall. The blood arrow transformed back into individual mosquito beasts, which immediately charged toward Chunny. Chunny was dumbfounded, not expecting these mosquito beasts to actually merge for an attack. Hilliard, run! Chunny shouted. Yes. Hilliard quickly retreated with Chunny. The undying Nether Phoenix stayed behind to block the mosquito beasts. All the mosquito beasts immediately pounced on the undying Nether Phoenix. Standing 1,000 meters tall, the undying Nether Phoenix was attacked by the mosquito beasts as if a swarm of mosquitoes were biting a person. Whoosh! One mosquito beast took the opportunity to latch onto the back of the undying Nether Phoenix, and the others quickly followed suit. The undying Nether Phoenix was instantly racked with pain, its body igniting with nether fire. The nether fire burned the mosquito beasts furiously. However, the flames on the undying Nether Phoenix were too weak to kill the thousands of mosquito beasts. But Grezel, in his past life, was a skeleton king with over 10,000 years of combat experience. He stared at the wall of fire and charged in without hesitation. Countless mosquito beasts crackled under the scorching nether fire. The mosquito beasts suddenly let out strange cries, like a black storm, and instantly flew off the undying Nether Phoenix. The undying Nether Phoenix felt an unbearable soreness and itchiness all over, the kind that penetrated to the bone. These mosquito beasts were venomous.
Even with its constitution, the bites of thousands of mosquito beasts were intolerable. Chenny looked at the undying nether phoenix before him and noticed its feathers falling off piece by piece, with pus oozing from its body. Facing thousands of mythical mosquito beasts, the undying nether phoenix couldn't hold on. A flash of fire erupted, and the undying nether phoenix exploded in mid-air, leaving only a cluster of cyan flames flickering in the air. It wouldn't be long before the nether phoenix resurrected. Moreover, with each resurrection, its base attributes would permanently increase by 10%. Seeing this, Chenny felt a bit heavy-hearted. He figured he still couldn't defeat the mythical creatures on the 8th floor. Perhaps if the undying nether phoenix leveled up a few more times, it could break through. Initially, he wanted to see what the calamity on the 9th floor was like, but now it seemed impossible. As for letting the undying nether phoenix die a few more times to boost its strength, Chenny was reluctant to do so. On one hand, the undying nether phoenix's base attributes were still too low. On the other hand, Chenny feared it might go mad if it died too many times. Such cases had happened before. Even the soul and will of the skeleton king had limits. Chenny didn't want it to reach its limit and waste its potential at such an early stage. After killing the undying nether phoenix, the mosquito beasts immediately turned their attention to Hilliard and Chenny. Hilliard flew at top speed, temporarily outpacing the mosquito beasts. At that moment, the undying nether phoenix resurrected. Upon resurrection, all its base attributes increased by 10%. According to the rule that attribute bonuses grew stronger over time, its current strength far exceeded a mere 10% increase. Then, the voice of the undying nether phoenix came. "Master, I feel my constitution can now resist the venom of these mosquito beasts." Hearing this, Chenny's plan immediately changed. This meant they had a chance to completely eliminate these mosquito beasts. The 9th floor would no longer be an insurmountable challenge. With this in mind, Chenny devised a battle plan for the undying nether phoenix. There was no need to engage in a head-on fight. To deal with these mosquito beasts, they would use guerrilla tactics, taking them down one by one. After all, even if the undying nether phoenix could resist the venom, it still couldn't withstand the sharp proboscises of the mosquito beasts. Chenny had just witnessed how easily those proboscises pierced the nether phoenix's body, as if slicing through tofu. With the strategy set, Chenny and Hilliard began flying continuously, drawing the attention of the mosquito swarm. The undying nether phoenix followed the plan, firing one shot before changing positions. The number of mosquito beasts began to dwindle. Over the next month, they managed to eliminate over 300 mosquito beasts daily on average. The experience and gold Chenny gained allowed him to level up directly to level 70. All remaining experience and gold were allocated to the undying nether phoenix and used to complete the 3rd-tier advancement quest. Reaching level 70 unlocked the 3rd-tier advancement quest. Even in his past life, Chenny had never reached level 70. This time, the 3rd-tier quest didn't refresh as an SSS level quest like before. Instead, it only refreshed as an SS level quest. The task requirement is not to kill monsters but to exchange a large amount of experience and gold coins for an elemental heart. After the exchange, one can upgrade from Elemental Destroyer to Elemental Envoy and also obtain an SSS level skill book, Wall of Blazing Fire. Wall of Blazing Fire, SSS level. This skill can raise an infinitely extendable wall of blazing fire on the ground. However, once the user's energy is depleted, the wall will disappear, and only one wall can exist at a time. This skill brought Chenny immense surprise. He decided that once he left, he would encircle the Yenhuang border with a complete wall of blazing fire. This way, he could completely block the enemy and secure the border. Without hesitation, Chenny exchanged for the elemental heart. After becoming an elemental envoy, he not only received his first 3rd-tier reward but also experienced a significant boost in attribute growth. The speed of attribute acquisition under the restriction release increased by 300%. His attribute growth became Strength plus 12, Constitution plus 12, Agility plus 15, Intelligence plus 50. This meant that with every level up, Chenny could gain an additional 50 points of intelligence. Chenny also discovered that the restriction release provided an extra bonus to the meditation skill, allowing him to increase his intelligence by 0.4 points daily. Although it still couldn't compare to the undying phoenix, no other professional could match his rate of attribute growth. There was still some time before the next task upgrade to level 100, but Chenny was in no rush. After all, it was still early. The undying phoenix had already leveled up from 10 to 12,
with a progress rate of 0.2%. Its intelligence was almost at 3,000, and the power of its netherfire had also grown stronger. Shen Yi felt a bit helpless. Despite the vast amount of experience from so many mythical creatures, the Undying Phoenix had only leveled up twice. Although he had used part of the experience himself, the consumption was simply terrifying. Seeing this, Shen Yi decided to focus on raising his own level first. Once he reached level 100, he would figure out a way to boost the Phoenix's level. After reaching level 70, Shen Yi unlocked the Infinite Range talent. He tested the power of this skill, and when the Scorching Ray was unleashed, it directly reached the boundary of the 8th layer secret realm. The distance was so vast that Shen Yi couldn't even see it clearly. Moreover, the range could be freely adjusted, as far as he wanted. Fireballs could also have their explosion timing controlled, detonating whenever he wished. What was even more astonishing was that this infinite range granted Shen Yi a god's eye view. He could perceive the environment wherever the ray passed. This discovery thrilled Shen Yi immensely. It meant that both his range and field of vision were limitless, elevating his combat power to an entirely new level. At this moment, in the 8th layer secret realm, as the last mosquito beast died, a blood-red gate appeared in the sky above the sea of blood. Shen Yi let out a sigh of relief. After a whole day of meditation, his mental state was excellent. Now, he could finally venture into the 9th layer Calamity secret realm. However, Shen Yi remained cautious. He didn't stand on Zilliard but instead stayed close to the Undying Phoenix. In case the creatures on the 9th layer were too powerful, he could retreat immediately. Moreover, it was safer for the Phoenix to be the target of attacks. Shen Yi instructed the Undying Phoenix to enter the blood-red gate first. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the air was abnormally thin, almost suffocating. Thin air causing discomfort. Super adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, your basic vacuum adaptation has upgraded to intermediate vacuum adaptation. Shen Yi instantly recovered and was surprised by the thinness of the air here. The environment of the 9th layer unfolded before his eyes, a desolate expanse of red soil, resembling the surface of Mars, devoid of any signs of life. Shen Yi had the Undying Phoenix and Zilliard shrink down and perch on his left and right shoulders, respectively. He proceeded cautiously, completely unaware of what he might encounter on the 9th layer. Suddenly, the sky flickered. Shen Yi rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong. The next moment, the stars in the sky began to twinkle incessantly. Shen Yi's heart tightened as he saw countless meteors hurtling toward him. He recognized this as the skill falling stars, but the sheer number was staggering. There were likely hundreds of thousands of meteors. Damn it! Shen Yi quickly drew the Calamity Dagger and slashed open a portal to escape. Before leaving, he glanced at the creature panel of the being that attacked him. Eye of the Stars level, 70 grade, Supreme base strength, 1400 base constitution, 1400 base agility, 1400 base intelligence, 2100 talent, stellar body, SSS level, skills, star. Leap, falling stars, stellar force field, blessing of the stars, harbinger of destruction, celestial melody. Shen Yi immediately teleported back to Lake Baikal. His heart was still racing from the recent experience. He hadn't expected there to be a level higher than mythical, supreme. Could that be the highest level? And what grade was the original form of the Undying Nether Phoenix? Shen Yi's mind was filled with questions, but he shook his head, deciding not to overthink it. Perhaps his current level wasn't high enough to comprehend it yet. Back in the real world, Shen Yi saw his panel flashing with messages, most of them from the Tianji Bureau. Checking the time, Shen Yi suddenly slapped his forehead. Today was the day of the Third National War. He had been so busy fighting those mosquito-like monsters in the secret realm that he'd lost track of time. A quick glance showed there were still 3 hours before the war began. Plenty of time. He first had Hilliard revert to his true form, then returned the Undying Nether Phoenix to the pet space. Afterward, he ordered Hilliard to fly toward the Tianji Bureau. While standing on Hilliard's back, Sui Tang's call came through. Shen Yi answered the phone. Sui Tang, what's the situation? Brother E, I haven't been able to reach you lately. What happened? Nothing much, just been busy, Shen Yi replied casually, then changed the subject. How's Team 1 doing? Team 1 is fully assembled, just waiting for you, Captain. I'm on my way. See you in 15 minutes. All right. After hanging up, Shen Yi didn't delay and quickly made his way to the Tianji Bureau. He had Hilliard transform back into a small eagle and headed straight for the plaza. Lei Laovu, Sui Zhan, and Director Li were already waiting there. Seeing Chenyi arrive, everyone finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders.
Not being able to contact Chenyi during this time had left everyone uneasy. If he didn't make it to the national war, Yanhuang Nation would surely lose. Lei Laohu stepped forward to greet him. Chenyi, you're finally here. Chenyi nodded. I've been busy lately, sorry about that. No worries. As long as you're here, it's all good. I'm back with the team. Great. Chenyi immediately rejoined the team.
There were still over 2 hours before the national war began.
Director Li allowed everyone to move freely on the training field.
Soon, all the team members gathered around Chenyi.
Captain, you're already level 70? How did you level up so fast? Among professionals, while attribute panels were hidden,
levels were publicly visible. A team member with the butcher talent asked curiously, Yeah, Captain, since the last double experience event, the Undead Scourge, and the recent refresh of Elite and
Bronze level Undead, we've only managed to reach level 41. How did you get to level 70? Do you have a 100-fold experience bonus or something?
Zhang Haishan is also level 70 now, but he can't pass
the third advancement quest. Captain, you should teach him a lesson sometime. He's always bothering the female members of Team 1 and Team 2.
But he's afraid of the vice-captain.
After all, the vice-captain is your woman, and he's scared of getting beaten up by her. He's just an annoying fly.
Hearing this, Chenyi thought to himself that Zhang Haishan indeed needed to be taught a
lesson. But since he wasn't level 100 yet, he couldn't act rashly.
As they were chatting, the system announcement rang out. The Third National War is about to begin.
All nations, please confirm your participants.
Unknowingly, the time for the national war had arrived. Everyone lined up, and under the watchful eyes of Lei Laohu and the others, they turned into beams of white light and headed to the
battlefield.
Chenyi also arrived at the battlefield, where everyone stood atop the walls of a city. In front of them stretched an open plain.
Taking in the surroundings, Chenyi immediately understood the rules of this battle. It was a tower defense war. The system announcement continued. From now on, each team will guard a city and fend off monster attacks. For every successful defense, the team's country will receive corresponding rewards. Monsters will attack in 10 waves, and the last surviving country will win the ultimate grand prize. After hearing the rules, all national teams began strategizing. Successfully defending each wave would earn rewards for their country, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. After all, this wasn't a direct battle between nations but a joint effort to resist monsters, creating an atmosphere of intense tension and excitement.
One team was particularly thrilled, as their captain held the title of Archmage.
Even if the captain had to defend a city alone, it wouldn't be a problem. Captain, this time it's going to be easy for us.
Yeah, with your Meteor Descent spell, no monster can stand a chance.
Don't call it Meteor Descent, it's falling stars. Sounds way more sophisticated. Right, falling stars.
Chenyi stared at the empty expanse before him.
This time, I really won't need you to step in. However, for the next 3 waves, I won't intervene.
This is your chance to hone your combat skills and see how much you've improved recently.
Hearing Chenyi's words, everyone nodded. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, as Chen
immersed himself in the national battlefield, he was completely unaware that his livestream was being secretly watched by the sisters Jean Huanger and Jean Fonger.
Seeing Chenyi enter the national battlefield, Jean Huanger was ecstatic. Now we can visit Tanchi Lake on Shangbai Mountain again. He definitely doesn't know the secret within the magical barrier. Even if he does, who besides you can decipher everything and break that barrier?
Jean Fonger nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Let's head out now.
Jean Huanger waved her hand.
Not so fast.
The light and dark war has just ended.
Let's first check if anyone from Yanhuang is guarding the area. Alright, that's safer. Back on the national battlefield, the system announcement rang out. The first wave of defense begins. Twilight rats are attacking. Twilight rat level 35 rank. Common. As soon as the announcement ended, the previously empty wilderness began to fill with rats, each about the size of a small dog.
These rats were a bluish-red color, with unusually sharp fangs and eyes glinting with murderous intent. Counting them, there were likely tens of thousands of twilight rats. The first wave of attacks had
begun.
Most warriors had already taken their positions at the city gates.
Mages and priests stood atop the city walls.
Some skilled archers also remained on the walls, not heading down. The archers and mages were responsible for long-range attacks.
The priests handled healing.
On the ground, the warriors fought desperately to block the frontal assault. as the tens of thousands of twilight rats charged forward. The mages and archers began their counterattack when the rats were still 500 meters from the walls.
Arcane shot, rapid fire, poison arrow, frost shock, thunder burst, lightning, surge. Arrows and spells rained down on the twilight rats. Most of the team members were S-tier or SS-tier talent professionals, with extremely powerful arrow and magic enhancements. Elemental forces ravaged the battlefield. The rats that had just charged forward were instantly torn to shreds. Blood and fire splattered across the battlefield. The twilight rats couldn't withstand this wave of attacks. The warriors on the ground didn't even have a chance to act. All tens of thousands of twilight rats were wiped out in a single wave. The announcement rang out again. The Yanhuang team successfully defended the first wave. Reward, plus 0.1 base agility for all members. The next wave of attacks will begin in 10 minutes. Although 0.1 base agility wasn't much, everyone was delighted. The livestream chat exploded with activity. I feel like my legs are more nimble now. I even feel like I'm eating faster. Faster at eating than anyone else. I just attacked faster too. Managed to slash 10 times in 1 second. The first round already has such great rewards, the later ones must be even better. Yes, I just ran faster, looking forward to what's next. As the first round announcement ended, announcements from other countries followed one after another. The Lighthouse team successfully defended the first round, rewarded with plus 0.1 basic strength. The Earth Chicken team successfully defended the first round, rewarded with plus 0.1 basic constitution. The Romance team successfully defended the first round, rewarded with plus 0.1 basic agility. On the Yanhuang team's side, the second wave of attacks had already begun. The announcement reached the ears of all Yanhuang team members. The second wave of attacks begins. Flame imps are coming. At this moment, magma suddenly erupted from the ground, and a group of flame imps about 1 meter tall emerged from the lava. There were about 1,000 of them. The flame imps held flames in their hands, ready to throw fireballs at any moment. The attributes of the flame imps were displayed in front of everyone. Flame imp, level 40, grade, common. Although they were still of common grade, their level was 5 higher than before. But for this group of top-tier talents from Yanhuang, these imps were still no match. Flame imps were fire attribute creatures. Thus, mages and archers used skills that countered fire attributes to fight back. Frost shock, heart of frost, water surge, arrow of water. The flame imps laughed wildly as they threw fireballs, but spells rained down on them like a storm. Heart of frost froze the magma beneath the flame imps' feet. The flames were also partially extinguished. At the same time, water-based skills continuously attacked. The flame imps' flames were completely extinguished, leaving their bodies soaked. Ice-based skills then froze them solid. Soon, all the flame imps were completely wiped out, and the warrior team still hadn't been needed. Seeing this, the butcher pulled out a deck of cards from his pocket. Who knows how to play Do Diju? I think the mages and archers can easily handle the first 3 rounds without us. We're not even needed. At this moment, the system announcement popped up simultaneously. Yanhuang team successfully defended the second wave of attacks, rewarding all Yanhuang members with plus 0.5 basic constitution. As soon as the announcement came out, the chat exploded. What? The second round reward is directly 5 times higher, with plus 0.5 basic constitution? The system is so generous. My constitution is enough now, I can finally use that skill. What skill? It even has a constitution requirement? I'm not telling. But honestly, these 2 rounds were too easy. I feel like I could win too. Don't talk nonsense. Even if the Archmage doesn't step in, do you think others are just freeloading? The minimum requirement for the national team is an S-level talent. My sister is on the 3rd team of the national team. 3rd team? There's a 3rd team? You're so clueless. That's the substitute team. Even as substitutes, not just anyone can join. I'm so envious. I wanted to feel jealous, but thinking about how these people are fighting for the country, I can't bring myself to be. Exactly. While the netizens were chatting enthusiastically, the third wave of attacks was approaching. Yanhuang team's third wave of attacks is about to begin. Night ravens are coming. A flock of black ravens suddenly flew in from the sky. These night ravens were twice the size of ordinary ravens, with jet black feathers that shone without a trace of impurity. At this moment, the attributes of the night ravens were also displayed. Night Raven, level, 40, grade, elite. Skill, darkness. Elite grade Night Ravens, also at level 40.
Everyone gradually figured out the pattern of the monster's level progression.
Caw! The Night Ravens formed a black mass and charged directly toward the city walls.
They were dark attribute creatures, weak to light attribute attacks. Members of the Yanhuang team who could use light attribute magic immediately launched their attacks.
Sword of Holy Light. Light Healing. Consecration of Light. Arrow of Radiance. Light-based skill struck the Night Raven, which immediately unleashed its Dark Night skill. Dense black mist surged from their
bodies, forming a dark barrier to fend off the light-based attacks. However, as soon as Chen Yi saw this black mist, he felt a sense of familiarity.
This darkness was very similar to the Dark Calamity
he had encountered before.
Yet, the Night Raven's black mist was far less intense than the Dark Calamity, as if it had been diluted many times over. At first, the Night Ravens managed to hold their
ground, but as time went on, their formation began to collapse.
Caw! Caw!
The Night Ravens started to suffer casualties, falling one after another. The system's voice echoed, the Yanhuang team has successfully repelled the third wave of attacks. All members of Yanhuang are rewarded with a 0.7 point increase in basic mental strength.
In the live chat, someone couldn't hold back, this reward is a bit stingy, only 0.7 mental strength? Why not just generously give 1 point?
Don't be greedy, 0.7 mental strength is already quite valuable.
Stop complaining after getting a good deal. True, I feel like my fireball spell has become more powerful.
Maybe after the national battle ends, I'll be able to solo skeleton warriors.
Skeleton warriors are just the lowest level undead, aren't they?
You're so weak. If you're so tough, go try killing a bronze tier corpse demon.
At that moment, the fourth wave attack notification sounded. The Yanhuang team's fourth wave attack is about to begin. Ice Wind Snowmen are incoming.
A group of snowmen appeared on the solidified lava field. The snowmen were about 2 meters tall, radiating a bone-chilling cold, surrounded by fierce icy winds. Ice Wind Snowman, level 45, rank, elite, skills, snowball throw. These level 40 elite snowmen steadily advanced toward the city gate. When they were about 100 meters away, they stopped and began rolling snowballs. The warriors shouted to Chen Yi, "Captain, don't let us only fight the first 3 waves. Let us handle the 4th wave."
Yeah, Captain, I'm itching all over from standing still. Chen Yi looked at the battlefield below the city wall. Alright, it's up to you, but remember, don't overdo it.
Don't worry, Captain, these Ice Wind Snowmen are nothing. With that, the butcher
charged out first, wielding a large blade.
The snowmen had just finished rolling their snowballs and hurled them fiercely at the warriors.
The snowballs hit the warriors, and although they were made of snow, the impact was incredibly strong.
The butcher was struck by a snowball and let out a muffled grunt. The force felt like a heavy hammer smashing into his chest.
Wow, these snowmen are really strong. Everyone, be careful.
Yeah, these snowballs look light, but they hurt like hell when they hit.
Stop talking and take down these snowmen. Right, let's get them. The warriors raised their
weapons, swords, knives, spears, halberds, and even pikes, said to be divine artifacts dropped from the Changping cavern. The Ice Wind Snowmen retaliated after being attacked, but apart from throwing snowballs that caused injuries, their other attacks posed no real threat.
Moreover, the snowmen's defenses were very weak. Before long, all the snowmen were eliminated. The system notification sounded. Yanhuang has successfully repelled the 4th wave of attacks.
All Yanhuang members are rewarded with a 0.1 point increase in luck.
Seeing that the reward was luck, some people were dissatisfied. Luck? What's the use of that for someone as unlucky as me? Luck is useless? Which national battle reward has ever been worthless? You're just unlucky.
I've added so much luck, but I still haven't
gotten any good equipment.
I recommend you go to the Flame Cavern near Silver Summer. The drop rate there is incredibly high.
Really?
Of course it's true.
My village is right there, and I'm
decked out in fire-based gear. It's awesome.
Thanks for the recommendation.
Meanwhile, the warriors had already started climbing back up the city wall. Starting from the 4th wave, the monsters'
strength had clearly increased. Chen Yi also called the warriors back to the city wall for defense. Just then, the 5th wave attack notification appeared. Yanhuang's 5th wave attack begins. The Corpse Ghoul army is about to strike. Corpse Ghouls?
Suddenly, thousands of dried corpses clad in bronze armor appeared on the battlefield. They held swords and shields or bows and arrows, clearly a troop.
Type specialized in siege warfare.
Attributes appeared before everyone: Ghoul level, 50 grade, bronze, talent, iron body. These ghouls had no skills, but their damage reduction talent iron body made the Yanhuang Nation team feel troubled. Facing this group of level 50 bronze ghouls, there might be casualties. The monsters grew stronger with each wave. Chenny immediately used Scorching Ray. With the infinite range bonus, Scorching Ray could almost sweep the entire battlefield. A bright beam shot toward the ghoul army. As soon as the ghouls touched the beam, they instantly ignited, and their armor melted into molten bronze. Chenny seemed to have activated a satellite-guided weapon. Scorching Ray was unstoppable. No ghoul lasted more than 0.01 seconds. Seeing Chen Yi's divine power, Sui Tang's eyes sparkled, completely turning her into a fangirl. My EGE is amazing. The livestream audience was also in awe. Wow, this skill is incredible. The range is so long, it feels endless. The Mage God has never used this skill before. There are plenty of things you haven't seen. The Mage God never reveals his trump cards easily. Why do I always run into you nitpickers? Can't I just state a fact? I'm just being objective. In just 2 minutes, Chen Yi had incinerated the entire ghoul army. The warriors watched him achieve victory so effortlessly, filled with envy. If only I had 1/10 of the captain's strength. Stop dreaming. I'd be satisfied with 1%. I'd settle for 1,000th. Alright, stop arguing like kids. The system announcement came just in time. Yanhuang Nation has successfully defended against the 5th wave of attacks. All Yanhuang citizens are rewarded with 1 point of base constitution. This constitution upgrade came just in time. I was almost killed by an elite undead earlier. Thanks to this boost, I managed to take it down instead. Congratulations! The person above must be a pro, daring to go head-to-head with an elite undead. Ha, not that impressive. I just recently changed classes. Wow, a class change expert has appeared. I'm impressed. Didn't you claim in the chat earlier that you changed classes long ago? Why are you pretending now? Humph, all just for show. This is awesome. We just got a constitution boost, and now another one. It's amazing. Don't exaggerate. At this point, no amount of base attribute boosts is too much. I heard silver and gold grade undead are about to appear. At these words, everyone fell silent. Bronze grade undead were already hard enough to deal with, and now silver and gold grade undead were about to show up. The casualties would surely be severe. Just then, the 6th wave of attacks arrived. Emerging were level 55 bronze creatures. Iron War Bear level 55 grade, bronze. From the places where the ghouls had turned to ash, massive iron warbears appeared one after another. Standing 3 meters tall, the iron warbears resembled small tanks. As soon as they appeared, Chen Yi launched his fireball spell. Countless fireballs flew from his hands, some even reaching farther distances. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions directly blew the iron warbears to pieces. These iron warbears were utterly unfit to be siege monsters. This time, they didn't even last a minute. Meanwhile, alarms sounded from the Lighthouse Nation's city. A black fireball exploded directly on the city wall, creating a massive breach over 100 meters wide. Monsters poured into the city through the gap. Damn it, where did that fireball come from? Smith was so anxious he was jumping up and down. The monsters defending this time were clearly water elemental. Where did the fireball come from? At this moment, Chen Yi accidentally discovered through his fireball spell that the city guarded by the Lighthouse Nation team was only 1,000 kilometers away from him. Realizing this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. This national war was bound to be very exciting. At this moment, the reward announcement for successfully defending the 6th wave arrived. Yanhuang Nation has successfully defended against the 6th wave of attacks. All Yanhuang citizens are rewarded with 1 point of base agility. Upon hearing this, someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. What's going on? Shouldn't the rewards be increasing? This is about the same as the last round. Be grateful you got something. What more do you want? Even though I got it, I still feel dissatisfied. Stop whining. Exactly, you're just being greedy. I noticed that. This time the national war rewards almost leveled us up by 1.5 levels. True, but it wasn't as thrilling as the first time. That time, the Mage God led the team, and everyone's attributes increased by 3 points. Too bad this time it's tower defense, so there's no way for nations to fight each other. Tell me about it. What a pity. If we could fight, the Mage God would definitely boost our attributes even more.
Keep dreaming. We'll just have to wait for the Fourth National War. Soon, the 7th wave attack notification appeared. The Yenhuang team's 7th wave attack is about to begin. The human-faced demon spiders are coming. At this moment, on the wreckage of the Steel Warbear, countless human-faced demon spiders descended from the sky. Human-faced demon spider. Level, 60, grade, silver. These human-faced demon spiders were covered in black scales, each as large as an elephant. The patterns on their backs resembled giant faces, eerie and unsettling. Just then, Chen Yi's fireball flew over. Although these human-faced demon spiders were already level 60, and most of the team members were only level 30 to 40, unable to deal any damage, Chen Yi was already level 70. Each fireball could instantly wipe out several spiders. Chen Yi could launch 10 fireballs per second. With a series of explosions, the ground was left riddled with craters. The human-faced demon spiders had no chance to fight back. After killing all the spiders, Chen Yi turned his gaze toward the Lighthouse Nation's tower defense city. He planned to destroy the Lighthouse Nation's city directly. As for whether this would weaken humanity's overall strength, Chen Yi's thoughts were simple and clear. Resources were limited, so prioritizing the development of Yenhuang's professionals was enough. When the apocalypse came, Yenhuang's professionals would be able to protect all of humanity. Afterward, the rewards for the 7th wave attack were announced. This time, the reward was a direct 5% increase in movement speed. Seeing this, everyone was thrilled. Wow, it's a percentage increase in movement speed. That's so valuable. With faster movement, we can easily dodge those undead. They won't even touch us. This is awesome. Look, what's the mage god doing? Why is his beam so long? Hearing this, everyone switched their livestream view to Chen Yi. At this moment, the scorching beam in Chen Yi's hand was shooting into the distance. Its target was unknown. In the Lighthouse Nation's city, Smith wiped his hands. They had just dealt with the 5th wave of slime attacks. The slime's mucus was disgusting, sticking to his hands and impossible to wipe off. Still, gaining 1 point of constitution for everyone made Smith somewhat satisfied. But the earlier fireball was too troublesome, blowing a huge hole in the city wall. The next defense would be even harder. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, a laser beam from an unknown source struck the city wall directly. Like a laser cutter, the wall was sliced apart. Seeing this, Smith's jaw dropped. How is this possible? The Lighthouse Nation's audience was also stunned. What is that? Is the 5th wave attack not over yet? Oh my god, where did this laser come from? Is it a system punishment? No way, are we Lighthouse Nation really this unlucky? I just came from the Yenhuang team's livestream. That laser was fired by their mage god. What? Is that true? I need to check it out. Me too. Soon, most of the Lighthouse Nation's viewers flooded into the Yenhuang livestream. In the livestream, Chen Yi's skill release was clearly visible. On the battlefield, the situation was tense and intense. At this moment, Chen Yi closed his eyes. In his mind, images of all the places the beam had reached appeared. The lighthouse's city walls crumbled with a deafening crash under his ray's cutting force. The players from the Lighthouse Nation tried to block it, but it was completely futile. A heavily armored warrior was even engulfed in flames, turning to ashes in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the people of the Lighthouse Nation panicked. This is so unfair, it's outright cheating. Exactly. They're definitely hacking, we must report this. Those Yenhuang people are so shameless. Yeah, last time I went to their country to fight monsters, they wouldn't even let me fight. So stingy. Pathetic. A country like that shouldn't even exist on Blue Star. These comments from the Lighthouse Nation were all seen by Yenhuang netizens in the livestream chat. These damn Lighthouse people. Losing the national war and now running their mouths. Yeah, these Lighthouse people are utterly shameless. Now that the Archmage is on our side, look, the Archmage is about to completely destroy the Lighthouse Nation's city. Really? Let me check it out. This is so satisfying. At that moment, the livestream showed that only the foundation of the Lighthouse Nation's city remained intact. The members of the Lighthouse Nation looked utterly desperate, collapsing to their knees. The system announcement rang out. The Lighthouse Nation's city has been destroyed by the Yenhuang Nation. The Lighthouse Nation has been eliminated. All members' base strength reduced by 1 point. Yenhuang Nation members' base strength increased by 1 point. The announcement left everyone stunned. The Lighthouse Nation's chat exploded in outrage. How are we supposed to play now? This is unplayable. My stats have dropped, and now I can't even fight an undead. These Yanhuang people have no compassion, only knowing how to destroy our city. Yeah, with the undead calamity upon us, how are we supposed to survive with Yanhuang acting like this? Hearing this, Yanhuang netizens were infuriated. You guys? Always claiming to be the world's role model, yet you bully weaker nations every day. Exactly, you're not fit to be a role model. I think you should rename yourselves Weakling Nation. Weakling Nation sounds bad. Let's call it Trash Nation. The Lighthouse Nation's people were furious, wishing they could wipe out all the Yanhuang people. At that moment, with their city destroyed, all members of the Lighthouse Nation were eliminated. Smith's face turned ashen, his expression twisted with rage. Damn it, this attack was launched by the Yanhuang people. He immediately opened the livestream replay, gritting his teeth. Damn it, it's Chun-Yi again. I'll make you pay for this one day. But for now, there was nothing he could do. Chen-Yi's displayed strength was too overwhelming. Apart from his own SSS level superpower talent, Smith's other talents were at most A level. What was the secret behind unleashing such power? With this thought, Smith immediately headed to the Lighthouse Nation's shield. He needed to accelerate the hunt for Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi had to experience just how hard his fists could hit. The 8th round of the national battlefield began. A group of mechanical monsters advanced toward the city. Combat Puppet, level 65, grade Silver. Skill, Magic Crystal Cannon. These mechanical monsters were jointly created by alchemists, enchanters, puppet masters, and mechanics. Each stood 7 meters tall, resembling mobile turrets. On each shoulder was a cannon capable of firing magic crystal blasts. Seeing this, Chen-Yi didn't cast Fireball or Scorching Ray. Instead, he began chanting Starfall. Using low-level skills would be a waste of time. He couldn't allow these puppets to fire their magic crystal cannons, their power was too great and would damage the city walls. Chen-Yi wanted to end the battle quickly. In the sky, a magic circle took shape, becoming his eye. He could see everything within a 10,000-mile radius. When he spotted a city, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Standing on the city walls was Iori Chiyuki. People from Sakura Nation, huh? Then let her taste the power of a meteor from 10,000 miles away. With a thought, Chen-Yi directed the meteor targeting the combat puppets to crash down with a thunderous roar. Endless shockwaves erupted across the battlefield. The moment the combat puppets came into contact with the meteor explosions, they were instantly torn to shreds. The ground, already pitted and uneven from the earlier fireball spell, completely collapsed this time. Everyone on the city walls felt a strong gust of wind rushing toward them, nearly toppling the entire wall. Fortunately, Chen-Yi blocked the fierce wind. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Wow, that was terrifying. After all, this was their first time witnessing the power of Starfall up close. Last time, standing on Hilliard, they hadn't felt much, but now, even the aftershocks had nearly wiped them out. Thinking of this, the team members looked at Chen-Yi with eyes full of awe. After all, he was a grand archmage capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the rewards for the 8th wave began to be distributed. The Yanhuang Nation has successfully repelled the 8th wave of attacks. As a reward, all citizens are granted a 5% resistance to cold. The chat instantly exploded. What uses this reward? Yeah, I'm not even afraid of the cold. You might not be afraid of the cold, but I am. Most of the undead use frost magic, and this 5% resistance is a lifesaver. Exactly. That bronze-tier wailing banshee not only screams but also emits bone-chilling cold. It froze me so badly I could barely hold my weapon. With this 5% cold resistance and some anti-freeze potions, we might just manage to hold on. You're right. Did you know that frost skeleton archers can even drop a specific skill book, Frost Arrow? This resistance is super practical. Now that you mention it, I think this 5% cold resistance is pretty useful too. At this moment, a different voice appeared in the chat. Look, the Archmage has closed his eyes again. Wow, the Archmage is about to start again. Who's going to be unlucky this time? Quick, check the Sakura Nation's livestream. What? It's the Sakura Nation this time? I have to watch. Just as Iori Chiyuki finished clearing the 6th wave and was preparing to rest, she suddenly saw countless meteors roaring down from the sky. Before she could react, the meteors rained down on Sakura City, their explosions triggering massive elemental shockwaves. The power was astonishing, wreaking havoc in an instant.
Seeing this, Iori Chiyuki immediately fled the city, using the wind fan in her
hand to evade most of the damage. But the other Sakura members weren't so lucky.
They had no time to escape. Some were burned to a crisp, some were electrocuted into charred remains, and others were frozen into ice sculptures, only to be shattered into powder by the shockwaves.
With just one strike, the Sakura team was completely eliminated.
Before turning into white light, Iori Chiyuki still
hadn't figured out what had attacked them. Back in the real world, an announcement immediately rang in her ears. The Yenhuang team has defeated the Sakura team. All Sakura's citizens' attack speed is reduced by 5%.
All Yenhuang citizens' attack speed is increased by 5%.
Hearing this news, Iori Chiyuki finally understood it was Chen-Yi who had acted. Damn Chen-Yi. But at the same time, a sense of powerlessness surged in her heart.
Chen-Yi was too strong, so strong that no one could stop him. Calling him the world's #1 was no exaggeration.
Thinking of this, Iori Chiyuki unknowingly felt a trace of admiration, though she herself didn't realize it. At this moment, the people of Sakura Nation were furious and stormed into Yenhuang's livestream to start a war of words. Damn Yenhuang. People, this is an act of aggression.
Yes.
You must apologize. No matter the time, all nations should unite to fight the undead disaster.
Yenhuang, your actions severely damaged the friendship
between our two nations. This behavior is utterly immoral. For a while, Sakura Nation hurled countless accusations at Yenhuang. Yenhuang's players were not to be outdone. Apologize? Tear down that broken toilet of yours first.
From now on, whenever I see someone from Sakura, I'll take them down one by one.
Count me in. Chen-Yi ignored the quarrels in the livestream and focused on searching
for cities around Yenhuang. Soon, the system announcements began appearing frequently. The Yenhuang team has defeated the romantic team, reducing the stun resistance of all romantic citizens by 5%.
All Yenhuang citizens' stun resistance has increased by 5%.
The Yenhuang team has defeated the kangaroo team, reducing the base strength of all kangaroo team members by 1 point.
All Yenhuang citizens' base strength has increased by 1 point.
In a short period, during the interval while waiting for the 9th wave of attacks, more than 10 teams were directly eliminated.
The professionals
of Yenhuang were ecstatic, with everyone's strength increasing by at least 10%.
This kind of buff was simply terrifying. However, the Yenhuang livestream channel was also flooded. Members of the defeated teams all rushed in to hurl insults.
But the Yenhuang professionals were not to be trifled with, and the war of words escalated.
Yenhuang feared no one's threats. Standing on the city wall, Chen-Yi
frowned as he failed to locate the city of the Papal State.
Could it be that the Papal State city was out of his line of sight? Just then, the 9th wave of attacks officially began. War Ancient.
Trend level, 70 grade, gold base strength, 564 base constitution, 570 base agility, 340 base intelligence, 323 talent, war body skills, war stomp, war horn, rooting, forest guard.
Tens of thousands of blue Traiants appeared on the battlefield. Each of these war ancient Traiants stood 10 meters tall, resembling moving skyscrapers.
After all, as level 70 gold grade creatures, their attributes were already comparable to level 50 diamond grade creatures. The team members, upon seeing the attributes of these war ancient Traiants, were shocked by their strength.
If it weren't for
Chen-Yi leading the team, this wave could have resulted in total annihilation.
At Tanchi Lake on Changbai Mountain, Jin Huanger and Jin Fonger had already arrived. Jin Fonger was fully focused on deciphering, and the progress was nearing 100%.
After scouting the area, they found no trace of any Yenhuang members nearby.
Jin Huanger even mocked Chen-Yi, laughing at him for entering a treasure mountain without discovering the treasure.
But as multiple teams were wiped out in the national war, Jin Huanger began to feel a tinge of fear.
Chen-Yi's strength had increased again. Jin Huanger
suddenly lost her confidence.
Even if she unlocked her 3rd SSS level talent, could she still defeat Chen-Yi?
As Jin Huanger was lost in her thoughts, Jin Fonger's voice called out, "Sister, come
quickly, I've already opened a gap." Hearing Jin Fonger's words, Jin Huanger snapped back to reality. She thought to herself, what's wrong with me? No matter how strong Chen-Yi is, so what? Once I
obtain the secret realm key, level up continuously, and reach level 80, I'll charge my unique skill for a year. I refuse to believe I can't defeat Chen-Yi. With this thought, Jin Huanger felt a renewed sense of hope and purpose in life.
Yes, this is how I should think.
I'm coming, Jin Huanger responded, then walked toward the magical barrier. Jin Fonger looked at her and said, "Sister, there are
many magical restrictions within this barrier. Just follow me, and there won't be any problems.
Alright, I'll follow your lead, Jean Huanger nodded, her gaze shifting to an empty space.
Guangyan, do you want to come along?
A voice came from the empty space. No, you two go ahead. I'll stay outside and keep watch.
Alright.
With that, Jean Huanger and Jean Fenger entered the barrier.
On
the battlefield of the National War, Chenyi unleashed tens of thousands of meteors in succession. The war ancient Traians could only withstand one meteor. When the second meteor fell, the shockwaves
and elemental destruction completely obliterated them.
At this moment, the ground was littered with the burning remains of Traiant corpses, a testament to the total annihilation of the war ancient
Traiants.
The attacking Traiants had now become part of the wasteland.
Meanwhile, the system announcement sounded, Yanhuang has successfully repelled the 9th wave of attacks. All Yanhuang citizens are
rewarded with 1 point of constitution. Chenyi let out a sigh of relief. This wave was over. Just then, a fireball entered his line of sight, making him extremely excited. He had finally found it. The fireball traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and ultimately targeted the city of the Papal State on an island in this world. At this moment, the leader of the Papal State was the Poison Saint, who
possessed an SSS-level poison talent.
The attackers were a group of massive red crabs, soaked in a green poisonous mist.
As their lives gradually faded, the attacking monsters either turned into pools of blood or became skeletons.
Meanwhile, Chenyi unleashed falling stars above the Papal State.
As the magic array took shape, the people of the Papal State felt an unprecedented threat.
The Poison Saint looked at the massive meteorites in the sky, his face filled with terror. The fear he had felt during the First National War, when Chenyi's falling stars had scared him out of his wits, surged back into his heart.
Damn it! What the hell is going on?
He couldn't comprehend how Chenyi could accurately strike targets across the entire world. The Poison Saint shouted, "Everyone,
activate defensive skills immediately."
Several SSS-level talent holders nodded, and various defensive spells rose within the city: Immovable King Seal,
Crystal Wall, Dimensional Space Shield. However, the power of Chenyi's meteorites was too overwhelming.
The first wave of defenses was completely shattered as soon as it formed. Then came the second wave, followed by the third wave of meteorites.
With a series of deafening explosions, the Papal State city was utterly destroyed. System announcement: Yanhuang Nation has eliminated the Papal State team.
All members of the Papal State have their movement speed reduced by 5%, while all members of Yanhuang Nation have their movement speed increased by 5%.
Upon hearing this news, the members of the Beta Testers Alliance were dumbfounded. What kind of talent does this Chenyi have? He can accurately strike us from such a distance. This is completely unplayable.
Inside the magical barrier, the Jinhuang sisters also heard the announcement and instantly felt their bodies grow heavier. This was the result of the 5%
reduction in movement speed.
Jinhuang gritted her teeth in anger. Damn Chenyi, I will kill you for this. At that moment, Jinfeng suddenly screamed, "Sister, the sacrificial artifact has been taken." They had already reached the center of the magical barrier, only to find that the item in the bell-shaped recess on the altar had disappeared. Jinhuang was furious. This must be Chenyi's doing. That little bastard, just you wait.
Jinfeng's face was equally grim.
After investing so much effort, only to end up with such a result, anyone would be upset. At this moment, Jinfeng's anger had completely turned into hatred.
The thought of Chenyi obtaining the sacrificial artifact from the secret realm made her heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife.
Damn it, sister, I can't hold on anymore. I need to rest for a while.
Sister, what's wrong? My heart hurts terribly.
Meanwhile, Chenyi was facing the 10th wave of attacks. Magic Tyrannosaurus level, 75 grade, gold strength, 695 constitution, 589 agility, 558 intelligence, 368 talent, Tyrannosaurus power skills, furious charge, consecutive stumps, magic dragon roar. This magic Tyrannosaurus resembled a dinosaur, standing as tall as a Traiant, with skin that was incredibly tough. As a level 75 gold tier monster, it was quite challenging for Chenyi to deal with. It took at least 3 meteorites to take down one magic Tyrannosaurus. Chenyi deliberately slowed down the pace of his skill releases,
temporarily preventing these magic tyrannosaurs from breaching the city walls.
On the other side, Chenyi continued bombarding the cities of other teams. Yanhuang has defeated and eliminated the Maoxiong team. All members of Maoxiong Nation have their vitality reduced by 1%, while all members of Yanhuang Nation have their vitality increased by 1%.
Yan Huang has defeated and eliminated the White Elephant team.
All members of White Elephant Nation have their water element resistance reduced by 5%, while all members of Yanhuang Nation have their water element resistance increased by 5%. Some clever teams announced their surrender early.
Korea surrenders, defending for 8 rounds. Thousand Islands Nation surrenders, defending for 5 rounds. Great Light Nation surrenders, defending for 6 rounds. Watching these teams surrender, Chenny shook his head helplessly. They were too timid. At least let him enjoy a few good battles before leaving. Even the professional players of Yanhuang were dissatisfied. Look at these people, they're too smart, not giving us any chance to fight. Indeed. Anyone who can participate in a national war isn't foolish. It's normal for them to guess that our mage god can strike from a distance. Sigh, it only added a bit of stats, what a pity. Pity for what? Just one national war allowed me to take on bronze-level monsters head-on.
There will be more national wars in the future. You're right, Yanhuang will definitely grow stronger and stronger.
Ha ha ha. Being born in Yanhuang in this lifetime is truly worth it.
On the battlefield, Chenny saw that there were no more cities left to bombard, so he used a
meteor to directly crush the last magic rage dragon. At that moment, the system announcement rang out. Team Yanhuang successfully defended against the 10th wave of attacks. All members levels +1.
Team Yanhuang achieved first place in the national war, rewarding all members with
an A-grade talent, underwater breathing.
Team Yanhuang members additionally receive +1 luck. A golden light flashed over Chenyi, and his
level rose to 71. Hearing the rewards, all the Yanhuang players were ecstatic. Holy crap, what? We can breathe underwater from now on? Ha ha ha, who cares about the level up? This underwater breathing talent is insane, and everyone gets it. Doesn't that mean we can fight monsters underwater now?
Now that you mention it, I just remembered there's a river near us with a bunch of level 16 normal monsters at the bottom.
We can go fight them now. I'm tempted too. There's a moat near us. Forget rivers and streams, head to the ocean. There's treasure waiting for me there. Hey, don't exaggerate, okay? With underwater breathing, everything's so much more convenient.
The ocean covers over 70% of the world, there must be countless opportunities there. I'm in a coastal city right now, and I've noticed that the undead here don't dare go
into the water. Yeah, I noticed that too.
Many undead fear water, but some don't, like that wailing banshee. Big shot. Besides her, which
other undead fear water? I'm not sure about that.
You'll have to test it yourself.
Got it.
One team had already returned to the Tianji Bureau,
but Chenny didn't attend the celebration banquet.
He was preparing to release the Great Wall of Fire to encircle the entire Yanhuang Nation.
Seeing Chenny about to leave, Sui Tang quickly ran over. Brother E, are you leaving already? Chen E nodded. I've obtained a top-tier skill, Great Wall of Fire, to protect Yanhuang's territory. I need to start deploying it now. Hearing this, Sui Tang was a bit surprised.
I didn't expect such an incredible skill.
Brother E, I won't disturb you then. Just come visit me when you have time. Sui Tang's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Chen E nodded. I will. Hearing Chen Yi's promise, Sui Tang smiled happily. That's great. Afterward, Chen Yi had Hilliard fly along Yanhuang's borders. He didn't bother with the coastline, protecting the land was enough. Along the way, Chen
Yi continuously released the Great Wall of Fire. This wall of fire reached a height of 1,000 meters and extended 1,000 meters
underground.
With this, no one could dig tunnels to infiltrate Yanhuang. At this moment, in a dense forest on the border between Yanhuang and the
Bobo Nation, a group of people was sneaking toward Yanhuang's territory.
Leading them was Lao Gon, a man who specialized in smuggling.
Before
the world was shrouded in red mist, he had been a labor broker between Bobo Nation and Yanhuang.
Yanhuang's economy was prosperous, and people
from neighboring countries were eager to work there. Now, with double experience bonuses, even more people wanted to go to Yanhuang.
Looking ahead, Lao Gon was thrilled.
This time, I can earn another 100,000 experience points in gold coins. I'll reach level 20 in no time.
Just as Lao Gon was full of anticipation, a massive wind eagle suddenly flew overhead.
A pillar of heavenly fire descended, igniting 1,000-meter-high
blaze on the ground.
Within the flames, the outline of a great wall faintly appeared, like divine punishment from the heavens.
This great wall of fire blocked their path to Yanhuang.
Everyone was stunned, and then an earth-shaking roar erupted. Damn it, refund us. In the end, Chen Yi spent 3 hours encircling the entire land of Yanhuang. He hadn't expected that this move would directly cut off the path. For smugglers, from then on, apart from sea routes, no one could sneak into Yanhuang. At that moment, the sky suddenly split into countless cracks. Inside, countless undead stared fiercely at the real world. The third wave of undead had arrived. This time, they were silver and gold-level undead. Abominations, giant corpse worms, nether wraiths, bone fiends, a wide variety. Although their numbers weren't as overwhelming as the first wave, they were still shocking. On the forums, players were fervently discussing, finally, silver and gold-level undead are here. I wonder if I can solo a level 20 silver undead now. Wow, the pros can already solo silver undead? It's not that big of a deal. Even though there aren't many this time, a lot of people are definitely going to run into trouble. Yeah, no one knows if they'll wake up alive tomorrow. Don't be too pessimistic, life has to go on. I'm off to grind, almost level 30 now. Anyone want to help with my class? Advancement quest? I'll help. I've advanced my class, Yanhuang people should help each other. Count me in. I'm a priest, level 30, but I still can't pass the light priest advancement quest. Have you joined a faction yet? Not yet. Impressive, lone priest pro. Join our guild. We're short on people right now. Ahem, the Wild Wolf division of the Tianji Bureau is recruiting. On Chen Yi's side, he summoned the Undying Nether Phoenix. It had been staying in the pet space and was particularly excited to come out. Chen Yi looked at the Undying Nether Phoenix and said, from now on, your job is to form an undead army, patrol all of Yanhuang, and eliminate any undead you encounter. No need to say more, master. The Undying Nether Phoenix accepted the order and charged at the undead on the ground. Chen Yi felt that the talent of the Undying King still had great potential to be developed. This talent was even more powerful than the Undying Nether Phoenix's innate endless rebirth. No wonder Grezel could grow from a small skeleton into a skeleton king. As for himself, he needed to level up quickly. Reaching level 100 was the top priority. Just then, Xia Liang sent Chen Yi a projection call. Chen Yi, answer me quickly, it's urgent. Seeing the message from Xia Liang, Chen Yi was a bit surprised and wondered what he wanted. He answered the video call. Xia Liang's figure appeared on Hilliard's body. What's up, Xia Liang? Chen Yi, take a look at this. Then, Chen Yi saw a screenshot of a skill book. Summon Moon Spirit Grade. Effect, summons a moon spirit to assist you in battle. Description, moon spirits are creatures born from moonlight, naturally adept at using moonlight magic. Their race consists only of females. They have lifespans of up to 10,000 years and never marry in their lifetime. Seeing this skill book, Chen Yi was very excited. What, you're giving me such a precious skill book? Xia Liang said helplessly, do you remember the A-grade potion you gave me last time? This is my return gift. Chen Yi nodded, not making a big deal out of it, but Xia Liang's gift of this skill book truly delighted him. Then I'll accept it. If you come across any other summoning skill books, let me know. Xia Liang nodded and replied, alright, I'll keep an eye out. Summoning skill books are too rare, just like aura skills. A good summoned creature can directly double a summoner's combat power. This A-grade skill book was something I bought from the black market. I really took a loss this time. Remember to treat me to drinks when you're back. Haha, no problem. After that, Xia Liang ended the call and traded the Summon Moon Spirit skill book to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at the skill book in his hand and, without hesitation, immediately began learning it. After all, it was an A-grade skill book. It took him some time to fully grasp the knowledge in the book, but he finally learned the skill to summon the moon spirit. Looking around, there was no one nearby. Chen Yi stood on Hilliard's body and began to cast the summoning magic. A massive magic circle rose from the ground, reaching toward the sky. At the center of the circle, a crescent moon was outlined. An endless aura of moonlight surged from the magic circle. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation, wondering what surprises this moon spirit would bring. As night gradually fell, the sky turned pitch black. A bright moon slowly rose from the summoning circle. Bathed in moonlight, a spirit clad in moonwhite armor floated gracefully, her entire being radiating a soft glow. She was stunningly beautiful, with a red floral mark on her forehead, and her long, silver-white hair shimmered like starlight. In her hand, she held a pure silver longsword, her entire presence exuding brilliance, like a valkyrie,
descending to the mortal world. Chun-Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sight of this beautiful moon spirit. She was even more beautiful than Sui Tang.
Chun-Yi opened her attribute panel, Moon Valkyrie, Galadriel level, 71 race, Moon Spirit grade, mythical base strength, 810. Base constitution, 810 base agility, 1031 base intelligence, 1061 talents, magic chanter, S grade, Moon God Incarnation, SSS grade.
Magic chanter, all skills have no casting time.
Moon God Incarnation, moonlight skills have no cooldown, damage can be set to take effect at a specified time, once per day, and when injured, she can enter a 10-second invincible state. Skills, 12 Moonlight Sword chapters. Moonlight Protection, Moonstar Transfer, Moon Fury, Moon God Armor. Equipment, Moon Spirit Legacy Armor, Unique, Blade of Endless Punishment.
Unique. Seeing these attributes, Chun-Yi was stunned.
The strength of this Valkyrie was overwhelming,
as expected of a mythical level. Existence. And with 2 unique pieces of equipment, she was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse among the moon spirits. Chun-Yi suddenly felt like he had struck gold. At this moment, Galadriel appeared before him.
Her gaze carried a hint of curiosity, but mostly calmness.
Chun-Yi felt
that she was entirely different from the other summons he had called before.
Galadriel, he tentatively called her name.
Yes, Master, she immediately acknowledged herself as Chun-Yi's summon.
Chun-Yi was a bit surprised. Did you already know I was going to summon you? Galadriel nodded.
The prophecy in our tribe foretold that a deity of unimaginable power would come to save the moon spirits and summon the Valkyrie to
be his companion. I believe that deity is you. Chun-Yi smiled faintly. He didn't really believe in prophecies.
If that were true, in his previous life, he wasn't nearly as powerful, nor did he draw the supreme summon.
Who would have saved the moon spirits then? He treated it as a joke and let it pass. From now on, you don't need to call me master. Just call me Brother E.
Yes, Brother E.
At this moment, Galadriel shyly asked, Brother E, when do you plan to make me your companion? The mission of a Valkyrie is to become the other half of the deity. Chun-Yi was taken aback.
He didn't know how to respond, as he wasn't prepared for this. This moon spirit was way too straightforward.
As if sensing
his thoughts, Galadriel said seriously, Brother E, we moon spirits have lived in the moonlight world since childhood.
This legend has been
passed down for a long time, and it's absolutely true.
Moreover, as a Valkyrie, I can assist you in many ways. Chun-Yi nodded. Alright, I don't need you to be my companion. Just be my follower and help me in battles. Galadriel looked a bit disappointed but still nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother E. Chun-Yi had his own reasons for doing this. Many things couldn't be decided impulsively.
If he casually agreed to marry her, it wouldn't be meaningful. Although he was tempted, he decided to leave it for the future.
Actually, this arrangement wasn't bad. He
had seen many summoners in his previous life marry their summons. However, if Chun-Yi were not someone reborn and was still a young man in his 20s, he might have already been eager to marry her. Thinking of this, Chun-Yi stretched lazily. It was time to see the strength of this Valkyrie. He arrived at the Changping Cavern, stepping once again onto this familiar land. The once invincible killing god Bai Chi now seemed not so terrifying. Soon, Chun-Yi fought his way to the 3rd level of the Changping Cavern. There, a figure exuding a murderous aura was waiting. At this point, Chun-Yi was at level 71. Bai Chi's level had also caught up, reaching level 71 as well.
But now, Bai Chi was no longer someone Chun-Yi took seriously. Bai Chi stared at Chun-Yi.
As the boss of the cavern, his memory refreshed every time.
But now, he didn't recognize Chun-Yi at all. Chun-Yi turned to look at Calanthreel. Next, I want to test your strength. Go all out. Calanthreel nodded in response.
Understood, Brother E. With that, she drew her endless punishment. Bai Chi instantly appeared, his blade flashing as he charged directly at
Calanthreel.
A faint blue shield immediately formed around her. It was her moonlight shield. Bai Chi's attack struck the shield and was instantly deflected. A trace of surprise flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected Bai Chi to be unable to break through even this layer of defense. The situation was looking more favorable for them.
Calanthreel didn't stop. She swung her endless punishment fiercely at Bai Chi. She
unleashed the 12 sword chapters of the moon, which meant she could simultaneously use 12 sword techniques. My sword. Extreme sword.
Divine. Defense Sword. Divine Unity Sword.
Coupled with the Moon Goddess Incarnation skill, her cooldown time was reduced by 100%.
Calanthriel. Transformed into a faint blue sword light, releasing hundreds or even thousands of sword techniques per second.
Bai Qi was continuously suppressed
by the onslaught, unable to even use his invincible slash, a skill that granted him temporary invincibility. In less than 10 seconds,
Calanthriel defeated Bai Qi using only the most basic sword techniques.
Chen Yi was very satisfied. He then used all the experience and gold coins
he had gained from clearing the Changping Cavern. The results surprised him. His experience only increased by 1.3%. At this point, his level was still 71, with an experience progress of 12.1%. The higher the level, the harder it was to level up. And this was with the effect of the
Crown of Greed. Without it, leveling up would be even more difficult.
It seemed he needed to find a better place to train.
After leaving the
Changping Cavern, Chen Yi realized that aside from the cavern, only secret realms could help him level up quickly.
However, he had only
obtained a few secret realm keys so far, and at his current level, it wouldn't be wise to waste resources. Seemingly seeing through Chen Yi's
dilemma, Calanthriel spoke up, "Brother E, you're too strong now. There's hardly any place that can help you level up quickly, right?" Chen Yi looked at her curiously.
"Why do you say that?"
"You're too strong.
To improve your strength, you have to pay a greater price," Calanthriel
explained.
Hearing this, Chen Yi suddenly realized that leveling up was indeed quite challenging for him.
He hadn't noticed before because he
hadn't compared himself to others. Thinking back, when he used to enter secret realms with Johan and the others, even though his output was the highest, his experience gain wasn't much. Shaking his head at the thought, he sighed. So it was true. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, he was now the undisputed number one. The difficulty in leveling up was just the balancing mechanism of the red mist at work.
Just then, Sui Tang's holographic projection lit up. Chen Yi answered the call.
"Brother E, the Bureau has discovered an interdimensional rift and is encountering some trouble.
Are you available?" Hearing this news, Chen Yi was delighted.
This was truly a stroke of luck.
Interdimensional
rifts contained many powerful monsters, unlike the red mist, where levels were more evenly distributed. In the rift, there were creatures as weak as level 1 and beasts as strong as level 100.
Killing a few level 100 monsters would definitely speed up his leveling. Reaching level 80 wouldn't just be a dream.
He had long wanted to obtain the supreme treasure, and perhaps he could even get 100-fold
experience card. If that were the case, leveling up would become much easier. However, if the Celestial Bureau was having trouble with the interdimensional rift, could it mean the situation was quite severe?
Even Xia Liang couldn't handle it. Thinking of this, Chen Yi nodded and
said, "Alright, I'll head over right away."
At this moment, Sui Tang noticed the Valkyrie beside Chen Yi.
"Brother E, who is this?" Chen Yi
vaguely caught a hint of jealousy in Sui Tang's eyes, though she hid it well. He smiled and said, "This is the moon elf I just summoned,
Galadriel." Hearing this, Sui Tang's expression relaxed, and she smiled. "Alright, Brother E, I'll wait for you." With that, she ended the call. Just then, Galadriel's eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Yi. "Brother E, is she the mistress?"
She seemed a little jealous.
Chen Yi lightly tapped Galadriel on the head. "Stop overthinking things."
He turned to look at Hilliard. "Hilliard, take us to the Bureau of Secrets."
"Yes." Before long, Hilliard was flying toward the Bureau of Secrets with Chen Yi and Galadriel. Galadriel looked at Hilliard with admiration. "Master, is he your flying partner?" "Flying partner? What's that?" Galadriel quickly explained. "A flying partner is someone we moon elves seek after reaching adulthood.
In the moon world, there are many flying creatures that can live for tens of thousands of years. By forming a life contract with one, we can enjoy a lifespan of 10,000 years.
"Oh?" Chen Yi looked at Galadriel. "Did you form a contract?"
"No, I'm the Valkyrie of this generation, born with a lifespan of 100,000 years, so I don't need a contract."
Chen Yi was astonished. "Wow, that's an incredibly long lifespan."
As they chatted, they arrived at the Bureau of Secrets. They landed, and Hilliard transformed into a small wind eagle, perching on Chen Yi's shoulder. At this moment, Sui Tang came out to greet Chen Yi, walking directly to his
side and leaning against him. "Brother E, you're finally here."
Chen Yi was a bit surprised but quickly understood the reason. It was probably because Galadriel's beauty surpassed Sui Tang's, making her feel a little insecure.
At this moment,
Xiaoliang, Johan, Su Qiaoer, and Zhang Haishan also arrived.
Zhang Haishan was still at level 70, seemingly stuck on some class advancement quest he hadn't completed. Everyone was delighted to see Chen Yi. When they noticed Galadriel
beside him, they were visibly stunned. Xiaoliang couldn't help but speak up. Chen Yi, you have great taste.
Is she the moon elf summoned using the skill book I gave you? Chen Yi nodded. She's one of the strongest among the moon elves.
The matter of the supreme summoning was already known to everyone, so there was no need to hide it.
Everyone looked at Galadriel in disbelief.
Sui Tang glanced at Xiaoliang, her eyes carrying a hint of annoyance. So Brother Yi's moon elf was summoned using the skill book you gave him. How enviable.
Girls in love often lose their rationality. Chen Yi turned to Xiaoliang. Where is that interdimensional rift? What kind of world does it lead to? Xiaoliang took out a recording. On the screen, countless creatures resembling Western dragons were circling in the sky. This is a dragon dimension. I entered it once before.
Inside, the dragons enslave a race called the fairy spirits and have built many magnificent castles. The interdimensional rift is located not far from here, at Golden Dragon Mountain.
The dragons have already discovered the rift. We haven't found a way to close it yet. So, we're planning to go in and negotiate with the dragons.
Wait.
Negotiate? Hearing this, Chen Yi felt annoyed. Can't we just fight them?
Xiaoliang smiled bitterly. These dragons are naturally resistant to 90% of physical and magical attacks. Their levels are all above 90, and they're at least diamond tier, with some even being mythical creatures. Killing a dragon is incredibly difficult.
I'm only level 56 right now.
I fought a dragon once, and the dragon clan leader used a single move, Dragon Seal technique, to completely
incapacitate me. If I hadn't used a teleportation scroll to escape, I might have been sealed forever.
Seeing Xiaoliang's expression, Chen Yi knew he had suffered a major loss. He thought to himself, it's time to bring the Undying Phoenix back
to help.
Although the Undying Phoenix's level is low and suppressed by the dragons, its base stats are high. And no matter how much they suppressed him, the basic attributes were there, and the dragons simply couldn't defeat him.
Chen Yi suddenly decided he didn't want the people from the Tianji Bureau to follow him into the interdimensional rift.
Going there would only cause trouble for him and expose his trump cards. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiaoliang.
Don't rush this matter.
I need to go to that interdimensional rift first and have a talk with those dragons.
Negotiations without strength will only lead to being bullied sooner or later.
Back in the war days, while one side was negotiating, the other side had already
started fighting.
Only the victors have the confidence to shout and slam the table.
Hearing Chen Yi's words, Xiaoliang nodded.
You're right, but there's really no other way right now.
Chen Yi noticed Xiaoliang's lack of confidence in his
abilities and felt a bit speechless. But it was understandable. Back when he was in the secret realm, killing those mythical mosquito beasts alongside the undying Nether Phoenix, this guy wasn't even present.
Taking on those level 90 diamond dragons alone would indeed be extremely difficult.
After all, the dragons had high levels, strong base attributes, and a 90% magic resistance. No wonder Xiaoliang came up with this plan. But with the undying Nether Phoenix, what was there
to fear?
Thinking of this, Chen Yi silently instructed the undying Nether Phoenix to guard him at Golden Dragon Mountain.
Then he looked at Xiaoliang and said, "Next, we'll go together. You guys stay outside and keep watch. I'll go in alone to check things out.
If the situation turns bad, I have the blink ring to retreat immediately."
Hearing this, Xiaoliang nodded. "All right. When we get there, I'll tell you some things to watch out for." "Okay. Then let's take my Hilliard to get there." Soon, the group arrived at Golden Dragon Mountain on Hilliard. By this time, the mountain was already under full lockdown.
In front of the interdimensional rift, the undying Nether Phoenix was already waiting for Chen Yi. Xiaoliang looked at the undying Nether Phoenix and marveled, "Chen Yi, your pet is incredible. It even summoned millions of undead to counterattack those newly spawned undead.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have ended up fighting it."
Hearing Xiaoliang's words, Chen Yi laughed. "All right, I was the one who instructed it to summon the undead army.
Now, tell me everything I need to watch out for." "Got it. The last time I went in, I directly barged into the dragon's territory.
This time, if you go in, it's likely to be the same place.
Those dragons are probably still guarding it. Once you enter, you must leave immediately."
Xiaoliang carefully explained all the precautions about the
dragon dimension and even summarized several weaknesses of the dragons. Shenny now had a general understanding of the dragon dimension in his mind. Understood. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back immediately. With that, Shenny entered
the interdimensional rift of the dragon dimension with Hilliard, Calanthair, and the undying Nether Phoenix. As soon as he entered the rift, Shenny immediately felt a pair of powerful eyes locked onto him. The pressure was so intense that he could hardly breathe. Even with the soul cube protecting him and granting immunity to soul attacks, it wasn't enough. This was a form of mental oppression. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Chunyi's ear: "You are affected by dragon's might. Supernatural adaptation, talent activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, Dragon's Might Immunity." The soul cube's immunity to soul attacks had been breached, which greatly surprised Chunyi. In the next moment, he immediately used the blink ring, instantly teleporting 100 meters away from his original position. Only then did he finally get a clear view of his surroundings. There were 2 dragons, one black and one white, glaring fiercely at Chunyi. Hilliard revealed its true form and carried Chunyi into the sky. The black and white dragons flapped their wings, trying to catch up. But in the next second, both dragons plummeted straight down from 1,000 meters in the air. Boom! A loud crash echoed as dust flew everywhere. The massive bodies of the 2 dragons created 2 large craters on the ground. This was the no-fly zone of the West Wind. Standing on Hilliard's head, Chunyi was overjoyed to see that the no-fly zone even worked on these dragons. Chunyi finally had time to carefully observe his surroundings. The area was filled with towering spire-like buildings, all radiating a platinum sheen. Not a single plant could be seen on the ground, which was paved entirely with platinum tiles. At a glance, the area covered by these tiles was about the size of a small town on Earth. Chunyi shook his head. It seemed Xia Liang was right, these dragons were indeed extravagantly luxurious. At that moment, the 2 dragons that had just been thrown into disarray finally regained their senses. They roared angrily at Chunyi, who was hovering in the sky. "Damn insect, what strange magic did you use? When we catch you, we'll burn you to ashes." Chunyi looked at the 2 enraged dragons and casually checked their attributes. First was the Platinum Dragon, Platinum Tower Lord Alessia, level, *100, rank, *diamond, base strength, *1000, base constitution, *1000, base agility, *1000, base intelligence, *1000, talents, *dragon bloodline, SS, dragon's intimidation, SS, dragon body, SS, skills, dragon breath, claw attack, fearsome roar, dragon light, dragon shield. The Black Dragon's attributes were similar to those of the Platinum Dragon, Black Forest Lord Seepton, level, *100, rank, *diamond, base strength, *1000, base constitution, *1000, base agility, *1000, base intelligence, *1000, talents, dragon bloodline, SS, dragon's intimidation, SS, dragon body, SS, skills, dragon breath, claw attack, fearsome roar, dragon darkness, dragon banishment. One was a light dragon, and the other a dark dragon. Seeing their attributes, Chunyi immediately understood. The dragon clan had sent these 2 to guard the interdimensional rift. The rift served as a passageway, allowing these dragons to invade Blue Star. Facing 2 level 100 dragons, Chunyi felt a significant challenge. Their strength was overwhelming, even Calantriel might not be able to defeat one in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, Chunyi lacked skills that could bypass defenses, making it difficult to inflict effective damage on them. Thinking of this, Chunyi became even more eager for the mysterious merchant's arrival. By then, he could exchange interdimensional fragments for an SSS-level single-target attack skill. Only then could he truly become a mage god. For now, he can only pick on enemies weaker than himself. However, the mysterious merchant would only appear after the undead calamity ended, and that was still a long way off. Chunyi turned to look at the undying phoenix. For now, the only hope of defeating these 2 dragons rested on the phoenix. With an intelligence stat nearing 3,000, even though its level was suppressed to 88, the dragons wouldn't be able to withstand its flames. Seeing the 2 dragons, Calantriel spoke. "Up, brothery, if I were at my peak, these 2 dragons would be nothing. But now, I'd have to give it my all just to take down one." Hearing this, Chunyi curiously asked, "What was your level at your peak? Can you tell me?" Calantriel nodded. "Brothery, I was level 115 at my peak." Hearing this, Chunyi was speechless. If not for being summoned by him, Calantriel's strength wouldn't have been suppressed. At this moment, Hilliard, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chime in. Master, I was level 109 at my peak. Though I can't compare to the Valkyrie, I wasn't far behind.
Chen Yi nodded. You're impressive too.
He knew very well that after level 100, the experience required to level up was
unimaginably vast.
Hilliard and Calantriel's levels were undoubtedly those of top-tier experts.
The undying phoenix perched on Chen Yi's shoulder, its eyes full of envy.
Master, I wish I could reach level 100 someday.
Then I could easily handle any enemy for you.
Hearing this, Chen Yi shook his head helplessly.
He couldn't afford it, truly couldn't afford it.
Grezel, go deal with those two dragons. The undying phoenix nodded in response.
Yes, master. After speaking, it flew down from Chen Yi's shoulder, diving toward the ground.
During its flight, the undying nether phoenix restored its massive body, stretching over a kilometer in length. Its enormous wings, ablaze with nether fire, spread out with an overwhelming
presence, blotting out the sky.
The two giant dragons, standing just over 200 meters tall, were dwarfed in comparison, their size several times smaller. The undying nether phoenix naturally possessed a bloodline suppression over
dragons. Seeing the massive shadow diving from the sky, fear flickered in the dragon's eyes. Yet, as proud creatures, they refused to flee.
Of course, even if they wanted to, escape was impossible.
Roar! Roar! Two dragon roars echoed. One
black and one white, two streams of dragon breath were unleashed. One carried a blazing energy of light with the power of assimilation, while the other exuded a corrosive aura of darkness, filled with shadow energy.
The dual dragon breaths struck directly at the undying nether phoenix.
However, the phoenix's physique far surpassed that of the two dragons. What could destroy a small city was nothing more than a scratch to it. Witnessing the scene before them, despair filled the
dragons' eyes. They knew the power of their own dragon breath better than anyone. Yet, against the undying nether phoenix, it was utterly ineffective.
The gap in strength was so vast that they were powerless.
Moreover, they were unable to
fly at the moment and could only run, but their bulky bodies made them slow. Eventually, they would be caught. Thus, the two dragons used their bloodline connection to call for help from their clan leader.
Within 10 minutes, reinforcements
from the dragon clan would arrive. Facing the ever-approaching undying nether phoenix, they had already devised a plan. As long as they could hold out until reinforcements arrived, there was hope. At this moment, the undying nether phoenix unleashed 9 deathflame cores, which instantly surrounded the entire platinum tower. The blazing nether fire surged rapidly, melting the platinum structure and the ground into liquid, which began to evaporate. The scales of the two dragons emitted constant cracking sounds as the intense heat altered their very nature, causing them immense pain.
Damn it, dragon language barrier!
The platinum dragon hastily cast a shield. A platinum-colored barrier enveloped the two dragons. But the nether fire was too powerful. The shield quickly turned from platinum to transparent and was on the verge of collapse. The flames of the undying nether phoenix were now at least 50% stronger than when it had just killed the mosquito.
Beasts!
The two dragons fell into despair.
The dark dragon fixed its gaze on the phoenix. Dragon language banishment.
A surge of powerful dark energy spread out, even the phoenix's flames unable to dispel it.
Chen Yi immediately understood. Upon seeing this,
the dark dragon intended to use the banishment spell to send the phoenix to another dimension.
Grizzle, dodge that skill! Chen Yi shouted.
The undying nether phoenix instantly shrank its body and swiftly flew away, but the
banishment spell seemed to have an auto-tracking function, relentlessly pursuing the phoenix.
Seeing the dark energy trailing behind the phoenix, Galadriel said to Chen Yi, "Brothery, I can dispel that darkness."
Chen Yi nodded. Do it.
Yes. Calantriel drew the blade of endless punishment, slashing out a crescent of moonlight sword energy.
The sword energy was far faster than the mass of darkness.
In an instant, it dispersed the dark energy. The dark dragon could hardly believe its eyes.
Damn it, what kind of magic is this?
At that moment, the undying nether phoenix swooped back, unleashing a fiery blast at the two dragons.
Crack!
Large chunks of scales began to fall off the two dragons, shattering into powder upon hitting the ground.
They had never
felt so helpless. Their ability to fly was sealed, and their strength was suppressed by more than half. Meanwhile, the aroma of roasting meat wafted from the nether flames. The two dragons were already beginning to cook.
The intense pain made them writhe desperately
on the ground, but to no avail. In Chen Yi's eyes, the two dragons were nothing more than oversized lizards. The roasted flavor was no different from ordinary grilled meat. Unable to resist, the two dragons were ultimately consumed by the nether flames. Chen Yi's backpack was instantly filled with a massive amount of experience points and gold coins. On the horizon, a dense swarm of shadows approached. It was at least 100 dragons. Chen Yi called out to the undying Nether Phoenix, "Let's go, hit and run." The undying Nether Phoenix, recalling the tactics used against the mosquito beasts, was already well practiced. "Yes, master." Then, the undying Nether Phoenix and Hilliard flew off into the distance. Before long, the dragon swarm arrived at the Platinum Tower. Seeing the charred remains of the two dragons, their faces were filled with sorrow. "Chieftain, Alessia, and Septon are dead." A massive, holy dragon descended to the ground. It was Akatosh, the dragon chieftain. He exhaled a beam of white light onto the two charred dragons, and in the blink of an eye, the two corpses transformed into one black and one white dragon egg. Two dragon mothers stepped forward to inspect the eggs. "Chieftain, Alessia and Septon will take 5,000 years to hatch again." Akatosh nodded. "Send them back to the incubation chamber. It seems a formidable warrior has arrived in this world. Do not harbor resentment. If necessary, we can negotiate with the humans." "Understood, chieftain." At this moment, Chen Yi had Hilliard fly 10,000 miles away from the Platinum Tower. This dragon dimension was vast, even larger in area than Blue Star. Chen Yi had Hilliard find a place to land. He wasn't confident about killing all the dragons. From his earlier glance, there were at least 50 mythical-level dragons. Among them, one had an aura identical to the Eye of the Stars from years ago. This indicated the presence of a supreme being, so caution was necessary. Chen Yi used the experience points and gold coins he had just earned from killing the two level 100 dragons. The amount far exceeded his expectations, 3 billion. With a flash of golden light, Chen Yi leveled up. He was now level 72, with 34% progress toward the next level. This was his first time experiencing the thrill of defeating enemies above his level. Previously, he had only fought creatures of the same level. These two level 100 dragons were equivalent to 1,000 level 70 diamond tier creatures. At this moment, Calantriel called out to him, "Look, there's a town over there." Chen Yi looked over and saw a massive city standing on the distant plain. There were no dragons in the city, only humanoid creatures walking and bustling about. He had Hilliard transform into a small wind eagle, recalled the undying Nether Phoenix into the pet space, and headed toward the town with Calantriel. On the way, Chen Yi saw some elves working in the wild. They looked similar to humans, but their skin was fairer and more delicate, and their ears were sharper. Chen Yi used the Thousand Faces moon to transform into an elf. The wild elves glanced at Chen Yi and Calantriel, pausing for a few seconds to marvel at Calantriel's beauty before resuming their work. Watching these diligent elves, Chen Yi understood why the dragons enslaved them. He planned to first find the leader of the elves, learn about the distribution of the dragons, and then eliminate them one by one. Of course, Chen Yi would use the pretext of helping the elves overthrow dragon rule. If they disagreed, he would let his strength do the talking. Entering the city, the elven town was almost identical to what Chen Yi had seen in otherworldly anime before. As soon as Galadriel appeared, all the elves immediately turned their attention to her. Chen Yi stared at Galadriel and smiled. "Galadriel, your charm is truly extraordinary." Galadriel quickly replied, "I belong only to you, brother E." Chen Yi chuckled and then pulled over an elf. This elf was dressed in tattered leather armor and held a rusty iron sword, clearly just an ordinary adventurer. Chen Yi asked, "May I know where your leader is?" The elf, upon seeing Chen Yi, immediately lowered his head, looking very self-conscious. Elves are naturally sensitive to magic. Chen Yi was wearing a luxurious phoenix robe of the underworld and had several rings emitting powerful magical energy on his fingers. Beside him stood a beautiful and captivating young woman. The elf knew very well that this person must be a big shot from the royal city, while he was just an insignificant novice adventurer. "Honorable sir, if you trust me, I can take you to meet our leader." Chen Yi nodded. "All right, thank you." Thus, the young elf led Chen Yi toward the eastern part of the city. Eventually, they stopped in front of a simple building that looked no different from the others. "Honorable sir, this is the home of our city lord." Chen Yi looked at the modest dwelling and felt a bit moved. The elves were truly down to earth. He took out an F-grade steel sword from his backpack space. Sharp steel sword grade, F effect, sharpness increased by 100%. Looking at the elf, Chen Yi said, "This sword is for you, as payment." The elf gazed at the exquisite steel sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. This sword could easily sell for at least 10,000 dragon coins in the marketplace.
Thank you, sir. Chenny waved his hand. I'll leave the matters here to
you. Go ahead and take care of your business.
Yes, sir.
The elf took the sword and ran excitedly toward the outskirts of the city,
eager to test its power.
At this moment, Chenny knocked on the wooden door of the house.
Is anyone home?
Before long, a middle-aged
elf opened the door. He was wearing a coarse linen shirt and holding a feather quill. Seeing Chen Yi's noble demeanor, his eyes lit up slightly. Who are you? What brings you here? Chen Yi quickly checked the attributes of the middle-aged elf. City Lord
of Skyleaf City, mere level 55 rank, gold a level 55 gold ranked being, quite powerful. I have some matters to discuss. Would
it be convenient to talk inside?
Seeing that Chen Yi bore no hostility, Mir nodded.
All right, come in. Upon entering, Chen Yi
noticed the room was piled high with administrative documents. Clearly, the city lord had been busy with work.
Mir looked at Chen Yi and Galadriel and said, "This lady's aura is very different from us elves. The Dragon Clan recently issued a notice that anyone who discovers outsiders must report them immediately."
The elves outside may not be able to tell, but as the city lord of Skyleaf, I have
the ability to discern. Chen Yi nodded. In that case, I'll be direct. I've come here to obtain a map of dragon locations. I want
to kill dragons to enhance my strength. If you cooperate, that's great. If you refuse, then no one in this city will leave alive.
Hearing this, a flash of excitement appeared in Mir's eyes. Sir, are you really planning to take action against the Dragon Clan?
I am more than willing to cooperate. The elves have been oppressed by the dragons for thousands of years. We loathe them deeply.
If we can assist you, the elven race will not hesitate. Chen Yi nodded. No problem, I just need the map from you.
Understood. Sir, we elves have long been forced to build palaces for the dragons. I have the construction team list here.
With that, Mir took out a map. This is the one. Chen Yi took the map. Although the fairy spirit's script was different from that of Earth, the red
mist was universal, and Chen Yi could understand it. Eventually, he pinpointed the locations of 73 giant dragons.
Lord of the Highlands, Parthernax. Hunting Frenzy Dragon, Mermolner.
Lord of the Withered Highlands, Nokrian.
Sky Overlord, Durnavir. Each dragon had its own territory and title.
Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were 73 dragons.
No wonder the fairy spirits wanted to resist.
After all, the resources consumed by just one dragon were already staggering, let alone
73. Chen Yi placed the map into his backpack space. Don't tell anyone about my presence here. Neil nodded solemnly.
In his eyes, an outsider like Chen Yi was heaven sent to save the fairy spirit race. He would never betray this savior.
Chen Yi didn't linger and left Skyleaf City directly. In a secluded corner, Hilliard reverted to his true form and took Chen Yi and Galadriel away from the city. Chen Yi's first target was to kill the Lord of the Highlands, Parthernax. Of course, it was also because he was the closest. Riding on Hilliard, they arrived at the location of the Lord of the Highlands. It was a 7,000-meter-high
mountain, and the Lord of the Highlands was sleeping in a palace at the summit. According to the fairy spirit's map, this Lord of the Highlands had once summoned millions of fairy spirits to build the most magnificent palace in the world for him.
Each boulder weighed
10 tons, and moving each one required the combined effort of thousands. Coupled with the high-altitude oxygen deficiency, 5 million fairy spirits went, and only 20,000 returned. The fairy spirits' hatred for these dragons was etched deep into their bones. As Hilliard approached, Chen Yi saw the majestic palace. The entire structure was built of stone, resembling a pyramid. Ancient, desolate, and imposing. Scattered around the palace were white bones, likely the remains of the fairy spirit workers who had built it. Shriek! Hilliard let out an eagle cry and hovered steadily above the palace. At this moment, the sleeping Lord of
the Highlands was awakened. An angry voice rang out, "Who dares disturb my rest?"
Immediately, a massive earth-colored dragon flew out of the palace. It was over 200 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura. It looked like a colossal mound of earth. This dragon was the Lord of the Highlands, Parthernax. Lord of the Highlands, Parthernax, level 96, grade Diamond, base strength 960, base constitution 960, base agility 960, base intelligence 960, talent unshakable as a mountain, SS grade, unshakable as a mountain, immune to control effects while on the ground, and all damage is reduced by 90%. Skills, flying sand and rolling stones, meteoric descent, wall of earth, mountain spikes. This was a level 96 diamond grade creature. Although its skills and talent were formidable, they weren't considered top tier. The Lord of the Highlands fixed his gaze on Chen Yi, a hint of surprise flashing in his cold dragon eyes. At this moment, Chen Yi was still under the effect of the Thousand Faces moon. To the Lord of the Highlands, Chen Yi appeared to be a fairy spirit. Insignificant insect, I can sense your arrogance and insolence. At this moment, the Undying Phoenix charged at the Lord of the Highlands. How dare you insult my master? Heavy strike. As soon as the words fell, the Undying Phoenix spewed a massive fireball. 9 Deathfire cores were simultaneously deployed, enveloping the entire mountaintop in scorching netherfire. Sensing the immense power of the netherfire, the Lord of the Highlands attempted to spread his wings and fly away. But in the next second, with a loud thud, he crashed to the ground. His ability to fly was completely sealed. This was the work of Hilliard's anti-flight domain. The Lord of the Highlands fell into the blazing netherfire, letting out agonized screams. However, relying on his talent unshakable as a mountain, he managed to barely hold on. The Lord of the Highlands realized who was in charge here and immediately launched an attack on Chen Yi, unleashing flying sand and rolling stones. Countless fragments of rock rose from the ground, each imbued with immense earth elemental power, incredibly tough and unyielding. Whoosh, whoosh, countless fragments of rock rained down on Chen Yi, who was riding on Hilliard's back. But Hilliard's agility far surpassed that of the mountain lord. With nimble movements, he swiftly dodged and escaped the area covered by the falling debris. Seeing his attack fail, the mountain lord launched another move. In the sky, countless small meteors began to fall. This meteor shower was different from a starfall. There were no elemental explosions, just a simple rain of meteors. As the meteors continued to descend, Hilliard shrank his form and maneuvered deftly between them. Chen Yi and Kelentril stood steadily on Hilliard's back. After about 3 minutes, the meteor shower gradually subsided. Realizing his meteor attack was ineffective, the mountain lord roared in fury, "Damn it, you're really pushing me." As soon as he finished speaking, blood began to seep from his scales. The blood, as if drawn by some force, quickly pooled on the ground. Chen Yi immediately understood the mountain lord was preparing to unleash his ultimate skill, Mountain Spike. This skill was a piercing attack as sharp as a towering mountain. Chen Yi turned to the Undying Nether Phoenix. "Gryzel, stop wasting time and burn this guy to ashes." "Yes, master." The Undying Nether Phoenix immediately reduced the range of the flames from the core of death fire. The mountain lord, who had just begun his blood sacrifice, watched helplessly as the flames evaporated all the blood he had offered. Witnessing this, the mountain lord was utterly disheartened, his strength drained. As the flames from the core of deathfire closed in, he was reduced to a charred mass. Chen Yi's backpack now contained billions of experience coins. After defeating the mountain lord, Chen Yi marveled at the bountiful experience. Although it couldn't compare to the 2 level 100 dragons, it was still an enormous reward. In the days that followed, Chen Yi meticulously followed the map's markings, hunting down the dragons one by one. He discovered that most of these dragons were between level 90 and 96. The 2 light and dark dragons he had encountered earlier were among the top-tier beings in the Dragon Lords. Even so, Chen Yi's level skyrocketed like a rocket. By the time he had slain the 53rd dragon, the entire dragon race finally sensed something was amiss and immediately summoned all dragons to gather in the Dragon's Valley. At this point, Chen Yi had already reached level 75, with 53% progress. The experience from these 53 dragons was enough to grind in the abyss for a year. Since the number of dragons was fixed, and each dragon represented a rule of the world, Chen Yi's actions had begun to disrupt the world's balance. Chen Yi had exchanged for over 200 dimensional shards, but he was still unsatisfied. After all, a top-tier SSS level skill book cost 10,000 shards from the mysterious merchant. An SS level skill book required 1,000 shards, while an S-level skill book only needed 200. At the moment, he could only afford an S-level skill book, which was far from ideal. In the Dragon's Valley, all the dragons of the dragon dimension had gathered. Akatosh glared at the remaining 300 or so dragons before him, his fury burning even hotter. "Damn it!
That mortal had killed 53 dragons. At this moment, Akatosh had already reverted the slain dragons back into dragon eggs. Given time, these dragons could hatch again, but the dragon race's pride had been thoroughly trampled by that mortal. Akatosh had briefly considered abandoning negotiations with Chen-Yi, but his dragon god's eye told him that negotiations must continue, or the entire world would suffer. Looking at the remaining dragons, he spoke sternly, "From now on, no dragon is allowed to leave the Dragon's Valley, lest they be hunted down by that mortal one by one. I will personally go and meet that mortal." Hearing Akatosh's words, all the dragons responded in unison, "Yes, Patriarch." In their hearts, the Patriarch was the most powerful being. As long as the Patriarch took action, that mortal would surely face dire consequences. However, what they didn't know was that the Patriarch had no intention of killing Chen-Yi. Akatosh flew out of the valley, his wise dragon god's eye guiding him toward Chen-Yi. Meanwhile, Chen-Yi had arrived in another dragon territory. Here stood a palace made entirely of crystal, as beautiful as something out of a fairy tale. The crystal dragon, who loved collecting crystals, was the master of this place, but when Chen-Yi entered the palace, he found that the crystal dragon was gone. Calanthir reminded him, "Master, could it be that those dragons have already discovered us?" Chen-Yi nodded. "Very likely. It seems the peaceful days are over." At that moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed above the crystal palace, like thunder in a storm, sending chills down one's spine. Chen-Yi immediately rushed out of the palace. In the sky, a majestic and divine dragon was circling above the palace. "Human, let me see just how strong you really are," the dragon roared angrily. It unleashed a powerful dragon breath. Chen-Yi quickly dodged 100 meters away. The crystal palace was instantly destroyed by the dragon. Calanthir immediately raised a moonlight shield, but it was soon shattered by the dragon breath. However, Calanthir was unharmed, thanks to her moon goddess incarnation protecting her. The undying phoenix was unscathed. Hilliard's eagle feathers were badly scorched but quickly recovered with the help of the wind of revival. Chen-Yi took the opportunity to glance at the dragon's attributes: Eternal Dragon Akatosh, level, *, 102, rank, * supreme, base strength, * 2100, base constitution, * 2050, base agility, * 1850, base intelligence, * 2300. Talents, * eternal body, SSS, dragon god bloodline, SS, dragon god eye, SS, eternal body, * immune to aging and death. Immune to all negative effects, strength always at its peak. Dragon god bloodline, * reduces all damage by 90%, increases all resistances by 90%. Dragon god eye, * guides the correct path. Skills, * dragon tongue time reversal, will suppression. Whirlwind strike, time slow, storm call, dragon god whisper, dragon god form, dragon god seal. After reading, Chen-Yi could only complain inwardly, "This Akatosh is way too strong." Seeing that it was immune to all negative effects, Chen-Yi immediately realized that his soul cube was completely useless against this eternal dragon. Such overwhelming attributes were something he had only seen in the world-destroying Black Phoenix and the Undying Phoenix. Moreover, it possessed so many skills and talents. It was simply unbeatable. If the Undying Phoenix could reach level 20, there might be a chance of victory. But right now, it was only level 12. Even if it absorbed all the experience from the other dragons, it could only reach level 13. The level gap was too vast. The damage the Undying Phoenix could inflict on this eternal dragon was only 1%. At that moment, the eternal dragon suddenly stopped attacking and slowly descended to the ground. Its body began to transform, turning into a creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. "Human, your strength is indeed formidable. I trust the dragon god eye's guidance in my decision. Now, we can negotiate." Hearing this, Chen-Yi was stunned. Wasn't it here to kill me? But recalling the eternal dragon's talent just now, the dragon god eye, he suddenly understood. This eternal dragon had chosen the most advantageous course of action for itself. This was somewhat similar to Chen-Yi's miracle luck, though not as powerful. Chen-Yi even suspected that his miracle luck had influenced the dragon god eye, causing it to change its mind about killing him. At that moment, Akatosh walked up to Chen-Yi and stopped 3 meters away. "You don't need to worry. The dragon god eye has been with me for hundreds of thousands of years, always guiding me to make the most correct decisions. Therefore, I won't kill you, but you must also stop slaughtering my people." Since Akatosh had said this, Chen-Yi didn't Want to appear ungrateful and nodded. All right.
At that moment, Akatosh took out a crystal from his hand.
I see that you wish to
quickly enhance your strength, so I will give you this Dragon Soul Crystal. Of course, this is also the guidance of the Dragon God. Listening to this, Shen-Yi felt a bit strange.
Isn't it my miracle luck guiding you?
But when he saw the crystal, his eyes widened several times over.
This crystal was incredibly precious to him. Dragon Soul Crystal Level, SSS Effect, grants 24 hours of 100x experience boost upon use. This Dragon Soul Crystal is actually an SSS level experience boost item.
Shen-Yi felt his
breath quicken. This is incredible.
100-fold experience boost for 24 hours. Wouldn't he be able to reach level 80 in just one day? And he wasn't even sure if it could stack with the attributes of the Crown of Greed.
If it could, the experience boost would directly become 103 times. Shen-Yi immediately made up his mind to spend all 24 hours in the secret realm.
No, it should be 48 hours. He also needed to find the person who could replicate items infinitely and duplicate another crystal.
This 100-fold experience boost was too crucial for Shen-Yi.
For others, 100-fold experience might just mean earning 100 days worth of rewards in one day. But for Shen-Yi, his strength could maximize the effect of this Dragon Soul Crystal.
Could this be the power of the miracle luck? Talent? Shen-Yi instantly fell in love with this ability. Holding the Dragon Soul Crystal, Akatosh looked at his delighted expression
and felt that he was truly genuine. I only have this one Dragon Soul Crystal, but I'm glad it can help you.
Shen-Yi nodded. This Dragon Soul Crystal is a huge help to me. Since you want to negotiate, I can help you make the connection. How about that?
Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Akatosh nodded.
All right. This outcome satisfied both parties. Shen-Yi was content, and then he rode Hilliard toward the interdimensional rift.
Soon, they arrived at the Dragon Dimension Rift. At this point, the White Gold Tower
had already turned into a platinum mine. Shen-Yi entered the rift, and the scenery around him changed.
He returned to Blue Star. Outside, only Sui Tang was standing guard. Seeing Shen-Yi emerge, Sui Tang immediately ran over. Brothery, you're finally out.
Shen-Yi glanced around. Where are Xia Liang and the others?
The Fourth National War has already started.
Xia Liang and the others have all entered the battlefield, Sui Tang said. Shen-Yi asked, how long was I in the interdimensional rift? It's been a month. Already.
Sui Tang looked at him curiously. Shen-Yi nodded. Actually, only half a month passed inside. It seems the time flow in
the dragon dimension is faster.
Hearing this, Sui Tang curiously asked, does that mean 1 day in the dragon dimension equals 2
days on Blue Star?
Shen-Yi nodded. Yes, the time flow varies in each world. Sui Tang suddenly understood, so that's how it is.
Brothery, what did you experience in there? Can you tell me?
Shen-Yi nodded. I encountered an eternal dragon, and it agreed to
negotiate an alliance with humans.
Sui Tang was thrilled. Then the rift crisis is resolved. Saying this, she excitedly hugged
Shen-Yi.
Shen-Yi patted her back. Don't get too excited. Go tell your father and old Thunder Tiger about this.
I also got a treasure. This time.
As he spoke, Shen-Yi showed Sui Tang a screenshot of the Dragon Soul Crystal.
What do you think? After looking at
it, Sui Tang was also excited. Brothery, you'll be able to reach level 80 in no time.
Shen-Yi nodded. That's right. This Dragon Soul Crystal is a tremendous help to me. There's no equipment that can compare to it.
After saying this, he opened his private
chat window and sent a message to the person with the infinite replication talent. Are you there? Before long, the other party replied, Boss, what's up? I have something I'd like you to help me replicate. Name your price. Shen-Yi sent over the attribute screenshot of the Dragon Soul Crystal. Wow, boss, where did you get this amazing item?
At this rate, you'll reach level 100 in no
time. I can only replicate one of this SSS level item. I don't need any payment. Helping you once is no problem. Anyway, I still have one replication chance left today. Shortly after, Shen-Yi and the person completed the transaction.
This Dragon Soul Crystal wasn't of much value to others, so Shen-Yi wasn't worried about the other party keeping it. Before long, 2 Dragon Soul Crystals were
delivered to Shen-Yi.
Seeing the replication completed, Shen-Yi was very satisfied.
I'll remember this favor. Once I reach level 100, I'll definitely repay you. Then thank you so much, boss. No problem. With that, the two ended the call. Shen-Yi took out the Tian Shan seal he had obtained from Li Huishue back then. Today was the day it would come in handy. For the first few levels of the secret realm, Shen Yi wouldn't easily use the Dragon Soul Crystal. He planned to save it for when he encountered silver level creatures, as that would yield the best results. Then, Shen Yi looked at Sui Tang. I'm about to enter a secret realm. If you have anything to do, you can go find your father now. Sui Tang nodded obediently. Alright, Brother Yi, be careful. I will. After speaking, Sui Tang called for a helicopter and left. Watching her disappear into the distance, Shen Yi surveyed his surroundings. Jinlong Mountain had already been tightly sealed off, so he didn't have to worry about any ambushes when he came out. With a thought, he directly took out the Tian Shan seal and activated it. In an instant, the seal summoned a massive stone gate. The gate was engraved with all kinds of bizarre beasts, even more peculiar than those in the classic of mountains and seas. Then, the stone gate transformed into a portal. Shen Yi adjusted his breathing and stepped inside. Calanthe, Hilliard, and Grezel followed closely behind. As soon as he entered, Shen Yi saw a vast grassland. In the center of the grassland was a lake, like a jewel embedded in a green carpet. Calanthe marveled, Brother Yi, this place is so beautiful. I wish I could stay here for a while. Shen Yi smiled. If there's a chance in the future, I'll let you stay here as long as you want. Really, Brother Yi? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? After speaking, Shen Yi turned to Hilliard. Start patrolling now and see what creatures are here. Yes, Master. Hilliard began circling in the air, while Shen Yi carefully observed the grassland. However, he couldn't find any creatures at all. Shen Yi said to Hilliard, the creatures here are too hard to find. Release a firestorm and burn them all out. Yes, Master. Calanthe hesitated. Brother Yi, won't it be a shame to burn such a beautiful place? Shen Yi chuckled. It's fine. When we re-enter, everything here will reset. She nodded, as she had never been in a secret realm and didn't know how it worked. Hilliard, with the lake as the center, unleashed a massive firestorm that engulfed the entire grassland. Even the lake water evaporated. After the firestorm subsided, Shen Yi's backpack was filled with experience points and gold coins. At that moment, a ball of white light rose from the dried-up lake, and a stone gate appeared nearby. Shen Yi immediately understood that the ordinary creatures of the first level had been hiding in the lake. He had Hilliard land, then walked over himself and retrieved a skill book from the white light. Triple kick. Grade F effect. Perform 3 consecutive kicks in mid-air, with the final kick having a chance to stun the enemy. Seeing it was an F-grade skill book, Shen Yi was thrilled. It turned out that when Li Huishue said she could only drop A-grade skills, it was because she had only reached the 6th level of the dark gold creatures. It wasn't directly related to the skill book's grade and the creature's level. This meant that if he could kill the mythical creatures in the Tian Shan secret realm, he might obtain an SS grade skill book. Thinking of this, Shen Yi was filled with anticipation. His heart raced with excitement. If that were true, he would truly hit the jackpot. With that thought, he stored the triple kick in his backpack and stepped directly into the stone gate. It still wasn't the time to use the Dragon Soul Crystal. After entering, the scenery around him suddenly changed. He found himself in a desert. Standing on the scorching sand, Shen Yi could feel the searing heat in the air. At that moment, a temple in the distance caught his attention. Seeing the temple, a complex expression appeared on Shen Yi's face. Why did this temple look exactly like the one on the 6th level of the Apocalypse secret realm? With that thought, he mounted Hilliard. Let's go. Take me to that temple. Yes, Master. Before long, they arrived inside the temple. Seeing those identical statues, Shen Yi felt his mind was about to freeze. Hilliard, move this statue aside. Understood, Master. Hilliard used his claws to toss the heavy statue away. The statue crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. Beneath the statue was a dark, gaping hole. Without hesitation, Shen Yi jumped straight down. With his current strength, these elite monsters posed no threat to him. The underground cavern hadn't changed much since his last visit. He quickly arrived at the scarab breeding chamber. But this time, the chamber looked completely different. There were no scarabs left, only shattered eggshells scattered across the floor. Shen Yi stepped into the breeding chamber and discovered a secret he hadn't noticed before. At the top of the chamber was a passage leading to the surface. Previously, when he was here with the
Stormlord and the others, no one dared to explore this area. After killing all the scarabs, Shenny didn't think much of it and proceeded to the next level. This time, he unlocked the passageway and climbed up, finding himself inside a temple. Looking at the statue of the cat goddess Batet, Shenny shook his head. Could there be some connection between the Apocalypse secret realm and the Heavenly Order secret realm? Shenny was completely baffled. These mysteries might only be unraveled when he reached level 100. Just then, brothery, watch out. The Valkyrie Calantriel suddenly drew her endless punishment sword and slashed at the void. A burst of blood exploded in midair. Meow! A miserable cry echoed. The next second, a dead black cat fell onto the temple floor. Calantriel immediately enveloped the entire temple in moonlight. Only then did Shenny see clearly black cats were everywhere in the temple, staring at them. Even near the entrance of the passage they had just come through, there were two more. Checking their attributes: Us's cat level, 75 rank, elite base strength, 75 base constitution, 75 base agility, 155 base intelligence, 55 talent, stealth invisibility, grade A, stealth invisibility, automatically becomes invisible after standing still for 10 seconds, single target skills cannot lock on. Skill, bloody bite. Shenyi was a bit surprised. These black cats could turn invisible. And their agility was so high. They had almost ambushed him earlier. Although they couldn't harm him, it showed his vigilance was lacking. Recently, he'd been recklessly attacking enemies, relying on his godlike adaptability and not taking danger seriously. Unlike in his previous life, where he had to constantly stay alert, one careless mistake could lead to death. He resolved never to be careless again. Shenyi immediately threw out a frost heart. Intense cold swept through the entire temple in an instant. The Us's cats all lunged at him, but they froze mid-air, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. With only 75 points of constitution, they couldn't withstand his frost attack. At the same time, a burst of white light erupted from one of the black cats. A portal of light appeared in the temple. Shenyi walked over and picked up the white light, discovering it was a skill book. Summon. Us's cat rank, E effect, summons an Us's cat to fight for you. Seeing this, Shenyi was stunned. My goodness, I never expected to get a summoning skill book so quickly. Without hesitation, Shenyi immediately began learning it. Soon, knowledge about summoning Us's cats flooded into his mind. He glanced at the statue of the cat goddess Batet and thought, could it be you who is summoned? If it really was this goddess, Shenyi decided he must uncover the secrets of this temple and this world. Afterward, He stepped outside the temple and immediately activated the Summon Us's Cat skill. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground, and electric currents spread across the surface. Gradually, a magic circle appeared before Shenyi. At the center of the magic circle, the image of a cat emerged. As time passed, the magic circle fully formed. Shenyi focused his gaze intently. At that moment, a woman who looked almost identical to the temple statue slowly stepped out of the magic circle. She was dressed in a black robe, her appearance stunning, holding a crystal ball in her hand that seemed to see through everything. She spoke in a steady voice, "Who summoned me?" Shenyi looked at the attribute panel of the cat goddess Batet. Cat goddess Bastet level, 75 grade, mythical base strength, 750 base constitution, 750 base agility, 950 base intelligence, 950 talent, phantom cat form, SSS level, phantom cat form, can freely transform between human and cat forms, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Invincible at the moment of transformation, remaining invincible for 1 minute after transformation, and all damages increased 100-fold. Skills: Cat's Binding Shot, Cat's Insight, Cat's Grand Adventure, Cat's Protection, Cat Slash. Equipment: Insight Crystal Ball, SSS level. Seeing the powerful attributes of the cat goddess, Shenyi couldn't help but be astonished. An ordinary E-level summoning skill book could actually summon a mythical level goddess. However, the most important thing now was to have Batet reveal the secrets of this temple. Shenyi approached Batet. Batet was very tall. Shenyi was 1.85 meters, but she was at least 1.8 meters, appearing very statuesque. Batet, I am your master. From now on, you must obey my commands. Batet stared at Shenyi, her expression shifting constantly. As a lofty goddess, she could not accept that she had been reduced to someone's summoned creature. But the summoning rules were absolute, and she could not resist. Finally, Bastet's thin lips parted slightly. Her voice calm yet tinged with helplessness. Yes, master. Looking at Bastet, who had already acknowledged him as her master, Chen Yi couldn't wait to uncover the secrets of this mysterious realm. Bastet, are you familiar with this temple? Bastet glanced around at the surroundings. Master, this was a temple built for me by a follower 3,000 years ago, but I don't know how it ended. Up like this. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. What is the name of this world? Blue Star. Chen Yi was silent for a moment. This is Blue Star? Bastet nodded. Yes. After the chaotic era, Blue Star was invaded by myriad races. I came to Blue Star from the Dream Realm and even gathered some followers from the myriad races here. Hearing this, Chen Yi's doubts deepened. What about humans? Humans were wiped out long ago, mainly because their talents were too powerful. You must understand, even the strongest among other races only have up to 3 talents, but every human had 10 talents. If they were allowed to continue growing, they would have posed a catastrophic threat to other dimensions. So the myriad races united and sent the 10 strongest races to destroy Blue Star. However, due to varying distances, these races arrived one after another and were weakened by the balancing laws of the Red Mist, leading to their defeat by Blue Star's humans. Ultimately, it was the Starry Eye clan that succeeded in exterminating humanity. We have been searching for the secret of how humans were able to gain 10 talents from the Red Mist. After listening to Bastet, Chen Yi slowly began to understand the reason for the calamity. The humans of Blue Star possessing 10 talents was both an opportunity and a disaster. With this realization, a new question arose in Chen Yi's mind. Bastet, has the Red Mist game appeared in your world as well? Bastet nodded. Yes, master. The Red Mist descended upon all dimensions, worlds, and planes. However, apart from the humans of Blue Star, no other world's beings were qualified to summon the Red Mist system. Some worlds didn't even receive a warning about the arrival of the Red Mist, treating it as ordinary fog. And the Red Mist game we've entered now is a broken version, missing many of its authorities. Although Blue Star was the last world to encounter the Red Mist, its rewards are the most abundant. All the functions of the Red Mist are open to the humans of Blue Star. All unique SSS level talents have also been obtained by humans from Blue Star. It could even be said that the core of the Red Mist might be on Blue Star, but we haven't found it yet. Do you have a beginner's phase and treasure chests? Beginner's phase and treasure chests? What are those? Chen Yi shook his head. This information was too shocking. It seemed that humans were truly the most favored group in the Red Mist game. However, this favored child had a turbulent fate. He was still pondering whether the Buster he summoned was the current Buster of Blue Star or one from the future. He hadn't studied the laws of time, although he had been reborn. He had never delved into this area in either his past or present life. Earlier, you mentioned unique SSS level talents. What are those? Buster looked at Chen Yi. Master, unique SSS level talents mean that only one person in the entire world can possess them. These unique SSS level talents exist to break the rules of the Red Mist. I only know of 2 unique SSS level talents. One is Twisted Wish, which can grow into a flesh demon god. And the other is Turn False into True, the talent of the Deceiver of all worlds. I haven't come across information about other unique SSS level talents yet. Moreover, these 2 talents were stripped from the 10,000 Souls clan at a great cost. After being stripped, they can no longer be used and can only be stored in the Bottle of Rules. After hearing Buster's words, Chen Yi immediately understood. Chu Tianxiao's immense strength was due to obtaining a unique SSS level talent. Chen Yi shook his head, thinking to himself that he wasn't bad either. Didn't he also have the Turn False into True talent? Unfortunately, he hadn't unlocked it early on. Moreover, God-Devouring Plunder was definitely the strongest unique SSS level talent. He just didn't know how many of his other SSS level talents were unique. At this moment, Chen Yi looked at Buster. I do come from Blue Star, but my world hasn't been destroyed yet. Why is that? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Buster nodded. Regarding the issue of time, I don't know the details. But I do know one thing, only one version of yourself can exist on the same timeline. You summoned me here because we are on the same timeline, and you can only summon the version of me from this timeline. In your current world, there must still be a Buster who hasn't participated in the invasion of Blue Star. So, according to the rules of time, I can't go back with you. You can only
Send me back and then summon the Buster from your reality. After hearing Buster's explanation, Chenny roughly understood. These secret realms were actually Blue Star from different timelines.
That meant he must have already died on this timeline, which was why
he ended up in the secret realm. Was it the same for the Wind Eagle God and the Valkyrie?
He shook his head, finding it hard to digest.
So many secrets.
Thinking of this, Chenny said, "Next, fight alongside me for a while, and then I'll send you back."
"Yes, Master."
Then, Chenny led his summoned creatures to the 3rd level.
Upon entering, Chenny took in his surroundings. It was a canyon. They were now standing on a massive rock protruding from the mountainside.
Looking down, Chenny saw a group of humanoid creatures,
wielding spears, hurling them in their direction.
These creatures had pale skin, hunched bodies, and hair so sparse it was almost
non-existent.
Buster waved his hand, instantly forming a shield that blocked all the spears.
Chenny checked the attributes of these
creatures: Snow Elf level, 75 grade, Bronze strength, 89 constitution, 67 agility, 91 intelligence, 145 talent, Frost bloodline skills, Javelin throw, Iceblade description, once a glorious race that built the city of Cloudspire.
Now,
after their defeat, they hide in the Ice Abyss Canyon, living in darkness for years, with severely degraded physical abilities.
Seeing the Snow Elves, Chenny was very surprised.
He hadn't expected this to be the territory of the Snow Elves.
Back in the Apocalypse Secret Realm, the Snow Elves were still silver-level powerhouses, backed by a massive city.
Now, they had long lost their former
glory. Looking further down, the Snow Elves' dwellings were nothing more than tents made of a few branches and animal hides. Inside
the tents, there was only a small fire pit and nothing else.
Chenny directly cast Starfall. The Snow Elves were densely packed,
making the area of effect damage extremely effective.
Boom! 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 Countless Snow Elves were instantly killed, unable to resist at all. The entire canyon collapsed under the impact of Chun-Yi's skill.
After Chenny wiped out the Snow Elves, a portal of
light appeared from the ruins.
A burst of white light erupted, just as Chun-Yi had anticipated.
Chenny blinked to the white light,
staying alert in case the Snow Elves released any skills. Then, he picked up the skill book that had dropped and examined it.
Ice
Blade grade, D effect, instantly conjures an ice blade to attack enemies, causing slashing and frostbite effects.
Seeing the
attributes of Ice Blade, Chenny learned it without hesitation. This was an instant cast spell, exactly what he currently lacked. Moreover, it was D grade, 2 levels higher than his current Fireball and Scorching Ray, and undoubtedly more powerful. Currently, Fireball and Scorching Ray had both been leveled up to 12. Although their proficiency bonuses were high, there was no sign of them upgrading further. Chenny felt that relying on grinding proficiency to level them up would probably require casting tens of billions of fireballs. With a new instant cast spell, Chenny decided to phase out these 2 old skills.
Unless in special circumstances, he wouldn't use them anymore.
However, he also looked forward to future items that might help him upgrade the levels of old skills. Chenny approached the portal of light and began casting Ice Blade.
A transparent Ice Blade instantly appeared in his hand. He
could feel that, like Fireball, this Ice Blade could be fired 10 times per second.
Moreover, its single-target attack power was stronger.
At that moment, Chenny directly released an Ice Blade at a pile of rubble.
Swish!
The Ice Blade pierced through the
rubble at an extremely high speed.
Under Chenyi's perception, the Ice Blade continued to penetrate the ground, stopping only several
kilometers deep. Seeing this, Chenyi was very satisfied. This level of penetration was incomparable to Fireball and Scorching Ray. He
believed that once it reached level 5 and unlocked special effects, its power would become even greater.
Afterward, Chenyi directly
entered the 4th layer. Upon reaching the 4th layer, Chenyi knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time,
because starting
from this layer, he would need to use Dragon Soul Crystals.
This layer was a grassland. Unlike the grasslands he had encountered
before, this one resembled the African savanna, with wild grass growing everywhere and scattered shrubs.
In the distance, a horn suddenly sounded. Chun-Yi commanded Hilliard to take flight to see what was happening in the distance. Standing on Hilliard's back, Chenyi saw thousands of minotaurs gathering in the distance.
He roughly estimated there were at least 10,000 of them, each strong and muscular, clad in iron armor, wielding giant axes, and roaring loudly. Minotaur level, 75 grade, silver strength. 165 Constitution, 188 Agility, 75 Intelligence, 45 Talent, Ancestral Spirit Skills, Savage Charge, Great Axe Sweep. These Minotaurs had already spotted Chen Yi and were charging toward him. However, to their despair, Hilliard was flying in the air, and the Minotaurs, lacking ranged weapons, could only gather on the ground, roaring in fury. Observing the situation calmly, Chen Yi waited for all the Minotaurs to gather. Then, he took out a Dragon Soul Crystal. Next, he prepared to unleash his full firepower. No matter what he encountered next, the first thing to do upon entering a new level was to bombard it. Chen Yi looked at the two goddesses and the two birds beside him. After I crush a Dragon Soul Crystal, attack all enemies with full force. Don't hold back on your skills. Yes, Master, e.g. Chen Yi crushed the Dragon Soul Crystal. In an instant, a Dragon Soul burst out of the crystal and merged into Chen Yi's body. The system notification sounded. You have used a Dragon Soul Crystal and gained 24 hours of 100x experience. Stacked with the Crown of Greed, the experience multiplier has increased to 103x. As the Dragon Soul Crystal shattered, countless attacks instantly rained down on the Minotaurs. Flame Storm, Moon Wrath, Cat's Binding Shot, Core of Death Fire, Falling Stars. A barrage of skills bombarded the Minotaurs, leaving not even a trace of them behind. Chen Yi's backpack was immediately filled with a massive amount of experience and gold coins. Without hesitation, he used them, and his experience bar instantly surged to 75% at level 89. The rapid leveling made Chen Yi feel ecstatic. This was a sensation he hadn't experienced since level 30. The more he experienced it, the more he realized the immense power of 100x experience. He became increasingly tempted by Zhang Haishan's 100x experience. Afterward, Chen Yi picked up a skill book and directly charged into the 5th level. The environment of the 5th level changed instantly. It was a swamp. The entire secret realm was a swamp, with no plants other than swamp vegetation. Hilliard carried everyone into the air. Almost simultaneously, waves of bombardments began. Chen Yi didn't have time to search for golden creatures and instead unleashed his skills madly. Searching for golden creatures was too time-consuming, and he wasn't willing to waste any time. The entire 5th level secret realm was left in chaos, with the crust shattered. Lava gushed from the ground, turning the swamp into a misty marshland. Chen Yi's backpack was once again filled with countless experience and gold coins. He didn't count them and used them all immediately. A golden light flashed. He leveled up to 76. His experience bar reached 23%. The higher the level, the greater the demand for experience and gold coins. A ball of white light and a portal appeared. Following his previous method, Chen Yi prepared to enter the next level. He picked up the white light and charged into the now open portal without hesitation. He arrived at the 6th level. Before him stood a towering mountain. At the base of the mountain stood various giants. Each of these giants was 5 meters tall, with different appearances, but they all shared one common feature: they were cyclopes. Each giant had a single large eye on their nose bridge, staring intently at the world. Chen Yi examined the attributes of these giants. Cyclopean Ogre level, 76 grade, dark gold base strength, 749 base constitution, 679 base agility, 567 base intelligence, 341 talent, innate strength skills, wielding giant club, climbing, throwing, superhuman vision. The Cyclopes had exceptionally sharp vision. Despite being a kilometer away from Chen Yi, they spotted him immediately. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the giants quickly grabbed large boulders from the ground and hurled them at him. The stones, carrying immense power, tore through the air with a deafening roar. At this moment, Hilliard carried Chen Yi higher into the sky. The boulders smashed into the mountain peak with a thunderous crash, shattering the entire mountaintop. Chen Yi immediately unleashed his skills. Countless abilities activated simultaneously. A series of meteors roared as they crashed toward the Cyclopean ogres. Boom! 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 Various elemental explosions erupted continuously, engulfing the ogres. However, these ogres were formidable dark gold level enemies at level 76, and they couldn't be killed instantly. Chen Yi unleashed the Falling Stars spell 10 times in succession, combined with the assistance of Hilliard and others, finally eliminating the group of dark gold creatures. At the same time, his backpack overflowed with a large amount of experience points and gold coins. Chen Yi used up all the experience points and gold coins in one go. Instantly, a golden light rose from his body. He had leveled up. Now, Chen Yi's level had reached 77, and his experience bar had risen to 66%. Everything was just like before. Chen Yi placed the skill books dropped by the one-eyed ogres directly into his backpack without checking what specific skills they contained. He immediately entered the 7th layer. Upon reaching the 7th layer, he was greeted by a vast blue sea, with the distant sky merging seamlessly with the ocean surface, resembling a pristine mirror. Seeing this scene, Calantriel exclaimed, "Brothery, this place is truly beautiful." Chen Yi nodded, "Yes, it's absolutely stunning." After speaking, he began searching for diamond-level creatures on this layer. Suddenly, a long whale song echoed, and a water column soaring 1,000 meters high erupted from the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Chen Yi spotted the diamond-level creature lurking beneath the sea, Infinite Whale. Infinite Whale, level 77, rank, Diamond, base strength, 770, base constitution, 770, base agility, 770, base intelligence, 770, talent, infinite devour, SS level, can devour all living beings to replenish its energy. Skills, raging waves, whirling sea, infinite ocean, flying whale tail swing. Facing these giant whales, Chen Yi began chanting spells. In the sky, countless meteors streaked across, trailing long fiery tails, exploding one after another above the ocean. The whales beneath the surface let out painful cries, and the once calm sea erupted into massive waves. Water splashed everywhere, creating water columns thousands of meters high before crashing down. Rain began to fall from the sky, mixed with the blood of the infinite whales. This attack had already severely injured many of the infinite whales. Immediately afterward, thousands of infinite whales in the sea simultaneously unleashed their skills, producing earth-shaking roars. A massive wave, towering 10,000 meters high, surged toward Chen Yi. But at that moment, Chen Yi activated his ice prison judgment. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky, instantly freezing the seawater. The massive wave rushing toward Chen Yi was frozen into a 10,000-meter-high ice mountain. The once vast ocean had now transformed into a world of ice and snow. Chen Yi spared no effort, repeatedly casting ice prison judgment. The temperature continued to drop, and the ice layers grew increasingly solid. Over time, the cold of the ice layers gradually drained the life force of the infinite whales. Seeing the entire sea surface frozen solid, Chen Yi once again unleashed falling stars. Boom! 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 Meteors rained down like a meteor shower, crashing onto the hardened ice layers. This impact was even more intense than before. Previously, the liquid seawater absorbed part of the shock. Now, the solid ice fully released the impact force. The 10,000-meter-high ice mountain shattered under the meteor strikes. The frozen infinite whales struggled desperately within the ice layers, as if trapped in a steel cage. Calantriel looked at Chen Yi with admiration. "Brothery, you're amazing." Buster was equally astonished, asking, "Master, is your energy limitless?" The skills Chen Yi had just unleashed were something ordinary people could hardly sustain due to the immense energy consumption. At this moment, Chen Yi's meteors continued to fall wave after wave, ultimately releasing over 1,000 falling stars. Nearly 10,000 meteors pulverized all the ice layers into fine ice powder. The infinite whales, too, turned into ice powder along with the shattered ice layers. Chen Yi's backpack instantly filled with countless experience points and gold coins. Just then, a burst of white light erupted from the spot where the infinite whales had perished. A portal of light appeared in the sky. Chen Yi picked up the white light and immediately used all the experience gold coins. Swish! Swish! 2 beams of golden light swirled around his body, and Chen Yi instantly leveled up to 79 with 65% progress. Ah! Chen Yi let out a long breath. With the 100-fold experience bonus, leveling up felt amazing. Calculating it, the boundless whale he just killed was equivalent to over 100,000 diamond-level creatures of the same level, yet it only raised him by 2 levels. He shook his head inside. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. When he used the experience gold coins earlier, his experience bar had quickly jumped from level 77 to 78. But upon reaching level 79, the progress bar suddenly slowed down. At level 79, the bar crawled forward bit by bit, finally stopping at 65%. Chen Yi muttered to himself, wondering how he would continue leveling up after reaching level 80. Sighing, he directed Hilliard to fly into the light gate, the 8th layer of the Tianshan secret realm. What would it be like?
As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Chenny saw the ground full of craters, as if it had been bombarded by falling stars. But he quickly noticed something unusual. The gravity here felt different, and there was almost no air. Fortunately, Chenny had vacuum adaptation abilities, so the vacuum environment didn't affect him. At this moment, Hilliard exhaled a whirlwind to protect itself and landed steadily on the ground. "Master, the air here is too thin, I can't fly too high," Hilliard said. Chenny nodded in understanding. The undying nether phoenix, however, flew into the sky. The vacuum environment didn't affect it, as it relied on anti-gravity flight. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the horizon, and a squad of giant robots emerged. There were over 100 of them, each towering several hundred meters tall, their bodies covered in weapons. The weapon ports emitted a cold, eerie glow, resembling attack platforms with no blind spots. Chenny quickly checked their attributes. Apocalypse. Armor robot, level, 79, grade, mythical, base strength, 1089, base constitution, 1211, base agility, 790, base intelligence, 790, talent, memory metal body, SSS level, memory metal body, any damage received is automatically restored after 5 seconds. Unless damage exceeding 100 times its strength destroys the quantum core, it remains immortal and indestructible. Skills, apocalypse laser, frost impact gun, dark strike device, super magnetic bomb, super energy shield. Faced with such a formation, Chenny didn't hesitate. He snatched the insight crystal ball from Buster's hand and sent it back to his own world. Then, he took out the Tianshan seal and directly tore open space to escape. Defeating these apocalypse robots would take too much time, and his damage might not even be sufficient. Time was precious now and couldn't be wasted. Back at Golden Dragon Mountain, Chenny summoned the Buster from this timeline. Before Buster could react, Chenny took out the golden key and entered the Tianbao's secret realm. Standing on Hilliard's back, Chenny coldly and mercilessly destroyed everything around him. When he saw Buster following him, Chenny realized that the Buster from this timeline was already dead. As for how she died, he didn't want to bother finding out. Buster, however, started shouting, "Hey, hey! You summoned me here, didn't say a word, and even brought my goddess along. What exactly are you trying to do? Meow, you're so annoying. What kind of contract did you use? My goddess can't even resist your commands. You're such a bad guy. Ugh, I want to go home. I want to go home. Or I'll just capture you." Chenny ignored her and handed the insight crystal ball to Buster. "This is for you. Meow, I love this crystal ball. How did you know I love shiny things? You're such a good person." Chenny shook his head helplessly. Why was this Buster's personality so different from the original? Or did something happen in between that completely changed her character? Forget it, he didn't want to think too much about it. Without paying her any more attention, Chenny focused on the task at hand. Time was precious, and the experience bonus wouldn't last forever. He fought his way through, clearing levels non-stop. However, the monsters in the Tianbao secret realm didn't give Chenny much experience. Finally, after defeating all the diamond-level liches, a strong golden light burst forth from his body. At this moment, Chenny finally reached level 80. Suddenly, a cosmic star map appeared in his mind, recording all the treasures. The treasures of all dimensions, worlds, and realms were all on this map. The treasures on the star map were divided into 9 colors, each representing a different level. F was gray, E was green, D was blue, C was purple, B was yellow, E was orange, S was red, SS was black, and SSS was rainbow-colored. Among them, F-level treasures were the most abundant, while SSS-level treasures were the rarest. Chenny glanced over it briefly. On the entire cosmic star map, there were only a few dozen SSS-level treasures, while F-level treasures numbered in the tens of billions. Chenny even spotted a treasure from the dragon dimension, rated as fiery red. S-level. Seeing this, Chenny couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Too powerful. He had originally thought the supreme treasure only recorded some ordinary riches or ritual artifacts used in the secret realms of Blue Star. Unexpectedly, it contained so many treasures. Chenny took a deep breath and came up with an idea. With the supreme treasure, wouldn't he be able to instantly traverse all dimensions and realms? This was practically the ultimate travel tool. If he encountered an unbeatable enemy, he could immediately hide in the treasure. Thinking of this, Cheney smiled. What others saw as the supreme treasure had become, in his hands, a tool for travel and escape. For now, he decided to set aside the matter of the treasures. The most important thing now was to seize the opportunity of the hundredfold experience. With this in mind, Cheney immediately left the Heavenly Treasure secret realm. The mountain giant on the 8th level possessed a formidable SSS level defensive talent, and Cheney didn't want to waste time challenging it. At this moment, there were 14 hours left of the hundredfold experience. Cheney began frantically farming secret realms. In the end, he cleared the Calamity secret realm 3 more times. The first 2 times, he exited at the 7th level. The experience from the Calamity secret realm far exceeded that of other secret realms. When Cheney reached level 82 with 23% experience, the hundredfold experience time ended. At this moment, he was floating above the blood sea of the Calamity secret realm. Ahead of him was a swarm of mosquito beasts. Since he was already here, Cheney naturally didn't want to miss the chance to farm these mosquito beasts. With the seamless cooperation of the Undying Phoenix and Hilliard, he easily toyed with the mosquito beasts. However, as his level increased, the mosquito beasts also became stronger. Compared to the previous day, when he could kill 300 in a day, now he could only kill 200. At this point, Cheney began to tally his gains. First was the skill book obtained from the Heavenly Order. Secret Realm. Shadow Step, Sea Level, asterisk after learning, movement and attack speed in combat increased by 50%. This skill is quite strong but only suitable for warriors. With it, a warrior's combat and survival abilities would greatly improve. Blessing of Wisdom. B level, asterisk increases the target's intelligence by 20 points for 24 hours. For Cheney, 20 points of intelligence wasn't much. He preferred percentage-based attribute boosts. But for ordinary players, this was equivalent to gaining attributes of over 10 levels. Hurricane Punch, A level, asterisk instantly punches 30 times, forming a whirlwind that binds the enemy, rendering them unable to fight. Cheney nodded in approval. This could be considered a god-tier skill for duels. Holy Spirit, S level, asterisk continuously restores the target's health, recovering 20% per second for 10 seconds. These skills were primarily suited for warriors and priests. If Holy Spirit fell into Annabelle's hands, combined with the power of Holy Taboo, its might would be unimaginable. Cheney didn't plan to sell these skill books. Selling them might result in them falling into the hands of enemies. Keeping them for internal exchange and use within the Celestial Bureau was safer. As time passed, Cheney's experience steadily increased. Finally, after killing 6,000 mythical mosquito beasts, he reached level 83, with his experience resetting to 0. During this time, Cheney also continuously observed the supreme treasure, gaining a clearer understanding of the entire universe. He hadn't expected there to be so many life-bearing planets, with each treasure possibly representing one of them. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find Blue Star's location. Could it be that Blue Star had no treasure? Cheney shook his head in disbelief. Weren't those sacrificial artifacts from the secret realm treasures? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a button in the corner of the star map that allowed him to switch perspectives from first person to third person. He decided to give it a try. Instantly, a dazzling platinum light filled his vision. That light was Blue Star. This color was definitely not something an ordinary treasure could possess. Blue Star was actually hiding a treasure even more powerful than SSS level. Cheney was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that Blue Star could conceal such a treasure. With this realization, Cheney immediately left the secret realm. The national war was approaching, and he couldn't afford any delays, or he would miss it. Returning to Golden Dragon Mountain, he stood atop Hilliard and surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere on Golden Dragon Mountain was much more relaxed than before. Checking the time, Cheney realized there was still a full day before the national war. Fortunately, he hadn't missed the critical moment. He then began investigating Blue Star's treasure. Eventually, he pinpointed the treasure's exact location on the roof of the world. Following this, Cheney activated the Supreme Treasure's ability. A golden door appeared before him. This was his first time using this ability, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He was deeply curious about the secrets hidden within Blue Star's treasure. He knew that the treasure's value far exceeded SSS level. Thus, he instructed Hilliard and the others to remain on Golden Dragon Mountain while he ventured into The treasure alone.
Upon entering the treasure space, Chenny found himself in an invincible state, completely free of danger. He discovered that the space was a void, empty and desolate. His body was enveloped in a thin layer of golden light. Though faint, this light was the mark of his invincible state. He followed the treasure's guidance and moved forward. Before long, he saw a red palace shrouded in a hazy mist, exuding an air of mystery and ethereality. The palace seemed ancient and desolate in style, as though it had existed for countless years. The red mist surrounding the palace was identical to the red mist that had descended earlier. He attempted to use the Eye of Insight to investigate, but it yielded no results.
This only heightened Chun Yi's excitement. After all, this was a treasure beyond SSS level, so it was reasonable for the Eye of Insight to fail. Approaching the palace doors, he finally discerned the material of the structure. Chenny realized it appeared to be made of red copper, yet its luster was soft and warm. He tried pushing the palace doors open. With a creak, the doors opened. Chenny immediately saw the palace's interior. In the center of the grand hall stood 19 diamond treasure chests, quietly arranged. These chests emitted a radiant, multicolored glow and were extraordinarily beautiful in appearance. To Chenny, these 19 chests represented 19 unique treasures. He could hardly contain his excitement. Could these be the unopened diamond chests that the red mist had reclaimed earlier? He stared at them, his heart brimming with anticipation. Stepping forward, he approached one of the diamond chests. With a sense of exhilaration, Chenny opened the chest. Inside, a scroll radiating a dazzling multicolored light appeared before him. These were truly one-of-a-kind treasures. Chenny picked up the scroll and examined its attributes. Perfector Job Change Scroll, Level, Unique. Non-replicable, ***, effect, allows the user to change jobs to Perfector, enabling the learning of all primary job skills. All job skill proficiencies are increased 100-fold. Can stack with talents. Base Strength Growth plus 10, Base Constitution Growth plus 10, Base Agility Growth plus 10, Base Intelligence Growth plus 10, ***, Chenny gasped. Was this the legendary unique job change scroll? And it was. Marked as non-replicable, did this mean the world allowed only one perfector to exist? How mysterious. Without hesitation, he gripped the scroll and used it. Immediately, the system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully changed jobs to Perfector. You can now learn all primary job skills. Skill proficiency increased 100-fold. Base Strength Growth plus 30, Base Constitution Growth plus 30, Base Agility Growth plus 30, Base Intelligence Growth plus 30. Your attribute growth is now Strength plus 42, Constitution plus 42, Agility plus 45, Intelligence plus 80. Seeing his attribute growth, Chenny felt immensely satisfied. This growth had almost reached the level of top-tier creatures. Ordinary top-tier creatures probably couldn't compare to him. At this moment, Chenny opened his backpack. Looking at the newly acquired skills, Triple Kick, Wisdom Blessing, Hurricane Punch, and Holy Spirit. Then, Chenny quickly mastered these skills, feeling the power of knowledge surging into his body, and he was extremely delighted. Especially the Holy Spirit skill with the light attribute, which was perfectly enhanced by his elemental master. As a result, his health recovery reached a staggering 2000% per second. With this, Chenyi's combat power instantly multiplied several times. Next, he turned his attention to the second treasure chest and opened it with great anticipation. Inside was a pair of emerald green gloves, seemingly carved from a pure green gemstone. Chenny carefully picked them up, treating them like a precious work of art. After checking the attributes, his eyes lit up. Gaia's Hand Grade, Unique Effect 1. All nature magic levels are increased by 2. Effect 2. All nature magic consumption is reduced by 90%. Effect 3. All special effects of nature magic are enhanced tenfold. Effect 4, can resurrect a life that has been dead for no more than 1 hour, restoring it to peak condition after resurrection. Usage count, 100/100. Chun Yi was overjoyed. This was an incredible bargain. These gloves not only strengthened nature skills but also broke through skill level limits. Ordinary people could only reach level 5 at most, but he could break through to level 7. Not to mention the ability to resurrect a life for free, essentially granting him 100 lives. He even began plotting to kill Xiao Liang later, steal his talent, and then use the gloves to resurrect him. This way, he could collect all the unique SSS level talents.
After putting Gaia's hand into his backpack, Chenny eagerly opened the third treasure chest. Inside was a blueprint, and he frowned. A blueprint? But since it was of unique grade, it must be able to create extremely powerful equipment. Looking at the contents of the blueprint, Chenny was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Apocalypse Robot Blueprint Grade, Unique Required Profession, Mechanic Effect, create an Apocalypse Robot to fight for you. Apocalypse Armor Robot Grade, Mythical. Wasn't this the Apocalypse Armor Robot from the 8th layer of the Tian Shun Secret Realm? There was actually a blueprint to create it. This was a mythical level powerful machine. Even Chen Yi, without a single target SSS level skill, couldn't guarantee defeating it easily. Incredible! He carefully stored the blueprint in his backpack, already planning to obtain a mechanic profession scroll later and create a batch of apocalypse robots to guard Blue Star. Wouldn't that be flawless? The mechanic profession was a secondary profession, and as long as he paid enough, he could always get the scroll. Feeling satisfied, Chenny then opened the fourth diamond treasure chest. Inside was a massive metallic heart, its silver-white shell gleaming and even beating, resembling the pinnacle of mechanical technology and deeply awe-inspiring. Mechanical heart grade, unique, non-replicable effect. When creating machinery, fuse the mechanical heart into it, and the machine's base attributes are increased 100-fold. Description: crafted from all the materials in the universe over countless ages. This mechanical heart still miraculously beats. Chen Yi was utterly stunned. If he used this mechanical heart to create the apocalypse armor robot, the mythical level robot would receive a 100-fold attribute boost. The image was so breathtaking that he didn't even dare to imagine it. Such a mechanical deity would be unparalleled. The mechanical heart was also marked as non-replicable, making its value immeasurable. This meant that only one mechanical heart could exist in the universe. Chen Yi thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, this mechanical heart was simply too powerful. He picked up the mechanical heart and directly stuffed it into his backpack. No matter what, securing the mechanical heart was the top priority. Now that he had the blueprint and the mechanical heart in hand, all he needed was the mechanic job change scroll and the materials to build the Doomsday Armor robot. Next, Chen Yi opened the fifth diamond chest. This time, the chest didn't contain anything else but a yellow gemstone. Chen Yi picked up the gemstone and immediately checked its attributes. Mimicry Core Grade, Unique, cannot be replicated, effect, can transform a unique piece of equipment into a skill book for learning, with a qualitative leap in learning effectiveness. Usage count, 1/1. This was yet another irreplicable unique treasure. It seemed the true power of the Mimicry Core far exceeded its description. Chen Yi knew this gemstone could upgrade equipment to produce special effects. However, no one knew the extent of the upgrade. He looked at the many unique pieces of equipment in his possession, hesitating and unsure of which one to choose. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yi locked his gaze on the Thousand Faces Moon. To others, the Thousand Faces Moon might not seem particularly special. But to someone like him, who possessed the unique SSS level talent turned false into true, its value was immeasurable. Chen Yi took out the Thousand Faces Moon and directly embedded the Mimicry Core into it. Instantly, a dazzling light burst forth from his hands. The Thousand Faces Moon immediately transformed into a skill book radiating chaotic brilliance. Chen Yi took the skill book and quickly opened it to read the description. Universal Disguise Grade, Origin Effect, allows transformation into any race or appearance at will. The stronger the race, the more energy consumed. Description: whether it's flowers, trees, or all things in the world, even gods can be disguised. Seeing this, Chen Yi was stunned. Just how powerful was the origin grade? Could it be on par with the primordial grade? Moreover, the description of this skill seemed tailor-made for him. Wow, didn't this mean that with his infinite energy, he could even disguise himself as a god? However, unfortunately, it only allowed for a change in appearance and did not grant the abilities or talents of the chosen race. But even so, this was already an extraordinary skill. From now on, he could transform into anything he wanted, even into a woman if he wished. At this thought, the image of Galadriel appeared in Chen Yi's mind. Before long, he noticed changes beginning to occur in his body. His skin became increasingly fair. After a wave of transformation, he had completely taken on Galadriel's appearance. Even the nether phoenix robe he was wearing had transformed into Galadriel's armor. However, his internal structure remained unchanged. it was merely a visual illusion. This illusion was so powerful that no one could see through it unless they possessed an insight skill of the same level. But who could possibly own an origin-grade insight skill book? Shen Yi also discovered that universal disguise could be upgraded. Its current effect was only at level 1. If it were upgraded, could it perhaps grant the talents of other races? Shen Yi began to calculate in his mind. What he desired most was Galadriel's talent as a magic chanter, casting magic without any chanting time. This was the ability he currently needed the most. Shen Yi thought that once universal disguise reached level 100, he would kill Galadriel once, then use the hand of Gaia to resurrect her. According to the rules of miracle luck, the magic chanter talent would surely be plundered. That way, all his spells would have no chanting time, and his combat power would skyrocket several times over. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi reverted his body to its original form. He then turned his attention to the 6th diamond chest. Opening the chest, he saw a bottle of deep blue potion. The potion was contained in a transparent bottle, emitting a faint blue glow. Shen Yi examined the potion's attributes: withering, spirit grade, unique effect. This is a concentrated lethal poison. Any life that comes into contact with even a single drop will irreversibly wither. Even an invincible state cannot provide immunity. Shen Yi was stunned. This poison was terrifying. It could even bypass invincibility. Staring at the bottle, he felt a trace of fear for the first time. Anyone killed by this poison might not be able to resurrect. If that were true, it was horrifying. He quickly stored the withering spirit in his backpack space, feeling much safer that way. Shen Yi sighed, realizing why no one had found these diamond chests. It must be the balance laws of the red mist at work. After all, if someone went mad and released this poison into the ocean, the entire blue star would become a lifeless world. Arriving at the 7th chest, Shen Yi took a deep breath. He was now almost certain that the items in these diamond chests were all top-tier unique grade treasures. Opening the chest, a hexagram pendant radiating 9-colored light appeared before him. Shen Yi immediately picked up the pendant. Goddess's Embrace grade, unique effect, immunity to all magical attacks. Looking at the pendant, Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel. The effect was simple yet incredibly powerful. With it, he could completely nullify all magical attacks. He quickly removed the koi chain and put on the Goddess's Embrace. Instantly, he felt like a different person. Immunity to all magical attacks. This was, in some ways, even more formidable than an invincible state. After all, there were equipment and skills that could counter invincibility, but none that could bypass magic immunity. If combined with an invincible state, even skills that could break invincibility would become ineffective. What a relief! Shen Yi walked to the 8th diamond chest. Opening it, he found a piece of tortoise shell. The shell was covered in cracks, looking as though it had been used many times. He checked its attributes: innate 64 hexagrams grade, unique, non-replicable, effect, divination of the future, allowing one to see up to 1,000 years ahead. Usage count, 1 out of 10. Seeing that only one use remained, Shen Yi was filled with questions. Who had used this tortoise shell? And even with just one use left, it was still placed in a diamond chest. This indicated that its value remained incredibly high. He stored the tortoise shell in his backpack, feeling that it would surely prove useful in the future. With mixed emotions, Shen Yi approached the 9th diamond chest. Skillfully opening it, he found an arrow. The arrow emitted a soothing aura, with vines coiled around its shaft and a cold gleam on its tip. Shen Yi was surprised. Just one arrow? He picked it up. Mistletoe arrow grade, unique effect, capable of harming rule deities and concept deities. No further explanation was provided. This was an arrow capable of killing gods. He wondered if he would encounter deities in the future. If they became enemies, this arrow would be the ultimate weapon. Shen Yi stored the arrow in his backpack. It wasn't useful now, but it would surely come in handy later. He paused for a moment. Only 10 diamond chests remained. He had no idea what surprises awaited him next. Shen Yi felt that he probably owned the most unique grade items. With this thought, he walked to the 10th diamond chest and slowly opened it. A dazzling light flashed. Inside was nothing particularly special, just an ancient-looking bottle. The bottle was transparent, sealed with a red wooden stopper, and contained a faint, elusive wisp of air. A wisp of air. Shen Yi was puzzled. He picked up the bottle. Final breath grade, unique, non-replicable, description, contains a wisp of ultimate essence, possibly the key to reaching the pinnacle. No other effects were described. Ultimate essence, key? Is this the ultimate secret of the world? Or the key to reaching the pinnacle? The diamond treasure chest only gave him this bottle of aura. However, Chenny believed that a diamond treasure chest would never give out something useless. He just hadn't figured out the purpose of this aura yet. Then, Chenny walked toward the 11th treasure chest. He felt a bit reluctant to open these chests. After all, once one was opened, there would be one less. But, no matter how reluctant he was, he had to keep opening them. Chenny even felt that 19 treasure chests were a bit too few. Standing before the chest, he lifted the lid. A military flag appeared before his eyes. The flag was entirely yellow, embroidered with a fierce mythical beast. The beast bared its fangs and claws, looking particularly ferocious. Chenny grasped the flagpole, and the attribute information appeared. Supreme Military Flag Grade, Unique, Non-Replicable, Effect, forms a war aura centered on the flag, covering the entire planet. The aura can selectively affect specific races. War aura effects. The base attributes of affected races increase by 10%, all damage increases by 50%, all skill levels increase by 2 levels, and there is a certain chance of revival on the spot after death. Chenny exclaimed in surprise, "My God, this supreme military flag is too powerful." This meant that all humans covered by the aura could receive the enhancements. The survival rate against natural disasters would greatly improve. As for whether the aura would affect other countries, he didn't think much about it. One couldn't dislike everyone because of a few bad people. There were good people in other countries too. Right now, everyone's enemy was the various races in the universe. Once they were completely defeated, internal disputes could be considered. Chenny placed the supreme military flag into his backpack. He decided that once he got out, he would place the flag at the headquarters of the Celestial Bureau for safekeeping. Next, Chenny walked to the 12th diamond treasure chest. He opened it. A statue appeared before him. Equipment? Chenny was overjoyed. He quickly picked up the statue. Then, the statue's attributes appeared before his eyes. Holy statue grade, unique effect, holiness. Statue makes you like a holy incarnation walking among mortals, exuding an extremely strong sense of affinity and trust. At the same time, any damage you receive can be redirected to someone who doesn't trust you. Description: don't you dare distrust me? Whoa! Invincible. Chenny immediately felt that this statue was tailor-made for him. With universal disguise, the holy statue, and turning falsehood into truth, wouldn't he become the greatest con artist in the universe? Holding the statue, Chenny instantly felt a change in his aura, as if he had become a legendary sage. Unfortunately, there was no one around, so he couldn't test how he looked now. He placed the statue into his backpack. Then, he approached the 13th treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, he hoped for an even better reward this time. He opened the 13th treasure chest. A vibrant flower crown appeared before him. It was unclear what kind of plant was used to weave the crown, but it looked incredibly beautiful. Crown of Life Grade, Unique Effect. 1 Immunity to all poison damage. Effect 2 All healing skill levels increase by 2 levels. Effect 3 Mana consumption 4. Healing skills is reduced by 90%. Not bad. This equipment was very powerful. He just wasn't sure if it could grant immunity to the kind of withering mental poison. If it could, it would be absolutely invincible. However, aside from poison immunity, this crown wasn't of much use to Chenny. But if given to someone with a healing profession, its power would be off the charts. Sui Tang could use it. Ever since she became his woman, he hadn't given her any decent gifts. She had always silently helped him with things, so giving this to her would also enhance her strength. Chenny decided to give it to Sui Tang. Afterward, he moved to the 14th treasure chest. Now, only 6 diamond treasure chests remained. He continued opening them. This time, a blood-red book appeared before him. It wasn't a skill book, it was a piece of equipment. The entire book was thick, with a cover adorned with blood-red gemstones, giving it a sinister and evil appearance. Chenny picked up the book and checked its attributes. Blood Codex Grade, Unique. Effect, records 320 blood magic skills. The holder can unleash all blood skills. Not bad, but it didn't significantly enhance his strength. If given to an ordinary professional, they could instantly become a top-tier powerhouse. After all, among these 320 blood
Skills, 3 were SSS level. Chen Yi placed the blood codex into his backpack.
Next, he approached the 15th diamond treasure
chest and opened it skillfully. A dagger appeared before him.
He hadn't expected it to be a dagger, as such equipment was rare.
He picked it up.
The dagger wasn't long, about 25 centimeters, with a blade length of only 15 centimeters.
He checked its attributes.
Viper's Fang grade, unique effect 1 ignores defense. Effect 2 of the dagger can be coated with poison, and the poison effect
is permanently retained. Effect 3 piercing damage increased by 1000%.
Effect 4 attack speed increases by 1000% when wielding the
dagger. Seeing these attributes, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean he could coat the dagger with the poison from withering spirit?
Unfortunately, he hadn't yet learned the poison coating skill, so he couldn't use it for now.
He placed the Viper's Fang
into his backpack, thinking that this dagger would definitely be of great use in the future.
Afterward, he approached the 16th diamond treasure chest.
Only 4 diamond treasure chests remained.
He opened the chest.
A 7-string zither appeared before him.
He hadn't expected it to be an instrument.
Chen Yi picked up the zither and checked its attributes.
Storm Zither grade, unique.
Effect 1 playing it allows the user to perform the Song of Storms, summoning a tempest that sweeps across the land.
The power of
the storm increases with the user's intelligence.
Effect 2 wind element skill power increased by 1000%. Can stack with other
skill effects. Effect 3 when casting wind element skills, energy consumption is reduced by 95%, and there's a chance to reset.
Cooldowns. Effect 4 agility and intelligence increased by 45%.
Chen Yi stared at the storm zither in front of him, only interested in
the first effect. As his intelligence increased, the skill's power would also grow.
If his intelligence could one day reach tens of
thousands of points, wouldn't he be able to use the storm to destroy the entire blue star? Of course, that was an ideal scenario. Moreover, even if he had such power, he probably wouldn't need this equipment.
The equipment he had obtained recently wasn't of much
use to him.
He could only pin his hopes on the remaining 3 treasure chests.
Approaching the 17th chest, Chen Yi opened it without hesitation.
Inside was an unknown piece of metallic ore. As he reached for it, his hands suddenly felt heavy, and he couldn't
lift it.
This surprised him. After all, he could now easily move objects weighing tens of thousands of pounds, yet he couldn't lift this piece of ore. He had no choice but to place the ore into his backpack space, which could store items regardless of their
weight. Chen Yi checked the ore's attributes in his backpack. Star Iron grade, unique description, a special ore formed during
the early stages of the universe's explosion, with extremely high hardness and unparalleled toughness.
To date, no one has been able to forge it into a weapon. Chen Yi couldn't help but rub his forehead.
It seemed that only energy on the scale of a cosmic explosion could melt this ore, otherwise, it was completely unusable.
What a waste! Chen Yi turned his attention to the 18th treasure chest.
Only 2 chests remained. He silently prayed, hoping to obtain equipment that could enhance his combat power. With that thought, he opened the 18th chest without hesitation.
Boom! A dazzling light burst forth, and the item inside the chest
appeared before him. Summoner's Metal grade, unique effect, increases the base attributes of all summoned creatures by 50%.
Phew! Chen Yi took a deep breath. Wow, this is incredible. The base attributes of all summoned creatures have increased by 50%.
But this isn't just a simple attribute boost, their strength has increased tenfold. Then, Chen Yi pinned the summoner's metal onto his
skin.
The metal quickly fused as if it had grown into his flesh and began automatically restoring his stamina.
Once the metal was
equipped, its effects activated immediately, unlike the Soul Cube, which could be used just by keeping it in the backpack.
At the
same time, Calantriel, who was on Golden Dragon Mountain, immediately felt a change in her strength. She clearly sensed that she had become much stronger, far surpassing her previous level of 83.
Calantriel murmured softly, "EGE, is that you?" Her power had now increased at least tenfold. Besides Chen Yi, who had summoned her, who else could bring about such a dramatic transformation?
Buster and Hilliard also felt the change.
Buster exclaimed excitedly, "Meow, I've gotten stronger." After speaking, it transformed into a small black cat and joyfully rolled around on Hilliard's back.
At the same time, Hilliard felt his body become much lighter, a sensation of ease he hadn't experienced in a long time. The Windhawk god, who once swept across the skies of the Windhawk world, had returned. At the Celestial Bureau, the goblin archmage Merlin was mixing potions when he suddenly felt his power continuously growing. All his attributes had now reached 800 points. As an 80-level Diamond Tier being, he had reached the pinnacle of Diamond Tier strength. Previously, in the Goblin dimension, although he was also level 80, his base attributes were nowhere near this strong. Thinking of this, Merlin recalled his master. Ever since being sent here, he hadn't seen him for who knows how long. Every day, apart from mixing potions, he did nothing else, and his alchemist rank was nearing the Grandmaster level. Although he was a master alchemist, all he could do daily was this repetitive work. However, his master's friend never treated him like a mere goblin. Now, Merlin missed Chen Yi deeply. Inside the Red Mist Palace, Chen Yi had already reached the final diamond treasure chest. He took a deep breath, pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and washed his hands. Chen Yi couldn't wait to see what treasure he might get. After drying his hands with a fireball spell, he opened the 19th diamond treasure chest. In the dazzling light, Chen Yi saw the item inside the chest. It was a rectangular box of gold and silver, covered with intricate patterns that dazzled the eyes. Chen Yi picked up the box, and its attribute information appeared before him. Sealing Demon Box, Grade, Unique, Effect, Can permanently seal anything, ensuring it cannot escape even after endless time. Chen Yi stared at the box in astonishment, amazed by its powerful sealing ability. He opened the lid and was shocked to find a small humanoid skeleton inside. The skeleton appeared to have endured countless ages, its bones so fragile that a light touch caused them to crumble into bone powder. The powder slowly fell to the ground, forming a pile of grayish-white dust. Chen Yi activated the Eye of Insight to examine the information on the bone powder. Bone powder of the corpse of Bai Tian, grade, unique, description, the bone powder of a peerless powerhouse from an unknown era, potentially useful for alchemy or enchantment. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly stored all the bone powder into his backpack space, wasting none of it. The bone powder clumped together in the backpack, floating gently. As a unique grade item, its power was unimaginable. Chen Yi speculated that this must have been a powerful figure named Bai Tian, sealed within the sealing demon box for countless years, eventually exhausting their energy and turning into bone powder. He then placed the sealing demon box into his backpack as well. If he ever encountered a formidable enemy in the future, this would be his secret weapon for a desperate counterattack. After carefully inspecting the main hall and the other inner halls to confirm that all the diamond treasure chests had been opened, Chen Yi left, satisfied. Just as he opened the treasure door, Chen Yi's steps suddenly halted. He realized that the cosmic star map in his mind still showed the glowing light representing the treasure. It hadn't disappeared. He looked up at the Red Palace, the only structure left untouched in this void space. Could this palace also be part of the treasure? Chen Yi tried placing his hand on the Red Palace, attempting to store it in his backpack space. However, the system's voice rang in his ears, target size too large. Unable to store in backpack space. Looking at the Red Palace before him, Chen Yi felt as though he had entered a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. If he couldn't take this palace, the expedition would feel incomplete. As he hesitated, he thought of the sealing box. The sealing box's description claimed it could seal anything. Chen Yi decided to give it a try. He took out the sealing box, opened the lid, and aimed it directly at the Red Palace. In an instant, a white light shot out from the box, enveloping the entire Red Palace. With a pulling force, the Red Palace shrank and was absorbed into the sealing box. Now, the palace resembled a delicate miniature model, quietly lying inside the box. Chen Yi tried to take it out but found it too heavy. Although it had shrunk, its weight remained unchanged. Satisfied, he closed the sealing box and placed it back into his backpack space. This time, he had finally secured the most precious treasure, his strength increasing by an immeasurable amount. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and Chen Yi reopened the treasure door, returning to the original Golden Dragon Mountain. Callanthriel was holding Buster, who had transformed into a small black cat. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Callanthriel exclaimed excitedly, "Brothery, you're back." Chen Yi nodded. "Yes, I'm back," Callanthriel said with enthusiasm. "Brothery, my strength has increased more than tenfold." The small black cat, Buster, also spoke up. "Meow, Buster's strength has increased tenfold too." Hilliard added, "Master, my speed has increased tenfold. I can run much faster now." Seeing his summons grow so powerful, Chen Yi was filled with emotion.
This summoner's metal was simply too extraordinary.
In someone else's hands, it might not be as useful, but for him, he wouldn't trade it for 10 pieces of unique
equipment. At this moment, Chunyi checked the time. There were still 12 hours left before the national war, plenty of time. He immediately contacted Xiaoliang. Before long, Xiaoliang's voice came through. "Chunyi, what's up?" Chunyi asked, "Does the Tianji Bureau have a mechanic job change scroll? I really need one." Xiaoliang replied, "Yes, we have one.
I'll trade it to you shortly."
He didn't ask why Chunyi needed the scroll.
Soon, a scroll was traded over.
Mechanic job change scroll grade, S effect, grants. The mechanic subclass.
Chunyi hadn't expected it to be so simple, and he felt a wave of relief.
Xiaoliang asked, "When are you coming back to the Tianji Bureau? The national war is about to start."
Chunyi replied, "No rush, I'll head over in a few hours."
"All right then." The two ended the call. Chunyi immediately used the mechanic job change scroll.
On his attribute panel, the mechanic
subclass appeared.
He glanced at it, junior mechanic level, junior for now, he was just a beginner mechanic.
Next, he took out the blueprint for constructing the Doomsday Armor robot.
A white light surged into his mind, bringing with it a wealth of
mechanical manufacturing knowledge. Construct Doomsday Armor robot mechanic level requirement, master material requirements. Memory metal, 2,500 tons quantum core, 1 unit crimson gold panels, 300 tons chaos circuits, 500 units superchips, 1,000 pieces Doomsday
laser cannons, 2 units frost impact guns, 100 units dark strike device, 1 unit super magnetic bombs, 100 units super energy metal,
200 tons. Looking at the dense list of over 100 materials, Chunyi felt a headache coming on. Some materials even had to be self-manufactured.
However, there was one item he wouldn't need to search for or manufacture, that is the quantum core.
Since he
already possessed the mechanical heart, it could completely replace the quantum core.
Although Chunyi now knew how to create the Doomsday Armor robot, gathering all the materials even with the supreme treasure would take an unknown amount of time. Not to mention, some materials might not even be found. Elevating the mechanic to the Grandmaster level was no easy task either.
TSK. Chunyi gave up on the idea of building the Doomsday Armor robot for now and decided to wait until later. When he reached level 100, he
would have much more time.
There was also one more crucial matter.
After collecting the Earth's only SSS level talent, he planned to travel to various worlds to seize talents.
By then, collecting the materials needed to build the Doomsday Armor robot could be
done along the way. Afterward, Chunyi arrived at the trading market.
He wanted to find a poison infusion skill book.
Once learned, he could inject the Withering Spirit's venom into the Serpent Fang. Poison infusion was only an F-level skill. With the increased luck stats of players worldwide and the improved drop rates,
the trading market was no longer as desolate as before. Instead, it was
bustling with activity.
Soon, Chunyi purchased the poison infusion skill book for 500,000 experience gold coins.
These experience
gold coins were obtained from killing a mythical mosquito beast before he left.
Poison infusion level, F-level effect, allows poison to be infused into weapons. Chunyi immediately learned the skill.
He then bought numerous F-level weapons and 200 bottles
of F-level cobra venom.
He planned to level up poison infusion to level 5 before infusing the Serpent Fawn with poison.
Taking out the
heavenly treasure cauldron, Chunyi began his work.
One by one, the poison-infused weapons were mercilessly sacrificed by him. As
the poison infusion skill leveled up, Chunyi's speed increased significantly. When he reached the 198th weapon, his poison infusion
skill finally leveled up to 5.
Congratulations, your poison infusion skill has been upgraded to level 5, unlocking the special effect poison upgrade. Poison upgrade: when infusing poison, there is a chance to upgrade the poison's quality by 1 level. Seeing this effect, Chunyi was a bit surprised.
If the Withering Spirit could also be upgraded, what would it become? He could hardly wait. Chunyi then took out the Withering Spirit and the Serpent Fang.
The blade of the Serpent Fang, gleaming like new, was about to be coated with poison.
Holding the Withering Spirit, Chunyi suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hilliard and the
others and said, "Hilliard, leave this place. This poison is too potent, be careful not to get hurt."
Hilliard nodded and left with Calantriel and Buster.
Chunyi stood on an open area of Golden Dragon Mountain and slowly uncorked the Withering Spirit.
A faint
Blue mist rose from the bottle, and the surrounding plants began to wither. Seeing the power of the withering spirit, Chen-Yi quickly activated the poison infusion skill and poured the entire bottle of poison onto the serpent fang. The blade of the serpent fang instantly absorbed all the poison without wasting a single drop. The previously gleaming blade turned a ghostly blue in an instant. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen-Yi's ear. Congratulations, poison upgrade triggered. Withering spirit has been upgraded to the primordial poison all things wither. After the system notification ended, the serpent fang underwent a transformation. The ghostly blue glow disappeared, returning to its original appearance, identical to how it looked before being infused with poison. Chen-Yi carefully placed the serpent fang into his backpack and immediately checked its attributes. Serpent fang level. Unique infused poison, primordial poison all things wither, permanently infused, all things wither, upgraded from withering spirit, with even stronger toxicity, capable of poisoning and killing primal creatures up to level 100. Hiss. Chen-Yi was astonished. It could even kill level 100 primal creatures. If the Undying Nether Phoenix reached level 100, its base attributes would be utterly catastrophic. But this Viper Fawn can even poison such a powerful primordial creature to death. What a huge gain! Once I master all the assassin skills and acquire talents for invisibility and concealing my presence, won't I become the most dangerous assassin in the universe? With the Viper Fawn's permanent poison effect, this withering of all things poison is practically endless. Chen-Yi was already envisioning the future in his mind. No matter how strong the opponent, they wouldn't be able to withstand his invisible strike. Ah, this feels amazing. Chen-Yi began calling out to Hilliard and the others. Now, it was time to head to the Celestial Bureau. His supreme battle flag hadn't even been used yet. With this flag, Chen-Yi believed he could save at least 2 billion lives. This would definitely count as a monumental achievement. Celestial Bureau. Chen-Yi had arrived. He instructed Galadriel and the others to stand guard outside while he walked directly into Lei Laohu's office. Lei Laohu looked visibly surprised to see Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi, what brings you here all of a sudden? Chen-Yi didn't answer. Instead, he pulled the supreme battle flag out of his inventory space. The moment Lei Laohu saw the flag, he gasped sharply. The attributes of this flag were simply too overwhelming. What's your plan next? Lei Laohu asked. Chen-Yi glanced around and said, this place isn't safe. I need to take the supreme battle flag to the 100th floor and secure it there. It must be well guarded. Lei Laohu nodded. You're right. This flag is too important for humanity. Let's head there immediately. With that, he walked straight out of the office. At that moment, Xia Liang happened to pass by. Seeing the urgency on Chen-Yi and Lei Laohu's faces, he knew something serious was going on. What's wrong? You both look like you're in a hurry. Chen-Yi shared the supreme battle flag's attributes with Xia Liang. Xia Liang's eyes lit up instantly. Where did you get this flag? During the beta test, Qian Shoudao once found it, but now it's in your hands. Chen-Yi shook his head. I didn't take it from Qian Shoudao. Come with me to place the flag. Alright. Xia Liang nodded. During the beta test, we didn't pay much attention to this flag because we could revive. But now, with this flag, we can definitely save countless lives. The three of them headed to the 100th underground floor together. This was the lowest level of the building, and the Celestial Bureau hadn't assigned it any other purpose. Lei Laohu said he would arrange for people to guard the flag in shifts. Chen-Yi placed the flag on the ground and activated it, setting it to only affect humans. Instantly, a powerful transparent aura enveloped the entire globe. A voice echoed in the ears of all players worldwide. Player Chen-Yi has successfully placed the supreme battle flag. All human players on Earth will have their base attributes increased by 10%, damage increased by 50%, all skill levels raised by 2, and a chance to revive on the spot after death. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. What was going on? What exactly was the supreme battle flag? Holy crap, the Archmage is incredible. My skill power just jumped by 2 levels. I was just fighting a level 23 ordinary skeleton, and my level 6 heavy slash turned it into dust in one hit. What's the special effect of heavy slash? I have that skill too, but I've only leveled it to 2. Even with the flag's boost, it's only level 4. The special effect of heavy slash is severing. That means heavy slash has a chance to cut the enemy clean in half.
No way, that's insane. That's nothing. My whirlwind spell is the ultimate farming tool. The special effect of a level 5 whirlwind spell is pulling enemies in.
It can drag all enemies within a 10-meter radius into the whirlwind, making it easy for
teammates to focus their attacks. Leveling up is a breeze now. Not bad at all. Thank you, Archmage.
the boost to base attributes.
And damage is a game changer. Exactly. Enemies that used to take over 100 hits to kill now only take 60 or 70. I didn't die. I didn't die. I was just killed by an undead, but somehow, I didn't die. Ha ha ha. Thank the Archmage, thank our country.
Congratulations, congratulations.
So the chance of instant resurrection is real. With this, there's no need to fear monsters anymore.
You're dreaming too much upstairs.
The chance isn't 100%, and if the resurrection fails, wouldn't you just die outright? Regardless, at least now there's hope for survival. Before, death was absolute.
I'm from Bear Country, and I
specifically came to your forum to thank your country's Archmage. Truly saved my life. I'm from Lighthouse Country. We apologize for our previous actions. Yenhuang is truly the beacon leading us forward. I'm from Romantic Country.
At this moment, players from other countries who benefited from Chun Yi's actions were already sincerely expressing their gratitude to him.
Their countries
were already lagging behind in levels, but now, with the Supreme Battle Flag, their strength had doubled. After all, skills with special effects are at least 5 times more powerful than those without. Some skills rely entirely on special effects to kill monsters.
Of course, the additional damage bonus is also significant.
A 50% damage increase doesn't just mean a 50% boost in strength.
For example, monsters that previously required 2 hits to kill can now be defeated in 1 strike. The improvement in efficiency and survival rate is immeasurable in numerical terms.
At this time, Sakura Country's Chisho Michi felt deeply ashamed upon hearing
the news.
He knew the secret of the 3 diamond treasure chests, but due to limited time, he had only found 2 of them.
These contained
the skill book Sky Slash and the unique grade weapon 10,000 Peaks.
The last chest held the Supreme Battle Flag, which
he should have been able to obtain. However, driven by his desire for personal power and selfishness, he not only failed to search for the chest but also withheld the information from others.
Reflecting on it now, he couldn't understand what he had been thinking at the time. But now, the Supreme Battle Flag had already appeared.
Chisho Michi let out a long sigh, feeling slightly relieved, as if his guilt had been somewhat alleviated.
In the Papal Country, Jin Huanger heard the announcement. I never expected Chun Yi to obtain this piece of equipment.
At this moment, all beta testers had gathered, and the national war was on the verge of breaking out. This time, Jin Huanger would also participate. After being excluded twice in a row, she finally had the chance to compete
alongside Chun Yi.
This time, she was determined to redeem herself and make Chun Yi pay for all the humiliation he had caused her.
She would lead all SSS level combat players into battle, a total of 3 individuals, Jin Huanger, Poison Saint, and Light Dark. All 3 were pure SSS level combat geniuses. Poison Saint's talent was SSS level, body of 10,000 poisons.
Body of 10,000 poisons, SSS level, mastery over all toxins, capable of learning all poison-related skills.
Poison skill consumption reduced by 90%, cooldown time shortened by 90%.
Completely immune to poison damage and able to absorb various toxins.
Can transform the body
into poisonous mist to attack enemies while being immune to all physical damage. All poison skill damage increased by 100 times. Special effects enhanced by 100 times, and skill proficiency growth accelerated by 100 times.
Light Dark's talent was SSS level. Light Dark Sovereign. Light Dark Sovereign, SSS level, the body can freely switch between light and dark forms. In the light
form, immune to all physical and light element damage, while dark element damage is halved.
Light element skill damage increased by 100 times.
In the dark form, immune to all physical and dark element damage, while light element damage is halved.
Dark element skill
damage increased by 100 times.
Can also create 2 special pieces of equipment, Shadow Cloak and Light Gem.
These 2 talents were incredibly powerful, with combat capabilities off the charts. As Jin Huanger waited here, teams from other countries were left
speechless in shock.
The current situation clearly showed that Chun Yi was acting for the greater good. The Archmage is truly noble
and selfless.
Indeed, to set aside grievances, what a magnanimous heart. At this moment, people from all nations witnessed
Yenhuang's generosity.
Those who wanted to oppose were also suppressed into silence.
The 3 people on the 100th underground floor witnessed this scene as well. Chen Yi hadn't expected that a supreme military flag could win Yenhuang so much support. Xia Liang
sighed, these people, in the face of benefits, nothing else matters.
Lei Lahu nodded, people's desires are simple, not so complicated. Chen Yi said, I'll leave the rest to you to handle. I'm heading out.
Alright. In the Tianji Bureau Square, Sui Tang stood
beside Chen Yi. Brother Yi, why did you mysteriously call me over? Sui Tang asked curiously. The next second, what Chen Yi took outmoved Sui Tang to tears. It was the crown of life. Brother Yi, is this for me?
Of course, who else would it be for?
Chen Yi personally placed the crown of life on Sui Tang's head. Feeling its power, Sui Tang was overwhelmed with excitement. This crown of
life seemed tailor-made for her. From now on, she would undoubtedly be the #1 priest.
Even Su Qiaoer couldn't compare to her. After all, while Su Qiaoer could resurrect the dead, she didn't have such unique equipment. Seeing Sui Tang so moved, Chen Yi felt happy as well.
Unknowingly, he had already started to see Sui Tang as his woman. If not for the fear of her feeling lonely, Chen Yi would have sent her to the Mirror Realm to stay with those beautiful elf women. It was safer there. Elves were traditionally
led by women, and they already had a queen.
Letting Sui Tang become the elf queen wasn't a bad idea, with the current queen assisting her. In the Mirror Realm, ever since an elf discovered a clean water source, it had become a true paradise. A large number of
plants purified the air, the dark clouds dispersed, sunlight was abundant, and plants grew rapidly. The environment had completely
improved, forming a positive cycle. 3 hours later, a team of people turned into a beam of white light and returned to the national war battlefield.
Yenhuang's audience once again saw Chen Yi.
Ever since Chen Yi raised the supreme military flag, no one dared
to disrespect him.
Anyone who dared to oppose him was immediately drowned out by public condemnation.
It could be said that even the
Lighthouse and Sakura, who had been tricked by Chen Yi countless times, could now only give him a thumbs up when mentioning him. In the live chat, everyone saw Calanther and Bast by Chen Yi's side for the first time. When they saw Calanther, there was a moment
of silence. Is this the mage god's companion? A true goddess couldn't be more stunning.
There's such a beautiful goddess in
this world? I'm so jealous of the mage god. Jealous +1.
Look at her equipment, her strength must be incredible.
How could anyone around the mage god be weak?
Birds of a feather flock together. Around the mage god, it's either goddesses or war gods.
That black-robed goddess is also quite beautiful, totally my type.
Judging by her height, she's at least 1.7 meters tall.
More than
that, probably 1.8 meters.
At this moment, a comment popped up. Don't you think the mage god seems even stronger now? You can tell through the screen? Didn't you see his level?
In just 2 months, the mage god went from level 70 to level 83.
Wow! The
mage god levels up so fast, even a 100-fold experience boost can't compare. Who knows, maybe that 100-fold experience boost
is just a literal 100-fold.
You're probably right.
Look, look! The national war is about to start. The system says it's another welfare round this time. What? Another welfare round? Are there elves?
I didn't manage to grab a single one last time.
Ha ha ha, I got one last time.
That elf girl was so beautiful.
I'm so jealous. Can I buy one? She's my wife, absolutely not for sale. At
this moment, Chen Yi was coldly overlooking the land beneath his feet. He no longer regarded people from other countries as worth
his attention. After all, he had unlocked 8 SSS level talents.
The combined power of these 8 talents far surpassed the strength
of 8 individual SSS level talents.
On top of that, Chen Yi had already reached level 83. Intelligence indicates that the top
players from other countries are only around level 61.
With a lead of 20 to 30 levels, this gap makes it impossible for opponents to
compete.
Chen Yi made up his mind for this national war. He must end the battle quickly. Then, he would search for various treasures and see which worlds had strong opponents. If there were any, he would kill them. He had to ensure he could level up faster.
Initially,
he had planned to give the Dragon Soul Crystal to Xia Liang, but after using it and feeling how amazing it was, Chen Yi decided
to keep it for himself.
He would use it to break through the bottleneck after reaching level 90 or higher. Meanwhile, he would look for a world teeming with powerful beings. At this point, the rules of the national war had already been announced to everyone. After hearing them, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. So, this was how the rules worked. This time, perhaps because of Chen Yi's participation, the national war turned out to be another welfare event. However, instead of spawning monsters, the rewards this time were resources, specifically, resources from nest dungeons. Countless bosses would appear on the battlefield. Among these bosses were dark, gold-level creatures, diamond-level ones, and, in very rare cases, even mythic-level creatures. Mythic-level creatures were extremely scarce and considered a stroke of luck to encounter. As long as a boss was successfully defeated, a nest dungeon would be generated within the territory of the player's country. These nest dungeons offered incredibly generous rewards. Everyone could form a team through the system panel and enter the dungeon once. Teams had to consist of 100 players. Upon clearing the dungeon, each player was guaranteed to receive an item matching their level. This could be equipment, a skill book, or a potion scroll. Additionally, if a player died in the dungeon, they would be resurrected directly at the entrance. The monsters in the dungeon would match the player's level. If entering as a team, the monster levels would be based on the team's average level. Inside the nest, there was a weakened version of the boss. How weakened? It was roughly downgraded from diamond level to silver level. Almost no team would fail to clear it. With the added boost from the military flag aura, no one could stop them. Chen Yi was a bit excited. Defeating each boss was equivalent to providing billions worth of equipment and items to his country's people. Thinking of this, Chen Yi ordered everyone to mount Hilliard's back. On the battlefield, every few thousand miles, there was a massive boss waiting. Chen Yi stood atop Hilliard's head, accompanied by Calantriel, Buster, and the undead Phoenix. Chen Yi looked at them. I'll assign tasks: Calantriel, head east; Buster, head west; undead Phoenix, head south; Hilliard and I will go north. No matter what bosses you encounter along the way, take them all down for me. Understood? Understood, Master. Then let's move out. Yes. Calantriel immediately leaped off and charged toward a boss in the east. Buster headed west, and the undead Phoenix flew south. This arrangement was the most efficient. Chen Yi resolved to take down tens of thousands of bosses within 24 hours. Thinking of this, Chen Yi felt that time was of the essence. Hilliard, full speed ahead. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, Jean Huanger was on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, it's another welfare event. Why is it always you benefiting from these welfare events? All the traps and schemes she had prepared were rendered useless because of this welfare event. She still had 5 unique items in her possession, waiting for Chen Yi to come to her. It seemed that getting revenge during the national war was hopeless. In that case, she would have to strike in the real world. Thinking of this, she sneered coldly. Jean Huanger's expression returned to calm. At this moment, the poison saint looked at Jean Huanger. No matter what, let's clear out these bosses first. Jean Huanger nodded. All right. Immediately, the forces of the Papal State charged toward the nearest Minotaur boss. King of Wild Bulls, level 47, rank Diamond. On Chen Yi's side, he also began unleashing Starfall like crazy. Most of these bosses were Diamond level. The level of the boss is determined by the average level of everyone in the team. Therefore, this batch of bosses is only level 39. Although the level is not high, they are all level 39 Diamond bosses. With one move, Falling Stars, they were instantly killed without any chance to fight back. Over on Calantriel's side, the battle was equally intense. He didn't use complex skills, only the 12 sword chapters of the moon. Each slash of white light took down a boss. Calantriel's agility was no less than Hilliard's, and his attack speed grew faster and faster. At this moment, the audience from Yanhuang country still didn't realize that Calantriel was actually a summoned creature. When they saw him taking down one boss with each strike, they were stunned. Wow, the mage god needs 10 seconds to prepare to kill a boss, but here you are, 1 strike per boss. The difference is too great. Buster's performance was equally impressive. After all, being a cat, agility was undoubtedly his strong suit. The phantom cat's body constantly shifted forms, rushing to the boss and striking directly with a paw. No matter how strong the boss was, it was rendered powerless. At this point, the undying Phoenix had become the slowest of the group. This was because he didn't have the bonus from the Summoner's Medal. Previously, his speed might have been the fastest, but now he was half a beat slower. However, his base agility remained, so he wasn't too slow.
Gradually, the number of bosses began to climb: 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000.
Within the limited 24 hours, Shenny and his team managed to defeat over 13,000 bosses. It wasn't because the bosses were hard to kill, but most of the time was spent traveling. At this moment, the players from Yanhuang
country entered a true moment of celebration. Over 13,000 opportunities to enter various nests.
This meant that every Yanhuang player had the chance to obtain more than 13,000 pieces of equipment of the same level.
Everyone went completely crazy. National war is over. Yanhuang team takes first place, all citizens levels +1, luck +1. The system announcement rang out, and dazzling golden
light shone from everyone on the Yanhuang team.
Chenny was especially delighted upon hearing this news. He hadn't expected the
reward to be a level increase. He was already level 84, and this was simply the best gift for him.
Unfortunately, the national war
couldn't always reward levels, otherwise, reaching level 100 would be just around the corner. However, this one level had already saved him countless hours, and Shenny was very satisfied.
The happiest ones were the ordinary talent professionals.
According to system rules, every national war required 100 people to fight a weak boss. They only needed to muddle through while the high talent
players handled the output. The mage god is too powerful.
The second place Pope team only killed 120 bosses.
The gap is ridiculously huge. Does this mean we won't need to buy equipment from now until level 100?
Exactly, with over 13,000 opportunities, by the
time we reach level 100, SSS grade equipment will be easy to get. Don't celebrate too soon.
It took me over 40 days to level up.
From 31 to 32. My first talent is only grade A. And it still took over 40 days. But we in Yanhuang have double experience. Ordinary professionals shouldn't dream of reaching level 100.
Being able to reach level 70 and undergo the third transition is
already considered lucky. Is leveling up really that hard? Yes. The mage god is already over level 80. And you want to compare yourself to the mage god? Hee, I wouldn't dare.
The mage god is a once-in-a-billion existence.
I don't even know what kind of monsters he's killing now.
Probably any random monster could kill tens of thousands of us.
I'm level 24, and even killing level 10 bronze monsters is a struggle. I really envy those high-talent professionals. High talent isn't as easy as you think. The Celestial Bureau conducted experiments.
The better the talent, the more experience required for leveling up.
Those with lower level talents actually level up faster. So that's how it works. I've learned something new.
Let's go. Who wants to team up to kill
the nest boss? Count me in, count me in. After the national war ended, everyone returned to the Celestial Bureau. He went back to his room, preparing to explore other worlds. He was especially eager to visit places with SSS level treasures, as they might contain materials for creating apocalyptic robots. He planned to collect all these treasures first, ensuring no one else could snatch them away.
After all, there were only 23 SSS level treasures in total.
If someone else got to them first, he wouldn't even have a place to cry.
At that moment, Sui Tang knocked on the door, holding a set of silk clothes. When Shenny saw her, he
immediately understood what was going on.
He glanced at Calantriel, Buster, Hilliard, and the undead Phoenix.
You all go wait in the next room.
Yes, Master, Brother E. Sui Tang took the opportunity to hand the room key to Calantriel, her gaze carrying a hint
of provocation. This is the key to my room. Oh. Calantriel was a bit unhappy, unsure of what the two were planning to do in the room. Moreover, the clothes in Sui Tang's hands were short and thin, barely covering anything.
Soon after, Calantriel, Hilliard, and the others left the room. Once they were gone, Sui Tang turned to look at Shenny.
Brother E, is your dream net still functional?
Yes.
On planet Neon, in an underground cave.
A person radiating golden light was slowly advancing.
Shenny had arrived at the location of an SSS level treasure.
He had left Calantriel and the others at the Celestial Bureau, the fewer people involved
in treasure hunting, the better.
Besides, he was currently in an invincible state, fearing nothing.
The underground cave before him
was named Black Descent Space by the Supreme Treasure. The cave was filled with massive glowing fungi, their light airy and
mysterious. Occasionally, glowing butterflies and insects flew through the air, adding to the mystique. Shinny even spotted a luminous
mushroom over 100 meters tall, standing at the center of the cave.
Its hazy glow illuminated the entire underground cavern. Shinny slowly walked toward the center, sensing that this was where the SSS-level treasure lay. Just then, he suddenly heard fragments of conversation near his ear. "Masek, let it go.
The power of the cursed stone is beyond our control.
Didn't you see? Those bandits who got the cursed stone all turned into terrifying monsters. But this is my only chance to revive the family. You still won't let go?"
Fine, this ruin is said to contain the most advanced Somo technology, and the cursed stone is the key to unlocking
it. Let's move now. All right. If we encounter danger, you escape first. Don't worry about me. Sar, I won't abandon you. You're like a son to me. How could I bear to leave? Masek, don't say that. I've been a servant to your family my whole life. All right. But what do you plan to do about those two statues at the entrance? I haven't decided yet. The statues look too eerie. Maybe
we can use the cursed stone to distract them. Then you distract the statues, and I'll find the entrance.
Understood. Once I obtain the Somo technology treasure, everyone who has bullied me will pay the price.
They'll learn that Masek is not to be trifled
with. How many people are watching you from outside right now?
After you get the treasure, don't rush out.
Hide first. Got it. Stop nagging. No problem, I'm just giving you some advice.
Shenny listened to the conversation, his heart racing with excitement.
Somo technology? Could this SSS-level treasure be a relic of a technological civilization? If that were true, it would be incredibly fortunate.
After all, what he needed most was technological civilization treasures to enhance his apocalyptic armored robots. He silently chanted in his heart, "Miracle.
Good luck. Divine assistance." The sound came from behind a giant mushroom ahead. Shan-Yi made no attempt to hide and walked straight over.
With his strength, there was no need to conceal himself.
Suddenly, an arrow shot
toward his invincible golden shield but caused no damage. Two figures emerged from behind the mushroom.
"Who are you?" a voice asked. "Could you be from the Bloodthorn family?"
Only then did Shenny see the two figures clearly. Their skin was covered in green scales, and their pupils were vertical, clearly not human. He immediately recognized them as lizard men.
Masek level 33. Rank, Silver Sar level 41 rank, gold. Their strength was not insignificant. Shenyi had no interest in the grievances
between these two lizard men. He was more concerned about the cursed stone. He walked straight toward them.
The two immediately became alert. Sar quickly drew his bow and fired arrows. Fiery arrows shot toward Shenyi but were completely ineffective. Despair appeared on Sar's face. "Masek, run! I'll hold him off." Masek immediately turned and fled without looking back.
Sar's eyes were filled with sorrow, yet he continued to attack, trying to stall Shenyi.
Seeing this, Shenyi used Dream Net to make Masek fall unconscious. He didn't want to kill these two lizard men.
Having someone to guide him would save a lot of time.
"Now, can we have a proper conversation?" Shenyi said politely.
Seeing the mysterious power Shenyi had used, Sar's face was filled with despair. This was the ability of a grand sorcerer. Poor Masek, before he could revive his family, he had encountered such trouble.
Shenyi spoke calmly. "What exactly is the cursed stone? I hope you can tell me." Hearing this, Sar realized Shenyi was not yet familiar with the situation here.
But seeing his luxurious robe and the precious ring on his hand, Sar understood a bit. This must be a grand sorcerer
seeking treasure here. "Respected grand sorcerer, we are members of the Masek family. This is my young master, and we came here to find treasures that could revive our family." Hearing this, Shenyi nodded. "Show me the cursed stone." "Yes, grand sorcerer." Sar walked over to Masek, searched for a moment, and finally took out a small box. He handed the box to Shenyi. "Grand sorcerer, we cannot control the power of the cursed stone and can only keep it in this box." Shenyi nodded and opened the box. Inside was a gray
stone, about the size of a fist, with strange red patterns carved on its surface. The attribute panel displayed, "Cursed Stone."
Level, SSS level description. This stone contains immense cursed power.
Just looking at it could turn one into a terrifying monster. There was no explanation of what the stone could specifically be used for, only that it possessed boundless cursed power.
He stored the cursed stone in his backpack. Then he looked at Sar. "Where is the entrance to the Somo treasure? Tell me." Sar nodded. "We only reached the front gate.
The two statues at the entrance looked alive and were too terrifying, so we had to retreat.
Take me there. Yes, Grand Sorcerer. After speaking, Sar glanced at Masek. Grand Sorcerer, will Masek wake up? Don't worry about him.
He'll wake up naturally when the time comes.
Understood.
After walking for about 2 hours and passing through hundreds
of winding paths, Sar led Chen-Yi to a large door.
The door was well hidden, made of an unknown metal.
Chen-Yi used the eye of
insight to examine the material of the door.
Somo alloy level, S-level description. This alloy is extremely hard and durable, resistant to corrosion, and can even block some magical attacks. Its rank was actually S-level. Weapons or armor made from this alloy would undoubtedly be top-tier equipment. No wonder this treasure was rated SSS level. Chen-Yi noticed the two statues on either side of the door. The statues resembled two hunting hounds. The statues' attributes also appeared before Chen-Yi. Despair Hound. Level, 100 grade, mythical base strength, 1200 base constitution, 1100 base agility, 1323 base intelligence, 1000 talent. Quantum Lock, SSS level, Quantum Lock. This is the ultimate technology modified by the Somo people. The hound's body is always in an absolute defense state.
Any creature that looks at it will turn the hound into a statue, but the moment you blink or look away,
it immediately launches an attack, killing you without a trace. Skill, pounce and bite. No fancy skills, just pounce and bite. Chen-Yi looked at the two hounds, surprised that the Somo people's technology could create a mythical level creature. This level had already surpassed the limits of all living beings.
And this quantum lock made him doubt whether the defense truly existed. Perhaps it was like Schrödinger's cat. When you stared at it, the hound was dead, but once you looked away, it was alive.
Thinking
of this, Chen-Yi condensed an ice blade in his hand, ready to test the power of this quantum lock. The ice blade was incredibly
sharp. Whoosh!
The ice blade slashed directly at one of the hound's bodies.
Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out, and the hound remained unscathed.
At that moment, Kyle beside Chen-Yi suddenly let out a scream.
Ah! Chen-Yi turned to look and saw the other hound had already pounced on Kyle. The moment Chen-Yi looked at it, the hound turned into a statue. But Kyle's stomach had already
been torn open with a large gash, and he was coughing up blood incessantly.
It seemed he wouldn't last long. Seeing this, Chen-Yi immediately cast a holy light on Kyle.
A massive radiance instantly enveloped Kyle. The moment the light touched him, all of Kyle's
injuries disappeared.
Kyle felt a surge of powerful vitality within him, and even old ailments from years ago miraculously healed.
He
crawled out from under the hound's belly and, seeing Chen-Yi perform what seemed like a miraculous skill, immediately knelt down.
"Thank you, Master Wizard,"
Kyle said excitedly.
Chen-Yi nodded.
At this moment, one of the despair hounds lunged directly at Chen-Yi.
Boom!
The hound collided with Chen-Yi, who was in an invincible state, and was instantly sent flying 100 meters away. Chen-Yi looked at Kyle and commanded, "Keep your eyes on that hound.
Don't blink." Kyle nodded. "Understood, Master Wizard."
Kyle immediately rushed to the despair hound that had just ambushed Chen-Yi and stared at it intently. Meanwhile, Chen-Yi focused on the hound that had just attacked Kyle, now holding a dagger in his hand, Viper's Fang.
This dagger ignored all defenses and could poison even powerful level 100 creatures to death.
It was the perfect weapon to deal with the immobilized despair hound.
Chen-Yi approached
the despair hound and stabbed the dagger directly into it, easily piercing its body. The venom began to rapidly corrode the hound's body, devouring all its vitality. Finally, the despair hound's body turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared into the air.
Chen-Yi's backpack instantly gained a large amount of experience and gold coins. Without hesitation, he used them, and his experience bar increased by 1.3%. Chen-Yi was in high spirits.
This time, defeating a creature far above his level had earned him experience rewards nearly 10 or even dozens of times the usual amount. He then walked over to the other despair hound, stabbed it with the dagger, and this hound also turned to ashes. Chen-Yi's level had now reached 84, with an experience bar at 3.1%.
After putting away
Viper's Fang, he noticed a groove on the alloy door, perfectly matching the size and shape of the cursed stone. He placed the cursed
stone into the groove.
With a series of mechanical creaks, the treasure door of the Somo people's pinnacle technology finally, today,
it was opened. Upon entering, Chen-Yi immediately realized that this place was completely different from the outside.
Behind the gate was not the mountain of treasures he had imagined, but
a massive underground city. Shenny stood above the city, looking down.
Within a giant circular stone wall, countless buildings made of irregular triangular metal floated and rotated. Slowly. These structures did not conform to human aesthetic standards at all, yet in Chen Yi's eyes, they possessed a unique beauty. Moreover, these buildings were completely uninhabitable. For humans, they were not ordinary geometric shapes but were filled with chaotic and bizarre forms. Various triangular pyramids formed the foundations, and with human architectural knowledge, it was impossible to comprehend how this place was constructed. Roughly estimated, this underground city spanned about 1,000 square kilometers, enough to accommodate millions of people. From the outside, it appeared to be just an ordinary underground cave, devoid of any sense of advanced technology. But now, standing within this relic of the Somo people's treasure, he was overwhelmed by the magnificent sight. At this moment, the treasure gate behind Shenny slowly closed, and the cursed stone floated gently into his hand. Kale was already paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground in a daze. He had never imagined that such a vast city was hidden behind the iron gate. With his understanding, he could not begin to fathom what this place was. He had assumed that behind the door were merely technological weapons, like those used by mercenaries. After all, the weapons of the Somo people, even after countless years, were still functional. But now, thinking about the value of this treasure, Kale's mind was in complete chaos. Shenny glanced at him but paid no attention, directly teleporting to the lower part of the city. The ground of the city was about 500 meters below him. Before long, he was standing on the surface of this enormous city. Looking around, Chen Yi appeared incredibly small. He resembled an ignorant child, curiously observing his surroundings. This place had been untouched for a long time, yet not a speck of dust could be found. At this moment, a domed building caught his attention. Among the triangular structures, this domed building stood out prominently. Chen Yi approached the dome. Through its transparent windows, he saw that the ceiling was covered with metallic wall carvings. These carvings, despite enduring countless years, showed no signs of rust. Chen Yi began circling the domed building, searching for an entrance. Finally, he found a circular archway about 3 meters high. The archway was slowly closing. Seeing this, Chen Yi unleashed a scorching ray. The ray quickly cut through the archway. With a strong pull, he tore the entire circular archway away. Entering inside, he saw a shriveled skeleton sitting against the wall. The skeleton's face was reduced to skin, gazing at the domed skylight as if lost in thought. Chen Yi walked up to the skeleton and used the Eye of Insight to investigate. Bone powder, grade F. Unexpectedly. It was just bone powder. He gently poked it, and the skeleton instantly crumbled into dust. Chen Yi shook his head. It truly was just bone powder. He then carefully examined the metallic reliefs inside the domed building. As he observed, he discovered that these reliefs recorded the history of the Somo people. Beside them were inscriptions in the Somo language. Thanks to the help of the red mist, Chen Yi could understand these writings. He found that the Somo people did not seem to be the original inhabitants of this planet. Instead, they had arrived here a long time ago. At that time, this planet was still barren. The Somo people landed using spacecraft. They created a type of creature to build their cities. This creature resembled slimes, capable of adapting to extreme environments, somewhat similar to Chen Yi's super-adaptive abilities. With the help of these slimes, sprawling continental architectural complexes gradually emerged, identical in shape to the structures here. Then, after an unknown number of years, the slimes originally created by the Somo people began to rebel. Now, these slimes had evolved into extremely terrifying forms. Their appearance no longer bore any resemblance to their once cute forms. They looked like a horde of grotesque monsters. The Somo people eventually used a special weapon to completely annihilate these mutated slimes. That weapon was called the atomic disintegrator. It can destroy life directly at the atomic level. No matter how the slimes adapted, they couldn't withstand this weapon of the Somo people. However, after completely eliminating the slime resistance, the Somo people themselves suffered heavy losses. With the few remaining members of their race, they built this underground city. The Somo people eventually mastered the secret of immortality. After gaining endless life, they became addicted to indulgence and pleasure. But no matter how wonderful something is, there comes a time when it becomes tiresome. When boredom reached its peak, the Somo people chose another path. They uploaded their consciousness into the supreme creation of their race and entered a state of slumber. Of course, unless awakened by an external force, they would never wake up. which was no different from death. The skeleton Chen Yi had just seen belonged to a Somo person who refused to upload their consciousness. After everyone else left, this individual built the domed house as a testament to the history of the Somo race. Then, this Somo person annihilated their own soul. The carving seemed like a farewell from 1,000 years ago, meeting Chen Yi in this time and space, appearing both romantic and grand. However, the supreme creation piqued Chen Yi's interest. According to the introduction, this creation not only preserved all the Somo people's technology and knowledge but was also an extremely powerful weapon in itself. Naturally, Chen Yi wouldn't miss this opportunity. Standing on the street outside the house, Chen Yi looked at the buildings and had already made up his mind. It was time to cause some destruction. With this thought, Chen Yi began using his scorching ray. The Somo alloy used to construct the buildings was easily cut apart under his scorching ray. With the aid of the blink ring, Chen Yi's search speed was incredibly fast, taking less than 10 seconds to search a building. Although he hadn't found the supreme creation, Chen Yi did discover some valuable items. D3234 potion, grade, SSS effect, increases strength by 20 points, can be stacked twice. Chen Yi immediately drank 2 bottles upon finding them, instantly increasing his base strength by 40 points. He felt much more comfortable. Afterward, atomic disintegrator, grade, SSS effect, fires a laser capable of completely annihilating lifeforms with a constitution of 1,000 points or less at the atomic level. When Chen Yi discovered this superweapon, he was visibly shocked. Such a treasure had been casually discarded in the corner of a warehouse by the Somo people, as if they didn't care about it at all. Without hesitation, Chen Yi took it, planning to mount it on the weapon rack of his doomsday robot. Spirit potion, grade, S, effect, upon consumption, the body permanently transforms into a soul form. This spirit potion would be quite effective against enemies, but Chen Yi had no intention of turning himself into a soul forever. He also noticed something peculiar. The quality of the Somo people's items was exceptionally high. Even after all these years, he hadn't found a single unusable item. In the days that followed, Chen Yi continued to wreak havoc while searching every building he could. Perhaps the Somo people's technology was all hidden within the supreme creation. Although he hadn't found a carrier containing technological knowledge, he did come across plenty of other treasures. There were about 7 SSS-grade technological items, and the equipment, materials, and tools below SSS grade had piled up into a small mountain in Chen Yi's backpack. However, Chen Yi's favorite was still the atomic disintegrator. After all, it was a weapon capable of instant kills. As long as the opponent's constitution didn't exceed 1,000 points, they could be instantly eliminated. If any ordinary player on Blue Star got their hands on it, it would likely cause a bloody storm. Chen Yi thought that the atomic disintegrator was probably the only piece of top-tier equipment. But because the Somo people could mass-produce it, its grade was reduced to SSS. He even had Kyle test it with Divine Wrath, confirming that the weapon was ineffective against invincible states. Time flew by, and more than 50 days had passed, roughly the length of a summer vacation. Chen Yi had nearly destroyed the entire city, packing all the items into his backpack, and that lizard man, Kyle, survived each day by eating mushrooms, his fear of Chen Yi growing deeper and deeper. The power Chen Yi displayed had far exceeded his imagination. People can only understand the world based on what they have seen, piecing together their knowledge. But Chen Yi's abilities were completely beyond their comprehension. Now, the lizard man Kyle regarded Chen Yi as a godlike existence. Walking through the ruins of the city, Chen Yi was lost in thought. Could it be that the Somo people never placed that supreme creation here? By now, there were hardly any buildings left in the city for him to destroy. Chen Yi had no idea where to search next, but he was determined not to leave empty-handed. As Chen Yi wandered, he arrived at the domed building he had seen before. Staring at the intact structure, he pondered for a moment. Then, using a scorching ray, he sliced the entire dome into 4 pieces. Now, in the midst of the ruins, this was the only building left untouched. But as soon as the domed building was destroyed, something unexpected happened. A staircase leading to the Earth's core appeared on the ground of the ruins. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt a surge of joy. He had found it. Without hesitation, he descended the staircase. The stairs were long. After walking for about 3 hours, he finally reached the bottom. There, he found a massive underground cavern. The cavern was devoid of any vegetation and spanned an area of approximately 400 square kilometers. At its center was a large pool, resembling a swimming pool, filled with a platinum-colored liquid. Though it appeared to be a liquid, Chen felt it was more like a solid. Under the refracted light, ripples formed on its surface. Chen approached the pool and used his eye of insight to observe. The properties of the platinum-colored liquid quickly appeared before him. Z9 type liquid metal, grade SSS. Description: a liquid metal developed by the Somo people, upgraded from memory metal. It not only retains the properties of memory metal but can also transform and mimic any object. Hiss. Chen drew in a sharp breath. This was an upgraded version of memory metal. With it, the Doomsday Armor robot he planned to create would be even more powerful and versatile. However, he had no idea how much liquid metal this pool contained. With that thought, Chen began collecting the liquid metal into his backpack space. Inside the backpack space, the liquid metal slowly gathered into a mass, placed next to the mountain of items. The collection process took about 3 hours. Finally, he had emptied the entire pool of liquid metal. The weight of the liquid metal was displayed. Z9 type liquid metal, weight, 3,000 tons. Not bad, Chen thought with satisfaction. After creating the Doomsday Armor robot, he would still have 500 tons left as a reserve. At this point, the bottom of the now empty pool began to reveal itself. The bottom was a solid slab of stone. Suddenly, the stone slab began to rise slowly. It seemed that the 3,000 tons of liquid metal had pressed it down, and now it was springing back up. As the stone slab rose, the pool completely disappeared. There was no trace left to indicate that a massive pool had once been there. Chen walked to the center of the raised stone slab but found nothing unusual. Just then, a red mist began to fill the underground cavern. Chen used his eye of insight to examine the mist's properties. Corrosive soul mist, grade SSS poison. Description: a mist designed to corrode souls, ultimately consuming the souls of all living beings. However, Chen was currently in an invincible state, and the soul cube rendered him immune to all soul-based attacks. The poisonous mist had no effect on him. At that moment, a clear voice echoed through the cavern. "Who are you?" Chen was startled. Could there still be a living Somo person here? He began searching for the source of the voice, but the sound reverberated throughout the cavern, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Chen could only wander aimlessly, silently praying for good fortune. Suddenly, Chen shouted, "Found you!" A fireball formed in his hand, which he hurled directly at a stone wall. Boom! The fireball exploded, blasting a large hole in the wall. But at that moment a passageway behind the wall appeared right in front of Chen. Seeing the passage, Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. He had guessed right. What incredible luck! He immediately stepped toward the passage. The moment he entered, that crisp voice rang out again. "How did you know? Did you get the design plans?" Chen remained outwardly calm, but inside, he was overjoyed. So naive. You have no idea how powerful this kind of luck is. He carefully observed the passage. It looked very crude. Various metal sheets were poorly attached, far less refined than the upper structures. It seemed like a hastily constructed passage. At this moment, the voice grew anxious again. "You, stop moving forward. If you take another step, I'll take you out right here in the passage." Chen could hear the panic in the voice. Clearly, the other party was flustered. He ignored it and continued deeper into the passage. Suddenly, countless lasers lit up, forming a laser grid that moved to envelop him. Chen activated the Eye of Insight. Laser grid power level, SS level. Not even SSS level. He was completely unfazed and charged straight through. The laser grid had no effect on the invincible Chen. Before long, he reached the end of the passage. In front of him stood a building resembling a laboratory. The lab door was tightly shut, but that was no obstacle for Chen. His heat ray could cut through most metals. He aimed the ray at the lab door. Soon, the door began to glow red and heat up. Gradually, a large hole appeared in the door. Though the door wobbled, it still hadn't fallen. Chen kicked it open with one powerful strike. Boom! The lab floor echoed with a dull thud. Inside, a humanoid figure radiating countless streams of data light appeared before Chen. The moment it saw Chen, the humanoid figure immediately shrank in size, transforming into a beam of light as it attempted to escape the lab. However, it couldn't pass through the material barrier. Only then did Chen breathe a sigh of relief. In the next second, he took out the demon's sealing box. A flash of white light later, the glowing humanoid figure was sealed directly into the box. Chen stared at the demon's sealing box. Inside, the humanoid figure trembled, huddled at the entrance of a red palace, trying to hide inside but unable to enter.
Chen-Yi immediately
checked its attributes: fallen crystal core level, unique description, a fallen crystal core that has absorbed countless Suoma souls, containing all Suoma technology, religion,
societal, and cultural data. Fallen crystal core? So this was the ultimate creation of the Suoma people? Chen-Yi found it odd.
According to the wall carvings, this thing not only stored souls and data but also had powerful offensive capabilities.
Why hadn't it shown any signs of attack? He closed the demon sealing box and looked around the lab. It was completely empty, except for a single console.
Chen-Yi guessed this was where the fallen crystal had been controlling its attacks. He approached the console and used the Eye of Insight to investigate.
There was no reaction at all. Without the fallen crystal, this console wasn't even at a basic level. Chen-Yi opened the demon sealing box again and saw that the glowing body of the fallen crystal was shining even brighter.
"What do you want?" the fallen crystal asked.
"Nothing much.
I just want to know where your attack system is," Chen-Yi replied.
The fallen crystal shook its head vigorously. "I won't tell you."
Chen-Yi could tell the fallen crystal was indeed hiding its attack system, but it had been out of contact with people for so long that its thoughts were simple. Now that he knew where the attack system was, Chen-Yi wasn't worried anymore.
"You don't have to tell me. I already know."
"Yes, I got in here using the design plans. Of course, I also know where the attack system is."
"You can't hide it from me."
"But I only know the location, not how to use it. Since I can't use it, I'll just go destroy it."
With that, Chen-Yi prepared to leave. Yunjing panicked. "No! You can't destroy it."
Then Yunjing retracted its glowing body and transformed into a small winged fairy, appearing in front
of Chen-Yi.
This little fairy was dressed in luxurious attire, which Chen-Yi had seen in the carvings on the walls of Somo. It was the clothing of Somo nobility.
Yunjing looked pitiful, with tears glistening in its eyes. "Don't destroy them. They're all my friends." Chen-Yi was surprised. Friends with weapons?
But thinking about it, Yunjing hadn't interacted with people for so many years, so it was natural for it to have deep feelings for these friends. Now, dealing with the little fairy became much easier.
Chen-Yi took out the sacred statue, and the atmosphere immediately turned holy and trustworthy.
He then looked at Yunjing.
"My name is Chen-Yi. How about being my friend?" Yunjing's eyes lit up. "Sure. It's great that you can be my friend." Chen-Yi felt a bit soft-hearted. "Then take me to meet your other friends. That way, we can be on the same team."
The power of the sacred statue made Yunjing feel that this person in front of it was trustworthy. It nodded in agreement.
"Okay, but you can't hurt them." "Don't worry, I won't."
After saying this, Chen-Yi released Yunjing from the demon ceiling box. Yunjing circled around him a few times.
Chen-Yi asked, "Can you return to your normal size?" Yunjing shook its head. "I don't want to. This is the most comfortable size." Chen-Yi nodded. "Alright, then stay like this. Now take me to meet your friends." "Okay."
Yunjing flew to the control panel, fiddled with it for a while, and a passage appeared on the wall.
It
flew into the passage, and Chen-Yi followed closely behind.
Chen-Yi trailed Yunjing to the entrance of a secret passage.
Standing behind it, he kept his eyes fixed on Yunjing. At this moment, he had already figured out how to handle Yunjing next. He planned to place Yunjing directly in the realm mirror and have it teach the fairies some of Somo's knowledge. This way, the world inside the realm mirror could develop faster. Moreover, the fairies were pure-hearted, so Chen-Yi had no concerns about them having a bad influence on Yunjing.
Thinking of this, Chen-Yi felt particularly good.
After all, Somo's technology was so advanced that even if the fairies learned just a little, the progress of the entire world could increase tenfold. Before long, Chen-Yi followed Yunjing into a room that resembled a control center. In the center floated a massive black sphere, its surface covered with flickering golden dots, making
it exceptionally dazzling and striking.
Yunjing turned to Chen-Yi and said, "This is my friend, Xiaohei." After speaking, it stood on top of the black sphere.
"We were born together.
Xiaohei is my best companion." Chen-Yi nodded and then used the Eye of Insight to carefully examine the black and gold sphere.
Godly armament, level, unique, cannot be replicated.
Ability 1, Atomic Disintegrator, instantly annihilates all creatures with a physique below 1000 points. Ability 2, Doomsday Bomb. Upon release, it can make an entire star vanish without a trace. Cooldown, 150 days. Ability 3, Soul Annihilator, completely destroys the enemy's soul. making resurrection impossible. Ability 4, Black Hole Generator, creates a miniature black hole that, after absorbing sufficient energy within 24 hours, becomes a permanent black hole. Cooldown, 300 days. Ability 5, Supercomputing Core, possesses extraordinary computational power, even capable of predicting future events. Ability 6, Neutron Energy Core, energy recovery speed is extremely fast, restoring 10,000% energy per second. Ability 7, Liquid Metal Body, can transform into any shape. Seeing this, Chen-Yi was stunned. This was the legendary supreme creation, the Godly Armament. He himself had an atomic disintegrator, but the other abilities were simply insane. Whether it was the Doomsday Bomb or the Black Hole Generator, these were ultimate weapons capable of destroying entire planets. If used on Blue Star, Blue Star would be destroyed instantly, and there would be no escape. Unless one left before the destruction occurred. At this moment, Yun Jing looked at Chen-Yi and said, Xiao Hei has many more functions, it can even transform into battle armor. After speaking, Yun Jing manipulated the godly armament to transform into a set of battle armor, wearing it on herself. Looking valiant and heroic, Chen-Yi watched this miraculous scene in astonishment. He hadn't expected the godly armament to be able to change size at will, which truly broadened his horizons. Turning to look at the fully armed Yun Jing, he asked, Can I try on this battle armor? Yun Jing nodded, sure. She then placed the godly armament onto Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi immediately felt the immense power of the armor, capable of destroying an entire planet at any moment. Such a dangerous weapon could not be left solely in Yun Jing's hands. Realizing this, Chen-Yi said to Yun Jing, I have many good friends here. Would you like to join us? With that, he used the realm mirror to open a portal. On the other side was a serene and beautiful paradise. Yun Jing's eyes lit up with anticipation. This place is so beautiful. Can I live here forever? Chen-Yi smiled and nodded, of course, you can stay as long as you like. That's wonderful. Yun Jing happily dashed through the portal. Chen-Yi closed the portal, restored the godly armament to its spherical form, and placed it in his backpack. This SSS level treasure hunt was absolutely worth it. The light on the star map representing this treasure had disappeared, and Chen-Yi knew he had obtained the most valuable items, both Yun Jing and the godly armament. Taking a deep breath, he exited the underground passage and came face to face with Kyle, who was busy cooking mushroom soup. Seeing Chen-Yi approach, Kyle immediately stood up. Master Wizard, you're here? Chen-Yi nodded. Since I brought you along, everyone deserves a share. With that, he handed Kyle 2 potions that could increase strength by 20 points. Drink them. Seeing the 2 potions, Kyle was so excited he nearly jumped. Since they were personally given by the Grand Wizard, they must be priceless. Thinking this, Kyle drank them without hesitation. Soon, he felt a significant boost in strength. Chen-Yi observed Kyle and noticed that his rank had risen from gold to dark gold. 40 points of strength. Might not seem like much, but it had clearly helped Kyle cross a critical threshold, propelling him to a higher level of power. Afterward, Chen-Yi used the curse stone to open a large door. I'm about to leave this planet. You should head back first. Ha? Kyle was confused, not understanding what Chen-Yi meant by leaving. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted. They're out. They're out. These 2 must have found the great treasure. Kill them, and the treasure will be ours. Chen-Yi saw over 100 aggressive lizardmen charging toward them outside the door. Among them, Masek was tied up, seemingly captured by this group. Kyle had already rushed to confront the lizardmen. How dare you offend the Grand Wizard? You're doomed. He then turned to Chen-Yi, Grand Wizard, how should we deal with these bandits? Chen-Yi understood that Kyle was asking him to take action. Smart move. However, these lizardmen were utterly overestimating themselves, daring to target the treasure in his possession. Chen-Yi conjured a fireball in his hand. Seeing the fireball, the lizardmen burst into laughter. Haha, such a tiny fireball? A mere magic apprentice dares to call himself a wizard? Old Kyle, are you blind? How could you believe in someone like this? I've seen real wizards cast spells, their fireballs are as big as a human head. This guy's fireball is the size of a fingernail, and he dares to call himself a grand wizard? Come on, brothers, kill them. This place is so hidden that even if the Wizard Association comes, they'll never know a magic apprentice died here. Charge! Chen-Yi's eyes turned cold as the fireball suddenly exploded. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. The The lizardmen, who had been arrogantly charging moments ago, were instantly reduced to ashes by the flames and shockwave. Chen-Yi deliberately controlled the range to ensure that Kale and Masek were not seriously injured. The two bandits nearby were so terrified that they wet their pants and immediately knelt down, kowtowing. "Master Wizard, I deserve this, I truly deserve to die. Yes, we were blind to offend you, my lord." At that moment, one of the bandits suddenly pointed at Masek and shouted, "It's him! It's him! He said you broke into the treasure gate." The other bandit quickly chimed in, "Yes, this guy has no backbone, he told us everything. Our leader hadn't even asked, and he spilled it all. Such a disloyal person, even we bandits look down on him." Masek broke out in a cold sweat, panicking internally. He was indeed the one who had betrayed the information. In the end, Masek also knelt down. But because he was tied up with ropes, he fell flat on his face. "Master Wizard, please spare me. If I hadn't spoken, they would have killed me for sure." At that moment, Kale suddenly knelt before Chen-Yi. Great Wizard, I beg you, please don't kill the young master. No matter what mistakes he's made, I'm willing to take the punishment for him." Chen-Yi looked at the kneeling Kale and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I don't have time to play along with your melodrama." Then, he turned his gaze to Masek, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. "People like this have no reason to live. Kale would definitely be harmed by someone like him in the future." A fireball appeared in Chen-Yi's hand. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire underground space. Masek and the two bandits were instantly reduced to ashes by Chen-Yi's fireball. Kale stared blankly at the spot where Masek had died, unable to recover for a long time. Chen-Yi, on the other hand, opened the treasure gate. Seeing Kale still in a daze, he shook his head helplessly. This guy is just too loyal. But in his heart, Chen-Yi felt a bit envious of Masek. After all, not everyone could have such a loyal servant. Especially in today's society, even a wife might not be so devoted. People like Kale had long become extinct. Afterward, Chen-Yi stepped into the portal and returned to Blue Star, leaving Kale still kneeling behind. Back on Blue Star, Chen-Yi stretched lazily. These past 2 months had been tough. Constantly casting skills without rest. Even with unlimited energy, Chen-Yi's mind was somewhat fatigued. He glanced at the forum and was immediately drawn to a pinned headline. 3 Yenuang Nation professionals enter the ocean, discover merfolk players for the first time. Yenuang envoys head to the ocean, potentially establishing contact with the merfolk. Lighthouse Nation offers a high price for a merfolk corpse, bidding reaches 10 billion. Experience coins. Chen-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed a lot had happened while he was away. Merfolk players? In his previous life, he had never heard of such a race. Could it be that these Yenuang players, relying on their underwater breathing talent, had found the merfolk deep in the ocean? He wondered if the merfolk could also possess 10 talents like humans. If that were true, the situation on Blue Star could change dramatically. After all, when two powers clash, one is bound to be eliminated. Even if the two races maintained peace, temporarily, conflict would eventually erupt. Of course, all of this was based on the assumption that the merfolk could also acquire 10 talents. According to the intelligence from the future Buster, when the myriad races invaded Blue Star, aquatic races were bound to appear. That must be the merfolk. But Buster hadn't mentioned many details about the merfolk, suggesting they were different from humans. Chen-Yi sensed the location of Calantriel and the others. At the moment, they seemed to be by the seaside. Calantriel was accompanied by Sui Tang, Su Chower, and other members of the Celestial Bureau. Previously, he had let them act freely, not expecting them to end up at the seaside. Could it be that they wanted to first observe the situation of the merfolk? Chen-Yi summoned the Undying Nether Phoenix from the pet space and flew to the outskirts of the Tenji Bureau. He directly commanded the Undying Nether Phoenix to fly toward the seaside. The Undying Nether Phoenix was incredibly fast, reaching the coast from the deep inland mountains within half an hour. Chirp! At this moment, Hilliard spotted Chen-Yi and immediately carried Calantriel and Buster from the seaside to greet him. "Master, you're here." Chen-Yi nodded. "Hilliard, tell me what has happened during this time. Why did you come to the seaside?" Hilliard replied, "The people from the Tianji Bureau have already sent a team to the ocean to try to establish contact with the merfolk. Other countries have also dispatched many players with underwater survival abilities to communicate. Among them, a player from the Lighthouse Nation can transform into a shark and even arrived earlier than
the Yanhuan envoy.
Denmark also has a player who can transform into a mermaid, but they were intercepted by our people.
Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. Alright, I understand. But I want to know, can these merfolk, like humans, draw 10 talents?
Hilliard shook his head.
No, it's different.
They can only have one talent, and most of them are water-based.
On land, dominated by humans, humans can absolutely overpower them. But underwater, humans have no advantage.
At this moment, Sui Tang and her group in the distance also spotted Chen Yi. Before long, Chen Yi's voice call rang, but he didn't answer it. Instead, he directly commanded the undying Nether Phoenix to fly toward Sui Tang and her group.
Soon, Chen Yi arrived beside Sui Tang and Su Qiao.
There were also other members of the Tianji Bureau present, some of whom he didn't recognize. Sui Tang saw Chen Yi approaching and immediately stepped forward.
Brother Yi, you're here? Chen Yi nodded. Where are Xia Liang and Johan?
Sui Tang replied, Director Xia and the others have already gone to the merfolk, leaving us to guard this
area. All right.
At this moment, a person Chen Yi didn't recognize stepped forward. He had a scar on his face, looked fierce, stood about 1.75 meters tall, and was clad in full steel armor,
appearing to be of the warrior class.
Beside him was a woman in red, seemingly his girlfriend.
However, from Chen Yi's perspective, they both showed great respect and humility toward him. Archmage, this is my first time seeing you in person.
The woman in red beside the scar-faced man was also very excited. Chen Yi looked at them, somewhat puzzled. He turned to Sui
Tang.
Sui Tang noticed his confusion and explained, these two are from the Wild Wolf Division. They previously formed a considerable faction, which has now merged into the Tianji Bureau. The scar-faced one is named Long Xiaohai, the former leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, possessing an S-rank warrior talent, Crushing Hand.
This is his girlfriend, who has an A-rank priest talent, Abundant Vitality. The two work well together and have performed admirably. Currently, the Wild Wolf Division is one of the most successful divisions in the Tianji Bureau. After hearing the introduction, Chen Yi nodded. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Will do. Long Xiaohai and his girlfriend stepped back. He did this to leave a good impression on Chen Yi, as he might need Chen Yi's help in the future.
Seeing Chen Yi's approachable and friendly demeanor, other members of the Tianji Bureau also gathered around.
Archmage, this is my first time seeing you in person. I've only seen you in live streams before. Now that I see you, Archmage, you're so handsome. Yeah, we joined the Tianji Bureau just to meet you. Archmage,
you level up so quickly.
Can you teach us how?
We also want to improve our strength quickly.
Don't bother asking.
With the Archmage's level of strength, even
if he tells you the method, would you be able to use it?
At this moment, Chen Yi noticed a group of butchers.
Seeing them, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. Butchers, what's the matter? Is this your first time seeing me too? He.
The butchers chuckled foolishly.
Captain, I haven't seen you for 2 months, I've been thinking about you. Stop joking, I'm not a beauty, you don't need to miss me. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter.
The butcher continued joking, Captain, you're even more likable than those beauties.
Ha ha ha. Even Sui Tang and Su Qiao couldn't help but cover their mouths in chuckle. At that moment, Su Qiao's communicator rang. She looked at Chen Yi. Brother Yi, it's Director Xia calling. Chen Yi nodded. Switch to holographic communication, let me see what's going on with Xia Liang. Alright, Brother Yi.
Soon, Xia Liang's holographic image appeared before everyone.
Seeing Chen Yi,
Xia Liang showed a look of surprise.
Chen Yi, you're back, that's great.
Xia Liang then explained the conflict in the sea with the merfolk.
He and Johan, as Yanhuang envoys, went to negotiate with the merfolk.
However, the merfolk king, relying on his sole weapon capable of controlling oceanic power, the Poseidon's trident, completely disregarded them.
The
merfolk king had also been collecting experience coins from his tribe, leveling up to 72.
His talent had reached SSS level, granting him the Poseidon incarnation. All of this made the merfolk king extremely arrogant. He even boasted that once he reached level 100, he would use the ocean to destroy the land and become the true ruler of Blue Star. Hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth in anger.
This merfolk king clearly underestimated humanity's strength.
Chen Yi also understood that the merfolk's system functions must be incomplete. Otherwise, they would have already been watching the national war livestreams of land-based professionals. How could they still be so arrogant? Although Xiao Liang had an invincible state, his attack power was insufficient to effectively intimidate. It seemed Shen Yi would have to step in personally. Thinking of this, Shen Yi looked at Xiao Liang. "Send me your coordinates, I'll head over immediately." Xiao Liang nodded. "It's great that you can come, it's best to teach these merfolk a lesson." Shen Yi received the coordinates sent by Xiao Liang. Using the system map, he confirmed the location. Then he turned to Hilliard. "Now let Hilliard take me there, you all stay here for now." "Understood." Chen Yi mounted Hilliard. Following Chen Yi's instructions, Hilliard sped off quickly. After flying approximately 1,300 kilometers, they reached the coordinates. Chen Yi stood on Hilliard's back and jumped directly into the sea. Gulp! Gulp! After swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, his underwater breathing talent activated. At the same time, the super adaptation system displayed a prompt. "You've been choked by seawater. Super adaptation talent activated. Congratulations, you've acquired the passive skill, Ocean Survival. You can now swim freely in the ocean." Chen Yi felt as if he had lived in the sea since childhood. His swimming speed was incredibly fast, covering 100 meters in less than a second. With the addition of his flash ring, he reached the 5,000-meter deep seabed in under a minute. This area of the sea was teeming with rare fish. Various crabs, lobsters, groupers, and anglerfish were abundant. Just as he arrived, Chen Yi heard a strange sound. Using the red mist system, he translated the meaning of the sound. "Who are you to dare trespass into my king's territory?" Two fishmen holding tridents approached him. These fishmen were nothing like the mermaids in fairy tales. Their entire bodies were blue-green, their faces covered in scales and gills. Their eyes were as large as copper bells. Their lower halves were fishtails, while their upper halves had webbed hands, with long fins extending from their heads and backs. Overall, they looked like alien creatures. Chen Yi casually checked the attributes of one of the fishmen. Merfolk age, level, 24, rank, elite, base strength, 36, base constitution, 24, base agility, 24, base intelligence, 24, talent, strong and robust, grade D, skills, darting thrust, bubble spit. It seemed to be an elite monster. Having a grade D talent was rare among elite monsters. However, this fishman was only level 24, while the Merfolk King was already level 72. The gap was enormous, the leveling speed was astonishing. Chen Yi swam directly to the two mermaids. "I am an envoy sent by Yen Huang, and I need to see your king now." The two mermaids scrutinized him. "Nonsense, the Yen Huang envoy has already gone in." Chen Yi explained, "Your authority is not as great as mine. I am here as their representative." Hearing this, one of the mermaids nodded. "All right, I'll go inform my king." After waiting for about 5 minutes, the mermaid returned. "My king agrees to see you. Follow me." Chen Yi nodded. "All right." With that, he followed the two mermaids toward the palace. The so-called palace was actually just a plaza made of coral and stones, with no roof. At the center of the plaza, a plump mermaid holding a trident sat on a large rock. Xiao Liang and Johan were also seated nearby, along with a shark-faced man who appeared to be from the Lighthouse Nation. Seeing Chen Yi approach, Xiao Liang and Johan quickly came forward. "You're here." Chen Yi nodded. "What's the situation now?" Xiao Liang shook his head. "Not good. The Mermaid King is too arrogant and refuses to listen to anything." Hearing this, Chen Yi turned his gaze toward the Mermaid King. Mermaid King Halo level, 72 rank, Diamond. Base strength, 720, plus 720, base constitution, 720, plus 720, base agility, 720, plus 720, base intelligence, 720, plus 720, talent, Sea God Incarnation, SSS level, Sea God Incarnation. During combat in the sea, defense and attack are increased 100-fold, all base attributes are doubled, and the ability to change body size at will is granted. The larger the body size, the stronger the vitality, attack power, and defense. The talent becomes ineffective outside the ocean. Skills: Raging Waves, Hidden Currents, Liquid Body, Sea Blade, Oceans. Protection. Equipment: Sea God Trident, Unique, Fat. That was Chen Yi's first impression of the Mermaid King. This guy had clearly eaten plenty of good food, with a body size at least 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary mermaid. Especially with the Sea God Incarnation talent, his strength was extremely formidable. All base attributes were directly doubled to over 1400. At this moment, the Mermaid King spoke in a rough voice. Are you the envoy sent by Yen Huang? The Lighthouse Nation representative, upon seeing Chen Yi, immediately walked over. Obediently. Greetings, Mage God. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The Mermaid King was visibly astonished. Earlier, he had seen the shark-faced man being tough with the other two, but now he was showing such respect to Chen Yi. It seemed Chen Yi's status was indeed very high. Chen Yi nodded to the Lighthouse Nation representative and answered the Mermaid King's question. That's right, I am the Yenhuan envoy, and I want to have a proper discussion with you. Ha ha ha. The Mermaid King clearly did not take Chen Yi seriously. He lacked any insight-related skills and could not discern Chen Yi's true strength. You want to talk to me too? He glanced at Xiao Liang. Even if you're invincible, I won't be afraid. Chen Yi smiled. To subdue this Mermaid King, he would need to use some tough measures. I would like to invite the Mermaid King to watch a performance. I wonder if you'd be willing to honor me with your presence. Hearing that Chen Yi wanted to perform, the Mermaid King became interested. Alright, then go ahead and perform. Chen Yi looked around. This place isn't very convenient. I think it's better to perform on the sea surface. Fine, I want to see your performance. The Mermaid King led the way toward the surface. The other mermaid guards in Xiao Liang's group followed. Before long, Chen Yi reached the sea surface. At this moment, the sea was calm and tranquil. Hilliard was still circling in the sky, waiting for Chen Yi's signal. Everyone had surfaced, and the Mermaid King seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the sea surface but quickly suppressed it. Then, the Mermaid King looked at Chen Yi. Can you start the performance? Now. Chen Yi nodded. Of course, now is perfect. He turned to look toward the southern sea area. Mermaid King, are there any of your people in this area? No, stop wasting time and get on with the performance. Don't dawdle. Chen Yi said no more but thought to himself, just wait and see, you'll be the one crying. After speaking, Chen Yi began chanting Ice Prison. Judgment. Beautiful ice blue snowflakes scattered over the southern sea. The Mermaid King, seeing snow for the first time, widened his eyes in astonishment. But in the next moment, as the snowflakes touched the seawater, they instantly released an extreme cold, freezing the water. As more snowflakes fell, the sea surface gradually formed a thick layer of ice, spanning thousands of miles. Soon, countless tentacles appeared on the ice, violently striking the surface. Boom! 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 Each impact sounded like a massive explosion. The Mermaid King's expression turned fearful. If Chen Yi had unleashed this move underwater earlier, all his kin would have been annihilated. He finally understood that Chen Yi's power was truly at the pinnacle. No matter how strong he became in the ocean, he could never defeat Chen Yi, as he was inherently restrained by this move. Thinking of this, the Mermaid King's arrogance faded, and he approached Chen Yi. Great envoy of Yenhuang, the merfolk are willing to ally with you. Oh, is that so? Chen Yi's sharp gaze fixed on the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King grew nervous. Chen Yi spoke coldly, this time, I'm not here to form an alliance. I want the merfolk to become a subordinate race of Yenhuang. From now on, half of the experience and gold coins the merfolk earn must be handed over to Yenhuang. Additionally, rare ocean materials must be submitted annually. Do you agree? Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the Mermaid King's face turned bitter. Chen Yi continued, from now on, you are forbidden to collect experience and gold coins from the merfolk. If you want to level up, you'll have to rely on yourself. Within a year, not only must you continue the tributes, but you must also raise the average level of the merfolk to level 30. Hearing this, the Mermaid King felt utterly helpless. But Chen Yi's overwhelming power left him no room to resist, any opposition would be futile. Thus, the Mermaid King could only nod in agreement, alright, I'll do it. Seeing his reluctant compliance, Chen Yi knew the Mermaid King still harbored resentment. So, he unleashed Ice Prison Judgment again over the southern sea. Witnessing the move, the Mermaid King finally submitted completely. Wow, so your skills don't have cooldowns. If you unleashed a dozen of these, the merfolk would be doomed. Just imagining it made the Mermaid King's scalp tingle. Seeing the Mermaid King had yielded, the man from Lighthouse Nation had no reason to stay any longer. Master Mage, I'll take my leave now. Chen Yi nodded, go ahead. The man from Lighthouse Nation immediately transformed into a gray-white shark and swam away into the distance. At this moment, a notification sounded in Chen Yi's ear, your Ice Prison Judgment has leveled up to level 2, with the Supreme Banner's blessing, its current level is 4. Phew, it finally leveled up.
Shen-Yi had thought Ice Prison Judgment wouldn't level up anymore, but unexpectedly, it had advanced. If it leveled up once more, he would discover its special effects. Only top-tier skills have such unique effects, and their power is undoubtedly extraordinary. Shen-Yi then turned his attention to Falling Stars. Falling Stars was still at level 1, despite him using it far more frequently than Ice Prison Judgment. It seemed that upgrading SSS level skills was even harder than top-tier ones. Shen-Yi felt a bit speechless. He looked at the Mermaid King. You don't need to worry about the rest here. Someone from Yanhuang will handle the handover with you. The Mermaid King obediently swam downward. At this moment, Hilliard responded to Chen-Yi's summons, bringing 3 people as they flew toward the coast. The matter was successfully resolved. Xiao Liang stated that he would apply for all the experience and gold coins the merfolk contributed annually to be given to Chen-Yi, as Chen-Yi was the key figure behind their submission. Naturally, Chen-Yi didn't refuse. The annual contribution from the merfolk was substantial enough to help him level up to 90 faster. In his previous life, the first level 100 powerhouse took over 10 years to reach level 100. Yet Chen-Yi, in less than half a year, had already reached level 84. It was practically like cheating. Returning to the shore, the members of the Celestial Bureau had already gathered. Upon learning that the merfolk had agreed to become a vassal of Yanhuang, everyone was delighted. Chen-Yi directly eliminated the oceanic threat. With the merfolk guarding the seas and the Great Wall of Fire, Yanhuang was now an impenetrable fortress. At that moment, a grand system announcement echoed. The first calamity has officially ended. The mysterious merchant has been refreshed. All calamity creatures will disappear in 10 seconds, and all humans are rewarded with +1 level. Immediately after, the system announcement repeated 10 times. Except for those stuck at level caps, everyone's bodies emitted a flash of light. Even those at the cap received a full level's worth of experience in gold. Chen-Yi leveled up from 84 to 85, saving a significant amount of time. Upon hearing the news, the people at the Celestial Bureau were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. The calamity is finally over. We don't have to live in constant fear anymore. Honey, we don't have to stay on the rooftop anymore. Yeah, it's been so tough. But does this mean leveling up will be slower now? Without those monsters, it'll be harder to gain experience. Doesn't matter, it's better than hiding from monsters every day, living in fear. Netizens online were also overjoyed. It's finally over. Who knows how many people the first calamity killed? It was like a nightmare. Yeah, no one can even say what the outside world looks like now. I just checked. All the undead have disappeared, as if they were never there. It's worrying. Could there be more disasters like this in the future? The first calamity just ended. Who knows if there'll be a second, third, or even worse disasters? Stop overthinking. The most important thing now is to quickly strengthen ourselves. Strength is key. Exactly. Anyone want to team up to clear nests? I'm almost done collecting a full set of C-grade gear. Once I complete it, it'll definitely be better than wearing a bunch of scattered B-grade pieces. Man, you're lucky. All I've gotten are potions and scrolls. High prices for skill books. Selling skill books at high prices. What skill books? I want one. The Holy Light series. Anyone interested? No thanks. Now that the undead calamity is over, are Holy Light skill books even worth anything? Ugh, I hoarded over a dozen Holy Light skill books, and now I've lost everything. Ah, serves you right. Black marketeers deserve this. It's because of you profiteers that we couldn't afford Holy Light skill books, and so many of our forces died. Ah, my light attribute gear has also dropped in price. And the Holy Light series. Enchantment scrolls and potions. The merchants were both laughing and crying. It was like a major game update, where prices fluctuated wildly afterward. Almost all merchants suffered heavy losses. Some even went bankrupt, unable to repay loans from big traders. What's this mysterious merchant mentioned in the announcement? Do you guys know? Mysterious merchant? Yeah, the announcement said. The mysterious merchant has been refreshed. Can we buy things from them? No idea. Where do they appear? I ran into one. Dressed in a black robe, exuding an invincible aura. When you get close, you can open a trading interface with tons of great items. Me too. The shop even had SSS grade skill books. It's a goldmine. What? SSS grade skill books? Where? I want to check it out too. SSS grade skill books? This is an opportunity we can't miss. Don't just dream about it. To buy these items, you need dimensional shards. Experience and gold coins won't work.
What? Dimensional shards? I don't have any.
I do. 1 dimensional shard is worth 1 billion experience coins. First come, first served.
Why don't you just rob someone? I tried. The moment it was listed, it was snatched up. Looks like dimensional shards are really rare. Mine was snatched up too. I found it in the wild when a dimensional rift closed and dropped a dimensional shard. Could it be that only dimensional rifts drop dimensional fragments? Don't even mention it. I just saw an SSS level skill book that costs 10,000 dimensional fragments. That's way too expensive. No matter what, if there's a chance to get an SSS level skill book, you absolutely can't miss it. Shenny also saw the news about the mysterious merchant's refresh. However, he currently only had a little over 200 dimensional fragments, enough to exchange for just one S-level skill. It seemed he needed to quickly find a dimensional rift.
Just then, someone from the Celestial Bureau suddenly shouted, "Archmage! Director Xia, a mysterious merchant has appeared by the seaside, come take a look." Chunyi's heart leapt with excitement upon hearing this.
Where? Let me see. Right behind a coconut tree, follow me. Everyone followed him over.
Before long, they saw a mysterious merchant glowing with golden light, in an invincible state. Chenyi activated his insight eye to examine the attributes of this
mysterious merchant.
Mysterious merchant, level, *50, grade, *common, base strength, *50, base constitution, *50, base agility, *50, base intelligence, *50, talent, eternal invincibility, SSS level, invincibility, permanently in an invincible state, skill, mysterious shop, players can connect to the mysterious shop through the
mysterious merchant.
This mysterious merchant had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. In his previous life, Chenyi didn't have the insight eye and couldn't see these attributes, so he had held the
mysterious merchant in great awe.
He never expected that the mysterious merchant was only level 50 and of the most common grade. At that moment, Chenyi suddenly remembered the Viper's Fang in his backpack. If he used the Viper's Fang to kill the mysterious merchant, would it drop a skill book? This thought made Chenyi's heart race. If he could get a skill book, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of hunting for dimensional fragments. However, the description of the mysterious shop made him hesitate. Could it be that the skill books weren't actually on the merchant? Was the mysterious merchant merely a middleman? Chenyi walked up to the mysterious merchant. At this moment, the merchant's face was expressionless, coldly looking at the crowd as he said, "Would you like to purchase something?" A purchase option immediately popped up in front of Chenyi. Without hesitation, he chose to buy. The shop interface then appeared before him. It contained about 50 items, ranging from F level to SSS level equipment, items, and skill books. Chenyi ignored everything else and focused directly on the skill books. This time, the mysterious shop had refreshed 5 skill books: Doom Spike, S level, **, Dark Curse, A level, Weak Point Strike, S level, Crimson Bloom, SS level, Spear of Annihilation, SSS level. Among them, the description for Spear of Annihilation, SSS level, **, read, gather dark and earth elements to summon a Spear of Annihilation to attack enemies, ignoring their dark and earth resistances, dealing 100% piercing damage. The farther it flies, the stronger its power. Incredibly powerful. Seeing this SSS level, Spear of Annihilation, Chenyi was so excited he almost jumped up. It was practically tailor-made for him. The other members of the Celestial Bureau also saw the various treasures in the shop and were all amazed. Sui Tang couldn't help but say, "If only I could get Wings of Nature, it's a super support skill for group healing in flight." Su Qiaoer was equally astonished. "Your shop actually has such amazing skill books?" "The best support skill book in my shop is only the A level, Heavenly Grace." Everyone began sharing the items in their respective shops, only to discover that each person saw different things. Chenyi explained, "That's how the mysterious merchant works. Everyone sees different items." In his previous life, he hadn't understood this, but now, with the inside eye, he finally got it. The mysterious merchant was essentially a broker. The items in the mysterious shop refreshed every 3 months. If you didn't buy anything within 3 months, the items would be replaced. However, Chenyi couldn't help but feel unwilling to let the mysterious merchant go without killing him. If he could drop a skill book, wouldn't that save a lot of time? Thinking of this, he turned to Xiao Liang, "Xiao Liang, you take the people from the Tianji Bureau and leave first.
Hilliard will take you. And I'll catch up later. Although Xiao Liang didn't understand why Chen suddenly said this, he knew something must be up, so he called out to the group, "Let's go. There are plenty of mysterious merchants elsewhere." "Alright." Sui Tang glanced at Chen worriedly. "Brother E, are you okay?" Chen shook his head. "I'm fine. You go ahead." "Okay." Soon, Hilliard took Xiao Liang and the others away from the scene.
Now only Calantriel and Buster remained. The Undying Phoenix had also been summoned back to the pet space. The mysterious merchant was completely unguarded.
Chen drew the
Serpent's Fang and quietly approached the mysterious merchant from behind, stabbing forward.
Clang!
The Serpent's Fang was blocked by the protective golden light surrounding the mysterious merchant.
But,
in the next moment, the withering of all things effect at the tip of the Serpent's Fang began to spread across the protective golden light. The golden light started to waver and quickly withered. Finally, the protective golden light dissipated into a stream of light and vanished into the air. The mysterious merchant was also eroded by the withering of all things, turning into a pile of ashes.
Chen glanced around. The mysterious merchant didn't drop any equipment, nor did his experience or gold increase.
He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that killing mysterious merchants to get skill books wasn't a reliable method. Next, Chen took out the severed hand that had been cut off by the dimensional rift and began using the cosmic star map from the Supreme Treasure to locate the
undead dimension.
Only worlds that produce dimensional rifts will drop dimensional fragments. In other words, the appearance of a dimensional rift indicates that the world is already incomplete, and
its defenses are significantly weakened. A complete world cannot be easily destroyed.
Chen kept searching, continuously tracking the undead dimension by following the aura of the severed hand. As long as he found a dimension with the same aura, he could locate the target. Finally, perhaps luck was on his side. After 3 hours of aimless searching, Chen found the treasure of the undead
dimension.
This treasure was rated as A grade, not particularly valuable. Chen Yi's goal wasn't the treasure itself but to use it to enter the undead dimension. With less than 2 days left until the national war, time was tight, and he had to act quickly. At this moment, Hilliard returned. Seeing this, Chen immediately took Calantriel and Buster through the treasure gate. This time, it wasn't for the treasure but to destroy this world, so he had to bring enough manpower. Passing through the treasure gate, Chen found himself in a canyon. Through the canyon, he could still see the sky. The sky of the undead dimension was gray, perpetually shrouded in undead aura. The Undying Phoenix became very excited upon arriving here. "Master, the aura of this undead world is even stronger than
what I've seen before." Chen nodded.
"Yes, the most important thing now is to destroy this world.
Let's split up as we did on the battlefield before.
Hilliard, come with me to the east.
Calantriel, you head north.
Grezel, you go south.
Buster, you go west.
The goal this time is to destroy this world.
Deal with any undead you encounter along the way.
Destroy as you see fit, and collect any dimensional fragments that drop. Understood?"
"Understood."
"Alright, move out." As soon as the words were spoken, the Undying Phoenix was the first to fly out of the canyon, followed closely by Calantriel and Buster. Just as Chen was about to leave with Hilliard, the canyon where the A-grade treasure was buried suddenly began to tremble. A portal of light appeared not far from him. From the portal emerged a white-robed wizard and 2 young individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The man was clad in full mithril armor, holding a silver sword encrusted with gemstones.
The woman was dressed
elegantly, exuding an air of intelligence and competence. The old wizard walked while speaking to the man. "Here lies the skull of an ancient dragon.
Inside, there is dragon soul grass that can heal the
wounds of the undead, as well as the dragon slayer sword that was once used to kill dragons. The skeleton king Thor will surely fall under your sword." Hearing the old man's words, the man nodded and then turned to the woman.
"Princess Lilith, I will definitely avenge your father."
After speaking, the man's gaze became fiery and resolute.
"Ares, don't be like this."
Lilith felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but she knew she could only rely on this man to complete her revenge. Thinking of this, Lilith's mood suddenly became heavy. At this moment, the 3 of them noticed Chen standing not far away.
Chen was examining their attributes.
Grand Mage Anthony level, 65 grade, Dark Gold Battle Saint Ares level, 85 grade, Diamond Princess Lilith level, 45 grade, Diamond. Unexpectedly, someone had already arrived at Dragon Canyon ahead of them.
Anthony stepped forward and asked, "Friend, did you take the treasures here?" Chen Yi had no interest in wasting words with them.
The most important thing now was to destroy the undead dimension. He stood on top of Hilliard and said, "Hilliard, let's go."
"Where do you think you're going?" Anthony shouted. "Hand over the dragon. Slayer sword."
Anthony conjured a massive wind blade, which shot toward Hilliard like a giant arrow. But the wind blade couldn't harm Hilliard, the god of wind eagles.
Chen Yi frowned, then suddenly
hurled a fireball from his hand. Seeing the fireball, Anthony was terrified and quickly pulled out various protective scrolls and items from his spatial ring, layering shield after shield on himself.
Boom!
The fireball exploded, and the entire canyon collapsed under the powerful impact. Amid the dust and debris, Ares tightly shielded Lilith, his armor shattered and his body covered in wounds.
Anthony, on the other hand, was knocked unconscious by the fireball's shockwave.
Chen Yi glanced at the still-alive Anthony, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. A level 65 dark gold creature could withstand so much. It seemed those items were indeed effective. Ignoring the three of them, he commanded Hilliard to fly eastward. As they flew, Chen Yi continuously unleashed starfall, causing earth-shaking
impacts. Boom! The aftershocks once again affected the trio.
Ares spat blood from the shock, and half of Anthony's body was destroyed.
Watching Chen Yi disappear into the distance, Lilith's eyes sparkled. "Now that's a true powerhouse."
Ares glared angrily in the direction Chen Yi had left.
"Damn it, attacking without a word, he's unworthy of the image of a strongman in my heart."
Lilith
frowned, thinking to herself that it was clearly Anthony who attacked first. How could Ares be so selfish?
She looked again in the direction Chen Yi had gone, secretly thinking how great it would be to recruit such a powerful figure. At that moment, a faint voice came through, "Ouch." Seeing that Anthony was still alive, Ares quickly pulled out a healing scroll from his spatial ring to stop his bleeding. After all, they still needed Anthony to open the portal. Although Ares could open it himself, it would require consuming an extremely precious spatial scroll.
Anthony slowly regained consciousness.
His eyes filled with fear. The experience just now was something he would never forget.
He looked at Ares.
"Now, let's continue searching for the Dragon Slayer sword."
Meanwhile, Chen Yi had already flown over 100 kilometers.
This was the result of him deliberately having Hilliard slow down, otherwise, some areas wouldn't have been destroyed thoroughly enough.
He hadn't used the Doomsday bomb because it would also destroy the dimensional fragments.
At this moment, while releasing skills, he was pondering a question: if even A-grade treasures were being contested, wouldn't the other
treasures be even more dangerous?
Treasures placed there weren't guaranteed to be yours just because you knew their location. Whoever found them first would win. It seemed he needed to hurry and find the treasures. At the very least, he had to secure those 22 SSS grade treasures.
An SSS grade treasure alone could grant him a powerful weapon like the Divine Armament. If the remaining 22 treasures can be collected, the rewards would be unimaginable.
No wonder the introduction to the Supreme Treasure states that even the most ordinary person could become a god upon obtaining it. Chen Yi withdrew his thoughts and continued forward, focusing on dealing with the undead and the destructive environment of the undead world. Before the undead could react, they were completely annihilated by his falling stars spell. This allowed Chen Yi to get a clear view of the undead world.
The terrain here was similar to Blue Star, even the plants looked alike. However, these plants carried a
heavy aura of death. If a living person consumed them, they would undoubtedly turn into undead immediately. At that moment, Chen Yi spotted a massive river stretching over 10,000 miles in the distance. The river was 500 kilometers wide, presenting a spectacular sight. But the water made his scalp tingle, as the surface was covered with floating corpses and chunks of flesh. Various undead wandered along the riverbanks, while abominations stood by the shore, fishing out pieces of flesh to sew into their bodies as they selected suitable materials. The river also contained numerous undead pythons, constantly devouring the flesh chunks. Seeing such a scene made Chen Yi feel uncomfortable, but after a while, he adapted and no longer minded. Faced with the situation before him,
Chen Yi did not hesitate and directly unleashed his upgraded level 2 Ice Prison J. Introduction: Dare to attack me? You're courting death.
Skills: Death's Command, Soul Insight, and Eye for an Eye.
Twilight's Ruin, Dusk Requiem. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was so shocked he couldn't speak. Wow, these stats are simply insane.
It's almost at the level of a supreme being.
There's no way to win. Chen Yi immediately came to a conclusion. There's absolutely no way to beat it.
Even if the undying Nether Phoenix came, it wouldn't stand a chance.
Moreover, judging by the way this sinful dragon was
chained, it must have been punished.
It probably can't even come out to fight Chen-Yi head-on. Chen-Yi currently had no skill to conceal his presence, nor any means like the serpent's fang, so there was no way to kill it.
Insect, I envy your freedom, the sinful dragon spoke at this moment.
Free me, and I will grant you invincible power. Chen-Yi almost burst out laughing. Oh, it even wants to bestow power now. At this moment, Hilliard couldn't help but ask, Master, can I fight this guy? It's overestimating itself. Chen-Yi nodded, you can fight, but let's retreat first. Right now, we can't.
Kill this dragon, and destroying this world is impossible.
At most, its head can be chopped off. Understood, Master. Seeing Chen-Yi preparing to leave, the sinful dragon panicked. Don't go, it shouted, spewing a stream of black flames to try to stop Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi was getting annoyed. This guy was really persistent.
Then, Chen-Yi directly activated the God Armament.
The God Armament transformed
into an arm guard on his right arm.
The Doomsday Bomb had a long cooldown, but if not now, then when?
Chen-Yi decided to use his resurrection opportunity to throw the Doomsday Bomb directly into the world behind the sinful dragon.
Hilliard, charge! Yes, Master. Chen-Yi aimed at the Void Rift. Boom! The black bomb roared into the rift.
Chen-Yi felt the earth-shattering power.
Quick! Let's go! Fly to the end of this river.
Hilliard accelerated, flying into the distance. At this moment, Hilliard had never felt himself fly so fast.
The sinful dragon also sensed the bomb behind it.
That was a bomb capable of destroying everything.
No!
With a loud explosion, the void rift was completely shattered. The sinful dragon was annihilated on the spot.
Chen-Yi's backpack was instantly
filled with countless experience points and gold coins. Besides the sinful dragon, it seemed many other unknown creatures were also killed.
Crack, crack.
Centered on the void rift, black fissures, spanning thousands of kilometers rapidly spread, covering the entire sky of the undead dimension. At the place where the sinful dragon perished, a black thread stretched across thousands of miles,
wrapping around Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi immediately felt the entire world plunge into darkness.
At this moment, the black phoenix ring on his finger glimmered faintly.
Chen-Yi's entire body turned into a mass of black flames.
He only needed to wait 5 minutes to resurrect. The fissures in the undead dimension also began to heal.
In the sky, fragments of the other dimension fell like raindrops.
Hilliard
didn't remain idle, whipping up a storm to collect all the fragments he could see.
5 minutes later, a figure slowly rose from the black flames.
Chen-Yi moved slightly, feeling everything was normal.
However, the black phoenix ring now had cracks. Once the resurrection attempts were used up, the ring would shatter completely.
Chen-Yi glanced at the experience points and gold coins in his backpack.
There were so many zeros he didn't bother counting and used them all at once.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
3 golden lights flashed, and Chen-Yi instantly leveled up to 88, with 14.2% progress.
This was incredible.
He had directly reached level 88. Only 2 levels away from unlocking the reality becomes illusion skill at level 90.
Chen-Yi was ecstatic, but relying on just one sinful dragon to gain 3 levels seemed unlikely. There must have been other creatures.
It was highly probable that the Doomsday Bomb had destroyed the world behind the sinful dragon as well. That world must have had high-level creatures, helping him gain levels. Hilliard said, Master, these are the dimensional fragments that just dropped.
He handed all the fragments to Chen-Yi. Seeing the quantity, Chen-Yi was stunned. There were a total of 7,897 pieces. Now his total number of fragments exceeded 8,000. He could soon exchange them for that SSS level skill book.
But at this moment, the sky of the undead dimension had already been restored. Chen-Yi looked at the scene before him and said without hesitation, let's go back now. I want to see for myself what exactly is hidden behind this void rift.
Yes, Master. Hilliard responded and began to turn back.
Before long, Hilliard returned to the previous void rift. At this moment, the rift no longer had flesh and blood flowing through it.
Behind it was an empty, pitch-black void, as if everything had turned into nothingness. Chen-Yi hadn't expected the power of the Doomsday Bomb to far exceed his expectations. After all, this Doomsday Bomb could
even destroy the sun, so the destruction of a world was not surprising. However, Chen-Yi kept pondering one question in his mind: why are some unique pieces of equipment pathetically weak, while others
are astonishingly powerful?
The weak ones, like the Crown of Life and Maiden's Embrace, at most could grant immunity to magic and poison damage. The strong ones, like this God Armament, were capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The disparity was enormous in comparison. At that moment, the void rift began to slowly heal. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately summoned falling stars. One meteor after another crashed into the void rift. Occasionally, fragments from another dimension would eject from the rift. Watching this scene, Chen Yi felt that if he persisted a little longer, he could gather all the fragments needed to exchange for an SSS level skill. Just then, from the direction of the river's end, a knight clad in frost armor, riding a nightmare warhorse, charged through the air toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately recognized the Frost Knight. A living being has arrived. Soon, the Frost Knight appeared before Chen Yi. Who are you to dare destroy the Abyss Rift without permission? Chen Yi simultaneously pulled up the knight's attributes. Apocalypse Knight Tyrell, level, *100, rank, *mythical, base strength, *1538, base constitution, *1534, base agility, *1643, base intelligence, *1344, talent, physical immunity, SS level, magic immunity, SS level, skills, dual kill, invincible charge, dance of victory, weapon blessing. Skyward slash, equipment, sword of ruin, SSS level, armor of sin scars, SSS level, mount, nightmare warhorse, SSS level, description, the Lich King's top general, once the strongest in a certain world, resurrected by the Lich King, now transformed into an undead, possessing even greater power. Looking at the knight's attributes, Chen Yi was astonished. Physical and magical attacks were both immune. Coupled with those skills, this knight was definitely among the upper tier of mythical creatures. At this moment, the Apocalypse Knight, seeing that Chen Yi was ignoring him, directly drew the Sword of Ruin from his back. In that case, you shall remain here forever. With that, the Apocalypse Knight immediately cast Weapon Blessing on the Sword of Ruin. Endless black undead energy surged onto the blade. The attack power of the Sword of Ruin instantly doubled. Chen Yi took out the Soul Cube, calculating in his mind whether it could temporarily control the Apocalypse Knight, then used the Serpent's Fang to poison him to death. However, soul enslavement required a high hit rate, and back when he enslaved Chu Tianxiao, it was only because he caught him off guard. Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to fly around the Apocalypse Knight. At this moment, Hilliard's agility, boosted by the Summoner's Medal, had reached an astonishing 1890. The Apocalypse Knight, riding the Nightmare Warhorse, couldn't catch up to Chen Yi at all. But for Chen Yi, facing a knight immune to both physical and magical attacks, magic was completely ineffective and couldn't harm him. The two chased each other in the undead dimension, killing countless undead in the process. The Apocalypse Knight grew increasingly furious. Suddenly, he severed his own left arm, which turned into a blood mist and enveloped the Sword of Ruin. Skyward slash. Boom! A dazzling red sword beam tore through the clouds. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, sunlight shone upon the undead dimension. Chen Yi looked up and saw an ancient sun emitting a dim red glow. The red sword beam seemed to lock onto Chen Yi, flying straight toward him. Chen Yi turned to Hilliard. Prepare to catch me. With that, he activated the blink ring, instantly teleporting 100 meters away. The sword light suddenly shifted direction, heading straight for Chen Yi. The Apocalypse Knight sneered, "No matter what you do, you can't escape my fatal strike." As the flash cooldown ended, Chen Yi teleported again. Just as the red sword was about to hit, the God's Wrath earrings emitted a red glow, enveloping him. The sword light struck Chen Yi. Clang! A spatial ripple spread out from Chen Yi, instantly turning the surrounding undead and mountains into ashes. The ground became unnaturally clean, flattened to a despairing degree. Chen Yi was sent flying by the ripple, but just before he hit the ground, Hilliard caught him in time, landing steadily on his head. Chen Yi marveled at the power of this sky-shattering strike, but it was clearly achieved at the cost of a severed arm. The Apocalypse Knight roared in fury, "Why? My strongest strike can't even hurt you. I'll kill you." He charged at Chen Yi on his Nightmare Warhorse, driven mad by his severed arm. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to rush toward the Apocalypse Knight. In the moment they passed each other, Chen Yi teleported onto the Nightmare Warhorse. The horse neighed, its body igniting with white flames, trying to throw Chen Yi off. However, Chen Yi, wearing the phoenix robe of the underworld, was completely immune to fire damage. In the next second, before the Apocalypse Knight could react, Chen Yi pressed the soul cube against him. "Enslave the soul!" Chen Yi shouted. A black countdown appeared above the Apocalypse Knight's head. 3, 2. Only 3 seconds. Shen-Yi quickly pulled out the Viper's Fang and stabbed the Apocalypse Knight in the back, then teleported into the air, where Hilliard caught him in time. The powerful force of universal decay erupted. The Apocalypse Knight instantly turned to ashes, and even his Nightmare Warhorse was affected, dying alongside its master with a painful scream. From the Apocalypse Knight's body, over 100 interdimensional fragments suddenly emerged. However, under the influence of universal decay, these fragments quickly withered and disappeared. Shen-Yi looked regretfully at the 2 SSS-grade pieces of equipment on the Apocalypse Knight, which also turned to dust. He hadn't expected universal decay to be so powerful that even equipment and interdimensional fragments couldn't escape its effects. With only 3 seconds earlier, Shen-Yi certainly couldn't have asked the Apocalypse Knight to remove his equipment and fight him. At this moment, Shen-Yi collected all the experience points and gold coins dropped by the Apocalypse Knight, leveling up directly to level 88, with 16.2% progress, 2% more than before. He felt that his world-destroying bomb must have killed quite a few level 100 powerhouses, otherwise, how could he have leveled up 3 times in one go? Looking at the 8,200 interdimensional fragments in his backpack, Shen-Yi felt he was getting closer to his goal. Initially, he had planned to destroy the undead dimension, but destroying an entire world was far more difficult than he had imagined. He couldn't understand how the Somo people had managed to create the world-destroying bomb in the first place. Now, Shen-Yi had adjusted his goal to simply collecting 10,000 interdimensional fragments. Then, he instructed Hilliard to fly toward the end of the river. The river's source had already been destroyed by Shen-Yi, but no one knew what lay at its end. Could it be the Sea of the Undead? At this moment, the river began to dry up, and Shen-Yi used the dried riverbed to determine the direction forward. Thus, Shen-Yi continued to wreak havoc in the undead dimension, heading straight for the river's end. As time passed, he gradually saw the river's terminus. Seeing the scene before him, Shen-Yi murmured, as expected, "The end of the river is a sea of the undead." Before him stretched an endless ocean, its waters filled with years of accumulated blood and corpses. Countless undead roamed the sea, their wails echoing incessantly. Shen-Yi had never seen so many types of undead, some of which he couldn't even recognize. He didn't bother using the Eye of Insight to identify them. Instead, he began continuously unleashing Ice Prison Judgment. Regardless of the type of undead, they were all permanently frozen in this Sea of the Undead. Shen-Yi scanned the vast Sea of the Undead. It was enormous, so vast that even if Hilliard flew 10,000 meters into the sky, the end would still be out of sight. As he flew, Shen-Yi lost count of how many times he had cast Ice Prison Judgment. Suddenly, an undead island appeared before him. This island was massive, covering an area of about 2,000 square kilometers, and was densely packed with countless undead structures. The undead on the island were different from those in the sea. They bore no bloodstains, wore luxurious clothing, and apart from their pale complexions, they were almost indistinguishable from the living, like nobles among the undead. Seeing this, Shen-Yi immediately understood, this must be the largest undead city in the undead dimension. With that realization, he didn't hesitate and unleashed Starfall. As he cast the spell, countless meteors rained down from the sky, roaring as they smashed into the city. Endless shockwaves and elemental explosions instantly destroyed the entire undead city. The undead walking within the city had no idea they were under attack, and many didn't even have time to defend themselves. Shen-Yi's backpack began to fill with experience points and gold coins. At that moment, a barrier rose from the center of the undead city. Meteors struck the barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Seeing this, Shen-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It meant the barrier wasn't indestructible. He continued casting Starfall, and cracks began to appear on the barrier. The undead finally realized they were under attack. All of them quickly gathered and launched undead skill attacks at Shen-Yi. However, Hilliard was incredibly fast, easily dodging the attacks before they could land. Just then, a massive flying skeleton burst out of the undead city. This skeleton resembled a mutated porcupine, its body covered in bone spikes. It fixed its gaze on Shen-Yi, the soul flames in its eye sockets flickering incessantly. "It's you! Give me back my ring!" With that, it swung its blade toward Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi quickly checked its attributes: Bone King Thor, level, *95, grade, *diamond, base. Strength, **950, base constitution, *950, base agility, *950, base intelligence, *950, talent, *bone resurrection, SS grade, skills, asterisk critical strike, unyielding will, undead soul. Gaze, mighty cleave. Seeing this undead, Chen Yi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter the same undead he had met before. Back then, the bone ring had been taken from Thor. Later, Chen Yi had exchanged it for the ice prison judgment spell, which had been immensely helpful to him. Thor had been quite the benefactor. But now, Thor's greatsword was already swinging toward him. However, with Hilliard's aerial protection, Thor had no chance of touching Chen Yi. He could only swing his blade wildly in the air. Chen Yi had no intention of wasting words with Thor. In the past, he would have been terrified of an undead of this level. Now, Thor was no longer a threat in his eyes. Suddenly, a scorching beam of light struck Thor. He couldn't withstand it at all. The searing ray sliced through him, setting his entire body ablaze and emitting thick black smoke. In the blink of an eye, Thor was cut into 8 pieces by Chen Yi's scorching ray, turning into 8 balls of flame that fell into the sea of the undead. Seeing this, the other undead were terrified. After all, Thor was the strongest undead here. With the Lich King absent, the remaining undead scattered in fear. They fled in all directions like loose sand, trying to escape the undead city. Amidst the fleeing undead, a vampire baron was hurriedly carving a magic circle. He anxiously glanced at the undead barrier, which was under constant attack. This was a summoning circle for the Lich King's projection, capable of temporarily summoning the Lich King's image from afar. Finally, a bright light rose. A massive projection appeared in the sky above the undead city. The projection was covered in skulls, with flesh turned inside out, resembling a grotesque humanoid experiment gone wrong. Who are you to dare touch my undead? Chen Yi stopped his attack. He could tell this was just a projection, even without using the Eye of Insight. He directly said, "I'm here to challenge you, come out." The Lich King's projection was clearly furious. Well, it's been a long time since I've heard someone speak to me like this. The last human who dared talk to me this way has grass growing 3 feet high on their grave. With that, the projection disappeared. Chen Yi didn't care and continued attacking the undead in front of him. Boom! 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 With the continuous explosions, cracks began to appear on the island, and blood water surged in. Eventually, the entire island collapsed and disappeared into the sea of undead. Chen Yi did not leave, he continued to wait in the sea of undead. At this moment, the sea of undead had been frozen by Chen Yi, and he stood on the ice as steadily as if on solid ground. His figure transformed into Thor's appearance, allowing Hilliard to leave the area. Next, he prepared to strike unexpectedly. He increasingly missed Jean Huanger, not her as a person, but the shadow cloak she had once used. That cloak was even better than invisibility, completely concealing any trace of presence. If he could obtain such a talent or equipment, no one would escape his ambush. By then, all his attack skills might become unnecessary. After all, holding the Viper's Fang that could kill anything instantly, would he need any other skills? Before long, Chen Yi saw a massive dark cloud rapidly approaching. The cloud formed into the shape of a skull and hovered above the sea of undead. The Lich King finally appeared, standing about 3 meters tall, equipped with strange gear. Chen Yi immediately checked the Lich King's attributes. Lich King Asta, level 115. Rank, Supreme, base strength, 2300, base constitution, 2300, base agility, 2300, base intelligence, 2310, talent, immortal soul, SSS level, skills, death decay, frost armor, dark ritual, frost nova. Facing this supreme being, Chen Yi felt a tightness in his chest. The Lich King scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where is that person from earlier?" "My lord, that person has already left. Surely frightened by your might." The Lich King stared at Chen Yi, his eyes full of suspicion. "Who are you?" "Thor would never call me my lord." Chen Yi remained completely calm. "Of course, I am Thor." With that, he took out the holy statue and locked onto the Lich King. "Lich King, do you dare distrust me?" The moment the Lich King saw the holy statue, he was instantly enraged. "Damn servant of the light." He immediately unleashed Death Decay to attack Chen Yi. The Lich King's Death Decay could drain 50% of the target's life per second, far stronger than the Diamond Lich Chen Yi had encountered before. In an instant, the holy statue in Chen Yi's hand emitted a beam of light, reflecting the Lich King's Death Decay back at him. The Lich King suddenly felt his life force continuously decreasing and then increasing, back and forth, leaving him extremely uncomfortable. He immediately withdrew his attack. "What is that thing in your hand that can reflect skills back at me?" The Lich King stared at the holy statue in Chen Yi's hand, his eyes filled with desire. If he could obtain this item, his power would surely grow stronger. Chen Yi chuckled. It's your father. The Lich King flew into a rage. How dare you mock me? He immediately unleashed Frost Nova. The endless cold turned the surroundings into a deathly silence. But the Lich King was mistaken. No matter what damage he inflicted on Chen Yi, it ultimately rebounded onto himself. At this moment, the Lich King's body had already turned into a massive block of ice. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He picked up the Viper's Fang and directly stabbed it into the ice block. The power of desolation flowed through the ice block and into the Lich King's body. The Lich King struggled in pain and quickly broke free from the ice block. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly signaled Hilliard to take him away. After all, once the Lich King was poisoned, the toxin would contaminate the entire Sea of the Undead. Chen Yi had no intention of being affected by it. He then left the Sea of the Undead, leaving the Lich King writhing in pain on the ground. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Yi understood that even if the poison took effect, the Lich King's soul would not completely vanish. This was because every Lich King possessed a phylactery that stored a portion of their soul. Only by completely destroying the phylactery could the Lich King truly be killed. As for whether he could find the Lich King's phylactery, Chen Yi wasn't worried at all. After all, he had miraculous luck, he might just stumble upon it by taking a few random steps. At that moment, a surge of purple mist came rushing toward the shore. Standing atop Hilliard, Chen Yi observed closely. It turned out to be a diluted version of all things. Wither. The potency of this toxic mist had been reduced to a top-tier SSS level, which even his super-adaptive abilities could withstand. However, the undead in the Sea of the Undead weren't so fortunate. The toxin instantly reduced them to piles of skeletal remains. A gust of wind blew, and these skeletal remains turned to ash in an instant, leaving not even a shadow behind. Chen Yi didn't linger there. He immediately directed Hilliard to fly toward the area where the Lich King had previously been. After all, this island was the most likely place to hide the Lich King's phylactery. Soon, Chen Yi returned to the spot where the Lich King had just been corroded by the toxic mist. By now, the Lich King had already turned into a pile of ashes, and the endless purple toxic mist was still slowly eroding the ice layer. Seeing this, Chen Yi decided to blast open the ice layer to check if the Lich King's phylactery was hidden beneath the Sea of the Undead. Meteorites rained down in succession, instantly shattering the ice layer, which was tens of thousands of meters thick. Hilliard conjured a gust of wind to block the shattered ice debris from coming closer. After all, being hit by these rock-hard frozen undead remains would definitely be a bad omen. However, the seabed was completely empty. Chen Yi had previously used hundreds of starfall meteorites, destroying all possible clues. Just then, he noticed a glowing light. What was that? Chen Yi refroze the surrounding ice layer and approached the light source, only to discover it was a vampire. The vampire was holding a gemstone, and the barrier emitted by the gemstone tightly enveloped him, providing solid protection. Baron Wayne level, 70 grade, diamond. Chen Yi retrieved the gemstone from Baron Wayne's hand. Stone of protection grade, SSS effect, upon use, grants the owner a protective shield for 2 hours. Usage count, 1/2. Clearly, the gemstone already had cracks and could only be used once more. However, its defensive power was still incredibly strong, capable of withstanding so many of Chen Yi's attacks. Chen Yi walked up to Baron Wayne and asked coldly, "You're one of the Lich King's men, aren't you?" The moment Baron Wayne saw Chen Yi, his eyes were filled with terror, and he immediately begged for mercy. "Spare me, spare me." Back in the seabed, Wayne, in his bat form, had witnessed the Lich King's death firsthand. Even the Lich King was no match for Chen Yi. Wayne didn't dare to meet Chen Yi's gaze. Chen Yi stared at him and asked, "Do you know where the Lich King's phylactery is hidden?" Wayne shook his head. The Lich King never tells anyone the exact location of the phylactery. Chen Yi's eyes turned cold, and he directly used the soul enslavement skill to control him. "Now, can you tell me?" A 24-hour countdown appeared above Wayne's head, signifying that he would be enslaved and unable to resist for 24 hours. Wayne reluctantly spoke, "Although I don't know where the phylactery is, I do know where the Lich King's palace is. The phylactery is very likely hidden in his palace." Chen Yi nodded and took Wayne aboard Hilliard. "Lead the way for me." "Yes." Wayne immediately began guiding the way. Chen Yi glanced at the stone of protection in Wayne's hand. "Give it to me." "Yes." Wayne immediately handed over the gemstone. Chen Yi was delighted to gain a powerful life-saving artifact. Although the Stone of Protection only had 1 use left, its defensive power was extremely strong. Although he was immune to magic, his physical defense still had weaknesses, and this gemstone proved to be of great use. After flying 6,000 kilometers, Chenny saw a magnificent white bone palace situated on a floating mountain in the sea, towering over 10,000 meters high and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This was clearly the private residence of the Lich King, with not a single undead guard in sight. Upon entering the palace, Chenny looked at Wayne. "Have you been here before?" Wayne nodded. "I came here once with the Lich King before. That time, it was to see the undead prisoners he had detained." "Undead prisoners?" Chenny was somewhat surprised. "What are those?" Wayne explained. "The undead dimension is not a unified place. There are often undead who come to challenge the Lich King's authority. The Lich King doesn't kill them outright but instead imprisons them in the palace's dungeon." After hearing Wayne's explanation, Chenny nodded. "All right, take me to see them." "Understood." With that, Wayne led Chenny down a passageway. Perhaps the Lich King was overly confident, as none of the passageways had locked doors. Finally, Wayne brought him to the only building with a locked door. "This is where the Lich King imprisons the offenders." Chenny nodded. "Got it." Then, he used a scorching ray to destroy all the locks on the door. Carefully stepping inside, he tightly gripped the Guardian Stone in his hand. If he encountered danger, he would immediately crush the Guardian Stone to open the treasure gate and escape. After all, the prisoners here were all defeated by the Lich King. While they weren't as strong as the Lich King, they were undoubtedly level 100 creatures. Upon entering, Chenny discovered an entirely different world. It appeared to be an ordinary building, but inside, it seemed to have been transformed using spatial folding technology. Floating within the space were ice crystals of various sizes, each sealing an undead creature. The piercing cold rendered these undead completely powerless. Chenny observed the scene before him and began carefully examining the levels and strengths of these undead. How strong must they be to dare challenge the Lich King? Pale Hand Nirvana level, 98 rank, Supreme. Soul Collector. Yadin level, 102 rank, Mythical. Startomb Envoy Aura's level, 105 rank, Supreme. The more Chenny looked, the more shocked he became. A total of 23 undead creatures, and half of them were of supreme rank? What kind of world was this undead dimension to produce so many top-tier powerhouses? After all, every world has limited resources. Take Blue Star, for example. If dozens of level 100 powerhouses appeared, resources would already be stretched thin. They could only rely on the underground caverns and secret realms. But this undead dimension had so many top-tier powerhouses, it was simply unbelievable. Shaking his head, Chenny didn't dwell on it further and turned his attention to the ice crystals. These were living resources that could be absorbed for experience at any time. He drew the serpent's fang and approached the ice crystals. So what if they're supreme beings? In the end, they'll still become my experience. With that, Chenny struck each one with a single blow. In less than 30 seconds, all 23 undead creatures were pierced. The terrifying power of universal depletion spread from the ice crystals, and the frozen undead creatures were instantly devoured. Chenny quickly exited the void space. At the same time, the floating island began to shake violently. He commanded Hilliard to take off and fly him out of the palace. The floating island started to plummet. Chenny understood what had happened. Those 23 undead creatures were the core energy source the Lich King used to sustain the floating island. Now that he had killed them, the island naturally lost its support. Boom! The falling island triggered a massive wave over 20,000 meters high. Chenny took the opportunity to absorb all the experience gained from killing the undead creatures. A golden light flashed, and he directly leveled up to 89. Although the experience bar became increasingly difficult to fill, he continued to progress steadily. At this moment, the palace had completely sunk into the sea of undead, with only half of it remaining above the water's surface. Hundreds of interdimensional fragments and Wayne floated up as well. Chenny knew these were rewards for defeating undead creatures. However, the Lich King's phylactery had yet to be found. He picked up 279 interdimensional fragments. He still needed 1,500 more to complete the set. Just then, a spatial rift appeared where the floating island had once been. Chenny could see that the rift led to the same void space as before. The original ice crystals had completely vanished, and the air was filled with the toxic fumes of undead incarnations. At that moment, a phylactery flew out of the rift. Hilliard quickly used wind power to sweep the phylactery into Chenyi's hands.
Shen Yi checked its attributes and broke into a delighted smile. This time, it was surprisingly easy, he hadn't even exerted much effort. Lich King's phylactery grade, unique description, a portion of the Lich King's soul is sealed within. From inside the phylactery, the Lich King's voice echoed, "What do you want, you despicable human?" Shen Yi listened and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Starting to feel scared now? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago?"
The Lich King's imposing demeanor had completely vanished, and his voice now carried a tone of pleading, "Please, don't kill me." Although his soul was immortal, the dagger in Shen Yi's hand was too powerful, it could even wither souls. Nothing could survive before this dagger. Shen Yi ignored the Lich King, directly plunged the dagger into the phylactery, and then tossed it into the sea of undead. Ah! The Lich King's soul and the phylactery turned to ash as they fell, scattering some interdimensional fragments around. A ball of white light appeared above the ashes, and Hilliard helped Shen Yi gather the white light and the fragments.
Did equipment drop?
Shen Yi was a bit surprised, curious about what kind of gear creatures above level 110 would
drop.
He leaned closer to examine the item within the white light.
It was a ring.
Lich King's ring grade, unique effect 1 increases undead skill effects by 10 times effect 2 immunity to soul
attacks. To Shen Yi, the ring wasn't particularly useful. But was this considered unique equipment?
Compared to the soul cube, this ring was far inferior.
Shen Yi finally understood that the equipment
dropped by powerful enemies above level 110 was all of unique grade, and the effects of the equipment varied depending on the enemy's strength. The soul cube's original owner must have been far stronger than this Lich King. This also explained why the unique equipment obtained from diamond treasure chests varied so greatly.
Shen Yi couldn't help but think of the Hand of Gaia. Before its death, it could even resurrect others infinitely. Such an existence, what level had it reached? Shen Yi counted the interdimensional fragments.
This time, the Lich King had dropped 200 fragments, bringing his
total to 8,700.
He was curious about how many fragments Calanthreel and Batet had collected. With that in mind, Shen Yi began contacting them and the Undying Phoenix. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that combining their interdimensional fragments had already surpassed 10,000. Shen Yi immediately instructed Calanthreel and the others to rendezvous with him. Hilliard also flew toward
the central location.
Finally, above a mountain range, everyone gathered and pooled all the interdimensional fragments into Shen Yi's hands.
Shen Yi counted a total of 10,324 fragments, enough to exchange for that SSS level skill.
He recalled the Undying Phoenix into the pet space, had Hilliard transform into a small eagle, and opened the treasure gate, leaving with Calanthreel and Batet.
Once outside, the first thing Shen Yi did was open the forum.
Discussions about the mysterious merchant were already exploding.
Shen Yi was shocked to see that the price of a single interdimensional fragment had skyrocketed to 5 billion experience coins each, and demand far exceeded supply. Some major merchants have achieved financial freedom through currency trading across the globe. If not for
being stuck at level 50, they would already be level 70 experts by now. After all, this is a business involving billions of people worldwide, so earning such vast amounts of experience and gold coins is not surprising.
Shen Yi continued browsing the forum until a particular post caught his attention.
Someone had created a distribution map of the mysterious merchants.
There were approximately 300 mysterious merchants in the Yanhuang region. Shen Yi looked at the layout and felt a bit shocked. This was completely different from his previous life. Could his rebirth have changed something? He shook his head, thinking that overthinking now would only waste energy.
Then, following the distribution map, he went directly to the nearest mysterious merchant. At that moment, the location of the mysterious
merchant was already packed with people. However, staff from the Tianji Bureau had been dispatched to maintain order.
The queue stretched into a long line.
When the players saw Shen Yi appear, they shouted loudly, "The God of Magic is here! The God of Magic is here!"
Those who hadn't yet seen Shen Yi also looked up. When they confirmed that Shen Yi had indeed arrived, the entire scene erupted
in excitement. It was like the frenzy before a major celebrity event. Shen Yi had now become a globally renowned superstar. The crowd began to discuss enthusiastically, could the God of Magic also be here to check out this mysterious merchant? Yeah, that's very likely. Does the God of Magic need to queue? Queue? He's the hero who can place the supreme battle flag. If it weren't for the God of Magic, I wouldn't even be alive to stand here in line.
At this moment, a young man at the front of the line excitedly waved at Shen Yi. God of Magic, come over here.
I don't mind rejoining the queue. Chenny smiled faintly. To save time, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He walked up to the young man and handed him an A-grade piece of equipment. Thank you. Then, Chenny turned his attention to the mysterious merchant. He directly opened the mysterious shop and quickly exchanged for the SSS grade skill, Spear of Annihilation. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Then, using his blink skill, he instantly returned to Hilliard's side, leaving the crowd behind still in heated discussion. Now, he was ready to test the true power of this Spear of Annihilation. Chenny was now standing atop a mountain peak. He liked standing at high places, overlooking everything. He glanced at the countdown for the National War, which had about 23 hours remaining. Without hesitation, Chenny directly learned Spear of Annihilation. Immediately afterward, he activated the Calamity's secret realm and rushed into the portal, his figure disappearing from Blue Star in an instant. As Chenny left, Jin Huanger and a thin man appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Master Yen, your prediction was indeed correct. Chenny entered the secret realm here, Jin Huanger said. Master Yen shook his head. He is someone favored by the fortune of heaven and earth. I only managed to deduce his movements using the fortune-breaking diagram. You may not necessarily be able to kill him this time.
Jin Huanger's gaze was resolute. I have already leveled up to 80 by plundering players and selling interdimensional fragments for massive amounts of experience and gold coins. Moreover, my unique skill, Fatal Strike, has been charged for a month and has undergone a qualitative transformation. With your fortune-breaking diagram, which can counteract his good fortune, I refuse to believe I can't kill him this time. Master Yen sighed helplessly at her determination. Alright, but if your ambush fails, you might be fatally countered by his fortune. So, have you really thought this through? Yes. Jin Huanger nodded firmly. Meanwhile, inside the Calamity's secret realm, Chenny was completely unaware that Jin Huanger was already lying in wait for him outside. He had already reached the 8th level, arriving at the territory of the Blood Sea mosquito beasts. Looking at the familiar mosquito beasts, Chenny couldn't resist testing his new skill. Previously, he could easily take on 10 diamond-level creatures alone. Now, he didn't even summon the undying Nether Phoenix. Instead, he held in his hand the Spear of Annihilation, brimming with dark and earth elements. The endless dark elements symbolized the intangible and formless, while the earth element represented the tangible and substantial. The fusion of the two created a terrifying aura of destruction. Black lightning coiled around the Spear of Annihilation, exuding a powerful killing intent. 3 seconds later, Chenny hurled the spear with force. Whoosh! A streak of black lightning shot out. Boom! The Spear of Annihilation pierced straight through the body of one mosquito beast, and with its momentum unabated, it impaled another mosquito beast following closely behind. The latter was completely engulfed. Subsequently, the annihilative aura spread rapidly, and the two mosquito beasts instantly fell into a sea of blood, utterly dead. With one spear, he killed 2 mythic creatures of the same level. Seeing the terrifying power, Chenny felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha! Finally, he had a powerful offensive technique of his own. Moreover, the farther the Spear of Annihilation traveled, the stronger its power became. This meant that as long as the flight distance was long enough, even supreme beings could be taken down with a single spear. Chenny pocketed the experience and gold coins gained from killing the 2 mosquito beasts. However, these rewards only increased his experience bar by 0.015%. In other words, each mosquito beast only provided 0.0075% experience. Even though these mosquito beasts were considered weak among mythic creatures of the same level, the low experience gain made Chenny grumble. He turned his gaze to the remaining 10,000 or so mosquito beasts. Killing them all would increase his experience by 75%. After the National War ended, he planned to clear the secret realm again, which should allow him to reach level 90. As for the dragon Soul Crystal, Chenny decided not to use it for now. He planned to save it for leveling up from 99 to 100. After all, he had seen people in his previous life stuck at level 99 for years, as the experience required for that final level was unimaginably vast. Chenny looked at Celebrian and handed her the Hand of Gaia. These gloves are for you. If I accidentally get killed by the mosquito beasts, use them to revive me. Celebrian nodded. Understood. She took the gloves and put them on, her eyes lighting up with delight as she felt their powerful attributes. Master, these gloves are incredibly strong. Chenny nodded and then summoned the undying Nether Phoenix. Now, attack those mosquito beasts with all your might.
Celebrian and Batet couldn't fly, but they moved nimbly among the mosquito swarm, using the terrain and leveraging their surroundings to launch attacks. Occasionally, Hilliard would come to their aid, so there was no need to worry. Time ticked by second by second. Chen Yi and his team spent a full 20 hours eliminating all the mosquito beasts.
The lengthy duration was mainly due to the dwindling number of mosquito beasts toward the end, which scattered and became
difficult to clear efficiently. During this time, Chen Yi's experience rose to 89.79%. Seeing that he was less than 20% away from leveling up, he sighed deeply and decided to wait until the national war ended to continue leveling. Then, Chen Yi used the secret realm key to open the door to the exit.
He had no interest in the 9th floor, which was filled with top-tier supreme beings, far too dangerous. Thus, Chen Yi led Celebrian and the others out of the secret realm. As soon as they returned to Blue Star, an extremely terrifying aura swept over them, making Chen Yi's entire body tense up.
A strong purple radiance shone upon him, and he immediately activated Divine Wrath, entering an invincible state.
But at that moment, a needle pierced through his golden shield.
Needle of Enemy Breaker.
Level, unique, effect, can nullify an enemy's invincible state upon attack. The invincible aura vanished instantly.
Following that, a loud explosion erupted as a force called Fate Kill obliterated Chen Yi completely, disintegrating him down to his atoms. The black phoenix ring on Chen Yi's hand cracked for the second time.
A ball of black flame appeared at the mountaintop, and Batet and the
others immediately reacted, launching an attack on Jin Huanger. Celebrian tried to use the hand of Gaia to save Chen Yi, but it was futile.
Chen Yi had already turned into black flames and begun his
resurrection, rendering the hand of Gaia ineffective.
Jin Huanger, on the other hand, tore open a group invincibility scroll, forming a protective shield around her.
Any attacks directed at her were instantly reflected back. Buster was fine, in an invincible state, but Hilliard and the undying Nether Phoenix were severely injured after being rebounded. Seeing the opponent enter a group invincible state, Calantriel gritted her teeth in anger, but she knew that as long as she was alive, Jin Huanger could forget about killing her master. On the other side, Jin Huanger stared at the black flame. Her face dark. Yenshi, why didn't you foresee that Chen Yi had a resurrection skill?
Yenshi, standing beside her, shook his head helplessly. The fate-disrupting record can only temporarily affect part of his luck. It can't fully see through the equipment he carries. I did calculate that he has invincibility and magic immunity equipment and even suggested you use dual physical and magical
damage skills.
That invincibility equipment wasn't calculated by you. I told you about it.
Jin Huanger snorted coldly. Yenshi sighed. I don't care. Once Chen Yi resurrects, I must completely deal with him.
He noticed a black line appearing between Jin Huanger's brows and lips, a clear signal of a life-threatening crisis.
Jin Huanger was already on the verge of madness, and Yenshi knew that saying anything now would be useless.
He decided to retreat. I'm leaving, I won't play with you anymore. With that, Yenshi twisted his teleportation ring and instantly disappeared from the
scene. Jin Huanger gritted her teeth. Damn Yenshi, once I kill Chen Yi, I'll deal with you next.
At that moment, Chen Yi's figure emerged from the black flame, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had experienced the pain of death, but he still coveted the 3 SSS-level talents on Jin Huanger. It seemed he would have to seal her first.
Jin Huanger also stared at Chen Yi, her gaze icy. Chen Yi, I'm invincible now, what can you do to me? Chen Yi shook his head. Jin Huanger, you're always so confident.
At the same time, a sealing box had already appeared in Chen Yi's hand.
As the box opened, it unleashed a powerful sealing force that enveloped Jin Huanger. This sealing box could even seal top-tier experts like Bai Tian, let alone Jin Huanger.
In an instant, a white light flashed, and Jin Huanger was absorbed into the sealing box, her invincible state disappearing immediately. The shrunken Jin Huanger stood before the Copper Palace, her face full of disbelief.
No, this is impossible. Chen Yi, who exactly are you?
Chen Yi saw Jin Huanger's agitated emotions and thought she had been scared silly. He turned to her and said, "This was originally my equipment. You'll
never get it out in your lifetime."
Looking at Chen Yi's confident face, Jin Huanger shook her head, her eyes carrying a bitter smile.
Chen Yi, do you know what that Copper Palace inside your ceiling box is? Chen Yi shook his head. I don't know, but what does that have to do with you? Jin Huanger slowly explained, during the beta test, this was our birth shrine, and we would appear here upon resurrection.
At the time, we guessed that this palace was also a piece of equipment.
I never expected it to end up in your hands. Chen Yi, your luck is truly enviable. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up.
So the Copper Palace had such a significant background.
This also explained why the diamond treasure chests were hidden inside the Copper Palace. Without thinking further, he
stared at Jean Huanger and said, "From now on, you will be forever trapped in this sealing box. I will never let you out." He silently added in his heart, "Until I reach level 100. After saying this, he closed the lid of the sealing box under Jean Huanger's despairing gaze, severing her connection to the Copper Palace. He couldn't let her figure out any potential trouble. He stored the sealing box back in his backpack, considering this as eliminating a major threat. Jean Huanger, as the core of the beta testers, would inevitably cause their group to fall apart once removed. Without her leadership, the other beta testers would refuse to follow anyone, leading to inevitable disintegration. Next, Chen Yi turned to Hilliard and the Undying Nether Phoenix, sensing that both birds were seriously injured. He released 2 holy spirits, which made Hilliard and the Undying Nether Phoenix feel slightly better. Due to their high life levels, the percentage-based recovery effect of the holy spirits was significantly weakened. Chen Yi continuously summoned 5 or 6 holy spirits before Hilliard's life was fully restored, while the Undying Nether Phoenix required over 10. He glanced at the national war timer. Less than 2 hours remained. Hilliard returned to the Celestial Bureau. "Yes, Master." Accompanied by the cry of an eagle, Hilliard carried the group toward the Celestial Bureau. In the Papal State, Jean Fonger anxiously asked Yenshur, "Yenshur, is my sister in any life-threatening danger? Please give me a definite answer." Yenshur shook his head. "For now, her life is not in danger. She is sealed in a special space, but she won't last long." Jean Fonger nodded. "All right, as long as there's still time." She turned to the other beta testers. "I know my sister has been sealed, and you all have your own plans in mind. But let me tell you, today, the sky will not fall." After speaking, she glanced at her level 61. She was about to awaken her talent at level 70, Infinite Synthesis, ***. Infinite Synthesis, SSS level, *** every day, 10 items of the same level can be synthesized into one higher level item, with 3 synthesis attempts per day. Items include pet eggs, equipment, potions, scrolls, materials, skill books, special items. Before her sister left, she had entrusted her with most of the unused unique equipment. Once she reached level 70, she could synthesize 10 pieces of unique equipment into one super powerful item. She believed she could definitely create something capable of killing Chen Yi. Jean Fonger looked at the group and revealed her talent. "I've never shown my second SSS level talent to anyone before. I wonder if this talent will be enough to make you stay." Everyone was shocked when they saw her talent. This meant that as long as she had enough F-level equipment, she could ultimately synthesize top-tier unique-grade equipment. Seeing their expressions, Jean Fonger slowly spoke, "I know you're all envious of my talent. If you stay, my talent will serve you." "All right." Hunter Fox was the first to speak. He was a die-hard fan of Jean Fonger. "In that case, we can definitely synthesize equipment to save the boss." Poison Saint and Light Dark also nodded. "We agree as well." Seeing the 2 strongest combatants among the beta testers agree, the others had no choice but to follow suit and nod in agreement. "We agree." The national war officially began. This time, the competition was based on speed, not who could run the fastest, but who could complete the dungeon the quickest. All teams would be teleported into the same dungeon, with identical monsters and challenges. The competition would determine who could clear it the fastest. Each team had 10 attempts. Of course, if a team was satisfied with their performance, they could forfeit their remaining attempts and submit their current time to the Red Mist for ranking. Upon seeing these rules, the Yenhuang audience immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. "Why is it this kind of rule again? Is there no national war with direct team battles anymore?" "Yeah, are they afraid that if the Archmage shows up, no one can set fair rules?" "I think so too. If the Archmage participates, what chance do other teams have to win? Sigh, this is so unfair to Yenhuang." "Stop arguing. Don't forget how Sakura Nation was penalized with a 5-year lifespan deduction for cheating last time." "Sigh, fine. But this dungeon definitely won't be simple. Of course, it's a national war dungeon, not some ordinary cavern." Chen Yi looked at the national war rules. He wondered if it was because of his participation that the system never provided direct team battle rules. Instead, it always arranged these welfare-like competitions. Soon after, Chen Yi and his group entered a void space. At that moment, a rift appeared before them, revealing the entrance to the dungeon. Staring at the dungeon ahead, Chenny began to reminisce about the past. After all, there hadn't been so many welfare competitions in his previous life. Over 20 years, there had only been about 30 such events. Among those 30, none had featured this kind of speed-based rule. At this moment, Sui Tang looked at Chen Yi. Brother Yi, should we start now? Chen Yi nodded. Let's start now. The first time is always about testing the waters. By the second time, we'll definitely be faster. Chen Yi had everyone sit on Hilliard's back. As Hilliard took flight, the Yenhuang team directly entered the dungeon. Upon entering, a massive stone door appeared before them, surrounded by a void-like space. The carvings on the stone door caught Chen Yi's attention, a mural depicting a dragon intertwined with a serpent. The dragon was in an Eastern style, a majestic and imposing five-clawed black dragon, while the serpent resembled a titan python, its body covered in shimmering golden scales. The black and gold intertwined like a DNA strand. Chen Yi activated the Eye of Insight to carefully perceive the stone door's attributes. Gate of Origin, just these 4 words, with no grade or specific description. For a moment, Chen Yi was unsure how to open the door. As the group paused, hesitant to proceed, the dragon and serpent carvings on the stone door suddenly began to move, separating as if alive and flying to either side of the door. The stone door then slowly opened from the center, revealing another void-like space. Within this space, 5 gray platforms were arranged in a row, floating in midair. At the far end, another Gate of Origin stood tall. Chen Yi instructed Hilliard to fly over and investigate, but as soon as Hilliard moved a few steps forward, it encountered immense resistance, unable to reach the Gate of Origin. Chen Yi focused on the platforms, silently deducing, the key to clearing this must be hidden within these platforms. He turned to Buster and said, Buster, you go ahead and scout. See if there's any danger up ahead. Buster nodded, transformed into a cat, activated invincibility, and leapt onto the first platform. Immediately, Buster disappeared into the platform. The livestream audience watched the scene tensely. Wow, once they go in, they're gone. What's going on? No idea. I hope the goddess is okay. Did you notice? The goddess actually listens to the mage. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Could the goddess have been summoned by the mage? That's not surprising. I figured it out a while ago. The mage is so powerful, truly the pride of Yenhuang. Exactly. Just watch the mage's streams, and you'll see. He currently has 4 summons, the Phoenix, Wind Eagle, Moonlight Armor Goddess, and Black Robe Goddess. All of these summons are incredibly obedient to the mage. So enviable. I wonder what other powerful cards the mage is hiding. Stop speculating and just watch the stream. Chen Yi contacted Buster. Buster, what's the situation? Buster responded, Master, I'm in a place filled with monsters. I've already cleared them out, and now there's a door ahead. Try to see if you can go through it. Understood, Master. Shortly after, Buster reappeared on the platform where it had disappeared. The gray platform had now turned silver-white, brimming with vitality. Hilliard exclaimed excitedly, Master, I can now move forward by 1 platform. Chen Yi nodded. It seems that each platform contains a world of monsters. As long as we clear out the monsters, we can continue forward. He directed Hilliard to land. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's ears, Yenhuang team has cleared the life platform. All members' health regeneration rate is increased by 100%. Instantly, everyone felt a mysterious energy coursing through their bodies, with their health regeneration noticeably accelerated. Chen Yi looked at his teammates. For now, you all stay here. Hilliard and I will go challenge the second platform. Understood. The other team members were already accustomed to Chen Yi leading the charge. After all, the first team's principle was to rely on him to carry them. Unlike the second team, where every member was a critical core. Sui Tang stepped forward. Brother Yi, be careful. I will. Hilliard settled the first team members on the initial platform, then carried Chen Yi and charged directly into the second platform. Entering the second platform, Chen Yi immediately saw the familiar undead. They wandered aimlessly across the dark, desolate land. Having just returned from the undead dimension, Chen Yi felt a surge of emotions upon seeing these undead. This platform likely symbolized death. Chen Yi did not use the Spear of Annihilation but directly unleashed Starfall. At that moment, the system voice echoed in his ears, Congratulations, your Starfall skill has been upgraded to level 2. Chen Yi hadn't expected Starfall to level up at such a critical moment. Now, both Starfall and Ice Prison Judgment had reached level 2.
Shen Yi had a faint suspicion. Why was the unique skill easier to upgrade than the SSS level skills? Perhaps it was due to its rank. The unique skill not only surpassed SSS level skills in power but was also easier to upgrade, making it
worthy of the title unique. At this moment, the upgraded Starfall was even more powerful. The undead below were completely unable to withstand Shen Yi's skill.
In less than a minute, all the undead
in the world were utterly annihilated. Then, a portal of light appeared. Seeing this, Shen Yi immediately directed Hilliard to charge through. Without hesitation, Hilliard rushed into the portal, and, in the blink of an eye, the group had returned to the previous platform. The platform had now turned completely silver-white, indicating that the second platform had been conquered.
At this moment, a voice echoed in their ears. The Yanhuang team has successfully cleared the death platform. All resistances increased by 100%. Hearing this news, everyone was overjoyed. Next, Shen Yi entered the third platform.
The third platform was a peculiar world. Rivers meandered from the ground toward the mountains, which erupted with endless magma in an instant. The clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning
and thunder.
After the thunder, snowflakes drifted down, covering the earth.
The air, water, and ground were filled with various elemental spirits, lightning spirits, water spirits, fire spirits, rock spirits, and more.
Upon entering this world, perhaps due to his connection with the elemental lord, Shen Yi felt very comfortable.
This was clearly the world of elements. After observing for a
while, Shen Yi began to unleash Ice Prison Judgment.
At that moment, this world brimming with elements was instantly enveloped by Qing Yi's ice laws. Even the snow elemental spirits flying in the sky were frozen by the icy blue snowflakes, their very essence destroyed.
The entire sky and earth were filled with icy tendrils, wreaking havoc everywhere.
These elemental spirits were utterly powerless to resist. With just one Ice Prison Judgment, most of the elemental spirits were wiped out.
Those that survived fled underground to escape. After the birth of the Frost Demon, it began searching
for the hiding elemental spirits. Without hesitation, Shen Yi unleashed a second Ice Prison Judgment. In the end, all the elemental spirits were completely annihilated. A portal of light appeared before Shen Yi.
He directed Hilliard to charge through the portal. The third platform also turned silver-white. Once again, a voice echoed in their ears. The Yanhuang team has successfully cleared the
elemental platform, gaining a 100% elemental damage bonus.
Without hesitation, Shen Yi rushed toward the fourth platform. Upon arriving, he saw a blood-red land.
Countless alien races were engaged in fierce battles.
Shen Yi even spotted creatures he had encountered in the secret realm, such as wind demons, soul devourers, snow sprites, sacred beetles, and rock giants.
Upon seeing Shen Yi and his
group, all the races instantly ceased fighting and charged toward them. However, Hilliard was flying high in the sky, leaving the ground-based races helpless except for those with ranged attacks.
Without hesitation, Shen Yi unleashed Starfall.
Meteors rained down from the sky, and elemental forces ravaged the battlefield.
No matter the race, none could withstand even a single meteor strike. In the
end, the ground cracked, and magma surged backward.
All the warring alien races were slain by Shen Yi. A portal of light appeared. Without waiting for Shen Yi's command, Hilliard flew directly into the portal. The fourth platform also turned silver-white.
The system voice sounded at the right moment. The Yanhuang team has cleared the slaughter platform. All members gain a 100% speed bonus.
Platform 5, Shen Yi had already rushed in.
Hilliard, with its speed boosted by 100%, was ecstatic. Its speed had now doubled. While flying through the air, it truly reached the realm of swift as lightning. Upon entering Platform 5, it was another void world. At the center of the void stood a figure glowing with golden light. The golden light split the entire void world into two halves.
Seeing
this scene, Shen Yi understood in his heart.
This must be the final boss of this dungeon.
Defeat him, pass through the Gate of Origin, and only then would it count as a true clearance.
Shen Yi then
unfolded the attributes of the golden figure one by one. Supreme Eminent Being Level, 51 rank, Supreme Base Strength, 1350 Base Constitution, 1210 Base Agility, 1460 Base Intelligence, 1120. Talent, Flawless, Pure, Unblemished Supreme Eminent Body, SSS Grade, Flawless, Pure, Unblemished Supreme Eminent Body. All damage will be borne by your future self. Each time damage is taken, attack power and defense power permanently increase by 1%. Stacks infinitely. Skills, Flash Strike, Power of Prayer, Fist of Judgment, Time Mastery Fist, Blitz Execution Fist, Time Traversal Fist.
Chun-Yi was slightly stunned. This was already a top-tier creature? Skipping even the transition to mythical creatures? And this talent, TSK, it's simply too strong. Future self bearing the damage. If Chun-Yi had this talent, he might never get hurt. However, the boss's level was based on the team's average level. Its base attributes weren't particularly high. If Chun-Yi were at the same level, he might have to reveal his trump card, Viper's Fang, during the livestream. But Chun-Yi didn't want to use this card lightly. It was his ace for a desperate counterattack. For now, the Supreme Eminent Being's base attributes could easily be suppressed by Calanthriel. But the question was, how could he even hit him? With such a powerful future self, could anyone even defeat him? The live stream audience exploded upon seeing this scene. Wow, a supreme creature? I've never seen one in my life. It must be stronger than a diamond creature, right? Look at his talent. Oh my god, the name is so long, but the effect is insane. I wish I had that talent. Stop hyping it up. This supreme creature is practically invincible. I don't know how the Archmage is going to beat this guy. It feels like a trap. Future power is unpredictable. Exactly, this doesn't even seem like a beatable boss. Just then, a voice rang out, and everyone heard it. White Elephant Team has successfully cleared the gate of origin in 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 56 seconds. The team is now ranked first. The livestream chat completely exploded at this news. What? The White Elephant Team cleared it? How is that possible? Does the White Elephant Team have someone stronger than the Archmage? This is ridiculous. Wasn't the White Elephant Team always getting crushed by US before? Quick, go to the White Elephant Team's livestream and see how they cleared it. Yeah, and gather some intel while you're at it. At this moment, Chun-Yi, in the void space, was also shocked upon hearing the news. The White Elephant Team cleared it? His first thought was of Tokkul's talent, Infinite Destruction. Could it be that Tokkul got lucky and triggered the instant death effect of Infinite Destruction? If that were the case, Chun-Yi could only be speechless. Over at the White Elephant Team, Tokkul was overjoyed. His teammates were all praising him. Captain, you're truly the chosen one, so strong. Finally, our White Elephant Team can take first place. Haha, just imagine the expressions of the other national teams, so funny. At this moment, a teammate asked Tokkul, Captain, should we keep going? Tokkul waved his hand. No need. I triggered instant death on the first hit. There's no point in continuing. Besides, with that Supreme Eminent Being's talent, no one can defeat him in such a short time. With that, Tokkul summoned a red mist. White Elephant Team, withdraw now. The members of the White Elephant Team turned into white light and disappeared one after another. Meanwhile, the audience who had rushed to the White Elephant livestream room looked bewildered. What? They just quit like that? Is there a replay? Please share it. I have it, 1 copy for 10,000 experience coins, first come, first served. Come on, 10,000 coins? Why don't you just rob someone? I'll take it. 10,000 experience coins, I'll transfer it to you right away. I want it too. On Chun-Yi's side, he had already started actively attacking the Supreme Eminence. He didn't let Calanthriel and the others make a move because Calanthriel's attacks were too fast, which would instead strengthen the Supreme Eminence's defense and offensive capabilities, making it counterproductive. As Chun-Yi's Extinction Spear took shape, the Supreme Eminence was also activated by his killing intent, suddenly opening his silver, glowing eyes. A flashing death punch shot rapidly toward Chun-Yi. This flashing death punch wasn't a melee attack but a long-range energy strike. Seeing this, Chun-Yi immediately activated Diamond Skin. The reflective effect of Diamond Skin was brought to its peak at this moment. The flashing death punch was directly reflected back. At the same time, the Extinction Spear swiftly pierced toward the Supreme Eminence. 2 powerful attacks locked onto the target simultaneously. The Supreme Eminence didn't dodge and took the 2 attacks head-on. However, the attacks passed straight through his body without causing any damage. Immediately after, the Supreme Eminence rushed toward Chun-Yi. At this moment, the Supreme Eminence clenched his golden fist and punched directly at Chun-Yi's face. The shadow of the fist was as swift as lightning, its speed increasing more than tenfold in an instant, so fast that it was impossible to react. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi drew the Viper's Fang and fiercely stabbed it into the golden body of the Supreme Eminence. There was no other choice, he had to use this move. Chun-Yi didn't care about anything else after all, he was about to reach level 90. Once he told
everyone that he had an enchanted weapon with an instant kill skill. If they believed him, he might actually master this move. But what he wanted even more was to reach level 100.
By then, his combat
power would skyrocket several times, allowing him to travel across dimensions, worlds, and realms to seize skills and gather all talents onto himself. Then, Chenny put the Viper's Fong back into his
backpack. At this moment, the Supreme Eminence was already immobilized.
Chenny teleported to Hilliard's side. The Supreme Eminence clutched his head in pain, rolling on the ground as the depleted energy within him spread throughout his body. He could no longer rely on his future self to block damage for him. The audience in the livestream room was completely stunned.
What just happened? What did the Archmage use just now? I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it either. It looked like a dagger. What kind of dagger was that? It's so powerful.
No idea, but the Archmage sure has a lot of treasures.
The Supreme Eminence was actually taken down by that dagger. That's terrifying.
What are you scared of? If the Archmage wanted to kill you, he wouldn't even need such a powerful dagger. Seriously, this guy really knows how to play. At this moment, the system notification sounded. The Yanhuang team successfully killed the Supreme Eminence.
Clear time, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 2 seconds.
Chenny walked out of the 5th platform, and the entire Yanhuang team was teleported out of the dungeon, arriving in front of the Gate of Origin. A prompt appeared on the screen.
Do you wish to continue the challenge? Remaining attempts, 9. Although they had cleared the dungeon, they hadn't broken the White Elephant team's record.
As long as they broke the record, they could leave.
Chenny
thought that very few teams could kill the Supreme Eminence. This time, he didn't bring the entire team in, only Hilliard. The fewer people, the more flexible they could be.
At their current speed, he
was confident they could reduce the clear time to under an hour.
Suddenly, another system announcement came. The Pope team successfully killed the Supreme Eminence.
Clear time, 2 hours, 9 minutes.
And 42 seconds. Chenny was taken aback.
Jin Huanger was sealed by him, yet the Pope team still managed to kill the Supreme Eminence.
It seemed the Pope's people couldn't be underestimated. He immediately became more vigilant.
With Hilliard, Chenny rushed into the dungeon. The clear time kept refreshing.
1 hour, 7 minutes, and 22 seconds, 59 minutes and 23 seconds. 58 minutes and 14 seconds. 58 minutes and 9 seconds.
In the end, he froze the record at 57 minutes and 59 seconds.
Chenny believed that no one could break this time.
When the final challenge attempt was used up, the Yanhuang
team turned into white light and was teleported out of the instance.
At this moment, the system sounded again.
The Sakura team successfully killed the Supreme Eminence, clearing the instance in 11 hours, 7 minutes, and 8 seconds.
Hearing this news, Chenny thought of Qianqiu Daoi's skill: the longer the charge, the greater the power.
Unfortunately, his Godslayer Plunder couldn't steal this skill. Otherwise, he would definitely take it. It was simply too overpowered. Annabelle didn't participate in the national war this time.
Otherwise, with her skill that deducted life based on percentage, she could also have taken down the Supreme Eminence. However, he wasn't sure if she had a resurrection skill. After all, a resurrection skill could become a fatal weakness for her. As time passed, the national war continued. In the end, only 4 teams successfully cleared the instance: the Yanhuang team, the White Elephant team, the Pope team, and the Sakura team.
Yanhuang Nation directly
received a reward of +2 luck for all members. The White Elephant team received +1.5 luck, the Pope team got +1 luck, and the Sakura team received +0.5 luck.
Gradually, everyone noticed that the rewards
from the Red Mist were becoming increasingly stingy, far less generous than before. This time, it only gave luck points, and the teams that failed to clear the instance received no rewards at all.
When Chenny returned to the Tianji Bureau, the first thing he did was select an SSS level treasure.
He couldn't wait to level up, as he was just 1 step away from reaching level 90 and unlocking the ability to turn falsehood into reality. Then, he left Hilliard and the others in the room at the Tianji Bureau. The Undying Nether Phoenix was also returned to the pet space.
Entering the treasure didn't require so many people.
Once Chenny finished looting the SSS level treasure, he could use the treasure gate to teleport the others over to help with leveling up.
In the end, Chenny chose one of the remaining 22 SSS level treasures located on a planet closest to Blue Star.
This planet was situated within the Sagittarius Nebula and was called Tuck Planet. The Supreme Treasure named this location, Land of Catastrophe. Chenny didn't yet know what kind of creatures were on this planet, but judging by the name, it was certainly extraordinary. With the blessing of miracle luck, he believed the treasure he chose would yield the best results. Opening the treasure gate, Chenny walked straight in. The scene before him was astonishing. A volcano and an ice mountain stood side by side. One side was extremely hot, the other extremely cold, creating a bizarre landscape. He stood right at the intersection of these two extreme environments, yet the surrounding temperature was surprisingly comfortable. Looking at the two peaks, Chenny couldn't help but feel excited. Could this SSS-level treasure be hidden within the volcano and the ice mountain? Or perhaps there was a treasure in each mountain? If so, that would be incredible. Without hesitation, he headed for the volcano. Since he was currently in an invincible state, it didn't matter which mountain he chose. Chenny began to use blink. The volcano wasn't very tall, only about 3,000 meters. Before long, he reached the crater. Lava bubbled and churned inside, its temperature extremely high. Chenny jumped straight in. The treasure should be beneath the lava. He swam downward through the lava, using blink every second. After dozens of blinks, he finally reached the bottom of the mountain. But to his surprise, Chenny discovered that the lava wasn't erupting from underground but was instead being generated out of thin air. He had already reached solid ground, and there was no way to dive further. It seemed the lava was a decoy set up by the treasure. Chenny immediately conjured an annihilation spear and hurled it toward the ground. Whoosh! The annihilation spear pierced through the lava and entered the earth. With the help of its infinite range, Chenny could perceive the surroundings through the spear's perspective. The spear penetrated over 1,000 kilometers before striking an exceptionally hard rock. Chenny was speechless. An SSS-level treasure was hidden this deep. Without the Spear of Annihilation, it would indeed be hard to find. The Spear of Annihilation had already carved out a 1,000-mile-long tunnel underground, with magma continuously flowing in. Seeing this, Chenny jumped straight in. After a 10-minute descent, he finally arrived in front of a solid rock. When he touched the rock, Chenny felt it radiating heat. This rock was likely the culprit behind the volcanic terrain. He then summoned the Spear of Annihilation again, preparing to use its destructive energy to shatter the rock. Over time, the rock began to crack. Suddenly, a golden light appeared before Chenny. When he touched the golden light, even his invincible shield emitted a piercing sound. Fortunately, his invincible state remained intact. Chenny then reached out and pulled out the source of the golden light, a golden red bracelet. Chenny was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected such a small object to turn an entire mountain into a volcano, and without even being controlled. Clearly, this equipment was no ordinary item. He then began to examine the bracelet's attributes. Sun Bracelet, Level. Unique, Effect 1, increases fire damage by 10x. Effect 2, increases burn damage by 10x. Effect 3, immunity to frost damage. Effect 4, increases all speeds by 100%. Effect 5, adds +2 levels to all fire skills. Effect 6, increases damage to demons by 10x. Effect 7, reduces demon attack damage by 90%. Effect 8, increases defense by 10x. Effect 9, reduces fire skill energy consumption by 95%. Effect 10, reduces fire skill cooldown by 95%. Set effect, when worn with the Moon Bracelet, energy recovery speed increases by 100x. Description: this equipment harbors deep hatred toward demons and has been searching for its other half. Chenny was stunned. This was truly eye-opening. It had 12 effects and was a unique piece of equipment. The fire-related bonuses were simply beyond imagination. And then there was the set effect. Could there really be another Moon Bracelet? Although some attributes were useless to him, most were incredibly practical. He thought of the nearby ice mountain. Now he understood that unique equipment must have been left behind by a once powerful figure. Just how strong must that person have been? Chun. He put the Sun Bracelet on his left hand. A surge of powerful fire energy immediately filled his body. He wondered how impressive Fireball and Scorching Ray would be now. He was eager to find out. After securing the treasure, Chenny quickly teleported back to the surface. His next step was to explore the underground area of the nearby ice mountain. Just as Chenny emerged from the magma, a massive flame demon was staring at him intently. Damned insect, you stole the treasure I was guarding. Chenny also got a clear look at the flame demon. This demon was different from other flame demons. While other flame demons had physical forms, this one was purely a fire elemental, its entire body encased in deep crimson armor, exuding immense power.
Shenyi pulled up the flame demon's attributes.
Soul-consuming demon of fire, level 121, rank supreme, strength 2510, constitution 2640, agility 2321, intelligence 2763, talent eternal imprint. SSS level, skills, hellfire, mind control, fatal embrace, abyssal gaze. Facing this supreme demon, Shenyi was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful demon.
Moreover, its flames were no ordinary fire, like the undying nether phoenix, they carried special rules, making them eternal. This meant that any place touched by the soul-consuming demon's flames would burn forever.
The luckiest part was that this demon lacked skills to break his invincible state, meaning it couldn't harm Shenyi.
At that moment, Shenyi teleported to a mountain peak outside the
volcano, summoning a spear of annihilation in his hand. Whoosh! The spear of annihilation shot out fiercely. Crack! With its 100% penetration effect, the spear tip pierced straight through the Soul Reaper's body. However, the Soul Reaper merely flickered with flames, and the freshly pierced wound instantly healed as if nothing had happened.
Shenyi squinted his eyes.
After all, this creature was already level 125, 36 levels higher than him, and after level 100, the gap between each level became increasingly significant. Thinking of the Viper's Fong in his backpack, Shenyi sighed. He would have to rely on external help again. He felt a bit annoyed. Relying on external forces all the time was frustrating. The day he could defeat the Soul Reaper on his own would truly be satisfying.
Then, Shenyi teleported above the Soul Reaper.
At that moment, the Soul Reaper's eyes emitted a strange light, instantly enveloping Shenyi.
Shenyi immediately felt his mind becoming chaotic, as if he were about
to submit to the Soul Reaper before him. A voice echoed in his ears. You have just been mentally controlled by the Fire Soul Reaper.
Recovering. Super adaptation activated. Congratulations.
You have gained mental resistance.
Soon, Shenyi's mind returned to normal.
By then, he had already stabbed the Viper's Fong into the Fire Soul Reaper's body.
Retrieving the Viper's Fong, he placed it back into his backpack.
Turning around, Shenyi swiftly teleported away into the distance. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, Infernal Flame. By this time, Shenyi had already leaped out of
the volcano's crater. Immediately afterward, a surge of intense demonic flames erupted from the volcano.
Inside Shenyi's backpack, his experience points and gold coins skyrocketed.
Amidst the golden
glow, the experience and gold coins dropped by the powerful level 125 creature directly boosted Shenyi to level 90. At the same time, his ninth talent, Turn False into True, was finally unlocked.
Finally, level 90.
A system notification sounded in Shenyi's ears. Congratulations on reaching level 90 and unlocking your ninth talent, Turn False into True.
Turn false into true. As long as enough people believe in anything you say, that thing will become reality.
Seeing this talent, Shenyi felt a surge of excitement.
He had finally reached level 90. Now, he couldn't wait to test the power of this talent.
However, he decided to find another treasure first.
With this thought, Shenyi headed directly toward another iceberg. Meanwhile, the volcano's crater continued to burn.
The flames, released by the Fire Soul Reaper before its death, seemed destined to burn forever. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from the volcano's crater.
Shenyi immediately teleported above the white light.
After grabbing the item within the white light, he teleported back near the iceberg. Fearfire Demon Armor, Grade, Unique, Effect 1, Immunity to all attacks from creatures below Diamond rank. Effect 2, all fire skills are accompanied by infernal flames, which never extinguish, capable of permanently altering the environment.
Effect 3, against creatures with weaker attributes than the wearer, damage is increased tenfold.
Shenyi stared at the armor in his hands, feeling a bit surprised.
Could it be that every powerhouse above level 110 drops such unique equipment? That would be too common.
However, what Shenyi didn't realize was that he usually encountered powerhouses of this level, and coupled with his bug-level Viper's Fong, he could easily take down enemies of this rank.
This gave the impression that powerhouses above level 110 were abundant.
In reality, in any world, powerhouses above level 110 were exceedingly rare.
Without the Viper's Fong, Shenyi might not even
be able to defeat a top-tier creature at level 100. After all, he was only level 90 now.
Next, Shenyi turned his gaze toward the iceberg. Using teleportation, he moved onto the iceberg. Unlike the volcano, the entire iceberg was transparent. At its core was an ice blue stone. Previously, Chen Yi hadn't known what this stone was. After the events at the volcano, he understood this was undoubtedly the legendary Moonlight Bracelet. With this realization, Chen Yi arrived at the mountainside, where he began to condense the Extinction Spear in his hand. The Extinction Spear, brimming with destructive power, took shape. He hurled it directly at the ice blue stone. Whoosh! Boom! With a loud explosion, the Extinction Spear pierced through, creating a passageway, but when he struck the ice blue stone, he only shattered a hard outer layer. This stone was even harder than the volcanic rock from earlier. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel. Then, he walked along the passage to the ice blue stone. He conjured another Spear of Annihilation and began striking the ice blue stone fiercely. When one broke, he immediately conjured another. As time passed, the ice blue stone gradually crumbled. A soft, blue-white light emerged. Seeing this light, Chen Yi struck even harder. Before long, an ice blue bracelet appeared before him. Chen Yi eagerly put it on. Moonlight Bracelet Grade, Unique Effect. 1 Moonlight Skill Damage increased tenfold. Effect 2 A Moonlight Skill Effects enhanced tenfold. Effect 3 Immunity to Fire Damage. Effect 4 All Personal Speed increased by 100%. Effect 5 All Moonlight Skills gain an additional 2 levels. Effect 6 Damage to Demons increased tenfold. Effect 7 Reduces damage taken from demons by 90%. Effect 8 Attack Power increased tenfold. Effect 9 All Moonlight Skill Costs reduced by 95%. Effect 10 All Moonlight Skill Cooldowns reduced by 95%. Set Effect: when worn together with the Sun Bracelet, personal defense increases a 100-fold. Description: this piece of equipment harbors endless hatred toward demons and has been searching for its other half. It still boasts 12 skill effects, similar to the Sun Bracelet, but also has its own unique attributes. What's more special is that the set effect of this equipment differs from that of the Sun Bracelet. Chen Yi had thought the two unique items would share the same set effect. Chen Yi then placed the Moonlight Bracelet on his right hand and immediately felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, endlessly flowing. This power was independent of his infinite firepower talent. His defense increased more than 100-fold, and his attack power also saw a significant boost. Chen Yi conjured another Spear of Annihilation. Now, he felt as though he could easily pierce through 10 mythical mosquito beasts. Ha! Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. From an SSS-grade treasure trove, he had obtained 2 top-tier unique items. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. These pieces of equipment, coveted by Blue Star players, had now entered his inventory as effortlessly as picking up cabbages on the roadside. Just then, outside the icy mountain, a floating ice demon suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passage. Who are you to dare steal the treasure I guard? Seeing this, Chen Yi stepped outside and accessed the attributes of the ice demon. Deep Frost Demon Level, 119 Grade, Mythical Base Strength, 1420 Base Constitution, 1440 Base Agility, 1251 Base Intelligence, 1425 Talent, Eternal Imprint, SSS Level, Skills. Deep Frost World of Ice Mist, Scattered Light of Ice Crystals, Floating Dragon of Frost, Forbidden Seal of Deep Frost. This talent is exactly the same as that of the soul-consuming fire demon, allowing its laws to permanently remain in a specific area. However, the specific skills are slightly different, and the grade is significantly lower. At this moment, the Deep Frost demon looked at Chen Yi and said, "Take it if you want. I've guarded it for so many years, yet I can't even touch it. My heart has long grown as cold as ice." Hearing this, Chen Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected the Deep Frost Demon to say such a thing, completely different from the personality of the soul-consuming fire demon. "Aren't you planning to attack me?" The Deep Frost Demon shook its head. "I can sense the aura of the soul-consuming demon's death on you. That demon was far stronger than me, yet it still died at your hands. How could I possibly escape?" Seeing the Deep Frost Demon in this state, Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed to make a move. Since that was the case, he decided to ask about the creatures on this planet. "What kind of species are the creatures on this planet? Are they all demons?" The Deep Frost Demon nodded. "Yes, they are all demons. But not long ago, most of the demons on this planet were summoned away. Even the Demon King Rez led his army and left." Hearing this name, Chen Yi immediately became alert. Could the Demon King Rez be the mastermind behind the second calamity on Blue Star? He quickly asked, "Do you know where they went?" "I don't involve myself in the management of demons, but I heard they went to a place called Blue Star." Chen Yi nodded. As expected, he had arrived at the demon's lair.
Since that was the case, he already had a plan in mind. You went to Blue Star to become the second calamity, so I will become the first calamity of
Tark Planet.
A trace of killing intent flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. The Deep Frost Demon looked at him, confused about what had just happened.
Chen Yi suddenly smiled. Deep Frost Demon. Do you know who I am?
The Deep Frost Demon shook its head. I don't know, but I do know you have the power to kill supreme beings.
Chen Yi nodded. Do you want to know how I killed the soul-consuming fire demon just now?
Curiosity flashed in the Deep Frost Demon's eyes.
What method was it?
After all, the soul-consuming fire demon was a level 121 supreme being. 7,000 years ago, both the Deep Frost Demon and the soul-consuming fire demon were at the mythical grade. But later, the soul-consuming fire demon somehow acquired a set of armor and
gradually became a supreme being, leaving Chen Yi unable to defeat it.
Thus, the Deep Frost Demon was very interested in how Chen Yi managed to kill the soul-consuming fire demon. At this moment, Chen Yi feigned mystery and casually picked up the sacred statue to make himself appear more trustworthy.
This is my only unique skill, Avada Kedavra. The effect is simple. Anyone hit by it dies instantly. Chen Yi casually made up a skill name from Harry Potter. He wasn't sure if his turn false into true talent could turn fiction into reality. Hearing this, the Deep Frost Demon was utterly shocked. I never imagined such a skill could exist. Doesn't that mean you can kill anyone you want?
A hint of fear appeared in its eyes.
If that were the
case, the person in front of it could kill it at any moment. At this moment, on Chen Yi's panel, the talent bar for turn false into true changed. Avada Kedavra, unique, completion. Rate 0.03%. Seeing this, Chen Yi was ecstatic. This was perfect. As expected, turn false into true could grant him skills. And not just any skills, but ones that didn't even exist in this world. The magic in Harry Potter was nothing more than the imagination of a novelist. Avada Kedavra was no exception, but now, through the skill, turning false into true, this might
become a reality.
Looking at the Frost Demon, Chen Yi felt particularly excited. Perhaps because this demon rarely interacted with the outside world, it so easily believed his words.
Suddenly, Chen Yi thought of the spirits in his mirror world. To them, he was a god.
If he told those spirits that he had obtained the Avada Kedavra curse, would the completion rate increase
faster? Once the completion rate reached 100%, could he truly master this skill?
Thinking of this, Chen Yi's heart began to race. But that was a matter for later. For now, the more pressing
task was to clear out all the demons on planet Tuck.
Without hesitation, Chen Yi summoned the undead phoenix from his pet space.
Its level was a bit behind. If it could reach level 20, it
would catch up with the team's progress. Chen Yi sighed. Earning experience in gold was truly difficult. The Frost Demon was stunned upon seeing the undead phoenix.
This aura, I've only seen it on the Lord. And even compared to the Lord, this pet's aura is stronger and deeper. Hearing this, Chen Yi became curious. Oh, which lords have you seen? Could there be other primordial beings? Chen Yi was somewhat skeptical. The Frost Demon's eyes were filled with reverence.
It is the great Lord of Dusk.
No one knows his true name, because the moment his name
is spoken, he instantly appears beside the speaker and kills them.
Hearing this, Chen Yi began to ponder. Who exactly was this Lord of Dusk?
To possess such a terrifying ability, was it
a natural talent?
If so, it was incredibly powerful. As Chen Yi was mulling over this, the Frost Demon continued. Years ago, the Lord of Dusk descended upon planet Tuck.
Shortly after, the Demon King Rez led his army and retreated. Chen Yi immediately became alert. Could the Lord of Dusk be a deity?
In the future, Buster had mentioned that he followed the army to Blue Star and gained some followers.
Buster claimed to be a weak god.
Based on this, the Lord of Dusk might be the god of these demons. And even mythical beings at level 119 referred to him as great, so his strength was undoubtedly formidable. He was likely one of the masterminds behind the Blue Star catastrophe.
Why didn't the Lord of Dusk appear in person? Probably because of
the balance laws of the red mist.
If he descended upon Blue Star, his power would be greatly diminished.
With this thought, all of Chen Yi's doubts became clear.
He then asked the Frost Demon, is there a temple of the Lord of Dusk on planet Tuck?
The Frost Demon nodded. 3,000 miles away, there is a temple of the Lord of Dusk, guarded by a group of dusk demons. Except for the grand ceremony held once every 10 years, no other demons are allowed to enter.
After hearing this, Chen Yi nodded. Alright, I understand. I plan to go there and take a look. With that, he turned to the undead phoenix. Let's go. You'll be accompanying me for a while. Of course, master. Remember to shrink down a bit, don't stand out too much. Understood. With that, the undead phoenix immediately shrank to a height of just 5 meters. Chenyi stood on its back.
With a cry from the phoenix, they flew toward the Dusk Temple 3,000
miles away.
Along the way, Chenyi was already formulating his plan. Whether it would succeed or not would depend on what he found when he saw the statue of the Lord of Dusk. After flying about 3,000 miles, Chenyi saw a massive statue in the distance. The statue was carved into the mountains and stood over 4,000 meters tall.
Even from afar, Chenyi could see it clearly.
The statue depicted a humanoid figure wearing a yellow robe, holding a massive scythe with a long handle. The scythe looked like something the Grim Reaper would wield, as if it could harvest all life. Beside the statue, on another mountain, stood a temple. The temple covered an area of about 5,000 square meters, not particularly large.
It seemed
this wasn't the largest temple on planet Tuck. On the plaza outside the temple, a group of yellow-robed demons was continuously bowing toward the statue. They were performing various rituals, chanting incantations. Because of the distance, Chenyi couldn't hear what they were saying. Chenyi instructed the undying Nether Phoenix to hide within the clouds.
Activating universal camouflage, a ripple spread, and Chenyi's appearance became identical to the divine statue.
The scythe in his hand was a manifestation condensed from the Spear of Annihilation. Under this disguise, no one could discern his true identity. Chenyi's voice was deep as he looked at the undying Nether Phoenix.
Grezel, trust me. From now on, I am the Lord of Dusk.
Yes, Master. Authority of the Lord of Dusk, completion 0.00002%.
Chenyi now stood outside the temple. The Dusk demons had yet to notice his presence. He casually inspected the
attributes of these Dusk demons.
Dusk Demon Follower, level, 100, rank, Diamond, base strength, 900, base constitution, 980, base agility, 981, base intelligence, 1000, talent, Dusk. Follower, skills, power of ascension, power of curses, blade of dusk, dusk ray. Chenyi observed these Dusk demons. Among diamond-ranked creatures, they weren't particularly strong. At that moment, a Dusk demon follower noticed Chenyi standing atop the divine statue. Upon seeing him, its eyes filled with excitement, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Greetings to you, great Lord of Dusk. May you remain eternal and everlasting.
The Lord of Dusk is here now. The Lord of Dusk once existed. The Lord of Dusk will exist forever.
The surrounding Dusk demon followers also noticed Chenyi.
Their reactions were even more fervent than the first demons. Praise to you, great Lord of Dusk.
May all beings revere your name as sacred. These Dusk demon followers were only level 70 and of gold rank. Listening to their endless flattery, Chenyi felt a bit uneasy.
The prayers of the Lord of Dusk's followers were excessively sycophantic, as if they were groveling. It seemed this Lord of Dusk greatly enjoyed hearing such sweet words. Still, being praised like this did feel quite satisfying.
No wonder everyone likes being complimented. Chenyi glanced at the description under Turn Falsehood into Reality.
Authority of the Lord of Dusk, completion 0.00025%.
It had only increased by a tiny bit.
There were still too few followers.
Chenyi didn't yet feel any tangible benefits from this authority. Perhaps when it reached 1%, there would be noticeable changes.
Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, within a nebula shrouded in yellow mist, a humanoid figure clad in a yellow robe opened its eyes.
Within them, countless spaces seemed to be born and destroyed.
Who dares use armor of deception to steal my authority? The yellow-robed figure sneered.
Heh, steal all you want. Sooner or later, you and I will become one.
By then, I will still be me, but you will have changed. Back on Chenyi's side, he wasn't idle either, directly beginning to tour the temple of these Dusk demons.
The temple lacked
a statue of the Lord of Dusk.
At this moment, a Dusk demon wearing golden priestly robes emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Chenyi, it immediately knelt to the ground.
Great Lord of Dusk, please forgive your most loyal servant for failing to welcome you at the first moment. This demon was level 90 and of diamond rank, seemingly the temple's priest.
Chenyi remained
silent. After all, speaking too much could lead to mistakes. He had already learned this lesson from the Lich King.
Afterward, Chenyi walked out of the temple. Seeing him leave, the priest grew a bit anxious.
From its spatial ring, it retrieved a yellow gemstone the size of an infant's head.
Great Lord of Dusk, the once-in-a-decade grand ceremony is approaching. This is the dusk crystal we have condensed. Hearing this, Chen-Yi didn't immediately turn back. Instead, he walked to the edge of the cliff outside the temple and then turned to look at the dusk crystal. Dusk crystal grade, SSS level effect, equivalent to the combined value of 1 trillion experience coins. Wow! Chen-Yi was utterly astonished. This dusk crystal was actually a super experience coin. If he obtained it, his experience bar would undoubtedly skyrocket.
Thinking of this, Chen-Yi remained silent and let the undying nether phoenix beside him take
the dusk crystal away.
When the dusk demons saw the undying nether phoenix, they all knelt to the ground.
Greetings, divine envoy of dusk. The ancient aura emanating from the undying
nether phoenix was even more profound than that of the dusk lord they worshipped. The dusk demons had no idea where the dusk lord had found such a pet, but addressing it as the divine envoy
was undoubtedly correct. The undying nether phoenix handed the dusk crystal to Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi immediately used the dusk crystal, and his experience bar instantly increased by 5%. He was
now at level 90, with 5.21% progress.
This saved him a lot of grinding.
Chen-Yi also realized that as he gradually unlocked his SSS level talent, the experience coins required were increasing
exponentially. He couldn't even imagine how much experience it would take to reach level 100. Just thinking about the number gave Chen-Yi a headache. He glanced at the undying nether phoenix and decided to level it up to level 20 first. Only at level 20 could it keep up with the current pace.
With this in mind, Chen-Yi silently communicated with the undying nether phoenix.
Have them give me the distribution map of all the dusk temples. I can't speak directly right now. Don't worry, master.
The undying nether phoenix turned to the dusk demon worshippers. I am the new divine envoy of the dusk lord. From now on, I will begin collecting dusk crystals from the various temples.
Now, hand over the distribution map of the dusk temples so I can locate them.
The high priest of dusk did not hesitate and quickly agreed.
As you command, divine envoy.
He took out a yellow sphere from his spatial ring.
Divine envoy, this is
the Tark instrument, which records all the place names and temples on Tark Star. The undying nether phoenix picked up the Tark instrument.
Chen-Yi instantly appeared on its back, his gaze sweeping over the dusk demon worshippers. My faithful followers, your devotion grows stronger. Soon, I will bestow blessings upon you. The worshippers were so moved that they knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, great Dusk Lord. Praise the great Dusk Lord. We will always be your most loyal followers.
Authority of the Dusk Lord, completion rate 0.000035%.
Chen-Yi instructed the undying nether phoenix to fly toward the nearest temple.
Having tasted the benefits, Chen-Yi would never pass up the chance to easily farm experience. However, he didn't plan to use those dusk crystals on himself for now.
Upgrading the undying nether phoenix would yield the greatest returns.
Previously, when his level was low, upgrading the undying
nether phoenix was almost more trouble than it was worth.
But now, things were different.
The experience he used to painstakingly earn in a month could now be easily obtained in a single day.
According to the Tark instrument, there were a total of 100 temples on Tark Star, 66 small temples, 33 medium temples, and only one large temple. The large temple was the most magnificent holy site, attracting countless demons to worship. The temple Chen-Yi had just seen was a small one. He had no intention of going to the largest temple. He wasn't sure if the priests there could directly communicate with the Dusk Lord. If they could, his act as an imposter would be exposed. Moreover, he couldn't remain silent forever. The people in the large temple had likely seen the real Dusk Lord. Riding the undying nether phoenix, Chen-Yi saw the massive statue of the Dusk Lord from afar. This statue was far larger than the ones he had seen before, towering at a height of 10,000 meters. Tark Star was 10 times the size of Blue Star, and mountain peaks tens of thousands of meters high were everywhere, providing natural materials for building statues. This temple was built near a high mountain close to the statue. Its area was 10 times larger than the small temple he had just visited, spanning 50,000 square meters. This was the largest of the medium-sized temples. The temple was built on the mountaintop, where the peak had been mysteriously sliced in half, leaving a flat expanse specifically for constructing the temple. The temple was now 10 times larger, and the number of followers had surely increased tenfold as well. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi realized he could no longer remain low-key. He enlarged himself tenfold, and the undying nether phoenix followed suit.
As the undying nether phoenix flew, Chen Yi's image appeared before all the dusk demon followers who were praying. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the followers were overwhelmed with excitement.
The Great Lord of Dusk has descended. Greetings to the Great Lord of Dusk. Authority of the Lord of Dusk, completion rate 0.00071%.
The praises and prayers of these followers were far more fervent and abundant than those from the small temple before, extolling the Lord of Dusk as omnipotent.
The completion rate of the Lord of Dusk's authority also surged significantly.
It seemed these dusk demon followers were deeply devoted to their faith.
Soon, Chen Yi landed in a plaza,
where a dusk demon follower was praying.
He checked the levels of these followers, most were around level 80. The leading dusk high priest, however, had reached level 100, with a rank of
mythical.
At that moment, the dusk demon high priest was prostrate on the ground, reverently holding up a golden crystal.
Great Lord of Dusk, your most faithful follower offers this dusk crystal, he said respectfully.
The purity of this dusk crystal was clearly far superior to the ones Chen Yi had seen in the small temple before.
Condensed dusk crystal, rank, SSS.
Effect, worth 10 trillion experience gold coins. Enough to increase the experience bar by 50%.
However, Chen Yi had no intention of using it himself.
He gestured for the undying nether phoenix beside him to take the condensed crystal. The undying nether phoenix immediately swallowed it. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, the undying nether phoenix's level skyrocketed to 14, with 55% progress.
Its intelligence also increased to 3,450. This immense power left even Chen Yi astonished. Then, Chen Yi looked at the dusk demon followers and spoke, repeating
the same words he had said in the small temple earlier. My followers, you are becoming more and more devout. Before long, I will bestow blessings upon you.
Hearing these words, the followers were ecstatic and erupted in praise.
Without lingering, Chen Yi immediately directed the undying nether phoenix to fly toward the next temple.
Watching Chen Yi ride the powerful
phoenix away, the dusk demon high priest finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of the Lord of Dusk had indeed caught them off guard.
At that moment, a follower beside the
high priest asked, "Why did the great Lord of Dusk come at this time?
Isn't the grand ritual still 7 days away?"
The dusk demon high priest immediately glared at him and said coldly, "The thoughts of a god are not something we mere mortals can fathom.
If you could guess them, wouldn't you have become a god already?"
The follower, drenched in cold sweat from the reprimand,
quickly replied, "Yes, High Priest, you are absolutely right. Should we still continue preparing for the once-in-a-decade grand ritual?
Of course,
and it must be more magnificent than ever before.
Only then can the great Lord of Dusk see our sincerity. Only then can he grant us the power of eternal life."
Yes. In the days that followed, Chen Yi, accompanied
by the undying nether phoenix, continued searching for temples and collecting dusk crystals. Some temples provided 2 trillion, while others even had 3 trillion worth of dusk crystals. Finally, after raiding 31 small temples and 12 medium-sized temples, the undying nether phoenix reached level 20, undying nether phoenix Grezza level 20 rank, primordial base strength, 3150 base constitution, 3360 base agility, 2520 base intelligence, 4830 attribute growth, strength plus 150, constitution plus 160, agility plus 120, intelligence plus 230 talents, endless nirvana. SSS level, Undying King, SSS level, skills, Core of Death Flame, Deathfire scorches the land, Spirit Fire burns the sky, unlocks at level 30, Death Rebirth, unlocks at level 40. Death Domain, unlocks at level 50, Crimson Lotus Karma Fire, unlocks at level 60, Deathfire scorches the land, centered on itself, it transforms the surrounding 1,000 miles into a sea of fire. All life within the fire domain suffers continuous heavy damage from the nether flames, and their defense is reduced by 99%. Upon reaching level 20, the appearance of the undying nether phoenix underwent a complete transformation. Its previously grayish-blue feathers turned blue and white, significantly enhancing its overall beauty. The nether flames also changed to blue and white fire. Chen Yi had already grasped the characteristics of these nether flames. Not only are they extremely hot and inextinguishable, but they can also corrode everything.
The current undying nether phoenix is dozens of times stronger than it was at level 10.
With nearly 5,000 points of intelligence, it possesses almost world-destroying power.
Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied.
He then prepared to take the undying nether phoenix and fly to the next temple.
When they arrived at a medium-sized temple, the once-in-a-decade grand festival was about to begin.
At this moment, the real climax unfolded. Other demon races on Tuckstar were also allowed to enter the temple to worship. When they saw Chen Yi appear, all the demon followers were utterly shocked. After all, in past years, the Lord of Dusk would always descend first at the largest temple. Could it be that this time the Lord of Dusk intended to designate this place as the new sacred ground? Thinking of this, the followers were overjoyed. Great Lord of Dusk, praise be to you. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of followers prayed in unison. Chen Yi was surprised to find that his authority as the Lord of Dusk had increased to 0.05%. This progress was hundreds of times faster than before. It seemed that the power of numbers truly made a difference. At this rate, he would soon break through to 1%. Meanwhile, at the largest Dusk temple on Tuckstar, the Lord of Dusk had yet to descend. The Pope observed all the temples through a communication crystal. When he saw that the Lord of Dusk had already descended at another Dusk temple 5,000 miles away, he was immediately thrown into a panic. Could it be that the Lord of Dusk no longer cared about them? Was he planning to designate that temple as the new sacred ground? Shortly thereafter, the demon Pope led his followers in a grand procession toward the medium-sized temple. At this moment, Chen Yi, who was receiving worship, was preparing to leave with the Dusk crystal. However, according to the rules, the Lord of Dusk must remain for an hour to comfort the followers. Fearing exposure of his identity, he had no choice but to comply with the rules of these Dusk demon followers. Half an hour later, the demon Pope and his followers used a group teleportation scroll to arrive in grand fashion at the foot of the temple mountain. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Could there be even more followers arriving? But the leading Dusk demon, with the help of the Eye of Insight, recognized the identity of the demon Pope. Pope of the Dusk cult level, 109 rank, mythical. What was going on? The demon Pope had arrived. Did this mean the Lord of Dusk had not descended? Then, Chen Yi clearly saw the demon Pope holding a massive yellow gemstone. Condensed Dusk essence, equivalent in value to 100 trillion experience gold coins. The moment Chen Yi saw the Dusk essence, he was instantly thrilled. Although he didn't understand why the demon Pope had appeared. Here, the Dusk essence in his hand was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. If he could obtain it, Chen Yi felt he could directly level up several times. The time saved would far exceed his expectations. Chen Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. As the Lord of Dusk, he had to remain composed and never show any flaws. At that moment, the demon Pope unfolded the silver wings behind him and flew toward Chen Yi. He was a royal among the Dusk demons, possessing the ability to fly. After years of blessings from the Lord of Dusk, his power was 100 times stronger than that of ordinary Dusk demons. The demon Pope flew to Chen Yi and hesitated for a moment. In his memory, the Lord of Dusk always exuded an overwhelming aura that was impossible to look at directly. But now, Chen Yi appeared approachable, making it easy for him to meet his gaze. Without further thought, he knelt down in worship. Great Lord of Dusk, your most loyal subject has come to pay homage. This is the Dusk essence we have accumulated over 10 years. Please accept it. Chen Yi did not immediately take it but instead turned his gaze to the undying Nether Phoenix. At this moment, the undying Nether Phoenix radiated an aura akin to an ancient beast, instilling awe in the demon Pope. He thought to himself how he could have doubted the great Lord of Dusk earlier. Now it seemed that the aura of the pet beside the Lord of Dusk was far more unfathomable than any Lord of Dusk he had ever encountered. The undying Nether Phoenix had already picked up the Dusk essence. Seeing this, the demon Pope breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had not disappointed the great Lord of Dusk. Chen Yi looked at the demon Pope. I am pleased with your offering. Next, I will bestow blessings upon all the demon subjects of Tuckstar. The demon Pope was ecstatic. Thank you, great Lord of Dusk. Praise be to you. Unparalleled praise. May you be with time forever. Chen Yi was also pleasantly surprised to discover a new entry in the Turn False into True attribute panel, Blessing Power, SSS level. Completion rate 11.2%. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy, realizing he had unexpectedly gained such a powerful ability. This gave him even more confidence. Once the completion rate reached 100%, he could bless others like a god. Although he didn't yet know what benefits the blessing would bring, judging by the demon Pope's reaction, it was bound to be immensely beneficial to them. Then, Chen Yi said to the demon Pope, from now on, gather all the demons of Tuckstar and tell them I will bestow blessings. The demon Pope was thrilled. As you command, great Lord of Dusk. Afterward, Chen Yi mounted the undying Nether Phoenix, allowing it to reveal its true form. Although he didn't know why the Lord of Dusk hadn't descended personally, this was a perfect opportunity for him to spread the word. Relaxing his mind, Chun-Yi took out the Dusk Essence, glanced at the Undying Nether Phoenix, and decided to use part of it to raise its level to 21, breaking the 5,000 mental power threshold, while using the remaining experience for himself. Without hesitation, Chun-Yi used 30 trillion experience points on the Undying Nether Phoenix and allocated the rest to himself. Instantly, both Chun-Yi and the Undying Nether Phoenix emitted golden light. The Undying Nether Phoenix leveled up to 21, reaching 50-60 mental power, and its aura became even more terrifying. Chun-Yi, on the other hand, leveled up to 92, with a progress of 31.2%. Seeing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but marvel at the staggering amount of experience required for the Undying Nether Phoenix to level up. It seemed he would have to wait until he reached level 100 before figuring out how to raise it to level 30. Meanwhile, as the Demon Pope continued spreading the news of the blessing to the demons of Tuckstar, the completion rate of Chun-Yi's blessing power steadily increased. 3 days later, when all the demons of Tuckstar had learned of the news, a voice echoed in Chun-Yi's ears, "Congratulations! Turn false into true successful. You have acquired the SSS level skill, Blessing Power. Blessing Power, SSS level, consumes a large amount of personal experience to bless a creature, permanently increasing all its basic attributes by 1%. Each creature can only be blessed once." Seeing this, Chun-Yi felt very satisfied. This blessing power seemed to be upgradable. At level 1, it could permanently increase attributes by 1%. So what about level 2? Would it increase by 2%? Chun-Yi wasn't sure yet. However, he was certain that there would be countless opportunities to improve his skill proficiency. After all, there were still billions of demons left. Blessing billions of demons on the Tuckstar would definitely level this skill up to level 5. Even though blessing power consumed experience, with his unlimited firepower support, all consumption was effectively zero. No one could be more extravagant than him. After all, experience was something that, once used, was gone, but he could replenish it at will. This was his advantage. Within the Turn False into Reality entry, the authority of the Lord of Dusk had also significantly increased, skyrocketing from the previous 0.00001% to 0.17%, an increase of tens of thousands of times. The only regret was that Chun-Yi didn't have a legitimate reason to promote his Avada Kedavra spell, otherwise, the completion rate could have increased even further. Moreover, he discovered that the higher the level of the creature that trusted him, the more the completion rate increased. This was also why the Deep Frost demon had significantly boosted the completion rate of the Avada Kedavra spell. At this moment, Chun-Yi looked down the mountain. Currently, all the demons on Tuckstar had gathered here. They were densely packed, countless in number, stretching as far as the eye could see. Looking at these demons, Chun-Yi made a silent decision. First, let all the demons receive blessings, then gather them in a large cathedral. Afterward, he would eliminate all the demons. Once the main base was in chaos, the Demon King Raz and his army would undoubtedly suffer a massive morale blow. This would make it easier for humanity on Blue Star to kill demons during the second calamity. The first to receive blessings was the Demon Pope of the Twilight Cult, followed by the archbishops, bishops, priests, and followers, all lining up one by one. Blessing power required no incantation time, a simple wave of the hand was enough to bestow a blessing. However, thinking about having to wave his hand billions of times, Chun-Yi felt a bit resistant. It didn't seem like an easy task. Feeling their power increase, the demon followers were all extremely excited. The Demon Pope, who had the highest level, experienced the most noticeable improvement with a 1% increase in basic attributes. After all, the higher the attributes, the greater the power boost from each increment. As time passed, when Chun-Yi had waved his hand 10 million times, the SSS level skill, Blessing Power, leveled up. Blessing Power, SSS level, consumes personal experience to bless a creature, permanently increasing all its basic attributes by 2%. Seeing the increase to 2%, Chun-Yi was overjoyed. Once Blessing Power reached level 5 or even level 10, he planned to use it on all his pets and summons. Looking at the remaining demon followers, Chun-Yi felt even more motivated. At 50 million blessings, Blessing Power reached level 3, increasing basic attributes by 3%. The authority of the Lord of Dusk rose to 0.19%. At 100 million blessings, Blessing Power reached level 4, increasing basic attributes by 4%.
The authority of
the Lord of Dusk surged to 0.47%. Eventually, Chen Yi became almost numb, mechanically waving his hand.
He didn't know how much time had passed when ding.
A system notification sounded. Congratulations, blessing power has reached level 5, increasing basic attributes to 5% and unlocking the special effect Potential Unleashing.
Potential Unleashing, in addition to increasing basic
attributes, the blessed creature has a certain chance of experiencing a bloodline reversion, awakening a bloodline talent.
Chen Yi instantly perked up.
Seeing this effect, he was at a loss for words.
This effect was simply too powerful. TSK, for a moment, Chen Yi was speechless.
Looking at the remaining demons, now fewer than 1,000,000, he stopped his actions.
At that moment, another
notification sounded. Authority of the Lord of Dusk completion rate has increased to 1%. Congratulations, you have mastered 1% of the authority of the Lord of Dusk.
You have obtained the passive skill Twilight Strike. Twilight Strike level, unique effect.
All your attacks will carry the power of Twilight, accelerating everything into a state of decay.
Upon reading this, Chen Yi was utterly shocked. The power of Twilight sounded like it could rapidly age anyone struck by it. He hadn't expected that just 1% of the Twilight Sovereign's authority would grant him such a powerful skill. If he possessed 100% of the Twilight Sovereign's authority, how strong would that be? It was simply unimaginable. Moreover, Chen Yi noticed that this 1% of the Twilight Sovereign's authority
seemed to be transmitting certain knowledge to him, like some restrictive rules.
Chen Yi could only vaguely make out a few keywords: descent, armorization, ancestral god, souls, mirroring, unification. Each of these terms seemed to represent a distinct law of power.
At that moment, the humanoid figure in the yellow robe within the nebula revealed a look of shock in its eyes.
What kind of armorization technique is this?
It completely stripped away my Twilight power skill.
This figure was none other than the Twilight Sovereign. He had not directly descended upon Tuckstar, intending to wait until the person completed the armorization
technique before fully devouring him.
But he hadn't anticipated that his authority would be completely stripped away. Using
an ordinary armorization technique would never achieve such a complete separation. It would typically absorb his divinity as well,
both the good and the bad.
At that point, the Twilight Sovereign could easily devour the person and absorb their power.
The Twilight Sovereign glanced at his status panel. The original Twilight Strike entry had now become Twilight Strike, stripped. He looked in the direction of Tuckstar and decided to set off immediately. Although he had only lost 1% of his authority, it meant he was no longer whole. How could an incomplete Twilight Sovereign survive in this dark universe? A yellow beam of light shot out from the
yellow nebula, and the Twilight Sovereign sped toward Tuckstar faster than the speed of light.
On Tuckstar, countless meteors were falling from the sky.
The demons who had just been blessed by Chen Yi were now experiencing their apocalypse.
Chen Yi began attacking frantically, cutting down the demons one by one under the meteor shower. When he had blessed these demons earlier, Chen Yi had already observed their levels.
The highest was the Demon Pope, while the other demons ranged from level 10 to level 60.
The Demon
King had taken all the elite forces of Tuckstar, leaving behind demons that were no match for him.
As Chen Yi slaughtered them,
some flying demons attempted to attack him, but they were all blocked by the undying Nether Phoenix. The Phoenix spewed flames,
instantly incinerating the demons.
At the same time, Chen Yi activated the skills core of Deathfire and Blazing Deathfire.
No demon could last even a second in these flames. The Demon Pope finally realized that the person claiming to be the Twilight Sovereign
was not the original Twilight Sovereign at all. Looking at Chen Yi, who exuded an even more demonic aura than himself, the Demon Pope felt a pang of despair.
"Oh great Twilight Sovereign, save your people. This guy is the purest demon imaginable." But in the next second, the Demon Pope was pierced by Chen Yi's extinction spear.
Squelch, blood splattered across the sky.
The Demon Pope desperately flew toward the temple, where defensive mechanisms could fend off enemies. Chen Yi pursued relentlessly, hurling the extinction spear repeatedly.
The spear traced perfect arcs in the air, piercing the Demon Pope until he resembled a pincushion.
Twilight
Strike erupted, and the Demon Pope felt as though he had been forced into the twilight of his life. His wings froze, and he plummeted
straight to the ground. Seeing the lifeless Demon Pope, Chen Yi noted that no unique equipment had dropped. He understood that unique grade equipment likely only dropped from supreme beings above level 110. For other levels, no matter how high, it was rare to obtain such equipment.
At that moment, a group of black-armored demons flew over, numbering in the hundreds.
Chen Yi focused on one of the members of the Holy Demon Army. Holy Demon Army Black Knight level, 103 rank, mythical, base strength, 1438 base. Constitution, 1334 base agility, 1243 base intelligence, 1144 talent, Holy Demon Mark, SS, skills, Demon Bombardment, Demons. Demon Flame, Demon Thunder description, the Pope's most elite guard, possessing immense power. Chen Yi also observed the levels of these black demons, which were generally between level 100 and 105. It seems that the demons of Tuckstar are indeed formidable. After all, in his previous life, there were only a handful of level 100 powerhouses openly known on Blue Star. No wonder they were sent to annihilate humanity on Blue Star.
Without hesitation, Chen Yi directly unleashed the Spear of Annihilation at these creatures. In an instant, countless spears of annihilation shot toward the level 100 mythological beings.
Facing these spears of annihilation, the Holy Demon Army desperately wielded their black-red greatswords to block.
However, the Spear of Annihilation was
an SSS-level top-tier single-target skill, coupled with Chen Yi's hundredfold enhancement as the Elemental Lord. Even though the
Holy Demon Army members were all above level 100 and had reached mythological strength, they were utterly unable to withstand it. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced and torn, more than 10 Holy Demon Army members fell to the ground.
The remaining
members were all injured to varying degrees. At this moment, the surviving Holy Demon Army learned their lesson and immediately
dispersed in the air.
They shifted from tight formation to individual guerrilla tactics, launching attacks on Chen Yi from all
directions. Just then, the Holy Demon Army unleashed Demon Bombardment. 90+ black beams suddenly blasted toward Chen Yi. Demon
Bombardment is a powerful skill combining magic and physical attacks.
Chen Yi immediately activated Wrath of God, enveloping himself in a red glow, rendering the Demon Bombardment completely ineffective against him.
Taking advantage of the invincibility granted by Wrath of God, Chen Yi fired over 30 spears of annihilation in succession. Each spear was enhanced with tenfold damage, making it
effortless to precisely kill a Holy Demon Army member.
As a result, the casualty rate of the arriving Holy Demon Army reached 50%.
Witnessing this scene, the remaining Holy Demon Army members were utterly terrified. Who is this person? Even the Demon King would
tread cautiously when facing over 100 Holy Demon Army members, yet this man effortlessly dealt with so many formidable enemies. Recalling that he had once impersonated the Lord of Dusk, the other Holy Demon Army members dared not act rashly.
At that moment,
a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. How dare you steal my power?
Today, you will die without a doubt. Chen Yi's hair stood on end.
Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the undead phoenix and opened the treasure gate, preparing to enter.
The next
second, a yellow beam of light suddenly blocked his path.
Chen Yi couldn't discern what the light was. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming pressure suppressed him, rendering his internal power completely immobile.
A voice echoed in his ears, "You are under
divine suppression. Super Divine Adaptation talent activated.
Congratulations, you have gained Divinity plus 0.1.
Divinity plus 0.1.
Finally, when his divinity reached 1, Chen Yi felt his body relax.
His internal power began to flow again. He reopened the treasure gate,
unleashed his full potential, and leaped inside. The Lord of Dusk was utterly shocked upon witnessing this.
Damn it! This little insect actually found a way to break free from his confinement. He had underestimated him.
Apart from a god, no being could escape his divine
suppression. Could this little insect possess a treasure capable of breaking the bonds? How powerful must such a treasure be? He had to obtain it.
With this thought, the Lord of Dusk traversed the void, using some unknown power to arrive outside Blue Star.
Gazing at the blue planet
before him, he roared in fury, "Damn humans!" After roaring, the Lord of Dusk circled Blue Star, attempting to find a flaw to enter the
planet.
But after searching for a long time, he found none.
It seemed he would have to resort to brute force to break in. Immediately, he
transformed into an immensely powerful yellow deity, towering tens of thousands of miles high, with a yellow halo resembling a setting sun,
appearing behind him like a god from myth.
His hands were as massive as mountains, and his eyes emitted endless light, locking onto Chen Yi.
On Blue Star, Chen Yi also saw those two enormous, sun-like eyes.
The people on Blue Star witnessed this scene simultaneously.
Oh my god. What are those two sun-like things? Honey, come out and look. There are two more suns outside. Don't bother me, I'm fixing your leather armor. A few extra suns won't stop us from hunting monsters tomorrow. You're right, honey.
Meanwhile, people all over the world were witnessing this astonishing sight. At that moment, all satellites floating outside the atmosphere malfunctioned.
Panic spread among everyone.
After all, when the red mist descended earlier, the satellites hadn't failed.
What exactly were these two suns now? In space, the
Lord of Dusk extended his massive hands, preparing to touch the atmosphere.
Just then, a mass of red mist suddenly emerged outside the atmosphere and lunged fiercely at his hands.
The Lord of Dusk let out a painful howl. The red mist corroded his giant hands like a deadly poison, leaving only bones. Writhing in pain, he quickly shrank back to his original size. Staring at the blue planet before him, his heart was filled with hatred.
Damn red mist. What is so special about this blue star that it receives such protection?
Thinking about how 1% of his authority had been taken by the people of Blue Star, the Lord of Dusk felt as if his heart was being torn apart. But when he thought of the impending arrival of the demon army, a cold smile appeared on his face. This blue star has only just begun to develop. How could it possibly withstand the slaughter of billions of demons? I will annihilate all humans on Blue Star and see how this red mist stops me then. With this thought, the Lord of Dusk crossed through space, not returning to the nebula but heading to another dimension composed of sound. The ruler there, the formless dancer, was his friend. Perhaps they could infiltrate Blue Star and lend him a hand. At this moment, Chen Yi returned to his room at the Celestial Bureau. The terrifying yellow figure from earlier was still vivid in his memory. That oppressive feeling was too horrifying. Even the Eye of Insight couldn't see through it, and it was beyond words to describe. Is that what a god is? Chen Yi reflected, feeling a sense of loss. Even with 9 SSS level talents unlocked, he didn't have the courage to resist. The gap was too vast. It was like an ant facing an elephant, as insurmountable as the distance between heaven and earth. The gap between humans and gods is not something that can be bridged by leveling up. He realized how little he truly knew. At first, he thought SSS level talents were incredibly rare. Later, he understood that true SSS level talents were exceedingly scarce. Even among humans favored by the red mist, there were only a handful with unique SSS level talents. Then there were those one-of-a-kind, non-replicable pieces of equipment. He had never encountered such things in his previous life. Thinking of this, Chen Yi felt another wave of frustration. Back when he dealt with Chu Tianxiao, he had been confident. After all, Chu Tianxiao was only slightly stronger than him in the early stages. But now, facing the Lord of Dusk, Chen Yi truly couldn't guarantee victory. Just then, a flood of unfamiliar and profound knowledge suddenly surged into Chen Yi's mind. It was knowledge he had never encountered before. Closing his eyes, Chen Yi tried to make sense of this information. As his understanding deepened, he was shaken to his core. The words that had previously appeared in his mind now became completely clear in their meaning: descent, armor-clad, ancestral god, soul's collective, mirror image, unification. Each represented a different path to godhood. Descent referred to the reincarnation of a soul through various lifetimes, like the gods and myths who were banished to the mortal realm but later returned to the heavens. Descent referred to the souls of gods who survived the broken era, reincarnating into various races in the universe. Since they were originally gods, no matter how many hardships they endured, they could ultimately become gods again. Moreover, the divine authority they could obtain would be similar in power to what they had before. Divine authority referred to the control over various rules and concepts. Rules such as time, space, fire, earth, water, and wind, among others. Concepts are akin to the Twilight authority wielded by the Lord of Twilight, encompassing good and evil, knowledge, wisdom, war, wealth, and so on. Each authority can only be controlled by one god. To seize an authority, one must defeat the god who holds it. For instance, if Chen Yi were to defeat the Lord of Twilight, he might replace him. However, this is merely a possibility, as many beings covet that authority. Among these descended divine souls, some lose their memories and develop entirely new personalities. Others retain their memories and are aware of their former glory from birth. Some lose only partial memories, eventually forming new identities, though they retain recollections of their past and present lives. Chen Yi dismisses the first method, descent.
If he were truly a descended divine soul, how could his past life amount to nothing? He was merely a backline healer, a small priest adding health. The second method, armor, is far more intriguing.
Some beings aspiring to become gods imitate the behavior and characteristics of a specific god, absorbing their divinity, whether good or bad, and mimicking their every action and mannerism. Eventually, they become indistinguishable from the god they emulate. For example, if a god once killed a friend and took their wife, the armored imitator must do the same, kill their own friend and take their friend's wife, replicating the god's actions exactly. Only through such perfect imitation can they fully acquire the god's traits. Imitate everything the other has done until no one can tell the difference. Ultimately, the armored imitator can seize half of the authority of the god they mimic. Only one of the two can survive, inevitably leading to a great battle. If the imitator wins, they replace the god and gain all their authority. If they lose, all their power and authority are absorbed by the god, greatly enhancing the god's strength and status. The relationship between the imitator and the god is a high-stakes gamble with life on the line. Regardless of who wins, immense benefits are gained. Thus, some gods do not prevent the emergence of imitators. However, most gods intervene when the imitator has seized 30% or 40% of their authority, stopping them to preserve their own strength while extracting more power from the imitator. For these gods, this is a profitable trade-off. Cheney studied this armor method, speculating that the Lord of Twilight might have mistaken him for an imitator. This could explain why the Lord did not come to the planet Tuk to stop him. But when Cheney directly stole the Twilight Strike, the Lord of Twilight could no longer remain indifferent. After all, this theft was complete. Cheney absorbed none of the Lord's divinity and did not mimic any of his experiences. If the Lord of Twilight continued to do nothing, Cheney would eventually seize his authority entirely, without even waiting for the power to reach 50% before a battle. As for the armor method, Cheney dismissed it entirely. He had a better approach, turning falsehood into reality. In essence, he could rely on his talent for turning false into true to ascend to godhood directly. Of course, this would take a long time. He wondered if the Lord of Twilight had other faith planets. If given the chance, he would search for supreme treasures on those planets and disguise himself as the Lord of Twilight. Now that he had seen the Lord's true form and heard his voice, the believers would undoubtedly be more convinced. Thinking of this, Cheney felt delighted. The authority of the Lord of Twilight, I'll take it. The third method of becoming a god is the ancestor god method. The ancestor god method is the most orthodox path to godhood, allowing one to directly establish a new authority, symbolizing the progenitor of gods. To use the ancestor god method, one must elevate their power to the biological limit and then ascend the tower to become a god with the help of the tower. The tower is an essential possession for every ancestor god, supporting the reality of the world and constructing space and time. It is composed of ultimate essence and divine stones. Even when one's power reaches its peak, it cannot sustain the energy required for godhood without the aid of the tower. Upon reading this, Cheney was utterly shocked. It turns out that the ultimate breath is the material for building the tower, and this ultimate breath is the only thing that cannot be replicated. Does this mean that the universe can only support one more ancestral god to ascend? Now that he has obtained the last trace of ultimate breath, his luck is truly off the charts. It's practically a miracle. However, he doesn't know what the divine stone actually is or whether such material still exists in this universe. Next, Cheney used his consciousness to examine the fourth method of becoming a god, multitude of souls. Multitude of souls involves gathering countless souls of a single race, merging them into one, and opening up new authority to ascend to godhood. But using this method to become a god results in the formation of an entirely new personality, devoid of any previous memories, only aware of its origin. Moreover, this multitude of souls method also requires the power of the tower. Upon seeing this, Cheney immediately thought of the meteorite crystal. Could the meteorite crystal be the new god formed by the Somo people merging the souls of their entire race? But after thinking it over, he felt it was unlikely. This is because he hadn't seen the presence of a tower among the Somo people. Without a tower, one cannot ascend to godhood. Even with a tower, success is not guaranteed. It seems he needs to find time to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the meteorite crystal. The meteorite crystal's failure to ascend to godhood is true, but whether the Somo people had found the materials to build a tower back then remains unclear. If the meteorite crystal knows the whereabouts of another material, the divine stone, then he could use the ancestral god method to ascend to godhood. Thus, he could open up new authority. With his 10 SSS level talents, the authority he establishes would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. By then, even the Lord of Dusk could be toyed with in the palm of his hand. The fifth method of becoming a god is the mirror method, which is far more complex, 100 times more complicated than the previous 4 methods. The mirror method requires mimicking the positive and negative aspects of all things in the universe, merging different individuals and existences to obtain divinity. It could be a trinity, a quartet, a quintet, or a duality. In any case, there must be abstract units representing all things in the universe, and then, with the help of the tower, one can ascend to godhood. Simply put, the mirror method involves splitting one's soul. The first step is to die in this world, then divide the soul into several parts. Next comes transformation and mirroring. Mirroring is not meant literally, it's just a term. Take the simplest example of a trinity: divide the soul into 3 parts, becoming king, rebel, and connector. King represents royal authority, rebel represents insurgents, and connector represents the major families. The sequence is as follows: king gives rise to rebel and connector. Rebel becomes king and connector. Connector becomes king and rebel. This cycle repeats 3 times, then moves to the second stage, death. All participants in the mirroring process must die, but they must complete the ritual in a living state. Living state refers to using the soul to control the already deceased body to perform the ritual. The purpose of death is to strip away hatred and barriers between one another, and to fuse all souls back into a complete whole. None can be missing. During this process, immensely powerful divinity will be born. Finally, relying on the power of the tower, one becomes an entirely new god, no longer the person they once were. What kind of god one becomes depends entirely on the mirroring method used. The example just given is merely the simplest mirroring method. Within the Trinity, there are also dualities, such as life and death, yin and yang, war and peace, dual entities, quartets, quintets, and so on. Even within the Trinity, there are countless variations. The gods that can be achieved are also limitless in possibility. Chen Yi looked at the 5th method of becoming a god, and his head started to ache. The concepts involved were simply too complex. He finally understood why the Lord of Dusk was so powerful. Becoming a god was incredibly difficult, something ordinary people simply couldn't achieve. Then, Chen Yi looked at the 6th method, unity. This was almost an impossible path to godhood. Such a god would stand equal to the world, perceive the essence of the universe, and freely manipulate it, reaching the state of I am the universe, and the universe is me. However, once one realizes that they are the universe and the universe is them, it means everything is an illusion, the universe doesn't exist, and I don't exist either. The only way is to become extremely selfish, forcibly preserving the existence of self, like retaining one's true self. In an illusory world, Chen Yi couldn't comprehend this state. At least for now, he didn't understand. The only method of becoming a god he could choose was the ancestor god method, which seemed relatively normal. With other methods, one would no longer be oneself after becoming a god. He truly couldn't see the point of becoming such a god. Chen Yi sighed. These things were still too far away from him. But knowing about them was good, it at least gave him a goal. The ancestor god method. Who knows how many levels one would need to ascend to reach the pinnacle of life? Reaching level 100, who knows how long that would take? 70 trillion experience coins had only raised him by 2 levels. Even if he farmed dungeons and secret realms every day, it seemed impossible to reach level 100 in a short time. Chen Yi gazed out the window, his eyes deep and contemplative. It was time to reveal his identity to the world. After all, he now had a 100-fold experience talent. Chen Yi took stock of the experience coins he had gained from killing those billions of demons, about 3 trillion. He immediately used them, but his experience bar only increased by 1.2%. Chen Yi kept pondering how to create momentum and publicity. After all, only by letting more people know could his words become reality. He decided to leverage the power of the Celestial Bureau so he wouldn't have to promote it himself. As long as turning false into true had even a 0.001% chance of success, word of mouth could spread the message, eventually achieving 100% effectiveness. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately sent a message to Sui Tang. Sui Tang, knowing Chen Yi had returned, rushed over right away. She looked at Chen Yi, her eyes full of joy. Brother E, you're back? And you're already level 90.
Chen Yi nodded. Yes, and I've unlocked the 9th talent, 100-fold experience.
Sui Tang's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, Brother E,
is this true? Chen Yi nodded affirmatively. That's great. Sui Tang was so happy she almost jumped for joy.
Meanwhile, under Chen Yi's turning false into true, a new entry appeared, 100-fold experience, SSS level, 0.0000001%. Although the probability was minuscule, Chen Yi was thrilled. It meant he truly had a chance to acquire the 100-fold experience talent.
Turning false into true was indeed powerful. Chen Yi said to Sui Tang, next, I want to tell the whole world about this, so everyone knows. I, Chen Yi, have 100-fold experience.
Sui Tang nodded in support. Although she didn't understand why Brother E wanted to do this, she was willing to help wholeheartedly.
Leave it to me.
I'll mobilize the Celestial Bureau's PR department to make it happen.
Chen Yi nodded in agreement. That would be perfect.
On the forums, people were fervently discussing the recent appearance of two suns in the sky and the disappearance of the red mist.
Did you see the red mist in the sky?
I did. I didn't expect the red mist to still be there. The red mist protected us, it seems to have driven away those two suns. Yes, we almost faced a catastrophe just now. Those two suns look like two giant eyeballs. How massive
must that creature be? Who knows?
But now that they're gone, we can finally relax. At that moment, a pinned post appeared on the forum.
Mage God reaches level 90, unlocking the 9th talent 100-fold experience. The post detailed the Mage God's level and skills, written
vividly as if it were real, instantly attracting countless netizens to gather around. Mage God is leveling up so fast, already at level
92 now.
That Zhang Haishan with the 100-fold experience talent is still stuck at level 70, I heard.
Really? Stuck for this long?
Of course it's true. My cousin works at the Celestial Bureau.
Where is he? Where is he? He's gone. Finally, someone spills insider info, and now they're gone again. Mage God has the 100-fold experience talent now. The number 1 on Blue Star, no objections, right?
Absolutely.
I think even without this talent, Mage God is still the number 1 on Blue Star. Forget about that. Do you think any other professional players can beat him? Honestly, no one. I think Astrid and Annabelle are pretty strong. I often watch their live streams on the National War battlefield. They're really beautiful. You watch live streams? I don't even know what to say to you. He. Li. Huishue is also very strong.
I heard she knows the Golden Light Curse, which can instantly kill diamond-level creatures.
Isn't the Golden Light Curse a spell from Yanhuang? How did it end up with them? I heard Li Huishue's ancestors were from Yanhuang and fled to Korea centuries ago to escape war. Ah, so that's why. She still counts as Yanhuang bloodline then. Exactly. Without Yanhuang bloodline, how could she use those Taoist techniques? True. Let's stop chatting about this. Let's make a bet on when Mage God will reach level 100. Are you going to be the bookmaker?
Of course, I'll be the bookmaker.
Place your bets, place your bets. I'm betting 10 million experience coins that it'll happen within a year. 1 year odds are 2:1. That's too small scale.
I'm betting 2 years, 1:1 odds.
You upstairs, your vision is limited too. I'm betting 6 months, 3:1 odds. I'm betting 1 month.
At this moment, Chen Yi was staring at the 100-fold
experience entry. 100-fold experience, SSS level, 0.12%.
Now was not the best time to act. After all, the players visiting the forum now were only a minority.
Most were busy grinding monsters and hadn't noticed this entry. Chen Yi wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait
until the national war began, then promote it heavily for a shocking effect. Meanwhile, in the Papal State, Jean Fonger was focused on
synthesizing equipment.
A burst of chaotic light flashed, and a piece of equipment emitting a mysterious aura appeared. She stared at the
equipment, which had already surpassed the unique grade, in utter shock.
I never expected infinite synthesis to be so powerful, capable of creating equipment beyond the unique grade. She immediately grabbed the equipment. It was a short blade, slightly longer than a dagger, with
a gold and blue color scheme. The hilt was engraved with a fierce beast, exuding majesty. Blade of Mercy grade, origin effect 1 any. Creature attacked by the Blade of Mercy dies instantly, invincible states invalid. Effect 2 attacks with the blade ignore all defenses. Effect 3 damage caused by the blade cannot be healed. Effect 4 all ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit. Seeing these attributes, Jean Fonger was completely stunned. This was origin-grade equipment that surpassed the unique grade. No unique equipment could compare. Each effect alone was top-tier unique equipment. It was simply invincible. She gripped the Blade of Mercy tightly, and Chen Yi's image immediately surfaced in her mind. Now, she might finally be able to rescue her sister. Chen Yi, just wait. Other beta testers also saw the attributes and had complex expressions. They hadn't expected such an overpowered short blade to be synthesized. Jean Fonger saw through everyone's concerns and said, "This blade is for rescuing my sister. Once she's saved, we can discuss its ownership." After speaking, she placed the blade into her backpack. But deep down, she knew everyone was secretly scheming. Just to save your sister? Once your sister is rescued, will there still be a role for us? Many beta testers are already planning to leave. Secret organizations from other countries have contacted them privately, offering excellent conditions. The red mist gave us the opportunity to beta test. How can we keep being suppressed? Meanwhile, in a dimension composed entirely of sound waves, a yellow sound wave was wandering around. This yellow sound wave was the Lord of Dusk. After entering this sound wave dimension, he too transformed into a sound wave, allowing him to move freely. This time, he came here to find his close friend, the Invisible Dancer, who wields the authority of sound waves. The authority of sound waves represents the most primal energy rules of the universe. It is often misunderstood as death and life, order and chaos. In truth, sound waves are a mysterious force. The Invisible Dancer's authority is closely tied to the movement of all celestial bodies in the universe. It can maintain order, create chaos, and even bring forth life and death. This is a complex rule, one that even the Lord of Dusk has not fully comprehended. However, many eras ago, the Lord of Dusk and the Invisible Dancer had already known each other. Back then, they were only at levels 20 or 30, full of hope for the future. Eventually, one became the Lord of Dusk, and the other became the Invisible Dancer. Now that the Lord of Dusk was in trouble, he came to the Invisible Dancer at the first opportunity. At the moment the Lord of Dusk appeared, a green sound wave suddenly emerged. At this moment, the yellow and green sound waves met. The Lord of Dusk immediately sensed the information carried within the sound wave. "Turska, what brings you here?" "Trunimbra, my authority has been stolen by that armored one." "Oh, that's good news. Congratulations on the chance to level up again. You're a mid-tier deity now, aren't you? Don't joke around. I'm not as powerful as you. This time, that armored one is quite special. Tell me, what makes him special?" "He completely stole my Dusk Strike authority, but didn't absorb a single bit of divinity." "What? Such a thing is possible?" "Yes, I couldn't believe it at first either, but it's true. 1% of my authority has been entirely stripped away." Hearing the Lord of Dusk's words, the Invisible Dancer fell silent for a long time. "If that's true, we can't just sit by. If he can steal your authority, doesn't that mean he could easily steal mine as well? That's why I came to ask for your help to go to Blue Star and kill that human who can steal authority." "What? A human from Blue Star? That's not going to be easy." "Why? Do you think your authority isn't enough to handle it? You know as well as I do that Blue Star is protected by the red mist. If I enter in my true form, my power will be greatly diminished, and I could fall at any moment." "Then is there no way? I can send an avatar to infiltrate. Although it will lose some power, it will be more than enough to deal with a human who hasn't reached the limits of life." "That's great." As soon as the Lord of Dusk finished speaking, Turska separated a brand new black light wave from his body. "Go, Black Death Avatar, and kill the human who can steal our authority." At the same time, the Lord of Dusk transmitted Chen Yi's image directly to the Black Death Avatar. After receiving the information, the Black Death Avatar immediately broke through dimensions and entered the main universe. The moment it entered the main universe, the Black Death Avatar transformed into a goddess exuding an aura of death. Her long black hair writhed like squirming worms. Then, she turned into a black sound wave and, through the connections between planets, flew directly to the skies above Blue Star. She concealed her presence. The Black Death Avatar penetrated the atmosphere but was instantly enveloped by the red mist. The red mist clung to her like a stubborn parasite, continuously altering her. The Black Death Avatar's power kept diminishing, eventually being reduced to level 150,
and her rank could only be considered that of a supreme creature.
This was the limit the Red Mist could currently tolerate.
They believed that a level 150 Black Death avatar posed no threat to humanity. In the sound wave dimension, the invisible dancer sighed upon hearing that the avatar had been weakened. At this moment, in the Mermaid Palace, the obese Mermaid King was leading the mermaid army to hunt down those mutated sea creatures. As the army advanced, the Mermaid King, who had been deeply frightened by Chen-Yi, completely changed his previously lazy demeanor. Over time, the army gained more and more experience and rewards. Suddenly, something fell into the sea with a splash. In the distance, it seemed as though a black stone had dropped to the seabed. The Mermaid King was curious, could it be a treasure? Without hesitation, he led the army toward the black stone. At this time, the weakened embodiment of Black Death, now reduced to a supreme being, was lying quietly on the seabed, sensing the movements of numerous life forms in the distance.
The embodiment of Black Death
stood up. Coming to this world, it still needed some subordinates.
The Mermaid King soon arrived at the location of the embodiment of Black Death.
When he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. At this moment, the Mermaid King's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the embodiment of Black Death, leaving him unable to think clearly. The mermaids and humans shared similar aesthetics, and the Mermaid King decided to take the embodiment of Black Death back to make her his queen. But just then, the embodiment of Black Death suddenly transformed into a mass of black mist.
The black mist spread endlessly across the seabed, causing
all the mermaids, including the Mermaid King, to twist and writhe in madness.
The mist invaded their eyes, ears, mouths, and gills relentlessly.
After an unknown amount of time, all the mermaids in the army were covered in a layer of black.
Their originally bluish-green skin
had completely changed. At this moment, the embodiment of Black Death returned to its true form. All the mermaid soldiers instantly leveled up to level 50, transforming into golden creatures. The Mermaid King, however, broke through to level 100, reaching the mythical tier. His body underwent a transformation as well. His former fat turned into solid muscle, making him look imposing and majestic. The mermaids, upon seeing the embodiment of Black Death, knelt down in unison and shouted, "Greetings, my god."
The embodiment of Black Death did not hesitate and immediately issued an order. Now, launch an attack on the surface. Create chaos, the more, the better. Do you understand? The Mermaid King, holding a trident, nodded solemnly, yes. Then he turned to his army behind him. From now on, attack the surface. Yes. The mermaid army immediately surged toward the surface in a mighty wave. The embodiment of Black Death closed its eyes and waited quietly. It knew that Chen-Yi would definitely appear to try to stop this invasion. But it also understood that the moment Chen-Yi appeared would be the moment of his demise. At this time, players leveling up by the seaside were the first to see the massive, dark mermaid army. No one knew that the mermaid race had already betrayed them. Seeing that every mermaid soldier was a level 50 golden creature, the players were so shocked they were speechless. Is this still the same mermaid race that used to be only around level 10? Don't forget, most of the highest level Yanhuang players in the world had only just reached level 30 after their first class advancement. How had the mermaid race suddenly all turned into level 50 golden creatures? Because of the non-aggression pact between Yanhuang and the mermaid race, the players initially didn't pay much attention. But at that moment, the mermaid soldiers suddenly unleashed countless powerful streams of water, launching a frenzied attack on the players by the seaside. This sudden assault caught most players completely off guard. These streams of water, released by level 50 golden creatures, were terrifyingly powerful. Many players were instantly killed without any chance to defend themselves, their blood splattering everywhere, their bodies reduced to pulp. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the Supreme Battle Flag, about 1/3 of the players were able to revive on the spot. This ambush made everyone realize one undeniable fact: the mermaid race was absolutely not a friendly presence. The players by the seaside immediately reported the news to the Celestial Bureau. The large-scale invasion by the mermaids left everyone utterly stunned. What was even more shocking was that these merfolk had all transformed into level 50 golden creatures. What exactly had happened within the merfolk? Chen-Yi also received this news. He knew that the merfolk could not have suddenly become so powerful for no reason. Even the most ordinary merfolk soldiers had reached the level of level 50 golden creatures. There must be some secret he had yet to uncover.
Thus, Chenny summoned Hilliard and headed straight for the coastline where the merfolk had landed. When he saw the massive merfolk army, he was greatly surprised. The next moment, Chenny unhesitatingly unleashed falling stars. Countless meteors descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! The powerful shockwave instantly sent all the merfolk flying. Although they were level 50 golden creatures, they were no match for the falling stars. Just then, a pitch-black giant suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea. Chenny focused his gaze and realized it was the Merfolk King. The Merfolk King had become much thinner, but Chenny still recognized the trident in his hand. That trident was as massive as a mountain. Chenny checked the Merfolk King's attributes. Merfolk King level, 100 rank, mythical. Seeing this, Chenny was utterly shocked. The Merfolk King had directly become a level 100 mythical creature, which was simply unbelievable. After all, the Merfolk King, like humans, needed experience and gold to level up. In other words, the Merfolk King had leveled up faster than him. The Merfolk King glared at Chenny and shouted angrily, "Chenny, today is the day you die. You must pay for what you've done in the past." At this moment, the Merfolk King's mind was filled with hatred for Chenny. This was mainly because the Black Death avatar had completely changed his personality. The former Merfolk King had been timid and lazy, never daring to provoke Chenny. Now, he had become bold and decisive, refusing to let Chenny turn the merfolk into vassals of Yanhuang. Crash! The Merfolk King swung his massive trident, stirring up towering waves that surged toward Chenny, who stood on Hilliard. The waves reached heights of 10,000 meters, blotting out the sun. This was the Merfolk King's ultimate move, Raging Tides. Faced with the 10,000-meter-high waves, Chenny did not hesitate and immediately unleashed Ice Prison Judgment. Whoosh! Snowflakes danced in the air, and countless waves were instantly frozen into icebergs. Soon, the ice at the base could not withstand the immense weight and began to crack, crack. The icebergs collapsed, and large chunks of ice fell, creating deep pits. 15 seconds later, Chenny used Ice Prison Judgment again, this time directly targeting the Merfolk King. The Merfolk King's giant form was actually created by manipulating water currents. The trident granted him the power to control the ocean, combined with his innate sea god avatar talent, making him seem like the incarnation of a sea god. Thus, even at level 100 mythical rank, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, his attributes doubled in the ocean, making him equivalent to a level 110 supreme creature. Cold air rapidly enveloped the Merfolk King, and layers of ice began to encase him. But the Merfolk King was unfazed. He simply shrank his body to shed the ice. Eventually, he reduced himself to the size of a normal human, but his aura remained undiminished. Chenny gave him no chance. If you dare to rebel, you must be completely eliminated. With this thought, Chenny summoned the Extinction Spear into his hand. Whoosh! One Extinction Spear after another shot toward the Merfolk King. The Merfolk King swung his trident, deflecting all the attacks. The twilight power on the Extinction Spear failed to take effect, merely making the surrounding ice even sturdier. Time ticked by, and Chenny had already fired hundreds of Extinction Spears. The ice beneath the Merfolk King's feet was riddled with cracks, but he relied on his liquid body and the protection of the sea to endure. Chenny naturally would not let him off. Subsequently, Chenny summoned the Undying Nether Phoenix. The Undying Nether Phoenix possessed an extraordinary mental power exceeding 5,000 points. Even a tiny wisp of its flames was enough to evaporate a small lake. As the necromantic core was unleashed, an area of nether fire instantly formed. The seawater within and around the area rapidly boiled, turning into steam that shot straight into the sky. The evaporation was so swift that even the distant ocean began surging toward the area. The Merfolk King, caught within the nether fire zone, appeared to be in extreme discomfort. For a being that had never encountered fire, the scorching flames were pure torment. However, it was merely an unpleasant experience for him. Despite the Undying Nether Phoenix's mental power exceeding 5,000 points, the vast disparity in levels meant it still couldn't instantly kill the Merfolk King. Next, Chenny unleashed the Inferno of Death. A massive blaze erupted across the sea's surface. His gaze locked onto the Merfolk King, and he observed with satisfaction as the Phoenix's relentless attacks caused the Merfolk King's body to begin evaporating. After all, Chenny preferred not to use the Venom Fang dagger unless absolutely necessary, as it would contaminate the entire sea, requiring decades to recover. With this in mind,
Chen Yi began hurling the Spear of Annihilation at the Merfolk King. At the same time, he retrieved the Soul Cube and activated Erasure of Time, completely sealing the Merfolk King's regenerative abilities. Under the onslaught of various attacks, the Merfolk King's injuries grew increasingly severe. Unable to heal, he ultimately dissolved into a pool of blood with a final wail. The Sea God's trident in his hand shattered into pieces. Chen Yi picked up the Sea God's trident and carefully examined its attributes. Sea God's trident, grade, unique, effect, grants the ability to control the sea. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can command the sea to do anything for you. ***. The trident had only one effect, but it was immensely powerful. Chen Yi understood that this power was far beyond that of ordinary weapons. More importantly, he could wield it himself. After all, he was the master of elements. The trident's ability to control the sea, combined with his elemental powers, and the energy of infinite firepower, would create a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Just then, a streak of black light shot toward Chen Yi. Instinctively, he activated the Wrath of the Gods earrings, and a red protective glow blocked the attack. The black light collided with the red glow and then veered toward the seabed. Chen Yi immediately wielded the Sea God's trident, using the power of the sea to force the black light into retreat until it had nowhere left to go. At the same time, he discovered that infinite firepower was completely ineffective against the black light. The earlier attack had relied on his own strength, the Sea God's trident had merely granted him control over the sea and wasn't considered a skill. However, thanks to the hundredfold energy regeneration of his sun and moon set, Chen Yi could barely maintain a balance between output and recovery, avoiding exhaustion. Within the black light, an ancient flying shuttle emerged, tethered by a black thread that was attempting to pull it toward the thread's source. Naturally, Chen Yi wouldn't let it succeed. He immediately used the power of the sea to trap the flying shuttle in a water prison. With the Sea God's trident, as long as Chen Yi was in the sea, he could command all water-based skills. The water prison technique was merely a basic application. Standing on the sea's surface, Chen Yi approached the flying shuttle to examine its attributes. Black Death Shuttle, grade, unique, effect, any life form struck by the Black Death Shuttle will die instantly, with its soul forever imprisoned within the shuttle, ***, currently imprisoned souls. 3564 ***. The attributes made Chen Yi's heart tighten. Fortunately, the enemy hadn't been able to break through his invincible protection. Otherwise, once the final resurrection charge of the Black Phoenix Ring was used up, he would have met a grim end. With this in mind, Chen Yi immediately summoned Galadriel and Buster. Galadriel could use the hand of Gaia to resurrect him, ensuring his safety as long as she was present. As for the Black Death Shuttle, Chen Yi retrieved the demon sealing box. A flash of white light sealed the shuttle directly. Beside the bronze palace within the box, the black flying shuttle became unusually quiet the moment it touched the bronze palace, falling straight to the ground from midair and appearing just like an ordinary shuttle. Witnessing this, Chen Yi realized that the shuttle must possess a soul, otherwise, it wouldn't have become so obedient on its own. This was the first time he had encountered equipment with self-awareness. At this moment, the Black Death Avatar observed the demon sealing box through the shuttle. However, she couldn't see what was inside, as the connection between the shuttle and the box was severed the moment the shuttle was sealed within. Naturally, the invisible dancer also detected the scene through the Black Death Avatar. Sensing the situation inside the demon sealing box, the entire light wave became unstable. He immediately said to the Lord of Dusk, "The demon sealing box is in that kid's hands." The Lord of Dusk was visibly shocked upon hearing this. "Doesn't that mean Bei Tian's skeletal remains are in there too?" "Yes. Back then, when we ascended the tower to become gods, Bei Tian was ambushed and directly sealed in the demon sealing box. The ultimate aura he held also disappeared without a trace. I still have some divine stones left, but I don't know if that kid has the ultimate aura. If he does, we might be looking at the birth of a new god." The Lord of Dusk's voice carried unease. "Damn it, how can this kid be so lucky? The demon sealing box can seal any being below the level of a god. Your avatar is in danger. There's nothing I can do. My avatar's power has been weakened by more than half and can no longer leave Blue Star," the Lord of Dusk said apologetically. "I'm sorry. It's fine. It's just an avatar. I can create another one after accumulating another billion years of experience. Your method of creating avatars is truly enviable. Unfortunately, our authorities are different. Otherwise, I would have taught you this method long ago. No worries. My Twilight of the Gods is something you wouldn't be able to learn anyway. As long as we support each other, we don't need to fear any deity. Indeed. At this moment, Chenyi had already begun tracking the person's whereabouts using the sea god's trident. The entire ocean had become his eyes and ears. Just then, in the Mariana Trench, Chenyi sensed a mysterious and powerful force. Found you. He immediately steered Hilliard toward the location. Calandriel and Buster were also ready. The undying Nether Phoenix flew ahead to scout the path. With agility exceeding 3,000, the undying Nether Phoenix was now the fastest in the team. Chenyi could feel the terrifying intensity of this force, making his heart race. Yet, his intuition told him that killing the opponent this time would yield immense benefits beyond comparison. He was determined to go. Chenyi trusted his luck, just as the eternal dragon trusted the dragon god's eye. His miracle luck was already a top-tier talent, with almost nothing stronger. Even if there were, it wouldn't appear here. As time passed, Chenyi and his team arrived near the Mariana Trench. At that moment, a woman, shrouded entirely in black mist, appeared. Chenyi couldn't help but check her attributes. Black Death Avatar, level, *150. Rank, *Supreme, base strength, *3322, base constitution, *3412, base agility, *3652, base intelligence, *3212, talent, Voice of Death, SSS level, Voice of Death, SSS level, by stating the cause of an enemy's death, the enemy will die as described. Refreshes once every 24 hours. Skills, Torrent of Sound, Shadowed Vision, Sonic Eye, Resonant Voice, Spell Disruption. Seeing this, Chenyi was utterly shocked. A level 150 Supreme Being? This was simply unbelievable. How did such a Supreme Being even get here? After all, Blue Star was protected by the red mist. The Black Death Avatar turned to look at Chenyi. Insignificant insect, you shall drown in the ocean. As soon as she finished speaking, her black hair instantly turned white. In the next moment, Chenyi plunged into the ocean with a splash. He felt countless streams of seawater rushing into his lungs, his body completely out of control. Even his supernatural adaptation failed to activate at this moment. His vision grew increasingly blurry, and his head spun. Eventually, he succumbed to darkness. But not long after. Chenyi felt a warm green light flowing through his body. Everything around him returned to its original state. The sky and sea were still as blue and crystal clear as ever. Calandriel had already rescued Chenyi, and they were now standing on Hilliard's body. Chun Yi's gaze immediately locked onto the Black Phoenix ring. At this moment, the ring's final resurrection ability had not been activated. Calandriel explained, "Brother E, before your soul entered the black flame space, I used the hand of Gaia. So the Black Phoenix ring didn't take effect." Hearing this, Chenyi felt a wave of relief. The hand of Gaia truly was a miraculous treasure. Meanwhile, Buster was locked in fierce combat with the avatar of Black Death. Chenyi was somewhat surprised that Buster's strength could match the avatar of Black Death so evenly. He opened the avatar's attribute panel for a closer look. Avatar of Black Death, level 150, grade, Supreme, base strength 3322, minus 50%. Base constitution, 3412, minus 50%. Base agility, 3652, minus 50%. Base intelligence, 3212, minus 50%. After reviewing the system logs, Chenyi finally understood the reason. It turned out that his miracle luck had taken effect. The backlash from miracle luck had directly reduced the avatar of Black Death's base attributes by 50%. Moreover, its innate ability, Voice of Death, had also been sealed. Now, this avatar of Black Death was at best a level 150 mythical creature, its strength significantly diminished. Seeing the situation, Chenyi called out to Calandriel and the others, "Now, surround it and teach it a lesson." "Understood, Master, Brother E." Calandriel transformed into a beam of moonlight and charged at the avatar of Black Death. Hilliard unleashed a storm of destruction. He initially intended to use it to restrict the avatar's flight, but to his surprise, the avatar's flight did not rely on wind power. This made it impossible for him to limit its flight. The attacks from the undying Nether Phoenix inflicted massive damage on the avatar of Black Death, leaving scorch marks with every strike. Watching the battle unfold, Chenyi also began to condense the Spear of Annihilation, an infinite force of annihilation.
gathered in his hands. Whoosh! With a series of fierce attacks, the avatar of Black Death's health began to plummet rapidly. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation, eager to see what rewards this avatar would bring him. Boom! With Chen Yi's final spear of annihilation, the avatar of Black Death was utterly destroyed, its last trace of life extinguished. At the same time, a burst of white light suddenly erupted. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately retrieved the item from the white light. It was a pitch-black book. Flipping through its pages, he found them all blank. Chen Yi quickly pulled up its attributes for inspection. Book of Death, grade, unique, effect, allows the user to write the name of any creature and its cause of death on the pages. The target will inevitably die 1 minute later. Can only be used once per day. Seeing this, Chen Yi was so shocked he was nearly speechless. This piece of equipment was terrifying. If it fell into someone else's hands, they could easily kill any opponent. Although he was currently the strongest person on Blue Star, he couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew if others possessed similar extraordinary treasures? Perhaps even stronger unique equipment. Chen Yi then stored the Book of Death in his inventory space. There was no need to use it for now. When he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, and the opponent lacked resurrection abilities, this book would be his ultimate trump card. At this moment, in the sonic dimension, the sound waves of the invisible dancer twisted violently. Damn it! The Book of Death in my inventory was actually given to that guy as a reward by the Red Mist. The Lord of Dusk was utterly shocked upon hearing this. How is that possible? That Book of Death has been with you for so many years, and your soul is bound to it. How could it be so easily lost? The invisible dancer's figure rippled slightly. I don't understand either, but what I can confirm is that the divine soul I attached to the Book of Death has completely disappeared. The current Book of Death has become an ownerless item. The Lord of Dusk showed a trace of guilt. I'm sorry, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Don't say that. We've been friends for so many years, there's no need to bring it up. The Lord of Dusk's voice carried a hint of distortion. I must personally oversee those demons and ensure they arrive ahead of time. Otherwise, if that kid grows stronger, it'll be trouble. That's one way. I wonder where the other gods' subordinate races are now. Don't worry about them. Those demons are not something Blue Star can resist at the moment. I'll cast a mass teleportation spell on the demon army. With that, the Lord of Dusk tore through dimensions and returned to the main universe. Sensing the location of his followers, he transformed into a yellow light and flew deep into the cosmos. The invisible dancer watched the anxious Lord of Dusk inside softly. Meanwhile, after Chen Yi dealt with the Black Death avatar, he opened the Mirror of Realms. He placed the entire team inside the Mirror of Realms. Now, the goal was clear: search for materials to construct the E-Tower. And the one who might know the whereabouts of the Divine Stone was likely Yunjing. At this moment, the Mirror of Realms had completely shed its former scorched earth appearance. The environment was dozens of times better than Blue Star in reality. A massive natural divine tree was flourishing. Natural elves surrounded the divine tree, expanding their territory outward. Thunderbulls, under the command of the natural elves, silently cultivated the surrounding wasteland. Galadriel looked at this new world, her eyes filled with joy. Brother E, this place is so beautiful, just like our moon world. Buster transformed into a small cat and happily rolled around on the grass, his joy almost overflowing. Hilliard spread his wings and soared freely in this realm. The undying Nether Phoenix, however, was not free and had been returned to the pet space by Chen Yi. After all, its flames were too intense, and Chen Yi didn't want to risk a fire. The newly established ecosystem was still very fragile. Chen Yi himself walked toward the natural divine tree. He could sense that Yunjing was on the other side of the tree. Along the way, the natural elves respectfully saluted Chen Yi. These natural elves had already evolved autonomous consciousness, and were no longer the mechanical beings they once were. In their eyes, Chen Yi was a god. Looking at these natural elves, Chen Yi was planning his next move. He was preparing to announce that he had mastered an instant kill skill. The progress of the Avada Kedavra curse also needed to be accelerated. That Book of Death still required the target's name and cause of death to be written. However, the Avada Kedavra curse he designed could be cast instantly, directly killing the enemy in a flash. Moreover, its cooldown time could be completely cleared by unlimited firepower.
By then, who could possibly escape my Avada Kedavra curse?
Arriving under the natural divine tree, Yunjing was currently giving a lecture to the natural elves, teaching them some agricultural knowledge from the Somo people. The Somo people, who had reached the pinnacle of technology, had long mastered the technique of instantly ripening plants. It could be said that as long as the soil was fertile, food could be produced in abundance immediately. Of course, the current natural elves did not yet have the ability to create such advanced technology and could only grasp the most basic techniques. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Yunjing immediately rushed over. "What did you do to my friend?" Yunjing still remembered what Chen Yi had done before, directly tricking him into coming here. The first time he was tricked, Yunjing had even cried. Fortunately, there were many natural elf friends here, which somewhat comforted the wounded Yunjing. Chen Yi looked at Yunjing and reassured him, don't worry, I placed your friend in a very safe place." Yunjing looked skeptical. "I want to see my friend." "I don't believe you. Liar." At this moment, Chen Yi took out a sacred statue, instantly exuding an aura of trustworthiness. "Trust me, Yunjing, your friend is really in a very good and safe place." Hearing this, Yunjing's emotions gradually calmed down. Blinking her big eyes, she asked skeptically, "Are you telling the truth?" Chen Yi nodded firmly. "Of course, it's true." A smile appeared on Yunjing's face. "In that case, I forgive you." Seeing how easily Yunjing believed him, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. But there was no other way. He couldn't let Yunjing hold onto the god armament, it was too dangerous. Thinking of this, the guilt quickly faded. After all, people always find reasons to justify themselves. At this moment, Chen Yi looked at Yunjing. "Yunjing, do you know about the Divine Stone?" Yunjing tilted her head. "Divine Stone? What's that?" Seeing Yunjing's confusion, Chen Yi began to explain. The Divine Stone is a type of gemstone. Some of its colors are invisible to others, while some are visible, and it contains infinite power within. Hearing this, Yunjing frowned. "I seem to have some impression of it, but it's been so long that I can't retrieve the data for now." Seeing that Yunjing had some memory of the Divine Stone, Chen Yi was incredibly excited. That meant his tower might really be built. At this moment, Yunjing's body flickered with the light of data, and endless streams of data flowed in her eyes. Chen Yi waited patiently by her side. After all, only Yunjing knew the whereabouts of the Divine Stone. About 3 hours later, with Yunjing's immense computational power, she had searched through countless data during this time. Finally, the light on Yunjing's body faded, and she looked at Chen Yi, saying, "I found the whereabouts of the Divine Stone." A segment of data was sealed, which is why it took so long. Back then, the Somo people created a version of me without consciousness and attempted to use the soul power of their entire race to ascend to godhood. However, one of the Somo people disagreed and removed the cornerstone of the tower on the day of ascension. That cornerstone is the Divine Stone you mentioned. After I devoured the remaining Somo souls, I also absorbed something called the final breath. Because the tower was lost during the ascension, the method was incomplete, and the divinity was gone. That's why I became what I am now. Hearing Yunjing reveal the secrets of the Somo people, Chen Yi couldn't help but think of the carvings on the walls of the domed building. Could those carvings be real? How could they be fake? He felt the carvings were too realistic to be deceptive. Was Yunjing lying to him? That didn't seem likely either. He believed there must be some truth hidden in all this, related to the whereabouts of the Divine Stone. At this moment, Yunjing returned to her normal size, her expression stern. "Chen Yi, do you also want to ascend to godhood?" Looking at Yunjing's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Yi smiled helplessly. He still preferred the old Yunjing, this one was far less likable. "Yes, but I won't use the Somo people's method of ascension. That method doesn't suit me. I'm using the ancestral god method. Your database should have records of it, right?" Yunjing shook her head. "Although I lost my divinity and authority, I still retain the body of a god. So, while these methods aren't written in the database, traces of them can be found in the memory of my body." Chen Yi nodded, then recounted the contents of the murals he had seen in the domed building. After hearing Chen Yi's account, Yunjing's first reaction was disbelief. "My database would never be wrong. However, there is one situation that could explain it, a time fracture. Back then, when the Somo people used the soul power of their entire race in the Yi Tower to ascend to godhood, time and space were distorted, and the concepts of time and space ceased to function.
Later, when one of the Somo people took the cornerstone of the tower, the imbalance of power caused that period of time to fracture and disappear entirely. The divine stone was forever left in that fractured time. Hearing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Did he really have to enter that fractured time to retrieve the divine stone? Is there a way to enter that time? Yun-Jing nodded. Find the god of time. He can take you there. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes at Yun-Jing. If I knew the god of time, he would have sent it over himself by now. Yun-Jing continued, the god of time exists in the past, present, and future. Maybe he's watching us right now. Or perhaps no one truly holds the authority of the god of time, and that position has always been vacant. Only the mirror method could possibly achieve the status of the god of time. But no one has ever succeeded, because that method is too complex. Even with my computational ability, I couldn't crack it in 10 billion years. Hearing this, Chun-Yi grew increasingly anxious. This explanation was completely baffling. Just tell me, is there any other way to enter fractured time? Yun-Jing glanced at Chun-Yi. There is one other way, find the root artifact of time. Chun-Yi fell silent. The root artifact of time? His first thought was something like the Calamity Dagger. But the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron and the Calamity Bell were just ordinary sacrificial artifacts. Moreover, the secret realms he had entered before were all connected to the future of Blue Star. Perhaps they were related to that root artifact. Chun-Yi wasn't sure and could only let Yun-Jing take a look. He took out the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron and the Calamity Bell. When Yun-Jing saw these two items, he was utterly shocked. Chun-Yi, I can see the rules of time in these two artifacts. Are there any others? I feel like these two are just incomplete fragments. Chun-Yi was surprised. These two artifacts aren't complete? Yun-Jing nodded. They're incomplete, or rather, only about 20% whole. After countless years of time passing, I can barely perceive the power of past time. The predecessors of these two artifacts were once part of a complete root artifact. Hearing this, Chun-Yi was momentarily speechless. In his previous life, 10 secret realms had been discovered, each corresponding to 10 sacrificial artifacts. Could it be that each sacrificial artifact was a fragment of the root artifact? It seemed he would have to start collecting the remaining 8 sacrificial artifacts. The Apocalypse secret realm was controlled by the Bureau of Secrets. The Heavenly Order secret realm was in the hands of Korea. Chun-Yi figured he could borrow from the Bureau of Secrets. For now, he would start with Korea. Li Huishue. Chun-Yi decided to head to Korea. He put the 2 sacrificial artifacts into his backpack, didn't call for Calantriel and the others, and directly used the Mirror of Realms to open a portal back to Blue Star. With the sacrificial artifacts in hand, Chun-Yi looked in the direction of Korea. He summoned the undying Nether Phoenix and rode its feathers toward Korea. Standing on the Phoenix's feathers, Chun-Yi located Li Huishue and sent her a message. Where are you in Korea right now? Do you have time to meet up? At that moment, Li Huishue was grinding monsters in the underground caves. She was surprised to see the message. Why was this guy looking for her? Li Huishue wondered to herself. He wouldn't contact her for no reason. If Chun-Yi was reaching out, it must be for something important. Could he be after her? Heavenly Order seal? But right now, it would take sacrificing 10,000 pieces of B-grade equipment to obtain another one. That wasn't easy. Korea didn't have that many resources. I'm grinding in the underground caves right now. I should be done in about 20 minutes. Let's meet in the capital city, Li Huishue replied, suggesting they meet in the capital city. Chun-Yi immediately sent a message back. Alright, see you there. Then, Chun-Yi turned to the undying Nether Phoenix. To the capital city. Yes, master. With a phoenix cry, the 1,000-meter-long undying Nether Phoenix flew straight toward the capital city. All the players in Korea witnessed this scene. They quickly posted the news of Chun-Yi's arrival in Korea on the forums. Isn't that the Flame Sovereign Mage's pet? Why is it heading to the capital city? Who knows? I just hope this mage doesn't cause us any trouble. Yeah, the Flame Sovereign Mage's skills are ridiculously overpowered. If he drops a meteor, we're done for. So envious. The gap between people is just too big. I feel like we're not even on the same level. You're absolutely right. I even feel like this Flame Sovereign Mage is a reincarnated god. Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly? The difference between us is like heaven and earth. I have an SS grade talent myself. But when I use my skills, it feels like they're not even 1% as powerful as the mages. Are SSS grade talents really that strong? It feels like the mage drew nothing but SSS grade talents back then. I think so too, otherwise, how could he be this powerful? At this moment, Chenny also saw the discussions on the forum. He directly joined the conversation. Let me tell you, not only do I have 10 SSS level talents, but I also have an 11th one. That talent unlocks at level 110. As soon as he finished speaking, the forum exploded. What? The God of Magic actually has 11 SSS level talents? Oh my god, is the God of Magic sent by the heavens?
No, I insist that the Yanhuang God of Magic is the reincarnation of a
deity. Agreed, if not a deity's reincarnation, how could he have 11 talents? And what's even more enviable is that all 11 are SSS level. It's driving people crazy.
Statistically speaking, as long as you're lucky enough, having 10 SSS level talents is still
understandable for the God of Magic. But how do you explain the 11th one?
Not sure, maybe after drawing 10, the red mist gave an
extra reward.
With this kind of luck, who wouldn't believe he's heaven's chosen child?
Exactly, this luck goes beyond probability, it's pure mysticism.
Watching the heated discussions on the forum, Chenny glanced at turned false into true.
3 new entries had appeared.
Below it, reincarnation of a deity, completion 0.0000001%, heaven's chosen child, completion 0.0000001%, 11th talent, unknown. Completion 0.0000001%, unlocks at level 110. Chenny hadn't expected that, turn false into true, would directly grant him 3 powerful
entries. Each one was extraordinary. Reincarnation of a deity.
Chenny didn't know which deity he had reincarnated as, but the title Heaven's
Chosen Child sounded incredibly impressive.
He wondered how powerful it would be once the completion reached 100%. And then there was the
11th talent.
Chenny felt that once this 11th talent was fully unlocked, it would undoubtedly bring a massive surprise. Afterward, Chenny had the undying Nether Phoenix hover over the capital of Korea. Not long after, a beautiful woman in a Taoist robe, riding a flying sword, approached Chenny. Chenny was astonished. He hadn't expected Li Huishue to have already mastered sword flight. Soon, Li Huishue arrived beside Chenny and put away the flying sword beneath her feet. Chenny clapped his hands and said, "Not bad, not bad.
Your Taoist skills are impressive." Li Huishue smiled and replied, "It's an honor to be praised by the God of Magic." Chenny didn't waste time and got straight to the point. "Enough small talk. I'm here to borrow something." Li Huishue guessed, "Do you want another Tian Shun seal?" Chenny shook his head.
"No, I'm here for your sacrificial artifact."
Li Huishue's expression changed. Chenny quickly added, "Don't rush to refuse. I'll give you time to think about it."
Li Huishue said angrily, "Even if you're the Yanhuang God of Magic, Korea is not a pushover."
"We're not that easy to bully."
Chenny looked at her and said, "I heard your ancestors were from Yanhuang, yet now you're speaking up for Korea."
Li Huishue shook her head.
"It's true my ancestors were from Yanhuang, but that was 600 years ago. Dynasties have changed several times since then, and my family has long been closely tied to Korea."
"I'm not here to argue about this. I'm just asking, can you give it to me?" "No."
Li Huishue refused without hesitation. Chenny stared at her, thinking that this was crucial to his path to becoming a deity. If persuasion didn't work, he'd have to resort to force.
He took out the soul cube. "Miss Li, look into my eyes." "What is it?" Li Huishue looked at Chenny, only to be immediately controlled by him. A 12-hour countdown appeared on the screen.
"Miss Li, where is the sacrificial
artifact hidden?"
Li Huishue's eyes flashed with confusion, but she still replied, "The sacrificial artifact is in my backpack."
Chenny breathed a sigh of relief. This made things much simpler.
"All right, Miss Li, take out the sacrificial artifact for me."
"Okay." Li Huishue took
a sacrificial artifact out of her backpack. Chenny looked at the artifact, which was twice the size of the Tian Shun seal, and directly
reached out to take it.
The attributes of the sacrificial artifact appeared before his eyes. Tian Shun seal, grade, unique, effect. Sacrificing it grants the Tian Shun seal. Sacrifice quantity, grade B items, 0/10,000.
After putting the Tian Shun seal into his backpack, Chenny asked Li Huishue, "Do you know where the other sacrificial artifacts are?" Li Huishue nodded, "I do. The Tian Kuei Qin is in Xianshou. Daoi's possession, the Tian Yen Gui is with the white elephant, and the Tian Ji bronze vessel is in the hands of the lighthouse. I'm not sure about the others. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, "You're done here. Go back and continue upgrading the underground cave." Li Huishua nodded and flew away from the undying nether phoenix on her sword. Chen Yi didn't care about her reaction after waking up. Her hostility was directed solely at him. Chen Yi had plenty of enemies, and there were countless people who wanted to kill him. He didn't want to kill Li Huishua directly, as it wasn't exactly a righteous act. But he would never give up on the path to becoming a god. With this in mind, he directed the undying nether phoenix to fly toward Sakura. Next, he needed to find Xianshou Daoi. Now that he knew the whereabouts of 7 sacrificial artifacts, Xianshou Daoi should also know their exact locations. Chen Yi and Xianshou Daoi had already agreed on a time and place. Soon, they arrived in the skies above Mount Futian in Sakura Nation. Xianshou Daoi and Iori Chiyuki had also arrived. Seeing Chen Yi flying freely in the sky, Iori Chiyuki felt annoyed. However, Chen Yi now held the title of Archmage. His previous battle with the Mermaid King had been witnessed clearly by the people of Sakura Nation. That level of attack power, forget lasting through multiple rounds, even surviving one strike was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Now, the gap in strength between them and Chen Yi was growing larger and larger, to the point where they couldn't keep up at all. When Chen Yi saw the two of them, he immediately stated his purpose. "I know the Tian Kuei Qin is in your possession, so I hope you'll seriously consider handing over this sacrificial artifact." To Chen Yi's surprise, Xianshou Daoi took out the Tian Kuei Qin almost instantly. Xianshou Daoi said, "I only hope that the friendship between Yan Huang and Sakura will last forever. If there are conflicts or disputes between the two nations, I hope you, Archmage, can mediate." Seeing Xianshou Daoi's understanding of the bigger picture, Chen Yi nodded. "Alright, in that case, I agree." Then, Chen Yi took the Tian Kuei Qin and checked its attributes. Tian Kuei Qin grade, unique effect, can obtain Tian Kuei strings through sacrifice. Sacrifice. Quantity, grade A items, 0/10000. Seeing that the sacrifice quantity had reached grade A, Chen Yi was a bit speechless. No wonder Xianshou Daoi was so straightforward. Sakura Nation probably didn't have 10,000 grade A items to sacrifice. But this was fine, after all, it was a sacrificial artifact. With this in mind, Chen Yi placed the Tian Kuei Qin into his backpack. Now, he had 4 sacrificial artifacts, the Tian Zybel, the Tian Bao Cauldron, the Tian Shun Seal, and the Tian Kuei Qin. There were still 6 sacrificial artifacts left to find. Next, he needed to head to Lighthouse Nation. Chen Yi looked at Xianshou Daoi. "Do you know where the other sacrificial artifacts are?" Xianshou Daoi nodded slightly. "There's one in Kangaroo Nation, one in Lighthouse Nation, and one in Goryeo Nation." Didn't Xiao Liang discover a secret realm back then? There should be one in Yanhuang as well. Chen Yi nodded. "Alright, got it." Li Huishua hadn't mentioned that there was one in Kangaroo Nation, so she probably didn't know. Then, Chen Yi directed the undying nether phoenix to fly toward Lighthouse Nation, while immediately contacting Smith. Chen Yi didn't know if Smith had a sacrificial artifact, as Lighthouse Nation had more than one SSS level. Genius. But no matter what, he had to obtain it. At this moment, Smith was leading a group of soldiers in an assault on a level 65 diamond troll. This troll had existed before the arrival of the red mist, and its strength had skyrocketed several times after the mist appeared. Now, facing Smith's punches, the troll could occasionally block a strike. The troll's entire green body was swollen, bearing the marks of Smith's fists. The troll felt as if it were being pounded by fists as heavy as mountains, and its consciousness began to blur. Just then, Smith received a message from Chen Yi that he didn't know why Chen Yi was looking for him, but Chen Yi's reputation was legendary. He didn't have time to waste battling this troll anymore. His fist swung forward, final strike. The punch gathered countless storms, and the space around seemed to freeze. A dazzling white light pierced through, and Smith directly struck through the troll. The troll was knocked out cold. The cleanup after that was simple. Soldiers swarmed in and hacked the troll into pieces. Smith's backpack gained a good haul of experience points and gold coins. He had already sent the coordinates to Chen Yi. Not long after, Chen Yi arrived, riding the undying nether phoenix. Seeing Chen Yi on the majestic mount, Smith couldn't hide his envy. After all, the undying nether phoenix was a force to be reckoned with during national wars. Chen Yi dismounted swiftly, his movements fluid as he appeared before Smith. Without wasting words, he got straight to the point. Smith, I know there's a ritual artifact in the Lighthouse Nation. Do you have it with you?
Smith wasn't surprised by the question. After all, it was an open secret among the higher-ups.
He shook his head and answered, that's not within my capabilities. It belongs to another SSS-level talent holder in the Lighthouse Nation.
His talent allows him to master any skill instantly to its maximum level.
No matter what skill he learns, it reaches max level immediately. With countless max-level skills, his strength is terrifying. Hearing this, Chen Yi's heart raced.
If he could acquire that talent and combine it with his own ability to break limitations, could he instantaneously max out his
skills? Maybe even amplify their power to monstrous levels? A level 10,000 fireball spell? Chen Yi dared not imagine the possibilities. This talent. I must obtain it.
On the surface, however, he maintained his composure.
I see. Can you help me arrange a meeting with him? Smith looked at Chen Yi, his usual arrogance now tempered. If it were me, I probably couldn't arrange it. But you? You definitely can. Chen Yi nodded. All right, then help me set it up. Consider it done. Smith replied.
Soon enough, Smith relayed the situation to the individual in question. It wasn't long before a response arrived.
Smith informed Chen Yi, he'll be here shortly. Chen Yi nodded.
After all, ritual artifacts always brought immense experience and rewards with each use, so people treated them with great caution.
At this stage
of the game, the materials required for sacrifices were undoubtedly substantial. Thus, the artifact had become something that was neither easy to use nor discard.
Not long after, a man in a black suit approached. Chen Yi immediately used his insight ability to examine the man's talent. Instant max level, SSS level, any skill learned is instantly mastered to its maximum level.
Seeing this, Chen Yi's excitement surged.
It's real.
If that's the case, there's no way I can let this man die.
Smith introduced him. This is Blue, the holder of the instant max level talent. Chen Yi nodded. Blue, nice to meet you. Blue looked at Chen Yi and grinned widely. Archmage. I watch every one of your streams.
My goodness, I can't believe you're this powerful in person.
Chen Yi smiled modestly.
It's just persistence and hard work.
Blue nodded earnestly at his words. I think so too. Everyone sees my SSS level talent, but no one sees the effort I've put in behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could I be so much stronger than others? Smith nodded in agreement from the side. After listening, Chen Yi continued, now, I'd like to ask for your ritual artifact. Is there any way you'd part with it? What kind of price would it take? Blue replied, we don't have enough resources for sacrifices right now. If you want it, you can have it, but it'll cost you something. Chen Yi pulled out a bracelet. Will this be enough? Life stabilization device. Level, SSS level. Effect 1, immunity to lower-tier percentage-based damage laws.
Effect 2, life regeneration speed increased tenfold. Description, a product of the Samaran's life technology.
It was one of the few SSS tier items in Chen Yi's possession. Blue took the bracelet, his eyes lighting up. With this, I won't have to fear Annabelle anymore. Thank you, Archmage. This equipment is invaluable to me.
In the National War, Annabelle has many skills that directly reduce percentage-based
health. Although each time it only reduces 1%, 2%, or 3%, the frequency is high. Now that I have this equipment, I'm not afraid of her at all. After saying this, Bruce directly took out a bronze vessel.
The bronze vessel resembled a turtle and exuded an ancient aura.
Chen Yi took it, and information immediately appeared before his eyes.
Heavenly Sacrifice Bronze Vessel Level, Unique Effect, Sacrificing Items grants Bronze. Pills Sacrifice Quantity, S-tier items, 0/1000. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the lighthouse to have upgraded the sacrificial
items to S-tier.
At this level, continuing to sacrifice would be unprofitable.
However, Chen Yi wasn't interested in the sacrificial function.
He wasn't simply collecting these sacrificial artifacts, he intended to use the Heavenly Sacrifice Bronze Vessel as a key component of the time
origin device.
Bruce and the others had no idea about this.
If they knew, they certainly wouldn't have let Chen Yi take the sacrificial artifact so easily. Next, Chen Yi went to the White Elephant and Kangaroo factions.
He successfully obtained the White Elephant's Heavenly Evolution Jade and the Kangaroo's Heavenly Mansion Scroll. After all, Chen Yi had made significant contributions by placing the Supreme Battle Flag, which
greatly benefited everyone.
Thus, he encountered almost no resistance.
Using the sacrificial artifacts for further sacrifices would be unprofitable. Chen Yi acquired them at a minimal cost.
Now, he had the Heavenly Treasure Cauldron, Heavenly Disaster Bell, Heavenly Order Seal, Korea, Heavenly Evolution Jade, White Elephant, Heavenly Sacrifice Bronze Vessel, Lighthouse, Heavenly Mansion Scroll, Kangaroo, and Heavenly Chief, Zither, Sakura, a total of 7 sacrificial artifacts. Additionally, the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau possessed the Heavenly Revelation Sacrificial
Artifact. Only 2 sacrificial artifacts remained unaccounted for.
Chen Yi had inquired with relevant personnel, but no one knew the whereabouts of the 2 missing artifacts. He deduced that they had not yet been obtained by anyone.
Upon arriving at the Heavenly Mechanism Bureau, Chen Yi went straight to Xia Liang's office.
He had already informed Xia Liang about the matter. At this moment, Xia Liang was waiting for him.
As soon
as Chen Yi entered, he saw Xia Liang and Johan both present.
Chen Yi, what do you need the Heavenly Revelation Sacrificial Artifact for? Xia Liang asked.
Lei Huishue from Korea has been frantically looking for you recently, claiming you stole a sacrificial artifact, Johan added.
Given the importance of the sacrificial artifacts, Xia Liang naturally wanted to hear Chen Yi's explanation. Chen Yi shook his head. I don't want to
say much about this, but I truly need this sacrificial artifact.
Xia Liang nodded upon hearing this.
Alright, here's the Heavenly Revelation Jade Disc. Take it.
With that, Xia Liang took out a jade disc engraved with intricate patterns, resembling the Heavenly Revelation token. Chen Yi accepted the jade disc. Heavenly Revelation Jade Disc Level, Unique Effect, Sacrificing Items grants Heavenly Revelation Token Sacrifice.
Progress, S-tier items 0/10,000 due to the massive scale of the Yenhuang family and the numerousness dungeon runs, sacrificing 10,000. S-tier items was now required. At this point, Chen Yi said, I might not be able to participate in the next national war.
Xia Liang was surprised. Why? Chen Yi shook his head.
This matter is too important.
If I succeed, Blue Star will never face natural disasters again. Xia Liang
immediately grasped the gravity of the situation.
Currently, Blue Star's population was only 4.5 billion. If natural disasters occurred a few more times, humanity might face total extinction.
If Chen Yi claimed he had a way to completely eliminate natural disasters, it would undoubtedly be the
most critical matter for all of humanity.
With this in mind, Xia Liang looked at Chen Yi and said, if you need help, remember, the Heavenly
Mechanism Bureau will always support you.
Xia Liang then added, there's a chance that the secret realm treasure map and key might drop in the
underground caverns, but the probability is extremely low. Still, it's the only way. Chen Yi nodded. Understood. I'll look into it. Xia Liang
continued, it's also possible that someone has already obtained them but hasn't disclosed it. So, you'll need to find a professional with
an SSS tier prediction talent.
From what I know, there's someone called Yenshur in the Beta Testers Alliance.
Yenshur? Chen Yi recalled the
person who had once cornered him alongside Jean Huanger. Could it be him? Apart from Yenshur, no one else could outmaneuver him.
Chen Yi said to Xia Liang, alright, I'll go find him now. Xia Liang suddenly asked, did you lock up Jean Huanger? Chen Yi nodded, yes, she tried to kill me at the time, so I sealed her. Xia Liang said, then you can use Jean Huanger as leverage.
Chen Yi had already thought of this, indeed, she comes
in handy now. I'm leaving first, Chen Yi said.
Alright,
Xia Liang replied. Chen Yi walked out the door and instantly teleported to the Undying Nether Phoenix.
Through the trading platform, he found Yenshur's contact information and sent a message directly, this is Chen Yi.
I need to talk to you. Where are you?
After a long time, Yenshur finally replied, I've been feeling uneasy just now, and now I know it's because you
were looking for me. Let me clarify first, the one who ambushed you was Jean Huanger. I was just an accomplice, not guilty of a capital crime.
Chen Yi looked at the reply, pondering how to respond. Yenshur's slow reply surely meant he had calculated the situation.
Now that he responded,
it indicated he believed his life was not in danger.
Chen Yi had no intention of killing him either.
His target was no longer on Blue Star but
in a much larger universe.
After witnessing the power of the Lord of Dusk, the political intrigues on Blue Star no longer interested him.
His vision and level had changed.
Chen Yi directly said, help me with 2 tasks, and I won't hold you accountable.
Yenshur replied almost instantly. Tell me, what do you need help with? I'll agree. Help me find the remaining 2 sacrificial artifacts. Can you do it? Yenshur was silent for
3 minutes before replying, I can, but tracking down these items comes at a very high cost.
Chen Yi asked, how high? Yan Shi said, to
exchange for a unique tier item, you must use 2 unique items as offerings. Back then, Jean Huanger did the same, but you beat her to it. That's also why Jean Huanger's luck wasn't as good as yours, and she ended up taking the fall for you.
Your fates are intertwined. Why don't you marry her? She could bring you even more luck.
Yan Shi's words became increasingly absurd, and Chen Yi quickly interrupted, I can provide 2
unique items, but I want to meet you in person.
Alright, Yan Shi replied without hesitation.
The Beta Testers Alliance has set up spatial coordinates in various locations. You name the place, and I'll come to you. Chen Yi didn't hesitate either and chose a nearby wasteland. He directed
the Undying Nether Phoenix to fly there while he took out the Blood Codex and the Storm's 7-stringed lyre. These 2 unique items were of no use to him. The Blood Codex was a significant leap for ordinary professionals, but Chen Yi had long acquired all the blood skills through purchases
or mysterious merchants, bypassing equipment cooldown restrictions.
The Storm's 7-string lyre was even less useful, only the Song of the
Gale attribute was somewhat decent, but it was just an SSS level skill.
So he planned to use these 2 items for the exchange, putting them to good use.
When he arrived at the wasteland, Yan Shi was already waiting there. It was the first time Chen Yi saw Yan Shi's appearance clearly.
He was very thin, with a spirited demeanor and exceptionally sharp eyes.
Chen Yi quickly teleported to Yan Shi. Yan Shi also noticed Chen Yi at this moment.
Although he had already anticipated that he wouldn't be in much danger this time, his hand instinctively rested on the teleportation
ring.
Before long, Chen Yi stood before Yan Shi and commanded the Undying Nether Phoenix to patrol the surroundings.
Chen Yi looked at Yan Shi and, without hesitation, took out the 2 unique items. These are my only 2 unique items. Help me offer them as sacrifices.
Yan Shi was stunned, speechless as he watched Chen Yi casually take out 2 unique items. After all, unique items weren't something one could easily obtain, and their
quantity was fixed. Even he only had 1.
Alright, Yan Shi said, taking the Blood Codex and the Storm's 7-stringed lyre.
This process might take some time. Keep an eye out for me.
Okay,
Chen Yi nodded and then cast a rock shield over Yan Shi. Chen Yi didn't deliberately enhance
the shield's level. With the Supreme Banner's bonus, the shield was only level 7, but Chen Yi's mental power and the Elemental Lord's
enhancements made the shield nearly indestructible.
Time passed bit by bit as Yan Shi began divination and predictions. Chen Yi stared intently at Yan Shi, watching as the 2 unique items disintegrated like ashes into the air, their essence energy directly merging into the center of Yan Shi's forehead. Suddenly, Yan Shi began to tremble, with blood streaming from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. About 3 hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Yan Shi finally opened his eyes, quickly pulling out pen and paper to jot something down at lightning speed. As the words
appeared, 2 coordinate points emerged on the paper.
Soon, Yan Shi put down the pen.
These are the 2 coordinates. Chen Yi took the paper, which clearly marked 2 place names along with their latitudes and longitudes.
Seeing this, a gleam of joy flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Now he could
finally locate the remaining 2 sacrificial artifacts. He looked at Yan Shi. Thank you. Yan Shi nodded. There's one more thing I must tell you.
The prediction shows that to synthesize these sacrificial artifacts, you must find Jean Huanger,
because she possesses the SSS level talent. Infinite synthesis. What? Chen Yi was shocked.
Jean Huanger wasn't a beta tester, she was merely the sister of one. Yet she had somehow
acquired 2 SSS level talents. This was simply unbelievable.
Even more astonishing was that in this lifetime, the infinite synthesis talent had fallen into Jean Huanger's hands. In the previous lifetime, this talent had been obtained by a man. It seemed that everything had changed.
Yan Shi said, that's all. I need to rest now. Chen Yi nodded. Alright, you go ahead. I'm leaving.
Yan Shi activated his teleportation ring and disappeared. Watching Yan Shi leave, Chen Yi began to calculate in his mind how to establish a similar teleportation network for the Celestial Bureau. It was incredibly convenient and highly mobile. Then, Chen Yi set off toward the coordinates Yan Shi had provided. The Papal State. Yan Shi staggered toward his room. The continuous deduction of 2 unique items had left his body extremely weak, but he had no other choice. Back then, he had helped Jean Huanger ambush Chen Yi. Now, while Chen Yi hadn't pursued the matter, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Yan Shi felt that this was his talent giving him a premonition. Chen Yi's future achievements would never be confined to this small blue planet. As soon as Yanshi entered his room, he saw Jin Fenger already standing in the living room. Yanshi, I want an explanation, she demanded angrily. Why? Did you help Chen Yi? Yanshi was not surprised. No particular reason, just for myself. Jin Fenger was furious. You know Chen Yi imprisoned my sister. Of course I know. Yanshi calmly sat on the sofa. But what does that have to do with me helping Chen Yi? Who knows, maybe one day you'll also be forced to help Chen Yi. Yanshi's unruffled demeanor nearly drove Jin Fenger mad with anger. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you with that blade of mercy? You can't kill me. Seeing Yanshi's confidence, Jin Fenger stopped being angry. What exactly did you and Chen Yi talk about? What did you discuss? I want a full account. An account? There's nothing much to say. I just asked Chen Yi not to kill me in the future. And I also told him, if he marries Jin Fenger, his luck will improve even more. Jin Fenger exploded on the spot. You actually want him to marry my sister? Relax, even if your sister wants to marry him, he might not want to marry her. You. Jin Fenger was so angry she couldn't speak. Without saying anything more, she turned and left the room. Watching Jin Fenger leave, Yanshi lay down on the sofa, muttering to himself, no one can control the power of fate, not even the gods. With that, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had already mounted Hilliard, his steed. With Hilliard's help, he easily obtained the remaining 2 sacrificial artifacts, the Book of Destiny and the Heavenly Gang chessboard. Now, the 10 sacrificial artifacts: Heavenly Jade Bai, Heavenly Treasure Cauldron, Heavenly Calamity Bell, Heavenly Order Seal, Heavenly Evolution Jade, Heavenly Sacrificial Bronze Vessel, Heavenly Abode Scroll, Heavenly Chief Zither, Book of Destiny, and Heavenly Gang chessboard were all in Chen Yi's possession. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Now, he could definitely obtain the origin artifact. That transcends time. However, according to Yanshi, to completely synthesize these divine artifacts, one must rely on Jin Fenger's talent. Infinite synthesis. Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless about this, as it likely meant he would have to trade Jin Fenger for this talent. But he thought of a more ruthless solution. If she refused to synthesize, he would kill Jin Fenger. Although it was a bit cruel, it was currently the best option. He would never let Jin Fenger continue to harm him. Thinking of this, Chen Yi took out the demon sealing box. At this moment, Jin Fenger was trapped inside the box, the confined space nearly driving her mad. Then, Chen Yi recorded a video and sent it to Jin Fenger, receiving a reply almost immediately. What are you trying to do? How is my sister now? Your sister is fine, but I can't guarantee she'll stay that way. If you want to save your sister's life, I need your talent. Jin Fenger looked at the message, gritting her teeth in anger. Despicable. Shameless. Chen Yi didn't say much more and directly sent his coordinates to Jin Fenger. At this point, even the author felt a twinge of guilt. If you want your sister to live, come here and help me. Afterward, Chen Yi ignored Jin Fenger's messages and summoned Galadriel. If Jin Fenger managed to outwit and kill him, Galadriel could revive him at any time. Half an hour later, a beam of white light flashed in the distance. Jin Fenger had arrived. Chen Yi teleported over with Galadriel. In truth, Chen Yi and Jin Fenger had no real animosity. It was entirely because Jin Fenger was narrow-minded. Chen Yi couldn't understand why she hated him so deeply. It was just because he had taken her Calamity Bell and had a few minor conflicts. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and walked up to Jin Fenger. Jin Fenger stared at Chen Yi. Where's my sister? I need to see her before I agree to help you. Chen Yi took out the demon sealing box, opened it for less than a second, and then closed it again. Jin Fenger had been tormented severely, and Jin Fenger was so furious she was about to explode. But with her sister in Chen Yi's hands, she had no choice but to endure. Chen Yi took out 10 sacrificial divine artifacts. They're all here. Start synthesizing. Don't try any tricks, or your sister's life will be over. Jin Fenger nodded. I understand. She placed the 10 artifacts in front of her, her expression growing increasingly astonished. 10 sacrificial divine artifacts, each one extraordinary, and seeing all 10 laid out together was hard for anyone to believe. Taking a deep breath, Jin Fenger decided to see what kind of equipment would result from fully merging them. Using her infinite synthesis talent, she began to fuse the 10 artifacts completely. The light of synthesis gradually rose in her hands.
Time passed bit by bit. A purple-black lightning bolt swirled continuously in Jin Huanger's hand. Endless energy gathered within the light of synthesis. Accompanied by dazzling brilliance, Jin Huanger finally succeeded in the synthesis. A clock emerged, shimmering in the light. Chen Yi quickly grabbed the clock.
Meanwhile, Jin Huanger, after the stunning moment just now, saw the clock's attributes.
Eternal Calamity Clock, Level, Origin.
Effect 1, Time Leap. Consumes the user's energy to enter a time rift, returning permanently with a 10% reduction in base attributes.
Effect 2, As if reincarnated, before death, the clock can reset the owner's state to peak condition. Usable once per day.
Effect 3, Time-Space Traversal, allows the user to view the past but not alter history.
Energy is continuously
consumed during this period, and the user returns to reality when energy is depleted.
Effect 4, Eternal Time, summons the
future version of oneself to assist in battle, consuming energy continuously during the period.
Effect 5, Time Domination.
Controls time within 10 seconds, slowing, stopping, or accelerating the enemy's time. Cooldown, 1 day. Effect 6, Time Trap.
Set a time trap.
The trigger will be permanently trapped in a time rift, and attempting to return will permanently reduce 50% of their base.
Attributes. Cooldown, 30 days. Seeing these attributes, Jin Huanger's mind completely short-circuited. Is this a root-level piece of equipment?
Compared to this, her Blade of Mercy is like a mere underling. Chen Yi also looked at the attributes of the Eternal Clock, his heart so excited that he could hardly breathe. This completely surpasses all the equipment he has ever seen.
A true root-level equipment, worthy of its name.